I felt a sharp pain at the back of my head. My vision was shaky, and then I slowly fell down. The footsteps around me were getting more and more chaotic. Kept replaying in my head, stimulating me like a nightmare. So I tried to open my eyes, and the world in front of me was blurry, and then gradually became clear. Where's this? The conditions are so simple. It looks like the place where we went to support Africa. I remember that I was going to attend a military conference, but I didn't expect to have a car accident on the way. My head hit the windshield hard, and then everything went blank. We should be in the hospital now, but there is no smell of disinfectant in the air, and I am not lying on a hospital bed. Instead, I am lying on a wooden table with a long bench under my butt, which is very uncomfortable. My vision gradually became clear, and I saw a few bright characters written in white on the wall. In difficult times, our comrades must see the achievements, see the light, and strengthen our courage. The handwriting was very clear, as if it had just been painted, and there was another line of mottled words next to it. Correct political direction, simple work style, flexible. The last few words were unclear. There was a wooden window next to the wall, and steel bars were erected in the window frame, like a prison. I shouldn't be in the hospital. Why am I in a place like this? The pain in my head came in waves. I touched it and found a bandage on my head. Could it be that I had a head injury in the car accident? I stood up unsteadily and walked to the window to see what was outside, but the blinding sunlight shone in and my head started to hurt again. I couldn't stand and sat back on the bench. Then, something rushed into my head. This is my memory. Time, March 13th, 1980. Location, the capital's #1 farm implement factory, in the mountains northwest of the capital. Characters, a second-generation factory worker who is about to turn 18. The second generation of factory workers at this age have just finished a 10-year school and have learned nothing. If they want to work in a factory, they have to wait to take over the job from their family members. They do nothing all day and make trouble and cause damage. A few days ago, at the instigation of my companions, I secretly ran to the factory warehouse and stole a Type 56 semi-automatic rifle. Carrying this gun, I finally had face and excitedly ran to the mountains to hunt. In the end, I didn't catch any pheasants and was stopped by the factory security department. Too much. Too much. I had already put down my gun, but I was hit on the back of my head with a shovel. My head was split open. A military expert in his previous life turned out to be such an uneducated second-generation factory worker? What a ripoff. No, it's a ripoff for the military expert. Uncle Lou, are you here to pick me up? I helplessly recognized the person who came in. It was my father's good friend Lu Yong. More than 10 years ago, my father and Uncle Lou were transferred from the capital to this mountain valley. Qin Baowo was already the head of the technical department, and Lu Yong became the deputy director of the production workshop. My father is on a business trip recently and is not at home. If he came, he would definitely hang me up and beat me, the troublemaker. Pick you up? You still want to go home? Lu Yong's face was dark. The factory is discussing how to deal with you. Do you know how serious this matter is? If it were the me of the past, I would definitely kneel down and beg for mercy, saying I would never do it again. I might be a good boy for a few months when I go home, but I would start acting stupidly soon. Lu Yong looked at me with an even uglier expression. Do you know what a big mistake you made by stealing the gun? I started to curse in my heart. Why did I steal the gun? Fortunately, the security department didn't break down on the spot. Although stealing guns is a crime that endangers public safety, not all gun thefts are serious. I didn't plan it, nor did I hide it. Instead, I took it to the mountains to hunt, and it didn't cause any harm. I said confidently, "You're quite a smart kid. Even though you got hit on the head with a shovel, you can still speak coherently." Lu Yong looked unconvinced. But theft is theft. Uncle Lou, I'm innocent. I really have my own difficulties. Difficulties? You look so ignorant. How can you have any difficulties? Lu Yong looked at me coldly. My father has been so busy with the factory's military-to-civilian project that his hair has turned white. I'm worried about it and want to help him come up with some ideas. I took the opportunity to explain. Military-to-civilian project? Lu Yong obviously didn't believe it. You? What kind of reason is that? But he seemed a little shaken. This reason could barely be explained as an internal factory transaction and did not need to be reported. Yes, if a third-tier military factory like us doesn't transform, we will die. My father's hair has almost turned white in the past few months. I'm thinking about whether we can convert the 56 semi-automatic rifle into an air rifle. This way we can play to our strengths and break through the military-to-civilian project. Air rifle. Lu Yong's eyes widened. Although the capital #1 farm implement factory is named after the capital, it is built on a barren mountain far away from the capital. Behind the seemingly ordinary red brick and tile house, there are unknown secrets. Since its establishment in 1969, This factory has focused on only one task, producing Type 56 semi-automatic rifles, commonly known as Type 56 semi-automatic rifles. In that special era, the Third Front Military Factory was developing in full swing, making guns, cannons, airplanes, and tanks. The factory was known as the capital's first farm implement factory, but its internal code name was Factory 960. In the second year after its establishment, the factory produced 15,000 Type 56 semi-automatic rifles. By 1974, the output had reached 30,000. The quality was also very good, and it was even exported. However, the glorious past has become history. In the late 1970s, the country began to transform, and the third-tier military factories were the first to be hit. The factories began to have no orders and had to fend for themselves. Therefore, military-to-civilian conversion became the new task of these factories. The Capital No. 1 Farm Implement Factory also tried to transform itself and began to produce farm implements, but it always failed. Qin Baohua, the technical director of the factory, was so worried that his hair turned white. Recently, he went out for an inspection and heard that he was planning to use the factory's equipment to produce kitchen knives. If it was a former bayonet factory, this idea would be understandable, but how could a factory that made guns and switched to making kitchen knives be comparable to Wang Matzi and Zhang Xiaoquan? I thought to myself, this dad is so unreliable. If rifles can't be produced, why not consider making air rifles? At first, Lu Yong didn't take what I said seriously and thought I was quibbling, but when I mentioned the air gun, his eyes lit up. The workers at Factory 960 have been making guns for more than a decade and are very experienced. It is not difficult for them to switch to making air guns. But Lu Yong still has some doubts. Can the air guns you were talking about be sold? I smiled and said, of course. Think about it. Our factory conducts militia training every year, and everyone is familiar with guns. Now that the guns have been taken back, what should we do if we feel itchy? Air guns can just meet everyone's needs. Besides, there are so many wild game in the mountains. Isn't it a good way to improve life to have air guns to hunt some wild game in winter? I continued. In fact, some factories in China have already started making air rifles, such as the Shifeng brand of Factory 971 and the Xinha brand of Factory 973, but the quality of our products from Factory 960 is definitely the best. When it comes to making air guns, I can talk endlessly. You only need to slightly modify the production line to switch to air guns. The deep hole drill bit of the barrel needs to be replaced. The caliber of air guns is 4.5 millimeters and 5.5 millimeters, which is different from the caliber of our rifles. In addition, rifling makes the lead bullet fly more steadily. It adopts the spring piston principle, fixed barrel, and downward pressure rod structure. The wooden stock must also be made of high-quality wood. Quality is king, and we don't compete with other factories on price. I even added, not only can we sell air rifles domestically, we also have to export them. For example, the rich people in the Middle East love hunting. We can sell tens of thousands of them every year. I made a very clear argument, and even said, Uncle Lou, I lent the gun because I wanted to convert it into an air gun to find a way out for our factory. But I was misunderstood, and someone hit me with a military shovel and nearly killed me. At this time, an angry roar came from outside. You little bastard. I turned around and saw my angry father Qin Bao was standing at the door. As soon as he came in, he started pulling his belt, obviously going to beat me. Seeing my father like this, I quickly hid under the table. Dad, what I just said was true. Why did you hit me? I shouted. Seeing this, Lu Yong quickly advised, Old Qin, don't be angry. Yangzi is right. The air gun project is indeed worth a try. Humph, don't you know how capable he is? If he can come up with a plan to steal guns for the sake of the factory, I, Qin Baohua, will call him Dad from now on. Qin Baohua was furious. Dad, you said that. I popped out from under the table, laughing in my heart. Qin Baohua became even angrier and reached out to pull me out. I quickly dodged. Come out. I'm going to beat you to death. Old Qin, don't be angry. Yangzi, say less. Lu Yong tried to separate them. What a kid. He actually provoked his father. Lu Yong remembered that 3 months ago, I was also beaten by Qin Baohua for making trouble. After the beating, Qin Yang actually asked with concern, Dad, haven't you eaten? As a result, my father beat me a second time. Now, I want to provoke my father again. Isn't this asking for a beating? Dad, I'm your son. Can you just trust me for once? I begged. Trust you? Okay, since you said you want to research air guns, then draw me a design. If I draw the design, does that prove my innocence? I said innocently. Of course not. Qin Baohua responded sternly. The design must be a real airgun design. Don't just draw a few strokes to fool people. Then I need professional drawing tools. I cleverly retorted. Qin Baohua stared at me with a gloomy face. Then let's go to the drawing room. Xiao Wang, you come with me. Wang Guoqing from the security department also followed me, with the 56 half on his chest making me look very impressive. The drawing room was small, with only a few drawing boards, but the designers here immediately made way for me and watched me draw. I picked up the drawing tools and started to draw the design. As the first stroke fell, Qin Bao's expression began to ease, until the last stroke. His eyes sparkled and a smile of approval appeared on his face. A beautiful airgun design is presented to everyone. The wooden buttstock extends to the gun body, which is almost identical to the 56-50, but there is no magazine compartment under the gun body. A spring piston structure is designed inside, and a gas rod is installed under the barrel. The overall design is simple and exquisite. Dad, how is it? I asked. Yeah, not bad. Qin Bao nodded. But this design must be a real airgun design. He turned to Wang Guoqing and said, Xiao Wang, take him back to the confinement room first. What? I was puzzled. I've already designed it. Why can't I go home for dinner? The office building of Factory 960 has been exposed to the wind and sun for more than 10 years, and the conference room on the third floor also looks a bit old. The red brick exterior wall is mottled and covered with vines in the summer. Someone once proposed to clean it up, but in the end, the proposal was rejected because it was well hidden. The paint on the wooden windows has faded, and there are stains on the glass. When the sun shines in, the dust in the air dances with the light. There were 4 portraits of great men hanging on the walls of the conference room. Below them sat the director of Factory 960, Zhu Zizhong. He was tall and thin, with a serious face. He held a cigarette in his right hand, which had burned a long time and fell to the ground. On both sides of him sat the deputy directors, Zhou Yongfei and Yang Zhaoxiang, as well as the workshop director and section chief. This level of meeting was a factory affairs meeting, and all they discussed were important matters. A group of factory workers' children are idle all day, stealing and robbing, which seriously undermines the factory's discipline. Security section chief Mu Guijin spoke up. Stealing guns is a serious crime. In the past, you would be punished with peanuts. Now, the security section must deal with it seriously and let everyone know the rules. Let's wait for Lao Qin to come back. Maybe it's just a misunderstanding. Zhou Yongfei spoke in a relaxed tone. Lao Zhou, we thought so before, but we indulged ourselves, and the burden became heavier and heavier, causing a big disaster. We must teach them a lesson this time. Yang Zhaoxiang interrupted, with a threat in his words. The technical department is under Zhou Yongfei, and the security department is under Yang Zhaoxiang. Obviously, the contradiction has surfaced. Director Yang obviously wants to kill the chicken to scare the monkey, and everyone knows it. The meeting room was silent. No one dared to speak, but they knew what was going on. 3 years ago, Yang Zhaoxiang's son Yang Wankai entered the 960 factory through special conditions of the factory. Later, he was unwilling to work on the production line and asked Yang Zhaoxiang to arrange for him to work in the technical department. As a result, Qin Baohua felt that he was incompetent and let him leave. Yang Zhaoxiang was holding his anger and thought about revenge one day. So, Yang Wankai went to the security department and became more arrogant. It was Yang Wankai who did the shovel Qin Yang used. This man was not only smiling on the surface, but also extremely vicious behind the scenes. Director Zhu, if the security department wants to deal with this strictly, these employees' children must be made aware of the rules. Yang Zhaoxiang spoke threateningly as he looked at Director Zhu Zizhong. Zhu Zizhong frowned, obviously knowing the seriousness of the matter. Although he wanted to smooth things over, the situation was out of control. Just as he was about to make up his mind, Qin Baohua and Lu Yong strode in. Leaders, comrades, the matter has been investigated clearly, Lu Yong said excitedly, holding the design drawings in his hand. Qin Yang stole the gun for a purpose. He wanted to help the factory carry out the military-to-civilian project. What? This news was like a bomb, shocking everyone. Are you telling the truth? Zhu Zizhong was shocked and asked quickly. Yes, this is his design drawing. He proposed a solution that best suits us, using the existing production line to make air guns. Lu Yong said as he hung up the design drawing drawn by Qin Yang. Everyone looked at the design drawing, and it really looked like a Type 56 semi-automatic rifle. This air rifle looks very similar to the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle we produce, said a section chief. That's right. Qin Yang disassembled the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle for research and drew this picture. Lu Yong continued to explain. Qin Baohua did not interrupt. He sat aside, knowing that Lu Yong should speak for him, and it was inconvenient for him to speak. Is this picture really drawn by Qin Yang? Yang Zhaoxiang looked at him suspiciously, his eyes sharp. Although his words seemed harmless, his purpose was clear. Qin Yang wanted to overturn the verdict? Impossible. This picture must have been written by Qin Baohua, who wanted to exonerate his son. Xiao Wang from the security department was next to me at the time, and everyone else in the drawing room can testify to that as well. Qin Baohua finally spoke up. If I were the ghostwriter, I would resign and leave Factory 960 right now. In this case, Qin Yang is also contributing to the factory's military-to-civilian project. I think we should just forget about this matter. What about Qin Yang? Zhu Zizhong asked. Still in the confinement room. Lu Yong replied. Let him go. Zhu Zizhong decided. No. Yang Zhaoxiang finally couldn't help it and tore off the disguise of the smiling tiger. Even if the blueprint was really drawn by Qin Yang, it won't work. Unless he can make a qualified air gun according to the blueprint. Yang Zhaoxiang seemed to be acting rationally, but he had already made up his mind to make Qin Yang pay for what happened in the past. He was determined to make Qin Yang pay for this opportunity, even at the cost of offending the factory director Zhu Zizhong. Isn't this making things difficult for me? Hearing Yang Zhaoxiang's request, everyone in the conference room showed disdain. Even Mu Guijin felt a little embarrassed. Director Yang, your request is too much. It is actually very simple to verify the authenticity of this picture. Just ask someone, or you can even call me over to draw it again in person. Besides, Qin Baohua has always been upright, so there is no need for him to lie about this matter. Director Yang, this isn't appropriate. Zhou Yongfei spoke, his voice carrying the most weight. Why is it inappropriate? Yang Zhaoxiang's eyes were sharp, staring directly at Zhou Yongfei. Everyone knows how Qin Yang usually performs. If he says that he suddenly learned how to draw, and he did it so well, do you think there is any problem? He led the way and immediately aroused the resonance of everyone. Yes, if I really could draw pictures, and draw them so beautifully, it would be really amazing. Although Qin Yang usually doesn't perform well, this child is smart. Maybe he learned it by watching his father draw. Lu Yong spoke for me. Qin Baohua never talks much, and I know in my heart that Lu Yong is standing up for me. Although he looks very anxious, he also knows that I can't get beaten again in this situation. Yang Zhaoxiang sneered, waiting for Lu Yong to say this. Since he learned it by watching his father draw, he must be very smart. Qin Yang often sneaks into the workshop. Since he can learn to draw, can he learn to operate various machine tools? No one responded to Yang Zhaoxiang's words. Everyone was a little curious. Can I really learn to operate the machine? I have never done these things before. How can I understand them so quickly? Okay. Qin Baohua finally spoke, then called Qin Yang to the production workshop and let him independently produce an air gun according to this design drawing. Lao Qin. Lu Yong was anxious, his voice filled with anxiety. This is simply forcing people to do something against their will. Yang Zhaoxiang's face was full of smug smiles. Looking at me, he already had a plan to beat me to death. Qin Baohua was too straightforward. If he agreed to this, I was destined to be framed. Director Zhu, do you think we should let Qin Yang go to the workshop and try it out now? Yang Zhaoxiang asked. Okay. Zhu Zizhong finally spoke. Since Section Chief Qin has agreed, let's see how capable Qin Yang is. Report the results to me. Zhu Zizhong stood up and went back to his office. Lu Yong's face turned pale, and he obviously felt that he could not turn the situation around. He looked at me helplessly as I walked towards the workshop. Lao Qin, you are so stupid. Why did you agree to such a condition? Lu Yong whispered. If I don't agree, will Director Yang agree? Yangzi has been getting into trouble since he was young, and he always relied on his parents. This time, he has to rely on himself. If he has the ability, he will naturally turn the danger into safety. If he doesn't have the ability, he should go in and think about his life carefully. Qin Baohua said, and walked out without looking back. I sighed in my heart. It's already been done. Now I can only bite the bullet and do it. Although Lu Yong was anxious, he was right. If I could get through this, maybe I could really get some relief. The workshop had already stopped working, and the workers were standing around idly. When they saw us coming in, they hurried to make room for the machines. I could feel everyone was talking secretly. Section Chief Qin's son was going to operate the machines? This was a joke. Section Chief Qin's son is going to operate the machine? What a joke. If that kid tries to operate the machine, he might end up crippling himself. A worker muttered in a low voice. Yang Zhaoxiang had a sneer on his face, and he was obviously waiting for me to make a fool of myself. I walked into the workshop and greeted them casually. Hello, everyone. So many people are watching me work. It's so honorable. Hey, Deputy Director Yang, you are here too? I said in a relaxed tone, as if I were treating this as a performance. Lu Yong was so anxious that he almost jumped up and down. He must have been thinking, how could I be so careless and not take it seriously in this situation? But I know that this is my attitude, pretending that it doesn't matter, to show everyone what I can do. Our factory's military-to-civilian project is of great importance. In order to find a way out for the factory, I racked my brains and came up with the airgun project. I originally wanted to keep a low profile, But now that so many people are watching, I have no choice but to make a fool of myself. I spoke slowly, not taking this as a big deal at all. Yang Zhaoxiang's mouth curled up into a cold smile, obviously waiting for me to fall and hit me. Hurry up, he urged, with malicious eyes flashing. Okay, I continued. Let's make the stock first. I walked to the side and grabbed a piece of walnut. This wood is much cheaper than ordinary walnut and is an ideal material for making the 56 half stock. The electric saw started, and the wood was piercing with a sharp sawing sound. I didn't plan to draw the lines as carefully as the old master did, but just started working. Yang Zhaoxiang's eyes were cold, and he was obviously waiting for me to make a fool of myself. His eyes made me feel a little uncomfortable. The sound of the chainsaw was raging, wood chips were flying everywhere, and the outline of the butt of the gun began to take shape on my hand little by little. Gradually, some workers looked at me in surprise, their expressions changing from suspicion to surprise. Almost done, the only thing left is sanding. Do you want to skip this step to save time? I asked. Good, a worker exclaimed. Beautiful, they all praised. But it's not enough to just look at the appearance. We have to measure it to see if it matches the drawing. Yang Zhaoxiang's tone was already a little impatient, and his face turned cold. Lao Wang, measure the buttstock and compare it with the drawing, he ordered. The worker took the measuring tool and compared it with the blueprint. Director Yang, the data on this buttstock is exactly the same as on the blueprint. Your skills are amazing, better than mine. Hearing this, Yang Zhaoxiang's face became even colder. Put the buttstock aside and continue making the barrel. Carpentry is not difficult. An excellent carpenter does not need a ruler and can make a perfect finished product based on experience alone. In the thousands of years of history of our motherland, there have been countless carpenter masters and even carpenter emperors. Although I don't know how I learned this carpentry work, being able to do it is indeed enviable. However, it's just a trivial skill. But when it comes to making a gun, the easiest part is making the buttstock, while the hardest part is making the barrel. The barrel is one of the most important parts of a gun. When a bullet is fired, the high temperature and high pressure gas generated by the burning gunpowder pushes the bullet forward. The initial velocity of the bullet when it leaves the muzzle can reach several hundred meters per second or even more than 1,000 meters per second. In order to ensure the stability of the bullet, there must be rifling in the barrel to make the bullet rotate in flight. Although some simple methods of making guns were used during the war, such as the famous Type 81 rifle, which used rail steel, and the most crude method of sharpening scissors and kitchen knives to make the barrel, this was only an emergency measure. With the establishment of New China, the modern standard rifle era has begun, and the technology of making guns is gradually keeping pace with the international level. The manufacture of gun barrels requires hard, high-temperature resistant, and pressure-resistant materials. The domestically selected high-quality steel number 50 is used, and deep holes are processed by special gun drills. Then, a series of complex processes such as rifling and chrome plating are required. If you break it down carefully, it takes at least hundreds of processes to manufacture a gun barrel. Moreover, there are only about 50 masters who can independently manufacture gun barrels in the 960 factory. Me? How could a young man like me make a gun barrel? Should we wait until tomorrow to process the gun barrel? Lu Yong looked at me, a little hesitant. Our workshop only has 7.62 millimeters drill bits, which are not suitable for air guns. The choice of the caliber of a country's main rifle is very cautious, and it must go through many experiments and comparisons. During World War II, the calibers of firearms in various countries were different. For example, the Mauser 98K was 7.92 millimeters, the Type 38 rifle was 6.5 millimeters, and the Mosin-Nagant rifle was 7.62 millimeters. During the Cold War, the Warsaw Pact unified the caliber of 7.62 millimeters, and domestic rifles also used the same 7.62 millimeters. The calibers of air guns are 4.5 millimeters and 5.5 millimeters. How can we make a suitable gun barrel without a suitable drill bit? Yang Zhaoxiang glanced at Lu Yong and said, Can't we process it without a drill bit? Isn't this nonsense? How can you do porcelain work without a diamond drill? How can you make a gun barrel without a suitable drill bit? I listened to the dissatisfaction of some of the old masters around me, looked at Yang Zhaoxiang's face, and couldn't help but sneer. Deputy Director Yang, I have no choice today. I can only continue to do it, right? Yang Zhaoxiang's eyes became sharper. That's right. If you can't do it today, I will report your case. My words clearly provoked him. Seeing Yang Zhaoxiang's face turn ugly, the old masters in the factory might have known in their hearts that I was playing a trick on him, but I couldn't stop. We can't make a gun barrel without a suitable drill bit. However, Qin Yang is so capable. Uncle Lu, do we have any semi-finished products with holes drilled in them? I turned to Lu Yong and laughed to myself. There are semi-finished products. Lu Yong nodded. But the inner diameter is wrong. If the inner diameter is not right, we have to find a way. If we can't do it today, we'll have to go in and stay in jail. I'm so scared. I shouted exaggeratedly while taking the gun barrel blank handed to me by Zhao Qianjin. Zhao Qianjin is Lu Yong's apprentice, who just joined the factory 3 years ago. He looked at me with some anger and curiosity. Can you really do it? Try it, I replied with a smile. The semi-finished barrel was rough and black, and its appearance was unremarkable, but its interior had been deep drilled to a 7mm caliber. After further processing, the bore diameter reached 7.442mm, and the distance of the rifling was exactly 7.62mm. I fixed the semi-finished product on the electric drill and walked towards the cold forging machine. Everyone was surprised. What on earth was I going to do? Is he going to use the cold forging machine to thin the gun barrel? Finally, an old master couldn't help but speak. Theoretically, it is possible, but the process is very difficult to control, said another master. For something like this, you may be able to sum up experience after trying it a few hundred times, but now, it is difficult to control the accuracy in this way. I sneered in my heart, ready to show them my later generation technology. I put the barrel under the cold forging machine and pressed the switch. Buzz. The barrel began to rotate, dazzling. Brother Zhao, help me start the cold forging machine, I shouted. Zhao Qianjin immediately started the cold forging machine, and the forging hammer kept hitting the gun barrel. The gun barrel was forged while rotating, and slowly became longer and thinner. This scene was so amazing. The workers around were already exclaiming, "It's amazing. This is definitely a great invention. If it hits like this, the barrel will be subjected to a higher chamber pressure." Some people were beginning to marvel. Yang Zhaoxiang's face became paler and paler. How come this guy was not stumped? I was secretly proud of myself, finally demonstrating the future cold forging technology. The machine stopped, and I shouted, "Brother Zhao, bring me a caliper." Zhao Qianjin handed me a caliper, and I measured it myself. 4.00mm. Amazing. I left a 0.5mm margin, and after the next processing, it will be exactly 4.5mm in diameter. Done? It seems that I am really lucky. Deputy Director Yang, what do you think? I asked with a smile. The barrel in front of me has been made. Although there are still many follow-up steps, such as grinding the barrel and rifling, but I can do this today. Who dares to say that I can't do it? Yang Zhaoxiang looked at the people present who were looking at me with admiration, and he was even more angry in his heart, but he forced a smile on his face. Really? Bring it here, let me see it. I handed him the caliper, and Yang Zhaoxiang measured several locations himself, and the result was actually 4mm. How is this possible? Yang Zhaoxiang was in a state of shock. How could a troublemaker like me do something that even the most skilled craftsman in the factory couldn't make? Today he acted like a clown. However, Yang Zhaoxiang was thick-skinned enough. After a moment, he tried to force out a smile. Well, not bad. Qin Yang, it turns out that your usual cynical look was all fake. Since you have such good skills, you should make good contributions to the factory in the future, and don't be muddle-headed like in the past. Our factory is short of talents now. I sneered in my heart, pretending to be an elder, but the words were so light. Okay, that's all for today. It's time to get off work. Everyone go home. After he said this, he was about to turn around and leave. Stay? Deputy Director Yang, don't you want to see with your own eyes how this gun is assembled? Aren't you going to test me? I deliberately shouted at him. Yang Zhaoxiang's face suddenly changed. No need. If I don't push you, we won't know how good you are. Your skills have been perfectly demonstrated today. The factory will definitely recognize your contribution to our military-to-civilian project. I will praise you in front of Director Zhu when I go back. Let's all go. That won't do, Deputy Director Yang. You have to see me make the air gun with your own eyes, so that you won't say later that the other parts were made by someone else. After all, in your eyes, I'm just an unlearned guy. I have to prove myself and enter the factory and the technical department with real skills, instead of relying on my dad who is the head of the technical department. I smiled and emphasized the word deputy and stabbed him directly. Yang Zhaoxiang's face darkened instantly. This was a slap in the face. If his performance in the meeting room was fair, his words in the production workshop just now were deliberately making things difficult. Yang Zhaoxiang was exposed by me in front of him, and he was filled with endless anger. It was obvious that he was retaliating. His son Yang Wankai was sent out of the technical department by Qin Baohua because he had no skills. This was a great shame for him. Now, he finally found a chance to retaliate against me. What happened? Yang Wankai couldn't draw, wasn't skilled in operating machinery, and was no match for me. His father's power was insignificant, and clearly not as great as my determination and talent, to contribute wholeheartedly to the factory. I ignored Yang Zhaoxiang's expression and continued to work. The next step is to grind the inner wall of the barrel and carve the rifling. After the internal processing is completed, the external part will be cut, and finally the barrel will be calibrated. Zhang Guoqiang, a master craftsman nearby, couldn't help but say, "Electrolytic machining? This is a smooth bore technology. Smooth bores, rifled bores, and chambers can all be processed using the electrolytic process." I continued, "In order not to waste everyone's time, let's do it in a few steps together." I was secretly proud of myself. I was the focus of the workshop today. The staff quarters of Factory 960 are built against the mountain, and the buildings in the yard are completely shaded by large trees, especially in summer, when the branches and leaves are so lush that even the red tiles on the roofs are covered. The houses in the family compound are mostly tube-shaped buildings, and each room is only about 20 square meters. The corridor is full of debris, and the whole environment seems very cramped. In room 208 of Building 3, there is a double bed and a single bed next to the south window, separated by a curtain, dividing the space into two parts. There is a desk next to the double bed on one side of the room, and a high and low cabinet next to it. Opposite the bed is a folding dining table, which is only unfolded when eating, and there is almost no extra space at other times. At this time, Qin Bao was sat in a chair in front of the desk, silent. Behind him stood his wife, Niezuelian, who was extremely anxious. She looked at her husband, her eyes full of worry and anger. "Old Qin, why are you still standing there? Go to Director Zhu to ask for mercy. I tell you, Yangzi is my flesh and blood. If he goes to jail, I will never let you go." Niezuelian was so angry that she raised the spatula in her hand and pointed at Qin Baohua. A burning smell came from the kitchen, and the food was burnt. "The food is burnt. Why don't you go and check it out?" Qin Baohua stood up and prepared to check the food in the kitchen. "Oomph, it's even better if it's a mess. If my son goes to jail, I will go back to the capital and you won't be able to have a hot meal again." Niezuelian said angrily, The reason why Yangzi became like this is because of you. He has to suffer a little." Qin Baohua frowned, stood up, and went to the kitchen. At this moment, the door was pushed open. Wang Jin, a young member of the technical department, walked in excitedly. Chief Qin, good news. Qin Yang has already made the buttstock and barrel and is processing other parts. He is really amazing." Before he could finish his words, Wang Jin saw the situation in the room clearly and immediately shut up. "What? He did it." Qin Baohua showed an excited look on his face. "This guy is really not simple. I'll go over and take a look now." Qin Baohua took a big step and walked out. "Cui Lian, clean up the kitchen quickly and make something delicious. I want to have a few drinks tonight, haha." "Done? It seems that I am really lucky." "Deputy Director Yang, what do you think?" I smiled proudly, and the air gun in my hand had been assembled. Although there are still some details that need further processing, such as polishing the barrel and rifling, the skills I demonstrated are enough to convince everyone present. Yang Zhaoxiang's face had become as red as pig liver, full of anger and unwillingness. He was usually very cunning and always had a kind face. He would only attack suddenly and kill with one blow when he was sure of success. But this time, he completely failed. Originally, he planned to use Qin Yang's incident to force me out of office and take the opportunity to suppress my son as well. Unexpectedly, the result in front of me appeared. He failed, completely failed. Qin Yang seemed to be an unlearned and bad boy, but who would have thought that he actually had such a deep hidden technical talent? Whether it was drawing or operating machinery and equipment, Qin Yang did an excellent job. The masters in the entire workshop began to praise him, and some even asked him for operating skills. If it weren't for what happened today, Qin Yang would probably continue to appear in front of everyone with a cynical attitude. Until today, my position has become more stable, while he has become a laughingstock. Yang Zhaoxiang was burning with anger, but he knew very well that he couldn't lose his temper now. "No need for testing. Qin Yang, you have proved with your actions that you are an excellent technician. I am very happy that our factory has you. It will surely be revitalized and flourish in the future." Although he had a smile on his face, there was obvious helplessness and anger in his words. "Deputy Director Yang, please say a few good words for me in front of Director Zhu, so that I can become a backbone of the factory as soon as possible like Brother Wankai." I teased on purpose, and everyone couldn't help but hold back their laughter. Of course. The Yangtze River's waves behind push the waves ahead, and each generation is stronger than the previous one. Yang Zhaoxiang forced a smile. "I'm leaving first. Deputy Director Yang, please walk slowly, especially at night. You must be careful. You might be hit on the back of your head by a shovel. I was hit on the head once, and it really hurt." I deliberately raised my tone and said provocatively. Yang Zhaoxiang stopped immediately, his face darkened. He was angry, but he endured it, not looking back, and walked out with anger. I sneered in my heart. Although he failed this time, I believe that as long as he has the chance, he will try again. Son, you are my pride. I heard the voice of my father Qin Baoguo coming from behind. Dad, don't worry. Since I have to expose my true abilities, I won't pretend anymore. I will work hard and make you proud of me. I raised my voice on purpose to disgust Yang Zhaoxiang. I want to make a name for myself in the factory with my own abilities. I can't be like some people who have no abilities and can only rely on their dads. The house was silent. Everyone couldn't help laughing when they heard what I said. Yangzi, just listen to your father. It would be great to take this opportunity to work in the factory as a worker. Nietzsche advised earnestly. The factory is holding a meeting to discuss the production of air guns. It can't be delayed because of this. I didn't respond directly and changed the subject. Our factory's military-to-civilian project is related to the survival of the factory, so it is reasonable to hold a meeting overnight. Nietzsche continued. Mom, I'm tired, and I'm going to bed to rest. I made up an excuse to avoid her persuasion. Yeah. She nodded and quietly cleaned up the dishes. I returned to the bedroom, thinking that although I had succeeded today, the road ahead was still full of uncertainty. If I want to leave this third-tier factory and make my own way, I have to seize every opportunity. The success I have now is just the beginning. I slept very soundly on my first sleep after traveling through time. After all, after tossing and turning for so long during the day, this second-generation factory worker's body could not withstand such high-intensity work and was exhausted to the limit. Suddenly, there was a knocking sound outside the window. Yoko, Yoko. I slowly opened my eyes. The sunlight came in through the window, and there was a figure swaying outside. He was a chubby man with a big round face who looked a little silly. After thinking for a long time, I realized that this man was Zhang Chao, the son of Zhang Guoqiang, a master in the production workshop and one of my best friends. Although I live on the second floor, there are heating pipes outside the window, which are wrapped with thick sponge to prevent them from freezing. We young people always thought it was cooler to go through the window than through the door, so we often climbed on the joints of the heating pipes. In the middle of the night, climbing up the pipes to eavesdrop on other people's stories was one of our entertainment. Yangzi, are you awake? Open the window quickly. Zhang Chao laughed outside. I asked in a daze, are you the only one here? Me too. Suddenly, another shifty-looking guy appeared at the window. Gongzi. Seeing that it was Zhao Jigang, my mind instantly cleared up and my memory began to recover. I possessed the body of this second-generation factory worker, but I didn't expect to be tricked by these two guys. Although Zhang Chao looks silly and usually in a daze, there is nothing wrong with him. But Zhao Jigang is different. He is the nephew of the head of the security department, Mu Guijin, and is simply a time bomb. He was the one who instigated the plan to steal the gun. I ended up playing too hard with these two guys and ended up getting caught up in the conspiracy. However, there is nothing to regret right now. Since I have already traveled through time, I must take revenge and strike back. Yangzi, open the window. Zhang Chao urged anxiously. No, I won't open the window. You guys are not good friends. We agreed to go through life and death together, but you left me and ran away. I couldn't help but reply angrily. Zhao Jigang looked guilty. Yangzi, you know that at that time, when the security department came, we immediately separated according to the old rules. I didn't expect that they would arrest you directly. Yes, Gongzi analyzed it. You were holding a Type 56.5 rifle in your hand at the time, so you must have been given special attention by the security department. We went to the confinement room several times to rescue you, but there were sentries outside, and we had no chance at all. Zhang Chao almost cried. Yeah, Yangzi, we couldn't do anything. Later we heard that you showed your prowess and shocked everyone, but we didn't know you had this ability. Zhao Jigang also explained. Open the window quickly and tell us how you can operate those machines. I snorted coldly and continued to sarcastically say, you are not good enough friends at all. I won't play with you anymore. No, Yangzi, we are sworn brothers, just like Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei in Peach Garden. Zhang Chao started to pull me. Yangzi, are you going to be a regular employee? You don't want to dump me, do you? Zhang Chao had already shed tears. My heart softened, but I quickly thought of my plan. Of course not. Since you are so sincere, just help me vent my anger, and we can still be good friends in the future. Okay, Yangzi, tell me, we brothers will help you. Zhang Chao responded immediately. I want to throw the rice communists all over Deputy Director Yang. I whispered. Zhang Chao was stunned for a moment. Didn't you say before that you would hit Deputy Director Yang on the back of the head with a shovel in the dark? How come it has become throwing rice at the communists now? Okay, Yangzi, don't worry, I'll go splash him now. Just as Zhang Chao was about to take action, Zhao Jigang immediately stopped him. Come back. I hurriedly called Zhang Chao, but in my heart I thought that since we were brothers, we should do it together. Oh, let's do it together, we can't do it alone. I looked at Zhao Jigang. Gongzi, are you willing? Zhao Jigang hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. Okay, let's do it together. We are brothers, and we can't let him succeed. But, Yangzi, it's not easy to throw water on Deputy Director Yang. We can't just carry a bucket of rice to his office, right? Why not? Zhang Chao asked, ready to take action. Carrying a bucket of rice, the smell is too strong. You can smell it as soon as you get close. You can't get into the office building at all. Zhao Jigang analyzed. Oh, Zhao Jigang quickly proposed a new plan. We need someone to go fishing. Fishing? I asked in confusion. Yes, we just need to trick Deputy Director Yang out. Once he leaves the office building, we can start the operation, said Zhao Jigang. This is a good idea. Who will go and deceive Deputy Director Yang? I asked. Me. I'll go, Zhao Jigang offered. I said I'd go find my uncle, and no one would stop me at the door. Okay, let's make the arrangement like this. Gongzi, you go and trick Director Yang, and the two of us will lie in ambush under the third big locust tree on the left side of the office building. As soon as he comes out, we'll let him see how powerful I am. I immediately made an action plan. The three of us quickly started to act. Zhao Jigang walked towards the office building, while Zhang Chao went to prepare his Me Communist Party. Zhang Chao and I planned to crawl in from the back of the office building and continue to implement our plan B. Yangzi, you don't have to do this yourself. I'll prepare 2 buckets. Zhang Chao said. No, let's crawl in from the back of the office building. I responded, with a new idea in mind. Oh, I see, let's act simultaneously. Zhang Chao nodded in agreement. In this plan, we will be more cautious in our actions. Our goal is to take revenge on Yang Zhaoxiang and let him know the consequences of bullying us. Zhang Chao looked incredulous. He simply couldn't understand why Gongzi would betray us. If I hadn't been blocking the window, he would probably have jumped in right away and rushed forward to angrily denounce Zhao Jigang as a traitor. Finally, footsteps were heard in the office, followed by the sound of a door closing. I pushed open the window skillfully and jumped in immediately. Zhang Chao followed closely behind, his face still full of anger. Yangzi, I didn't expect Gongzi to betray us. I will never consider him a good friend again. I really want to beat him up and vent my anger, Zhang Chao said, gritting his teeth. Chaozi, do you still remember the movie Gunshots from the Secret Service that we watched last month? I asked calmly. Zhang Chao nodded. We already know that Gongzi is a traitor, but we can't expose him now. We have to fight with Gongzi like Liu Shaoqin, the underground party worker, and continue to fight. As I said this, I looked around and sized up the office. There were 2 rows of locked filing cabinets against the wall, and a faux leather briefcase hung on the lock of one of the cabinets. Next to the filing cabinet is a desk with several documents and an enamel cup on it. It looks like it has been used for a long time, and the white glaze has turned a little yellow. On the other side of the table were 2 single sofas, and on the coffee table were several glass cups and a thermos. There was a wash basin stand near the door with towels and soap on it. Well, Yangzi, what should we do next? Zhang Chao asked. Without thinking, I picked up the briefcase and threw the documents inside into the pile of documents on the table. In this era, those who wear Zhongshan suits and carry faux leather briefcases are definitely leaders. Hey, there's a persimmon in there? Yang Zhaoxiang is really a foodie. I stuffed the persimmon into my pocket without hesitation. Okay. Zhang Chao was obviously ready. He quickly unzipped his belt and put the briefcase on his hip. The yellow-white substance quickly fell off. I picked up the enamel cup with the words "Serve the People" written on it, opened the lid, and saw half a cup of tea inside. The idea came to me, and I started to play a prank. I untied my belt, put the cup between my legs, and quickly poured some special stuff into it. Then I put the enamel cup back on the table and put the lid on. I zipped up my briefcase and hung it back on the handle of the filing cabinet. I looked around with satisfaction and then turned my attention to the thermos. Chaozi, you haven't been very angry these days, have you? I asked. Yeah. Add some ingredients to that thermos. I ordered in a low voice. Yeah, make sure the color is fine. Zhang Chao's eyes flashed with a sly smile. There were footsteps in the hallway. Let's go, I whispered. Creak. The door opened, and several people walked in. What's going on? Gongzi, didn't you say Qin Yang and the others were waiting there to throw water on me? Where are they? Yang Zhaoxiang asked angrily as he entered the door. I guess Qin Yang and the others are scared. Mu Guijin also came in. Seeing Yang Zhaoxiang's angry look, she quickly spoke up to defend Zhao Jigang. I'll go check and see what Qin Yang and Zhang Chao are doing. Maybe they took too long to go to the toilet and haven't come back yet. Well, Don't be too impatient. Wait until they are ready for the ambush before going down. Yang Zhaoxiang sat back in his chair, picked up the cup, and started drinking water. He drank the water in big gulps, but I noticed that the water in the glass tasted a little strange. Wow! Yang Zhaoxiang suddenly yelled, holding his stomach and bending over in pain. His stomach seemed to have a violent reaction, and there was vomit on the table and the floor, and a foul smell filled the air. Quick, pour me a glass of water. Yang Zhaoxiang shouted weakly. Mu Guijin hurried to get some water, but found it was a little hot, so he quickly found a cool cup and handed it to Yang Zhaoxiang. Yang Zhaoxiang picked up the cup and wanted to drink water, but he felt that the taste was getting worse and worse. As soon as he drank it, a strong bitter taste began to surge in his mouth, and he vomited again. Damn it! Let me catch that bastard Qin Yang. I must kill him. Yang Zhaoxiang roared. Mu Guijin saw all this and turned pale. At this time, he discovered something unusual in Yang Zhaoxiang's briefcase. Director Yang, there are no documents in this package, only one. Mu Guijin pulled his hand out, and his face suddenly became very ugly. What? What did you crush? Meng Fanxing looked at what Mu Guijin's hand curiously and couldn't help vomiting when he saw the yellow substance. Chief Mu, you misunderstood. There was a persimmon in this bag, and I crushed it. Mu Guijin explained hurriedly. He put his finger in his mouth and tried to lick it off, but it tasted something completely wrong. This is not a persimmon. This is a rice communist. Mu Guijin suddenly realized that he had been tricked. He couldn't help vomiting, and he looked extremely shocked and angry. Damn it! Qin Yang, that bastard, I'm going to kill him. Security department, assemble. Mu Guijin roared. The room was filled with an increasingly strong stench, and almost everyone in the factory knew what had happened within just half an hour. Hey Lao Wang, have you heard? Something big happened in the director's office today. What happened? You don't know? Come, let me tell you. Director Yang and Section Chief Mu from the security department are together. Don't tell anyone. I don't believe it. How is it possible? Meng Dazue saw it with his own eyes. He felt so disgusted that he wanted to vomit. The sun had slid to the south, and it was already noon. Family compound, building number 3, room 208. Yangzi, you are amazing. This move of ours is more satisfying than throwing rice at the communists. Zhang Chao said excitedly. Also, this piece of braised pork is delicious. The factory workers all eat in the canteen, and the family members in the family compound cook for themselves. Last night, Nietzolian cooked a lot of delicious food, but we couldn't finish it anyway, so after I came back, I called Zhang Chao to come home to eat together. As for Zhao Jigang, he was still wandering around the factory, trying to find Zhang Chao and I. Keep this to yourself, we didn't do anything, okay? I whispered to Zhang Chao. Just as he finished speaking, an angry voice came from the stairs at the end of the corridor. Qin Yang, are you there? Get out here. Zhang Chao's face changed and he ran to the window. But when he looked back at the window, he found that I was still sitting quietly eating, with a brick under the head of the bed casually put into my chest. Remembering the last time he left me behind and ran away, Zhang Chao plucked up his courage and came back to sit down again. Bang! The door was kicked open. Qin Yang, don't run. Yang Wankai appeared at the door and said angrily, Do you want to go to the confinement room with me, or do you want me to take you there? Yang Wankai was tall and strong. He almost blocked the door as he stood there, and several security officers followed behind him. Why would I run? You guys are so arrogant. Did you lose your gun again? I asked slowly. Don't you know what you did? Yang Wankai's anger became more obvious. I really don't know. Tell me. I continued to eat leisurely, ignoring him. You sneaked into Director Yang's office and did something bad. Yang Wankai said loudly. What bad things did you do? Who saw it? Do you have any evidence? If you bring me witnesses and physical evidence, I will go with you obediently. If you don't have any, stop nagging me. Please close the door from the outside. I sneered and didn't give them any face at all. Yang Wankai was stunned. He wanted to arrest me just now, but when he thought about the lack of evidence, he was so angry that he trembled all over. No? Then what right do you have to take me away? I continued to challenge. I made a contribution yesterday, and my family was very happy. They cooked a big meal and didn't finish it. So today I invited Zhang Chao to my house for dinner. We stayed in the family compound the whole time and didn't go out at all. How did you know that I did something bad? You can't just throw dirty water on others. Is the security department that great? It's you who did it. You are retaliating. Yang Wankai continued to scold. Really? Then why should I retaliate? I remained calm and picked up the braised pork. There is no love without reason, and there is no hatred without reason. I invented the air gun and brought our factory back to life. I am a hero of our factory. Are you, the security department, jealous and want to frame me? Zhang Chao was stunned, completely stunned by my empty city plan. What are so many people doing here? A familiar voice came from outside. Director Lu. Several security officers were embarrassed when they saw Lu Yong coming in. They came to arrest someone, but they had no evidence and felt guilty. Hey, Wang Kai, you are here too? Lu Yong was a little surprised. What's wrong? Are you on business? Director Lu, what are you doing here? Yang Wang Kai asked. It's all for the factory's military-to-civilian project. Qin Yang showed off his skills yesterday, and the factory was very excited. This morning, our master craftsman has started to make guns according to the design drawings, but there are still some things he doesn't understand, so we asked Qin Yang to come over for help. Lu Yong explained with a smile. I raised my head and said, Uncle Lu, let's go when you're full. Don't delay work. That's about it. I stood up and said, Wang Kai, if you have the guts, take me to solitary confinement. If you dare to touch me, I'll go to the capital and sue you. Do you believe it? Yang Wansai's face turned pale instantly. He watched me walk past him. He had no place to vent his anger, but in the end he didn't take any action because he had no evidence at all. Zhang Chao followed behind with a chicken drumstick in his hand. Director Lu, can I come along and take a look? Although I'm not as smart as Yangzi and can't become a big hit like Yangzi, I also want to learn some techniques. Okay, Chaozi, you have to be motivated and rely on your own abilities. You can't just rely on my power to bully others. Lu Yong nodded with a smile and watched us walk towards the production workshop. Yang Wankai was so angry that his hands were shaking, but he still couldn't refute. Yangzi, Chaozi, did you do it? Lu Yong asked helplessly on the way. Uncle Lu, is there any problem with the production in the workshop? I cleverly changed the subject. After Lu Yong confirmed it, he smiled bitterly and said, How could you do this? Wouldn't this make you an enemy of Director Yang? Uncle Lu, we have become enemies since what happened yesterday. I will not repay evil with kindness. I responded coldly. Humph, this is just the beginning. Next, I will make them live a life worse than death and let them know how powerful I, Qin Yang, am. Forget it, don't say any more. If your dad knew, he would definitely beat you with his belt again. Lu Yong said helplessly, and then looked at Zhang Chao. Chaozi, don't play with Zhao Jigang and the others anymore. Zhang Chao's father, Zhang Guoqiang, was a master in Lu Yong's workshop and one of their own. But Zhao Jigang was different. Director Lu, Yangzi said. Zhang Chao wanted to say something, but I stopped him with my eyes. Uncle Lu, where's my dad? He's out again, investigating the airgun market. If everything goes well, we'll start formal production. Now is the pre-production stage. Lu Yong replied. Went out again. I rolled my eyes. Great. Now no one can stop me from doing anything I want. When Zhang Chao and I entered the production workshop, everyone looked at me with meaningful eyes. Facing these eyes, I strode towards the finished gun rack and pretended nothing happened. Hey, has my gun been treated? I lifted the air rifle on the shelf. The originally rough stock had been polished smooth, and a layer of clear oil was applied on the surface. The wood grain was clearly visible, and it looked particularly beautiful. The barrel has also been further processed, with a blue-black luster on the surface, which looks eye-catching and makes people want to touch it. Yes, we processed it according to the 56 and A half process. The only thing missing now is the chrome plating inside the barrel. Zhang Guoqiang explained. Oh, forget about chrome plating. After all, we are firing lead bullets, which are less susceptible to wear. I said affirmatively, chrome plating is a waste. Everyone nodded. They had never heard of chrome plating the barrel of an airgun. This would greatly increase the cost. Yes, that's right. We are currently preparing to purchase a punch suitable for this caliber airgun. Zhang Guoqiang continued. This morning we tried to make gun barrels the way you told us last night, but a few of them were useless. We all admire you. I really don't know how you mastered this technique. The method I used yesterday was actually forced by Deputy Factory Director Yang. I was just lucky. That processing method doesn't always work. I smiled faintly. Once we purchase the tools, we can directly insert the rifling core and forge it. This way, we can not only make a standard caliber, but also process the rifling at the same time. Everyone opened their eyes wide. It sounds like this is indeed a way to kill two birds with one stone. There are many masters who can make guns, but it is rare to be able to improve the production process. Yangzi, you are really amazing. You were idle in the past few years, but today you finally come out. Lu Yong said with emotion. Our factory has successors. I smiled a little embarrassedly, playing with the gun in my hand. Uncle Lu, if there is no problem with our production, can I take this gun out to try it out? Of course. Lu Yong nodded. Don't worry. Take it out and see who dares to touch you. I was indeed caught for stealing a gun yesterday. That time I really stole a gun, but today, I was able to test the gun openly. Lu Yong was also a little angry. Before, everyone wanted to save face, but now that the relationship had been torn apart, Lu Yong was no longer afraid of them. What was the security department? Could they do whatever they wanted? If they messed around again, I would dare to go to the capital and sue them. I looked at Lu Yong gratefully. Although he is my elder, he has always cared for and supported me silently. My parents are one strict and the other doting, but Uncle Lu always stands by me and protects me. Do you want us to go to the shooting range together? Zhang Guiqiang asked. No. Everyone continue to process parts. If you have any questions, come to me. I waved my hand. This kind of air gun will definitely become the most profitable civilian product project of our factory in the future. I guess everyone will have to work overtime. Zhang Chao nodded beside me. Dad, don't worry. If the security department dares to arrest people again, I will fight them. Carrying air rifles, Zhang Chao and I walked towards the shooting range. Suddenly, a figure followed us. Yangzi, where did you go this morning? I looked everywhere for you, but couldn't find you. Zhao Jigang had a fake smile on his face. Later I heard about your wonderful performance. It was really exciting. Why didn't you tell me? Zhang Chao's eyes flashed with disgust, and he thought to himself, why is he pretending to be so high and mighty? He is obviously in the same group with Director Yang and the others. Don't mention it. Chaozi and I weren't ready yet, and we heard that Deputy Director Yang was tricked. I said expressionlessly, although I am happy about the ending, it's a pity that I didn't do it myself. It seems that Deputy Director Yang has a lot of enemies. You didn't do it? Zhao Jigang was obviously a little surprised. Chaozi, you really didn't go? In Zhao Jigang's memory, Zhang Chao would never lie. Zhang Chao nodded. We didn't do it. Later, I heard that Deputy Director Yang was framed, so I went to his house with Yangzi to celebrate. I wanted to call you, but after a round of searching the factory, I couldn't find you. Seeing Zhang Chao's words, Zhao Jigang seemed to no longer doubt and began to think. Who was the one who did it? Was there someone more sinister in the factory? Taking the opportunity to retaliate against Deputy Director Yang, and at the same time, put the blame on Qin Yang? I was ready to test my air rifle. With a click, I deftly pressed the gas rod under the barrel, locking it in place and opening the chamber. I quickly inserted a lead bullet and returned the gas rod to its original position, closing the chamber at the same time. The loading process was complete. This airgun is a gas-powered firearm. Although its accuracy cannot be compared with that of compressed air-powered airguns, it has obvious advantages in terms of simple structure and low cost. The principle of spring piston also made it the most widely used form of airgun at that time. 10 rings, Yangzi, 10 rings, you are so awesome. Zhang Chao shouted excitedly. I smiled and continued to load. A bird flew across the sky. I immediately raised my air rifle, aimed at the flying dove, tracked it for 2 seconds, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The turtle dove fell to the ground. Zhao Jigang was stunned. He never thought Qin Yang had such a skill. When he was playing 56.5 yesterday, he was never so accurate. Now he can even hit the birds in the sky. He is really a sharpshooter. Yangzi, can I play? Zhao Jigang ran over. I glanced at him and said coldly, can you play? Of course I can. I've played B1 before. Lend it to me. Zhao Jigang showed a proud expression. Okay, here you go. I handed him the air gun, but a sense of alarm flashed through my mind. Suddenly, I saw a few people running towards me quickly, and one of them was holding a military shovel. Why did he look so familiar? Humph, just in time. Chapter 12 Accidental Discharge. Yang Wangsai's eyes were red. Wherever he went and everyone he met, although they were still respectful on the surface, he could always feel that those people were laughing in their hearts, which made Yang Wangkai feel angry. However, he had no way to vent his emotions. During lunch, Yang Zhaoxiang was already trying to counsel him. Now, everyone in the factory is comparing you to Qin Yang, saying that you are taking advantage of my status and position. You must not get excited now. If you do something extreme, you will fall into their trap. Then I will have to handle it impartially and even fire you. Now, this sentence is still echoing in Yang Wangsai's mind. He must suppress his inner anger and smile to the person who has ruined his and his father's reputation. Qin Yang, what are you doing? Nothing. Testing the gun. This airgun has just been developed, and there may be many imperfections that can only be exposed through testing. Please stay away to avoid accidental injuries. An accidental injury? Yang Wangkai sneered. Although our security department's guns have been taken back, we still organize target practice every month. How can we be afraid of being accidentally injured by guns? Don't you agree? The others all smiled awkwardly. When gods fight, don't let these little devils suffer. Yang Wangsai's father is the deputy factory director, and Qin Yang's father is the head of the technical department. They can't afford to offend them, but they have no other choice. This is arranged by Mu Guijin, and they can only follow Yang Wangkai. In the 1960s and 1970s, the security department was the most glorious. They not only had standard rifles, but some large factory security departments even had cannons. However, After entering the 1980s, social chaos led to stricter management of guns. Many factory security departments that were not particularly important had their guns recalled. The security at Factory 960, located deep in the mountains, has always been good. After all, it has no contact with the outside world. People within the factory occasionally have conflicts, so the guns have been taken back. Except for Section Chief Muguejin, everyone else usually carries a rubber stick or something. Yang Wankai used to be a factory bully, and he liked to play with an engineering shovel. Even though the security department no longer has guns, he always carries an engineering shovel with him. Of course, Yang Wankai was not afraid of accidental injury. If Qin Yang dared to point a gun at him, he would pull out his engineer shovel and hit Qin Yang on the back of the head again. Besides, the air gun is now in Zhao Jigang's hand. At this time, Zhao Jigang was still tinkering with the gun. It was the first time for him to play with an air rifle with a gas rod. He held the handle with his right hand and pressed the gas rod with his left hand. Sure enough, the operation was similar to the previous air rifle. Here, I'll give you a bullet. Qin Yang handed over a lead bullet. What should we do next? Zhao Jigang put the bullet into the chamber and asked, what should we do with the gas rod? In the past, the barrel of the pouty barrel air guns would be folded back after loading. What about this one? Next, say hello to Wankai. You probably spend more time playing together than the three of us. How can you pretend you don't know each other? Zhao Jigang's heart suddenly panicked. He turned his head to look at Yang Wankai, and at the same time pointed the air gun in his hand at Yang Wankai. At this time, the air gun has just been loaded, and the gas rod has not yet returned to its position, just like a gun rack. At this point, Yang Wankai was also shocked. What are you doing? Don't point the gun at me. What happened in the morning was very strange. Those things were put in after Zhao Jigang called Yang Zhaoxiang away. So, if Zhao Jigang and the two people in front of him were in the same group, then a lot of things could be explained. If Mu Guijin had not promised, Yang Zhaoxiang would have really given Zhao Jigang a share of the bill. However, Yang Wangsai's scream scared Zhao Jigang, and Zhao Jigang quickly turned the muzzle of the gun downward, while his fingers were slightly bent due to nervousness. Bang! The air gun actually fired. Oh damn! Yang Wankai screamed, covering his legs, blood oozing from between his fingers, cursing. Zhao Jigang, you are in cahoots with them, ah. It was just a coincidence, just like that. If Zhao Jigang's gun barrel was slightly lowered, Yang Wankai would not be hit. At this time, Zhao Jigang was completely dumbfounded. He didn't understand what was going on. The air gun hadn't been loaded yet, so how could the lead bullet be shot out? This is unscientific. Gongzi, even if you want to vent your anger, what happened this morning is enough. Why did you shoot Yang Wankai with an air gun? Qin Yang's voice came. No, I didn't. Zhao Jigang was completely dumbfounded. His voice was a little low and almost inaudible. At this time, Yang Wangsai's voice was heartbreaking and echoed throughout the entire shooting range. It hurts, hurry, take me to the hospital. When the lead bullet first shot into the space between my legs, it felt numb. After the force wore off, it started to hurt, and it was very, very painful. Yang Wangsai's body squatted, curled up, and then lay directly on the ground and rolled around. At this time, other people around reacted and rushed to lift Yang Wankai. Catch them for me. Catch them. Although he was about to pass out from the pain, he still did not forget the culprit. Wang Guiqing didn't get the important task of carrying Yang Wankai, so he could only clean up the mess with the other two companions. He looked at Qin Yang and the others and said, Everyone, do you want to go to the security department? Of course not. We didn't do anything. Qin Yang said, Don't blame us for anything. Chaozi, take the prey and let's go. The air gun is currently the murder weapon, so I'll give it to you first. Wang Guiqing didn't dare to use force. He had just witnessed the whole process. Qin Yang was able to distance himself from the incident. The gun was in Zhao Jigang's hand, and the bullets were loaded by Zhao Jigang. Qin Yang had even reminded the security department not to come over to prevent any accidents. Zhao Jigang, come with us. The air gun fell to the ground with a crash, and Zhao Jigang knelt down immediately. Brothers, you know me. I can't shoot Yang Wankai with an air gun. We are in the same group. Zhao Jigang, if you have anything to say, please tell our chief Mu. Come with us now. Wang Guiqing said. It would be difficult for the three of them to deal with Qin Yang and his three companions, but if they only dealt with Zhao Jigang, there would be no problem. Besides, Zhao Jigang was Mu Guijin's nephew, so there was still hope. Zhao Jigang had a sad face, knowing there was no other way, so he could only follow Wang Guiqing and others. Zhang Chao was very happy. Yoko, what happened? Why did the gun go off accidentally? Of course it's because I have no insurance. Looking at Yang Wangsai's appearance, he seems to be seriously injured. Well, look at the part that was shot. It looks like the vitals. Our air rifle is really used for shooting birds. Chapter 13 Bluffing. Son, Son, don't be afraid, you will be fine. In the hospital, Yang Wangsai's mother Zhang Ping looked at her son lying on the operating cart in excruciating pain. Her heart ached. She ran after the cart while holding her son's hand, her eyes already wet. It hurts so much. Pingzi, we're already in the operating room. You can't go in. A doctor said to Zhang Ping. Maisie, I'm leaving everything to you. Don't let anything happen to Wang Kai. Zhang Ping worked in the affiliated hospital of Factory 960. Unfortunately, she could not read a single word and had no medical knowledge. She studied nursing for a few years, but no one dared to let her give injections. The injection, pressing, and pulling were done in one go, in no more than 3 seconds, and could kill people with the pain. Over time, Zhang Ping stopped giving injections and just lived out her time in the hospital, eating free meals. When he saw his son being carried in, he was so anxious that he quickly asked someone to push his son to the operating room on a cart. She didn't go in, knowing that she would be doing more harm than good at this time. Dr. Zhao Mei was the most skilled doctor here, and her son must be fine. There was no more wailing of pain, probably because of the anesthesia. Zhang Ping walked back and forth in the corridor, feeling more and more nervous. There was a sharp sound of brakes outside. Yang Zhaoxiang jumped down from the security department's chair and strode in. Pingzi, how is Wang Kai? His son was shot. Yang Zhaoxiang was so anxious that he immediately called a taxi. At this moment, his face was extremely gloomy and his eyes seemed to be able to kill people. We are still trying to save her. Mei Zi is here. As they were talking, Zhao Mei, who was wearing a white coat, came out in a hurry. Seeing that both of them were there, she breathed a sigh of relief and said in a low voice, "The situation is not good." The lead bullet hit the carrot head exactly. After entering, it rolled a few times and smashed the spongy tissue inside. The safest way at the moment is to remove 2/3 of the entire carrot head. What? Yang Zhaoxiang's face changed. No. If 2/3 of it is removed, how can he continue the Yang family's lineage in the future? The Yang family has been a single-son family for generations, and Yang Zhaoxiang is no exception. Zhang Ping had a difficult delivery, and although she gave birth to a son, she would never be able to have a second child. This won't have any impact. After all, the balls on both sides are still there, and the task of continuing the family line can still be accomplished. It's just, Zhao Mei didn't finish her words. There's only a little bit left. I guess there's no feeling left. Just what? Zhang Ping was very anxious. It's just that we need to have surgery as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the infection spreads to both sides, we probably won't even be able to pass on our family line. Well, let's have the surgery. Yang Zhaoxiang also knew the severity of the situation. He gritted his teeth while saying this, stamped his feet, and then strode out. Lao Yang, where are you going? Your son is still in there. I'm going to avenge my son. Production workshop. You two are really a cause of worry. Lu Yong whispered to the two young men. This will cause even more trouble. If anything happens to Director Yang's son, he might do something crazy. Yangzi, bring the camera. At this time, Zhao Qianjin came in jogging from outside, holding a seagull camera in his hand. There should be 3 films left in it. As Lu Yong's apprentice, Zhao Qianjin was still a young man, unmarried, in a well-fed family. He bought a seagull camera with the salary he saved in his first year of work. Lu Yong had once criticized him for this extravagant behavior. But later, during the holidays, when Zhao Qianjin took a photo of his master, the master grinned and praised his camera. After Qin Yang came back, he first looked for Zhao Qianjin. When he heard that he wanted to use his camera to take pictures, Zhao Qianjin ran back to the dormitory to get it without saying a word. Well, brother Zhao, I'll trouble you to help take pictures later. Stand on the pillar over there and make sure to capture the most exciting scenes, such as when Yang Zhaoxiang pointed the gun at my head. By the way, don't use the flash. I'll stand near the window and try to give you the best angle of view. Lu Yong opened his eyes wide. Yangzi, what are you going to do? Send some people in. Qin Yang said bluntly. 10 minutes later. Is Qin Yang here? Qin Yang, come out here. No one can save you today. I'm going to kill you. Director Yang, don't be impulsive. Please don't be impulsive. Mu Guijin's voice came. Give me your gun. In the past, the leaders of the military factory were also equipped with guns, but later they were all taken back, leaving only the security chief Mu Guijin with a gun. Director Yang, please don't. Bring it here. Qin Yang laughed in his heart. The other party was just bluffing. Who was he trying to rob at the door? Qin Yang, come out here. Deputy Director Yang, I'm very busy. If you have anything to say, please come in. At this time, Qin Yang was standing next to a machine tool. The sun was shining on him, and the light was surprisingly good. Qin Yang, kneel down. A real man should kneel down to heaven, earth, and parents. If it's a dead person, I can kneel down with grievance. I didn't realize before that you were full of bad intentions. What you did in my office this morning was fine, but in the afternoon you even injured my son with an air gun. You are courting death. Director Yang, don't be angry. Yangzi, don't be stubborn. Just apologize to Director Yang and the matter will be over. Why did you have to make such a fuss? After Mu Guijin persuaded Yang Zhaoxiang, he persuaded Qin Yang with a kind look. Of course Qin Yang wouldn't be fooled. Are these two acting in a double act? Old Lu, you are such a fool. You have always spoiled them. Look at what has happened now. Hurry up and persuade Yangzi and apologize to Director Yang. Mu Guijin tried to fool Lu Yong again. I did nothing wrong. Why should I apologize? Qin Yang said confidently. When the security personnel came over, I reminded them to stay away. This shooting range is not a place for them. Besides, I have never touched the gun since they arrived. The air gun was held by Zhao Jigang. It was Zhao Jigang who accidentally fired the gun and shot Yang Wankai. Chief Mu, it is not good for you to be so partial to your nephew, right? Mu Guijin's face changed suddenly. Of course Zhao Jigang can't escape the connection, but you designed the gun and made it yourself, so you are a suspect. The weapon used in the crime is yours. Yang Zhaoxiang gritted his teeth. If you say Qin Yang is fine, he won't believe it even if you kill him. Chief Mu, the things are mine, so I am a suspect in the crime. You are going to use this as an excuse to deal with me, right? Qin Yang asked Mu Guijin. That's right. Mu Guijin said, gritting her teeth. Although it was a bit shameless, Yang Zhaoxiang was really angry this time. No father would let it go since his son's crotch was destroyed. Then I will report to my superiors that you two forcibly hugged the old scavenger woman. There was an old woman in her 60s wandering around the mountains picking up scraps. She had a hunched back and always wore a tattered military coat that was pitch black and contained countless lice. The hair on her head was even more dreadlocked than the dreadlocks of later generations. You're talking nonsense. What evidence do you have? Mu Guijin was angry. This was an insult. Even if he was extremely hungry, he would never lay hands on a woman like that. But you have the tools to commit the crime. Qin Yang said. Ha ha. Everyone laughed. Yang Zhaoxiang couldn't bear it any longer, picked up the gun and pointed it at Qin Yang's forehead. You are looking for death. Chapter 14. Director Yang committed a crime openly. I was defending myself. In Factory 960, Yang Zhaoxiang is a smiling tiger character. He usually smiles when he meets everyone, but today he showed such a fierce side, which is absolutely unprecedented. Even rabbits bite when they are angry, let alone humans. How could Yang Zhaoxiang tolerate that the carrot in his son's crotch was broken? Zhao Jigang certainly can't escape and must take responsibility, but Qin Yang, the mastermind behind the scenes, must also be found out. All of this is closely related to Qin Yang, and he wants to use this most brutal method to make Qin Yang kneel down and beg for mercy. Even if someone wanted to hold him responsible for misusing guns afterwards, he could suppress the matter and apologize publicly in the factory. However, Qin Yang must admit his mistake. As long as Qin Yang can admit it, he can be sent to prison. At this moment, he absolutely could not have imagined that he had become a puppet, and the one holding the string was Qin Yang. Of course, all this is the result of Qin Yang's calculations. Qin Yang traveled through time and space to this body after the original owner was beaten to death with a shovel. Now that he has taken over the original owner's nest, of course he has to avenge the original owner. Anyway, since he traveled through time here, he has already made an enemy of Yang Zhaoxiang. If he doesn't bring Yang Zhaoxiang down, he will never have a good life. Even if he leaves the factory to find his own way, his father will not leave. This hidden danger must be resolved. Under Qin Yang's step-by-step calculations, Yang Zhaoxiang was constantly angered and finally completely lost his mind and actually did such a thing. This was exactly the result Qin Yang needed. At this moment, Lu Yong was anxious and wanted to rush up immediately. Even if he didn't want to fight with Yang Zhaoxiang, at least he could stand in front of Qin Yang. But he didn't move. Qin Yang still had a calm smile on his face and turned his face towards the camera. Lu Yong knew that this was a trap. As long as one photo was taken, the still majestic Yang Zhaoxiang would be sent to jail. He couldn't get involved, let alone go up to block the camera's view. He could only stand there and worry. At this moment, Yang Zhaoxiang's face was almost distorted. He glanced around and said, "You all don't take me, the factory director, seriously, right? If a tiger doesn't show its might, do you think I'm a sick cat?" Click, click. Zhao Qianjin quickly pressed the shutter button to capture the wonderful moment. Deputy Director Yang, this is where you are wrong. Your awareness is not high enough. Qin Yang glanced at him and said, cadres, take the first step and be the people's servants and the workers' nannies. You want to be a tiger and eat the big guys. Qin Yang, I'll count to 3. If you don't kneel down and admit your mistake and apologize, don't blame me for being rude. There was madness in Yang Zhaoxiang's voice. He was almost going crazy. The pistol's safety was pressed. 1, 2, 3, I'll count for you. Don't swing the gun back and forth. The safety is on. You'll be responsible if it goes off accidentally. You. Yang Zhaoxiang could no longer control himself. Since Qin Yang was determined to go all the way to the end, he would just go for it. He moved the gun down from Qin Yang's head to between his legs, with an extremely ferocious expression on his face. I will make you become like you did to my Wankai. No. Lu Yong rushed over and tried to snatch the gun from Yang Zhaoxiang's hand. But it's still slow. In anger, Yang Zhaoxiang pulled the trigger. Bang. The sound of the internal mechanism moving was clear, but no flame came out of the muzzle. No one heard any gunshots, only Qin Yang's sarcastic laughter. Haha. Deputy Director Yang. You are so shameful, using a gun without bullets to scare people. Lu Yong suddenly understood. The gun belonged to Mu Guijin. Of course, this guy was afraid of something happening. Anyway, he came here to scare Qin Yang. There was no bullet in the gun given to Yang Zhaoxiang. Even though Director Yang was about to go crazy, Mu Guijin remained calm and composed because he knew nothing would happen. How did Qin Yang know? Lu Yong looked at Qin Yang and admired this former bad boy even more. He made the deduction after seeing the result, but Qin Yang had predicted all this when Yang Zhaoxiang came, or even before he came. If Qin Yang could tell at a glance that there was no bullet in the gun in the other person's hand, that would be absolutely impossible, unless he had superpowers. However, Qin Yang had decades of experience in his previous life, and he knew the intrigues in the factory very well. As soon as Qin Yang saw Mu Guijin's calm look, he could of course guess that there was no bullet in the gun. Otherwise, if something happened, Mu Guijin would be finished. Where are the bullets? Where are the bullets? Yang Zhaoxiang was really going crazy. Chief Mu, give me the bullets. Stop, Director Yang. You need to stay calm and don't make mistakes that will ruin your future. A serious voice suddenly sounded outside. A short and fat figure appeared there. It was Zhou Yongfei. Yesterday, Yang Zhaoxiang came to make things difficult for Qin Yang, but Zhou Yongfei did not come to the workshop with him. After all, it is easy for sparks to fly when two of them are together. What happened this morning made Zhou Yongfei laugh and cry. Qin Yang is really mean. In the afternoon, Zhou Yongfei heard about Yang Wankai in the office and was immediately shocked. This kid is too lawless. He is getting more and more outrageous and doesn't even think about how to end it. When Zhou Yongfei heard that Yang Zhaoxiang had come to seek revenge, he could no longer sit idly by and quickly rode over on his big 28 bike. The speed of a 28 bicycle is definitely not as fast as that of Pianqiazi. By the time he arrives, everything that should have happened has already happened and everything has been settled. Hearing the shout from behind, Yang Zhaoxiang and Mu Guijin were both stunned and turned to look at Zhou Yongfei, who was walking towards the door. This shout calmed Yang Zhaoxiang down, and he looked a little dazed at this moment. If Qin Yang admitted it, he could still be justified, although his behavior was out of line. After all, Qin Yang was the first to make the mistake, and he loved his son dearly. But now that it has become like this, how should he end it? Should he apologize himself? Just when his mind was in a mess, Yang Zhaoxiang suddenly felt a sharp pain in his stomach. He turned around and saw Qin Yang's right foot in liberation shoes kicking him hard in the stomach. Sour, salty, and bitter taste came up. He covered his stomach with his hands, his body hunched like a shrimp, his legs went weak, and with a plop, he actually knelt in front of Qin Yang. Qin Yang, you dare to hit Director Yang? Come, catch him for me. Mu Guijin shouted loudly. Director Yang openly committed violence in the workshop, and everyone saw it. I am now defending myself. Qin Yang shouted as he picked up a long-handled wrench from a machine nearby and smashed it hard on Yang Zhaoxiang's back. Snap! The sound of broken ribs was heard, and Yang Zhaoxiang fell forward and fell to the ground. A hint of coldness flashed in Mu Guijin's eyes. This guy dared to kill me. The workers didn't say anything, but they grabbed the tools around them one after another, and their aura was fierce. If the security department dared to come up, there would be a melee. After bullying others like this, do you really think you can do whatever the law requires? When the several clerks following Mu Guijin saw this situation, none of them dared to step forward, but instead took a few steps back. Yang Zhaoxiang lying on the ground knew that he was doomed today, but he was tough enough and gritted his teeth without uttering a single scream. Zhou Yongfei's face darkened. Qin Yang, you are deliberately making trouble because you see me coming, right? Do you want me to clean up the mess? However, Zhou Yongfei had no other choice. He looked at the security officers and said, what are you still standing there for? Take Director Yang to the hospital. Director Mu, you stay and attend the factory meeting. Qin Yang, Director Lu, you come too. Chapter 15 How it ends. No one at Factory 960 will ever forget this day, March 14th, 1980. So much happened on that day that it was enough to be recorded in the annals of Factory 960, and enough for gossiping women to talk about it for a whole year. There were countless versions of every detail, with those who talked spitting and those who listened enjoying it with relish. Of course, right now, everyone is still absorbing the information, and some people's brains are even unable to react because there is too much information. What? Director Yang drank corpse water? Section Chief Mu ate rice? What? Director Yang's son, Yang Wankai, was shot there by an air rifle and became a eunuch? What? Director Yang went to seek revenge on Qin Yang? This is terrible. Will Qin Yang also become a eunuch? What? Director Yang was beaten, broken ribs, and hospitalized? No one's brain can digest and absorb so much information, but the only thing that is certain is things have gotten out of hand, completely out of hand. Meeting room. The cigarette in Zhu Zizhong's hand had accumulated an inch of ash, and his brows were furrowed as if they were tied together. The other people also had serious expressions, in line with the factory director. They also thought it was interesting. Section Chief Qin's son was amazing. However, how would this matter end? At this time, only Qin Yang was spitting. After all, the first thing he reported was the accidental discharge of an air gun at the shooting range in the afternoon. Mu Guijin did not see it with his own eyes, nor did he have time to ask his men, so he had no idea about it and could only let Qin Yang talk. That was the situation at the time. Qin Yang described the incident clearly. The security department's responsibility is to guard the factory and resolve conflicts. The shooting range is not their responsibility, but they insisted on joining in the fun. Zhao Jigang doesn't know how to use air guns, but he insisted on snatching the air gun from me and playing with it himself. Therefore, regarding Comrade Yang Wangsai's unfortunate experience, I think Yang Wangkai and Zhao Jigang each bear half of the responsibility. Chief Mu, what do you think? Zhu Zizhong finally spoke. Director Zhu, we can't just listen to Qin Yang's one-sided story. Let's discuss Director Yang's injury first. This is a big deal for our factory. Mu Guijin said. Director Yang's ribs were broken by Qin Yang using a wrench. We must give an explanation for this. Right and wrong are in the hearts of the people. Director Zhu, I think Chief Mu should avoid this matter. After all, Director Yang pointed Chief Mu's pistol at my head at that time. Everyone in the workshop can prove it. Not to mention that I broke Director Yang's ribs. Even if I cut his head, it was self-defense. Qin Yang said. Bullshit, there is no bullet in that gun. Director Yang was just joking with you. He never thought that you would really do something dirty. Mu Guijin was anxious. You can just point it at someone's head when you don't have any bullets? Chief Mu, can I point my air rifle at your window every day without any bullets? Okay, stop talking. We need to eat one bite at a time and do things one step at a time. I think if we want to understand the whole incident, we have to start from the accidental injury of Comrade Yang Wankai. Zhou Yongfei spoke up. Chief Mu is right. We can't just listen to Qin Yang's one-sided words. We have to call other people, especially the person involved. Director Zhu, should we call Zhao Jigang? If Yang Zhaoxiang were still here, he would definitely dominate the entire meeting. But it's different now. Director Zhu has no opinion and has to listen to Zhou Yongfei. Mu Guijin's face was gloomy, but Director Zhu had already nodded. Then call Zhao Jigang over and let's hear what he has to say. A few minutes later, Wang Guoqing ran in with a pale face. Director, leaders, Zhao Jigang ran away. What? Mu Guijin stood up immediately. That idiot actually ran away? He ran away. This is absconding from the crime. All the blame should be put on Zhao Jigang. After all, if he was not guilty, why would he run away? If Zhao Jigang were still alive, Mu Guijin might be able to fight for his nephew's chance of survival, but now there is really no chance. Captain Mu, why do you look so surprised? Qin Yang came with a great assist. Of course I was surprised. Mu Guijin looked at Qin Yang coldly, and suddenly cold sweat broke out on his back. This Qin Yang was hinting that he had released Zhao Jigang. Zhao Jigang is the main person responsible for Yang Wangsai's injury, and now he has fled for fear of punishment. Zhou Yongfei also spoke up. Director Zhu, the security department has an unshirkable responsibility for this matter. I think it is no longer appropriate for Section Chief Mu to continue to lead the pursuit work. Should we change someone? Dear leaders and colleagues, please rest assured that I will definitely capture Zhao Jigang. He can't escape from this mountainous area. Mu Guijin's back was already wet. Chief Mu, how do you plan to chase him? Are you going to take your pistol with you? You have to hold it well and not give it to anyone casually. This is a serious violation of the gun management regulations. Chief Mu, you are from the security department and should be familiar with these rules and regulations, right? Qin Yang continued. Mu Guijin's whole body began to tremble. If Yang Zhaoxiang was still here and attending the meeting, he would certainly not receive any punishment. But now Yang Zhaoxiang has been hospitalized, and Zhou Yongfei is dominating the entire meeting situation. I am afraid his position as the head of the security department is in jeopardy. Chief Mu, you should take more rest recently. Zhu Zizhong finally spoke. Let Chief Song take over the task of chasing the fugitive, and let Chief Song keep the gun for the time being. Mu Guijin's face changed drastically, while Song Jianling, who was sitting next to Mu Guijin, was full of joy. Yes, Director Zhu. The previous chief of the security department was Song Jianling, but because Mu Guijin used various connections, Yang Zhaoxiang, who was in charge of personnel, transferred Mu Guijin to the security department, and Song Jianling went to the welfare department. In previous years, the welfare department was also a good place. All kinds of benefits for employees were purchased by the welfare department, which made a lot of money. However, with the country's economic transformation, the third-line military factories were half dead and salaries could not necessarily be paid. The welfare department became a completely unprofitable office. Now, Song Jianling is going back again. After he regained his seat, he certainly wouldn't make room for Mu Guijin. Mu Guijin sat back down with an unpleasant look on his face. Director Zhu, since Zhao Jigang has already fled, we can no longer investigate. It's getting late today. Should we wait until tomorrow? No. Qin Yang openly attacked Director Yang in public. His crime must be determined now. Mu Guijin was anxious. Zhu Zizhong yawned and said, Okay, let's talk about it tomorrow. Chapter 16, Airgun Safety. What did you say? Qin Yang was not convicted at the factory meeting? Oh. Yang Zhaoxiang wanted to get up from the hospital bed angrily, but the moment he moved, he pulled the wound. The severe pain was transmitted to his brain, making him utter a painful sound. Zhang Ping, who was standing by the bed, couldn't hold back any longer. Humph. After bullying us like this, he just patted his butt and went home to eat like nothing happened. I'll scold him to death. Yang Zhaoxiang's position in the factory became higher and higher, and he finally became the deputy director. Zhang Ping also followed her husband's footsteps and was respected by others. In fact, before she became successful, Zhang Ping was also a shrew. She never lost in a street quarrel and would stand under someone's window and curse for 2 hours without repeating herself. Come back. Yang Zhaoxiang hurriedly called his wife. Don't go out and humiliate yourself. Do you think Qin Yang won't be rude to a woman? That guy has a dark hand. If you dare to run to his door and yell at him, he will definitely splash you with rice. Zhang Ping stood still. So we are just going to let people bully us. Take good care of Wang Kai, Yang Zhaoxiang said, looking at her son lying on the bed next to her, whose anesthetic effects had not yet worn off. Zhang Ping finally suppressed her anger. This is a special care room with only 2 beds, both of which are now occupied by the Yang family. Mu Guijin, who was sitting on a chair nearby, was filled with endless emotion. This Qin Yang was so cruel. Yang Zhaoxiang comforted his wife, then turned to look at Mu Guijin, who came to report. Chief Mu, don't worry. When I recover from my injuries and return to work, I will definitely reinstate you. Humph, now Qin Baohua, and I will never stop fighting. As the deputy factory director in charge of personnel for many years, Yang Zhaoxiang could tell what others were thinking at a glance. Mu Guijin came to report and almost cried. His main purpose was because the head of the security department had lost his power, and he asked Yang Zhaoxiang to help him. Although Yang Zhaoxiang had already complained about Mu Guijin because of Zhang Jigang's matter, he was in need of people now after all. He only had such a loyal follower, so he had to comfort him. Well, Director Yang, I, Mu Guijin, will be your man in life and your ghost in death. Mu Guijin was obviously very excited at this time and expressed his loyalty. On the hospital bed over there, Yang Wangkai finally woke up. He looked around, thought of something, and quickly touched around with his hands. Oh, where's my carrot top? Why is there only this piece left? Mom, tell my dad to kill Qin Yang right now and let me vent my anger. Tears were streaming from Zhang Ping's eyes. Of course your father went, and his ribs were broken. He was lying next to you. Didn't you turn your head to look? This night was destined to be turbulent, especially in the affiliated hospital of Factory 960, where some people were howling, cursing, and crying heartbreakingly. Under the same night sky, people from the security department were searching the nearby mountains, trying to find the escaped Zhao Jigang. There were also Zhang Chao and Zhao Qianjin, who secretly took the factory's delivery truck to the capital. After dawn, they got off the car, knocked on the door of a nearby photo studio, and asked the other party to help develop 2 sets of photos. Then they stuffed several of them into envelopes, and then found the destination according to the address Qin Yang gave and put them into the special mailbox. March 15th was the 3rd day since Qin Yang traveled here. Our security department has tried its best to search for him, but we received the news too late, and we are short of manpower, so we have not found him yet. Song Jianling first reported on his work. However, Leaders, please rest assured that even if someone has hidden Zhao Jigang, we will definitely arrest him. Mu Guijin's face immediately turned ugly. Chief Song, what do you mean by this? Nothing. Song Jinling replied briefly. Chief Mu, Director Zhu asked you to take a rest these few days. Why are you still here? This kind of professionalism is worth learning from. Humph. Mu Guijin rolled his eyes at him, then said, Leaders, let's continue with yesterday's topic. Even if the gun went off accidentally while Zhao Jigang was holding it and hit Yang Wankai, it was still in the process of being loaded. In that case, the air gun should not have fired at all. Therefore, the design of this gun has serious flaws. After returning from the hospital last night, Mu Guijin had time to inquire about what happened. After careful consideration, he finally found such a loophole. There is a problem with the gun design. As the designer, Qin Yang absolutely cannot escape responsibility. After Mu Guijin finished speaking, he looked at Qin Yang, who was still attending the meeting, and said, Genius airgun designer, what do you think? Does this gun lack a safety mechanism? Captain Mu, do you know anything about guns? Hearing Qin Yang's sarcastic question, Mu Guijin was a little annoyed. Of course, how could I not know about guns? We have worked in the factory for 10 years. We have never eaten pork, but we have never seen a pig run. So do you know anything about air rifles? Yes, of course I understand. If you know about air guns, then you shouldn't say such layman's words. Airguns don't have safety mechanisms. Qin Yang's eyes swept over his face, as if he was looking at an idiot. The earliest I-brand B1 airgun in our country is a replica of the Russian Oriental airgun. The Russian gun designers didn't bother to design a safety mechanism for the airgun. As long as an airgun is loaded with bullets, it is ready to fire at any time. Mu Guijin was speechless for a moment. Of course he didn't know anything about airguns. He was an administrative cadre, and the security department was not a technical department. He had been thinking about the reasons for the whole night, but they didn't apply to Qin Yang at all. However, Chief Mu's request is still meaningful. Since you call me a genius airgun designer, I will use my brain to make a special safety device. When loading lead bullets, the trigger cannot be pulled, so that some self-righteous people will not accidentally injure others and blame the gun maker. This is a first-class way to pass the buck. The original push-up barrel airgun did not require a safety mechanism because the barrel would open directly when loading, so even if the trigger was pulled, there was no need to worry about the bullet being fired. However, this special gas rod airgun is different. After loading the lead bullet, if the gas rod does not return to its position, there is still a possibility of accidental discharge. Therefore, this type of airgun has an anti-accidental safety. That is, after the gas rod is pulled, a safety sear is automatically pressed against the trigger through the action of the connecting rod, so that the trigger cannot be pulled before the gas rod is reset, thus playing a safety role. Qin Yang did not draw this mechanism at the beginning. Of course, he had some considerations. Once this airgun starts to sell well, there will definitely be a group of factories following suit. In this era, copying is a skill, and no one knows what infringement is. So, when others start to follow suit, we will sell our existing products. At the same time, when other copycat factories produce large quantities of air guns, we will announce that the guns are defective and then produce improved air guns with safeties. In this way, the air guns produced by those copycat factories will be piled up and unable to be sold. And this reserve backup plan also successfully helped Qin Yang to relieve his stress. Chapter 17: A Visit from a Superior. The meeting lasted a long time. Director Zhu, I think Comrade Qin Yang is very good. He is smart and capable. He can be trained as a key person. Such talents are rare. Does the factory want to recruit him as a regular employee? Zhou Yongfei saw that the time was almost right and said to Zhu Zizhong, Yes, Comrade Qin Yang is the biggest contributor to our factory's military-to-civilian project. Our workshop is still looking forward to him guiding us in production. If he doesn't have the status of a formal worker, it would be inappropriate. Lu Yong also began to speak. No, absolutely not. Qin Yang beat Director Yang. He must be punished. Mu Guijin said anxiously. Director Zhu, you should think twice. He dared to beat Director Yang yesterday. He dared to beat you today. If he dared to go to the capital to cause trouble tomorrow, the factory would have to take the blame for him if the incident gets out of hand. Chief Mu, Comrade Qin Yang reported this matter yesterday. It's all your fault, Zhou Yongfei said. Mu Guijin's face turned red. Even if we did something wrong, he can't break Director Yang's ribs. Qin Yang raised his head and looked at the floor clock in the corner that was ticking. The meeting had already lasted until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Why hadn't the people who were supposed to come arrived yet? Bang! At this moment, the door outside was pushed open. Director, leaders, someone is coming from above. Wang Guqing said breathlessly. Someone's coming from above? Zhu Zizhong stood up and said, Where is he? Let's go and greet him right away. No need. A serious voice came from outside, and a tall man with a square face and a cold expression had quickly walked to the door. Leader Dong, what brings you here? Please come and sit here. Have you had your meal on the way? We have been busy with the meeting today and have not had any meals. Do you want to go to the cafeteria together now? Zhu Zizhong said to the person who was walking towards him with a smile. Oh, the meeting lasted such a long time? What important matter were you discussing? Asked Leader Dong. Zhu Zizhong hesitated for a moment, and Mu Guijin spoke up from below. Director, aren't we discussing the military-to-civilian project? The Leader Dong who came here is from the supervisory committee, but he must not be allowed to know what happened to Director Yang yesterday. Otherwise, not only will Director Yang be in trouble, but Mu Guijin will also be implicated as he gave the gun to Director Yang without permission. Qin Yang laughed secretly in his heart. Mu Guijin's reaction was really quick, but unfortunately, he was too naive. The time when his superior came was such a coincidence. Shouldn't he have thought of something? Zhou Yongfei looked at Qin Yang with a puzzled look. Qin Yang smiled, but said nothing. He was just an audience, and not even a worker at Factory 960. It was not appropriate for him to speak now. Leader Dong looked at Mu Guijin and asked, "Who is this?" "Oh, my name is Mu Guijin. I am." He originally wanted to say that he was the head of the security department, but then he thought that he was no longer the head, and it seemed risky, so he didn't say anything more. "You are Mu Guijin. Then, yesterday afternoon, you secretly handed the gun to an unrelated person. Is that true?" As Leader Dong spoke, he sat directly on Director Zhu's chair. Fortunately, Yang Zhaoxiang was not there, so Director Zhu sat next to him. Mu Guijin's face turned pale in an instant. Everyone in the factory knew about this. Could he deny it? And how did Leader Dong know about it? Factory 960 is more than 100 kilometers away from the capital, and there are mountain roads along the way. Leader Dong actually took the trouble to come here in person. There must be solid evidence. Mu Guijin didn't want to admit it, but felt that it was useless to deny it. At this time, Leader Dong had already looked at Zhu Zizhong standing aside. "Director Zhu, is this true?" Zhu Zizhong nodded. "Yes, there is such a thing. We are discussing how to deal with it in the meeting. We will report it after it is dealt with. I didn't expect to alarm you. Hold a meeting to discuss it? There is no way to condone such a serious violation of discipline," Leader Dong said. "If the facts are clear, then no matter what the reason is, if you lend your gun to others, you will be fired from your public office." Mu Guijin's whole body began to tremble, and sweat broke out. He knew that this was really the end. The state has issued strict regulations on gun management. If someone lends a gun to someone privately, who will be held responsible if something goes wrong? Leader Dong looked at Zhu Zizhong and said, "If something goes wrong, you, Factory 960, will also be punished." Yes, we will definitely handle this matter strictly. Where's Yang Zhaoxiang? He's so impressive, pointing a gun at someone's head. Who does he think he is? Is he a bandit leader?" When Mu Guijin heard this, he finally understood. It was Qin Yang. It must have been Qin Yang who did it. This guy actually knew the way and ran to the capital to tell tales. Mu Guijin gnashed his teeth in hatred. Although Qin Yang had done things beyond their imagination time and time again, they still underestimated Qin Yang's ability. They wanted Qin Baohua and Qin Yang to fall, but Qin Yang also wanted to bring them down. Now Mu Guijin is in trouble, and Yang Zhaoxiang will not have a good ending either. Even if nothing happened, pointing a gun at someone's head is a serious violation of discipline, which is enough to fill Yang Zhaoxiang's file with a lot of negative information, and then get him fired. A second-generation factory worker who they had never taken seriously actually brought them down. Is this Qin Yang still the second-generation factory worker they knew before? What's wrong? Yang Zhaoxiang didn't come? Where is he? Leader Dong asked for the second time. "I'm here." A weak voice came from outside, and two people came in carrying a stretcher. Lying on the stretcher was Yang Zhaoxiang. Fortunately, there was a die-hard follower of Yang Zhaoxiang in the security department. When he saw a car with a capital license plate driving into the factory and asking the guard not to make any noise, he had a bad premonition and ran to tip him off. Otherwise, he would have lost his job, and there would have been no chance of turning the situation around. His face was pale, but he knew in his heart that this matter was of great importance, and he had to come in person to turn the tide. "What's wrong with you?" Leader Dong was also curious. "The person Qin Yang beat was the one I pointed a gun at," Yang Zhaoxiang said weakly. "That person is the real thug. The leader needs to make the decision for me." "Director Yang, you don't have to pretend. Soldiers in the past would not leave the front line even if they were slightly injured. You only broke a rib, but you can still walk. How come you are so weak as if you have a terminal illness? Are you trying to gain sympathy?" Hearing this voice, Yang Zhaoxiang immediately sat up, but the wound was twitched, and he cried out in pain and lay down again. Qin Yang, you are actually here. You are a guy who plots behind the scenes. I must expose your true face. It just so happens that we can talk about everything in front of our superiors today and ask them to judge for us. Also, I have compiled a document showing that you have used your power to accept bribes since you became the deputy director. The amount is huge. Today, I will report you under my real name. Everyone was dumbfounded. This Qin Yang was too powerful. He was going to fight head-on, and he wanted to completely kill Yang Zhaoxiang. If the crime was just pointing a gun at Qin Yang's head, the worst that could happen was dismissal from public office. But if corruption and bribery were also involved, he would have to go to jail. If the amount was huge, he would be punished with only peanuts. Chapter 18 Sending Director Yang in is divided into several steps. Everyone present was shocked. Who would dare to regard Qin Yang as an ordinary worker's son? Not to mention his technical genius. Just in terms of handling things, he is definitely the best old-timer in the officialdom. Either don't do it, or do it thoroughly, and beat Yang Zhaoxiang to the point where he can never be reborn. Yang Zhaoxiang gritted his teeth and sat up from the stretcher. Okay, Qin Yang, one of us has to go in today. I want to see what kind of black material you have on me. Of course the materials are for the leaders to see. Just wait to be dealt with. Qin Yang waved the materials in his hand in front of Yang Zhaoxiang, then handed them to Leader Dong respectfully. At this time, Leader Dong realized in his heart that he might have been used by this young man. However, since things had developed to this point, he had to deal with it on the spot. When he took it and looked at it, his face turned serious. The examples listed were too detailed. On September 1st, 1976, Zhang Xianghong of the Carpentry Group received 200 yuan, Zhao Sisui received 200 yuan, and a total of 18 people received 3,600 yuan. The above personnel enjoyed the first batch of quotas to return to the city and transferred from the 960 factory to the capital automobile factory. On December 5, 1976, Zhao Guangdou was paid 500 yuan to be transferred from warehouse manager to replace Liang Zhongshu, who retired from the logistics department. Every detail was recorded, including the time, place, people, and even what the money was used for. Leader Dong knew clearly in his heart that this kind of reporting material could not be fabricated and was very likely the truth. His face became more and more serious, and at this time Yang Zhaoxiang stared at Leader Dong's face intently, and the uneasiness in his heart became more and more intense. Bang! Leader Dong threw the materials on the table, and Yang Zhaoxiang was also shocked. Leader, don't believe him. This Qin Yang is full of bad water. All these materials are slander. Qin Yang, you not only beat me, but also want to discredit me. Leader has a sharp eye. He will definitely see it. Qin Yang, how did you get these materials? Leader Dong also looked at Qin Yang with a dark face. For a moment, the atmosphere in the conference room became tense again. Everyone looked at Qin Yang. You've gone too far this time, haven't you? How dare you make up such material? Are you a fool to be a leader? Even if Yang Zhaoxiang received a lot of bribes, he would not tell anyone. Qin Yang is not an intelligence worker, so how could he collect such detailed information? It is more likely that he made it up. Leader Dong stared at Qin Yang with his eyes wide open, and a sense of pressure was overwhelming him. If someone wasn't strong enough in self-control, he would probably have peed his pants out of fear. That's right, Qin Yang, you fabricated materials to discredit the factory leaders. This is a serious crime. Why don't you admit your mistake in front of the leaders? Yang Zhaoxiang also became happy. Leader Dong, of course my materials are evidence. Qin Yang said, you can send someone to search Director Yang's house right now. There is an ammunition box under his bed. Yang Zhaoxiang screamed. You bastard, how the hell did you know that? After he finished speaking, Yang Zhaoxiang suddenly felt something was wrong and wanted to cover his mouth, but it was too late. Xiaowang, take people to search immediately. If anyone dares to take away or destroy the box first, we will take all necessary tough measures. Yes. The subordinate named Xiaowang immediately went out to do the work. Sweat dripped down Yang Zhaoxiang's forehead, and his whole body began to tremble inexplicably. It was definitely not because of the wound, but because he knew he was finished. Seeing this situation, everyone understood and became even more curious about Qin Yang. How did he know everything so clearly? A few minutes later. Report, Leader Dong. The ammunition box has been found. Yes, open it. With a creaking sound, the lid of the ammunition box was opened, revealing piles of neatly stacked great unity. Director Yang, we found a lot of money in your house. How do you plan to explain it? Leader Dong asked Yang Zhaoxiang. Framed? Apart from the deputy director in charge of personnel, who else could have had the opportunity to make so much money? Even Zhu Zizhong opened his eyes wide. Director Yang, are these all the money you embezzled or accepted as bribes? I don't know why there is an ammunition box in my house. and why there is so much money in it. In desperation, Yang Zhaoxiang could only answer that he didn't know. Director Yang really doesn't know about this box of money? Do you want to ask a technician to check and see if there are Director Yang's fingerprints on it? Qin Yang said. Still want to deny it? How is that possible? Hey, there is a diary here. At this time, Leader Dong suddenly saw the diary in the box, gently picked it out with 2 fingers, and then opened it. The diary was clearly in another place. How did it get put together? Did Qin Yang know about it a long time ago? The whole family was in the hospital last night. Qin Yang must have climbed in through the window. Damn it, how can I quibble now? Yang Zhaoxiang was so angry that his head started to dizzy, his eyes went dark, and his body fell backwards. Director Yang. The 2 men carrying the stretcher found that Yang Zhaoxiang had fainted and hurried to push him. Leader Dong looked at Qin Yang with a complicated look. Comrade Qin Yang, the reporting materials you provided are all credible. You have made a great contribution in this matter. However, I want to know how you knew it. Qin Yang's report was almost just a recopy of what was recorded in the diary. The handwriting on it should be Yang Zhaoxiang's. The truth of this matter has been revealed. Leader Dong's face was no longer as serious as before. Don't worry, even if you did something out of line, we won't hold you responsible. After all, you helped us get rid of the termites in a military factory. It's a bit embarrassing to say this. All the leaders present here know that I like to fool around. I had a sudden idea that day and ran to the corner of Director Yang's house to eavesdrop. Qin Yang didn't care. In the end, I didn't hear the couple having sex, but I heard this secret. At that time, I screamed and ran. I guess Director Yang guessed it from my back. Then, he targeted me everywhere and deliberately set a trap for me to get a gun and let his son beat me to death. Even if Qin Yang's theft of the gun was exposed by Yang Zhaoxiang, it would no longer be of any significance. He was framed, and Yang Zhaoxiang wanted to kill him to silence him. At this time, Yang Zhaoxiang had fainted and was unable to argue. Moreover, the facts were right in front of him. So how could he argue? Now, on behalf of the organization, I announce that Yang Zhaoxiang is removed from his position as Deputy Director of Factory 960 and is taken away for investigation. Leader Dong's words announced the end of Yang Zhaoxiang. Yes, Leader Dong. We will definitely learn a lesson from this incident and sum up our experience. We will never let this happen again, Zhu Zizhong said. Then our factory is short of a deputy director. Will the superiors appoint us a new one? Forget it. Just choose it by your factory and report it after you've made your choice. Leader Dong said. Chapter 19, I nominate my dad as deputy factory director. It is already the 1980s, and third-line military factories are no longer popular. Factory 960 may go bankrupt at any time. Although Qin Yang has already made an air gun, it has not been sold yet. It is unknown whether Factory 960 can be revived. At this time, who is willing to come here to be the deputy factory director? However, if there is no deputy director, who will do the administrative work? When Yang Zhaoxiang was there, although he pocketed a lot of benefits, he still worked. Now that this position is vacant, someone must fill it. Zhu Zizhong looked at the people in the conference room. Except for Mu Guijin, all other middle-level leaders were there. As Yang Zhaoxiang's most loyal subordinate, Mu Guijin also went with him to accept the organization's investigation. Leader Dong asked us to choose by ourselves. Does anyone have any good candidates? Zhu Zizhong asked, looking at the people present. Director Zhu, I recommend my father. Someone immediately took over Zhu Zizhong's words. Many people are eager to try. After all, the position of deputy factory director can still attract the middle-level leaders of the factory. But before it is their turn to speak up, Qin Yang has taken the lead. In fact, Qin Yang was not qualified to stay and attend the meeting. Up to now, Qin Yang was not considered a formal employee of the factory. He was originally called in as a party concerned to explain the problem. The meeting was not finished yesterday and continued today. Unexpectedly, there was a shocking reversal. Qin Yang, a second-generation factory worker, actually sent the deputy factory director to jail. Therefore, no one was so blind as to drive Qin Yang away. Qin Yang continued to attend factory meetings with a thick face. At the same time, he still promoted the most talented person regardless of his relationship with him and directly pushed his father forward. The expressions on everyone's faces were somewhat complicated. My father is also a veteran of our factory. He gave up life in the big city and came to this remote place. He built our 960 factory with his own hands and then devoted himself to production and scientific research. Qin Yang continued to brag about his father. He is the best middle-level cadre in our factory and should make further progress. You kid, you don't even blush when you brag about your dad. Lu Yong sighed in his heart, but of course he couldn't let go of this good opportunity. Yes, Director Zhu, I also think Lao Qin is good. Over the years, he has been diligent and hardworking. If he hadn't been suppressed by Yang Zhaoxiang, he would have been promoted a long time ago. Now, the position of deputy director must belong to him. Director Liu, what you said is true, but Section Chief Qin is currently leading the technical department and carrying out the most important military-to-civilian project of our factory. A middle-level leader said, if Section Chief Qin becomes the deputy factory director, who will be in charge of this military-to-civilian project? Of course, they would not directly deny Qin Baoguo, but they could find other excuses. Uncle Wang, that's wrong. Qin Yang immediately took over the conversation. You can continue to hold the position of technical director even if you become the factory director. Besides, our factory's military-to-civilian project is almost done now, and we are just waiting for large-scale production to make money. It's time for him, the head of the technical department, to take a break. Uncle Wang felt a little embarrassed after being interrupted by Qin Yang, but thinking of what Qin Yang had just done, he didn't want to get angry. That's right, Qin Yang is right. Zhou Yongfei spoke up. In terms of production, we have decided to switch to the production of air guns on a large scale. We believe that we can open up a new world in this industry. Our military-to-civilian project has completed the technical preparations. Lao Qin can also take a break. He has always been very upright in the factory over the years. When Yang Wangkai wanted to join the technical department, he rejected it. A person like him will be fair as the deputy factory director and convince everyone. Zhou Yongfei also supported it. What else can I say now? If I object again, it means I have something against Director Zhou. I think so too. Zhu Zizhong finally spoke. However, in order to promote democracy, let's vote by raising our hands. Raise your hands if you agree that Comrade Qin Baoguo should be the deputy director. Voting by raising hands. Whether this is democratic or not depends on the specific situation. Now that Zhu Zizhong has already affirmed it, who else would object? Even old Wang, who had just expressed doubts, had to raise his hand obediently. In this way, Qin Yang's proposal was passed unanimously. Okay, then let's draft a letter of appointment and send it to the higher authorities for stamping. From now on, Lao Qin will be the deputy director of our factory. We must unite and strive to find a smooth path forward. The matter was settled, and Qin Yang walked out happily. He knew that his father had been working in obscurity all his life and would promote his style whenever there was benefit. If he were here, he would definitely refuse repeatedly. Now that there was an opportunity, of course he would fight for his father. Qin Yang thought so and left the office building. As soon as he reached the door, he saw Zhang Chao with an anxious look on his face. Yangzi, something happened. Yang Zhaoxiang's wife is blocking your door and cursing. Yang Zhaoxiang's wife. The woman who cursed the most in the factory? A sneer flashed across Qin Yang's face. Let's go and give revenge to those who were bullied by her. The investigations of this era are really backward. Yang Zhaoxiang accepted so many bribes. His wife is also responsible. Leader Dong has not taken the people away yet. The family compound was bustling with activity. Your entire Qin family will have a miserable death. Your child will be born without an anus, and the males will be slaves for generations. From a distance, Qin Yang heard Zhang Ping cursing the most vicious words in the world, so he clenched his fists. Great. Did you really think she was the former factory director's wife, and no one dared to mess with her? Qin Yang walked up the stairs with a gloomy face. When the people who were watching the excitement from afar saw that it was Qin Yang coming up, they quickly made way for him. Today, they saw with their own eyes that Director Yang was handcuffed and taken to the police car. Qin Yang actually knocked Director Yang down. Such a person is so powerful, he exudes a murderous aura. As if she had sensed something, Zhang Ping, who had been cursing at door 208, turned around, and when she saw Qin Yang, her eyes immediately lit up. Okay, Qin Yang, you dare to come back. I'll. As she spoke, Zhang Ping's hands clenched into the shape of the 9-in white bone claws and grabbed towards Qin Yang's face. Bang! Qin Yang didn't even look at it. He just flew up and kicked hard. Ouch! Zhang Ping took a dozen steps back and then sat down in the corridor. Someone was beaten. Someone was beaten. Everyone, please testify for me. Qin Yang beat me. I'm going to sue him. Zhang Ping sat on the ground and started howling. Sue? Okay, go ahead. Your superior will ask you where the incident happened. Just answer, in front of Qin Yang's house. Why did they hit you? Because you blocked the door and cursed for the whole afternoon. What will the superior say? You deserved it. Qin Yang's tone was icy. If you don't get out now, I will beat you until you get out. Qin Yang, just wait for me. Zhang Ping left with these harsh words. Qin Yang looked at Zhang Ping with contempt, then walked towards his home. Mom, I'm back. I've driven away the stray dogs that were biting people. Son. In the room, Niet Zulian hugged her son. When Zhang Ping was scolding outside, she could only hide at home and cry silently. Now, she finally doesn't have to be afraid of anything. Her son has grown up. Chapter 20: Selling the air gun to the dog owner. Qin Baoguo returned exhausted. He was keenly aware that everyone was looking at him differently than before, but he didn't think much about it until someone came up to greet him enthusiastically. Director Qin, are you back? Hey, Lao Wang, please stop yelling. When did I, Qin Baoguo, become the factory director? Yesterday. The factory has already submitted your nomination for the position of factory director. I think it will be approved soon. Lao Wang said with a smile. Director Qin, when are you going to hold a promotion banquet? Let's have some fun together. Nominated by the factory manager? What about the original factory director? Was he transferred? Qin Baoguo was even more confused. Yang Zhaoxiang has been taken away for investigation for embezzling hundreds of thousands of yuan in bribes. It's all thanks to your Yangzi's report. Otherwise, everyone in our factory would have been kept in the dark. Hearing this, Qin Baoguo's face suddenly changed. How could it be related to his son again? This Qin Yang, is he not idle at home, always causing trouble? He originally planned to go back to the office first, but now he changed his mind and strode towards the family compound. Yangzi, what trouble have you gotten into again? Well, why haven't you gotten up yet? After coming in, Qin Baoguo put his briefcase on the desk beside him, looked at Qin Yang, who was still sleeping in the sun, and reached out to grab Qin Yang's ear. Ouch, it hurts, it hurts. Qin Yang got up from the comfortable bed and looked at Qin Baoguo. Dad, you're back. Well, I'm back. Tell me what you did. Therefore, Qin Yang could only tell his father everything that had happened recently, and of course he had to hide some things that needed to be hidden. After all, his father was a man who had a clear distinction between love and hate, and he didn't like his son to play dirty tricks. In short, it seemed like everything was Yang Zhaoxiang's own fault, and Qin Yang just happened to be there. After listening to this, Qin Baoguo also sighed. One misstep can lead to eternal regret. After Lao Yang became the factory director, he became more and more arrogant and domineering. Now he is in trouble. People are greedy. What does he need so much money for? He has no place to spend it. Dad, you're already the deputy factory director. It's a new job, so you have to do a lot of things. Do you have any ideas? I don't have that ability. I'm a technician, not an administrator. I'll talk to the factory and have someone else become the deputy director. I'll just stay as the director of the technical department. Dad, how can you be so useless? Qin Yang rolled his eyes at his father. Didn't you say before that you would treat the factory as your own home? Why don't you dare to do that now that I ask you to be the head of the family? You have no sense of responsibility at all. Okay, stop provoking me, kid. I know my own strengths. Qin Baoguo said, your father's horizons are not as broad as yours. This time, I went out to investigate and found that air guns are indeed very popular in society, and there are no air guns with air pressure rods like ours. As long as our product quality is excellent, we will definitely be able to open up sales. Dad, you only see the problems with production. Don't you see the other problems at Factory 960? Other questions? What questions? Qin Baoguo was very curious. Our 960 factory is as big and comprehensive as other factories. Qin Yang said, less than half of the people are engaged in production. There are a large number of idle people in other places such as employee hospitals, schools, cinemas, etc. In the past, the state paid salaries, so it didn't matter. But now, the factory has begun to be self-sufficient. These workers on our production line have to support such a large group of idle people. Even if the factory makes money temporarily, it will be dragged down in the future. Qin Baoguo became serious. What do you know? This is to solve the employment problem of the employees' families in the factory, so that the employees can work with peace of mind. Our 960 factory wants to convert military to civilian use and become a modern enterprise. We must get rid of these burdens and move forward with light equipment. This requires the deputy director in charge of personnel to take the lead. Dad, why are you so resistant? I guess you don't have the courage to offend anyone. Bullshit, your dad is not a coward. Qin Baoguo said, for the development of the factory, your dad is willing to offend people. The position of deputy factory director is not a popular one. This is a test for you, Dad. Think about the difficulties the factory faced before. Qin Yang continued to fool his father. At this critical moment, can you still retreat? Okay, I'll take the job as the factory director. Qin Baoguo felt proud and said, as a new official, I'll make great changes to our 960 factory. Dad, seeing that you are so motivated, I will give you some more ideas and help you. Explain. Let's sell the air rifles to the dog owners. Dog owner. They are the wealthy people in the Middle East, the big gold users. They have nothing to do all day long, so they like hunting, but it is inconvenient for them to use standard firearms. Our air rifles are definitely their best choice. Qin Baoguo's face turned serious. Are you sure? Of course, Dad. After our air rifles appear, Soon there will be people copying ours in the market. The domestic market is meaningless. We can make money directly from foreigners. This can also increase the country's foreign exchange reserves. For someone who has lived in the mountains for more than 10 years, it does take a lot of courage to go out and venture into the world. Qin Yang can only tempt his father with various benefits. Earning foreign exchange can bring glory to the country. But it seems that we haven't established diplomatic relations with that country yet. It's just private dealings. Qin Yang said, Dad, now that we are carrying out reforms, we are walking on a road that no one has ever walked on. We must have a pioneering and enterprising spirit. If others don't dare to go, I am willing to go and build bridges with the big dog owners. For our 960 factory, I will risk it all. Qin Baohua nodded. Okay, I will report your suggestions to the factory meeting. Please discuss it. Discuss? Then it will fail, right? It's not that Qin Yang despises the factory leaders. People of this era really lack courage. It's not easy to open the country's doors to do business. Sure enough, at the factory meeting, Qin Baohua, who had just been promoted to deputy factory director, put forward these plans, and everyone was stunned. We did export the guns we produced before, but that was all coordinated by our superiors, said Chun Li Shui, head of the sales department. Now, we have to sell the guns ourselves, but we are completely in the dark. Yes, it's not easy to deal with foreigners. What if we get cheated by accident? We'd better be safe than sorry. Other brother factories sell their products in China, so we also sell them in China. What's wrong with that? Even Lu Yong frowned over there. He thought more. Qin Baohua didn't think this way. It must be Qin Yang who proposed it. What does Qin Yang mean? Could it be that he wants to take this opportunity to travel abroad? He is really bold. The meeting was one-sided, with almost no one agreeing with the idea of selling products overseas. Okay, let's put this project on hold for the time being. I have another idea here, which is a major adjustment regarding personnel. This project is also directly related to the future development of our Factory 960. Qin Baohua began to raise the issue of idle personnel. Chapter 21, let's set a small goal, a millionaire. Bang! Startled by the sound of the air gun, a pheasant fluttered its wings and tried to fly up from the tree, but fell down like a stone the next second. Zhang Chao picked up the pheasant happily, with a look of joy on his face. Yangzi, you are so amazing. Your bullets never missed. We will have delicious food today. Qin Yang had a smile on his face. That's enough. It's enough to eat. Let's make beggar's chicken. Yeah, okay. Yang Zhaoxiang had been arrested. Yang Wankai disappeared from the hospital late one night, and his whereabouts were unknown. Zhang Ping also disappeared with him. The factory did not do much about it, and just filed a report. This incident almost became a legend, spreading among everyone, and Qin Yang, the person involved, was cheerful all day long, running out to hunt under the pretext of testing the gun. Today's harvest was pretty good, 2 pheasants, which can be made into delicious beggar's chicken. Zhang Chao was holding a pheasant in one hand, and as he walked back, he said to Qin Yang, Yangzi, your proposal to go abroad was rejected by those people. They are so short-sighted. You will definitely regret it in the future. Qin Yang smiled and said, Chaozi, don't you think I am taking this opportunity to travel abroad? Helping the factory sell air guns is just an excuse. Of course not. Zhang Chao shook his head again and again. Yangzi, you are a very capable person. If you really want to go abroad, you don't need to rely on the factory's help at all. Qin Yang felt very emotional. In the end, it was this playmate who trusted him the most, while the others did not trust him at all. What is the most basic trust between people? Hey, Yoko, there seems to be a lot of people gathered over there. Never mind, let's eat beggar's chicken. Hey, it looks like my dad. Factory 960 is small, but has everything. The cinema, there is a great place for many people to while away their time. The cinema was built on the mountain, with many steps outside. At this moment, Qin Baohua was standing on the highest step. Behind him was the door of the cinema, and in front of him were a large number of employees. Director Qin, we are also regular employees of the factory. We have made many contributions to the factory. Now, the factory treats us as a burden and wants to get rid of us. Isn't this too inhumane? That's right, Director Qin. We have dedicated our best youth to our motherland and to the third-line military factory. Now, the factory wants to destroy the bridge after crossing it. This is unacceptable. Even when Director Yang was here, he never had any intention of targeting us. The last sentence made Qin Baohua look even uglier. He was originally a technician and was not good at this at all. Now he was blocked by so many people, and they were talking at the same time. He felt he could not answer at all. My fellow workers, my dear ones, please be quiet. Qin Baohua shouted at the top of his voice. You have indeed made a lot of contributions to the factory. The factory is not trying to drive you away. This is also the intention of the higher-ups. The higher-ups attach great importance to our third-line military factory. They have been calling on us to leave the mountains and move to the city a few years ago. Now, the country has been reforming and opening up, and there are opportunities everywhere. As long as you have an idea, you can go out and find a job for yourself. Qin Yang kept shaking his head outside the crowd. His father was forced to do something he was not cut out for. In fact, there were other capable people in the factory, but no one came to help Qin Baohua. They were all ready to watch him make a fool of himself. Others stood by and watched, but he couldn't. So, Qin Yang could only hand the air gun to Zhang Chao beside him, then walked around the crowd, climbed up to the cinema, came to the door where his father was, and then came down again. Yangzi, what are you doing here? Qin Baohua was in a state of panic. The plan was still under discussion and no final decision had been made. It had not been announced to the public, but he didn't know who leaked the news and he was stuck here. It was completely unexpected, but things have to be made public. Now that I have encountered this situation, I might as well tell everyone about it. However, I didn't expect that the scholar would meet the soldier and it would be difficult for him to explain himself. Be quiet. What's there to argue about? Qin Yang ignored his father and shouted to the crowd below. Looking at you. I thought the sky was going to fall. Isn't it just that the factory wants to reduce the number of non-production frontline personnel? What's there to say? Judging from your age, you have all experienced the era of streamlining the government, right? How can you still be so useless? There is no entertainment in this poor mountain valley. What do you have to miss? This is a job after all. Someone below said, if we leave here, what else can we do? It's a job after all. If the factory goes bankrupt and we can't pay our salaries, what's the point of staying here? Qin Yang looked at these people and said, can't you open your horizons? Isn't it better to do something outside than to earn a few cents in the factory? Humph, you sound nice, but what can we do after we get out? There are many people who can do it. Qin Yang said, for example, our factory is currently producing air guns. You can buy air guns wholesale from the factory and then sell them. The factory must give priority to you guys and give us a wholesale price of 25 yuan. You can sell them for 35 yuan. If you sell 10 air guns a month, you can earn 100 yuan. Isn't it better than your salary? Qin Baohua was anxious and wanted to divert the non-productive personnel, but he did not consider a way out for these people. It would be strange if they were satisfied. If they were arranged to go to other factories in the capital, they would certainly have no objection. However, other factories had also begun to reform, and it was not so easy to place people from third-tier factories there. These idle people in Factory 960 were used to idling around. So how could they give up their iron rice bowls and go out to look for business opportunities on their own? Qin Yang immediately provided these people with a plan: sell guns. Factory 960 has already started making air guns, but has not yet officially started selling them. So it might as well use a salesman approach and let these idle people go out and sell air guns, killing two birds with one stone. Huh, it's easy for you to say that. It's not that easy to sell. Someone else objected. It's easy to spend a day with a newspaper and a cup of tea, but can it create value? Qin Yang looked at the people below. When you ask the factory for this and that, think about what contribution you have made to the factory. The times have changed a long time ago, and it's not okay to just lie down and muddle through. Okay, I'll give you a start. Set a small goal first. Earn 10,000 yuan, and then become a millionaire. Small goal, a millionaire with a monthly income of 10,000 yuan? Qin Baohua opened his eyes wide. His son's ideals were really ambitious. Last year, the newspaper reported the story of Huang Xinwen, the pig farming tycoon who became rich by raising pigs and became the first millionaire in the country. However, everyone just listened to it. It was too difficult to earn tens of thousands of yuan with a salary of dozens of yuan a month. Chapter 22. Selling guns starts with destroying the place. Old Qin, your son's head is full of wonderful ideas. At the factory meeting, the head of the sales department, Chun Li Shui, said with emotion, this product sales is originally the task of our sales department. Now that Qin Yang wants to help, our sales department will of course give him full support. In the past, the sales department was just a department to keep idle people, and there was no specific work. After all, isn't it fair? The factory produced according to the plan of the superiors, and various raw materials needed to be allocated by the superiors. The finished products were directly shipped away by the superiors, and there was no need to go out to sell them. Now, the factory wants to convert military products into civilian products and sell them by themselves. Chun Li Shui is worried. What if he can't sell them? Unexpectedly, Qin Yang actually stepped forward and offered to help sell the gun, which of course was what he wanted most. Okay, since the sales department has no objection, then we can give it a try. Zhu Zizhong said. Qin Yang might really be able to make a name for himself. By the way, let me be frank with you. If Qin Yang makes money, you must not be jealous. Of course, we have no reason to be jealous. Chun Lishui said. If this method is feasible, our sales department will give Qin Yang a certificate of honor. There's no need for a certificate of honor. This kid doesn't care about these honors. But if he can make a breakthrough, then our factory's production diversion and diversion will be easier. Qin Baoguo said. In the future, we can travel light and the factory will develop better. The decision was finalized. Back in the office, Chun Lishui's confidant Gao Chen couldn't help but ask, Chief Chun, sales were originally the responsibility of our sales department. Now someone else is interfering. Isn't this an overstepping of authority? Chun Lishui glanced at Gao Chun and said, what are you thinking? Do you think our air guns are so popular that people from outside will flock to buy them? All we have to do is wait here. So Gao Chen stopped talking. This thing is not so easy to sell. Qin Yang also said that he would sell 1,000 guns, which is pure bragging. He can do whatever he wants in the factory, but when he is out, society will have to teach him to behave himself. Just wait and see. Chun Lishui was not optimistic about Qin Yang going out to sell guns, so he agreed directly. In this way, if the guns cannot be sold in the future, their sales department can also shirk responsibility. What's more, he couldn't offend Director Qin. Qin Yang is a man who does what he says. After getting approval from the factory and completing all legal procedures, Qin Yang took Zhang Chao out. The two men were each riding a 28-inch bicycle with 2 baskets hanging on the back, each holding 10 air guns. There were no special gun boxes, just some straw tied outside. From the outside, it looked like there were only 2 bundles of straw in the baskets. Yangzi, my dad said that we should fight for reputation instead of bread. We must sell all the guns this time to show others what we are capable of. If we really can't sell them, we can find a place to hide the guns. When we go back, my dad will give us money, and it will be considered as selling the guns. Thank you, Master Zhang, but it's not that complicated. We can sell these guns in the county town. Although Factory 960 is called the Capital Agricultural Implements Factory, it is actually built in a mountain valley, which belongs to the territory of Qi County. The next higher-level management unit is Wuqing. Wuqing is the western gate of the capital. Beyond Wuqing is the endless grassland, also known as Kowai. In the past, many people went to Kowai to do business. In later times, Wuqing became world famous for successfully hosting the Winter Olympics. Then let's go to the county town? Zhang Chao asked. The county town doesn't have such a big market. If we want to sell only these 40, we can go to the county town. If we want to sell thousands, we have to go to Wuqing. Qin Yang made a big promise before he left. He set a small goal first. To make 10,000 yuan, he would have to sell 1,000 air guns. Small towns don't have such a big demand, nor do they have so much financial resources. Therefore, you must go to a prefecture-level city. Yangzi, why don't we just go to the capital? Zhang Chao continued to suggest. The capital? It's a mixed crowd, and it's easy for something to go wrong. Qin Yang said. Well, Yangzi, I'll listen to you. Zhang Chao admired Qin Yang very much. While riding his bicycle, he continued. Then how do we start selling in Wuqing? Of course it starts with destroying the place. Qin Yang had a smile on his face. Ruining the place? Zhang Chao immediately became interested. Where are we going to mess things up? Wuqing department store. Qin Yang said. In this era, department stores are the busiest shopping places. They can be found in county towns and cities. The place where a department store is located is almost the center of a city, with a constant stream of people coming and going. Wuqing department store is a 4-story building with a luxurious layer of wall tiles on its exterior, making it look even more upscale. The workers' families with affluent lives like to come here to shop. There is a small park near the department store, and a corner of the park has been developed into a special air gun shooting range. In this day and age, air gun sports are still quite popular. A retired old man can push a small cart, put up a sign, and hang balloons to play a shooting game and earn money to supplement the family income. There are also some slightly larger shooting ranges. The shooting range in this small park is quite large. In front of a wall, there are 10 targets. 20 meters away from the targets, there are several long benches. Behind the benches stand shooters. Some were wearing sports uniforms from nearby schools. Some were wearing green military uniforms. Some were men, some were women, some were young, and some were old. At this time, they all had almost the same posture, but of the gun against the shoulder, right eye staring at the aiming line, right hand holding the trigger, and left hand supporting the gun. The posture of holding the gun is also very special. It is not to directly hold the handguard of the gun, but to stretch out the palm, drag the trigger guard with the thumb, and support the front handguard with 4 fingers. You can tell at first glance that he is very experienced. This is not a place to make money. Everyone's air gun is their own, and they come here to entertain themselves. Bang! After aiming for a full minute or two, the shooters finally opened fire. The people watching on the sidelines have started to make noise. The number 3 gun position scored 10 rings. So awesome. Another dud at gun position number 5. Number 8 scored an 8 ring, and it has always been an 8 ring. The third gun position is a young man with a side-parting hair that is not common in this era and wearing a suit. He is a frequent visitor here and also has superb skills. He comes here to show off his skills and get some praise, which makes him feel very accomplished. At this point, he proudly opened the gun barrel, intending to reload and shoot again. It's so unlucky that the fight ends like this at a distance of only 20 meters. At this moment, a voice came from outside the crowd. Although the volume was not loud, it was heard clearly by everyone because it happened to be between people talking. Yeah, they are all amateurs. They definitely can't compare to ours, especially the air rifles. They are all old-fashioned, too backward. The old eye-shaped gun is still outdated? This is the best air gun in China, from Shanghai eye-shaped brand. The man with split hair looked at the back of the crowd angrily. Who's talking nonsense over there? Come out. Chapter 23. There are always people who are better than you. There are always people who are better than you. And there are always guns who are better than you. Everyone looked over and saw 2 young men standing there pushing a 28-inch bicycle with 2 baskets filled with straw slung on the back of the bicycle. Selling plates and bowls. The man with the split hair immediately made this inference. This straw is used to wrap bowls and plates and other fragile things. These 2 people must be selling bowls and plates on the street. Humph. These days, anyone can come out and brag. You are a porcelain seller. Have you ever seen an air gun? Hey, were you 2 talking nonsense just now? The man with split hair said, if you know what's good for you, just apologize to us and admit your mistake, and this matter will be over. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude and smashing everything in your basket. Nowadays, there are no good people who wear suits and have side-parted hair. Although the man with side-parted hair behaves well while shooting here, if someone dares to cause trouble for him, he will not hesitate. Everyone knows how to fight, and he has a group of brothers. At this time, Qin Yang had just taken out an apple from the basket, wiped it on his clothes, and was about to take a bite. When he heard the other party's words, Qin Yang's tone continued to be extremely arrogant. Apologize? For what? You may not be very capable, but you do have a bad temper. Hearing this, the man with split hair almost laughed out of anger. I don't have much ability? Then what abilities do you have? Show them out. This is what I've been waiting for. Okay, then I'll show you today. Qin Yang said, and put the apple in his hand on Zhang Chao's head. Chaozi, hold this apple and stand next to the target over there. Yeah. Zhang Chao nodded and strode forward with the apple on his head. At this time, some people have already reacted, with surprise in their eyes and worry in their words. Young man, this is no joke. If you make a wrong call, someone could die. Yeah, boy, don't get carried away. While the onlookers were discussing, Qin Yang reached out to the basket and pulled out an air gun from it. The buttstock is maroon, with the bright varnish shining through in the sun, and the barrel is black, and it's obvious that it has been professionally treated. When he saw this air rifle, even the man with the split hair showed admiration in his eyes. What a nice gun. He liked it after just one look. The texture was much better than his old one. Why is there a pole under the barrel of the gun? A gunman in school uniform asked curiously. You haven't seen it, have you? People say that your old guns are too backward, but some people still don't believe it. Our gun has a special gas rod with advanced design. It is first class in the world. Qin Yang said as he pressed the gas rod hard and loaded lead bullets in front of everyone's surprised eyes. Isn't it just a special air compressor? What's so great about it? People like us with our butts sticking out aren't any worse. The man with the split hair didn't want to lose the momentum, so he continued. Not bad. Much worse. The aiming line of my gun is twice as long as yours. Within 100 meters, I can hit whatever I point at. Isn't it better than your butt-sticking gun? Yangzi, I'm ready. At this time, Zhang Chao shouted over there. Watch me, Qin Yang said. I'm going to show you how to shoot an apple with an air gun from a distance of 50 meters. 50 meters. A middle-aged man in a mouse suit couldn't bear it any longer and quickly grabbed Qin Yang. Young man, this is not a joke. Everyone believes you. Let's go. The accuracy of the air gun is only about 20 meters, and Qin Yang actually wants to perform at a distance of 50 meters. God knows where the bullet will fly to. The most likely place is the head of the guy with the apple on his head. Thinking of the bloody scene, the middle-aged man shuddered all over. It's okay, uncle. Qin Yang said, I'll show you guys today, and let some people know that there are always people who are better than you, and there are always guns better than you. That old-fashioned eye-shaped sign should have been used as a firewood stick long ago. Let him do it. I want to see how capable he is. The man with split hair said indignantly. If he can smash the apple, I will apologize to him. If he smashes someone else's head, I will send him to the police station. Oh, kid. The man in the Zhongshan suit was a little anxious. Uncle, it's really okay. Just watch. Qin Yang said as he walked a few dozen steps out from the long bench, and then stopped. Everyone quickly dodged to the side. This was going to be a serious fight. Everyone had to stay away. If they were hit by lead bullets, it would be very unfair. In a flash, there was no obstruction between Qin Yang and Zhang Chao. Everyone looked at Zhang Chao, who was just grinning foolishly. Is this guy stupid? Qin Yang stopped and raised the gun. Humph, something really happened, but it's all your own fault. Before the man with the split hair could finish his words, there was a bang. Are you shooting now? Just now, more than a dozen of them stood in a row playing with air rifles. They had to aim for several minutes and experience the state of unity between man and gun before they dared to shoot. But now, this person picked up the gun and pulled the trigger. I didn't even see him aiming. This person is really ruthless and doesn't talk much. Everyone was first shocked by Qin Yang's rapid shooting, and then they reacted the next second and hurried to look at Zhang Chao, who was the target. The apple on Zhang Chao's head had been blown up. Some pieces flew out, and some remained directly on his head. He touched one piece with a smile, and then put it in his mouth. This apple is crispy and sweet, so delicious. This is impossible, the man with split hair shouted loudly. I don't believe it. You must be cheating. He raised his hand and fired a gun, and blew up the apple on someone's head from 50 meters away. How could this be possible? Even if he saw it with his own eyes, he would not believe it. It must be a trick. It must be cheating. Don't believe it. Qin Yang smiled and looked at the man with the split hair. Then how can you believe it? The man with split hair looked around and said, if you have the guts, blow up that street lamp. The municipal construction in the city is still good. There is a street lamp hanging in the corner of this small park, which is about 60 or 70 meters away from Qin Yang. Qin Yang absolutely cannot cheat. Will you compensate me if I blow you up? Qin Yang said, if you can blow up the street lamp, I will respect you. If not, you must have cheated just now. Before the man with the split-haired hair could finish his words, Qin Yang had already reloaded the bullet for the second time. He raised his arm and pulled the trigger without much aiming, almost the same as before. Bang! The street lamp shattered. Good. That's awesome. This is real skill. The people on the surroundings cheered, and the middle-aged man who was worried that Qin Yang would blow his companion's head off also gave him a thumbs up. Awesome. There is always someone better than you. The man with split hair swallowed and asked, how can you shoot so accurately? Are you a sharpshooter in the army? Even the sharpshooters in the army can't hit the target with this level of skill, even with their old guns. Qin Yang said, it's mainly because my gun is so good. Chapter 24, $50 apiece. Good gun. This is the main argument that Qin Yang instilled, and it is also his main purpose. After all, he came out to sell guns. Good gun. The man with split hair looked at the gun in Qin Yang's hand and swallowed again. Where did you make this gun? The Capital Agricultural Implements Factory. Qin Yang said. Capital Farm Tool Factory? Everyone's eyes widened. Farm Tool Factory makes guns. Yes, you don't know this, right? Although it's called the Capital Farm Implement Factory, we have never made a hoe. We specialize in making guns. The Type 56 semi-automatic rifles exported in the past few years were all made by our Capital Farm Implement Factory. Yes, I know. It's in a mountain valley in a county below Wuching. The man in the Zhongshan suit said, but I haven't heard that they also produce air guns. By the way, what brand is this air gun? A gun always needs a catchy name so that it can be sold more easily. Although the factory hasn't come up with a name yet, Qin Yang came up with one off the cuff. Lion brand air rifles are like lions, the king of beasts, and are much better than other air rifles. Qin Yang said, our air rifles are of absolute military quality. Do you know why they can be shot accurately from 50 meters away? Why? Because we use the production line for 56 semi-automatic rifles, including the rifling inside the barrel. They are all military grade. Qin Yang said, other air guns are civilian products produced by small factories, and they can't be compared with our air guns at all. Brother, do you want to try? With my gun, you can also hit a street lamp. The man with split hair was tempted. Okay, then I'll try it. Here you go. Qin Yang handed the gun over generously. The man with the split hair imitated Qin Yang's just now, loaded the bullets, and then skillfully shot in the same posture he just used. Bang! The recoil from the butt of the gun made the man with split hair unable to defend himself. He shouted in surprise. Ouch! Why is the recoil so strong? Of course, we have a special gas rod. The pressure inside is high, so the recoil is of course large. Let's see if we hit the target. I hit it. The light bulb has broken. The man with split hair was very excited. This air gun is really good. Do you want to sell it? Of course I sold it. I came out here to sell guns. Qin Yang was very happy in his heart, but he pretended to be embarrassed on his face. I originally planned to give this air gun to the department store. You can buy it if you want, but our gun is of high quality and expensive. Of course, good guns are expensive, and we don't like cheap ones. Tell me, how much is it? The man with split hair patted his chest and said, We have money. We met today, so it's fate. Since you like my gun, let's not talk about anything else. The original price of the factory is 60, and I will sell it to you for 51 today, the same price as delivering it to the department store. $50. Due to the reform and opening up, the wage level in the 1980s has changed greatly. In the early 1980s, the monthly salary of ordinary workers was only 30 or 40 yuan, and the monthly salary of deputy county heads and deputy regiment level officials was only about 100 yuan. By the end of the 1980s, the general salary was several hundred yuan, and if you were an individual, your income might even be thousands. Now, Qin Yang directly asked for an air gun for 50 yuan, which was definitely not cheap. Air guns of this era only cost 30 or 40 yuan each. By the end of the 1980s, they were only 80 or 90 yuan each. Zhang Chao, who had already run back, was also excited. Yangzi was really amazing. The wholesale price of a sword from the factory was 25 yuan, and they sold it here for 50 yuan, so they made 25 yuan per sword. If they sold all the 40 swords they brought out, wouldn't they make 1,000 yuan? One trip is equivalent to my father's salary for 1 or 2 years. If I make 10 trips, my goal of becoming a millionaire will be achieved. This time it was the man with the side-parted hair who frowned. Even if it was sold for 40 yuan, he would have gritted his teeth and bought it. 50 yuan. Isn't it a bit expensive? You should have thrown away that broken gun in your hand a long time ago. You can't even hit the target at 20 meters. It's no better than a fire stick. As an excellent shooter, how can you not have a good gun? Qin Yang said, You are not short of money anyway. If you want to buy a gun, you have to buy a good gun. In the future, whether you are competing with others or going hunting in the mountains, you can't do without a good gun. Brother, think about it. It would be great to blow up a street lamp with one shot from 50 meters away, isn't it? The man with split hair finally nodded. Yes, it's time to buy a good gun, but I don't have that much money in my pocket. Can you wait for me to go home and get it? Nowadays, if you have a few cents in your pocket, you are considered rich, and few people can afford dozens of dollars. Okay. Qin Yang nodded. I don't have many guns in my basket. Go quickly and come back quickly. If you are slow, someone else might buy them. At this moment, the cry of crows was heard in the sky. Qin Yang quickly pressed the gas rod, loaded the bullet, and then raised his hand to the sky. Bang! As the gunshots rang out, crows fell from the sky. Looking at the poor bird that fell down, the man with split hair swallowed and said, You must wait for me. I want to buy one. The man in the Zhongshan suit who had just dissuaded Qin Yang spoke. Hitting an apple on a person's head or a light bulb are both immovable. But shooting a crow flying in the sky requires real skill. The shooter must have superb skills and a good gun. Since the man in the Zhongshan suit is watching here, he must be a shooting enthusiast. He originally planned to be just a spectator, but now he can't help it and decided to buy a gun to satisfy his desire. Chaozi, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and get your gun. Zhang Chao finally reacted after hearing Qin Yang's call. He quickly ran to the bicycle and pulled out a handful of straw. I want one too, another onlooker spoke up. As long as someone buys the first one, everyone will agree that a good gun should be sold at a high price. Isn't it just $12 more than other ordinary air guns? Military quality, absolutely worth it. You have to buy one, otherwise you will miss the chance in the future. Then more people came up. By the time the man with the split hairs came back with the money, Qin Yang had already sold more than 20 air guns. Give me 5, said the man with split hair. My brothers want 5 too. Okay, no problem. Chaozi, get 5 guns. This business is very good. Just as Qin Yang was counting the money, a voice came from the side. Of course, our air guns are of the best quality. You'll miss this shop if you miss it. Do you want to buy one? Qin Yang raised his head as he spoke. When he saw the person who greeted him, his heart skipped a beat. White shirt, red collar badge, big white cap. Is this the police officer? We received a report from the public that someone was destroying street lights here, so we came to check it out. Unexpectedly, we caught a profiteer. Let's go to the police station and confess your crimes. When he said the last sentence, the other party's words had become serious. The people watching nearby had already dispersed, and those who bought guns ran away. The man with split hair ran the fastest. Chapter 25 Repairing the Type 54 Pistol. Speculation and profiteering is a crime that is full of the characteristics of the times. In the planned economy era, small vendors were not allowed to exist, and anyone who went from street to street doing business was considered to be speculating. After entering the 1980s, the country adopted a dual-track system, with planned economy and market economy running in parallel, which allowed more things to be traded. It was not until 1997 that the crime of speculation and profiteering was officially removed from the criminal law. Although the country is now carrying out reform and opening up, many strings are still tightly tightened. These policemen received a report that someone had damaged a street light. When they came over, they found out it was speculation. Of course, they would not let such a crime go. It was also Qin Yang's fault that his business was so good that a large crowd of people gathered around him and they didn't even know the police had arrived. "Uncle Police, this is a misunderstanding," Qin Yang quickly explained. "We are not those small vendors without a job. We are salesmen of the Capital Farm Implement Factory. Here are our IDs." Although Qin Yang was caught off guard by the police this time, he had made preparations in advance. Before going out, he got a certificate and letter of introduction from the factory. Unlike those small vendors who don't have formal jobs, we work in factories and have stable jobs. How can we engage in speculation? The Capital Farm Implement Factory makes farm implements. When did they start making air guns? The leader, Zhao Fong, who was wearing a peaked hat, frowned as he looked at the certificate Qin Yang took out. The public name to the outside world is the Capital Agricultural Implements Factory, but it's actually a third-line military factory. Our factory originally manufactured Type 56 semi-automatic rifles, but now we're working on a military-to-civilian project, right? Our factory started making air guns, and in order to expand sales, the factory sent us out to promote them. Qin Yang explained quickly. Zhao Fong still frowned. Your documents are fine, but the target units on your letters of introduction are people's shopping mall and department store, but you are selling them privately here. The letter of introduction was to introduce the identities of Qin Yang and Zhang Chao, and there had to be someone to read the letter. The factory usually regarded shopping malls at all levels as potential sales targets, and it didn't address individuals. After all, there was no need for a letter of introduction for individuals. Now, Zhao Fong still has some doubts. That's because we happened to see someone playing with an air rifle when we passed by here, and we couldn't help but say something, which led to something else. Qin Yang introduced. Everyone saw that our air rifles were of good quality and asked to buy them, and we couldn't turn down their interest. Needless to say, how much does it cost to sell it to the mall? How can it be sold separately at a higher price? If Qin Yang goes directly to the person in charge of the mall to sell it, let alone 50 yuan, it is estimated that it will not even be 25. Then how do you prove that these certificates are not forged and that you came from a military factory? Zhao Fong continued to ask. This is easy. Are there any faulty guns in your police station that need to be repaired? You can hand them over to us for repair. We can prove it with our technology, Qin Yang assured, patting his chest. Although both are going to the police station, being asked to repair a gun and being invited to have tea are completely different. After hearing Qin Yang's words, a young policeman behind Zhao Fong spoke up. Captain Zhao, can you ask them to fix this Type 54 for me? I've clearly aimed at the target, but every time I shoot it's too low. Type 54 is very famous in China. As the first standard pistol in China, it has been produced from the 1950s to the 1990s. It is not only used as a standard pistol in the army, but also in other departments. The police system is equipped with a large number of Type 54s. Although there were Type 64 and Type 77 later, neither of them was as widely used as Type 54. This pistol was originally a pistol with relatively high shooting accuracy, but in the hands of ordinary people, it is difficult to shoot accurately. This is mainly due to the poor ergonomics. After all, the Type 54 pistol was shot by the Russians and adapted to their body shape. The grip is wide at the top and narrow at the bottom, which is a bit big in the hands of Chinese people. Experienced veterans can achieve very high accuracy with the Type 54 pistol, but it is difficult for ordinary people to do so, and hitting low targets is a common problem. After hearing what the policeman said, Qin Yang reached out his hand and said, "Show it to me." Zhang Chao had nothing to be afraid of. He believed in Qin Yang's ability and thought that such a small matter could be easily handled. Zhao Fong nodded, so the young policeman took out his gun, removed the magazine, and handed it over. Zhao Fong still looked at Qin Yang vigilantly, fearing that Qin Yang might do something unexpected. Qin Yang took it skillfully, and then he heard a rattling sound. In just a few seconds, he took the pistol apart. Expert, definitely an expert. Zhao Fong looked at Qin Yang's movements and knew that he was extraordinary. Even the veterans in the police station could be so skilled, but the one in front of him was just a young man. Could it be that he had been playing with guns since he was in his mother's womb? After Qin Yang took it apart, he picked up one of the reeds, bent it hard, and then assembled the gun again, which took no more than a minute. All right. You fixed the problem of the pistol shooting low just by taking it apart and putting it back together? Zhao Fong asked in surprise. Yes, in the eyes of our technicians, these are minor problems. Why don't you try it here or go back? The young policeman took the gun and glanced at Zhao Fong. Zhao Fong nodded. Let's try it here. There's a target. Yeah. The young policeman nodded. In this era, the management of guns was not as strict as in later generations. Using 1 or 2 bullets to test the gun was nothing. Moreover, only if the gun passed the test could it be proved that Qin Yang was indeed from a military factory. Although he was very skilled in disassembly and assembly, it was still unknown whether the repair was complete. The young policeman installed the magazine, held the gun with both hands, aimed at the target, took a few deep breaths, and then pulled the trigger. Bang! After the gunshot, he strode over to look at the target of the air rifle. There was a hole there, which was caused by a 7.62 mm pistol bullet, and it had hit an 8 ring. Is this how the problem of hitting low is solved? It's amazing. How did you do it? I just saw you bent the trigger spring. What's the reason? The young policeman asked Qin Yang excitedly. The reason is simple. The firing structure of the Type 54 pistol is defective, which means that the force required to pull the trigger is about 2.5 kilograms, which is 60% greater than the American M1911 pistol. Qin Yang was not vague and simply explained the reason. So, if you have a short time to play with guns, you can't pull the trigger when you pre-pull it. And when you want to fire, you will pull the trigger hard, so the muzzle will naturally deviate downward. Zhao Fong nodded. Yes, you are right. It seems that you are indeed from the military factory. Brother, come back to the police station with us. Zhang Chao opened his eyes wide in surprise. Hey, police officer, we have already proved our identities. Why do you still want us to go to the police station? Go help us fix our guns. Chapter 26. Father's worry when his son is away. Before liberation, the army used a wide variety of weapons. During the first 5-year plan, related industries were established in the country, and firearms entered the era of standardization. However, these standard firearms are mainly equipped to the military, and the police force is still short of firearms. For example, the famous box gun during the War of Resistance against Japanese aggression was still used by grassroots police forces until the 1970s, and was completely eliminated in the 1980s. The weapons equipped by the police officers in Wuching Police Station are relatively good. If they go to the grassroots level, it is very likely that a police station will only have 1 pistol, so they need to borrow guns from the militia when performing tasks. Over the years, the police station has accumulated a batch of defective guns. There was no way to deal with them before, but this time they encountered people from the military factory, so of course they couldn't miss it. Qin Yang looked at the few remaining air guns in his basket and said with a smile, Captain Zhao, can you please let us sell all these guns? Your presence has scared away all the customers who originally wanted to buy guns. Why are you in such a hurry to sell your guns? Zhao Fong refused. Go to the police station to get your guns repaired first. I'll contact the purchasing staff at the department store for you. You can just put all your remaining guns in the department store. Well, thank you, Captain Zhao. Zhao Fong kept his promise. While Qin Yang was helping to repair the gun in the police station, Luo Minghai, a buyer from the department store, arrived. Lao Luo, their capital farm implement factory, has manufactured a new air rifle. It has high accuracy and long range. It's a good gun. Your department store must get a batch of them. Zhao Fong talked to Luo Minghai as they walked. Well, I've heard that it can hit a light bulb from 50 meters away, and it's accurate every time it hits one. Luo Minghai said. It's just that the price is a bit high, 50 yuan a bunch. As they were talking, the two came to the place where Qin Yang repaired guns. The air guns waiting to be sold were placed nearby, and several policemen were also fiddling with the air guns. Uncle Luo, 50 yuan is the retail price. We supply to department stores, so 40 yuan per gun will be enough. Qin Yang said. You can make 10 yuan per air gun like this. Can it be sold for 50 yuan a bunch? Luo Minghai frowned. Why not? We brought 40 guns with us when we came out, and now we have only these. Uncle Luo, if you are worried that you can't sell them, you can take the guns away first and pay us after you sell them. Luo Minghai's eyes lit up. Can you allow our department store to sell on credit? Of course. Qin Yang said. We can still establish a long-term supply relationship in the future. Are we still afraid that your department store will default on its debt? Okay, then I'll take all the remaining air guns you have. Luo Minghai said. If the sales are good, the department store will buy another batch, and next time we'll pay and receive the goods. Okay, Uncle Luo, this is my brother Zhang Chao. He will come here often in the future. If you are short of goods, just tell him. Our factory is located in a remote area, so it will be difficult for you to find it. Of course, they couldn't come to the door to purchase. Otherwise, how could Qin Yang make money? How could he achieve his goal of 10,000 yuan? However, Qin Yang will have a lot of things to do in the future, and it will be impossible for him to come out often. So he introduced Zhang Chao to manage the business in the future. After giving some instructions, Luo Minghai left with the gun. Qin Yang continued to help repair the guns, and the others also got busy. As the sky outside gradually darkened, Zhang Chao couldn't help but ask, Yangzi, are these guns difficult to repair? Of course it's not difficult. It only takes a few minutes. Then what took so long? We haven't eaten yet. Zhang Chao hesitated for a few seconds and still didn't react, but he heard Zhao Feng's voice. Mr. Qin, thank you for helping me repair the gun here. It's getting dark now. I'll take you to get something to eat. The air gun was sold for a large sum of money, so it was no problem to go to a restaurant, but it was a different feeling when someone else invited him to a restaurant. As Qin Yang helped to repair the gun, the other party even changed his name. This Qin Gong's name was really useful. In a small restaurant near the police station, Zhao Feng ordered a few dishes and opened a bottle of erguo too. Looking at those dishes, Zhang Chao felt his saliva flowing involuntarily. Mr. Qin, if you want to sell guns in the future, you can do so anywhere within our jurisdiction. As a reward for repairing the guns, Zhao Feng was very generous. Thank you, Brother Zhao, Qin Yang said, but since we have already handed it over to the department store to sell, it is not convenient to sell it privately. If anyone wants to buy an air gun, it is better to go to the department store. Originally, I wanted to call him Captain Zhao. Since we were sitting together for dinner, we might as well build a relationship. It would definitely be beneficial to call him more intimately. Zhao Feng nodded. Just as he was about to say something, he saw Luo Minghai running over in a hurry. Captain Zhao, Xiao Qin, you are here. Uncle Luo, would you like to sit down and have a drink with me? Qin Yang asked generously. No, Xiao Qin, I'm here to tell you something. Bring us 100 air guns tomorrow. No, let's say 200. Anyway, these things won't break. Luo Minghai said. 200? Qin Yang was also a little surprised. The ones you took away are all sold out. Yes, they are all sold out. There are still many customers who heard about it, but didn't buy any. Luo Minghai said and began to take out the money. This is the cost of selling the guns today. When you deliver the guns tomorrow, we will pay for them in person. Today, Qin Yang's legendary experience has spread throughout Wuqing. When people heard that there was an advanced air gun, many people were interested. When they heard that it was being sold in the department store, they rushed over. Unfortunately, there were only a few and they sold out quickly. Okay, of course no problem. After we have dinner, we two brothers will rush back overnight and deliver the guns tomorrow. Young people have great physical strength. After eating and drinking their fill, they rode their 28-inch bicycles back to Factory 960, which was more than 100 kilometers away, overnight. Dad, it's so late. Why haven't you slept yet? From a distance, Qin Yang saw Qin Bao's figure under the swaying street lights at the gate and felt warm in his heart. Qin Yang has been growing up in the factory, which is an independent world. This is Qin Yang's first time to venture out. His father is worried about him. What about his mother? She probably made delicious food for him at home, right? Have you sold all the air guns you took out today? Qin Bao looked at the empty rear baskets of Qin Yang and Zhang Chao's bicycles and immediately asked the most crucial question. Zhang Chao's father, Zhang Guoqiang, was also standing there with a nervous look on his face. Was it sold or hidden? It's sold. We've established a supply and marketing relationship with the customer. The customer asked us to bring 200 of them over tomorrow. Qin Yang announced proudly. That's right. We sold them for 50 yuan each, and we made 1,000 yuan on this trip. Zhang Chao couldn't hide the truth, and after seeing his father, he couldn't help but tell him all. 1,000 yuan. Zhang Guoqiang opened his eyes wide. Really? How can this be false? Zhang Chao said. Yangzi is very capable. We have to deliver 200 swords tomorrow. Chaozi, stop talking. This is our business secret. Qin Yang said. If this gets to the ears of the people in the sales department, they will definitely intercept it. It looks like sales are going well. Qin Baowen nodded with satisfaction. Let's drive our factory's old Jiefeng truck tomorrow. There are so many that you can't carry them all on your bicycles. Yes, but I have to drive. Chaozi can just follow the car. No one else can go. If you can drive the car away, then you can drive it. Now go back and eat. Your mother has made delicious food. Chaozi, you come home too. Chapter 27 Shooting Team Guns. On the same night, there were still some people who were excited. Zhao Gang, the coach of the Wuqing shooting team, stroked the brand new air rifle and said with emotion, the quality of this Lion brand air rifle is really good. It can be used as the professional air rifle of our shooting team. That's right. It has the same accuracy as the German Wehrauch air rifle we imported, but it only costs 50 yuan. Captain, let's go to the department store and wait there tomorrow. As soon as it opens, we'll go buy guns, said team member Zhang Yuanchao. I hope the goods can arrive there soon. By the way, my friend who is aiding North Korea, can you keep this gun for our shooting team? In case we can't buy it tomorrow, We can use your gun for training first. Anyway, you bought 5 guns at once, didn't you? Zhao Gang looked at the man with the side-parted hair. That's right. This friend of Zhang Yuanxiao, a member of the Wuqing shooting team, is the man with side-parted hair that Qin Yang met. The man with the split hair was a shooting enthusiast and a good friend of Zhang Yuanxiao from the shooting team. He was very excited after buying the guns. He gave the other 4 to other people and brought this precious gun to the shooting team to show off. As a result, after the professional shooting team members tried shooting several times, they were surprised to find that the gun was at the same level as the imported German air guns. A German air rifle costs 10,000 marks. Their entire shooting team only has one, and because they are afraid that the imported air rifle will wear out, each member of their shooting team can only shoot 1 bullet a day with the German air rifle, and they often have to aim the air rifle for half an hour before they are willing to shoot. Now, this Lion brand air gun that suddenly appeared has reached the level of imported air guns, and it only costs 50 yuan. It is definitely a great value for money. Hearing Zhao Gang's words, the man with split hair nodded and said, I can stay here, but you have to let me train with you here. The man with the split hair dreamed of joining the Wuqing shooting team, but unfortunately, he was eliminated every time he took the exam for 3 consecutive years. Okay, Zhao Gang agreed immediately. The members of the Wuqing shooting team stayed up all night, and early the next morning, they ran to the department store to wait. At 8 o'clock in the morning, an old Liberation truck puffed over. Looking at the straw-wrap things on the car, they immediately became excited. Hey, is that an air rifle pulled in the car? Yes, Lion brand air rifle. Zhang Chao, who had been lying in the back of the vehicle for the entire journey, jumped off the vehicle and said to the people below with a smile, this is the flagship product of our capital farm implement factory. But don't worry, we don't sell our guns in retail anymore. You can buy all of them from the department store. There was no problem with retail yesterday, but selling guns directly outside a department store today is tantamount to undermining the department store. As he was talking, Luo Minghai had already arrived. He took a look at the customers who wanted to buy guns and recognized one of them. He was stunned. Old Zhao, your Wuqing shooting team came to buy this kind of civilian air gun? When did you fall to this point? Zhao Gang's face was full of excitement. Lao Luo, you don't know this, right? We tried it last night. The accuracy of this Lion brand air rifle is on the same level as the air rifles imported from Germany. Our shooting team can now relax in training, and we don't have to suffer with more than 20 people sharing one gun. Lao Luo, we're going to buy 50 guns this time. They were worried that they wouldn't be able to buy air rifles today, but unexpectedly a truckload of them arrived. What else could they say? They bought 50 first. They could train freely in the future. This gun is not suitable for members of the shooting team. At this moment, Qin Yang came down from the cab and said to the impatient members of the shooting team, what unsuitable? It has the same accuracy as the German imported air rifle, and it's not suitable for shooting training. Zhang Yuanxiao shouted, is there any gun with higher accuracy than this one? Zhao Gang also frowned. This person got off the car, which meant he was from the Capital Agricultural Implements Factory. Normally, the other party should welcome the shooting team when they come to make purchases. Young man, tell me, why is it not suitable? Zhao Gang asked curiously. The Lion brand air guns we produced are military products with high accuracy. It is not surprising that they can reach the level of imported German guns. However, this type of gun is outdated. Spring piston air guns will inevitably be affected by vibration when shooting. If you want to play in competitions, especially in the Olympic Games in the future, you need to use compressed air, preferably compressed carbon dioxide-driven air guns. Air guns with a spring piston structure are cheap and have a long service life. Since the energy provided each time is the same, the initial velocity of the projectile remains constant and the trajectory is stable. In the 1970s, the air guns used in Olympic competitions also had this structure. However, this type of air gun always produces vibrations, and its accuracy cannot be compared with that of air guns powered by compressed air. After entering the 1980s, high-level competitions, especially the Olympics, quickly eliminated piston spring air guns and replaced them with compressed air, especially compressed carbon dioxide. Although in the 1980s, various air gun design companies continued to improve, the famous air gun manufacturer Warrock launched the HW-77, and later Air Arms TX-200 became the pinnacle of traditional spring piston air guns, but they could never enter the Olympic arena again. Lion brand air rifles are for civilian use only. Professional shooting teams should use professional air rifles. Hearing Qin Yang's words, Zhao Gang nodded with a wry smile. Yes, little brother, you are right, but that kind of air gun is too expensive. Our shooting team in a prefecture-level city can't afford it at all. Not to mention the Wuqing shooting team. Even their provincial shooting team cannot afford this kind of air gun. It is said that the national team only has 2 such air guns. Can't afford it? Can you afford 500 yuan for one? Qin Yang asked. 500 yuan. Zhao Ging opened his eyes wide. This price is too cheap, right? Even 5,000 yuan a gun is not expensive. Can your capital agricultural implements factory also produce this kind of professional Olympic air rifle? Zhao Gang took a deep breath and asked. Qin Yang nodded. That's right. This kind of air gun must be produced according to the order. You give me the money, and I will deliver it to you in 10 days. Of course, in order to protect your rights, we must also write it clearly when signing the contract. If the performance is not up to standard, we are willing to compensate you 10 times. Yesterday, the gun sales were still a buyer's market. In order to expand sales, Qin Yang was even willing to let the department store pay after the goods were sold out. But now, the sales have been opened, and they can completely produce according to the orders. Old Zhao, don't worry. I inquired about it last night. Their capital agricultural implements factory is indeed a famous third-line military factory. It is only more than 100 kilometers away from our Wuqing. They are not scammers. Luo Minghai said on the side. Okay. Zhao Gang nodded. If it's 500 yuan per gun, we can order 10. We'll buy 30 of these Lion brand air rifles. Zhang Chao was smiling happily there. Yangzi was so awesome. He had made another big deal. I made $1,000 from the air rifles yesterday and $3,000 from the 200 air rifles today. Now, I have received an order for 10 more professional air rifles, priced at 5,000. I wonder how much I can earn. I guess the goal of becoming a millionaire is about to be achieved, right? Chapter 28. Praise to Death. When Lao Jiefeng drove back to the factory, it was already noon. Gao Chan, a clerk in the sales department, was standing in an open space in the factory. When he saw Lao Jiefeng stop, he immediately greeted the people above with a smile. Yoko, have you sold all your stuff? Yes. Qin Yang nodded. Brother Gao, it's a good thing that you are here. Let's just hand it over. Have you brought the IOU? Qin Yang was doing a business with no capital. Whenever he took out a certain number of air guns from the factory, he would write an IOU to the sales department. When he got the money back from the sales, he would pay the sales department and exchange the money for the IOU. Okay. Gao Chen said and looked towards the cab. The canvas backpack was bulging, and there was a lot of money in it. 200 air guns and 5,000 yuan of capital for the factory. Qin Yang said as he took out 5 stacks of big unity notes, 1 stack with 100 notes, totaling exactly 1,000. You still have a lot in there. How much did you earn on this trip? Gao Chen's eyes were still fixed on the canvas backpack. It's not much, just 2,000 yuan, with a lot of change in it. Qin Yang said, we have negotiated with a big customer. I estimate that we can visit again in half a month. The small goal of a 10,000 yuan household can be achieved in a few months. Brother Gao, you have to tell Section Chief Chen to report to Director Zhu and publicize me as a model, calling on everyone to come and do sales. 2,000 yuan. The bulging bag looked like it had more than the 5,000 yuan Qin Yang had taken out. What change? How could there be any change when going out to do such a big business? Gao Chen swallowed, his eyes filled with greed and unwillingness. After the handover, Qin Yang slung the canvas backpack over his shoulder and said, let's go. Chaozi, let's call it a day. Yangzi, should we report the matter of those 10 competition air rifles to the factory? Zhang Chao was a little worried. There were 8,000 yuan in the package, 3,000 of which was their profit, and 5,000 was the money that customers would pay for the professional shooting air rifles. Don't worry, we won't deliver the goods until 10 days later. Qin Yang looked confident, so Zhang Chao didn't say anything else. Gao Chan went to the finance department with mixed feelings to hand over the money. When he returned to the sales department and saw Chen Lishui, he immediately started complaining. Chief Chen, this is unfair. We all work in the factory, but we can only earn a few dozen yuan a month, while Qin Yang has earned more than 2,000 yuan in just 2 days. More than 2,000 yuan, a sum that they would have to work for several years to earn, but Qin Yang earned it in just a few days. Unfair. Chen Lishui looked at his men meaningfully. This is approved by the factory, and Director Zhu also said that no one should be jealous. If you have the ability, go out and sell yourself. This is clearly taking advantage of the factory, Gao Chun said angrily. If this practice was used in the past few years when the capitalist's tail was cut off, it would have been criticized. Qin Yang actually asked the factory to praise him. Chen Lishui smiled and said, okay, then we will report to the factory and praise him publicly. Chief Chen, this kind of unhealthy trend cannot be encouraged. Gao Chen was anxious. Xiao Gao, you should learn more. Chen Lishui said, let's praise Qin Yang highly, and then. Gao Chen suddenly understood. It turned out that Section Chief Chen was more ruthless. Why didn't he think of it? In the afternoon, the factory's broadcasting system sounded. Dear workers, dear comrades, now we, the propaganda department, solemnly report to you a great news. The voice inside was crisp and pleasant, just like the singing of an oriole. Our 960 Factories military-to-civilian project has achieved great success. Today, we sold 200 Lion brand air rifles and earned 5,000 yuan. For a military factory with thousands of workers, an income of 5,000 yuan is nothing, but it is a new beginning. In the past, they didn't have to worry about money. Their salaries were allocated by their superiors, and their superiors would allocate any materials they needed. It was a planned economy. However, when they started the military-to-civilian transition, they no longer had funding from their superiors. If they couldn't find a successful path, they would starve. 5,000 yuan represents that they have entered a new era. From now on, they are responsible for their own profits and losses, and from now on, they can make money and live by their own abilities. Comrade Qin Yang earned 2,000 yuan from this business. I hope everyone can learn from Comrade Qin Yang. In addition to the frontline workers, other personnel can become sales staff and make money by promoting our Lion brand air rifles. This is much better than earning a fixed salary in the factory. We can also foresee that in the near future, Comrade Qin Yang will become the first millionaire in our factory. The entire 960 factory exploded. Qin Yang earned 2,000 yuan. There is a lot of money to be made in selling air guns. I never thought Qin Yang was so powerful. Yes, 2,000 yuan. I want to be transferred out of the workshop to do sales. You say, we all work the same job, doing the same work. Why are the treatments so different? When Lu Yong heard people in the workshop say this, he suddenly frowned. He looked at the workers in the workshop and said, stop talking and work hard. The factory will not treat you unfairly. If I hear anyone continue to gossip, I will deduct his bonus this month. After saying that, Lu Yong strode out and headed straight for the deputy director's office in the office building. Old Qin, this is not right. Seeing Qin Baowa lying on the desk, Lu Yong went straight to the point. Qin Yang has earned 2,000 yuan at such a young age. There are too many red-eye cases in the factory. It's easy to attract blackmail. What was the reaction of the people in the factory when they heard that Qin Yang earned 2,000 yuan? People who are familiar with Qin Baowa and have watched Qin Yang grow up may feel gratified. Qin Yang is a really capable kid. He found a way to make a living for the factory and also benefited himself. However, there are not many such people. Most people will be jealous, seeing that they only make a few dozen yuan a month, while Qin Yang can make thousands or even tens of thousands a month. Can they feel balanced? After being jealous, they will do all kinds of things. If it is broadcasted today, I guess someone will write a letter of complaint to the superiors tomorrow. Old Lu, you are right. Those idle people in the factory don't think about how to make money like Yangzi, but they are jealous. Qin Baowa said. Next, we have to teach them a profound lesson and tell them that the times have changed, society has changed. The factory does not need those gossipers. What the factory needs is more people like Yangzi. Lu Yong looked at Qin Baowa in astonishment. Old Qin, have you already planned this far? Based on his understanding of Qin Baowa, this is simply impossible. This old friend in front of him is first-rate in technology, but not so good in administration. He simply cannot outsmart others. Qin Baowa smiled and said, Yangzi said last night that the big pot only breeds lazy people, and it should have been broken long ago. Capable people should get more money, and those who just want to get by should get out. Chapter 29. I, Qin Yang, am selfless, but I was slandered for embezzling factory property? Qin Baowa really doesn't like the ways of the world, as it wastes his time. He would rather study technology than ponder people's psychology. However, if you think that Qin Baowa doesn't understand these things, then you are underestimating him. Qin Baowa certainly could think of what Lu Yong could think of. After Qin Yang's analysis last night, Qin Baowa agreed with this operation. Factory 960 has many problems, so why not take a drastic measure? A one-time solution. People who are used to eating from the same pot will have a lazy idea. It doesn't matter how much you work or whether you work or not. Who would roll up their sleeves and work hard when they can just lie down and get paid? We need to stimulate and inspire them. Let them know that poverty is not socialism. And as long as they are willing to work hard, a better life will be waiting for them. The next day, Qin Yang was still sleeping in bed when he was woken up by Zhang Chao. Yoko, something happened. The sky is falling. That's not the case. Then let me sleep a little longer. Qin Yang said as he turned his head to the other side, intending to continue sleeping. The leader who came last time, the one who took Yang Zhaoxiang away, is here again, saying he wants to investigate your corruption. The leader who came last time? Qin Yang finally sat up. Alas, once Pandora's box is opened, it can't be closed anymore. The devil has been released. There are always people who want to use Leader Pan as a gun. It's not that easy. What is Pandora? Pan Jilian's father. Oh, Qin Yang was chatting with Zhang Chao while washing his face and brushing his teeth. When he was done, Wang Guoqing from the security department came over and said, Qin Yang, the leader wants you to attend a meeting. Got it. I'll be there soon. In the 960 conference room, all the middle level and above leaders of the factory sat there without looking around. Leader Dong sat in the main seat with a serious face. We have received a report that a serious economic case has occurred in your 960 factory again. What is going on? It has only been a few days since Yang Zhaoxiang's incident. How come this kind of thing happened again in your factory? Do you need a working group from your superiors to be stationed in your factory? Forget about the working group. It would be most appropriate to send an observation and study group to see how our Factory 960 has revitalized a third-line military factory on the verge of bankruptcy through reform. A voice came from outside. Qin Yang, how can you talk like that? Zhu Zizhong's face turned dark. You are so disrespectful. After criticizing Qin Yang, Zhu Zizhong turned his head to Leader Dong and said, Leader, don't be angry. Qin Yang didn't mean to offend you. He has been like this since he was a child. Leader Dong's eyes were burning. Observation and study group? I'm curious. What are you going to observe and learn? How to embezzle state assets? How to put the factory's money into your own pockets? Leader Dong, I want to know, if someone is deliberately confusing right and wrong and framing someone, do you have to take care of it? You can't let good people suffer injustice, right? Leader Dong's eyes sparkled. Okay, you tell me today. If you are right, I will criticize the person who reported you. If you can't justify yourself, Yang Zhaoxiang will be your lesson. Leader Dong, our factory is engaged in military-to-civilian conversion. Our current flagship product, the Lion brand air rifle, was invented by me, Qin Yang. You should know this, right? Leader Dong nodded. Yes, I learned about it the last time I came here. You are very good technically, but this is not an excuse for you to embezzle the factory's assets. Leader Dong, if I take this design out and give it to other third-tier military factories, or even an ordinary machinery processing factory, how much money do you think I can make? Qin Yang said, the shooting team in Wuqing has already experimented with the gun I invented, and it has the same accuracy as the professional air guns of German companies. I'm not bragging, but my design drawing is worth at least 100,000 yuan. If I sell it to a foreign air gun company, it can sell for at least $1 million, and the foreign air gun company will also hire me as a technical consultant. But I didn't care about the money at all and gave my design to Factory 960 for free. Qin Yang said, I am such a selfless person, but I was slandered as someone who embezzled factory property. Do you think I am more wrong than Doi? In this era, intellectual property has not yet become a kind of wealth, and many inventions of factory technicians belong to the factory free of charge. However, if they were taken out, they could indeed be sold for money. Especially if it reaches international standards, foreign companies will actually pay a high price to acquire it. One thing is another. Leader Dong quickly regained his composure. No matter how much you have contributed to the factory, it cannot be an excuse for you to embezzle the factory's property. Yesterday, you sold 200 air guns, and the factory received 5,000 yuan, and you received 2,000 yuan. Don't you feel that this money is too hot to handle? Leader Dong, if I hadn't worked so hard to sell the air guns produced in our factory, we wouldn't have been able to sell them at all, and the factory wouldn't have gotten 5,000 yuan. Qin Yang said, those who reported me have no talent at all. They got jealous when they saw that I got a 2,000 yuan commission. Why don't they go out and sell the products themselves? Leader Dong, if I hadn't been busy running around, would it be okay for everyone in the factory to just sit back and wait for the pie to fall from the sky? Is that 2,000 yuan a commission? Leader Dong asked in surprise. Yes, of course it's a commission. The malicious report would definitely not say that. Qin Yang said, the factory was worried about sales that day. As the saying goes, a big reward will bring courage. The factory finally decided to use commissions to promote sales. The factory gave a wholesale price of 25 yuan per air gun. As long as the salesperson can sell it, the extra money is the salesperson's commission. Everyone present knows this plan, and it has been recorded. You can take a look. This is Qin Yang's greatest confidence. I did this with the approval of the factory management committee. Are those who reported it blind? Leader Dong looked at Zhu Zizhong with a questioning look. Zhu Zizhong nodded. Yes, Leader Dong. When we held the factory meeting, everyone agreed to this plan. We have calculated the cost. The manufacturing cost of an air gun is about 10 yuan, plus the labor cost is 15 yuan. Our factory can make 10 yuan for each gun. How much the salesperson sells is up to them. After all, the more they sell, the more our factory earns. Director Zhu, our commission plan is totally inappropriate. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Everyone looked over with surprise at the person who was speaking. Chun Li Shui, the head of the sales department. What was he going to do? openly contradict the factory director during the investigation by his superiors? The factory belongs to all of us, not just one person. The factory is going to convert military assets into civilian assets, and everyone is working hard. Qin Yang has indeed made great efforts, but this cannot be an excuse for him to embezzle factory assets. Think about it. What did the salesperson do? Didn't he just say a few words? Why did he get so much money? The guns were produced by the factory. If they can be sold for 35 yuan each, wouldn't the factory make more profit? Now, it's equivalent to the salesperson eating the share that the factory deserves. Chun Lishui looked righteous and awe-inspiring. As the head of the sales department, I feel disgusted with this kind of behavior. Chapter 30, I am a self-employed person. Who is disgusted? Everyone is disgusted by Chun Lishui's behavior. Chun Lishui, the head of the sales department, has made no contribution. I have never seen how they use their brains to sell air guns. Qin Yang sold the guns, but now they are belittling Qin Yang's contribution. Even if he didn't write the report letter, he was the mastermind behind it. If you think this plan is inappropriate, why didn't you mention it in the first place? It's too much to bring up the past now. However, what Chun Lishui said made sense. If the factory could sell the cigarettes for 35 yuan a bunch, wouldn't it be better to make an extra 10 yuan? Why should the benefits be given to the salesperson? If the salesperson took the benefits that the factory should have, what else could it be but embezzlement of factory assets? In short, this hat must be put on Qin Yang's head. Unlike Yang Zhaoxiang, Chun Lishui has no grudges against Qin Baohua. He is now publicly attacking Qin Baohua purely for his own benefit. The person Chun Lishui wanted to bring down was not Qin Baohua, but Zhu Zizhong. In the past, no one would be interested in the position of the head of Factory 960, and the factory would have been on the verge of bankruptcy. However, everyone can see that the Lion brand air rifles they produce will be hot selling, and their factory will grow rapidly. Chun Lishui has connections. His father is a cadre in the capital. As long as the position of factory leader here becomes vacant, Chun Lishui can get the position. Zhu Zizhong had been very cautious throughout his life, but unfortunately, he was led astray by the Qin family father and son this time. After 2 consecutive incidents of corruption and bribery and embezzlement of factory property, Zhu Zizhong, the factory director, might have to resign. Chun Lishui hid too deeply. Leader Dong looked at Qin Yang. Qin Yang, what do you want to say? Okay, I was wrong. Qin Yang spoke. Everyone was shocked when they heard him say this. Zhu Zizhong's face was very ugly. Did Qin Yang admit it? Then he was in big trouble. Why did he agree to this plan in the first place? He had planned everything, but he didn't expect Chun Lishui to openly provoke him. Chun Lishui was excited. Well, there comes a time for you, Qin Yang, to admit your mistakes. When you cheated Director Yang, I thought you were so powerful, but it turns out you are just this level. With the pride of a winner, Chun Lishui looked at Qin Baohua. It was strange that Qin Baohua hadn't said a word from the beginning to now. What was he thinking? At this moment, shouldn't he give Qin Yang a few words to refute? Where did you go wrong? Asked Leader Dong. I shouldn't have rushed out to sell the products for the sake of the factory without getting a certificate for a self-employed business owner. I am operating without a license. Qin Yang said, if our relevant departments want to find me, I will accept it. What? The ID of a self-employed person? Chun Lishui was a little confused. What Qin Yang said didn't seem to be related to the current situation. Leader Dong was also a little curious. Does the self-employed certificate have anything to do with your embezzlement of factory property? It's like this, Leader Dong. Maybe you don't know that I'm not a formal employee of Factory 960 yet. Qin Yang explained. It can be said that I personally have no relationship with Factory 960. My recent actions are all those of a self-employed business owner. As a small trader, I bought a batch of air guns from Factory 960 at a price of 25 yuan each, and then sold them at a price of 35 yuan. The country should support my behavior now, right? Chun Lishui was suddenly dumbfounded. How could it be explained in this way? If Qin Yang is from Factory 960, then he can be accused of embezzling factory property. Isn't it too shady for you to make a profit of 10 yuan? This profit should obviously belong to the factory. But what if Qin Yang is not from Factory 960? He is a self-employed person. He bought the air guns for 25 yuan each, and the price he sold them for later has nothing to do with the factory. After the turmoil ended, a large number of educated youth returned to the city. The previous system was no longer feasible. In 1979 alone, 15.38 million laborers needed to be employed. It was impossible to solve the employment problem of so many people by relying solely on government placement. If the government did not care, these people would become a factor of social instability. Therefore, in order to allow these people to make a living on their own, the government opened the door to individual business. At that time, the State Administration for Industry and Commerce wrote a report to the central government, applying for permission to set up individual businesses and engage in individual economy, and the central government approved it. About 100,000 individual businesses were approved to open that year. 2 years later, in 1981, the statistics became 1.01 million, a tenfold increase. In the past, people who engaged in speculation and profiteering would be punished, but now it has become a gray area, where they are neither encouraged nor supported openly, nor are they dealt with. Originally, Qin Baohua wanted to process Qin Yang's entry procedures, and the factory had already agreed. After all, Qin Yang's contribution was enormous. However, the status of a formal employee was not easy to implement. The factory did not have the final say, and he had to apply to and report to his superiors. This process could take several months. So until now, Qin Yang is still an unemployed vagrant. Zhu Zizhong smiled. This explanation was reasonable. There was no such thing as embezzlement of factory property. Some of them were self-employed people who came to our 960 factory to purchase goods. The self-employed people made money, and then some people got jealous. Zhu Zizhong's troubles were gone, and he looked at Chen Lishui with a gloomy look. If a tiger doesn't show its power, do you really think it's a sick cat? Since you played such a trick, don't blame me for being rude. Self-employed. Leader Dong kept repeating, you self-employed people. How can I say good things about you? Please criticize me, Leader Dong. Qin Yang is very well-behaved and sensible. Our country is carrying out reforms. No one has ever walked the market-oriented path before. Your 960 factory is exploring this path. Although the steps are a bit big, reforms must be tried. Leader Dong continued. In fact, the superiors have always been paying attention to you. If your factory can develop prosperously, the superiors will really have to send an observation group to come here to learn. Please rest assured, Mr. Dong, our factory will definitely deepen reforms and promote development. Zhu Zizhong said, we will not ask our superiors for money, and we will strive to pay more taxes to the country. Is this matter just over like this? Leader Dong, they are confusing right and wrong. Chen Lishui was anxious. No matter what, the 10 yuan profit should belong to the factory. Chief Chen, you are wrong to say that. Qin Yang looked at Chen Lishui. You are the chief of the sales department. How can you regard sales in the modern market economy as a scourge? The superiors have given our 960 factory the power to carry out military-to-civilian conversion and let us be responsible for our own profits and losses. We have to find a way, and development is the first condition for everything. If we want to adapt to the development of society, we must carry out market-oriented reforms. Do you still think it is the old times, waiting for other units to come to the factory to purchase? Director Zhu, Leader Dong, I think Chief Qin can no longer adapt to the position of chief of the sales department in the market economy. Chen Lishui's expression suddenly changed. Whoever can sell our products will be the hero of our factory. Zhu Zizhong nodded and said, Section Chief Qin's thinking is conservative and is indeed no longer suitable for the current situation. This one sentence has sentenced Chen Lishui to death. Get out of here, boy. It doesn't matter if it's a yellow cat or a black cat. As long as it catches mice, it's a good cat. Leader Dong did not express his opinion directly, but used a common saying, the meaning of which was obvious. Chen Lishui's face turned pale. He knew that he had lost. He no longer had a chance to be the factory director. He had to pack up and leave. Chapter 31 Qin Yang is a good comrade. Market-oriented economic reform is a road that no one has ever walked before. Everything is done by trial and error. So many problems will inevitably be encountered along the way, which requires wise leadership to identify. If Factory 960 does not carry out the military-to-civilian project, its final outcome will certainly be bankruptcy. After all, those first-tier large factories in the city are having a hard time now, and their superiors simply cannot take care of the third-tier military factories. Now the success of the military-to-civilian conversion of Factory 960 has attracted the attention of higher-level leaders. They certainly hope that this military factory can blaze a trail and bring experience to other military factories. Using salesmen to expand the factory's sales is two completely different approaches from the previous sales department waiting for customers to come. It is the difference between a market economy and a planned economy. Leader Dong is also sensible. As long as Qin Yang can explain it reasonably, he will of course let Qin Yang go. Dear leaders, I have another business to report. Qin Yang continued. What business? Zhu Zizhong asked happily. While Leader Dong is here, you should also report to Leader Dong. Our factory's military-to-civilian conversion is ahead of all other brother units. Just now, Chen Lishui was still throwing dirty water on him, trying to accuse him of being a bad leader. Now the situation has completely turned around. He has made great contributions as a leader. What Qin Yang is going to report now will definitely be icing on the cake for him. It's like this. When I contacted the Wuching shooting team, they needed a more advanced air rifle. Qin Yang said, I have already agreed to produce 10 for them. I will provide the design drawings and have them processed in our factory. As a middleman, I am willing to give our 960 factory a price of 100 yuan per gun, and the factory can make more than 60 yuan per gun. 1 is 60, 10 is 600. Zhu Zizhong nodded excitedly. Of course, Leader Dong. You see, right? This is to use money to stimulate our sales staff to work harder, so as to achieve more prosperous business for our factory. Leader Dong nodded and said, this is indeed a way to stimulate workers' subjective initiative and create more value. Your exploration of sales methods is successful. When the system holds an internal meeting at the end of this year, you should summarize these experiences and make a report at the meeting so that everyone in the system can learn from your successful experience. Don't hide it. Yes. Zhu Zizhong was so happy. Among all the reports given in the whole system, it had never been their turn to give a report at Factory 960. This time, they would become famous. Qin Yang, you can make a lot of money from this business, right? Leader Dong looked at Qin Yang and asked. Yes, I quoted the Wuching shooting team $500 a gun. What? The whole audience was shocked. Ordering one for 100 yuan per bunch from the factory, Qin Yang resells it and makes 400 yuan per bunch? If this had happened in the past, Qin Yang would probably have had to stay in jail and never come out. Chen Lishui opened his eyes wide and scolded. Qin Yang, you still say you are not taking advantage of the factory. You are simply sucking the factory's blood. Chen Lishui's voice began to tremble due to excitement and excitement. Zhu Zizhong covered his chest. Qin Yang, no matter how much money you make in the factory, you must not say it here. Aren't you asking for trouble? Is this showing off or courting death in front of Leader Dong? Seeing that Zhu Zizhong was about to have a heart attack, Qin Yang knew that he could no longer pretend to be cool and had to get the point across quickly. Director Zhu, do you remember? Some time ago, I said that I would make money by my own ability and become the first 10,000 yuan household in the factory. Now I am about to make 10,000 yuan. By following this example, I can encourage more people to join in and reduce the burden on the factory. I can also sell the factory's air guns to more places, thus realizing the successful transformation of Factory 960. I believe that the sales of ordinary air guns of Factory 960 this year will reach at least 50,000. At a profit of 10 yuan per gun, we can make 500,000. At least 1,000 special air guns for the shooting team can be sold. If we give the salesman a profit of 10 yuan later, we can make more than 400 yuan per gun, and we can make 400,000. This year, the profit of Factory 960 will be close to 1 million. Although Qin Yang made 400 yuan for each gun he sold to the shooting team, this was only for Qin Yang. Other salesmen certainly couldn't make that much. It was still no problem for him to make 400 yuan for each gun he sold to the factory. This was in the 1980s, when the average wage was 30 or 40 yuan. If it were in 2020, it would be equivalent to a profit of 100 million yuan. Moreover, this is pure profit. After deducting the workers' wages, etc., you can still make so much. Looking at other factories, they still need blood transfusions from their superiors. Their Factory 960 can definitely become a benchmark within the system with its brilliant achievements. Zhu Zizhong was so excited. Thinking that there was 1 million in the factory's account, he was happy from the bottom of his heart, happy and comfortable. No one paid attention to Chen Lishui's words. Everyone was attracted by the pie that Qin Yang painted. Lu Yong also smiled. This Qin Yang had clearly taken advantage of the public, and yet he spoke so confidently that it was impossible to refute him. How awesome! How awesome! Leader Dong, I have a request here. Speak. Leader Dong was also very happy. I request that all the money I earn be converted into foreign currency, as I am going abroad soon. Going abroad? Lu Yong thought of something and became even more excited. This kid, no wonder he was so confident about making money from the factory just now. It turned out that he was paving the way for the final goal. Qin Yang had said a long time ago that he wanted to sell air guns overseas, but the factory always felt that it was unreliable, and it would cost a lot of money to let Qin Yang go abroad, so they did not support it. Next, Qin Yang boasted that he would become a millionaire. At that time, Qin Yang had already made a plan. Use the money he earned to go abroad and help the factory sell air guns. In this way, it would be absolutely selfless. Thinking of this, Lu Yong looked at Chen Lishui opposite him. Chen Lishui also thought of this, and his face turned pale. After all this trouble, Qin Yang has played me around. There is no point in criticizing Qin Yang just now. After all, Qin Yang gave the money he earned back to the factory. Using his own money as travel expenses to go abroad to promote products for the factory is definitely a commendable act. What are you going abroad for? Leader Dong was still curious. We need to not only open up the domestic market for the air guns we produce, but also develop them internationally. We want to export them to earn foreign exchange. Qin Yang said, but the factory has no money, so I plan to use the money I earn to go abroad and try to open up the international market. These words were really beautiful. Those present were all experienced officials, but after seeing what Qin Yang did today, they couldn't help but admit defeat. Qin Yang is a good comrade. Leader Dong also expressed his emotion. Chapter 32, I want to earn 5 million in foreign exchange. We need to help Comrade Qin Yang solve his work problems as soon as possible. Leader Dong continued to give instructions. A good comrade like him cannot be buried. However, he is good at both technology and sales. Which position should he be placed in? Old Qin was originally the head of the technical department. Now he is the deputy factory director and also serves as the head of the technical department. Qin Yang is so capable, and we still rely on him for technical matters. I think it would be a good idea to let him join the technical department. With some training, he will become the head of the technical department. We don't lack technology now. What we lack are talents who can adapt to the market economy. Qin Yang is definitely a leader in this area. He became a millionaire in just a few days. Moreover, Qin Yang plans to sell our products overseas. I think it is best to let Qin Yang go to the sales department. Everyone started a heated discussion. Chen Lishui didn't say anything. He knew that everything here had nothing to do with him anymore. Next, he should ask his father to help him leave. If he continued to stay here, he would be regarded as a joke by others. I think we should just let him work part-time in 2 departments. Zhou Yongfei said with a smile. Leaders, even if I have 3 heads and 6 arms, it's not enough. Qin Yang said with a smile. There is so much work, I can't handle it alone. I need someone to share it with me. During this period of sales, I took Zhang Chao with me. How about taking care of his work as well and letting him be my follower? Lu Yong looked at Qin Yang with satisfaction. This kid is very loyal. Zhang Chao and he have been playing together since childhood, and now he is helping him. Once he said this at the meeting, the factory will have to consider it. Now that Zhang Chao has become a formal employee, Zhang Guoqiang will definitely work more actively in the workshop. Then let's solve it together. Zhu Zizhong also made the decision generously. As for the 10,000 yuan for your business trip, you can't spend it yourself. When the factory has a profit of 1 million at the end of the year, your business trip allowance will be reimbursed. Qin Yang is so generous, so Zhu Zizhong certainly can't be stingy. Please rest assured, Director. As long as I go out, I will definitely be able to bring back orders. This year, we can export at least 50,000 air rifles. The price we sell to foreigners must not be cheap. One gun should be at least $100. These 50,000 guns can generate $5 million in foreign exchange for our country. Okay, if you can earn $5 million in foreign exchange, our system will hold a celebration banquet for your factory this year. Leader Dong also made the decision. In 1980, the country's total foreign exchange reserves were only $1.2 billion. If a small 960 factory could earn $5 million for the country, it would definitely be a great contribution. Leader Dong left, and Factory 960 exploded. The last time Leader Dong came, he took Yang Zhaoxiang away, and Mu Guijin followed him. These people never came back, and I heard that they were all sentenced. When Leader Dong came this time, everyone thought Qin Yang would get into trouble, but unexpectedly, Qin Yang was fine. Before Leader Dong got in the car, he even patted Qin Yang on the shoulder and told him something. He looked like a kind old man looking after his son or nephew. Everyone was shocked. At the same time, an even more surprising news was spreading. By selling air guns to the factory, Qin Yang has become a millionaire. Qin Yang wants to use this money to travel abroad. In the 80s, 10,000 yuan was something that ordinary people like them couldn't even imagine. However, no one dared to ask Qin Yang. Qin Yang was too evil, so it was better not to provoke him. They all turned their eyes to Zhang Chao, who looked honest. Chaozi, did you and Yangzi really make tens of thousands of dollars? Yoko won't let me say it. Chaozi, you grew up under my aunt's watch. There's no need to hide this kind of thing. You young people can make money. That's a talent. Tell me about it, and let me be envious. Okay, Aunt Wang. We went to Wuqing and found a department store there to promote our products. Once the airgunners there tested our airguns, they gave us a thumbs up and started buying them. In 2 days, we will probably have to send another truckload over there. Is door-to-door sales so easy? Yes, our 960 factory is a military factory, and the Lion brand airguns we produce are also military grade. Zhang Chao said with spit flying, following what Qin Yang taught him. The airguns of other factories can't compare with ours at all. The I brand and B2 are all shit. Our airguns are of good quality and high precision. Even if we sell them at a high price, people still want them. There are probably thousands of cities like Wuqing across the country. We planned to go door to door to sell them. Just like that, some people were moved. That afternoon, someone knocked on Qin Bao's office door. Director Qin, I've thought it through. We can't just sit there and do nothing. I don't have much to do in the cinema under our factory. It's enough to leave one person to do something as trivial as showing movies. I want to sell air guns to our factory. Lao Wang, you have to think about it carefully. If you want to sell air rifles, you will have to suspend your job with pay. It has nothing to do with our factory. It will be like a self-employed business. Lao Wang nodded and said, I've made up my mind, Director Qin. My hometown is Sichuan. I want to go back there to sell. Qin Yang only went to Wuching to sell and became a millionaire. If I go to Sichuan to sell, I can at least become a millionaire. Okay, Lao Wang, you are courageous. All the companies that you have successfully sold to can come here to register, and they will be your customers in the future. We do not accept those companies to place orders directly to our factory. We only accept orders from you, the salesman. Lao Wang was immediately overjoyed. Director Qin, don't worry, I will definitely sell 1,000 air guns to our factory within this year. If you make 10 yuan per piece, as long as you can sell 1,000 pieces, you will be a millionaire. This is much better than the fixed salary of a few dozen yuan in the factory. If Qin Yang can succeed, then of course they can succeed too. It will just take a little longer. Maybe they can even sell a few thousand? Under the halo of Qin Yang, a successful man, those people in non-frontline positions in the factory are eager to try. They are all stimulated by the title of 10,000 yuan household. Taking advantage of this great opportunity to go out and explore the world is 100 times better than staying in this poor mountain valley. As for whether there will be any problems in making money this way, Qin Yang is fine, which means that the superiors approve of it. What's more, the factory was generous in issuing them letters of introduction and certificates, and to the outside world, they were still people sent by the Capital Agricultural Implements Factory. The most difficult job transfer was actually carried out so smoothly. Originally, these people were unwilling to leave and waited for the factory to find a job. Now some of them have started to work as salesmen, and the ironclad situation has been broken. Even if some people still want to eat the big pot meal, it is no longer attractive. Next, it's time to reform the wage system. The workers in the frontline workshops will have their wages increased, while those who are just sitting there doing nothing will have their wages reduced. Of course, boiling a frog in warm water cannot be done all at once. Qin Yang has not paid attention to this matter in the past few days. He has to quickly develop a professional competition air rifle. Chapter 33. Plagiarizing designs is not considered stealing, but can the work of military workers be considered stealing? Add a gas tank under the gun barrel? I've never heard of this. Holding the drawing drawn by Qin Yang, Liu Yong and others were extremely surprised. Yes, an air gun is a gun that uses compressed air. When air guns first appeared, they used a spherical tank to hold compressed air. Qin Yang knew that these people would make a fuss, so he explained to them impatiently. The world's first air gun used a spherical compressed air tank as its energy source. Later, when coil springs appeared, modern spring piston air guns became popular. However, in shooting competitions, there is about to be a comeback. Air rifles with gas tanks will gradually become mainstream. So that's how it is. Then why don't we use the original structure? Yangzi, the appearance of your air gun is absolutely brand new. Master Zhang Guoqiang asked curiously. A professional competition gun must have a professional appearance. Every subtle design is for the competition. Qin Yang continued. For example, we switched to gas tanks to avoid the recoil of spring air guns. We changed the structure to make it more perfect. Originally, Qin Yang was planning to make some simple modifications to the Lion brand air rifle, but since he was going to do it, he had to do it to the best of his ability, so he tore up the original design and decided to start over. Anyway, these designs have always been in his mind, so he just needs to draw them. As for the original order of 100 yuan per gun, at most he can modify it and sell it to the factory for 200 yuan per gun. The factory can still make money, so it doesn't matter if he makes less money. But the brand of shooting guns must be promoted, and if we are going to make it, we must make it the best in the world. The gun now handed over to the factory for production is a famous gun in the airgun industry, the famous Steyr LG 110 feet. When Chinese people think of the name Steyr, they still think of trucks, because China's heavy trucks were developed from the Steyr 91 heavy truck. However, heavy trucks are just a trivial product line of Steyr. Steyr is the most important military-industrial enterprise in the small European country Austria. It mainly produces weapons. For example, the L7 tank gun introduced from the West in China came from Steyr. This gun enabled China to have the ability to penetrate the T-72 tank for the first time. At the same time, Steyr also produces various firearms, air guns being one of them. The design of this air rifle is very special, with a synthetic body, a two-section buttstock, a special cheek pad, a grip shooting method, a special sight on it, and a special adjustable armrest under the gun body, which is suitable for various shooting postures. Its shoulder rest, grip, trigger, and cheek pad can all be adjusted in 3 dimensions and in multiple directions. Even the initial velocity and firing kinetic energy can be precisely controlled. With its advanced design and excellent performance, this airgun has almost become a special gun for Olympic shooting competitions. At the same time, the price is also very high. One costs 300,000 euros. Xinjiang does not need to build this air rifle to the standards of future generations, as long as it is more advanced than the Olympic air rifles of this era. At this time, everyone was amazed at the advancedness of this gun. Liu Yong frowned and said, "I'm afraid that the gas tank suitable for this gun can't be found in the whole country, right? The barrel runs through the entire gun body, and the gas tank is at the bottom of the barrel. It is a thicker cylinder with a special air pressure gauge on the front. This kind of gas tank has never been seen before. Yes, it has to be specially produced. The material marked on it seems to be aluminum alloy. Yes, in order to make this gun lighter, more than 20 parts on it are made of aluminum alloy." Xinjiang said, "Yangzi, we have never processed aluminum alloy." Liu Yong became even more worried. "That's right. We haven't processed it before, but other units have this experience." Xinjiang said, "I have already bought the train ticket and will leave tonight to coordinate the processing of the aluminum alloy for our batch of guns." "Other units? And taking the train? Where are you going?" Liu Yong asked in surprise. "Chengdu, Factory 132. So far, Liu Yong was even more shocked. They were all from the military industry, so Liu Yong naturally knew that Factory 132 manufactured fighter jets. Their factory had advanced aluminum alloy processing equipment and was fully capable of processing the complex parts on the design drawing. But you don't have to run that far. There is a factory in the capital that manufactures Long March rockets and can process aluminum alloys. Even the number 112 factory in the northeast is closer than Chengdu." Xinjiang smiled and said, "That's right. Just think of it as going out for a trip." Xinjiang certainly had a purpose. He chose Factory 132 not only because it had advanced aluminum alloy processing technology, but also because it was actively engaged in exports. After the country focused on economic development, the military entered a period of endurance. Military spending was drastically reduced, and the purchase of weapons and equipment was also drastically reduced. Not only were the third-tier military factories having a hard time, but the first and second-tier military factories were also having a hard time. In terms of aviation industry, the Air Force can only invest a meager amount of funds in a Factory 112. After all, this factory is the big brother of the aviation industry and is still developing the J-8 fighter jet. As for other factories, they have to find their own way out. Factory 132 is located in Sichuan Province, which is a rear area. Sichuan Province did not fall during the anti-Japanese war. In the war plan formulated in that special era, the entire north might be abandoned, and Sichuan Province must have a stable industrial base. As a result, in the 1980s, these factories also faced the issue of life and death. Factory 132 did not wait or rely on others, but found a way out on its own. The first military trade business was completed with Egypt, which was a good start. But then there would be a new crisis waiting for them. The only way to solve this crisis was to find a new customer in the Middle East. Xinjiang also planned to go to the Middle East to sell air guns. In this way, if both parties went together, Xinjiang would have a companion and his father would not have to worry. That evening, at the capital railway station, Xinjiang and the excited Zhang Chao stood on the platform and said goodbye to the people who were seeing them off. "Yangzi, you can go with confidence. No matter whether you succeed or not, the factory appreciates your pioneering and enterprising spirit. Even if the cost of making the air gun this time is higher, our factory can afford it." Zhu Zizhong came to see him off in person and expressed his appreciation for Xinjiang's behavior. "Please rest assured, factory leaders," Xinjiang said. "When we come back, we will bring the parts back and will not delay delivery to customers. We will definitely create a new miracle like the Lion brand air rifle." Woo-woo. The train blew its whistle and slowly drove out of the station. Watching the train leave, Zhu Zizhong sighed. "We are all old now. When it comes to pioneering and innovating, it is still the young people like them who are the best." Yes, according to what Yangzi said, this batch of air guns can reach the highest level of air guns used in Olympic Games. Our factory can also make sufficient profits by producing this kind of air guns in the future. Qin Baoguo said, "The future of our factory is limitless." The two watched the train leave, their hearts filled with confidence for the future. Chapter 34, Helping in Times of Need. The climate here is completely different from ours. After getting off the train, Zhang Chao looked at the gloomy sky and smelled the damp air. He sighed. Thank goodness we took off our fleece jackets and pants on the train, otherwise we would have gotten prickly heat. Although it is already April, the weather in Qi County is still cold, and it may even freeze if there is a late spring cold snap. Young people like Qin Yang and Zhang Chao can just wear fleece coats and trousers, which are common in this era. Those who are a little older have to wear sweaters and trousers. What about this side? The daytime temperature here is already around 20 degrees. Let's go and take the bus. Time is tight, so it's best to close the deal today and let them process it for us first. Qin Yang said, adjusting his tie that he had tied on the train. Yoko, do you know which bus to take? If you don't know, you can ask. As he spoke, he walked to the side of a sentry box and asked inside. Comrade, which bus should I take to Huangxiamba? Huangxiamba? Yangzi, aren't we going to Factory 132? After asking for the bus, Zhang Chao asked Qin Yang with some surprise. Factory 132 is right in Huangxiamba. Let's go? The car is coming. The two got on the bus. It was not rush hour, so they could still find a seat. After sitting down, Zhang Chao looked at the words on the seat and was very curious. Made by Qingfei? Qingfei makes airplanes, right? How come they also make seats? Military to civilian. Chaozi, you should say less, so that others won't think we are stupid. Looking at the words, made by Qingfei on the seat, Qin Yang was also recalling the origins of Qingfei. In 1958, the construction of Factory 132 officially started. At that time, it was known as the State-Owned Amei Machinery Factory. It was located in Huangxiamba. It was completed in 1964 and became a large aviation enterprise with more than 10,000 employees. In November of that year, the J-5A aircraft successfully completed its maiden flight here. 2 years later, the J-5 trainer aircraft successfully completed its maiden flight, and the factory's military product production shifted from surveying and imitation to modified trial production. Afterwards, the production of modern J-7 fighter jets began here. In March 1970, the J-7I aircraft successfully made its maiden flight. In 1975, the design of the J-72 aircraft was finalized. However, in that era, the quality of the products produced was very poor. In 1979, in order to communicate with the outside world, Factory 132 was transformed into Chengdu Aircraft Company, and the factory director became the company manager. Their products also began to develop in all directions, from military products, from refrigerators, washing machines, and motorcycles to bus seats. They have produced anything related to machinery. Factory 132 is at the forefront of the military to civilian transformation. The seats in front of you are produced by Qingfei. However, the Qingfei of this era is not the same as the Qingfei of later generations. The Qingfei of later generations was a group formed in 1998 after the merger of Institute 611 and Factory 132. The current Qingfei is Factory 132 itself. After getting off the car, Zhang Chao followed Qin Yang excitedly. As he watched the factory gate in the distance getting closer and closer, he became more and more nervous. Yangzi, we are only processing 10 sets of parts, an order of $400 or $500. Can they process it for us in time? Zhang Chao was worried. Why not? Qin Yang said, we are here to give them money, so they should treat us with respect like the god of wealth. Besides, this time it's 10 sets. Next time it may be 100 or 1,000 sets. As they were talking, the two had already walked to the gate. There were two people standing outside the gatehouse, one of whom was a middle-aged man who was walking back and forth anxiously. What's going on? Translator Wang hasn't arrived yet. People at Marconi are getting anxious waiting. The young man comforted him. Chief Zhang, don't worry, Translator Wang will be here soon. No hurry, of course. When we deal with foreigners, the most important thing is the sense of time. They will think that we don't value them. Now is the critical time to sign the contract. We can't delay time because of translation. Dingling. At this moment, the phone at the concierge behind him rang. The old man who was guarding here answered the call, and his face suddenly changed. He put down the phone and shouted outside. Chief Zhang, Translator Wang called. The 212 bus they were riding broke down on the way. They are currently trying to get here as soon as possible. What? The car broke down on the way. Section Chief Zhang was even more troubled. What should he do now? Do you need an English translator? I can help. A young man appeared in front of the two people. Where are you from? Can you translate? Section Chief Zhang looked at Qin Yang in confusion. What we need to translate is not everyday language, but involves a lot of professional terms in aviation and radar. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Qin Yang said, we are in the same military industry. I am from the technical department of Factory 960. We are here to find Factory 132 to produce a batch of expedited parts. After reading the letter of introduction and order drawings handed over by Qin Yang, Section Chief Zhang was a little confused. How can you, a technician from a gun manufacturing factory, be proficient in the vocabulary of our aircraft industry? It's not that Section Chief Zhang doesn't believe it. It's just that there are too few people who know how to do it in this era. In the past, due to the good relationship with the Soviet Union, the first foreign language in the country was Russian. Over the years, there are many technicians who can speak Russian fluently and have reached professional levels. However, English is different. There are not many people learning English, and most of them can only use daily expressions. Finding a professional English translator is harder than climbing to the sky. At this moment, the phone in the concierge rang again. Chief Zhang, Director 2 called, and the meeting is about to start. Okay, Qinyang, right? Come with me. Section Chief Zhang finally stopped insisting and had to go even if he had to. Chief Zhang, our parts are also in urgent need. I hope you can arrange the processing as soon as possible. Okay, Xiao Zhao, take this customer to the workshop to find someone to process it. Section Chief Zhang made the arrangements. Zhang Chao followed the man named Xiao Zhao, and Qin Yang followed Section Chief Zhang all the way to the meeting room. Mr. Tu, our time is precious. Can the meeting start now? Qin Yang heard a voice coming from inside as soon as he walked to the door. Mr. Marina, please wait a moment. Our translator is on the way. Mr. Tu spoke to the other party in his unfluent English. The contact with Marconi Company started in March last year. During this period, Mr. Tu also learned English, but his English was still very poor. He had to look up the dictionary for various professional terms, and communication between the two parties still required professional translation. Cold sweat broke out on Mr. Tu's forehead. Why hasn't the translator arrived yet? Just then, a voice was heard outside. Mr. Molina, I'm here, we can start now. The authentic London accent was even more fluent than their original translation. The people in the conference room immediately looked over curiously and saw a strange young man appear at the door. He was wearing a suit and holding a briefcase, looking so fashionable. Everyone, we can start now. I will do the translation for you. Qin Yang sat between Tu Lao and Marina and began to get into the role. Section Chief Zhang quietly closed the door from the outside and was relieved. Qin Yang's tone was very skilled, and it seemed that he was really professional. This was a timely help. Chapter 35, Guest Translation. Not to mention Russian, Qin Yang also knows French, Arabic, Japanese, etc. In his previous life, he had to learn various languages in order to better develop military products and to contact customers from various countries. The main foreign language in later generations is English, which is learned from junior high school or even elementary school. Of course, Qin Yang can speak it with ease. Mr. Tu was also very happy. Okay, our meeting officially begins. I hope we can discuss the details of this contract today, especially since you have already seen our aircraft and have a more intuitive impression. Yes, we have seen your aircraft, and we found that your aircraft is very different from the MiG-21 we know. After listening to Qin Yang's translation, Marina started talking. This was a key import project for the J-7, and Marconi also attached great importance to it. Their managing director Peterman would often fly to the east for negotiations. When he was busy, he would give all the negotiation power to the company's assistant managing director and technical director Marina. Previous negotiations were all held in big cities like the capital or Shanghai, which were somewhat castles in the air. This time, when they came to Factory 132 and saw the J-7 fighter jets in the production workshop with their own eyes, they discovered many problems. In the Soviet Union, although the MiG-21 was not produced for a long time, it has undergone many modifications. The one with the largest number of uses is the MiG-21 bis, which is a later multi-purpose modification. In order to store more fuel, it has a specially thickened spine, and its air intake cone also protrudes a large part outside the nose, making it look a bit rough. The J-7 produced by Factory 132 is the earliest production model. Its spine is very thin and the air intake cone is also inside the air intake duct, with only a tip exposed outside. This is where the problem comes in. Marconi's radar is to be installed inside the intake cone, and most of the intake cone is retracted into the intake duct. So how can it be used? The performance will definitely be greatly reduced. We hope that the lower lip of the air intake can be changed to non-metallic material, which will facilitate the transmission of radar waves. Molina began to talk about professional content. Director 2, the British are trying to play tricks on us. Qin Yang continued to translate. They asked us to change the chin of the J-7 to a non-metallic material so that it will be easier for their radar to emit radar waves. Old Tu frowned. The previous translators just translated word for word without changing a single word, but now this new translator, who came out of nowhere, actually had his own agenda. But the meaning should still be clear. Of course not. Our air intake must be made of aluminum alloy. This cannot be changed. Mr. Marina, the world has never seen an air intake made of non-metallic materials. You are kidding. Qin Yang translated what Mr. Tu said. Melina frowned. That's right. The fighter jet uses a radome on its nose that is specifically designed to transmit electromagnetic waves, but the air intakes are all made of metal. It is very difficult to ask Factory 132 to change them to non-metallic ones. However, if they don't change it, they will encounter major technical problems. How should they explain this to the other party? Before he could open his mouth, Qin Yang had already spoken. Director 2, the British have a reason to make such a request. Our air intake cone is almost all inside the air intake duct, so it is easy for the air intake duct to reflect radar waves and cause the radar to appear as a false target. Once this happens, the British will be responsible for this technical problem. We have to include this clause in the contract to prevent the British from passing the buck. Mr. Tu opened his eyes wide. He had been negotiating with the British for hundreds of days. The contract had grown from a dozen pages of printed paper at the beginning to more than 300 pages now. The content was becoming more and more detailed. However, he was still worried, fearing that something might go wrong. The request made by the British must have a purpose, but he had not thought of the specific purpose. Now Qin Yang has revealed it. Is this still a translation? This is simply the level of an aircraft designer. That's right. Translate for them. If there is a false target in the air intake, they will be responsible for solving it. So, Qin Yang translated what Master Tu said, and the faces of Marina and others turned ugly. In the past, during negotiations, the content of the day would generally not be finalized, and Tu Lao and others would need to think about it all night before they could come to their senses the next day. Now, they could actually easily analyze out the technical difficulties through one of their own requirements. How did they do that? Was it a reminder of this translation? Thinking of this, Melina looked at Qin Yang with a puzzled look. What do you mean by this? It's nothing. Your Marconi company is a world-renowned manufacturer of electronic products. You can't solve the problem of false targets in the air intake, right? Qin Yang's attitude was very serious. That's right. For our Marconi company, this kind of problem is nothing. We can solve it. Melina nodded. He really couldn't shirk this responsibility. It was their radar developer's responsibility. He thought for a moment and continued. But, can you make the air intake cone into a spherical shape? If it is a spherical air intake cone, then the best electromagnetic wave radiation effect can be obtained, and the problem of false targets can be easily solved. Director 2, the British are joking again. They asked us to make the air intake cone spherical. Tu Lao's expression suddenly changed. How is this possible? The air intake adjusting cone is a common device in second-generation aircraft. The air intake volume of fighter jets is different at different speeds and altitudes, and the air intake volume required by the engine cannot be changed. At this time, it has to be adjusted through the air intake adjusting cone. This thing is similar to a traffic cone. It is poked at the air intake part, and the air intake volume is adjusted by moving back and forth. It is an indispensable device for fighter jets. After the third-generation aircraft, it was replaced with an adjustment plate, and this device is no longer seen. At Mach 2, replacing a pointed cone with a hemisphere, isn't that a joke? It violates the principles of aerodynamics. By the way, Director 2, when you were negotiating before, did you make it clear whether the radar's performance data is with or without the radome? Qin Yang suddenly thought of something and continued to ask Mr. Tu. Now, if we want to equip the J7 with a radar, we have to put it inside the air intake cone, so the air intake cone becomes a radar dome. The British have been showing off for a long time, but this needs to be made clear whether the performance is with or without the radar dome. Although I was very cautious, I still didn't think of these details. We haven't discussed this yet. Comrade translator, please explain all this clearly to Mr. Marina. Mr. Tu took a deep breath. Thanks to this translator, he was able to avoid many pitfalls. Hearing Qin Yang's words, Melina frowned slightly, then gritted his teeth and shook his head. Of course it's without a radar dome. If it's with a radar dome, the performance will be reduced by 30%. Without Qin Yang's translation, Tu Lao and others had already understood the general idea, and their expressions changed instantly. Chapter 36 From Little Sweetie to Mrs. Nyo. The contract was negotiated from a dozen pages to more than 300 years. Because it took more than a year, it caused dissatisfaction among the superiors, who thought that Mr. Tu was slacking off. Mr. Tu had his grievances. He originally thought that the negotiations were almost over, but in fact there were still many things that were not taken into consideration. After the country's doors opened, Factory 132 began to engage in foreign trade, and Mr. Tu also gained some foreign trade experience. However, he was still a little inexperienced when facing the old capitalist countries and the cunning and battle-hardened British. I almost got cheated by these people. The J-7 has a small nose, and the radar it introduced is not an advanced pulse Doppler radar, but just a radar rangefinder to replace the previous laser rangefinder to provide target distance information for air-to-air missiles and machine guns. The original performance was not very advanced, only about 20 kilometers. If it is reduced by another 30%, what is the use? The performance must be equipped with a radar cover. Tu Lao said, "This is a principal clause and cannot be changed in any way." "No, we can't do that," Marina said, standing up. "It seems that we have a disagreement on principle. It's hard to continue the discussion. Let's stop here today." Once they encountered a dispute, the British liked to give up, trying to force the Orientals to compromise in this way. At this time, seeing Marina and others stand up and leave, Tu Lao's face became even uglier. The conference room fell into silence. "Everyone, have I completed my mission?" After a long time, Qin Yang spoke. "Oh, little brother, thanks to you today, we didn't fall into the trap they set." Tu Lao said, "If we had signed the contract and discovered that the performance had shrunk by 30% during the formal installation test, then the project we spent precious foreign exchange on would have gone down the drain, and we would have become historical sinners." Mr. Tu was very emotional. A person next to him also asked, "Little brother, what's your name? Are you here to be our translator?" "My name is Qin Yang. I'm from Factory 960, and I'm here to ask you to help produce a batch of parts." Qin Yang said, "When I was at the factory gate, I happened to see Section Chief Zhao looking for an interpreter, so I came here temporarily to help you." "Factory 960? Thank you, brother Factory." Mr. Tu said, "Engineer Qin, how come you know so much about aircraft?" Of course Qin Yang knew it clearly, because he had read the memoirs written by Mr. Tu, which recorded the difficult journey in introducing Marconi products, 10 rounds of negotiations, and various details. What Qin Yang just said were actually what Mr. Tu and later generations considered. But now, it is also beneficial to take it out earlier so that you can avoid pitfalls. We who work in the military industry often have to cross disciplines. Even though our 960 factory manufactures guns, we also know other things. Qin Yang said, "Director Tu, today is a coincidence. I don't know whether I should say something or not." "Go ahead, Mr. Qin, don't be so formal." Mr. Tu said, "Just for the suggestions you put forward today, we admire you. We will seriously consider whatever you say." Well, Director Tu, using foreign avionics equipment to improve the J-7 fighter jets and help our Air Force improve the performance of the fighter jets is very far-sighted. However, have you ever thought about this? Now that our national economy is undergoing adjustments, our third-tier military factories have begun to convert military equipment into civilian equipment. Next, will the country be willing to invest huge sums of money to improve the J-7? Qin Yang looked at the old man in front of him who was over 50 years old and his head full of white hair, his heart full of respect. Mr. Tu is a veteran in the aviation industry. Tu was born in Shaoxing in 1927. When he was young, he saw the Japanese planes flying swaggering across the Chinese sky. This memory has always spurred Tu to establish the ideal of saving the country through aviation and serving the country through aviation. In 1946, Tu Lao entered the Department of Aeronautics of Jiaotong University and was assigned to work at Factory 112 after graduation. From then on, he began to take on important tasks. In 1956, Tu Lao became the head of the fuselage group of the aircraft design room of Factory 112, responsible for the design of the fuselage of the J-1 trainer. In just 1 year and 9 months, the J-1 trainer made its first successful flight. After that, Tu Lao took over several projects. In 1960, he came to Factory 132, which was under construction, and dedicated the rest of his life to Chengfei and the J-7 fighter. Now, Mr. Tu is the director of the design room of Factory 132. Although it is just a design room of an aircraft factory, their technical strength is still quite strong, and Mr. Tu is a technical expert. Last year, when Mr. Wang, the first designer of Institute 611, fell ill, he once took on the leading role at Institute 611 for a period of time. Mr. Tu spent almost the second half of his life working on the modification of the J-7. Later, the famous JF-17 fighter was born from the Super 7 project, the ultimate modification of the J-7. Now that the country's doors are open, Tu Lao has begun to introduce Western avionics to improve the J-7, but this project has also experienced twists and turns. At the end of this year, when the contract had been signed and the project was about to start, the superiors suddenly said, "No more." Of course, Marconi is not going to do it. After all this long negotiation, they are finally giving up? According to the contract, you have to pay 100 million. His superior refused to pay, and Marconi Company demanded compensation. Seeing that the matter was about to get out of control, Mr. Tu ran around and finally found the customer Jordan and got the order. In the end, everyone was happy. However, thinking of how tired Tu Lao was running around, Qin Yang felt distressed, so he reminded him now. Moreover, this was also related to the purpose of his coming. That's impossible. This is a project that our superiors are paying special attention to. After hearing what Qin Yang said, the people around Tu Lao spoke up. Some time ago, because we negotiated too slowly, our superiors got angry and criticized us. Qin Yang was also helpless. Yes, it only took half a year for her to grow from Xiao Tiantian to Mrs. Niu. By the end of this year, Factory 132 would receive a bolt from the blue. Everyone, we are in an era of great change. Nothing is impossible, and nothing is certain. Qin Yang said, Factory 132 has made great efforts in this imported project. If the national economy adjusts and the superiors do not want this project, do you have any alternative plans? Qin Yang didn't say anything about Plan A or Plan B. After all, they were not popular in that era. Mr. Qin, please continue. Mr. Tu said seriously. I suggest you talk to a third-party buyer, so that if your superiors don't want it, you won't be caught off guard. Third party, you mean Lao Ba? Qin Yang shook his head. I have a piece of cloth on my head, and I am the richest man in the world. Have you heard of this? Of course, I have to find a rich man to sell the plane. These words are expressions from later generations. Qin Yang spoke them fluently, but they were not so easy for everyone to understand. It was old Tu who first thought of it. Mr. Qin, are you talking about the Middle East? Chapter 37, let's go overseas to sell products together. Finally, I got to the point. In addition to processing aluminum alloy parts for air guns, Qin Yang also wanted to trick Factory 132 into sending someone to go to the Middle East with him. Of course, Qin Yang dared to go out and explore the world alone, but Qin Baoguo would definitely not be at ease, and the factory would also have concerns. If he wanted to go out with the people from Factory 132, then there would be no problem. After all, Factory 132 has been doing business with foreign countries. That's right. Qin Yang nodded. Director 2, there are rich oil resources buried there. It is precisely because of this black gold that there have always been disputes there. 4 wars have broken out in the past, and there will definitely be no end in the future. Ambitious people must want to be the boss there, so they have to create friction and contradictions. Once a war breaks out, weapons and equipment will be needed. Qin Yang cannot be a prophet, so he cannot say with certainty here. The Iran-Iraq war will break out on September 22nd this year. This war will completely save the military-industrial enterprises in the East. The military factories that are about to go bankrupt due to economic transformation will make a lot of money because of this war. Opportunities only come to those who are prepared. It's not too late to get in touch now. That's right, there is money there, so the military expenditure there has always been high, but our products have never entered the market there. American, Soviet, and French weapons are the most popular there, said one of Mr. Tu's assistants. We have our own advantages. Qin Yang said, our weapons are cheap, have moderate performance, and can be mass-produced to make up for the consumption of war. Therefore, as long as we are willing to work hard, we will definitely open up the market. Qin Yang looked at the people present and knew that they were all the ones who could make the final decision, so he had to continue to fool them. Everyone, our country is in transition. It is unreliable to rely on military procurement. We must explore overseas markets to develop. Qin Yang continued to create crises for them. Our J-7 fighter jets use Marconi's products. The performance has been greatly improved. It can become the flagship product of our 132 factory and a money-making machine. The J-7 can be sold to Egypt, and of course it can also be sold to other countries. Old Tu nodded. What Engineer Qin said makes sense. It is not enough to rely solely on the domestic market. We have spent a lot of effort to introduce Marconi's avionics to improve the J-7 fighter. If we can sell it, it will open up another sales channel, which is naturally the best. Director 2 is still far-sighted. Qin Yang said, if you have this idea, then we can go together. Go together? Everyone looked at Qin Yang in surprise. Your 960 factory is also going to the Middle East to sell weapons. Of course. Qin Yang nodded and said, although we only make guns, we also know that the only way out for military enterprises now is to expand into the international market. Only by gaining a firm foothold in the international market can we grow and develop. A small factory that makes guns, Factory 960, has such courage. Don't they, a military factory that makes airplanes, have any spirit of adventure? A sense of heroism also surged in Tu Lao's heart. Okay, then let's go out and try our luck. Engineer Qin, when will your factory leave? We will be leaving soon. Qin Yang said, We are currently going through the formalities, especially coordinating with relevant departments to provide us with a sum of foreign exchange. Even if Qin Yang became a millionaire, he would not be able to spend the RMB. He had to exchange it into US dollars, which is commonly used internationally. With the preparations made last time, he should be able to exchange this foreign currency. Okay, then let's go through the relevant formalities and go out for a walk, said Mr. Tu. Mr. Tu, the British are still in a stalemate with us, trying to fool us with shrunken products. Let's take this opportunity to go out and take a look. Qin Yang said, if we make the British anxious, they should agree to our demands. Tu Lao nodded. He could tolerate everything else, but he couldn't tolerate the 30% shrinkage after adding the radar dome. If the British didn't compromise, then the project would have to be abandoned. However, if we want to go abroad for inspection, we need layers of approval, which will take a long time, said someone on the side. I have a special market analysis report here, Qin Yang said as he took out a document from his briefcase. He was bored on the way here, so he prepared some for Factory 132. The data were all written based on his memory, and some were even speculations. However, the country had just opened its doors in this era, and this kind of professional market analysis report was probably the first one, and it would definitely blind some people's eyes. Mr. Tu took the report with surprise, and his eyes lit up when he saw the first page. That's amazing. This kind of professional analysis report on the international fighter market is what they need most. With history, current situation, and comparison of various weapons, we finally come to the conclusion. In the Middle East, the J-7 fighter jets produced by Factory 132 have a huge market. We need to report to the leaders of AVIC. We will organize an overseas sales trip in the near future. Engineer Qin, will you go with us? Mr. Tu's words were trembling with excitement. Qin Yang nodded. Of course. It was already night when they returned to the guest house. Zhang Chao excitedly reported to Qin Yang about their work since they separated. Yoko, this place is amazing. The master machine operator can process the parts for us without any measurement. The size is exactly right. All processed. Qin Yang was also very happy. Yes, everything has been processed, except for the aluminum alloy gas tanks. The masters here said they need to do a pressure test, so they asked us to wait overnight. As a domestic aircraft manufacturing plant, Factory 132 is indeed professional and first class. Qin Yang also felt that he had come to the right place. The 112 factory in the north has a big tree to lean on for shade, and has not yet started the military to civilian conversion. It will not take our order seriously. The rocket production company is very busy, and the confidentiality level is too high, so we cannot get in at all. You go back tomorrow with these parts. Me alone. Zhang Chao was a little surprised. Why, you don't dare? You're going to be the head of the sales department in the future. You'll have to travel all over the country, so you can't be afraid. Of course I'm not afraid. Zhang Chao straightened his chest and said, don't worry, Yangzi, I will definitely bring these parts back intact. But what about you? I still have some things to do here. I will go back naturally after I finish my work. Qin Yang said, it is also possible that I will go abroad to sell soon. Well, Yoko, come on. Chapter 38 Purpose of Travel. Qin Yang looked through the window of the plane at the endless desert below, and his heart was very excited. It's finally here. After his unremitting efforts, he finally got the opportunity to go abroad. He was the only one from Factory 960 who came, and he used his own money to exchange for foreign currency. Only Mr. Tu came from Factory 132, and then there was Manager's son from AVC, a total of 3 people in the group. We are here just to explore the route. If we can achieve results, that would be great. If not, we'll just take it as a walk. Anyway, let's leave the British aside for now, so they don't always try to set traps for us. Before setting off, Manager's son set the tone for this trip. If Qin Yang hadn't reminded them, they would have almost fallen into a big pit. The performance proposed by the British was without a radome. With a radome, the performance would be reduced by 30%. Wasn't this a joke? After talking for so long, everyone suddenly became discouraged. So when Factory 132 proposed to sell fighter jets abroad, the superiors agreed after looking at the detailed analysis of the Middle East fighter jet market. Because they were just here to scout the way, there couldn't be too many people coming out, so as to save money. After some research, there were only a few of them. They didn't even need to bring a translator, because Qin Yang could help with the translation. However, Qin Yang also took this opportunity to make a request to the 2 of them. It's okay to be a free translator, but my round-trip airfare has to be reimbursed. It is not easy to take a plane in this era. Money alone is not enough. You also need a formal purpose, a letter of introduction from your unit, etc. Now, Qin Yang has even saved money, and he is in a particularly good mood. The plane landed on the runway in Jordan. After getting off the plane, a wave of heat rushed towards us. Mr. Tu was very emotional. It wasn't this hot. when we went to Lao Ba. Director 2. Although the latitude here is higher than that of Lao Ba, this is a tropical desert climate. Of course, it is much hotter than Lao Ba, and it is about the same as Egypt. By the way, our comrades should have been to Egypt before, right? Old 2 nodded. Yes, back then we. There are some secrets that cannot be revealed. The J-73 project, which is currently being jointly carried out by Factory 132 and Institute 611, is actually a copy of the MiG-21 bis prototype brought back from Egypt. A lot of effort was put into it back then, but these have not yet been declassified. As they were talking, they walked to the customs. When the customs officers checked the box Qin Yang was carrying, they looked at it many times. After Qin Yang muttered a lot, the other party finally let him go. The crowd of people waiting to welcome guests were outside. One of them was holding a sign with Chinese characters written on it, and several people came up to him. Old Wu, we meet again. Manager Sun said to the other party with a smile. There are many countries in the Middle East that have gained wealth through oil resources, but unfortunately Jordan is not one of them. Not a drop of oil can be found under the land of this country. The world is so unfair. However, Qin Yang and his team chose Jordan for their trip to the Middle East. The reason was very simple, because they had diplomatic relations with this country. On April 7, 1977, China and Jordan officially established diplomatic relations. Although Qin Yang wanted to go directly to Godaho, it had been 90 years since he established diplomatic relations with Godaho. It was very unwise to go to a country with which he had no diplomatic relations to sell arms. The second reason is that although Jordan has no oil resources, its tourism industry is very developed. As the birthplace of 1001 Nights, it is a world-famous tourist destination. Qin Yang and his party can come here for a tour without attracting other people's attention. Old Wu was the staff member sent here after the establishment of diplomatic relations. He welcomed a few people with a smile and started chatting with them after they got in the car. I have received the mission. I will be responsible for your travel during your stay here. Where are you planning to go? Take the desert road to the ancient city of Petra, Qin Yang said. As soon as he said this, Manager Sun frowned. Although Manager Sun said before departure that he was just exploring the route, it would be even better if he could bring back some gains. Therefore, the place Manager Sun most wanted to go was the capital of Jordan next to the airport, and then visit the military leaders there to sell them airplanes. Is Qin Yang really here for tourism? Jordan's pillar industry is tourism, and one of the tourist attractions that you must visit when you come to Jordan is the ancient city of Petra. This ancient city is famous in history. It was once the capital of the Nabatean kingdom. After it was abandoned, no one found its location for many years until 1812, when a foreigner dressed up as a local and wandered around and finally discovered this famous city. After World War II, the ancient city of Petra was developed. It is half outside and half in the mountains. It is famous all over the world for its rose-colored rocks. Just this year, the city became the first ancient city to be included in the World Heritage List, and tourists have almost always been coming in an endless stream. We spend precious foreign exchange to go abroad, but the purpose is just to travel? Manager Sun, believe me, if we visit some people rashly, we won't gain anything. On the contrary, if we can make friends with some big guys, we will have unexpected gains. Qin Yang explained to Manager Sun. Old Sun, I think what Mr. Qin said makes sense. Old Tu expressed his support for Qin Yang. After all, the detailed market analysis report had already earned Qin Yang Old Tu's recognition. Although Qin Yang's behavior seemed to be nonsense, it might bring unexpected gains. Okay. Manager Sun nodded. The car drove onto the desert highway, which is the only north-south highway in Jordan. Qin Yang looked at the endless scenery outside the car window with relish, as if he was here for a trip. The car drove for 2 hours. Stop! Qin Yang suddenly shouted. Old Wu stepped on the brakes in confusion. Before the car stopped, Qin Yang got out of the car swiftly, took out the box from the trunk, and quickly assembled the things inside. After a few dozen seconds, a beautiful Lion brand airgun appeared in Qin Yang's hand. Looking at Qin Yang's actions, Manager Sun's face looked grim, while Old Tu shook his head with a wry smile. There seems to be a car over there. At this time, Old Wu looked at the endless desert, where there was flying yellow sand, indicating that there was a car running in it. A car that can be driven in the desert must not be cheap. I wonder who owns it. Wild goat. At this time, Manager Sun also looked over and saw an animal running in front of the flying yellow sand. Just by looking at the 2 tall horns on its head, you can tell that it is a wild goat commonly seen in desert areas. The 2 cars behind were obviously chasing the wild goat, and it panicked and ran towards the road. Bang! A gunshot was heard next to the car. Chapter 39: Hunting and Making Friends. In later generations, if you just shoot a wild animal with a gun, you will be caught by the police. Even if a wild boar destroys the crops, you cannot kill it. You have to burn incense and kowtow to it, and send it away respectfully. No one cares about it anymore in this day and age, and hunting is free in Jordan's vast desert. Since Qin Yang saw the prey approaching, of course there was nothing to say. He easily killed it with one shot. In the distance, two off-road vehicles were speeding towards us, stirring up a large amount of dust. Only the front of the vehicles could be seen. One of them was a Mercedes-Benz G-Class with a three-pointed star logo, and the other was a Toyota Land Cruiser. The two cars were open-topped, and at this moment, there was a person standing in each car, one short and fat, the other tall and thin. They were holding hunting rifles in their hands, and they had originally intended to chase their prey and successfully capture it, but they had unexpectedly been killed by a passerby on the road. The car stopped next to the prey. The two men jumped out of the car, carrying their hunting rifles, and strode towards the prey. When they saw the appearance of the prey, they were stunned. Isn't your shooting too accurate? Yes, the bullet hit the wild goat right between its eyes. Look at the hole. It must have been shot by an air rifle. The two men discussed and looked towards the other side of the road. The distance was a full 100 meters, and it was an air gun. This was simply impossible. At this time, Qin Yang also carried his air gun and walked over with confidence. The two people opposite were wearing robes and turbans, and they looked no different from ordinary people in this place. But looking at the texture of their clothes and the car they were riding in, you can tell that their identities are definitely not simple. The Mercedes-Benz G-Class was originally produced for the Iranian army. Later, due to the outbreak of unrest, this batch of cars flowed into the civilian market. That was last year. If you can drive this car this year, you must be a rich man. As for the other Toyota Land Cruiser, it is definitely not cheap either. Since I'm a time traveler, my luck must be amazing. This kind of chance encounter is 100 times better than visiting someone in person. Sir, did you kill this wild goat with an air gun? Asked the short and fat man. Yes, Qin Yang said. You are the ones who chased this prey. If it weren't for you, I would never have been able to kill it. So I'll give this prey to you. It is beneficial to learn a foreign language. At this time, Qin Yang spoke Arabic very fluently. No, of course not. It's our Bedouin custom that whoever kills the person owns the person. The tall and thin man continued to look at the air rifle in Qin Yang's hand. What brand of air rifle are you using? Lion brand air rifle, a famous brand air rifle produced in the East. Qin Yang took out his gun. It has a long range and high accuracy. Moreover, because the bullet is small, it will not hurt the prey's fur in many cases. Lion brand air rifle? Yes, it's from an Oriental military factory. The quality of military products is absolutely first-rate. I brought my air rifle here when I traveled from the East. It took a lot of effort to go through customs. If I didn't have an air rifle athlete certificate, I really couldn't bring it in. Just like a kitchen knife, it is difficult to bring a kitchen knife on the train as it is a prohibited item. However, as long as you have a chef certificate, the police officer who is checking will let you pass. Now Qin Yang also took some effort to bring the air gun out. We Bedouins need a good hunting rifle. In the past, one hunting rifle could support a family. The tall and thin man looked at Qin Yang's air rifle with some envy. The oldest hunting rifles were loaded with iron sand. Even if the accuracy was a little poor, the prey could be killed with a large amount of iron sand. However, it was very troublesome to clean the prey's body. You could eat the delicious game, but end up biting into a grain of iron sand. Later, it was a professional hunting rifle that only made a hole, but the hole was relatively large, and it was difficult to preserve the precious fur of the prey intact. At this time, looking at the air rifle in Qin Yang's hand, both of them were extremely envious. Are you a professional competition air rifle player? Asked the short and fat man. Qin Yang smiled and said, No, actually. I just like hunting. I like hunting all over the world. I'll leave the prey to you. I'm leaving now. No, don't go. The prey is yours. We Bedouins must abide by the old rules. Although the other party said this, his eyes were still on the air gun. In that case, why don't we build a fire here, roast it on the spot, and eat it together? Okay, the two agreed in unison. Here, Mr. Tu and Manager Sun were watching in amazement. Is Mr. Qin trying to make friends? That should be it. Yes, those two people should have status and background. Engineer Qin is really amazing. Old Wu has been here for a long time and can recognize people at a glance. At this moment, the driver of a car on the opposite side got out and walked up to the few people. Everyone, my master invites you to come over and eat roast lamb together. Old Wu roughly understood what was said and nodded with a smile. Then we will respectfully obey your command. A rack was built under a shady sand dune. Qin Yang was holding a machete in his hand and was very skillfully cleaning up the wild goats. Two people on the side were watching Qin Yang's movements and were very impressed. Qin, do you often make roasted whole lamb? Yes, Abdullah. Even though I'm an Oriental, I know a lot about how to eat roasted whole lamb. Qin Yang dipped his hands in the seasoning and began to spread it on the lamb. At this time, all three of them had reported their names. The short and fat one was called Abdullah, and the tall and thin one was called Al-Walid. Seeing the other people coming over, Qin Yang said with a smile, "Let me introduce my companions to you. This is Mr. Tu, this is Mr. Sun, and this is Mr. Wu." Old Wu was very excited. He was a receptionist. After Qin Yang introduced them, he became good friends with several people. He looked at Qin Yang gratefully and then said, "I'll help too. Old Wu, go back to the car and find a folder to use as a fan." Folder as a fan. Old Wu was a little confused. "It's the information that Elder Tu brought. Bring a folder over here." Oh, Old Wu understood, his eyes shining. As the sun gradually set, the whole roasted lamb was finally ready. The aroma was so fragrant that Abdullah and Al-Walid were very excited. "Qin, according to our rules, the prey should be distributed by its owner," said Abdullah. "Well, I won't be polite then. Abdullah, Al-Walid, each of you will take one front leg." Qin Yang held a golden scimitar in his hand and began to distribute the roasted whole lamb. Mr. Tu and Manager Sun didn't speak the same language and just focused on eating. But Qin Yang was very outgoing and got along very well with the two foreigners in a short time. "Qin, your friend doesn't seem to be here hunting." Al-Walid looked at Mr. Tu, Manager Sun, and others and asked curiously. "Well, they don't like hunting. They are friends I met on the plane." Qin Yang said, "I didn't ask them what they were doing here." "Qin, your friends are our friends. If they need any help, they can come to us." Qin Yang shook his head. "No, we are just casual acquaintances. Even if there is something, I can't bother you. Come on, continue eating." Chapter 40, An Unprecedented Sales Method. The more Qin Yang refused, the more proactive the other party became. After all, the people here treat their friends without hesitation. Qin Yang handled it very well. The two men looked at each other and nodded without saying anything else. By the time we finished eating, it was already dark. "Everyone, we'll take our leave now. If we're destined to meet again, we'll meet again in the future." Qin Yang bowed to the two new friends. The two men placed their right hands in front of their left chests and returned the greeting to Qin Yang. "I hope we'll meet again. Where are you going next?" "Of course it's the ancient city in front," Qin Yang said. Under the light of car lights, several figures returned to the road, and then the car started and left. Al-Walid looked at Abdullah with some reluctance. "Why couldn't we invite them to our place just now and continue to talk about the shotgun?" "Yes, I want to invite him too, but he seems to be very free and easy, so he may not like it. We can't force our friends to do something they don't like to do," Abdullah said. "Hey, what is that?" At this moment, Abdullah saw the folder on the ground and picked it up immediately. "Isn't this what you used to fan the air just now?" Al-Walid said. "Oh," Abdullah said, picking up the folder vertically, and the documents inside fell out. Al-Walid picked it up curiously and took a look at it in the light of the car lights. The entire document was written in English, and both of them could understand some of it. More importantly, there was a picture of an airplane on the first page. MiG-21. Al-Walid recognized it immediately and looked at Abdullah. "Are they here to sell airplanes?" Abdullah was also curious. "No matter what it is, since they left this document with us, we have the obligation to deliver it to them," Al-Walid said. "Let's go to the ancient city too." For them, it was very easy to find out the hotel where several people were staying. There were not many decent hotels in the entire ancient city of Petra, so they just had to go and find it. Hotels in a small town near the ancient city of Petra. Today is really a refreshing day. Manager Sun sat on the hard head of the hotel bed and said to Mr. Tu, "We flew all the way here just to eat a roasted whole lamb." "Old Sun, stop complaining. Engineer Qin has already put out the bait. It depends on whether the other party will take the bait." "Bait? What bait?" Manager Sun was very curious. "I brought 3 folders, each containing information about the J7. Engineer Qin left one of the files to those 2 people. They should have found the information, but I don't know who they are. He must be rich or noble." Old Wu followed behind, dragging several people's suitcases in. When he heard the 2 people chatting, he immediately took over the conversation. "Engineer Qin is so amazing. There may be unexpected gains." "Okay, stop praising me. We are just lucky," Qin Yang said. "But since we are here, we can't miss this good opportunity. We have to hike up to the ancient city, and it takes 7 or 8 hours to go back and forth. Will you go with me to enjoy the beautiful scenery tomorrow, or rest here?" For people lived in 2 standard rooms. Qin Yang must have stayed in the same room with Lao Wu, but he knew that Manager Sun would definitely complain, so he came over to chat for a while. Manager Sun and Mr. Tu looked at each other, but before they could say anything, a voice came from outside. "Qin, my friend, Do you live here? You lost some things, and we delivered them to you. Qin Yang's face lit up. Our luck is really good. Qin Yang came to the door with a smile. Since old Wu was still moving things, the door was not closed at all. A short and fat man and a tall and thin man were standing at the door. Please come in. Qin Yang greeted the two warmly. Qin, my friend, are you here to sell fighter jets? Abdullah said, we can all help. I have connections with the Jordanian Air Force, and Al-Walid is an active officer in the Saudi Air Force. The two are good friends, but they are not from the same country. Qin Yang was extremely excited. He never expected that there would be a Saudi among them. In the past, the two countries had some conflicts, but after World War II, the two countries became closer and closer, and even exchanged land for seaports. The two countries are neighbors and of the same race, so they often have the same stance. I'm actually here just to hunt, but these two friends might really be here to sell fighter planes. Let me ask them. Qin Yang was speaking Arabic to these people, but Mr. Tu and Manager Sun couldn't understand him. Only after hearing Qin Yang's introduction did they react, and their eyes widened. After searching for a long time, he finally found it without any effort. Mr. Qin is really a lucky man. These two friends are indeed here to sell fighter jets. One is the manager of AVEC and the other is from Chengfei Company. Let me be your translator. Qin Yang continued. Thus, an unprecedented sales promotion began. Mr. Tu took the documents in the folder and introduced the specific technical data to the other party in detail. After Qin Yang translated it, Abdullah and Al-Walid listened carefully. If they had any questions, they would raise them. It was obvious that they were seriously considering whether this fighter was suitable for them. By the time the introduction was finished, an hour had passed. We already know the performance of this aircraft, but I think it still has many shortcomings. Al-Walid said, compared with the Western fighters we are operating now, its range is too short. There are only 4 pylons on the wings, and if you hang missiles, you can't hang auxiliary fuel tanks. So, if this aircraft wants to open up the Middle East market, it must at least add a pair of pylons on the inside of the wings to hang auxiliary fuel tanks. The ejection seat also has a big problem. The seats we are using now have 0-to-0 ejection capability. Although your seat can meet the zero height requirement, the minimum speed is 250 kilometers per hour, which is not acceptable either. The life of the engine is too short. Old Tu frowned. In a market economy, users have the final say in everything, and these users have made quite a lot of demands. If we can make improvements according to these requirements, are you willing to place an order? Qin Yang made the decision directly on behalf of Mr. Tu. This fighter uses a Western HUD, which has greatly improved its performance. Saudi Arabia uses Western fighters and will not purchase them. Jordan should be interested in this aircraft and may purchase dozens of them. There is actually a purchasing intention. Mr. Tu was very excited. Then we will make a plan for related improvement measures and please submit it to the relevant departments. Mr. Tu was very excited. This matter is now discussed. Qin, your air rifle is really great. Before leaving, Abdullah saw the gun and felt reluctant to leave. You guys were able to deliver the documents so late at night. I'm very grateful to you. This gun is for you. No, we can't take away what others love. Al-Walid shook his head quickly. They are not used to asking for things. They are used to giving things. Then I'll contact the domestic Lion brand airgun factory and export a batch of airguns over here. The two were delighted. Of course, that's the best. First ship a container of airguns over. We will help you contact the sales channels. Chapter 41. A $3.5 billion business. When Qin Yang came to the Middle East, his main task was to promote Lion brand air rifles. However, this task has now become secondary. Moreover, he did it without showing off. With just a few words, he easily opened up new sales channels for the factory. This container can hold at least 10,000 guns, and selling one to a rich person would cost at least $500. In this way, the mission of earning $5 million in foreign exchange has been accomplished. This is the protagonist halo of a time traveler. No matter what he does, everything goes smoothly. However, since he is here, the $5 million foreign exchange earning mission is nothing. He should have bigger ideals. The next day, the 3 men each carried a gun and were looking for prey near the ancient city. Qin, why didn't Mr. Tu and the others come with us? Abdullah asked. They are studying the fighter modification project and will try to form a new document according to your requirements before leaving. Qin Yang said. Oh, their serious attitude towards work is really touching. We feel assured to cooperate with such military enterprises. Al-Walid said. Although we can't equip ourselves, we can buy this kind of fighter jets and give them to others. The wealthy are really generous. For them, even if they don't need such cheap fighter jets themselves, they can buy them as gifts. Unfortunately, you and we have not yet established normal diplomatic relations, So it is best for Jordan to act as the middleman for this kind of arms deal. What Qin Yang was talking about was the way things were done in later generations. Back then, Jordan purchased dozens of J-7 fighter jets from Qingfei, but they did not use them themselves. Instead, they sold them to Iraq. As for the money for purchasing these fighter jets, it was all paid by the wealthy Iraqis. The world of rich people is so luxurious. Abdullah was about to nod when he suddenly saw a small animal running in the distance. Abdullah, since you saw it, this prey is yours. If you miss, drive it over here. Qin Yang said, you can also try to use my air gun. Okay. Abdullah took the Lion brand air rifle, got on his off-road vehicle with great interest, and drove away at lightning speed. Qin, do you have something to talk to me about in private? Al-Walid asked Qin Yang. This is a smart man. Qin Yang defined him in his mind, and then nodded. Yes. Al-Walid, since we are already friends, there are some things I want to tell you alone. We have an old saying in the East, called the man is innocent, but he is guilty of possessing a treasure. Qin Yang's Arabic was very fluent, and the translations of these idioms almost maintained the original meaning. Al-Walid nodded. Qin, of course we know that the oil resources under our land will become our wealth, but also a disaster for others who covet us. Over the years, we have spent a lot of money to arm ourselves, and we already have a modern army. Not enough. Qin Yang said. You still lack strategic-level weapons. When Al-Walid heard Qin Yang mention this title, his eyes widened immediately. Qin, are you talking about ballistic missiles? This kind of weapon is relatively advanced, but we can't get it at all. In this day and age, ballistic missiles are almost impossible to intercept, and possessing this kind of weapon can make potential enemies hesitate. But at the same time, the technology of ballistic missiles is also extremely complex and not something that ordinary countries can acquire. Currently, the number of countries in the world that possess ballistic missiles can be counted on the palm of one hand. Moreover, these countries have almost reached a consensus. Ballistic missiles can only be used by themselves, especially those with a range of more than 300 kilometers, which must not be exported. Saudi Arabia has good relations with the West, but they are unable to purchase such powerful weapons from the West. At this time, hearing Al-Walid's words, Qin Yang smiled and said, My friend, you can aim your sights at the East. The East has mature ballistic missile technology, such as the Dongfeng 3 missile, which has a range of 2,800 kilometers. If it is placed in your desert, it can completely target those potential enemies. The only thing the United States can export is ballistic missiles with a range of tens of kilometers, not even hundreds of kilometers. Now, Qin Yang has painted a big picture for the people in front of him. A ballistic missile with a range of 2,800 kilometers, isn't it? They can definitely become the regional hegemon. Al-Walid took a deep breath and said, Qin, are you saying that we can buy weapons of this level from the East? Qin Yang shook his head. Al-Walid was stunned again. What do you mean? I don't know either. After all, I don't have access to these things. Qin Yang said, Mr. Tu and his team are famous aircraft designers in the East. They can establish connections with the aerospace department. If you are interested, I can help you make the connection. A few million air guns are nothing, and the sales of 100 or 200 million fighter jets are nothing. The export of the Dongfeng 3 missile project was a full 3.5 billion. This amount of money has exceeded the country's foreign exchange reserves. Now in the 80s, the country's foreign exchange reserves are only 1.2 billion US dollars. Although Qin Yang couldn't make much profit from it, if he could make this deal, the country's foreign exchange reserves could be multiplied several times. Anyway, now that I know these people, of course I have to be an arms dealer who doesn't make money. Moreover, this makes it more likely that the other party will purchase fighter jets. Qin, this matter is of great importance. I need to go back and report. Al-Walid said. How are we going to contact each other next? You can contact Qingfei, or you can contact me. Qin Yang said. Next I will return to the capital farm implement factory to help contact a container of air guns for export. I will live there for a while. Al-Walid nodded. Okay. Look, I shot this prey a fox. Thanks to this Lion air rifle, its fur is not damaged at all. Abdullah excitedly held the air rifle in one hand and the prey's tail in the other. Abdullah, you have a great catch. Al-Walid said. I really want to continue hunting here, but I'm sorry, I have something to do and need to go back. How about you come and hunt with us after a while? Okay. Abdullah nodded. It's a pity that I don't know if Qin can come with us. As long as we are destined to meet, we will meet again in the future. Qin Yang said. Abdullah suddenly thought of something, saying, Qin, we've sent Al-Walid away. Next, I'll take you to meet a few people and discuss the import of air guns with them. There's no need for fate. We already have business dealings. Chapter 42 Foreigners. Qin Yang brought foreigners here. It's already the end of April. The beauty of April has faded, and the peach blossoms in the mountain temple are in full bloom. Now at this time, the mountainous areas of Qixien have bid farewell to winter. People have changed into lighter clothes, and people can be seen working in the fields. Countless trees have sprouted emerald green leaves, and the 960 factory hidden among the trees has disappeared, as if it had never existed. However, the roar of the machines continued to sound, forming a lively symphony. Director Zhu, ever since our Lion brand air rifles opened up the market, sales have been growing. Young Zhang Chao reported his work to the director, feeling a little embarrassed. After all, he had not yet adapted to his current status. Qin Yang and Zhang Chao obtained their formal employee status together. Qin Yang held several positions and was listed in both the technical department and the sales department. Zhang Chao works honestly in the sales department. When Qin Yang is not around, he is the actual person in charge of the sales department. After all, the current sales model was developed by him and Qin Yang together. Now he is doing things according to the set of rules and regulations left by Qin Yang, which has led to a continuous increase in the factory's airgun sales. At the end of the month, of course I have to report my work to the factory leaders. So far, we have sold a total of 6,000 ordinary air rifles. By the end of the year, we should have no problem achieving our sales target of 50,000 air rifles. What surprised us the most was the special air rifles for shooting teams. So far, we have received orders for 2,000 of them. It's just that we are limited by the production capacity of Factory 132 and cannot deliver them in time. However, we can earn 800,000 just from the orders for these special air rifles. Qin Yang had promised them that they could make 1 million this year. But what about now? Now they can see 1 million waving at them. And this is only the first half of the year. After the profit of the second half of the year, maybe they can make 2 million, or even 3 million. Several factory director-level leaders present were immersed in joy. Well, that's good. We'll send someone to Factory 132 some other day to urge them to process it for us faster. Director Zhu said, when our profits reach a certain level, we can install aluminum alloy processing equipment ourselves. We can't let them make all the money. Well, several factory managers, when will Yangzi come back? After finishing the business, Zhang Chao asked about this matter again. I don't know either. Qin Baoguo said, he should have come back a long time ago, but we haven't heard from him. Fortunately, he went out with the people from Factory 132 and had someone to pick him up, so nothing should happen to him. Ding-ling-ling. Just then, the phone rang. Zhu Zizhong picked up the phone and immediately became excited. What? Qin Yang is back? Great. Let's go out and greet him. The call came from the doorman. Qin Yang took bus 212 and drove into the factory gate. When Zhu Zizhong and others got off, the car had already stopped in front of the office building. Comrade Qin Yang, welcome back. Zhu Zizhong extended his hand enthusiastically. Whether you can sell the air gun or not, you are a hero of our factory. This pioneering and enterprising spirit is worth learning from. Wait, something's wrong. Zhu Zizhong looked towards the other side of the car, where the door also opened, and a man in a suit and leather shoes walked down. He had thick eyebrows, big eyes, a high nose bridge, three-dimensional facial features, and a full beard, which was completely different from the appearance of Chinese people. Even without the cloth on his head, it would be easy to guess his origins. Comrade Qin Yang, who is this? Let me introduce you to everyone. This is Ibrahim, a famous airgun dealer in the Middle East. Qin Yang said, he is here to inspect the airguns produced by Factory 960. If he is satisfied, he will order a container of goods. The price we have agreed on is $500 per gun. An airgun seller from the Middle East, $500 each. Qin Yang's words petrified everyone. They never expected that Qin Yang would actually do it. Domestically, a piece sells for tens of dollars and exported for hundreds of dollars. How much money does this make? Zhu Zizhong was still in a daze, and at this time Qin Yang had already started talking to Ibrahim in a babble. Then, Ibrahim walked up to Zhu Zizhong and stretched out his right hand. Zhu Zizhong's mind was still blank, and Qin Yang hurriedly called out, Director Zhu, why don't you shake hands with the guest? Zhu Zizhong reacted and held the other's hands with both hands. He began to tremble with excitement. Qin Yang was a little speechless. Looking at this, it would be no problem for Director Zhu to kneel down. Where is his moral integrity? Where is his unyielding pride? Well, Director Zhu, let's take the guests to the factory office to sit and rest. You can find someone to introduce Lion brand air rifles to them. After the guests have rested, we will go to the production line and notify the cafeteria to arrange lunch. Well, Qin Yang brought back a foreigner who was here to purchase air guns. The news quickly spread throughout the factory, and everyone was excited. In the production workshop, Lu Yong still maintained his rationality. He looked at his workers and shouted loudly, Hurry up and stop your work and clean up. Before the foreign guests come to visit, we must clean it up thoroughly. This Qin Yang is really something. Couldn't he have sent a telegram in advance? Why did he launch such a surprise attack? When Ibrahim came to visit the workshop, the windows were clean and there was no debris on the floor. The workers were processing parts carefully and in an orderly manner. Ibrahim, see? This is the military standard. In the past, this was a factory that produced military rifles. Now it has switched to producing civilian air rifles, which also meet military standards. Qin Yang introduced it in a babble, and the workers in the workshop were very impressed. It was amazing, really amazing. Qin Yang could speak a foreign language. The day's trip ended, and after Ibrahim was settled in the guest house, Zhu Zizhong, Qin Baohua, Zhou Yongfei, and Qin Yang walked on the lush road together, feeling extremely emotional. Director Qin, your son is amazing. We should have found a foreigner. Yes, now our factory is well known in the system. By the end of the year, the superiors must fulfill their promise and commend us at the conference. With money and honor, everyone is of course very happy. You are weird. How can you speak Arabic? Qin Baohua looked at his son with full curiosity. Director, our superiors have sent an urgent telegram. Just then, Xiao Wang from the factory office came running over. Emergency telegram? What's the situation? Zhu Zizhong asked. 3 SVD sniper rifles captured by the frontline combat troops have been sent to the capital. The superiors have called together all the factories that produce guns to plan to copy this special sniper rifle. Xiao Wang said this and handed over the telegram. Sniper rifle? This is a military product. Several people were excited. Chapter 43. Can SVD still be considered a sniper rifle? This is a good opportunity. We must take over the task of replicating the SVD sniper rifle. Several people in the factory director's office discussed excitedly. That's right. This way we can re-enter the field of military production. Old Qin, you are the most suitable for this mission. You should go to the capital. Zhu Zizhong looked at Qin Baohua, and then at Qin Yang who was yawning on the side. Unfortunately, Qin Yang has to entertain foreigners and can't go with you. Alas, it's useless to go there for this kind of thing. Qin Yang glanced at a few people and said, there are too many military factories producing firearms in China. No matter how glorious our 960th factory is, can it compare with the 296th factory? Can it compare with the 626th factory? Or can it beat the 208th factory? What Qin Yang mentioned are all famous military factories. Among them, Factory 296 is the largest, and its history can even be traced back to the Hanyang Arsenal in 1894. Other factories and research institutes are also second to none. How can we, a third-line military factory, compete with them? So, forget it, just go to bed. Qin Yang said as he stood up. Sit down. You've grown wings. Qin Baohua was very dissatisfied with his son's behavior. Although we are only a third-tier military factory, we also have ideals. A soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier. Since we are a military factory, we must work hard to develop and grow in this industry. Dad, but we have already converted from military to civilian use. Qin Yang glanced at his father. Besides, the SVD is not that good. Even though the Russians call it a sniper rifle, it is actually far inferior to Western rifles. At most, it is just a precision shooting rifle. Several people looked at each other. If it were 2 months ago, no one would take Qin Yang's words seriously, but now, with the writing of one myth after another, Qin Yang's position in everyone's hearts has become more and more important. The accuracy of the air rifle designed by Qin Yang is much higher than other air rifles of this era. Now Qin Yang's bold words. Does it mean that he has other ideas, such as designing a more advanced sniper rifle? Yangzi, why do you say SVD is not a sniper rifle? Qin Baohua asked. During World War II, the Russians used the Mosin Nagant rifle as a sniper rifle, and many sniper heroes were born. Qin Yang finally became interested and introduced the origin of this gun to everyone. However, the experience of World War II taught gun designers that what is needed on the battlefield is not a long range, but sufficient firepower density. Therefore, after the end of World War II, the famous AK rifle was created and became a popular gun in the world. It only has a range of 300 meters, but fierce firepower and reliable performance. However, in this way, the combat distance of the infantry squad is limited to within 500 meters, and they cannot eliminate enemies at a longer distance. Qin Yang said, the SVD rifle appeared in this situation. This rifle was designed by the famous Russian firearms designer Dragunov. It is designed for squad-level sniping and long-range fire support. Its appearance increases the effective range of the infantry squad to 800 meters. However, if it is farther away, due to the lack of accuracy, whether it can hit the target depends on luck. The longest sniper record of SVD was set by Sergeant Vladimir of the Soviet Army in 1985 during the Afghan War, who killed Commander Mujahedin at 1,350 meters. This was of course luck, just like in 2017, when Canadian sniper Wally set a sniper kill record of 3,540 meters with a TAC-50 sniper rifle on the Iraqi battlefield. There is no one before and no one after. When talking about famous sniper rifles, many people will blurt out, Barrett. In fact, most of the long-range sniper kills in actual combat are created by TAC-50. It is still possible to kill an enemy 2 kilometers away, but it depends on luck if it is farther away. Speaking of this, we have to mention accuracy. MOA is an important way to measure the accuracy of sniper rifles. Specifically, 1 MOA at a distance of 100 meters means that the bullet falls in a circle with a diameter of only 2.908 centimeters. The accuracy of the SVD sniper rifle is 1.24 MOA. If ordinary bullets are used, the accuracy will be as high as 2.21 MOA. The accuracy of an advanced sniper rifle must be at least below 0.8 MOA, and an excellent one can even reach 0.5 MOA. As a military expert, Qin Yang certainly knew that China got the SVD sniper rifle on the southern battlefield and then copied it, becoming the most talked about Type 85 sniper rifle in the army. Originally, he thought it was very impressive, but when he communicated with the West, he was completely dumbfounded. His gun was just a firewood stick. Whether it was range or accuracy, it was several levels behind. You know, although the guns were copied domestically, the special sniper ammunition was not copied. Instead, ordinary machine gun bullets were used, with an accuracy of up to 5.87 MOA. To put it simply, the SVD is a large AK rifle with a longer barrel. Qin Yang was disdainful of this rifle. Even in the hands of frontline troops, its use is not to snipe the enemy, but to suppress firepower from a distance. Good boy, you are quite arrogant. Qin Bao said, at present, our army is not equipped with sniper rifles. Now, even if there is a sniper rifle with a range of 800 meters, it can already fill the gap in the army. Do you have a better design? Hearing Qin Bao's question, Qin Yang nodded. Yes, if I were to design it, relying on the processing technology of our 960 factory, I could make an advanced sniper rifle that could shoot coins from 1,000 meters away. The Russians' SVD rifle can hardly hit watermelons from 1,000 meters away, but Qin Yang said he could hit coins from 1,000 meters away. Several people looked at Qin Yang with surprise. If you are interested, I will draw a design, and our factory will produce it when we have time, and then we will go to the capital to show those country bumpkins. Qin Yang said, let them know that there are always people better than you, mountains better than you, and guns better than you. Several people looked at each other, and finally Zhu Zizhong made the final decision. Let's make preparations for both situations. Lao Qin, you should go to the capital. If you can get the task of replicating, that would be the best. If not, then you should report to your superiors. Our factory is developing a more advanced sniper rifle. Qin Bao nodded. Still going? Qin Yang has already made it clear. Qin Yang has no hope for this project. He knows that his father will be tortured if he goes there. It is better for him to accompany international friends to travel around. However, if my dad wants to go, I still have some ways to deal with it. I have to take some time to talk to him, and then I can let him go and show off. I'm so sleepy. I have to accompany foreign guests tomorrow. I'll go back first. Qin Yang yawned again. Dad, let's go back. Okay, you go back first and we'll discuss it. Qin Bao takes his work very seriously. Under the current circumstances, he needs to continue discussing with the other two. After going to the capital, he will try his best to complete the task. Dad, you really won't go back with me? Qin Bao hesitated for a second, then said, okay, I'll go back with you. Chapter 44. The brothers from Factory 296 are not convinced. A conference room at a military base in the suburbs of the capital. Personnel from various military factories came and were communicating enthusiastically. Hey, isn't this Engineer Qin? I heard that your 960 factory has become very prosperous recently. Yang Xiaojun, a gun designer from the 296 factory, greeted Qin Bao immediately after seeing him. I heard that your Lion brand air rifles are very popular, and you have also developed special guns for shooting teams, which have reached world-class standards. No. Since the military industry doesn't give us a living, we can only make a living by selling civilian products. If we can get the task of replicating the SVD sniper rifle from our superiors this time, we can stand with you with dignity. Qin Bao said, you guys should be polite. I heard that you have opened up the export market and earned millions of dollars in foreign exchange. It's really enviable. What's so good about our military industry? There are too many monks and too little meat. The two were just being polite when a voice came from the podium. Okay, everyone be quiet. We called you all here today so that we can work together to understand the design of the Russian SVD sniper rifle and then copy it, said Fong, the leader of the 5th Ministry of Machine Building who was in charge of presiding over the meeting. What kind of collective wisdom and effort? Inviting so many people here is purely for the sake of letting everyone compete and find the best among them. Everyone knows it in their hearts, but no one dares to say it out loud. First of all, please ask the leaders of our army to tell us about the origins of these guns and the necessity of imitating them, said Leader Fong. The battlefield is the touchstone of weapons. This statement is absolutely true. After we went to the battlefield, we found that the 56.5 rifles in our hands had no way to fight against the enemy, so we quickly equipped the 56 assault rifles to maintain the continuity of firepower of the frontline troops. However, in the battle, we found that the biggest threat to us was still the enemy's sniper rifles. There were only 1 or 2 shooters hiding hundreds of meters away and shooting at us, one shot at a time, and our soldiers could only stare blankly because the range of their rifles was not enough. Compared with the previous sniping distance of 200 or 300 meters, the enemy's sniper rifles have increased the range to 500 meters. This time, we destroyed the nest of an enemy sniper group and seized 3 sniper rifles intact. I hope that our military experts will copy it as soon as possible and give it to the soldiers on the front line for use. Leader Wang of the army spoke a long paragraph in one breath. The 3 guns are numbered 68668, 68777, and 74919, said Fong. We will first study the structure of the guns, and then go to the shooting range to test fire them. Everyone will feel how advanced this professional sniper rifle is. At this moment, Qin Bao suddenly felt emotional. In Qin Yang's eyes, it was not considered a sniper rifle at all. However, in the eyes of the troops and military workers like them, it was already quite advanced. After all, there was not even a single professional sniper rifle in the country. Its barrel is so long. The person who got the gun immediately exclaimed. The longer the barrel, the more work the propellant does, the greater the kinetic energy of the bullet, the higher the initial velocity, and the farther the bullet flies. If a sniper rifle wants to kill targets at a long distance, the longer the barrel, the better. The barrel of the SVD sniper rifle is 620 millimeters long. In comparison, the barrel of the AK-47 is only 415 millimeters, which is half longer. The stock, scope and all, looks weird. When the gun 74919 came into Yang Zhaojuan's hands, he studied it over and over for more than 10 minutes before passing it to Qin Baohua, who was standing beside him. Qin Baohua touched the wooden butt of the gun, took a deep breath, and then his hands moved quickly. The scope, dust cover, magazine, barrel, gas piston. Amidst the sound of clattering, this sniper rifle for everyone to admire was actually taken apart by Qin Baohua. Mr. Qin, what are you doing? Yang Zhaojun shouted immediately. The leader asked everyone to take a look at it. But you actually tore it apart? Didn't the leader ask us to appreciate the structure of the gun? Qin Baohua said. How can I appreciate it if I don't take it apart? We are all gun dealers, so why should we be afraid of damaging it? I'm really afraid of breaking it. Originally, Leader Fong just wanted everyone to take a look first, and after they finished looking, they would work together to study how to disassemble it. Who could have thought that Qin Baohua's hand speed was so fast? Etc. After a moment, everyone realized that Qin Baohua was showing off his skills. Well, if you're afraid of breaking it, I'll put it back together. There was another series of light clanging sounds, and by the time Leader Fong came over, the gun had been reassembled. Mr. Qin, are you familiar with this gun? Well, I think its basic structure is not much different from our Type 56 assault rifle. Qin Baohua repeated what Qin Yang had analyzed for him, and the simple structural diagram that Qin Yang had drawn also appeared in his mind. How did Qin Yang know this? Qin Baohua didn't know either. This son was becoming more and more mysterious. However, it was right to listen to Qin Yang. Now, after some disassembly and assembly, it was proved that the structural diagram drawn by Qin Yang was completely correct. This rifle is indeed a large-sized AK-47. Engineer Qin, why are you so disorganized and undisciplined? Yang Zhaojuan's face was very ugly. We should test fire first, and then disassemble and assemble after the test fire. Now, you are disassembling and assembling like this. What if the accuracy of the gun is reduced? The two of them just knew each other and talked when they met. Now these actions have involved which factory will be assigned the task of imitation. So Yang Zhaojun must make severe criticisms here. The accuracy is reduced? How is that possible? Qin Baohua said, we are all engaged in military industry. How can we make such a mistake? After my assembly, the accuracy of this gun should be higher. What? Engineer Qin, even if you are doing this so that your factory can receive the imitation order, You don't have to brag like this? Yang Xiaojun was even more unconvinced. The big guys are indeed engaged in military industry, so disassembly and assembly are no problem, but it is impossible to improve the accuracy after disassembly and assembly. Only improper installation will lead to reduced accuracy, and there is absolutely no possibility of improvement. Engineer Yang, if you don't believe me, we can go out and test fire it. Qin Baohua said, the gun I just disassembled must be more accurate than the other two. This is impossible. Leader Fong watched the two people's argument with great interest and said faintly, okay, let's go out and test fire to see if Engineer Qin is right. The meeting was held here to facilitate gun testing so that one can walk to the shooting range. Everyone came to the shooting range together. Qin Baohua looked at the target opposite and said, this is a sniper rifle. Even if we don't shoot at a target 800 meters away, we should at least put the target 500 meters away, right? The Army's targets are all 100 meters or 200 meters. Now, if we want to test fire sniper rifles, we have to make some changes. Okay, then let's set it 500 meters away and find 3 soldiers with the best shooting skills to practice target practice, said Leader Fong. After 3 gunshots, the target reporter's voice was heard. 1 ring on target number 1. Target number 2 is off target. 5 rings on target number 3. Target number 3 was shot with the 74,919. How could it be so accurate? I don't believe it. Let them exchange rifles and shoot. Yang Xiaojun shouted. They exchanged and tested again. This time, the other 2 rifles hit the 2nd ring, but the 74919 rifle hit the 4th ring. How about it? Do you believe it now? Qin Baohua's face was filled with excitement. Everything his son said was right. Chapter 45. Why compete with Factory 296? With strength. From the appearance, there is no difference between the SVD rifles. They are all exactly the same, with wooden stocks and gun bodies, long barrels, and professional sights. It was not until the 1990s that the modified SVD rifle used composite materials instead of wood. To talk about the differences between the 3 sniper rifles seen so far, we have to look inside the barrel and use professional tools to measure it to draw a conclusion. The twist rate of the barrel rifling is different. There are many revolutionary inventions in firearms, such as changing from a muzzle-loading gun to a breech-loading gun, and carving rifling inside the barrel to make the bullets spin and fly out, increasing stability. Almost all modern firearms are rifled. Even the airgun barrels produced by the 960 factory are rifled. The rifling that rotates and moves forward in the barrel has certain professional terms. The number of rifling is easy to understand, but the twist of the rifling is much more complicated. It is used to measure the speed of the rifling rotation. Specifically, it is the distance that the rifling in the barrel rotates one circle. The smaller the twist, the faster the rifling rotates, the higher the rotation speed of the bullet head, and the better the stability of the bullet. However, this value cannot be increased indefinitely, otherwise it will cause the initial velocity of the bullet leaving the muzzle to decrease. This is a comprehensive consideration. When Dragunov first designed this gun, he set the twist rate at 315 millimeters. It achieved the best results and the highest accuracy when firing the 7.62 by 54 millimeters 7-in-1 high-precision sniper bullet specially developed by their institute. However, when used by frontline troops, they discovered that this gun had serious limitations. It could only fire special sniper bullets and could not fire other bullets. For example, tracer bullets to indicate the enemy's position to comrades, or armored bullets to attack reinforced bunkers. These bullets are 7.62 by 54 millimeters and can be stuffed into the barrel, but the bullets will float after flying out. Therefore, in 1974, Dragunov modified his sniper rifle, reducing the twist rate from 315 millimeters to 240 millimeters. This way, it could not only fire special sniper bullets, but also take into account the accuracy of other bullets. The rifle Qin Baohua is holding in his hand is numbered 74919 and is an improved model, while the first 2, both with numbers starting with 68, are old models. If the special 7-in-1 sniper bullet is used for target shooting, the accuracy of the 3 rifles will be the same, and there will not be much deviation. However, there is no such bullet in China. When they tested it just now, they used ordinary 53 type machine gun bullets. The size of this bullet is also 7.62 by 54 millimeters, which can be stuffed into the gun chamber, but the accuracy will be greatly reduced. The Type 85 sniper rifle copied domestically is also burdened by bullets. There are no special high-precision sniper bullets in the country. The main reason is the price issue. The price of one sniper bullet is equivalent to the sum of the prices of more than a dozen Type 53 machine gun bullets. Snipers do not only fire on the battlefield. They also need to undergo long-term shooting training in normal times. Sharpshooters are fed with bullets. If they use sniper bullets, they simply cannot bear the huge consumption. Now, Qin Baohua has taken advantage of the information Qin Yang introduced to him. Leader Fong smiled and said, "Engineer Qin, I didn't expect you to be so amazing. By disassembling and assembling the rifle, you actually improved the accuracy of the sniper rifle." Leader Fong, although our 960 factory has already switched from military to civilian use, we have not yet given up our military craftsmanship. If our superiors assign the task of replicating this sniper rifle to our factory, we guarantee that every produced rifle will be as accurate as the one I have in hand. In fact, it is a problem of barrel twist. When they produce it, they just need to produce it according to the standard of this 74,919 rifle. Mr. Qin, you're going too far. Yang Xiaojun couldn't help it any longer. You show off here and then want to take over the production task? Why? Before coming here, Yang Xiaojun had promised the factory leaders that he would definitely take over the task of replicating this sniper rifle. In the field of firearms production, their Factory 296 is the boss. Now, he didn't know what means Qin Baohua used to improve the shooting accuracy of this gun, but he would never watch the imitation task being snatched away by Factory 960. Why should a third-line military-to-civilian factory compete with our Factory 296? In the past few years, the whole country was like a chessboard, and everyone was a brother. It didn't matter which factory the production task fell on, as everyone got the same salary anyway. If there was a need for support, everyone would do it without hesitation. When Factory 960 was established, a group of technicians were transferred from Factory 296, together with personnel transferred from the capital, to work together in that third-line military factory. After they went there, everyone worked diligently and conscientiously, and even though they were transferred from a big city to a remote mountain village, they had no complaints. But it's different now. Now the competition has started. If you can get the task, you can eat the meat. If you don't have the task, you have to eat the soup. 296 manufacturers are big and powerful. It is the leader in the industry, but it also has a lot of mouths. Now, seeing that the mission was about to be snatched away by Qin Baohua, Yang Xiaojun was very dissatisfied. Not to mention making sarcastic remarks. If he was really pushed to the limit, he might even raise his fists to hit Qin Baohua. Of course, it's based on strength. Qin Baohua still said what Qin Yang taught him. Otherwise, as an honest man, he would be embarrassed to argue with the technical staff of the brother unit. Everyone knows that the quality of the airguns produced by our 960 factory is much higher than that of other domestic units and has reached the world-class level. Qin Baohua said, "It is precisely because of this that foreigners come to our factory to inspect and prepare to buy millions of dollars worth of goods to take back." Yes, you know how to do business. Everyone knows that a few million in foreign exchange is not a big deal. Yang Xiaojun's voice became louder. "You are a military-industrial enterprise, bullying some outsiders. What is there to brag about? How long has it been since you made the 56 semi-automatic rifle? In addition to the 56 semi-automatic rifle, have you made other rifles?" Leader Fong frowned. Of course, he knew that the conflict between the two was still over the task of competing for the imitation task. Qin Baohua showed off his technical skills, and Yang Xiaojun knew that he could not win the competition, so he simply talked about other aspects. Factory 296 produces all kinds of firearms, while Factory 960 has only produced 56 and a half and has already given up on military products and started military-to-civilian conversion. If Factory 960 were to accept this task, would there be any risks? As long as you make one type of gun, you will be able to master it. Qin Baohua also became angry. "We have never made air guns before, but we have become the top level in this industry in an instant. No factory in our country has ever made a sniper rifle. If you hand it over to our factory, it will also reach a new peak." "Humph, what new peak? Aren't you afraid of the wind blowing your tongue off?" Yang Xiaojun continued disdainfully. "If your factory can still produce other military guns, then our 296th factory will not compete for this imitation task." Qin Baohua was immediately delighted. "Engineer Yang, can you represent your 296th factory with this statement?" "Certainly." Yang Xiaojun would never believe that a third-line military factory that had already started a military-to-civilian project could continue to produce other types of guns. "Leader Fong, our factory is currently trial producing a long-range sniper rifle. It can hit a coin 500 meters away and a watermelon 1,000 meters away." Qin Baohua said, "We will use this rifle to show our superiors the technology of our 960 factory in the field of firearms." What? Everyone was shocked instantly. Chapter 46. Look at my 12.7 millimeters sniper rifle. Is it thick enough, hard enough and long enough? Before coming, Qin Yang said that there was a coin at 1,000 meters away and a watermelon at 2,000 meters away, but Qin Baowu did not dare to boast, so he lowered the distance. The data was already shocking enough. The SVD sniper rifle is already the most advanced sniper rifle that the domestic military industry has come into contact with. This rifle can only shoot a watermelon from 500 meters away. Yang Xiaojun opened his eyes wide. What did you say? Hitting a coin from 500 meters away? You are bragging. Are you going to blow the sky apart? Qin Baowu ignored Yang Xiaojun and continued to look at Leader Fong. This sniper rifle is currently being developed in our factory. If our meeting can last for 3 days, we can bring this gun to our colleagues for inspection. Okay, then we'll hold this meeting for 3 days. Leader Fong said, if your factory can develop an advanced sniper rifle, we'll hold a special commendation meeting for you within the system. The representatives from Institute 208 also frowned. It was not easy for a third-tier military factory to produce guns according to the design drawings and ensure a yield rate of more than 90%. How could it be possible to develop a new sniper rifle that was much better than the Soviet-made SVD rifle? If the 960 factory can do this, then where is the face of the 208th Institute, which specializes in the development of firearms? They are the ones who design firearms. Thinking of this, the experts' faces turned grim. From this time on, Qin Baowu was isolated by these colleagues. Even when he was having a meal together, he could hear people pointing and talking. It is impossible for their 960 factory to develop advanced sniper rifles. This is absolutely nonsense. That's right. We only have 3 days left to design a new sniper rifle. It would be impossible without more than 3 years. Let's just wait and see the show. I seem to have heard that Mr. Qin's son is very capable. Son? He seems to be just 18 years old. He is still wet behind the ears. What can he do? Amidst these people's discussion, the meeting continued on the second day. Everyone continued to shoot targets with guns and then studied the structure of the guns. All 3 guns were disassembled, but no one paid attention to the inside of the barrels. After all, it is generally believed that the rifling design of a gun barrel requires thousands of different data to determine the best solution, and once it is determined, it will not be changed. 3 days passed in a flash. That morning, everyone started talking about it. Didn't he say that he could deliver the sample gun in 3 days? Why is he still nowhere to be seen? That's right. Isn't it time to blow your own trumpet? At noon that day, there was still no sign of people or guns from Factory 960. While eating, everyone was discussing this topic. Leader Fong, it's already noon, and their 960 factory hasn't sent anyone over yet. We should disband in the afternoon. Leave the task of replicating the gun to us. Yang Xiaojun deliberately sat next to Leader Fong to make it easier to talk to him. Since we've been promised 3 days, we'll have to do it tonight. Leader Fong said. In the afternoon, we'll study the SVD sniper rifle and measure the parameters inside the barrel. Qin Baowu was not in a hurry at first, but when he heard Leader Fong say this, he frowned. If the size of the gun barrel was measured, his myth would be exposed. This Qin Yang is really something. Why hasn't he come yet? Is there a technical problem during the processing? It is absolutely impossible to design a gun and process it in 3 days. Qin Baowu said that only because he trusted Qin Yang, but now he is afraid of making a fool of himself. At this moment, a communications soldier ran over and said, Leaders, there is a car outside, saying that the 960 factory is here with a sample gun. Coming? Now everyone put down their bowls and chopsticks and looked at Qin Baowu in disbelief. Let him go to the shooting range. Leader Fong was also excited. Let's see if this gun can hit a coin from 500 meters away or a watermelon from 1,000 meters away. No one was eating. Everyone ran to the shooting range. When they got there, they saw a 212 Jeep and someone was taking something out of the car. It was a long box, and everyone knew it was a gun. It was a high-end gun. After all, ordinary rifles could be wrapped in straw. However, the box is a bit big. Is this gun 1.5 meters long? Yang Xiaojun made a subconscious judgment. The SVD sniper rifle is the longest one everyone has ever seen. It is more than 1.2 meters long. Only rifles from the World War II era were so long. After all, if they ran out of bullets, they would have to rush forward and fight with bayonets. The common AK-47 is only 870 millimeters, which makes it more convenient to use. The more advanced August bullpup rifle has reduced its length to 790 millimeters. Now, are there gun designers who deliberately design a super long gun? Are they increasing the length of the gun barrel indefinitely just to pursue shooting accuracy? Mr. Qin, your factory is really unique. It's not easy to process such a super long barrel, right? Yang Xiaojun continued to tease. Yes, There is no one in your factory who has a professional background, so this is the only way to do it. If the caliber is enlarged to 12.7 millimeters, this length will be reasonable, said a military expert from the 208th Institute. The longer the gun, the larger the caliber must be in order to maximize its power. While they were talking, Qin Yang opened the box and took out a gun from the middle with both hands. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the gun, and their breathing began to become heavy. Such a long barrel. It's still pretty thick, definitely 12.7 millimeters. Its buttstock is very peculiar. Is that the bolt on the left? Bolt-action rifles have long been outdated. They would never have thought that Factory 960 would actually produce such a bolt-action rifle. The buttstock at the back is very unique. It is not a whole piece of wood. It has an exquisite and complex structure with many movable parts. The handguard on the gun also has a lot of rectangular holes that act like heat dissipation holes. Below are the grip and trigger, and above is the long barrel. There is an eye-catching bolt on the left side of the gun and a bipod at the front bottom of the gun, which looks similar to a machine gun. There is also a professional scope on the top of the gun, which looks larger than that of the SVD sniper rifle. You kid, why are you here just now? Qin Baoguo was the first to step forward and said to Qin Yang, how can I come if the guests don't leave? I just sent Ibrahim away this morning. I haven't had lunch yet. Qin Yang said, looked at the others, and then proudly raised his gun. Everyone, look at my 12.7 millimeter sniper rifle. Is it thick enough, hard enough, and long enough? Chapter 47. Whoever loses will run around the shooting range naked. The larger the caliber, the longer the range. However, 7.62 millimeters is already the limit of sniper rifles. If the caliber is further increased, the recoil of the bullet will be too great. After recovering from his surprise, Yang Xiaojun resumed the posture of a military expert. If the recoil is too strong, then find a way to solve it. Qin Yang said easily. If you give up because of the strong recoil, then why do you want to be a military research and development personnel? Wouldn't it be better to go home and take care of your wife and children? Humph. Yang Xiaojun glanced at Qin Yang with disdain. During World War II, there were 20 millimeters anti-tank guns, but what was the use of them? They were soon eliminated. After so many years of development, firearms have matured. It is meaningless to deliberately use a different caliber to attract attention. What's the use of your gun? Just to shoot watermelons from 1,000 meters away? Of course there are many uses. Qin Yang explained to everyone. For example, the target is in a room, and there is an open area of 1,000 meters outside. Our sniper wants to snipe the enemy. What should he do? Crawling over and pretending to fire. Even retreating is difficult, or hiding far away 1,500 meters away and firing. Comrade expert, if it were you, what would you choose? Qin Yang didn't know who was picking on him, so he would fight back against anyone who challenged him. The words, expert comrade, sounded sarcastic. Yang Xiaojun's face was very ugly, while Qin Yang was still talking nonstop. Large-caliber sniper rifles are bound to be a development trend. They have long range, high accuracy, great power, and wide applications on the battlefield. If the enemy hides behind a wall, the shooter can even fire at the wall and make a hole directly. Even if the shot cannot be accurate, the bricks that are shot away will kill the enemy. I wonder if there are any designers of 12.7 millimeters machine guns here. They should know how powerful this bullet is, right? An expert nodded. Indeed, 12.7 millimeters bullets can achieve this effect. Not to mention hitting earth walls. If you use special bullets, you can hit a light armored vehicle without any problem. That's right. Qin Yang took over the conversation. That's it. Our gun is not only used to shoot people, but also other targets, such as vehicles, radar stations, and even airplanes. We fire from a distance and run away after we are done. Oomph, you talk better than you sing. But we also have to see the accuracy. The recoil of a 12.7 millimeters bullet is very large. It's like hitting a coin at 500 meters and a watermelon at 1,000 meters. The bullet might have been shot away long ago. Yang Xiaojun was still making sarcastic remarks. Whether we can hit the target or not is not up to us to decide. Qin Yang said, we have to actually shoot to find out. Comrades at the shooting range, please carry the target to a distance of 1,000 meters and stick a coin on the center of the target's 10 rings. What did you say? Yang Xiaojun opened his eyes wide in surprise. You want to shoot a coin 1,000 meters away? Do you know how high the precision is? Humph, your 960 factory has made an air rifle that can shoot whatever you point at a range of 100 meters, and you don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Comrade expert, you don't believe it? Only a fool would believe that. Then let's make a bet. Okay, let's bet $100. You want to bet with us? You should know how rich our 960 factory is, right? We just signed a foreign trade contract for $5 million. Qin Yang glanced at Yang Xiaojun with disdain. It's meaningless for us to bet on this. So what do you want to bet on? Whoever loses has to take off his pants and run around the shooting range naked. Uffed. Someone laughed. Leader Fong had a stern face, not knowing what to say. There had never been such a young man in the military industry. It was the first time he had seen Qin Yang with this kind of personality. However, he was more concerned about whether this gun could hit a coin 1,000 meters away. If it can really hit the target, it would be like launching a large satellite. If this kind of weapon is used on the battlefield, wouldn't it make the enemy scream like a ghost? What? You don't dare. Amidst the laughter of the crowd, Qin Yang looked at Yang Zhaojun. Okay, let's make a bet. I don't believe that the guns from your 960 factory can have such accuracy. Let's be frank. If you lose, I don't want you to take off your pants. I want him. Yang Zhaojun pointed his finger at Qin Baohua. At this moment, Qin Yang's eyes were cold. This guy actually pointed the finger at his own father? He was courting death. Humph, you're just a young man. You're not afraid of making a fool of yourself. We have to be equal. Okay, stop messing around. Leader Fong finally spoke. Young man, get ready. Let's see if this gun can open our eyes. Good. This, good, was not said by Qin Yang, but by Qin Baohua. He looked at Yang Zhaojun with the same cold eyes. I agree to this condition. You guys, really, do you still take an old man like me seriously? Leader Fong was annoyed. He knew that the atmosphere was tense, and he was happy to see competition between the subordinate arsenals. Only competition could lead to development. However, it would be bad if they ended up taking off their pants and running away naked. Once this got out, other aerospace and other systems would laugh at them. Okay, let me show it to the leaders and colleagues first. Qin Yang put down the gun and took out a box from the car. Amidst everyone's surprised eyes, Qin Yang first took out a combination of 3 hemispheres and a baffle arrow and inserted it into the ground. The 3 hemispheres rotated and the baffle arrows pointed to one side. Wind speed and direction instrument. Someone recognized it. That's right, wind speed 3, direction due east. Qin Yang finished reading this and then continued to take out various instruments. The temperature is 26 degrees and the air pressure is 1013 MPa. Next, it's time to measure the target distance. As he was talking, another thing was taken down 212. This thing needed power. When seeing its outline, someone was surprised. Is this the laser rangefinder used on the tank? That's right. Qin Yang turned on the instrument. After warming up, the reading was displayed, 980 meters away from the target. Never mind, that's all. Next, Qin Yang took out a calculator and started pressing the buttons. Humph, I've never seen a sniper use so many things. A frog in the well. Of course he has limited knowledge. Qin Yang rolled his eyes at him and started fiddling with the scope on his rifle. Qin Baohua's eyes changed from suspicion to trust. He was just angry and wanted to support his son, so he agreed to the bet. But now his attitude has changed. As a technician, Qin Baohua certainly knew that there were too many factors to consider in hitting a coin 1,000 meters away. It was necessary to measure a series of factors that might affect the trajectory, such as distance, direction, wind speed, wind direction, temperature, air pressure, etc., and then calibrate and correct the trajectory of the firearm. Now that his son is doing quite well, he has a hunch. His son can really succeed. Qin Yang finished all the work, picked up the sniper rifle, and placed it on the shooting position. He set up the bipod in front, adjusted the butt a few times at the back, then held the gun steadily and pulled the bolt. At this moment, time seemed to stop. Chapter 48, hitting a coin from 1,000 miles away. Everyone's eyes were on Qin Yang. They didn't believe that Qin Yang could do this, but they were looking forward to witnessing a miracle. Even Yang Zhaojun stopped talking. He was also waiting for the result. Time seemed to be passing very slowly. Qin Yang is looking for the feeling. This shooting target is indeed not easy, and only the best shooter can achieve it. The wind was blowing gently, the weeds on the ground were swaying, and the sun was warm. Qin Yang felt everything around him. Gradually, he forgot everything around him. In his field of vision, only the target was becoming clearer and clearer, and the coin in the center was also becoming clearer and clearer. During the past few days, Qin Yang accompanied guests during the day and went to the workshop to supervise the processing at night. He rushed to make this gun, which he brought here after only testing it at the shooting range of Factory 960. It is still unknown whether it can hit a coin 1,000 meters away. In fact, the guest left last night. This morning, Qin Yang mobilized all kinds of connections to get all the spare parts, especially the 16x scope, which took a lot of effort. If he wanted to hit a target 2 kilometers away, he had to prepare everything. At this point, the equipment was ready and his condition was adjusted to the best. He took a steady breath and pulled the trigger. Bang! There was a crisp sound, and a cloud of green smoke came out from the muzzle of the gun. The surrounding weeds also bent under the impact of the airflow, and some of them even bent backwards. Muzzle brake? This gun is equipped with a muzzle brake. Yang Xiaojun suddenly reacted. The larger the caliber, the greater the recoil. When the caliber reaches 12.7 millimeters, the recoil of the gun is so great that it is difficult for the shooter to bear it. Weapons of this caliber are generally heavy machine guns, which are fixed by a thick base, so the gunner does not even need to shoulder shoot. Therefore, Yang Xiaojun did not think that Qin Yang would hit the target at all, and even the bullet would not hit the target. But now, when he saw Qin Yang's shooting, he suddenly realized. This was the transplanted recoil brake used on the artillery. The caliber of the cannon was larger, and the recoil was also terrible. The earliest muzzle-loading cannons had to retreat several meters each time they fired, and they had to re-aim. Many years later, a genius came up with an idea. Open the muzzle backwards to allow part of the gunpowder's energy to spray backwards, thus offsetting some of the recoil. The emergence of muzzle brakes reduced the recoil of cannons when firing shells, greatly increased the shooting speed, and brought about a revolution in artillery. Later, some guns also used muzzle brakes, but this thing has never appeared on the 56 gun family, so no one would deliberately look at the muzzle. Now seeing Qin Yang firing, everyone understands the intricacies of the design of this gun. In fact, although the muzzle brake can greatly reduce recoil and ensure stable shooting, it also has its flaws. Just look at the gradually spreading smoke, and you will know that this thing makes too much noise. Therefore, an experienced sniper only fires one shot, and then has to run away holding the gun. A shell might fly over from the opposite side in the next second. The majestic snipers in online novels do not exist in reality. Two words are often added before the word sniper: cannon fodder. That's right, snipers face the risk of being bombarded. Not only do they need to be good marksmen and know how to camouflage, they also have to be able to run and change positions. At this time, Qin Yang had finished firing the gun. He had just stood up holding the gun when another expert spoke up. I noticed that the contact between your gun barrel and the handguard is not tight enough. Is this due to insufficient processing precision? Of course not. This is because we use a floating barrel. Qin Yang said. During the shooting process, the barrel vibrates completely freely. Floating barrel? For the experts present, this was definitely the first time they heard this term. If you want to shoot accurately, the barrel of the gun must remain still. You let the barrel vibrate freely. There's no way you can hit the target like this. Yang Xiaojun spoke again. Qin Yang looked at him with disdain. It's not terrible to be uneducated. What's terrible is to be uneducated and think you are an expert. Report. At this moment, the voice of the target reporter sounded in the distance. The bullet hit the 10 rings, and the coin in the center of the target was broken into pieces. What? Everyone was shocked. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Yang Xiaojun shouted. Bring the target over for us to check. Young man, can you tell us what the floating barrel is? Leader Fong looked at Qin Yang with a gentle gaze. He knew that this was definitely not cheating. The rifle in Qin Yang's hand could hit a coin from 1,000 meters away. At this time, he was very curious. How could it be possible to achieve such accuracy? This is simple. We all know that when the trigger is pulled and the bullet passes through the barrel will produce various vibrations. This is an inevitable phenomenon. If there are external influences, whether it is the handguard or the barrel support, etc., the accuracy will be reduced. The vibration of the barrel will stop at different positions due to external influences, and the position of the bullet will be different, and the error will be large. If the barrel is completely free-floating, without any contact with the buttstock or tripod, and the barrel is allowed to vibrate freely, it will still return to the same position after the vibration. We are really frogs in a well. We didn't expect there to be such a theory, said an expert. Impossible. How is this possible? How big is the amplitude of the gun barrel's vibration? Is it necessary to consider it? It's just a show of force. Yang Xiaojun still didn't believe it. He looked at the target reporter who trotted over with the target on his shoulder and then put the target on the ground. Everyone looked over. There was a hole in the center, with a crescent-shaped coin on the edge of the hole, and the scraped edge of the coin still had some droplets of melted and solidified metal. If there was only target paper, it would be considered cheating, but now, this coin was definitely pierced by a 12.7 millimeters bullet. The metal droplets next to it are caused by the friction and heat generated by the bullet flying over. I don't believe it. This must be cheating. Yang Xiaojun said. Don't believe it? Are you doubting that the troops here are helping me? Hearing this, the face of the military leader Wang at the scene darkened. Engineer Yang, I can guarantee that there is no cheating in our shooting range. If there is, I will take off this military uniform. Yang Xiaojun knew that what he had just said was inappropriate, and quickly explained, No, I'm not talking about you, He was thinking of other reasons. If there was cheating, The people at the shooting range must be involved. Otherwise, Qin Yang couldn't do it alone. Are you afraid of taking off your pants and running around the shooting range? Qin Yang looked at Yang Xiaojun. You want to deny your debt after losing. This kind of character is not acceptable. Yang Xiaojun's face turned pale. Chapter 49, there is a second sniper rifle. The fact is clear. The gun in Qin Yang's hand did hit the coin 1,000 meters away, but Yang Xiaojun did not want to admit defeat. Intuitively, he didn't believe this result. It was impossible. This must be cheating. But now, Qin Yang's words made him fall into an ice cave all of a sudden. If he accepts this result, he will have to follow the bet. Will he be able to continue to work in the system? However, if he does not fulfill the bet, then his reputation will be ruined and he will be criticized. Look at this person. He refuses to pay when he loses. His character is questionable. No matter what, it's not good for him. His mind was racing with thoughts of countermeasures. Yangzi, how can you talk like that? At this moment, Qin Baohua spoke up. The people present are all your uncles. The bet just now was just a joke. How can you take it seriously? His father just disdains to play intrigue with others. But that doesn't mean he won't do it. Qin Yang also has to give his father a thumbs up. This is the best way to deal with it. On the one hand, Qin Baohua was kind-hearted and didn't want to see Yang Xiaojun make a fool of himself. On the other hand, he knew very well that if Yang Xiaojun really ran around the shooting range naked today, not only would Yang Xiaojun lose face, but his own reputation would also be damaged. Now you should forgive others when you can, to show your magnanimity and make it easier for you to get along with others in the future. At the same time, it is also to pave the way for Qin Yang. If this matter of forcing others gets out, Qin Yang's reputation will not be good. Dad, if we win, we can treat it as a joke. But if we lose today, do you think he will let us go? Qin Yang asked Qin Baohua back. The father and son had to perform a double act. In the system, Yang Xiaojun appears to be friendly with everyone on the surface, but if there is a conflict with him, this guy is a petty person and will definitely not let you go. Yang Xiaojun's face flushed red. In his eyes, Qin Baohua and Qin Yang were working in unison to deliberately humiliate him. If we lose, we will fulfill the bet. As a real man, we should keep our promise. But if we win, we should be merciful and not be aggressive. Qin Baohua continued to educate his son. Well, Dad, I was wrong. Okay, if I lose, I lose. Although I, Yang Xiaojun, am not a big shot, I absolutely cannot let anyone scold me. Yang Xiaojun's face flushed, and he started to untie his belt. It is summer now, and he is only wearing a pair of pants outside. It would only take 1 or 2 seconds to take it off, but Yang Xiaojun's movements are extremely slow. Okay. Do you still take an old man like me seriously? Do you remember what I just said? Leader Fong finally spoke. He had to put a stop to this farce. After hearing what Leader Fong said, Yang Xiaojun immediately tied his belt again. In this way, he had kept his promise in the bet. It was the leader who stopped it, so he had both face and money. This gun is good, much better than the Russian SVD sniper rifle, but the noise when it fires is a bit loud. At this time, an expert spoke up to change the subject. Let's continue discussing the gun. That's right. For a sniper, concealment is the most important thing. This kind of gun has no value even if it can hit a coin 1,000 meters away. It's just a gimmick. Yang Xiaojun, who had just been forced to almost take off his pants and run naked, suddenly found a new breakthrough. Even if this gun is extremely accurate, it is useless. Especially in the current battles in the southern border areas, where there are large tracts of forest, long-range guns are useless. We still have to develop guns like the SVD sniper rifle. We can't just pursue range and accuracy, we have to consider other factors. A few years ago, when the Americans were involved in the Vietnam War, the reliability of the AK-47 was far superior to the American M16 on the battlefield. After saying this, Yang Xiaojun admired himself. Under such circumstances, he could still think of these reasons to turn the situation around. It was not easy. What's the use of long range? What's the use of high accuracy? It's not needed on the battlefield on the southern border. This 12.7mm sniper rifle makes too much noise when shooting, which can easily expose the target. Therefore, this gun is not suitable for the needs of our troops. After saying this, he looked at Leader Wang. Leader Wang, am I right? Leader Wang did not answer. If we analyze it, Yang Xiaojun's words make sense. But, isn't Yang Xiaojun too shameless? According to the bet just now, he should run around naked. Now, people let him go and don't pursue the matter, but he continues to speak ill of them? What a bad character. Lao Wang, what do you think? Leader Fong spoke. Although Yang Xiaojun's behavior is despicable, some things still need to be considered. Does the army need this high-precision sniper rifle? Leader Wang pondered for a while, then shook his head. This kind of sniper rifle will probably be useless in the southern border area. Yang Xiaojun smiled. Did you see that? The leader has said that your guns are useless. They are unrealistic and just for show. However, a factory that can produce sniper rifles of this level can definitely improve the accuracy of the SVD sniper rifle. I think it is most appropriate to entrust the imitation task to Factory 960. Leader Wang certainly had to speak for Factory 960. Even if what just happened had not happened, he would have to support Factory 960 just for this sniper rifle that could hit coins from 1,000 meters away. Leader Wang, please believe in the strength of our Factory 296. We can also improve the accuracy of this gun. We can also ensure the reliability of the gun. We will definitely be able to build an advanced sniper rifle that is suitable for the battlefield. Yang Xiaojun shouted. He absolutely couldn't watch Factory 960 get the task of replicating the product. How would he report back? Their 960 factory has long been converted from military to civilian use. They definitely can't produce advanced sniper rifles suitable for the battlefield. We have to try it to know if it works. Qin Baoguo was also anxious. Dear leaders, I am willing to issue a military order on behalf of our 960 factory. Dad, there's no need for such a big show. Qin Yang said, since our large-caliber sniper rifle is not suitable for battlefield needs, we can push it to the international market. There is no other sniper rifle with an accuracy of 0.5 MOA in the world. It can be sold for at least $100,000 each. Selling 1,000 a year will be enough. Everyone was in shock again. Even if Factory 960 fails to get the task of copying this time, it is still an honorable defeat. They have already made enough of a splash, and if they want to export it, they can really sell it at a sky-high price. As everyone was shocked, Qin Yang continued, of course, if we don't take this mission back, how can we continue to work in the military industry? If they dislike our thick, hard, and long guns, then we can make a thin and short one and see if our new gun can catch the expert's eyes. After Qin Yang finished speaking, he walked towards 212 again, took out a new box from the back, opened it, and took out the rifle inside. A maroon hollow buttstock with a grip, a short magazine, a long barrel, a black gun case, and a scope on top. The appearance of this rifle is exactly the same as the SVD sniper rifle. This is impossible. You didn't even get the sample gun. How did you copy this sniper rifle? Yang Xiaojun shouted in surprise. Without a prototype, we can't make guns. Our military industry can only copy and never develop our own. Qin Yang glanced at Yang Xiaojun. You are not making progress. Chapter 50 Winning the Imitation Mission. Qin Yang's words deeply hurt many people present. Since the founding of the People's Republic of China, every type of firearm in the country has been copied, or at most improved, but there has never been any independent research and development. You really have no ambition to make progress. An expert in his 50s from the 208th Institute couldn't help but sigh. Heroes have always emerged from youth. We who call ourselves experts in the industry are not as good as a young man who has just started out. It's really shameful. Looking at the expert's appearance, Qin Yang suddenly thought of something. Are you Mr. Duo? Now it was Duo Lao's turn to be surprised. Young man, do you know me? Of course he knew him. As a military expert, how could Qin Yang not know Mr. Duo, the designer of the famous 95 gun family? In the past, whether it was the 56 submachine gun or the 81 rifle, they were all imitations of the AK rifle. It was not until the 95 gun family that it finally got rid of imitation and embarked on the path of independent research and development. This family of guns has been criticized and has many flaws, but the spirit of self-research is still admirable. Qin Yang smiled and said, we'll talk about this when we have dinner tonight. Now, let me show you the performance of this sniper rifle. Its general structure is the same as the SVD rifle, and some of its defects have been corrected. The accuracy has also been improved by a level. By the way, let's let a soldier who has used the SVD rifle demonstrate it. To avoid someone accusing me of cheating. If I'm lucky, I should have no problem hitting a coin within 500 meters. Anyway, Qin Yang is a young man, full of youth and vigor, so it is normal for him to say a few words to others. The soldier who had practiced target shooting with an SVD sniper rifle a few days ago was called in. Comrade, is there any difference between this gun and the previous ones? Leader Fong asked the soldier with great interest. It seems that there is no difference. The structure is the same. There is a piece of sponge added to the buttstock, which should be more comfortable. Qin Yang openly allowed others to visit, while he himself fell behind. Taking this opportunity, Qin Baoguo asked, where did you get this gun? Of course it was produced by our 960 factory. Qin Yang said, it can't be that Monkey King transformed it, right? How is this possible? You were able to complete the manufacture of these guns in just a few nights. Yes, I rushed it out. If I can get the trial production task this time, the factory will give me a bonus. Qin Baoguo nodded. The bonus and other things are easy to talk about, but can the accuracy be better than that of the Russians? Of course, just watch. Qin Yang said, and glanced at Yang Zhaojun's back. Who is this guy? Why is he always against us? Yang Zhaojun, a gun engineer from Factory 296, also wants this trial production task and is in competition with us. Yang Zhaojun? Could he be a brother of Yang Zhaoxiang? Qin Baohua nodded. Yes. This world is really too small. If I knew their relationship, I would force him to run around naked. Qin Yang sighed. After the establishment of Factory 960, the superiors transferred a large number of workers there, some of whom were from Factory 296, including Yang Zhaoxiang. Factory 960 then had its own regional factions. One group was from Factory 296 in the Mountain City, and the other two groups were transferred from the capital. If it weren't for Yang Zhaoxiang's mess, the factional struggle in the factory would not be serious, and Qin Yang would be justified in sending Yang Zhaoxiang in. Now, if Yang Zhaojun wants to take revenge, humph, he will die ugly. Qin Yang clenched his fists. This site seems a little crooked. Should we take it apart and reinstall it? Yang Zhaojun, who was watching, spoke up. Cannot dismantle it. Qin Yang shouted. The scope and sniper rifle are matched. After installation and debugging, it cannot be dismantled during the entire life cycle of the gun. This gun has been test-fired, and the scope is fine. Now only the shooting soldier is allowed to move it. Anyone who dares to move it is sabotaging. Humph, who cares? Yang Zhaojun glanced at Qin Yang and said, after our troops have used the guns, don't they disassemble them for maintenance? Don't they disassemble them and store them separately when they hand them over? Will there be problems if they disassemble and reinstall them? Why did the Russians design them to be detachable? Yes, these are all incorrect operations. Qin Yang said, after our factory produces a large number of sniper rifles and delivers them to the troops, they must be written into the operating regulations. Otherwise, the accuracy of the guns will become worse and worse. Qin Yang knew all these things clearly. After the domestic army was equipped with the Type 85 sniper rifle, it did not update the relevant usage regulations. Regardless of whether it was for maintenance or storage, the scope would be frequently disassembled. The base is made of steel, and the scope is made of aluminum alloy. Therefore, each disassembly and assembly causes friction. What's more, the soldiers using it often use rough pulling and shaking to disassemble the scope, and the accuracy of the gun is getting worse and worse. Let's see how accurate the shooting is first. Leader Wang said, I wonder if we can get a 10-ring accuracy from 500 meters away. Our best result with the Russian sniper rifles was only 5 rings. It's good enough if this gun can reach the level of the Russian sniper rifles at a distance of 500 meters. It's absolutely impossible to be higher than that of the Russians. Yang Zhaojun began to perform again. Really? Should we continue the bet? Qin Yang challenged Yang Zhaojun. Everyone looked at Yang Zhaojun with meaningful eyes, only to see Yang Zhaojun's throat move a few times, but he finally did not agree. Although I don't know how Qin Yang did it, he did hit a coin from a distance of 1,000 meters. It's so weird. So now, this improved imitation SVD sniper rifle can hit a 10-ring from a distance of 500 meters. Maybe it can really do it? If he loses again this time, can he still count on Leader Fong to help him? Even if he doesn't run away with nothing, he will become a complete laughingstock. He really didn't dare. Okay, let's clear the area and wait for our soldiers to start shooting, said Leader Wang. The crowd dispersed. The excellent shooter breathed steadily, then held his breath and pulled the trigger. Bang! Gunshots rang out. The distance is 500 meters, and the score is 10 rings. The voice of the target announcer sounded. Great! We have a gun-making master in our system. Leader Fong was extremely happy. The task of replicating this gun will be given to Factory 960. If anyone has any objections, please make me a gun that can punch coins from 500 meters away and bid for it. Yang Zhaojun's face turned completely pale. I really have nothing to say about this. This 960 factory is too weird. How could it possibly surpass the Russians' technology? This is of course the credit of Qin Yang, the military master. In later generations, after the country was equipped with the Type 85 sniper rifle, it became the standard firearm for a long time. Later, when shooting abroad, some people came back with 0 points. It was not because the shooter did not work hard, but because the Type 85 sniper in his hand was not accurate enough. Domestic military experts were stimulated, especially one female expert, Sister Fan, who made up her mind. She must make an advanced sniper rifle. If the processing precision of the receiver is not enough, then we will improve it to the processing level. If the barrel is not suitable, then we will manufacture more than 400 barrels of different specifications and fire more than 80,000 rounds of bullets to determine the data of the barrel. If the bullet is not suitable, we will manufacture professional bullets. If there is a problem with the scope, We will rebuild it. After countless days and nights of hard work, finally, the accuracy of this redesigned sniper rifle reached the proud 1 MOA. Qin Yang knew all these changes. Qin Yang used the design of this new gun. Although there may be some problems in the processing, it is definitely a good improvement in accuracy compared to the existing SVD rifle. The exterior is the same as the SVD, but actually, there are quite a few changes inside. They are just not noticeable. Chapter 51. Test at the Celebration Dinner. As night fell, there was a bustle and noise in the army cafeteria. These 3 days of waiting have not been in vain. Leader Fong was very happy. Our 960 factory has successfully trial-produced an advanced sniper rifle with performance far exceeding that of the original SVD sniper rifle. This is the pride of our entire system. Now let us raise our glasses together and toast to the 960 factory. Leader Fong, we are so grateful for your kindness. Qinbao was said, we are just a third-tier military factory and we are almost abandoned by the times. Now, let us raise our glasses and wish that our military research and development can go forward step by step, that the products of all our peers can be recognized by the military, and that our motherland will prosper. That's what the next few drinks will be about. Now, based on the 2 sniper rifles developed by your factory, you are qualified. Leader Fong said, raising the glass in front of him. Drink it, I'm fine. Well, Qin Baowa could only raise his head and drink the wine. For this second glass of wine, we have to celebrate the emergence of a talented military expert in the system. Leader Fong still drank the same glass of wine as before. This was the leader's privilege. He looked at Qin Yang enthusiastically. We also celebrate that old Qin has a good son. Leader Fong, you are putting my son and I on the spot by saying this. Qin Baowa could no longer bear it. On the way back, Leader Fong asked enthusiastically who designed the 2 guns, and Qin Baowa mentioned his son. Now, the father and son have become the target of public criticism. I wonder how many people are envious and jealous of them. Qin Yang also stood up helplessly and glanced around. Fortunately, there was no sarcastic voice. Yang Zhaoju no longer had the face to come to dinner. After all, this meal was a celebratory banquet. Leader Fong, I was a little rash today and said a lot of stupid things. I hope you don't mind. Qin Yang's words were very much to Fong's liking. He smiled and said, young people should be enterprising. If you are submissive and dare not question the military experts, then I will not look at you any differently. That's right. Our country is undergoing reforms, and our military industry is also undergoing transformation. Your 960 factory has done a great job, and other units in our military industry will have to learn from you in the future. Qin Yang turned his head to look at the person who was talking. It was none other than Mr. Duo, whom he had met during the day. He quickly shook his head and said, Mr. Duo, your words are even more flattering to us. We are just a small third-tier military factory. How can we learn from it? When our factory leaders attend the meeting at the end of the year, they will definitely introduce all our transformation experiences to everyone. Poverty is not socialism. We must develop together. Well said, Leader Fong said. Let's raise our glasses together. This time, if you drink, I'll drink too. After finishing the second glass of wine, Duo Lao looked at Qin Yang and said, young man, you haven't told me why you know me. Mr. Duo, you are the most senior in our system, of course I know that. Qin Yang said, there is a photo of you hanging in the honor room of our factory. Qin Baowa frowned. Qin Yang was talking nonsense. Our factory doesn't have a room of honor. Where did the photo come from? But Mr. Duo didn't know. He nodded and said, I don't have any skills either. In recent years, we have been doing preliminary research on small caliber rifles, but there has been no progress. Huashua, what do you think of small caliber rifles? Lao Duo, our 960 factory has always been located in the deep mountains and has never seen the world. How would we know anything about small caliber rifles? Please don't test Yangzi. Qin Baowa spoke. He was afraid that his son didn't know and would make a fool of himself. You guys are in the deep mountains and forests, and you have come up with a sniper rifle that is more accurate than the SVD. Elder Duo said, Qin Yang has his eyes on the whole world. We just want to hear Qin Yang's opinion. Master Duo, I will just say a few words. If I am wrong, please do not blame me. Qin Yang was not afraid of being tested. The caliber of a weapon is of great importance. All countries are very cautious. After the baptism of World War II, the Eastern and Western camps once unified the caliber to 7.62 millimeters. However, in actual combat, the power of weapons with this caliber is still too great. The bullets are large and heavy, and the number of bullets carried is small. Therefore, in terms of power and quantity, both camps chose the latter. As a military expert, how could Qin Yang not understand this? Among them, the United States chose 5.56 millimeters, and the Soviet Union chose 5.45 millimeters. As for us, the selection of small calibers was not too late. It started in the 1970s. After careful comparison, we finally chose the 5.8 millimeters caliber. Duo Lao looked at Qin Baoguo with a smile. Old Qin, you have been protecting your son all the time. Doesn't your son know anything? Yes, we have selected the 5.8 millimeters caliber, but this is only the first step in a long journey. There is still a lot of work waiting for us. Leader Fong said, the superiors have always been skeptical about the power of our rifles of this caliber. After all, they have experienced the lethality of the Japanese 6.5 millimeters rifles since that era. If you were hit by a Type 38 rifle from the Japanese, in many cases not even the bullet would remain and it would fly away directly. All you needed to do was disinfect and bandage it, and you could even continue fighting. However, if you were hit by a Hanyang rifle, you would be half dead. In fact, it's not just the caliber that's to blame. It's mainly because the Japanese have always pursued high precision. The initial velocity of the bullet is too high, so it's not easy to flip after entering the human body. That's easy. Qin Yang casually provided a solution. Most of our infantry squads are armed with small caliber automatic rifles. They only need to deal with enemies within a distance of 200 to 300 meters. For longer distances, our squad machine guns and sniper rifles will be used. Once the sniper rifle is finalized, it can be assigned to the infantry squad. It will be enough for each squad to have one precision shooter. There will definitely not be a sniper in every infantry squad, but it is enough to find the person with the best shooting skills to serve as the precision shooter. Small caliber rifles are responsible for enemies within 200 to 300 meters, while sniper rifles can extend their firepower beyond 500 meters, which is more than enough. Leader Fong nodded. Yes, this is a way to solve the problem. When we have sniper rifles in the future, the firepower combination of the infantry squad will be more scientific. In this case, the bullets of an infantry squad will not be universal. Someone raised the question. It is enough for precision shooters to carry their own special bullets. To deal with long-range targets, 7.62 millimeters caliber full-power ammunition is more suitable. Of course, if you must play with universal ammunition, you can also develop small-caliber sniper rifles in the future. Qin Yang continued to provide advice lightly. Speaking of bullets, we still face major problems in the trial production of small-caliber rifle bullets. Mr. Duo continued on this topic. Small-caliber rifle bullets? This is what we are most familiar with. Qin Yang was delighted. Chapter 52. Research and Development? Of course. Bring us the research and development funds. The layman looks at the gun, the expert looks at the bullet. The performance parameters of a bullet are crucial. I don't know how many twists and turns it has to go through. Take NATO as an example. Although it chose the same 5.56 millimeters caliber as the United States, it gave up the American M193 bullet. After comparing many options, it chose the Belgian SS-109 bullet with better performance. Parameters such as the weight of the bullet and the weight of the propellant are all of the kind that can lead to huge errors by the smallest difference. A tiny difference may lead to completely different characteristics. If we choose 5.8 millimeters as the next generation caliber, we will plan to replace the entire set. Both automatic rifles and machine guns must use the same ammunition, but in our early tests, it is difficult to meet the requirements. Duo Lao said. So, our current idea is to separate them and use two different ammunitions for automatic rifles and machine guns respectively. Qin Yang knew that this was a tortuous experience in the development of small-caliber rifles in China. In March 1971, a light weapons working meeting was held in China, and it was decided to start the development of small-caliber rifles. In 1988, the first 5.8 millimeters ordinary bullet was finally finalized and named DBP 87 5.8 millimeters ordinary bullet. The prefix DBP is a combination of the first letters of the Chinese pinyin for ammunition, rifle, and ordinary. This type of bullet is only used in the Type 87 rifle, which is a small-caliber rifle that is simply improved from the Type 81. It does not meet the standards for use in machine guns, so a special 5.8 millimeters machine gun bullet is required. Its bullet weighs 4.8 grams, which is heavier than the 4.15 G rifle bullet, so it is also called a heavy bullet. The development of heavy bullets was even more frustrated. They were developed simultaneously with ordinary bullets, but it was not until the end of 1995 that the two types of armored machine gun bullets passed the design finalization test and assessment at the same time. They were named DVP 88 5.8 millimeters machine gun bullet, copper jacket bullet, and DVP 88 A 5.8 millimeters machine gun bullet, copper jacket bullet. The former was produced in small quantities, and the troops were mainly equipped with the latter. After these bullets were equipped to the troops, The reaction was very strong. The 95 type rifle with the magazine at the back was already awkward enough. When practicing with live ammunition, it was found that the results were always unsatisfactory. After checking, it was found that the ammunition used was wrong. The two bullets have basically the same appearance and dimensions, making it difficult to tell them apart. If used incorrectly, the accuracy will be reduced at best, and the barrel will get copper stuck at worst, making it difficult to clean. Everyone, I drank a few more glasses of wine today, so I'm a little bolder. I have something to say. Go ahead, speak up if you have any ideas, said Leader Fong. Someone just raised the issue of ammunition compatibility, saying that the caliber of our sniper rifles is not compatible and the troops have to carry an extra type of bullet, which creates an extra burden on logistics. Qin Yang said, well, now even if the caliber of the ordinary bullet and the heavy bullet are the same, they are still two types of bullets. Moreover, if the appearance of the bullets is the same, wouldn't it be even more confusing when they are in the hands of the troops? Qin Yang glanced at the people present and continued. Think about it. The machine gunner was in a hurry and took the bullets from the automatic rifle, but the power was insufficient. The ordinary soldiers mistakenly took the bullets used by the machine gun, and the accuracy was greatly reduced. Duo Lao frowned. Then what do you say we should do? There are two solutions. First, only automatic rifles are equipped with small caliber weapons, and the machine guns and sniper rifles in the infantry squad still use 7.62 mm caliber ammunition. How can this be possible? Can it be reduced in caliber? If an infantry squad has two calibers, people will laugh at it. After hearing what Qin Yang said, Wang Lekun, an ammunition expert present, spoke up. He was the one who had just raised the issue. Why is it not working? Qin Yang looked at the ammunition expert. Look, do the Americans have small caliber machine guns? In their army, besides the M16, there is the M60. The Americans had already started to develop small caliber rifles, and the troops were equipped with 5.56 mm M16 rifles. However, the development of machine guns was greatly delayed. The first small caliber squad machine gun, the M249, did not appear until 1982. Before that, they did not have to worry about insufficient firepower, as the 7.62 mm M60 machine gun would become their strong backing. Now, Qin Yang brought this up with confidence. The Soviet Union has small caliber machine guns. They not only have AK-74 rifles with a caliber of 5.45 mm, but also RPK-74 light machine guns with the same caliber. Wang Lekun has obviously done some research on this. But the Russians use the same ammunition. Qin Yang said, so I have a second suggestion, which is to develop universal ammunition. Just one type of 5.8 mm bullet can be used for both automatic rifles and light machine guns. This is simply impossible. Factory 960 makes guns. How can you know the ins and outs of ammunition? Wang Lekun said angrily. We chose the 5.8 mm caliber ourselves, and we have to make the ammunition. We have conducted many experiments, fired hundreds of thousands of rounds, and made thousands of gun barrels. Currently, the only way to meet the specifications is to use two separate bullets. Then let's choose the first option. We happen to have a large stock of 7.62 mm bullets. 5.8 mm ammunition is not universal anyway. The different sizes make it easier to distinguish. Besides, why do we need to develop two types of 5.8 mm bullets and bring more confusion to the troops? Just to make it sound good. This sentence hit the other party's weak spot. The development of small caliber bullets was launched in 1971. Now 10 years have passed. The relevant researchers are certainly looking forward to the results of their hard work and expecting the 5.8 mm bullet to become the standard equipment of the Army and completely replace the 7.62 mm bullet. That's right, they wanted to completely replace them. If the machine guns still used the original bullets, then the results of their hard work would be reduced by half. Of course not. We are doing this for the development of the Army and for the development of our light weapons. Wang Lekun stood up angrily, his face flushed. Yangzi, stop talking. Qin Baohua saw that a conflict was about to break out again and quickly stopped Qin Yang. Our factory 960 makes guns, not bullets, so we don't need to worry about it. My son is just like a cannon, firing wherever he goes. Old Wang, we are not having a formal meeting now. Why are you so anxious? Old Duo also advised. Qin Yang sat down, but a cold smile appeared on his face. Forget it. I'm not an expert anyway. My words don't carry much weight. Just pretend I didn't say anything just now. Qin Yang was a little annoyed. Domestic light weapons had taken many detours on the 5.8 mm bullet. After the first bullet was equipped to the troops, there was a lot of criticism. It was not until 2004 that a new, ordinary bullet was started. It took 6 years to adjust the bullet weight and initial velocity, and reasonably match the external ballistic parameters to achieve the unity of 5.8 millimeters ordinary bullet and machine gun bullet. In 2010, the 5.8 millimeters general ordinary bullet was officially finalized and named DBP-10 5.8 millimeters ordinary bullet. Now that I have traveled back in time, I can of course use this ultimate bullet directly, which perfectly matches various weapons. One bullet is matched with 9 guns. But now, what did you say? Wang Lakun was provoked again. I have been working in ammunition all my life and have been busy on the 5.8 millimeters bullet project for 10 years. It is not your turn to comment. If you, Factory 960, are capable, you should develop bullets that can be used for both automatic rifles and machine guns at the same time. This is what I've been waiting for. Qin Yang raised his head and looked at Wang Lakun. Research and development is possible. Is there any funding? Poof. Someone nearby vomited what he had just eaten. Chapter 53. If you don't have the ability, you deserve to have no food to eat. Didn't your 960 factory just negotiate a foreign trade project, a multi-million-dollar order? Yes, you are rich, and you still want to allocate research and development funds to you? Even Qin Baoguo felt ashamed. His son really dared to say anything. He had just made a good impression in front of the leader, but now it was all gone. Our factory has made so much money. Isn't it possible to use some of it for research? Dear leaders, our 960 factory has had a hard time in recent years, especially this year. The factory can only pay half of the wages, and we are almost unable to hold on. If our factory goes bankrupt, will our superiors allocate funds to us? Qin Yang asked in return. Qin Bao's face became even uglier. What nonsense are you talking about here? Even if this is the truth, you can't say it. Aren't you embarrassing the leader? Once the leader is unhappy, our 960 factory will be on the blacklist. How can we live a good life in the future? The duck in hand will fly away. I drank a few more glasses today, so I'm a bit bold. If you don't agree, just think of it as me being drunk. Qin Yang said, our factory makes guns. If you need any advanced guns, we can definitely make them without hesitation. But now we are talking about the problem of ammunition. Our factory has no equipment and no technology. Everything starts from scratch. The expert just said that they have been developing for 10 years and have fired hundreds of thousands of rounds of bullets. How much is this? Our factory has made a lot of money, but it's probably not enough for this project. Moreover, that money was earned from our military-to-civilian project, and it has to be used for a specific purpose. Our brother units fired hundreds of thousands of bullets and made thousands of gun barrels, all of which were allocated by the superiors. When it comes to us, we have to pay out of our own pockets. Our 960 factory and our brother units. One is raised by a stepmother, and the other is born by a biological mother. Yangzi, you are really drunk. What nonsense are you talking about? Qin Bao was shouted at his son. Don't you look at the leader's face? You've made him so angry? And you still dare to say that? Yes, I'm just talking nonsense after drinking. Dad, life is difficult for us in the third-line military factory. In the past, our superiors let us find a way out on our own. How much hardship and effort did our factory suffer? You often go out to inspect projects and don't come back for several months. We have tried so many failed projects before we achieved today's success. Qin Yang's voice was full of frustration. Now we have finally survived, and we are asked to invest money in the bottomless pit of trial production of ammunition. If we ask the superiors for funding, it means we are ignoring the overall situation. Is this fair to us? It was agreed that we should adopt a market economy. Is it a market economy to work for free without being paid? Yes, Qin Yang is right. Leader Fong said, our country is undergoing reform, and everything must be based on economic development. The comrades in the Third Front military factory have suffered. It is not easy for you to get to where you are today. When they heard that Factory 960 needed RD funds, everyone was dissatisfied. You make so much money, but you are still skinning Zhou and not giving a penny. But now that Qin Yang said this, they actually felt guilty. It's not easy to work in a third-tier military factory. How much hardship and suffering did they endure to earn their money? The son of a company that reports to its superiors for anything it needs in the system really doesn't understand. Do you have the confidence to develop it? Leader Wang from the army also spoke up. Within a year, we can develop universal bullets suitable for automatic rifles and machine guns. Qin Yang said, but it also requires strong support from our superiors. You have allocated 10 years of research and development funds to relevant units, and only 1/10 of it is enough for us. That sounds nice. We have been researching and developing for 10 years without success, but you can do it in 1 year. Wang Lakun blushed. Besides, you are a gun maker. If Factory 960 were to produce it, how would these ammunition experts put their faces? Well, 1 year is the longest period. Maybe half a year or even a few months will produce results. Qin Baoguo was helpless. His son just liked to attract attention like this. Today, he had completely offended the ammunition expert. Qin Baoguo knew that his son was very good at making guns, but ammunition and guns are different. The ammunition experts present were all old experts who had been researching for many years, and they couldn't make universal ammunition, so they could only divide it into machine gun ammunition and rifle ammunition. What ability do you have to succeed? What if there are no results? If we can't come up with a result, our factory is willing to return all the RD funds. Qin Yang said in a loud voice. If we can't produce any results, how can we still have the face to ask for funds? Good, good. It's true that heroes emerge from youth since ancient times. Wang Lekun gritted his teeth and said, I wish you from Factory 960 can complete the task successfully and launch another big satellite. To Wang Lekun, these words had a different meaning. They were mocking them for wasting the country's 10 years of funding. Thank you. Qin Yang looked at Leader Fong again. Leaders, if the research and development is successful, we have another request. If we fail, we return the RD funds. If we succeed, we will certainly get the benefits too. Go ahead. Leader Fong nodded, his mind in turmoil. If the research and development fails, Factory 960 will use the money earned from civilian products to repay the research and development funds. In other words, the military industry system will not suffer any losses. However, if the research and development is successful, it will be of great significance to the troops. Who would bother using two types of ammunition that look the same but have different ballistic characteristics when one type of ammunition can do the job? Please allocate Factory 955 to us and make it a subsidiary of Factory 960. Our factory will invest in transformation and specialize in the production of 5.8mm bullets. The troops need to purchase ammunition from our factory first. Only when our production can no longer meet the needs of the army can we transfer it to other factories. Now everyone present was awakened. What Qin Yang said just now was not just ignorant nonsense, but had an important purpose. They want to counterattack and become the largest light weapons manufacturer in the country. Qin Baoguo's eyes also flashed with excitement. Although Factory 960 switched to producing air guns, it was a helpless move. If given the opportunity, they still hoped to produce weapons, which is their main business. Qin Yang, under the influence of alcohol, made such a fuss, and his purpose was very clear, not only to let Factory 960 return to the field of military production, but also to become the leader in light weapons production. For so many years, the country has been producing 7.62mm caliber rifles, and the production quantity of bullets has approached saturation. If it wants to continue production, it can only update and produce 5.8mm caliber bullets. Since it was developed by Factory 960, the production must also be carried out in Factory 960. What a huge scale this must be. You are dreaming. Wang Lekun could no longer hold back. You want to produce 5.8mm bullets? Then what about our original first-line bullet production factory? Now we have to develop a market economy, which means we have to compete. Why do military factories that have no ability still shamelessly rely on funding from their superiors? Survival of the fittest. Beasts must defeat their competitors to mate. The same is true for enterprises. If you don't have the ability, you deserve to go hungry. Why should we have to convert military to civilian use just because of an administrative order from our superiors, while those first-tier military factories can continue to live their lives happily? These words shocked the whole audience again. Over the years, everyone has become accustomed to obeying orders and following instructions. If their superiors want them to let the third-line military factories fend for themselves, they have to find a way themselves. This is the awareness of the older generation, but the younger generation is different. Why are the benefits yours? Future orders will depend on your ability. Chapter 54. The sample gun is lost? It is their ability to copy it. Alas, such a good celebration banquet was ruined by you. After returning to his residence, Qin Baoguo glanced at his son, feeling extremely emotional. Dad, if we return to the military industry, we have to break the iron rice bowl and rely on competition for everything. Qin Yang said, if this rule cannot be established, what can our third-tier military factories use to compete with first-tier factories? Every word Qin Yang said seemed to make sense. Qin Baoguo also sighed. Yes, you are right. But do you know how many people you have offended today? Business is like a battlefield. What's wrong with offending them? We are taking meat from their mouths. Sooner or later, we will offend them. Qin Yang said, now it's a market economy. Whoever adapts to competition first will survive. Whoever waits for the superiors to feed them will go bankrupt. Even if we get nothing, we can just continue to do our military to civilian conversion. If our designs are not used, it will be a loss to the country, and the decision makers will be sinners in history. This was a bit too much. Qin Baowu didn't know how to teach his son a lesson. He changed the subject again. You want to take over Factory 955? Yes, if we don't intervene, their factory will definitely go bankrupt. Qin Yang said, now our factory has developed. If we want to merge their 955 factory, they will definitely be more than happy. The name of Factory 960 was the capital's #1 farm implement factory. Since there was a #1, there must be a #2. The #2 farm implement factory was Factory 955. The two factories are separated by a mountain called Shatu. If you take the mountain road at the foot of the mountain, the distance is 5 or 6 miles. If you go directly over the mountain, it will be even closer. In that special era, the third front arsenal was being built in large numbers. Factory 960 produced Type 56.5, and the nearby Factory 955 was specifically designed to produce bullets for the Type 56.5. They could be said to be brother factories. Factory 960 was abandoned by its superiors and was going to carry out military-to-civilian conversion. Factory 955 would certainly not be taken seriously, and they also had to carry out military-to-civilian conversion. It's just that a factory that produces semi-automatic rifles can produce civilian air guns. But what can a factory that produces bullets produce? If nothing unexpected happened, this factory would have gone bankrupt in 1982 and is now unable to pay wages. Factory 960 has grown and expanded, so wouldn't it be easy to merge it? Are the RD funds you want also for the transformation of this factory? Qin Baowu suddenly understood something. There is no need to fire hundreds of thousands of bullets or make thousands of gun barrels to find the optimal solution. Qin Yang already had the most complete technical data in his mind, so he didn't need to conduct a lot of experiments to find the best data. He just made it directly. He would rather take the risk of offending people to get the research and development funds. In fact, this fund was used to transform the ammunition production line. Qin Yang smiled and said, yes, Dad, you are gradually able to keep up with my pace now. However, our two factories are both in the mountainous area, and it is difficult to develop. When we make enough money, we have to consider the overall relocation of the factory. We will try to move to the suburbs of the capital by the end of this year. We can't stay in the mountains anymore. Money is needed everywhere. If we have this opportunity, we must ask our superiors for research and development funds. The crying child gets the milk. The entire factory relocation? Qin Bao was stopped in his tracks. This was a major event related to the development of the factory. We are originally the capital's farm implement factory. We cannot stay in an enclave in the mountains. It is only natural for us to return to the capital. The capital has well-developed transportation, which will be more beneficial to our development. Qin Yang continued to analyze. Qin Bao nodded. You are right. You were not willing to be a worker at first, but now you start to consider the overall situation of the factory. Not bad, not bad. Qin Bao looked at his son approvingly. As long as we get these projects, our development will be limitless. That gun. Oh no. Qin Bao's face changed. Our two guns are still on the 212. Don't let anything unexpected happen. If it was at a regular shooting range, the gun would be handed in to the warehouse after the shooting, and there would be no accidents. But now, well, if nothing unexpected happens, the 7.62mm caliber sample gun has been taken away by Yang Xiaojun. Qin Yang said with a smile. Qin Bao was stunned. What? Yang Xiaojun. Yang Xiaojun didn't attend the dinner today, and everyone thought he was embarrassed and didn't think much about it. After drinking and chatting for so long, Yang Xiaojun had plenty of time to do it. If the sample gun was stolen by Yang Xiaojun, Qin Bao looked at Qin Yang's expression in surprise. Aren't you worried? What are you worried about? They don't have patents in the military field, so it's their ability to copy it. Qin Yang said, since you're talking about it, let's go and take a look. In fact, no one understands patent rights now, and most people don't have this awareness. In the past, when one side was in trouble, all sides would come to its aid. If you wanted to build a factory, you had to provide people and information, and no one took it seriously at all. Not to mention the design drawings of a gun. Even if it was the design drawings of a fighter jet, if the superiors said they should be transferred to a certain factory, they would all be transported there. Even if they wanted to charge patent fees, it would be impossible. In the military industry, being able to copy something is a skill, so who would ask for patent fees? When the Su-27 was introduced, it was agreed that Shenyang Aircraft Corporation would produce it. The initial project was the Su-27SK, but after assembling a batch in China, they stopped assembling and soon produced the J-11B. Then, the J-15 and J-16 were launched. Did the Russians ask for patent fees? Of course not. They also had to publicly declare that these fighters had nothing to do with the Su. F-27 and were independently developed by the Chinese. Since we can copy the Su-27, can we copy the F-22 and F-35? Of course not. Even if we put these fighters in front of us, we can't copy them. At most, we can know their material composition, but we don't know how they are made. In the military industry, the unique production process is used to limit others from imitating and to export products in large quantities without worrying about making money. If a third party wants to imitate, then solve the problem of process. The two walked outside to the parking lot. Qin Yang strolled leisurely while Qin Baowu walked briskly. The two of them came to the 212 car in a very discordant manner. Qin Baowu breathed a sigh of relief. The spare tire is still there, and the trunk has not been opened. Wait, the tarpaulin in the trunk. There was a large L-shaped hole on it, which was fluttering in the wind. Qin Baowu clenched his fists, his face looking extremely ugly. Alas, this is too weak. You can just use a wire to hook the car window, but you have to use this method. The tarpaulin is torn, and it's time to replace it with a new one. Qin Yang commented on it, then put his hands to his mouth to make a trumpet shape and shouted at the top of his voice, "Help! Quickly, someone come! Our 960 factory's car has been damaged." His voice echoed through the night sky, and a few minutes later, a team of patrolling soldiers ran over, and then the whole camp blew whistles. "What's going on?" Leader Wang rushed over and looked at the cut 212 tarpaulin. "Someone stole a gun? Come on, go to the dormitory of the people from Factory 296 and search them." Leader Wang is no pushover either. He can identify the suspect with just a little thought. "Report, they've left." Damn it, Leader Wang was furious. They don't take the army seriously. They can do such a thing. How shameless. Chapter 55, Factory 960 is cheating? Leader Wang, if it was done by the people from Factory 296, we won't pursue it. Qin Yang said. Anyway, this type of gun is not registered. As long as we don't pursue it, this matter can be resolved and it won't cause trouble for the army. When Leader Wang heard Qin Yang say this, his face was filled with emotion. Losing a gun is a big case. When Qin Yang first traveled to this world, Yang Zhaoxiang accused him of stealing a gun in an attempt to bring him down to earth. But now the situation has changed, and it is Yang Zhaoxiang's brother Yang Zhaojuan's turn to steal Qin Yang's gun. Qin Yang is not as shameless as Yang Zhaoxiang, who would not make a big fuss about the matter. Instead, he handles it in a low-key manner. This style is quite noble. Although it was not the army's gun, it was lost in the military camp, and the army has to take responsibility. Someone might even lose his job because of it. Now, Qin Yang would rather suffer a loss than lose the reputation of the entire army. How could Leader Wang not be moved? This incident will not affect Leader Wang, but his subordinates will be in trouble. Qin Baowu, who was standing by, also came to his senses and thought that his son was really smart. If Factory 960, a third-line military factory, wants to return to the military industry, it will inevitably offend many of its peers. Since they have to compete anyway, the relationship cannot be good, so Qin Yang can act without restraint at the banquet. It doesn't matter if I offend my colleagues, as long as I can maintain good relations with the troops. Leader Wang in front of me has a lot of say in the army. If we win his favor, the products of Factory 960 will be more easily recognized by the army in the future. The loss of the gun was originally a trap set by Qin Yang. Not only did it trick Factory 296, but it also flattered the army leaders. It was a good thing that killed two birds with one stone. This little bastard has been ignorant and naughty since childhood, but I didn't expect that he is so capable now. Engineer Qin, you have to think carefully. Yang Zhaojun stole your sample gun and must have taken it back to imitate it. After all, they are the #1 light weapons factory and have many connections in the capital. As long as they can hand over qualified guns, your order may be snatched away by them. Leader Wang continued. Qin Yang said that he would not pursue the matter and would handle it in a low-key manner. Leader Wang certainly liked his approach of considering the army. If this matter got out of hand, many people would be implicated. But if it was handled in a low-key manner, only their 960 factory would suffer. We developed this gun originally for the troops. Qin Yang said, now the battlefield in the south needs sniper rifles, so we developed it. We put the interests of the troops first. If Factory 296 can quickly mass-produce this gun and solve the urgent needs of the troops, then even if we don't get any benefits, we will have no complaints. This is a really high level of awareness. Leader Wang was deeply moved. At the celebration banquet, Qin Yang debated with many scholars alone, not hesitating to offend people, and seemed to have the sharpness of a young man. But now, in order to reduce the impact, he would rather suffer a loss and put the overall situation first. He was really moved. Qin Yang, you are a good comrade. Leader Wang said, if their 296th factory dares to come to the capital, and asked to replace you to produce sniper rifles. I, Wang, will be the first to disagree. The order is yours, and no one else can take it away. Thank you, Leader Wang. Qinbao was said from the side. We still have a few sets of tarpaulins for 212 in our army's warehouse. I'll give you a new set. That's great. Thank you, thank you. Just when they decided to handle the matter in a low-key manner, Yang Xiaojun and his companions had already boarded the train with the sample gun. After showing their work ID, they received extra care from the train conductor, who coordinated a position close to the conductor in the sleeper car to provide them with care throughout the journey. After wandering for 2 days and 1 night, the train finally arrived in the mountain city. That afternoon, Yang Xiaojun and others returned to Factory 296. Engineer Yang has returned with a sample gun. It seems that he has taken over the task. Wang Lijun, head of the technical department, said with a smile. Yes, our Factory 296 needs tasks. Who would dare to compete with us for them? Said clerk Su Jiqiang. Oh, it's hard to explain in a few words. Yang Xiaojun told the whole story with a depressed expression on his face. There was no internet in that era, and long-distance calls required queuing up at the post office. Sending telegrams was too expensive, so the experiences of Yang Xiaojun and others were not very clear here. At this time, listening to Yang Xiaojun's narration of the bidding process, Wang Lijun slammed the table on the spot. They are a third-tier military factory, yet they dare to snatch food from us. They have already made a name for themselves in the civilian products business. Why are they trying to mess up our industry? We have too many people and too little food. After he finished speaking, Wang Lijun looked at the box in Yang Xiaojun's hand and asked, What's the matter with this sample gun? This is our way to turn defeat into victory. Yang Xiaojun said. That night, while they were celebrating their victory, I took back the sample gun from Factory 960. As long as we can copy it and report to the capital, our superiors will definitely give us the production task. Got it back? Wang Lijun's face darkened. Engineer Yang, do you know what this behavior is? I know. If the 960 factory keeps chasing us, I will stand up alone and take all the responsibility on myself. It has nothing to do with the factory. I will go in if I wanna, even if I have to eat peanuts. I just can't swallow this breath. What our 296 factory wants, no one else can take it away. As long as we can copy the guns and get the order, it will be worth it even if I die. You. Wang Lijun stood up and walked back and forth. You really don't know the seriousness of the matter. We have offended Leader Wang by doing this. He is a senior leader of the military region and has a say in the ordering of light weapons. Why don't you use your brain when doing things? Anyway, the sample gun has been taken back. If the factory is afraid of something happening, I will take the sample gun back and come to their door to apologize. Yang Xiaojun looked righteous. Alas, there is really nothing I can do about you. Forget it. Hurry up and make a copy of this gun. As soon as the gun is out, we will go to apologize to Leader Wang. He should be able to forgive us. There is no other way now. Before the truth comes out, let's make the sample gun and atone for our sins. After Wang Lijun finished speaking, he glanced at Yang Xiaojun again and said, Don't do such a stupid thing a second time. Yes, I will lead people to replicate it now. Regardless of the fatigue from the journey, Yang Xiaojun began to work intensively. Su Jiqiang took the professional tools and planned to measure various data inside the barrel. But when he looked inside the barrel, he was stunned. There's no chrome plating inside this gun barrel. Su Jiqiang said, What's going on? How can a gun barrel without chrome plating leave the factory? Along the way, Yang Xiaojun didn't dare to open the gun box. This was also the first time he operated the gun himself. He took a look inside the barrel and his face looked a little ugly. No wonder their guns are so accurate. It turns out they are cheating. Chapter 56 Impossible. How did Factory 960 do it? The working environment inside the barrel is very harsh. It is subject to the high temperature and high pressure of the propellant and the wear and tear of the bullets when they leave the barrel. When carried daily, it will also encounter erosion by wind, sand, and rain. In the event of an accident, the gun may fall directly into a mud pit. The Russian rifles were famous for their reliability because even if they got stuck in the mud, they could be fired after being fished out and shaken a few times. Or the gun barrel, in order to adapt to these environments, is generally chrome-plated to increase reliability and service life. However, chrome plating has an inherent imbalance problem. Although it looks like just a thin layer of chrome, it has different thicknesses and smoothness, which may affect the shooting accuracy of the gun. If it is just an ordinary rifle, it only needs to maintain a certain accuracy within 300 meters, and the thickness and smoothness of the chrome plating does not matter. However, for a sniper rifle for precision shooting, this uneven chrome plating will affect the shooting accuracy. In order to win the bid, Factory 960 cheated secretly. The gun it bid on was not chrome-plated to increase accuracy. No wonder its accuracy is so high. However, we cannot copy it, because we want to win the Army's order and then mass-produce it. If the barrel is not chrome-plated, it will definitely be scrapped early. This is a serious accident, and I don't know how many people will be implicated. Thinking of this result, Yang Xiaojun felt extremely disgusted. He had fallen into a trap. Engineer Yang, even if we chrome-plate the inside of the barrel, it probably won't have much of an impact, right? Su Jiqiang said. I guess Factory 960 was in a hurry when making the prototype gun and didn't have time to chrome-plate it. How come there is no effect? Yang Xiaojun said angrily. We have to punch coins from 500 meters away. If we can't achieve that kind of accuracy, how can we convince our superiors to use our products from Factory 296? They are trying to grab the order from Factory 960. They have to hurry up and send the sample gun to Factory 960 before the relevant departments officially allocate funds for the purchase. Even if the accuracy cannot exceed that of Factory 960 sample gun, it cannot be worse than that of Factory 960. What now? What now? Let's make a sample gun without chrome plating first and test it. We'll think of a way to chrome plating it later. Yang Xiaojun said. First, survey and map the gun, draw a blueprint, and then send it to the workshop to find the most skilled craftsmen to process it. After all, Factory 296 is the leader in the industry, and there are many experienced masters in the workshop, which is definitely better than Factory 960. Therefore, they have to make an effort on processing accuracy and strive to make a sniper rifle with higher accuracy. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. At this moment, another surveying technician shouted loudly. The accuracy of this receiver is actually within 2 centimeters. 2 silks. Are you kidding? Yang Xiaojun was also surprised. The receiver of a gun is actually the part that fires bullets. A gun can be divided into the buttstock, the part against the shoulder, the receiver, the handguard, and the exposed part of the barrel. Even the receiver of a bullpup rifle also serves as the buttstock. It can be said that the receiver is the main body of the gun. Its processing requirements are actually not high. In order to achieve mass production, stamping and welding technology was developed in the past. However, generally speaking, the formal process is to mill it from a whole piece of steel. The receiver of this imitation SVD sniper rifle is very similar to that of the AK rifle. The most difficult step in the processing is to dig a 238 mm deep hole in a blind hole with an inner diameter of 26 mm. Even the old masters frowned at this processing technology. If the hands shake, the error will be very large. Fortunately, the processing accuracy required for 56 punching is not high, so the processing accuracy of the 296 factory, the number 1 in the country, is generally within 10 threads. But now, it is only 2 threads, that is 0.02 millimeters, which is thinner than a hair. In the factory's employee skills competition last year, Master Liu from the 3rd workshop made a receiver with the highest precision ever. At that time, the precision was 6 threads, which impressed everyone. Yang Xiaojun said, how could they achieve a precision of 2 threads? Maybe they got lucky during the processing. Su Jiqiang continued. Besides, the receiver doesn't need such high processing precision at all. Shit luck? Yes, it was shit luck. Yang Xiaojun was trying to convince himself that it was just a receiver. What was the point of high processing precision? It was just a show of force. What kind of screw is this? At this time, someone else shouted, we have never seen this before. Humph, that's not a problem for us. We can just make a special wrench. Looking at the special hexagonal screw connecting the gun body and the buttstock, Yang Xiaojun felt an ominous premonition in his heart. This gun was weird. While Yang Xiaojun and others were busy, Qin Yang and his father Qin Baohua also finished their work in the capital and took a car back to Factory 960. As the 212 was driving on the road, Qin Yang looked up at the newly replaced tarpaulin and said with some pride, the old one must go before the new one can come. This new tarpaulin is much better than the old one. The upper half of the 212 Jeep is made of canvas, so it can be removed on the battlefield to make it a convertible. However, for other factories and government departments, this would be an extra burden. The canvas would age in a few years under the wind, sun, and rain. If you want to replace it with a new one, you have to pay for it. The army directly gave me a set, which is very good. Hearing Qin Yang's words, Qin Baohua nodded. Yes, the army gave us things, and they should be grateful to us. However, I am still very worried. There are many talented people in Factory 296. Maybe they can really copy our guns. Imitation. Qin Yang smiled and said, my gun barrel doesn't have chrome plating. How can they imitate it? No chrome plating? Then how can you ensure the accuracy of mass production in the future? Qin Baohua suddenly became anxious. Of course, the gate of Factory 960. Comrades, Director Qin and Engineer Qin are back. Let's welcome them with warm applause. When Zhu Zizhong saw Train 212 moving over, he immediately shouted to the people around him. Crackling. Boom, boom, boom. The fireworks that had been prepared long ago were also set off into the sky. It was a scene that could only be seen during the Chinese New Year. Qin Yang and his father got out of the car and were flattered to see the scene. Director Zhu, we just came back with a small matter. There's no need for such a big fuss, right? Qin Bao was said. This is no small matter. Zhu Zizhong said. We won the task of replicating the guns this time. Our third-line military-to-civilian factory can finally manufacture guns again. The canteen has received some pork. We will have a celebration banquet tonight. We are going to eat and drink to our heart's content. We are so proud of ourselves. Everyone is so happy. Ever since the superiors issued an order to let Factory 960 do the military-to-civilian conversion and let it fend for itself, everyone has been holding back their energy. Now, in the civilian product project, Lion brand air guns have become famous and even sold abroad. In the military product project, they squeezed out Factory 296 and won the approval of the superiors. It can be said that it is a double harvest. We are so proud of ourselves that of course we have to hold a celebration party in the evening. Director Zhu, how did you know? Qin Yang was a little curious. Communication was quite inconvenient in this era. Qin Yang and his team did not contact the factory in advance when they returned, but the whole factory knew about it. The troops have sent military representatives here. Chapter 57, the superior sent a military representative. The military representative system was created in the 1950s. At the beginning, the main task was to inspect and accept finished products. Since it did not involve contract signing, internal enterprise management, etc., the relationship between the military and the factory was relatively simple. But later, the power of the military representatives became increasingly greater, which also caused dissatisfaction among many people. I was the head of the factory and was doing well, but then the military representative came out and said, your batch of products are not up to standard and need to be reworked. Your batch of products has defects and the army will not accept them. This is just like Tang Monk chanting the spell to tighten the hoop in front of Sun Wukong. Of course, this is also related to human nature. Some military representatives have power and they will indeed overuse it, and even worse corruption problems may occur. None of the military factory leaders like military representatives. They strongly suggest abolishing this system. Whether it is the military or the factory, they are all led by the party. The factory is responsible for product quality, and the military is only responsible for receiving the products. Why do we need military representatives? Doesn't this mean that they don't trust our factory? During that special era, the military representative system experienced ups and downs, was abolished and restored several times, and was restored again in 1977. However, since the third-line military factories like Factory 960 had started military-to-civilian conversion and no longer produced military products, the military representatives left. This time, another military representative was sent over. Is he still the same tall-faced man as before? Qin Yang asked. Huh. Qin Yang's head was patted by Qin Bao. What are you talking about? Gaomian Ren must be a nickname. It was given by the uneducated children of factory workers. It doesn't matter if they say a few words in private, but now there are so many people present. What if the military representative hears it? The factory needs to worship the military representative like a bodhisattva? Yes, it's me. At this time, a voice sounded from behind the crowd, and a man in green military uniform walked over. Qin Bao's face turned pale. Representative Gao, don't mind it. Qin Yang is a child who has no control over his words and always likes to talk nonsense. I will definitely teach him a lesson. Qin Bao hurriedly nodded and explained. Qin Yang is no longer a kid. He is a rising star in our military industry. Representative Gao said, he is already a famous gun master in our country. The guns he designed have reached the world's advanced level. I just took a look around the workshop and saw that the air guns you produce are very impressive. It is said that the production process was improved by Qin Yang. Gao Zhu, surnamed Gao and given name Zhu, is short and fat, just like the local specialty mooncake doll, so he is nicknamed the tall-faced man. He used to be a military representative in the 960th factory, and this time he came back. At this time, everyone felt a little embarrassed when they heard Gao Zhu say this. Deputy Gao, thank you for your kindness. As a firearms master, I welcome you to continue working at our 960 factory. However, there are some things that we must agree on in advance. Now even Zhu Zizhong was dissatisfied. Mr. Qin, if we offend the military representatives, how can we expect to have a good life? If they don't sign, the troops will not be allocated funds. It's okay, Director Zhu, Let Engineer Qin speak. Before I came here, Leader Wang told me to cooperate with the work of Factory 960, especially Engineer Qin. No matter what the instructions are, as long as they don't violate the basic principles, I will agree to them. Representative Gao, the sniper rifle we developed has been recognized by the troops, and its accuracy has reached world-class levels. There are many secrets involved, so when our factory produces sniper rifles, some processes will not be made public, and some workshops are not convenient for you to enter. Everyone present changed their expressions. Looking across the country, which military factory's military representative is not high and mighty? Qin Yang said this, just to provoke the other party. Qin Baohua also felt embarrassed. The reason why Factory 960 was able to win the bid was because of its advanced sniper rifles, and this gun does have many unique processing techniques that cannot be made known to the outside world. Qin Yang set this rule because he was afraid that the secrets would leak out. But who is the military representative? Doesn't he know the confidentiality discipline? Qin Yang said this, clearly not trusting the other party. Then how can I know the quality of the gun? Gao Ju also became serious. He didn't mind being called Gao Mianren. He had known this nickname for a long time. It was just a trivial matter in life, but at work, he had to be serious. Of course, it's the final stage of gun testing. Qin Yang said, we guarantee that only guns with qualified accuracy will leave the factory. We will cooperate with any water, wind, sand, and sun tests you want to do. At the same time, we will send people to the troops to follow up and continuously collect usage information for further improvement. One of the important reasons why the 95 gun family was criticized by the troops was that a complete tracking system was not established. After the model was finalized, the Design Institute completed the task, and the project ended. In the past, all weapons were copied from the Soviet Union, which were mature and reliable, so they were copied and that was it. However, the Type 95 gun family was newly developed, so once it was finalized, it was over. Even when there were numerous problems in the army, no one cared. Eugene Stoner, the designer of the famous M16 rifle, once said, a good weapon can be ruined without a tracking system. The M16 rifles they developed in their early years also kept malfunctioning, causing great suffering to the soldiers, but they had an advanced tracking system, constantly collecting actual combat feedback from soldiers, and then making improvements, and the M16 finally matured. Even if the model designed by Qin Yang has been tested by later generations, he still has to establish such a system. Otherwise, it would be irresponsible. Gao Ju thought about it for a while, then said, I can't make the decision on this. I need to report to my superiors. Okay, this is our bottom line. Qin Yang continued, if the troops don't agree, then we will sell these guns abroad. Everyone was very worried, fearing that conflicts might break out here, but Gao Ju's statement made them feel relieved, but also made them wonder. This Qin Yang was too powerful. He was probably the only technician in a military factory in the whole country who dared to speak to the military representative stationed in the factory in this way. Qin Yang was of course helpless. His biggest trump card was the production technology. What if Gao Ju was unreliable and revealed their production technology to Factory 296? Then they would really be making wedding clothes for others. Even if they did not accept the order, they could not let Factory 296 get away with it. Now we have a market economy, and many people will lose themselves in front of money. Qin Yang must prepare for the future. Angered the military representative? Qin Yang was not afraid. As long as there was no factory in the country that could manufacture such a high-precision sniper rifle, the troops would have to accept it. Moreover, Gao Ju was a subordinate of Leader Wang. If the troops really don't want them, we can sell them on the international arms market, where they will definitely be in great demand. It's getting late. Let's go to the cafeteria, said Zhu Zizhong. In fact, it was just past 4 o'clock in the afternoon and not yet time for dinner. However, due to Qin Yang's actions just now, the atmosphere was a little tense, and this needed to be compensated at the banquet. Moreover, the aroma from the cafeteria did come over. That's right. Come on, Representative Gao, let's have a few drinks together. Qin Baohua stepped forward to invite Gao Ju. As the deputy factory director, Qin Baohua was qualified to do so. Gao Ju waved his hand. Forget it. I need to report your new proposal, and I have to go to the capital again. Chapter 58. Factory 290 SIXS knockoffs don't meet standards. Representative Gao, there's no need to waste a moment. Bus 212 of our factory will take you there after dinner. You can take a nap on the bus and you'll arrive. Zhou Yongfei also spoke up. We have known each other for many years, and today is a special day. You won't be so unreasonable as to not give me this courtesy, right? Okay, you can eat, but you can't drink. I still have to report to my boss. Then have a drink, just one, and let's go. Just like that, Gao Ju was pulled over. What's the point of just one glass? Once he sat at the table, How could he come down without drinking 8 or 10 glasses? The table was filled with large pieces of pork stewed with vermicelli, meatballs, and steamed meat. The air was filled with the aroma of Red Star Erguo too, and the scene was bustling and noisy. Today is a double celebration for us. We welcome Representative Gao back to work at our Factory 960, and we also welcome Director Chin and Engineer Chin for taking on the task of producing sniper rifles together. Let's all drink this first glass of wine. Zhu Zizhong raised his glass and drank it all. This second glass of wine is to celebrate. We are finally proud of ourselves. It is not easy to resume military production. Last year, our factory was not invited to the system meeting. It was really frustrating. When he said this, Zhu Zizhong's voice was choked. Come on, let's drink. So, the second glass of wine was drunk in one gulp. This third glass of wine. After 3 glasses of wine, Gao Ju already felt a little dizzy. At this time, Qin Yang came over with a glass of wine. Representative Gao, I'm here to apologize to you. Just now at the door, my request was a bit excessive. Please don't take it as an offense. Hey, Qin Yang, weren't you a bully in the factory before? You wouldn't bow your head, even if Director Qin hit you with a belt. Gao Ju was very curious. Deputy Gao, let's not talk about the past. Aren't you exposing my shortcomings? Yes, I used to be idle, but now I have turned over a new leaf. Our 960 factory is looked down upon by others, and my father sighs all day long. I feel very uncomfortable too. Representative Gao, we are suffering in our hearts. Those 3 rules are mainly because we are afraid. Well, I understand. It's not easy for your factory to return to the field of military production. Don't worry, I won't complain. As long as you can produce guns with the same performance as those in the military shooting range, I will thank you on behalf of the army. Come on, let me toast you. In this era, drinking culture is very important. If you can talk and drink, you can accomplish a lot of things. Looking at this scene, Qin Baowo was also very moved. His son finally became the pillar of the factory from an uneducated young man. The celebration banquet was still going on, but in the distant mountain city, there was another tense atmosphere. The guns have been assembled, Yang Zhaojun said to Wang Lijun with red eyes. In the past few days, they have been working on surveying, mapping, and copying almost day and night, and finally completed the manufacture of the first sample gun. Well, take it out and try it out. Wang Lijun nodded. Please ask Lao Huang to try the gun himself. Whether the bullet is fired accurately is not just a matter of the gun tester is also very important. Huang Xin is the most skilled gun tester in their factory 296. It's getting dark. Should we wait until tomorrow? Su Jiqiang asked worriedly. This kind of thing can't wait. We have to be quick. The army's attitude is very unusual. They have already sent military representatives to Factory 960. We don't have time to delay, said Wang Lijun. What? A military representative was sent over? Yang Zhaojun certainly knew that because he took the sample gun, the army leaders were very dissatisfied with him, and the relevant procedures were carried out very quickly. If Factory 296 wanted to fight back, it had to complete the imitation as soon as possible and then take the sample gun to the capital for operation. We must race against time now. Let Lao Huang test the gun quickly. If the light is not good, find a searchlight to illuminate the target. Yang Zhaojun said. Factory 296 shooting range. This place is located at the foot of the mountain and is relatively open. Various gun shootings take place almost every day, and the smell of gunpowder is always in the air. Gun tester Huang Xin looked at the target placed 500 meters away, then looked at the sniper rifle in his hand, frowning a little. It's hard to hit the 10 rings at such a distance. Old Huang, please, we must get 10 rings. This is related to the reputation of our factory. Okay, I'll try. The sun was slowly setting in the west, and the whole earth was dyed with a fiery red sunset. Under the glow of the sunset, Huang Xin lay on the shooting position, quietly looking for the feeling. No one dared to disturb him, and everyone was full of anticipation. Huang Xin breathed steadily and then pulled the trigger. Bang! A gunshot rang out. How many rings did you hit? Yang Zhaojun shouted anxiously. 1 ring away. Lower left corner of the target. What? Everyone was dumbfounded. Old Huang, don't be anxious, stay calm. Wang Lijun advised Huang Xin. Well, I have to fine-tune the scope. Huang Xin said. Every new gun must be calibrated after it is manufactured. Although the barrel and other parts have been calibrated during the manufacturing process, the final calibration still needs to be completed by the gun tester. After adjusting, Huang Xin took a few deep breaths, then aimed again and pulled the trigger. 1 ring. Old Huang, don't be anxious, keep going. Another gunshot was heard. 2 rings. It's okay. Old Huang is slowly getting used to it. He will definitely be more accurate the next time he hits. Wang Lijun tried to make his tone sound more relaxed. All 10 bullets have been fired, 1 magazine is empty, and the best result is 3 rings. Let me try. Yang Xiaojun picked up a new magazine, loaded it with bullets, and lay down at Huang Xian's shooting position. Bang! Another gunshot. How many rings this time? Yang Xiaojun asked nervously. Without the ring, the bullet will miss the target. Miss the target. Come again. Yang Xiaojun fired a second shot. Off target. After 3 shots, Yang Xiaojun no longer insisted. He climbed up from the shooting position, his face full of resentment. How could this happen? Our gun can only reach the level of the Russians' SVD sniper rifle at best. How did Factory 960 do it? This is unscientific. The SVD rifle emphasizes simplicity and reliability, so it is not surprising that the rifle imitated by Factory 296 has reached the level of the Russians. After all, parameters such as the twist rate in the barrel are more reasonable than those of the SVD. If the only requirement is to reach the level of the SVD, then they have already succeeded. It's not possible now. If we can't hit 10 rings, we can't compete with Factory 960. Bring us that sample gun. Wang Jijun was also anxious. Let's see how accurate the sample gun is. As night fell, the searchlight shone on the target, and it could be seen clearly from 500 meters away. Bang! Lao Huang pulled the trigger again. 3 rings. That's impossible. When I was in the army, an ordinary sharpshooter used this gun to hit 10 rings. Yang Xiaojun wondered, why is the accuracy so much lower now? So, they must have cheated at that time. Wang Lijun said affirmatively. Is it really cheating? Yang Xiaojun was also confused. Chapter 59 Military-Industrial Empire. Except for cheating, there is no other possibility. Huang Xian said. If a sniper rifle can hit a coin from 500 meters away, it is simply beyond the technological level of our entire era. I absolutely do not believe that such a sniper rifle exists. Old Huang, what if you hit the coin from 1,000 meters away? 1,000 meters? Huang Xian's loud voice could be heard clearly throughout the shooting range. How is that possible? If the bullet flies 1,000 meters away, even gods would not know where it has flown to. Hitting the target depends on luck. Hitting a coin? Not even the gods can do that. It seems that they really cheated, but we just didn't see it on the spot. Yang Xiaojun took a deep breath and looked at Wang Lijun. Chief Wang, what should we do next? The troops were very anxious and had already sent military representatives over. If their 296th factory didn't quickly send the sample guns over and grab the order, then they could only watch from afar. Humph, since they cheated, don't blame us. Su Jiqiang said, we will take the sample gun to the capital, show it to the leaders, and then expose the despicable behavior of Factory 960. But how do we explain the imitation sample gun? Yang Xiaojun was a little worried. Although he had promised the factory to use him as a shield when he came back, he was still a little worried now that he was really about to be exposed. You offended Leader Wang last time. Under Leader Wang's promotion, this order was placed very quickly. Even if we set out immediately, we don't know if we can catch up. Moreover, our accuracy has not yet reached the testing level. Wang Lijun spoke. Then just accept it like this? Yang Xiaojun was unwilling. Of course not. Wang Lijun smiled and said, since we have confirmed that Factory 960 cheated, of course we have to expose them. Expose? Yang Xiaojun suddenly realized. That's right, Factory 960 dared to fool their superiors in order to get military orders. This is a serious crime. When their first batch of finished guns are manufactured, if they can't reach the level of the original test guns, they will have committed a serious crime. If the army investigates, we may even have to eat peanuts. Let's ask Leader Han to make the decision for us. Yes. Wang Lijun nodded. Let's not worry. Let's study the technology to see if we can improve the accuracy. When the first batch of finished guns leave the 960 factory in a few days, we can go over and join in the fun. We can watch them make a fool of themselves on the spot, and the order will still be ours. Hearing Wang Lijun say this, Yang Xiaojun became even more excited. Okay, leave this task to me. I'll apply for another trip. I will pay them back 100-fold for how they humiliated me in the past. Engineer Yang, I'm not saying anything about you, but you don't have a high level of awareness. Wang Lijun said, we are all in the same industry. We have heard about the glorious deeds of Factory 960. Let's organize a study group and go to Factory 960 to visit and learn from it. Even if we expose the cheating of Factory 960 on the spot, it is for the army. If the soldiers use substandard equipment, it will cause unnecessary bloodshed and sacrifice on the battlefield. We are not doing this for our own selfish desires. That's right. Yang Xiaojun clenched his fists. The dinner at Factory 960 was finally coming to an end, and almost everyone was drunk. Yangzi, you are my good son. Qin Baohua held Qin Yang's hand. I am proud of you. In the past few years, you were ignorant and incompetent, and I was very disappointed with you. I used to beat you with a belt many times. Today, you beat me back, and we will be even now. Seeing his father trying to pull out his belt, Qin Yang quickly grabbed him and said, Dad, I don't dare. I'll be struck by lightning. Let's go back. My dad lives a simple and frugal life. The underwear he wears is all patched. It would be bad if it got exposed when he got drunk. What's there to be afraid of? I'm your father, and I'll let you smoke. Aye. Qin Baohua lay down on the table before he finished speaking. Yangzi, your dad is happy today. Liu Yong, whose tongue was almost unresponsive, was still talking to Qin Yang. Our factory is finally proud of itself. He has been holding back a lot of anger for some time. Uncle Liu, I know. Don't worry, everyone. With Qin Yang here, our factory will thrive in the future. We want to become the largest military factory in the country. We will not only make guns, but also cannons, tanks, airplanes, and warships. I want to build a military empire with my own hands. Good, you have the guts. It turns out that young people are the best. Zhu Zizhong walked towards Qin Yang and said, When I retire, I will hand over our factory to you. No, I will retire tomorrow and hand over the factory to you. I am relieved. Come, let's have another drink to celebrate your becoming the new factory director. Crash. Zhu Zizhong kicked over a bunch of wine bottles. His body swayed twice, and he almost fell down. Fortunately, Qin Yang supported him in time, then took a stool and let him sit against the wall. That night, Factory 960 was celebrating with great enthusiasm. Some people were laughing, some were crying, and Qin Yang was filled with emotion. Everyone's frustrations were fully vented. The next day, the work continued. In order to keep it secret, Qin Yang simply selected a group of workers to form a special confidentiality team. They vacated a special warehouse as the location, and all the secret processing work was done by them. The head of this group is Zhang Chao's father Zhang Guoqiang. Dear uncles and aunts, we have obtained this imitation task after going through untold hardships. Many people are watching us. If the process is leaked, our production task may be snatched away by other factories, so... Standing in front of these people, Qin Yang began his first speech. Yangzi, no, Engineer Qin, don't worry. We can't talk in our sleep from now on, and the women around us won't know our secrets. Zhang Guoqiang said, being able to work in the military industry again is our greatest hope. We will never leak the secrets. If anyone dares to tell others, I will stick a lathe tool into his mouth and smash his tongue to pieces. Mr. Qin, why don't we just not go home? Let's live here until the production task is completed, said another worker. Yes, this is a good idea. That won't do. How can I explain this to the aunts and the ladies? Qin Yang shook his head. Everyone just needs to keep the secret. Now let's start processing the first batch of parts. If he was on a business trip, it would be fine, but he was originally in the factory and didn't go home. Would his wife at home agree? Qin Yang didn't want to be scolded. Since the military representative Gao Zhu drank too much, he slept in the dormitory all night and left this morning. It would take several days to go back and forth. Qin Yang's goal is to produce the first batch of 200 rifles during this period. If the troops check and find no problems, his proposal of non-interference from the military representative will be easily passed. Time passed quickly in the busy work, and a week had gone by in almost the blink of an eye. Military Representative Huang Xin arrived late, and not only he came, but also some superiors and people from Factory 296. Chapter 60, A Show of Power. At the gate of Factory 960. Director Zhu, let me introduce you. This is Leader Han, who is in charge of military equipment in our capital. Gao Zhu, who got off the first car, introduced him first. And this is Leader Han, other leaders. Welcome to inspect Factory 960. And comrades from Factory 296, you have traveled thousands of miles from the mountain city to come here. Thank you for your hard work along the way. After Gao Zhu finished his introduction, the factory director Zhu Zizhong, who had come to greet them, nodded and bowed hurriedly to greet them. Director Zhu, the sniper rifles you produce are the most accurate in the world. We at Factory 296 have become toads at the bottom of a well. We come here to seek advice and broaden our horizons, said Wang Lijun, the head of the technical department of the team led by Factory 296. No, dear leaders and comrades, please go to our conference room and have a cup of tea first. A group of people from Factory 296 got out of the car behind. When Zhu Zizhong saw them, his heart skipped a beat. If their competitors followed them, what good could come of it? No, I heard that you refused the military representative to exercise power. I want to see what your Factory 960 is capable of. The lively atmosphere was chilled by the first sentence Leader Han said. As soon as they met, Leader Han gave everyone a warning. Zhu Zizhong couldn't help but look behind him. Now he was pointing at Qin Yang, but what was Qin Yang looking at? Now, Qin Yang is considered a technical expert in the 960 factory and has become the acting chief of the technical department. The whole factory has fully supported him without hesitation. It is estimated that it will not be long before the word acting will be removed. But as an official, there are more things to do. For example, when the superiors come to inspect, he has to help receive them. At this moment, Qin Yang's attention was all on one of the guests. He should be less than 30 years old, with dark skin and marks of wearing a helmet for many years on his bald head. When he glanced around casually, his eyes revealed a murderous aura. Who is this person? Section Chief Qin, Engineer Qin Yang. Deputy Factory Director Qin Baohua pulled Qin Yang. Qin Yang came back to his senses. What's wrong? This must be Engineer Qin, right? We heard from Engineer Yang that his skills are first class and admirable. He can hit a coin from 500 meters away. That's so impressive. The finished guns produced by your factory now must be able to achieve the same accuracy, right? Wang Lijun said. Of course, we have already produced 200 of them. Qin Yang said. We were just planning to deliver them to the troops. I didn't expect the superiors to value them so much that they came in person. Since you don't want to go in for tea, why don't you go directly to the shooting range? Okay, Leader Han nodded. Old leader, let's go to the gun storehouse and pick one first. Wang Lijun suggested to Leader Han. Factory 960 can produce 200 sniper rifles in a short period of time. It is worthy of being the leader among the third-line military factories. Any gun you pick out can beat the Russians in accuracy. Of course, please rest assured that every gun we hand over to the troops must achieve the same accuracy. If the accuracy is not achieved, we are willing to go to a military court. Qin Yang replied immediately. Very confident. Something is wrong. Wang Lijun looked behind him at Yang Zhaojun, and the two exchanged glances. Let's go. I'll take you there. Zhu Zizhong said enthusiastically. Gao Zhu fell behind with a complicated expression on his face. Representative Gao, what accident happened? Zhou Yongfei said to Gao Zhu in a low voice. Originally, I could have returned in 3 days, but the people from Factory 296 came to the capital and went straight to Leader Han. I don't know what they said, but Leader Han got angry. He originally planned to come that day, but he was busy, so he arranged to come today to inspect in person. Gao Zhu continued. By the way, 20 years ago, Leader Han was the military representative stationed at Factory 296. There was no need to say too much. Everything was clear, and Zhou Yongfei's face was full of worry. That call of old leader was intentional. Qin Yang had nothing to worry about, as he was walking with the soldier. Brother, are you back from the front? Scout. Our batch of guns will be equipped to your troops first, so you came here specially to inspect the guns? This person is ruthless and doesn't talk much. From the 136th Division's reconnaissance unit? How did you know? Now it was the other party's turn to be curious. Qin Yang felt very happy. He actually guessed it right. In that era, there were no professional special forces in the country. The army just selected some good men from within to form an elite reconnaissance force, with a reconnaissance squad in a company. During the 10-year border war, scouts were the most dangerous and faced the threat of death at any time. But at the same time, they also killed the most enemies. During the entire rotation of war, 15 troops were the most famous, and the 136th Division Reconnaissance Squadron was one of them. This was the number Qin Yang knew, and he guessed it right just by mentioning it casually. His luck was incredible. Speaking of your reconnaissance team, it is very famous. When the enemy heard your number, they took the initiative to retreat 30 kilometers. Qin Yang continued to compliment. No, that's not the case. If our number is exposed, we will be in big trouble. This time the other party finally talked more. You guys also got the Russians' SVD sniper rifle, right? Yes, last month we attacked the 726th outpost, where there were enemy snipers lying in ambush, often shooting at us from behind. We destroyed their lair and seized 3 sniper rifles. We loved them so much at the time that we planned to keep them for our own use. But our superiors said that we should send them back for imitation so that we could have more sniper rifles, and we should also come down to rest. This time, we came here to see if the sniper rifle you imitated is really as good as it can be. Boasting, Qin Yang said, this sentence is insulting us. Qin Baohua on the side frowned. Since the superior leader came with bad intentions, Qin Yang started with the people he brought with him. Qin Baohua was still very satisfied with his son's performance. They were obviously warming up just now, but this one sentence made their relationship stand still. What insulting you? The other party's face turned unfriendly. Having just returned from the front line, he was still full of hostility and his fists clenched involuntarily. That's right. Although our 960 factory has just returned to the field of military production, we have been producing Type 56 semi-automatic rifles for 10 years. The guns we produced have defeated other competitors and have been successfully exported abroad. Qin Yang said, "What is the level of the sample guns we showed to the troops? What level will the guns officially delivered to the troops reach? How could we cheat on such a thing? This is a matter of life and death for the soldiers on the front line. You just doubted us, which is an insult to us." After hearing Qin Yang say this, the other party's clenched fists loosened again. "Hey, it seems that Engineer Qin is very confident." Wang Lijun interrupted. "Can the guns you officially delivered to the troops also punch coins from 500 meters away?" Looking at Wang Lijun's expression, Qin Yang knew what was going on inside him. He smiled and said, "Of course I am confident. However, playing with coins is boring. Let's play with eggs from 500 meters away." Eggs? They are much bigger than coins. You, Factory 960, are really not confident enough. Wang Lijun continued. "No, it's the egg on my head," Qin Yang said, looking at the scout. "Brother, how about you pick a gun and shoot the egg on my head from 500 meters away? Now you will know whether we are bragging or not." Leader Han in front stopped, turned around, and looked at Qin Yang. Chapter 61. As long as your thinking does not slip, there are always more solutions than problems. "Young man, you are quite brave. Aren't you afraid of getting shot in the head?" asked Leader Han. When he just got off the car, Leader Han was very aggressive, but now his tone has become much gentler. He originally didn't pay much attention to the young Qin Yang. What abilities could a young boy who was still wet behind the ears have? But now, Qin Yang's courage made him very satisfied. The sniper rifles we produce are very accurate. They can easily hit a coin from 500 meters away, not to mention an egg. I also believe that this guy from the 136th Division must be a good shooter and will definitely not miss. What do I have to be afraid of? Hearing Qin Yang's words, the scout smiled proudly. "That's right. As long as your sniper rifle can guarantee this accuracy, and the calibration work has been completed before leaving the factory, I will definitely not miss. Brother, you have courage. I, Lin Heping, admire you very much." Qin Baohua felt mixed emotions. His son was too arrogant. Even if the shooter had good marksmanship and his rifle was accurate enough, it was too dangerous to do this. But he couldn't say anything now. If he did, Wang Lijun and others would definitely find fault with him. What's the big deal about hitting eggs? If you have the guts, just hit coins." Yang Zhaojun, who was following behind Wang Lijun, wanted to instigate, but before he could finish his words, Wang Lijun stopped him with a look. "You are such a tactless boy. Don't you see that Leader Han's attitude has changed? It was okay for me to say that just now, but it's inappropriate for you to say that now. An egg is indeed bigger than a coin, but the size of an egg is about the 7th or 8th ring of a target. Being able to hit an egg means that the accuracy is much higher than that of an SVD sniper rifle." Leader Han was not angry and continued to arrange the work. "It's just that it's still too dangerous to put eggs on your head. And if the eggs are smashed, the egg white and yolk will flow all over your head, which is too unsightly. How about this? Tie up the eggs and hang them up 500 meters away so that the target practice can better simulate actual combat." Qin Baohua breathed a sigh of relief. Leader Han is right. Let's listen to him. "Quick, Zhang Chao, find some string and go to the cafeteria to tie up some eggs." The shooting range of Factory 960 has never been so lively. After the military to civilian conversion, the shooting range had been idle for a long time. It had only become busy in recent months. However, it was only the gun testers who were doing simple tests here. With so many people coming to inspect today, it was definitely the first time. A gun randomly picked from the armory was already in Lin Heping's hand. Since its appearance was no different from the SVD rifle, it was very easy for him to operate. At this time, he was kneeling with the gun in his hand, aiming at the egg opposite. Fortunately, there was no wind today, otherwise the eggs would be swaying in the wind, and it would really depend on luck whether you could hit them. Qin Yang looked at Lin Heping's posture and felt emotional in his heart. The soldiers who came back from the frontline battlefield had completely different aura from the gun tester. Even if this gun was in his own hands, it would be similar to the feeling of a shooting competition. However, when it was in Lin Heping's hands, it was as if he was on the battlefield. The whole atmosphere instantly became solemn and murderous. Bang! Lin Heping fired. After the gunshot, he immediately rolled over, aimed at the opposite side in a lying position, and pulled the trigger again. Then, he jumped up again, ran to the side more than 10 meters with the sniper rifle in his arms, stood in a position, raised the gun, aimed at the opposite side, and pulled the trigger again. Still as a tree stump, swift as a tiger. Qin Yang didn't look at the eggs hanging on the opposite side. At this moment, his eyes were completely on Lin Heping. Not bad, really good. To describe it in the words of later online novels, this is the king of soldiers. No one made a sound, for fear of disturbing Lin Heping's actions, but they could still see the state of the eggs on the opposite side through the telescope. Every time a gunshot was heard, an egg would be smashed. Wang Lijun and the people from Factory 296 he brought with him looked increasingly unhappy. Although there is no coin punching, it is now closer to actual combat. In this case, as long as you can explode the watermelon, it is considered a success. Not to mention the eggs, which are much smaller than the watermelon. What's going on? The gun that Yang Xiaojun brought back obviously couldn't achieve this kind of accuracy. Wang Lijun's frown deepened. After 10 shots, Lin Heping ran back holding the gun and stood in front of Han. Report to the commander. The 10 rounds of test firing are completed. The accuracy of this gun is much higher than that of the SVD sniper rifle, which fully meets our actual combat needs. I request that the first batch of 200 sniper rifles be equipped to our 136th Division. Good. Factory 960 is really capable of resisting the inspection of our military representatives. As long as the guns can reach this level, the inspection of the military representatives can be relaxed. Leader Han nodded in approval. Although Han was in charge of military equipment, he was very busy, and in his eyes, aircraft, artillery, tanks, and other equipment were the most important. He did not take the imitation of the SVD sniper rifle seriously. However, when someone from his old unit, Factory 296, came and said something, he flew into a rage. When he learned that Factory 960 had actually resisted the military representative from performing his duties, he became even more furious. This third-line military factory was simply like Monkey King making a riot in heaven. But now, looking at the sniper rifle that has achieved perfect accuracy, Leader Han's anger has disappeared. He can also distinguish the important from the unimportant. For the troops, the most important thing is the performance of the weapon. As long as the performance is up to standard, some power can be delegated. Even if the quality is excellent, it can be exempted from inspection. This gun has good accuracy, but I wonder if it can meet the needs of actual combat. Wang Lijun rolled his eyes and came up with an idea. After all, the conditions on the battlefield in the south are harsh, and soldiers sometimes have to cross swamps, and it is common for mud and water to enter the barrel. Although this gun is highly accurate, it would be bad if it is too delicate. I heard that the American M16 is not suitable for this, and those soldiers usually put a. That thing was a bit indecent, so Wang Lijun didn't finish. Qin Yang smiled and said, Section Chief Wang is right. As long as your thinking doesn't slip, there are always more solutions than problems. The M16 sniper rifle is too accurate and too delicate, so if something goes into the barrel, it won't fire. Put a balloon on the muzzle so that no foreign objects can get in. When you need to shoot, you can just shoot. It's definitely a good idea. So, your guns also have this problem? Wang Lijun became excited. We have promised this with all our hearts, but I guess you don't believe it. Brother Lin, you should test our guns as they are used in actual combat, and then try to see if they can fire. The name changed so quickly, it became Brother Lin in a blink of an eye. Chapter 62, How do you know our gun barrels are not chrome-plated? Lin Heping nodded, looked around, and pointed to a pothole, and said, Bring a few buckets of water and turn it into a mud pit. Yang Xiaojuan's eyes showed excitement. Although he didn't know how Factory 960 had improved the accuracy of the sniper rifle to this level, the higher the accuracy of the sniper rifle, the more stringent the requirements. The M16 rifle had reduced its reliability because of its excessive pursuit of accuracy. The troops need a high-precision sniper rifle, but they need a more reliable sniper rifle. As long as it can be proved that this gun is unreliable, the 960 factory will not be able to continue to undertake the production task. In fact, the demand for sniper rifles is not very large, at most a few thousand, and it is difficult to reach tens of thousands. For Factory 296, this amount of production is nothing. However, they can't swallow this breath. When will everything that Factory 296 has set its eyes on fall into the hands of other factories? This time, not only did they lose the order, but they also lost face. They must get it back. The mud pit was quickly created. Yang Zhongyi replaced the sniper rifle with a new magazine and threw it in. Mud and sand are the most corrosive to guns. If the inside of the barrel is not chrome-plated, the inner chamber will rust in a short time. Wang Lijun said, What? There's no chrome inside the barrel? Leader Han frowned. Can such a gun be used? Of course it can't be used. If such guns fall into the hands of the troops, they will be nothing more than firewood sticks. Director Zhu, you wouldn't deliberately not chrome-plate the barrel of your guns in pursuit of accuracy, right? Wang Lijun looked at Zhu Zizhong. Of course not. Zhu Zizhong shook his head. Everyone stood beside the mud pit and talked for more than 10 minutes. and the gun in the mud pit had been soaked through. It's almost done. Let's see how this gun can adapt on the battlefield. Lin Heping was also very much looking forward to it at this time. He picked the gun out of the mud pit and then shook it hard 3 times. The mud and water in the gun barrel kept flying out as he swung it. Looking at those mud spots, the people from Factory 296 were very excited. Even the domestically produced Type 56 submachine gun might not fire. So, could this high-precision sniper rifle still fire? But why was the other party so calm? Especially Qin Yang, who looked so nonchalant that it made people angry. At this moment, there was a noise in the sky. Everyone looked up and saw an eagle spreading its wings and flying over their heads. Generally speaking, birds will avoid the shooting range because the noise here is too loud and animals will be afraid instinctively. But now, the eagle flew over because there was a long snake twisting its body in its claws. It had no intention of breaking into this place. It was just fighting with the snake and didn't care what was below. It flew over blindly. At this time, it was still pecking at the snake with its head down. When seeing this scene, everyone was amazed. Lin Heping quickly raised his sniper rifle, aimed at the combination in the sky, and after tracking it for 2 or 3 seconds, he pulled the trigger. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The eagle is still flying in the sky. Haha, saw that. Your guns are no longer accurate. Yang Xiaojun was very excited and shouted. According to the requirements, in this case, as long as it can be launched, it will be qualified, right? Qin Yang glanced at Yang Xiaojun. Engineer Yang, you are also a military expert, and you don't know this? That's an ordinary rifle. Yours is a sniper rifle, which has high requirements. Yang Xiaojun said. If the troops can't shoot accurately because of mud and sand pollution during combat, can they still fight? Really? Then you should look carefully to see if you hit it or not. Of course I didn't hit it, otherwise the eagle would have fallen down. Yang Xiaojun was very confident. At this time, the eagle had already flown over the heads of the crowd. After the gunshots were heard, the eagle was frightened and flapped its wings to fly high. After flying for a few seconds, it felt unsafe and let go of the prey under its claws. The snake fell down. Wait, how did it separate? 2 sections of the snake fell in the air. Yang Xiaojun opened his eyes wide. How is it possible? How is it possible? This was a moving target, and instead of hurting the eagle, the snake was broken into 2 pieces. Are you doubting the accuracy of our sniper rifles, or are you doubting the ability of my brother Lin? Qin Yang asked. Crash. At this moment, 1 section of the snake fell on Yang Xiaojun's neck and hung on both sides. In an instant, Yang Xiaojun screamed, "Oh my God! Look at your lack of ambition." Lin Heping looked at Yang Xiaojun with disdain, grabbed the snake off his neck, tore the snake's skin with his hands, found the still warm snake gallbladder, and just as he was about to put it in his mouth, he looked at Qin Yang again. Brother, do you want to eat snake gallbladder? The bloody half of a snake was right in front of me, and there was blood on the snake gall. It looked disgusting. But Qin Yang did not hesitate. He grabbed the snake gall, put it in his mouth, and chewed it with big mouthfuls. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Okay, someone like you is worthy of being my brother. From now on you will call me Brother Lin, and I will call you Xiaoyang. Lin Heping was overjoyed. Eating snake gall raw is a test. Once the food is cut off at the front line, you have to eat whatever you come across. Just now, Lin Heping asked Qin Yang to eat it just to test him. Unexpectedly, he really accepted it. The bloody taste in your mouth will make most people nauseous. Only those who can eat it are worthy of being friends with the king of soldiers. Leader Han also nodded with satisfaction. Now he liked Qin Yang more and more. Yes, there is no problem with the reliability of this gun. We can all rest assured. Leader Han nodded. No, Leader Han, there is a big problem with this gun. Yang Xiaojun could no longer bear it, and even ignored Wang Lijun's restraining look. Their barrels are not chrome-plated. They are not durable at all. No chrome? Leader Han was stunned. Director Zhu, didn't you just say, Xiao Lin, check it out? Zhu Zizhong nervously watched Lin Heping clean the muzzle of the gun, looked inside, and nodded. It is indeed not chrome-plated. Without chrome plating, it can't meet the needs of the battlefield at all. They are being cunning. This kind of gun cannot be equipped to the troops, otherwise it will be a crime. Yang Xiaojun was proud. Qin Yang, what's going on? Zhu Zizhong looked at Qin Yang. The entire sniper rifle technology was kept secret. Even he, the factory director, boldly delegated power and never asked about it. Of course, the main reason was to save trouble, so he really didn't know that it was not chrome-plated. Qin Yang looked at Yang Xiaojun. Our gun technology is confidential. Even our factory director doesn't know. Engineer Yang, how do you know that our gun barrels are not chrome-plated? Do you have our lost sample gun in your hands? Hearing Qin Yang ask this, Yang Xiaojun suddenly realized. I fell into the trap again. The lost sample gun? What happened? Leader Han's face also turned serious. When we went to bid, we held a celebration banquet that night. Only the people from Factory 296 did not attend. After the banquet, we found that the tarpaulin of the 212 gun had been cut open and the sample gun was lost. In order to protect the reputation of Factory 296, we kept silent and handled the matter in a low profile. Leader Han's face darkened. What's going on? Is our 296th factory doing something so shameful? Old leader, they are deliberately confusing right and wrong. We will explain to you why we left early later. Now we have discovered the defects of the guns of Factory 960. The rifles of their factory do not have chrome plating inside the barrel. This is irresponsible. Yang Xiaojun knew that he was in trouble, but he still gritted his teeth and insisted, letting Factory 960 suffer a setback first. Okay, let me explain first. Qin Yang said, our gun barrels are not chrome-plated because we use a brand new process. The barrels without chrome plating have the same lifespan as those with chrome plating. Moreover, the accuracy will not be affected by uneven plating. When the People's Republic of China was just founded, there was no chrome plating technology for domestically produced guns, so the barrels of early 54 pistols, 56 semi-automatic pistols, etc. were very easy to rust. It was not until later that it became popular, so that now the master gun makers would absolutely think it is heresy to hear that there is no chrome plating inside the barrel. They are so short-sighted. All high-precision sniper rifles, and even hunting rifles, will not have chrome plating inside the barrel. Although it can increase the lifespan, the accuracy of the bullet will be greatly reduced due to the uneven plating. How is that possible? Even Wang Lijun was surprised. We at Factory 296 don't even have this kind of technology. Of course, this is our latest advanced technology. You don't understand. Chapter 63. You don't understand advanced technology. I don't believe it. It's impossible. Yang Xiaojun said. In the early years, our 56 semi-automatic gun barrels were not chrome-plated and often rusted. Chrome plating is a necessary processing technology for gun barrels. We can't give up chrome plating just for the sake of precision. You are just trying to attract attention. You actually came up with this method for the sake of bidding. It's too much. In addition to chrome plating, there are many other ways to coat the inside of a gun barrel, such as thermal cladding, ion spraying, chemical vapor deposition, etc. You old experts from Factory 296, you must have heard of them, right? Of course I haven't heard of it. To them, these are too high-end. Yang Xiaojun was speechless for a moment. If there wasn't an advanced process that produced the same effect as chrome plating, the gun would have had problems just after being soaked in muddy water. Lin Heping said, now that it can be used normally and with high accuracy, it means that the barrel must have been processed with a special process. Lin Heping came back from the front line, and his words were the most authoritative. After all, if there was a problem with the quality of the guns, they, as users, would suffer greatly. If he says there is no problem, then there is no problem, even if no formal experiment has been done yet. Even if you use special technology on the barrel, this gun still has problems. When it is disassembled for maintenance and then reinstalled in the hands of soldiers, the accuracy will deteriorate. Yang Xiaojun knew that he was in danger now, and he had to point out all the shortcomings of this gun. Hey, you even know that the accuracy of a gun will decrease after it is disassembled and reassembled? Qin Yang's eyes showed surprise. How did you know that? Most people cannot tell whether the barrel is chrome-plated. They have to wipe the inner wall of the barrel to see it. As for whether the accuracy will be reduced after disassembly and reassembly, they have to do it themselves to know. Everyone was looking at Yang Xiaojun, and Leader Han looked even more displeased. Yang Xiaojun knew that there was no way out. He gritted his teeth and said, yes, I took the sample gun from you. I just wanted to find the flaws in the gun you produced. This is my personal behavior and has nothing to do with our 296 factory. Hey, Engineer Yang, why do you have to do this? We are all brothers in the same factory. If you want a sample gun, just tell us. Can we not give you a taste? Qin Yang's tone was filled with regret. Now that you have admitted it yourself, we have no choice but to handle the matter impartially. Humph, I'll talk about my business later, Yang Xiaojun said. Anyway, after I got your sample gun and disassembled and reassembled it, the accuracy dropped significantly and could not reach the original level at all. This kind of gun is not suitable for the battlefield at all. It's just a toy, a disposable toy. As a qualified soldier, one must be able to skillfully disassemble and assemble weapons. As a scout, one can even assemble a gun blindfolded. Now, the accuracy of this sniper rifle will drop significantly after disassembly and assembly. How can it adapt to the needs of the battlefield? Leader Han looked at Qin Yang again. Yang Xiaojun was finally happy. As long as he could prove that there was something wrong with the guns from Factory 960, then his crime of stealing guns would be confirmed. He had a clear conscience because he did it for the army and for the country. Why, tell me? Yang Xiaojun finally showed a confident smile on his face. Should we try it on site to see if the accuracy is the same as the first test? Hey, Engineer Yang, if you weren't so anxious, it would be great if we could talk about it in private. Now that the matter has been put before Leader Han, we can only handle it in a businesslike manner. Let me explain first. Engineer Yang, what is the purpose of disassembling and assembling weapons? Of course it is to reduce the failure rate. Take our Type 56 submachine gun for example. If we do not perform routine maintenance after each shooting, the residue left by the gunpowder may cause a jam or even a barrel explosion. The Russians' RPK machine gun, after firing 1,000 rounds, will not even be able to pull the bolt the next day if it is not maintained. Yang Xiaojun said, "You have built a sniper rifle that the soldiers cannot disassemble for maintenance. What is the use of this gun no matter how high its accuracy is?" Yang Xiaojun is not afraid. Well said. Do you know why something breaks down if it's not maintained? Qin Yang asked. Why is that? There's no need to answer this kind of question. Qin Yang shook his head. Alas, no wonder you don't understand. I can't blame you. After all, you are a gun manufacturer and have never touched bullets. The Russians' bullets use a corrosive primer, which will corrode the barrel after firing. Our bullet production process is the same as theirs. Although they didn't know what Qin Yang's trump card was, the leaders of Factory 960 present felt relieved when they heard him say this. This attitude of caring for the other party could make the other party angry to death. Stop talking nonsense. Is there any other primer in this world? Of course. The bullets that come with our sniper rifle use a special primer, and the propellant is also a special smokeless propellant. They have little corrosion to the barrel. After use, you only need to use special tools to clean it. It only needs to be disassembled and maintained after firing 300 rounds of bullets. We quoted our superiors $2 per bullet because the bullets are special. Okay, you finally admit that the accuracy of your guns will be greatly reduced after being disassembled? Yang Xiaojun thought he had grasped the key and became excited. Of course not. Qin Yang said, sniper rifles are different from ordinary rifles. In order to achieve a high enough accuracy, its assembly requires special training and the use of professional tools. If you disassemble it haphazardly and assemble it in a rough manner like you did, the accuracy will inevitably decrease. After Qin Yang finished speaking, he glanced at Lin Heping and said, the troops don't have to worry too much. We will train the soldiers to disassemble and assemble accurately. Of course, we will also send people to accompany the troops at that time to solve any problems on the spot. How can the troops not be worried? Old leader, their guns are not suitable for the battlefield at all. 300 rounds of bullets were used up in the last battlefield. Yang Xiaojun became excited. No, it's enough to fight 2 or 3 battles. Lin Heping said, a professional sniper can kill an enemy with 1 shot. It's good enough to use up 1 magazine for 1 mission. If maintenance is needed only after 300 rounds of bullets are used up, then it can probably fight on the battlefield for 1 or 2 months. Maintenance is not a problem. Moreover, even with rough maintenance, can it reach the accuracy of the old Russian sniper rifle? Yang Xiaojun was so excited that he didn't even think that this was a sniper rifle. On the battlefield, an automatic rifle may use up 10 magazines in a day, but this is not the case with a sniper rifle. Qin Yang shook his head helplessly. It turns out that you not only don't understand advanced technology, but you don't even know how to use a sniper rifle. Chapter 64 Shameless. You have also developed bullets specifically for this gun? Leader Han was very interested in Qin Yang's words. He remembered that he had been investigating Qin Yang's affairs these days. A report stated that Factory 960 was going to develop 5.8mm general-purpose bullets. If there are no supplies on the battlefield, this gun can directly use 7.62mm bullets. However, whenever there is a chance, we still use our professional sniper bullets. This kind of bullet does not damage the barrel and does not require excessive maintenance. It is the most suitable. After all, as long as the firearm is disassembled, it will wear out. Of course, we can guarantee that even if it is disassembled and assembled roughly, using ordinary bullets, it can still achieve the accuracy of the old Russian sniper rifle. Leader Han, this gun is not suitable for the battlefield. It requires special bullets, and it is difficult to supply them on the battlefield. What they are doing is simply a crime. Yang Xiaojun shouted. Engineer Yang, it's not your turn to speak now. Leader Han stopped him and said, Shaolin, you decide. Commander, I like this gun very much, and our 136th Division will like it very much too. Lin Heping said, it is completely suitable for our use. The military representative gave a positive answer, and Yang Xiaojun was completely dumbfounded. No, you will be cheated. Yang Xiaojun shouted. Yang Xiaojun, shut up. Wang Lijun came up and shouted at Yang Zhaojun. Our 296th factory and 960th factory are brother factories. When 960th factory was just starting out, we sent many people to support it. Not only did you steal the gun, you also encouraged me to tell my boss about me and slander my colleagues. You really brought shame to us. We don't have people like you in our 296th factory. What? After hearing what Wang Lijun said, Yang Zhaojun was dumbfounded. Come here, take Yang Zhaojun away and send him to the relevant department for investigation. Leader Han spoke. No, you can't arrest me. I'm doing this for the army. Chief Wang, save me. The sound faded away. Sacrificing the car to save the driver, crossing the river and destroying the bridge. This method is cruel enough. Qin Yang admires it. Coming here today is really an eye-opener. Factory 960 has made a great gun for our troops. The first batch of finished guns should be transported as soon as possible and delivered to the frontline troops. Let the enemy know how powerful we are in the future. We should also speed up the production of special bullets. Leader Han was very excited. It's a pity that I am busy with work and can't stay here to inspect any longer. Leader Han, please have your meal before leaving, Zhu Zizhong invited. No, I'm busy. Old leader, we request to stay and continue our studies here, Wang Lijun said. What? Everyone present understood. Factory 296 still has not given up. They asked to stay, of course, in order to learn from the master. Wang Lijun did not plead for Yang Zhaojun and even added insult to injury, just to distance himself from the relationship and pave the way for him to continue to stay at Factory 960. Leader Han nodded. That's right, you should stay and learn. Director Zhu, this won't embarrass you, right? It's not difficult. Zhu Zizhong could only shake his head. Leader Han is the backer of Factory 296. It's already a great honor for him to support Factory 960. How can we not agree to such a small request from the leader? Leader Han looked at Qin Yang again. Xiaoqin, what do you think? Please rest assured, Leader Han, our 960 factory will warmly entertain the inspection team from our brother factory. Qin Yang said, except for the special process workshop where we produce sniper rifles, they can go anywhere else. Leader Han, we are here to visit and learn. We are very interested in the advanced technology of this high-precision sniper rifle and hope to learn these technologies. I am ashamed that I have never heard of the technologies that Engineer Qin just mentioned. Wang Lijun said, we are here to learn from you. You Factory 960 should not be so cowardly. When you said you would help build Factory 960, our Factory 296 needed people and technology. Xiaoqin, you were still young at that time and didn't know these things. The friendship between our brother factories. Chief Wang, those are all things of the past. Times have long since changed. We at Factory 960 are the most frustrated. At the beginning, our superiors gave an order and we abandoned our homes and businesses and came to this poor mountain valley. Now, with just one word from our superiors, we are forced to find our own way out. Who can we go to for justice? We know the difficulties of our superiors, and we will never cause any trouble to them. Leader Han nodded repeatedly after hearing this. Yes, Factory 960 has made great sacrifices for the economic development of our country. If it's still like before, with everyone in the same system, then we have nothing to say. It's still the class friendship of the past, giving people and technology to people, but now it's a market economy. However, since you are here, we can't let you go back empty-handed. You can learn these advanced technologies. Let's do a deal. Each technology costs 1 million. Half of it will be sold and half will be given away. 1 million. You are robbing money. The people around Wang Lijun could no longer bear it. That's right. You are really ungrateful. Our 296th factory is the leader in the industry. These advanced gun-making technologies should be handed over to us. Old leader, these technologies can be used not only in sniper rifles, but also in other firearms we produce. They will be of great help to the development of our military industry. Wang Lijun looked at Leader Han pitifully. For the development of our country's military industry, we hope that Factory 960 can make these technologies public. 1 million per process, we don't have that much money. This is shameless. Qin Yang had a sneer on his face. No money? You must have people, right? We are a small third-tier factory, but we can still develop so many advanced technologies. Your 296th factory claims to be the leader in the industry, but you actually come to us to ask for these technologies for free. Where are your technical personnel? Do you really have no skills? What do you do with the research and development funds every year? As long as you don't mind the shame, our 960th factory will sacrifice a little. No, Leader Han said, times have changed. We need to develop a market economy. What is a market economy? It means competition. We are developing socialism, not to support lazy people. The poor are right, and the crying child gets the milk. Wang Lijun, you want to come here to visit and learn. It's good to be motivated, but the advanced technology and processes developed by Factory 960 are their own. It's normal that you are not allowed to access them. If you have the ability, go and develop them yourself. Leader Han is awesome. Even though he came from Factory 296, he definitely won't take sides. Qin Yang was very happy. If you want to learn with an open mind, then stay. If you just want to covet other people's technology, then come with me. Leader Han's tone was merciless. Don't use your little cleverness to embarrass yourself. Old leader, we will definitely learn your instructions carefully and stay here to learn with an open mind. Wang Lijun's ability to adapt to the changing circumstances was absolutely first-rate. Factory 960 has already blazed a trail in the market economy, and we must also learn from their successful experience. Chapter 65. If you want them to leave, you have to make them get what they want. That's more like it. Leader Han said, and then looked at Lin Heping. What about you? Old commander, I want to stay here until the formalities are completed and I return to the army with the first batch of guns and ammunition. Good. Leader Han's card disappeared from everyone's sight, and the remaining people each had their own ulterior motives. Director Zhu, thank you for your hospitality. We heard that your Lion brand air rifles are very good. Can we go to the air rifle production line to take a look? Wang Lijun said. Zhu Zizhong was about to nod when Qin Yang spoke up. Our air gun is just a toy. What's so good about it? Section Chief Wang is here to learn from us, so we should pass on our valuable experience to them. Director Zhu, please invite these guests to the conference room and let our sales department tell them how we develop the market. Zhu Zizhong's eyes lit up. That's right, everyone. Let's go to the conference room. Let's have tea and chat. Want to get the technology? No way. You are not allowed to go to the workshop, but the marketing department can brag about it to you. Everyone who should leave has left. Qin Yang looked at Lin Heping and said, Brother Lin, I have a sniper rifle with a longer range. Do you want to try it? Of course, I've heard about the 1,000-meter distance coin punch. The real reason I came here today is this gun. If it's as magical as the legend says, I hope the army can buy a batch. If the procedure can't be completed, then we'd rather buy it with our own money. That won't do, Brother Lin. You are fighting for your country. How can you spend your own money to purchase equipment? This is not in accordance with the procedures. If you like thick and long ones, we can give you a sample gun. No merit, no reward. Lin Heping thought of something after saying this. Xiaoyang, you are also a smart person. You should be able to see that those people from Factory 296 have ulterior motives. Do you want me to help you solve the problem? Qin Yang quickly shook his head. No, this won't do, Brother Lin. This is the dirty work within our military industry system, and it has nothing to do with your troops, so don't get involved. Don't worry, they can't cause any trouble. There is no such thing as a thief who can steal for 1,000 days. Lin Heping said, all they need to do is bribe one worker. Qin Yang smiled and said, if that's the case, we have no other choice but to let them succeed. Succeeded? Lin Heping figured out what Qin Yang was going to do and smiled. Xiaoyang, you have so many clever ideas. As the night deepened, the lights in the director's office of Factory 960 came on. This afternoon, the people from Factory 296 saw the opportunity and started to build relationships with them. Many of our factory workers from Shansheng have come into contact with them. Lu Yang's face was annoyed. They are interested in the craftsmanship of our new guns and want to steal them. No, judging from their posture, they are probably going to take away our people who are familiar with the craftsmanship. Fortunately, we have specially prepared a workshop and used the workers we trust the most. I have notified Zhang Guoqiang and his people to stay in the workshop and not come out during this period of time. Who would have thought that Factory 296 would be so mean? Zhou Yongfei said. If it weren't for the face of our sister factory, I would have kicked them out right now. They are just going to keep wasting time until we get the technology. So let them succeed. Qin Yang said. Succeed? Everyone was stunned. How can we do this? If they get the technology, will our factory still have a chance to survive? We will be squeezed out of the military industry system again. That's right. This is not the time when everyone eats from the same pot. Brother units? Ugh. Qin Baowu looked at his son steadily. Yangzi, you mean to give them? Just as the factory leaders were holding an emergency meeting, Gao Ju was lying in his dormitory, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Returning to Factory 960, he had a different feeling. This factory was completely different from the past. From top to bottom, there was an uplifting force. Everyone worked together, and the factional disputes in the past had completely disappeared. Who brought them together? This young man Qin Yang is so amazing. Boom boom. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Who? I am Wang Lijun. Hearing this name, Gao Ju's face changed. I'm already asleep. Let's talk tomorrow if you have anything to say. Lao Gao, please open the door. I brought a bottle of wine and a roast chicken. Let's chat. I'm not feeling well. Let's do it tomorrow. After being rejected, Wang Lijun returned home in disappointment. Humph, these people are stubborn. After returning, Wang Lijun put the roast chicken and wine on the table and said angrily, even the military representative refused to see me. It's useless to meet him. Leader Han was furious and came to inspect in person. It's not just because of what we said. The 960 factory's refusal to inspect by the military representative was also one of the reasons. Chief Wang, even if you get Representative Gao drunk, you won't get any technology, said Huang Xian, a gun tester who came with us. During the day, Qin Yang made everything clear. Of course I know. We have to try our luck. When Wang Lijun said this, he suddenly thought of something. Old Huang, isn't your distant cousin Huang Ming here? You are relatives. Have you contacted him? Wang Lijun asked. Don't mention it. I didn't see him. I went to his house, but his wife couldn't tell me anything. Could it be that he was transferred away due to military to civilian transition? Huang Xian was puzzled. At this moment, Su Jiqiang hurried back and said, I found out. They process all the advanced technology needed for sniper rifles in a factory. The factory is strictly guarded. 2 security officers are stationed at the door to prevent outsiders from coming in. Especially after we arrived, they ate and slept in the factory and didn't come out at all. They were afraid of coming into contact with us. Humph, we are all brother units. Do you have to be so defensive against us? Wang Lijun said angrily. Back then, we selflessly sent you the production drawings of the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle, as well as some skilled craftsmen. The Type 56 semi-automatic rifles produced by their 960 factory are of the best quality, and it's all because of the support from our 296 factory. What market economy? Bullshit. Wasn't it good as before? We have to mess around with it. The friendship among the brother factories is gone. By the way, I also found out that Huang Ming is there. Su Jiqiang continued. If he is in that factory, I have an idea. Huang Xian said. What is the solution? After they got married, they had no children. As time went on, my sister-in-law became very anxious, fearing that my cousin would not want her. She strictly restricted my cousin's contact with other women. My sister-in-law is a jealous person, said Huang Xian. You can only take action if you know everything about it. After hearing Huang Xian's words, everyone present laughed. It was already late at night, but the entire 960 factory was still brightly lit. Due to the busy production tasks, they now worked in 2 shifts, 12 hours a day, continuously producing civilian and military products. Amid the roar of the machines, there was a sudden sound of knocking on the door. Bang, bang, bang. A woman's high-pitched voice echoed through the night sky. Huang Ming, damn you. It's already 11 o'clock. Why haven't you gone home yet? Huang Ming, get out here. Suehua, please stop making trouble. I'm busy with work and won't be home for a while. You should go back. What? People who work the day and night shifts also have to take turns to rest and spend half a day at home. Why do you have to live in the factory? Tell me, are there any sluts in there? Hey, don't talk nonsense. Open the door. Open the door. Bang, bang. Chapter 66. Come back with me to pay your taxes. The factory door opened, and Zhang Guoqiang poked his head out. Sister-in-law, don't make trouble here. We are very busy. Hey, you can't go in. Before he could finish his words, the woman named Sohua trotted over to Huang Ming, who was operating the machine while checking the drawings, and grabbed his ear. Don't mess with this tigress. Huang Ming stuffed the blueprint into the pocket of his work clothes and covered his ears with his hands. No, it hurts. It hurts. It hurts. In front of so many people. Can you give me some face? Humph, you let me stay alone in an empty room. How can you save face? Come on, go home with me. It's time to pay taxes. Suehua was probably the only tough person in the entire factory. The other workers held back their laughter and watched Sohua take the man away. Zhang Guoqiang, I'm telling you, don't think that you can order people around just because you're an official. My man has been working for me for so long. If you don't feel bad for him, I do. I'm taking him away. Zhang Guoqiang smiled bitterly. You can take him away, but be careful not to let him come into contact with anyone from Factory 296. The factory has issued an order that anyone who comes into contact with them will be kicked out. I understand. Suehua responded. In the darkness, several people found the guard's blind spot and lay outside the window in an unnoticed corner of the factory, watching with great interest. The machines inside were still roaring, and several people started talking. Old Huang, your sister-in-law is too fierce, isn't she? Alas, 30 is like a wolf, 40 is like a tiger. We just said a few bad things about Huang Ming and the woman who delivered food to the cafeteria when we passed by her window, and this woman came to us angrily. This tigress is too fierce. Huang Xian swallowed his saliva and said, yes, whether it will succeed or not depends on my sister-in-law. Tomorrow morning. Hey, what are you doing? Huang Xian became a little anxious when he saw several of his companions trying to catch up. Don't we have to pay taxes? Let's go and listen. You are all grown up. Don't delay important things. That's right. Let's discuss this when we get back. Wang Lijun said, let's talk about something serious. Did you see that? It seems that Huang Ming put the blueprint in his pocket. For many, it was an unforgettable night. Wang Lijun and others went back and discussed the next steps, considering various possibilities. Lin Hepping was lying on the bed in the guest house of Factory 960, thinking about what happened that day. Holding the gun box of the 12.7mm sniper rifle that Qin Yang gave him, he was full of anticipation. He wished he could return to the battlefield immediately and blow up the enemy's head from 1,000 meters away. Huang Ming was taken back by Cui Hua and really paid his dues. It was more tiring than working in the workshop. When he woke up the next day, he had 2 panda eyes. Creak. Huang Ming gently pushed the door open and saw someone standing outside. Cousin, why are you here? What are you doing standing at the door so early in the morning? Come in. Huang Ming was surprised when he saw Huang Xian standing at the door. He had forgotten all about the request not to have any contact with the people from Factory 296. Hey, brother, you're here again? Cui Hua also came out with a smile. Huang Xian came to visit yesterday evening, but since Huang Ming was not at home, he sat for a while and then left. Why did he come again so early in the morning? With such doubts, Cui Hua looked at Huang Ming. Huang Ming held an aluminum lunchbox in his hand, which was still steaming, and a paper bag with greasy food inside. He smiled and said, I was planning to have a drink with my cousin last night, but I couldn't find him. Let's have breakfast together this morning, tofu brain and fried dough sticks, and chat for a while. I have to leave now. Leaving? So soon? Yes, there are still many things to do in the factory. Since you, Factory 960, don't welcome us very much, we won't stay here. Huang Xian said, let's have breakfast and chat at the same time. Good. The tofu pudding in the aluminum alloy lunchbox was poured into a bowl and divided into 3 portions. Huang Xian took a bite and complained, the taste is terrible. Our tofu pudding is spicy, sour, sweet, and tender, but the one here is only sweet, nothing else. After saying that, he looked at Cui Hua again. Sister-in-law, can you get used to the food here? Of course I'm not used to it. Cui Hua said, since I moved here, I haven't eaten authentic Sichuan cuisine. I can't even find the right chili to cook it myself. So do you want to go back? Go back. Cui Hua opened her eyes wide. How to go back? Cousin, what about you? Huang Xian looked at Huang Ming. Do you want to go back? If you want to go back, our 296th factory welcomes you at any time. We can help you solve your work problems and even let you join the technical department as a research and development staff. Huang Ming shook his head. Forget it. I'm fine here. Hey, what's wrong with you? Why are you? Before Cui Hua could finish her words, Huang Ming had already stood up and ran out without even bothering to put on his work clothes. I'm going to work. I'm going to be late. Late for work? Cui Hua glanced at the pendulum clock on the desk and said, come back, come back. Cui Hua said this and chased after him. Huang Xian was the only one left in the room. He looked around and saw the edge of a piece of paper sticking out of the pocket of Huang Ming's work clothes. The light blue color indicated that it was a process drawing. Yesterday, Huang Ming brought back the drawings from the production workshop. Huang Xian listened carefully outside and found that the 2 people had run far away, so he walked over quietly and opened the drawing. 7.62mm sniper rifle barrel processing process diagram. When he saw the name above, Huang Xian felt his heart pounding. He stuffed the drawing into his pocket, then strode out. He looked back at the open door and wanted to close it, but after thinking for a moment, he decided to leave it as it was. In the guest house, several people were waiting anxiously. When they saw Huang Xian hurried back, they all became anxious. Where's Huang Ming? Why didn't you bring him here? He wouldn't come, but I got this. A few people took the drawings and looked at them, and immediately became excited. Okay, you're talking about something like thermal cladding technology, ion spraying technology, and chemical vapor deposition technology. We've never heard of them. It turns out they're still plating, just with nickel plating instead of chrome plating. Wang Lijun smiled. Even though the people are unwilling to come, we already know the process. We will try a few times when we go back, and we will definitely be able to make the same type of gun. Even if the sniper rifle project fails, we can use it in other projects as the result of our technological innovation. Shall we go? Of course we have to leave. Factory 960 doesn't welcome us at all, so what's the point of staying here? The group left without saying goodbye, but they didn't notice that there was a person quietly watching them from the big tree outside their window. Brother Lin, Stop hiding and come down. Let's go have breakfast. A voice came from under the big tree. Lin Heping was stunned for a moment. He quickly jumped down, took off the makeshift leaf camouflage clothing he was wearing, and stood in front of Qin Yang. How did you find me? I was just trying to trick you. You're a scout. How would I know where you were hiding? Lin Heping smiled and said, they easily took your production process and left. Was this all arranged by you? Let's not talk about them. Let's talk about us. Brother Lin, we are going to factory 955 today. Do you want to come with us? The nickel plating of the gun barrel seems to be good. What's the problem? Lin Heping was still harping on this topic. Qin Yang glanced at him and continued walking forward. Nickel can increase strength, but not hardness, and increasing the amount of nickel will reduce the hot hardness of the steel. Lin Heping stood still and thought for 2 seconds. In other words, the gun barrel will explode? Chapter 67. Bullets coming out of the assembly line have no soul. Qin Yang didn't even turn his head. Let's go eat. I say, aren't you guys too cruel? Lin Heping followed behind with excitement in his tone. Brother Lin, that's just your guess. I didn't say anything. Qin Yang said, if you still regard me as a brother, forget what I said just now. Okay. Lin Heping gave up the topic. Whether or not they were brothers was secondary. The key point was that if they were not brothers anymore, Qin Yang would definitely not continue to explain firearms techniques to him. He was very interested in these. The quality of a gun mainly depends on the barrel. The material of the barrel is very important. Sitting in the cafeteria, looking at the tofu pudding and fried dough sticks in front of him, Lin Heping couldn't help but talk again. That's not necessarily true. Qin Yang glanced at him and said, I think bullets are more important than guns. Bullet? Lin Heping shook his head. What else could the bullet do? Brother Lin, eat quickly. After you finish eating, we will go to factory 955 and you will understand. I guarantee it will open your eyes. Okay, let's go now. Now? Wait until you're done eating. Hey, you've already finished eating. Lin Heping smiled and said, this is the skill of a scout. The mouth is only responsible for swallowing, and the stomach takes care of the rest. What's the point of being a scout if you can't eat your food quickly and quietly? Since we are scouts, we don't need to take the small road. Let's go directly over the Quota Mountain. The capital's second farm implement factory was even more rudimentary. It was so rudimentary that it only had a workshop in the deep mountains. There was not even a factory gate installed, only a door frame. Of course, there was no need to worry about someone entering by mistake. If you wanted to enter the capital's second farm implement factory, you had to pass through the capital first farm implement factory. The two factories are sister factories and have frequent exchanges. Generally, they take the path at the foot of Mount Quotu to bypass the mountain. Only some young people choose to climb the mountain directly. Qin Yang was once an uneducated second-generation factory worker, but he has climbed Mount Quota many times, just like a monkey, very agilely. However, compared with Lin Heping, he was nothing. When Qin Yang was still halfway up the mountain, Lin Heping had already climbed to the top of the mountain. By the time Qin Yang came up panting, Lin Heping had been looking at the factory building below for a long time. Yes, this factory is built more covertly than Factory 960, said Lin Heping. What's the point of hiding? Now they are going through the military to civilian transition, and their factory is even worse off than us. Qin Yang said, we can still transform into producing air guns, but they can only produce fireworks at best, and they can't even sell as well as those handicraft workshops. Let's go down. The nearest building to us is the 103 workshop responsible for bullet assembly. The factory is not large in scale, with 3 main workshops. Workshop 101 produces warheads. Workshop 102 produces shells. Workshop 103 is responsible for assembling finished products. There are also tool workshops, machine repair workshops, etc. The 2 men walked down the mountain skillfully and arrived at the door of Workshop 103, which was shaded by green trees. Before they went in, they heard the conversation inside. Isn't this embarrassing? Every bullet casing has to be measured manually. There can't be any error in the taper. This is simply nitpicking. Yes, I was asked to use a scale to weigh the propellant. Even a half-gram error is not acceptable. If you don't know, you would think I was weighing gold. Forget it. You just need to measure, and I'll do the assembly. I have to manually press the warhead, and the pressure error must not exceed 10 pa. My hands are starting to shake. Yeah, why can't we use the assembly line? Okay, stop talking. If it weren't for the order from Factory 960, our factory would be completely bankrupt. Another voice sounded. Although the processing of this batch of bullets is complicated, we will get 2 yuan for each bullet. Our first batch of 20,000 bullets will be 40,000 yuan. If you want to receive your salary normally this month, then hurry up and work. In order to fight the possible war, countless military factories were built across the country, and ammunition factories were innumerable. Now, more of these ammunition factories are idle, and it is already very good to have an order. The production equipment of the small factories in the third line is simple, and it is impossible to have a fully automatic production line, but there are semi-automatic production equipment. Nowadays, there are very few people who require pure manual assembly. Lin Heping strode in with great curiosity. This assembly workshop is not big. The entire factory building is about 200 square meters. There is a row of tables arranged in a circle against the wall. Workers in work clothes are busy in front of the tables, measuring shells, weighing propellants, assembling. Similar to the handicraft workshops in Afghanistan. There is a special semi-automatic assembly equipment in the middle of the room, but it is not running. Hearing the noise at the door, the middle-aged man who had just spoken turned his head and was stunned. "Who are you? Why are you here?" Just after he asked, he saw another familiar figure. "Yoko, you're here?" "Well, Uncle Zhang, I came over to take a look and introduce you to this person next to me, Comrade Lin Heping, who was sent by the army to be in charge of receiving this batch of guns and bullets." Comrade Lin Heping. "Hello, welcome to our inspection." Zhang Guangming, director of the General Assembly Workshop, quickly extended his hand and said, "Please rest assured, every bullet we produce is manufactured in accordance with the requirements of the 960 factory, ensuring high standards and absolutely no defects. This standard is not low. Is this what you require?" Lin Heping looked at Qin Yang beside him. Qin Yang nodded. "This batch of bullets is specially used for sniper rifles. We must strive for excellence. Bullets assembled on the assembly line are soulless. We still have to assemble them by hand, strictly enforce the requirements, and strive for excellence." Puff. Some people laughed. The sound was so loud that everyone heard it. Zhang Guangming looked over angrily and saw the back of a worker. The man was obviously trying to hold back his laughter, but his whole body was still shaking, and his two pigtails were shaking constantly. "Wang Fong, what are you laughing at? Is it so funny?" Wang Fong. Qin Yang opened his eyes wide. How come this classmate who was the same age as him and who went to school with him, even though they were not in the same compound, also went to work in the factory? It was such a pity to spend his best years of youth here. The girl named Wang Fong turned her head. She had an oval face, willow-shaped eyebrows, a pair of big watery eyes, long eyelashes, and cherry-like lips. She looked good, but her attitude at this moment made people very dissatisfied. "Qin Yang, I heard that you became a master of firearms and became a section chief at the first factory. You are really amazing. Why didn't I realize you were so capable when I was in school?" "I am a late bloomer," Qin Yang said. "Really? Why do I feel like you're promoting superstition? These past few days, we've guessed all sorts of reasons, but we never thought there would be this statement, that bullets assembled on an assembly line have no soul." "Okay, Wang Fong, stop questioning your leadership." Zhang Guangming frowned. "Get back to work. The comrades in the army are here to urge us to produce this batch of bullets." Qin Yang shook his head helplessly. How come no one believed in the diligence and ambition of such a bad young man? Xiao Yang is right. Lin Heping said. For a sharpshooter, he is unwilling to use bullets produced on an assembly line. He prefers to modify them himself. Bullets assembled on an assembly line have no soul. This sentence is so insightful. Brother Lin made me proud. Chapter 68. I just treated you as brothers, but now you want to eat us? If you want to hit the target accurately, you not only need a good gun, but bullets are also important. As a scout, Lin Heping knows this very well. The taper of the cartridge case, the amount of propellant, and the pressure error of the bullet will all cause the initial velocity of the bullet leaving the barrel to change, and thus cause changes in the trajectory. If one wants to accurately hit a coin from 500 meters away, then these errors must be reduced. Qin Yang's request was very clear. As long as they could strictly implement it, they could produce a batch of special bullets specifically for snipers. On the battlefield, they could use this bullet to strike the enemy more accurately. Xiaoyang, what is your relationship? Wang Fong turned her head and asked curiously again. He is my brother Lin. Qin Yang said, my brother Lin has returned from the battlefield, and his words carry more weight than mine. Coming down from the battlefield? As soon as these words were spoken, the situation changed immediately. Everyone stood up and looked at Lin Heping, especially some young female workers, whose eyes were full of admiration. Comrade of the People's Liberation Army, have you returned from the battlefield? How many enemies have you killed with your own hands? Wang Fong's voice was trembling. My brother Lin. Qin Yang was very proud at this time. Humph. Wang Fong was always against him when he was in school. Whenever he did something bad, she would report to the teacher and also go to his father to complain, causing him to be beaten several times. Now, those fiery eyes looking at brother Lin were clearly full of admiration. Qin Yang was about to praise brother Lin when he was interrupted by Lin Heping. Comrades, The batch of bullets you are currently producing will be shipped to the battlefield immediately to eliminate the enemy from a long distance, so the requirements are relatively high. I hope you will all take a serious work attitude. Lin Heping said, this is not only related to whether we can shoot and kill the enemy, but also to the lives of our soldiers. Comrades in the People's Liberation Army, please rest assured that we will strive for excellence. We will never send out any unqualified bullets from the factory. Wang Fong spoke. This Wang Fong must have fallen for Brother Lin. Humph, let's see how you, a proud female classmate, will beg me for Brother Lin's contact information in the future. I, Qin Yang, want to settle all the previous accounts. What should I ask for then? Qin Yang has returned to the thinking of the uneducated second-generation factory worker. Thank you all for your hard work. Lin Heping stood at attention and saluted. His posture was so handsome. Let's keep working. Zhang Guangming was also very happy. The error required for the bullet was too small, and everyone had complaints. However, after Lin Heping came here to encourage them, everyone finally stopped complaining and started to work seriously. Would you like to continue inspecting here or go to other workshops? Zhang Guangming turned to the two of them again. Let's go find the factory manager. I have a new plan here. If it is implemented well, our factory will be able to grow and develop. Qin Yang said, okay, I'll take you there. The entire second factory is not large, and the office building is just a two-story building. The atmosphere in the conference room on the first floor is lively. Yangzi, no, Section Chief Qin is a man who will make a big splash if he doesn't make a name for himself. In recent months, the development of Factory 1 has made us both envious and sad. Factory Director Tang Wenlong said, now, thanks to Factory 1, our factory has also received orders from the military. Please rest assured that there will be no quality problems. Yes, the first factory is good at both military and civilian products, and both are strong enough. Deputy Factory Director Wang Jia said, in the future, we just need to follow the first factory and eat some soup. Director Wang, please don't say that. We have always been brother factories. Our first factory has become prosperous, so of course we won't forget the second factory. Now we have a great opportunity. If we seize it, our second factory can become the leader in the industry. Industry leader. If this sentence had been said a few months ago, no one would believe Qin Yang, but now, everyone opened their eyes wide, waiting for Qin Yang's next words. Chief Qin, go on. Tang Wenlong was very excited. Have you heard that the last time we went to the capital for a meeting, we were given the task of developing 5.8mm caliber general-purpose bullets? Qin Yang asked. Yes, I heard about the experience at that time. Tang Wenlong didn't finish his words and suddenly reacted. Chief Qin, are you going to put the production task of 5.8mm bullets in our second factory? The military has a discipline of confidentiality. Qin Yang had already proposed a related plan during the last meeting, but people who did not attend the meeting only heard some interesting things at most, such as hitting coins from 1,000 meters away, but it was absolutely impossible for them to hear the core content. So, they only now realized that Qin Yang was planning to place the production task in their factory. If the troops were to be fully equipped, the production task of bullets would be quite huge. Their 955 factory would also become a first-tier factory. Thinking of this, everyone was excited. That's right. The condition I negotiated with my superiors is that our factory should produce it. Very good. Follow the factory, and you'll have meat to eat. Amidst everyone's sighs, Zhang Guangming vaguely heard something. Our factory? Qin Yang mentioned this word several times. It didn't sound like a polite remark. That's right, Qin Yang said. If we want to produce brand new 5.8mm bullets, we need a complete set of automated production lines. At the same time, the geographical location here is not convenient. We have to move our entire factory back to the capital, and all this costs money. If the second factory is merged into our first factory, all this money can be paid by our first factory. The lively atmosphere just now disappeared in an instant. Wang Jia still had a smile on his face, but his tone was already very cold. Section Chief Qin, do you mean that your first factory is going to eat up our second factory? Just now I treated you as my brothers, but now you want to eat us? Although this sentence was not spoken, the meaning was clear. Of course not. After all, we are brother factories, and we have a good relationship. If you don't want to merge into our first factory, we will definitely not force you. Qin Yang said. It's just that the production process of 5.8mm bullets is very complicated and the demand is large. If the second factory does not relocate and introduce equipment, it will not be able to meet the production needs. Then we can only think of other ways. Bang! Wang Jia slammed the table and said, Yangzi, you have never been a good person since you were a child. You have always been a troublemaker and have done whatever you want. Now that you have grown up and become capable, Your ambitions have become even greater. Old Wang. Director Wang. The other people tried to dissuade him. Uncles and uncles, this is just my personal idea. You should think about it first. Now it is a market economy, survival of the fittest. We can only grow bigger and compete with other units by working together. I, Qin Yang, promise. Get out. Wang Zhihe roared, his hands clenched into fists, his eyes filled with anger, and it was obvious that he was about to hit someone. Okay, calm down first. I'm leaving. I'll take you there. Zhang Guangming stood up and followed the two men out. As he walked, he explained, don't be angry. Director Wang is also anxious. He has no ill will towards you. Yes, I know. Uncle Zhang, you should go back. It will be easier for you to speak freely when I'm not here. This matter is extremely important to your factory. It can even be said to be a matter of life and death. You should hold a meeting to discuss it. Zhang Guangming stopped in his tracks. What Yangzi said was right. After leaving the office building, Qin Yang took a deep breath. Lin Heping looked at him with a smile. Xiaoyang, you brought me here to be your bodyguard and shield, right? If I hadn't been there just now, you would have been beaten up. Qin Yang was also helpless. If he didn't lend a helping hand, Factory 955 would soon go bankrupt. Now that he had brought them to the top of the industry, they actually still didn't agree? Not willing to bend over backwards for a few pieces of silver? Alas, people of this era still don't understand the cruelty of the market economy. But they will understand. Teach them yourself. Chapter 69. Tricking them? No, we are helping them. Factory 960 office. Yangzi is so awesome. He sent these people away so easily. Humph, if they stayed here for 10 days or half a month, how much food would be wasted? Zhu Zizhong said excitedly. Of course, all of this was Qin Yang's plan. After some discussion last night, he concluded that Huang Ming's family was most likely to be won over, so he simply took advantage of the situation and made some arrangements. Although they are relatives, they are only distant relatives, and they don't have much contact with each other on a regular basis. Now that Factory 960 is thriving, Huang Ming certainly won't listen to Huang Xian's deception and follow the people from Factory 296. People who have access to core secrets are all very reliable. Huang Ming's wife Zuehua indulged in her acting addiction. Yes, it's easier to invite gods than to send them away. We didn't invite these people here, Zhou Yongfei said. Now that they're gone, we can finally have some peace. We're still busy, so we don't have time to play tricks on them. Everyone, if our factory wants to continue to develop, we have to consider relocating as a whole. Qin Baohua said, there is no future for development in the mountains. Since we are the capital's #1 farm implement factory, we must move to the capital. Yes, we must move to the capital. Zhu Zizhong made up his mind. We have to report to the superiors to request relocation land. Next, our factory will expand in scale, and there is no space in the mountain valley. We will build the factory ourselves and don't expect the superiors to allocate funds to us. When the superiors saw that we were making money, they even stopped caring about the expenses of the employee hospital. By the way, where is Yangzi? Unknowingly, Qin Yang has become their backbone. Whenever they encounter various complicated problems, they have to ask Qin Yang for solutions, and Qin Yang will definitely come up with the best solution. He went to the second factory. Qin Baohua said, if our factory wants to grow and develop, we have to merge with the second factory. Our factory leader is not convenient to come forward, so he went to test the attitude of the other side first. Deputy Director Wang from the second factory is a stubborn ass. He probably won't agree. Zhou Yongfei frowned and said, how about I go there? No need. At this moment, a voice came from outside. Qin Yang has returned swiftly. Yangzi, you're back? How did things go? Qin Baohua asked nervously. Director Wang had the biggest reaction and almost hit me on the spot, said Qin Yang. Everyone's face changed. Yangzi, you are not hurt. Ahem, everyone, stop calling each other Yangzi Yangzi. In formal occasions, you should call Section Chief Qin. Zhu Zizhong said, Section Chief Qin is alive and well now. He must not be injured. Let's listen to Section Chief Qin and see what arrangements should be made next. Director Zhu, I have a solution. After hearing this, everyone opened their eyes wide. That's right. Let's do it. Section Chief Qin's plan is good. Qin Baohua frowned a little. We are all brothers in the same unit. Is it appropriate to cheat them like this? Dad, this is also to help them. Qin Yang said, if they follow us, they will have meat to eat. If they don't follow us, they will be gone in no time. We are helping them. The morning sun shone on the North Bay area near the factory. A white two-story building was bathed in warm sunlight. A large wooden sign at the door reflected the sunlight. There was a row of powerful characters, Farm Implement Factory, Employees Hospital. To all the inpatients, we are very sorry. As our hospital is about to relocate, please go to the first floor to complete the discharge procedures. A nurse in white appeared at the door of the ward like an angel and shouted to the people inside. Her voice was clear, melodious, and full of tenderness. However, the answer was not so polite. What? Discharged? We are not fully recovered yet. How can we be discharged? Yes, that's right. How should we treat it next? The patients were immediately furious. Everyone can go home and rest. If you feel unwell, you can go to Xuanwu Hospital later. Nonsense, it sounds nice, but going to Xuanwu Hospital doesn't cost money. You can pay first, and then ask your company to reimburse you after you are done with the treatment. We won't leave. Let's see if you can drive us away. It's fine for you all to stay here. Our hospital will be relocated soon. If you stay, you will just take up a bed. Our medical equipment and staff will be moved out one after another. You should make plans as soon as possible. What? You guys at Factory 1 are going too far. That's right. We are all brothers in the same factory. How can you ignore us? There was a commotion in the hospital. Outside, Qin Baoguo frowned and looked at Qin Yang beside him. Yangzi, I always feel guilty for doing this. Dad, I've already investigated. Those who live in the staff hospital are all from the second factory. They are just here to get by. They don't need to be hospitalized for anything, such as corns, arm pain, or leg pain. Especially one of them is called Tang Yechen. He just started working last year, and it's not even a year yet. He has been living in the hospital for half a year. Humph, he is planning to use this method to pick up a date. We can't keep supporting them. We should have driven them away long ago. All the idle people in our first factory are busy now. Why should they let us drink their blood? Brothers should settle accounts clearly. Humph, let's go talk to their factory director. At this moment, a high-decibel voice sounded. Did you hear that? Qin Yang said with a smile. Dad, are these people with strong energy sick? Do they need to be hospitalized? But they're going to cause trouble for our factory. We are not their fathers. Qin Yang said. Why should we support them? There was a mountain called Quotu between the first and second factories, and the second factory was too small, so the two factories shared a staff hospital. The doctors in this staff hospital were all sent by Xuanwu Hospital, and their medical level was very high, and they could perform all kinds of major surgeries. After the founding of the People's Republic of China, the country established a free medical system. There were a large number of barefoot doctors in rural areas, and employee hospitals were set up in large and medium-sized state-owned enterprises in cities. All general diseases were treated free of charge in employee hospitals, and the expenses of treatment in other hospitals could be fully reimbursed by the units. However, after the reform and opening up, the medical system has gradually become unable to adapt to the development of the market economy. The employee hospitals of enterprises have become a bottomless pit and may even drag down the enterprises. In August 1984, the Health Department drafted a report on several policy issues concerning health work reform and obtained approval from higher authorities the following year to start medical reform. The basic idea was to delegate power and make concessions, expand hospital autonomy, liberalize and revitalize the economy, and improve hospital efficiency and benefits. However, when it comes to a specific staff hospital, special circumstances will be handled specially. For example, the third-line factories are already a burden, let alone the employee hospitals. The staff hospital of the farm tool factory used to be maintained by funding from higher authorities, but after Factory 960 made a profit, all the expenses of the staff hospital were shifted to the farm tool factory. It's easy enough for Factory 960's own workers to see a doctor, but why should we subsidize the medical expenses for Factory 955? That's what I said, but now they are out. Qin Baoguo was still very nervous. It's better for me, an ignorant young man, to take the lead, Qin Yang said, standing on the originally narrow road, with his hands on his waist, looking at those who came out. Stop. What do you want to do? What's so scary? Brother Lin is hiding nearby. If these people dare to take action, Brother Lin and I can beat them down. Qin Yang. That's right. Qin Yang, who has been in the spotlight recently. My fellow patients, you all look full of energy. Are you planning to go to the southern border to fight the enemy? Qin Yang said in a sarcastic tone. If so, our factory will give each of you a 56 and a half rifle and 200 rounds of ammunition. Qin Yang, this matter has nothing to do with you. Get out of the way. What has nothing to do with me? The staff hospital ignored the hospitalization issues of those of us who got sick from working in the factory and ignored our request to relocate. Yes, that's it. Then you have found the wrong person. Qin Yang said, you are from the second factory. Your illness and hospitalization should be the responsibility of your second factory. But your factory is going to move the hospital. Our entire factory is moving, and of course the staff hospital will move as well. If you want to continue to be hospitalized, go find your factory leaders and ask them to open the staff hospital. What's the point of you going to our factory to make trouble? You're moving the entire factory? That's right. If the factory wasn't going to relocate, why would we move the staff hospital? Chapter 70 No difficulties? Then create difficulties. Factory 955 conference room. Anyway, I just don't agree. Why should Factory 960 eat us? Wang Jia shook his head like a rattle. Didn't they just make a few bucks? Now they look down on everyone. Is being rich such a big deal? Zhang Guangming had a helpless look on his face. When he heard Qin Yang's proposal just now, he was a little dissatisfied, but now thinking about it, he felt that this plan was actually good. The 7.62mm bullet was already saturated, and they could become the industry leader by switching to 5.8mm bullets. Even if it becomes a subsidiary of Factory 960, it doesn't matter. We still live our lives as usual. It's really great to have money. Now it's a market economy. How can we live without money? We should bow our heads when we should. However, Wang Jia did not think so. This man had a stubborn temper, and once he made up his mind, no one could change him. It was because of this character that he was valued by a superior and became the deputy factory director. Factory director Tang Wenlong has not made any statement, and no one knows what he is thinking. The meeting lasted for several hours without much progress, and then a noisy sound was heard outside. What's going on outside? Tang Wenlong asked. I'll go out and take a look, Zhang Guangming said as he stood up. Before he reached the door of the meeting room, the door was pushed open with a bang. A large group of people in hospital gowns stood at the door, led by the troublesome Tang Yechen. What are you doing? Can't you see that the factory is holding a meeting to discuss important matters? Zhang Guangming's face darkened. Why are you here instead of recuperating in the hospital? These people are the troublemakers in the factory. If the factory cannot pay their wages, they will cause trouble. These people demand to stay in the staff hospital, and the factory is of course happy to have some peace and quiet. But I didn't expect that these people would not rest properly in the staff hospital, but actually come to disrupt the factory meeting. We were kicked out. We asked the factory leaders to make the decision for us. Kicked out? Why did the factory kick people out? Wang Jia stood up and said, I'll make the decision for you. Let's go. Wang Jia realized almost instantly that it was Factory 1 that was causing trouble. Factory 2 did not agree to their merger plan, so they tampered with the staff hospital. Director Wang, don't be anxious. Let's listen to what everyone has to say. Zhang Guangming immediately felt that something was wrong. There must be something else going on here. That's right. Why were you kicked out? Where are the people in the hospital from Factory 1? Tang Wenlong also spoke. They said that the staff hospital was going to be relocated and we couldn't live there anymore. No one was hospitalized at the first factory. Move? Tang Wenlong frowned. As the factory director, he could certainly see the risks hidden behind it. If they want to relocate, then they can relocate. What does this have to do with the staff hospital? Our second factory is still here. Even if they don't need the hospital, we still have to use it. Wang Jia said, all of you go out first and stop making a fuss here. I'll call my superiors. As Wang Jia spoke, he walked towards the telephone beside him, but the people at the door did not move. What? Why aren't you leaving yet? Wang Jia glanced at everyone seriously. Director Wang, let's wait at the door. If we can't be hospitalized here, we can only go to Xuanwu Hospital. I heard that the factory has resumed work recently. If we go there, the factory will have to advance our medical expenses. Tang Yechen said and walked out. Wang Jia's eyes flashed with anger. You are not sick and are hospitalized, but now you want the factory to advance your medical expenses? This matter should have been dealt with long ago. However, these are things that need to be dealt with later. This is an internal conflict within the factory, so let's resolve the issue with Factory 1 first. Hello, is this Xuanwu Hospital? I'm from the Capital Number 2 Farm Implement Factory. Are you going to move the employee hospital you set up here? If you leave, how will the employees of our Number 2 factory get medical treatment? Although Wang Jia is stubborn, it doesn't mean he is stupid. Now that he has calmed down, he decides to call Xuanwu Hospital first. After all, the staff hospital is theoretically a branch of Xuanwu Hospital. What? All the expenses of the staff hospital are paid by the first factory. It's no longer your responsibility. Hearing this, everyone present changed their expressions. Wang Jia felt a rumbling in his head. The voice of the director of Xuanwu Hospital continued to come from the phone. That's right. The Farm Tool Factory Employees Hospital will be relocated to the capital as a whole and will be completely separated from our Xuanwu Hospital. To be honest, the people in our hospital are also envious. Who doesn't want to be a doctor in the capital? Then what should we do? Wang Jia said angrily. They moved the hospital away. What about our second factory? Hey, aren't you going to move with us? If you don't move, what's the point of staying in that mountain village? To be honest, it's too difficult for us to redeploy medical staff there to support the staff hospital again. Everyone wants to go to the big city. Who wants to go to your mountain village? This is no longer the era of dedication. I have something else to do. I'll hang up now. After hanging up the phone, Wang Jiha clenched his fists. They are creating a crisis for us and forcing us to agree to their demands. It is easy to connect what happened today. Because factory number 2 did not agree to be merged, factory number 1 cut off their financial support. Director Wang, since the expenses of the staff hospital are all paid by the factory, it is only natural for them to move the hospital away. Zhang Guangming said, we have no right to blame them. Even if they leave the staff hospital to US, can our factory afford the expenses of the staff hospital? If factory 1 goes bankrupt, the workers at factory 2 won't be able to get medical treatment anymore. The workers' hospital is just a beginning, and there are many other difficulties waiting for them. The brother factories that once cooperated with them are going to separate, and they will be in a very difficult situation or even unable to survive at all. Yes, I think it would be better for us to agree to the request of Factory 1 and merge Factory 2 into their Factory 1, so that we can have a brighter future for development. No, Wang Jiha still insisted. They are using such despicable means to force us to agree. Humph. We absolutely cannot compromise. Bang. Just then, the door was pushed open again. Director Wang, are we going to merge with Factory 1? Yes, it would be great if it were merged. I heard that their factory is very rich and the workers can receive benefits every now and then. How can they not be rich if they earn foreign exchange through foreign trade? Who let you in? Wang Jiha looked at Tang Yuchen and others at the door angrily. He was in a hurry just now and forgot that there was a group of people waiting outside. Director Wang, why don't you agree to the merger? Are you afraid that after the merger, you, as deputy director, will be demoted to a lower level? Tang Yuchen began to speak in rapid fire. Bullshit. Wang Jiha, who was full of anger, suddenly exploded. His mind was blank at this moment, and he only thought about beating people up. When he saw the chair in front of him, he immediately picked it up and smashed it on Tang Yuchen's head. Everyone was stunned and failed to stop it in time. Snap! The chair broke, and Tang Yuchen's head was split open. He fell to the ground and shouted loudly. He's hitting someone. Director Wang is hitting someone. I'll have to stay in the hospital for 2 or 3 years this time. Chapter 71 Voices from Ordinary Workers. Xiaoyang, you really make me feel a little scared. Lin Heping sat on the red stone of Quota Mountain, holding a piece of grass in his hand and chewing it in his mouth, while sighing. Brother Lin, you are a scout, the kind of soldier who can break the enemy's neck with a snap on the battlefield. Is there anything you are afraid of? Qin Yang, who was sitting next to him, looked at the beautiful scene below with boredom and spoke. No matter how brave a soldier is, he can only kill a few enemies. It's just the courage of a common man. Now you are playing with others without any expression. Your ability to play with people's hearts is really scary. Lin Heping said. Lin Heping's task was to wait to receive guns and ammunition. He stayed behind just to touch a few guns that could hit coins from 1,000 meters away, but he accidentally became brothers with Qin Yang and also witnessed Qin Yang's way of doing things. He wanted to merge the second factory, but the other party disagreed. As a result, he tampered with the staff hospital shared by the 2 factories, instigating the employees of the second factory to cause trouble in the factory. Even if the superiors came to investigate, he could completely shirk responsibility. Those hospitalized workers became Qin Yang's helpers without knowing it. This kind of operation is so admirable, as he figured out these people's thoughts thoroughly. Brother Lin, can you use some positive words? What does it mean to play with people's hearts? Who did I play with? I was helping the second factory. You also know that we want to invent 5.8mm universal bullets, and we want to make a fortune with the second factory. Qin Yang did use some tricks, but he has a clear conscience. Someone was beaten up. Director Wang beat up someone. I will have to stay in the hospital for 2 to 3 years this time. At this moment, a voice came along with the cool mountain breeze. It seems to have worked. Qin Yang said, this Director Wang is really something. We live in a society ruled by law now. How can he hit someone? Such a person is not a qualified leader. It is best for him to reflect on himself for a while. Xiaoyang, these people in the hospital are not good people. If your factory 1 merges with the second factory, these people will also be unstable factors. Lin Heping said, how do you plan to deal with them? This is a market economy. It's not that easy for them to eat from the same pot. Qin Yang smiled and said, our factory will never keep lazy people. Seeing Qin Yang's confident look, Lin Heping did not say his offer to help. After all, he was just a passerby and he didn't know whether they would have any more interactions in the future. The 2 of them were watching the excitement leisurely on the hillside. The second factory was in complete chaos. Director Wang, what right did you hit people? Tang Yuchen's mother Zhao Jinhua ran over from the staff quarters when she heard that her son had returned. When she arrived at the scene, she saw her son bleeding from the head. She was heartbroken and squatted down, hugged her son, and shouted angrily. Wang Jihe has regained his sanity. He had accumulated a lot of anger over the past day, and just now he was stimulated by Tang Yuchen's words. His head suddenly buzzed, and he did it without thinking twice. Now he feels a little regretful, but as a factory director, he absolutely cannot easily admit his mistakes to a woman. He deserves to be beaten. Wang Jihe said, since he entered the factory, he has been going to the hospital frequently. If all the workers in the factory follow his example, who will continue to work in the workshop? The current situation of our factory has a lot to do with people like him. Zhao Jinhua insisted. Director Wang, please stop making trouble. My son Yuchen is in the hospital because he is tired from working for the factory. If the factory thinks that his hospitalization is not good, they can also issue a notice or a document. Why do you hit him? You must give us an explanation today. Humph. Everyone just heard it outside. Factory 1 is going to merge with our Factory 2. This is such a good thing. Why don't the factory leaders agree? Xiao Tang just said a few truthful words, and he was beaten by Director Wang. A fellow patient of Tang Yuchen spoke up. What? Factory 1 wants to merge with us? Factory 1's treatment is very good. Yes, I heard that the first factory also discussed a foreign trade project and earned 5 million in foreign exchange for our country. Following a factory is what we want most. This news spread like wildfire throughout the entire second factory in a matter of minutes. More and more people gathered around. Originally, the two factories were brother factories with frequent exchanges with each other. However, in the past few months, they have lost that brotherly feeling. When they go to Factory 1, they always feel inferior to it because Factory 1 has become more developed. Looking at Factory 1 thriving and Factory 2 unable to pay wages, who wouldn't be envious? Now, Factory 1 is going to merge with Factory 2. So we will be one family from now on, and the treatment will definitely be the same. This is a good thing that is hard to find even with a lantern. How come our factory didn't agree to such a good idea? Zhao Jinhua asked a soul-searching question. My daughter Yuchen spoke on behalf of the working class, but was beaten by the factory leaders. It's all because of their small officials. They used to be the same leaders as the leaders of Factory 1, but now they have become subordinates of Factory 1. They feel unbalanced. The patient continued. This conclusion can be easily inferred. For ordinary workers, it doesn't matter whether it is Factory 1, Factory 2, or any other factory. As long as they can work and make money, it doesn't matter at all. It is the factory leaders who care about who is merged by whom. They are afraid of being inferior. Humph, we don't care what the factory leaders think. Anyway, as long as this kind of thing is good for our employees, we will support it. That's right. If the factory leaders don't agree, we'll go to our superiors and complain. We'll write a letter of denunciation. The calls outside are getting louder and louder. Wang Jihe looked angry. For the factory leaders? Humph, as if I, Wang Jihe, did it for myself. Well, since you are so eager to eat the food given out of pity, I won't say anything. I don't care about this matter anymore. Don't worry, everyone. Tang Wenlong stood up and said, the merger of Factory 1 and Factory 2 has just started. This is a big deal. There are many procedures and considerations. Next, we will continue to negotiate with Factory 1 and guarantee a satisfactory answer to everyone. Please wait patiently. Humph, unless you go now, we won't believe it. That's right. If the factory leaders go talk to the first factory right now, I won't hold Director Wang responsible. Tang Yuchen was also willing to risk his life. I'll get hurt a little and bleed a little, but it's worth it for the bright future of our factory. These days, if a factory leader beats a worker, it's not really a big deal, and it's likely to be made into a small matter by the factory. Now, Tang Yuchen is taking advantage of the situation and will make everyone in the factory remember his benefits. Factory number 2 can follow factory number 1 in enjoying the good life. And that's all thanks to Tang Yuchen. You're not going to pursue the matter? You're so arrogant. What? Director Wang, do you think being a factory director is so great? If you dare to touch my Yuchen again, I will fight you. Zhao Jinhua said. Chapter 72 The Joy of Eavesdropping. When night fell, Zhu Zizhong, together with Zhou Yongfei and Qin Baohua, smiled and escorted Tang Wenlong and others out of the office building. Director Tang, it's settled then. Your second factory will report to the higher authorities and request to merge with our first factory. Zhu Zizhong finally shook hands with Tang Wenlong. This will make our two brother factories look like one family and avoid gossip. Yes, we will file a report after we return. From now on, we will have new development opportunities. Tang Wenlong said. Under the market economy, we should also work together to create a more brilliant future. After some politeness, both sides finally parted. Watching the backs of the leaders of the second factory disappear in the afterglow of the setting sun, Zhu Zizhong was extremely moved. Within one day, the intention of merging the second factory was completed. Only Yangzi could come up with such a way to force the palace. It would be ideal if Factory 2 took the initiative to report to its superiors. If Factory 1 spoke up, it would appear aggressive. Now this outcome is the best. That's right, Director Qin has a very capable son. Zhou Yongfei also sighed. According to Zhou Yongfei's idea, he should take bottles of wine and cooked food and go to Wang Jia for a drink and rely on personal relationships to slowly persuade him. This would take time and might not be effective. Qin Yang directly drove the workers from the second factory to force the palace, and the matter was finalized on the same day. The efficiency was so high that it made people sigh. By the way, where is Yangzi? Should we strike while the iron is hot and discuss the next plan for relocation? Zhu Zizhong continued to ask. I don't know what he is busy with. Qin Baohua looked around and said, I'll go find him. Come on, Brother Lin. You are Yangzi's elder brother, so you are my elder brother. At this time, in the guest house, several people were drinking. Zhang Chao excitedly raised his glass and said to Lin Heping, Yangzi and I have been friends since we were young. I am now the head of the sales department because of Yangzi. Alas, this sales job requires running back and forth, and it is very busy. Today I have the opportunity to drink with Brother Lin. I'll drink first. As he said that, Zhang Chao raised his head and drank the glass of wine. Chaozi, don't just drink. You must also not forget the important matter. Brother Lin has taken a fancy to our sniper rifle. One is not enough. We have to give Brother Lin 10. Even if this kind of gun is mass-produced, the process still needs to go through your sales department. Originally, a gun must have a model number, but the sniper rifles of Factory 960 were produced too quickly and the process of issuing models was very complicated. So far, the imitation SVD sniper rifle has received a positive response and will be awarded the model name of Type 80 sniper rifle by superiors, but this 12.7mm caliber sniper rifle still has no model number. However, this will not cause confusion. Qin Yang casually gave it the name of a sniper rifle. Hearing Qin Yang say this, Lin Heping quickly shook his head. No, since you want 10, let's pay according to the rules. Brother Lin, according to the rules, the funds are allocated by the superiors, and you can't pay out of your own pockets. Besides, this gun is not cheap. The cost of one in our factory is about 50,000. Your salary is not enough. For our factory, it is just a drizzle. Don't worry. 50,000. This gun is expensive, but it's not more than 10,000. Zhang Chao just complained in his heart, but still had a smile on his face. After this period of experience, he has matured a long time ago. What Yangzi said must make sense. Okay, no wonder we couldn't find you in the factory. You were drinking here. At this moment, a girl's voice came from outside. Qin Yang knew it was Wang Fong who came without looking up. He had been waiting for this girl for a long time. It seemed that she came out after get off work. What's wrong? Can't I drink? I'm already over 18, and you still want to tell tales. You are here to drink and celebrate, right? You played tricks on me and forced my dad to agree to your first factory merging with our second factory. Hey, don't say that. Qin Yang glanced at Wang Fong and said, we are honest people who follow the rules. Don't throw dirty water on us. Her father, Lin Heping, was a little curious. Is her father Director Wang of the second factory? Yes. Otherwise, why would I tolerate her snitching on me before? If it was someone else, I would have killed them. Qin Yang said, if it wasn't for her father, she wouldn't have been able to work in the second factory. Hey, Qin Yang, don't say that. Now it was Wang Fong's turn to get anxious. I joined the factory as a worker to take over my mother's job. It has nothing to do with my father. Bullets can be produced by both men and women. Women are even more patient and meticulous and can do better than men, so there is a group of women workers in the second factory. After Wang Fong graduated, she had nothing to do and took over her mother's job, which was normal in this era. What are you doing here? If you have something to say it now. Don't delay us from drinking. Hearing Qin Yang's question, Wang Fong blushed slightly. I'm not here to see you. I'm off work, and I want to listen to Comrade Lin's stories about the war. Listen to stories? Okay, here we have wine and stories. Qin Yang stood up and said, well, Brother Lin, I suddenly remembered that I have work to do, so I won't drink with you. Chaozi, come with me. Zhang Chao stood up in surprise, and at this moment he wanted to say in his heart, I also want to hear stories about war. Hey, what's wrong with you? Lin Heping was a little anxious. In all these years, he had never been alone with a young girl. Brother Lin, you guys chat. When you get tired, you can also do what you love together. Although people of this era may not understand this double entendre, it still feels good to say it. Qin Yang came out with Chaozi, and Zhang Chao finally spoke. Yangzi, we haven't finished drinking yet, and there is still so much food. Leave it for them to eat. Qin Yang said, Brother Lin's lifelong event may be resolved tonight. So where are we going? Of course I eavesdropped. Hearing Qin Yang say this, Zhang Chao also became excited. He had done this kind of thing many times before, and now he was going to repeat the joy of those years. Yangzi, you are here? Chaozi, you are here too? Let's go to the meeting. At this moment, Qin Baowo appeared in front of the two. Meeting. Qin Yang frowned. Can I not go? Of course not. This is a major matter related to the relocation of our factory. So, Qin Yang could only follow his father to the meeting. These days, there are endless meetings. I miss the joy of eavesdropping so much. They were already very familiar with each other, and Qin Yang had something to do. So when he entered the meeting room, Qin Yang went straight to the point. It's impossible for us to move to the main urban area of the capital. Forget it. We won't squeeze with them. We just need to find a suitable space near the main urban area. It has to be large. Our factory will develop very quickly in the future. Qin Yang introduced according to his own ideas. It would be best if it was a factory in the past and is now abandoned. We don't even need to build a factory building. If there is a steel-making furnace, it would be even better. Steel-making furnace? Everyone was surprised again. Why would we, a gun maker, need a steel-making furnace? Moreover, the capital has one of the best steel groups in the country. When we make weapons in the future, we may need special steel. For the sake of confidentiality, it is most appropriate for us to smelt it ourselves. Qin Yang said, if you put it that way, I can think of a place. There is a small steel mill near Shay that was built during the Great Steel Production Campaign in 1958. Now the mill has been abandoned. The conditions there are good, especially for storing iron, ore, and coke. There is a large open-air warehouse, plus the wasteland nearby. It is estimated to be 200 to 300 acres. Zhou Yongfei said, it's just that it's a bit far from the main urban area. It's not far, not far. That place is just right. We must go there as soon as possible to take a look. Qin Yang said, in the 1980s, the third ring road had just been built. Shay, 30 kilometers away from the center of the capital, was certainly far enough away, but Qin Yang didn't care. No matter how far it was still within the sixth ring road. Even if the factory closed down in the future, the land would still be valuable. Chapter 73. The steel plant that was said to be abandoned is now smoking? Alas, there are endless meetings. They are long and boring. After leaving the office building, Qin Yang looked at the starry sky and couldn't help but sigh. Yangzi, let's go home and discuss this. Qin Baowo was still very excited. Dad, you go back first. Chaozi and I still have some things to deal with. At this time, Qin Baowo was very convinced by his son's words, and he said, well, then you go. Zhang Chao felt excited. Although he was already a powerful person in the factory, he was still less than 20 years old. He had been busy with work and had been very bored during this period. Now he was going to repeat the happy times in the past. The two men nimbly climbed up the outer wall of the guest house and approached the room where Lin Heping lived. It was quiet inside, with no sound at all. What's going on? The story is over. Let's study the mysteries of the human body together. There must be some movement, even if it's just the creaking sound of the bed. Hey, what are you doing? With this level of ability, how can you be a thief? A shout suddenly came from below. Zhang Chao wanted to run away immediately, but Qin Yang had already recognized the other party's voice. Brother Lin, why are you down there? Why? It's all your fault. What's the point of listening to this story? Lin Heping was somewhat helpless. I sent her back. What? Both of them were stunned. The girl took the initiative to throw herself into his arms. You are wasting her talent. You gave up such a good opportunity? What are you doing? Brother Lin, we just finished a meeting and wanted to continue chatting with you, but your door was locked, so we planned to climb in through the window. You guys are so boring, come in. The three of them came into the room and found the wine and meat were there, so they continued to eat and drink. Brother Lin, Wang Fong is a good girl. She mustered up the courage to come here, and she really loves you. Qin Yang said, are you rejecting her just like that? Brother Lin's child is already 2 or 3 years old. How can he do such a thing? Lin Heping rolled his eyes at Qin Yang. I know you mean well, but why don't you ask for my opinion first? Qin Yang finally reacted. Ordinary privates are definitely unmarried young men, but someone like Lin Heping, who is already the commander of the division's reconnaissance unit, is of course married and has children. It's only the 1980s now. Having casual sex is not only morally corrupt, but in serious cases you'll have to eat peanuts. I'm sorry, Brother Lin. What kind of person is my sister-in-law? Your sister-in-law is a military doctor. Forget it. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's continue drinking and chatting. By the way, what are your plans for tomorrow? Tomorrow we plan to go to the vicinity of the capital and inspect an abandoned iron and steel plant, Qin Yang said. Well, I'm fine too. I'll go with you. Okay, then let's bring 2 air guns tomorrow and hunt some prey if we have the chance. Qin Yang made the decision immediately. When going out for an investigation, you have to have a tourist mentality and combine work and life, which is more appropriate. Early the next morning, Bus 212 left Factory 960 and headed straight for the capital's Shea area. The car passed through the mountains and came to the plains, and the destination was getting closer and closer. In this era, there were no high-rise buildings here, just an ordinary rural area. The past era is really touching. Zhou Yongfei, who was sitting on the co-pilot's seat, recounted the past. That year we set a new goal to catch up with Britain and the United States and double steel production, so the whole country launched a vigorous steelmaking campaign. Earthen blast furnaces sprang up from the ground, and every household contributed iron pots and pans. Yes, millions of tons of iron products were wasted by every household, and then millions of tons of slag were smelted out. Speaking of this, Qin Yang in the back seat was also very emotional. In that era, there were many similar things. Sparrows were almost killed as one of the 4 pests. Fortunately, the iron smelting plant we visited uses a small industrial blast furnace. Although it can only produce pig iron, it is formal and scientific after all, and can smelt qualified pig iron. It is much better than the earthen blast furnace in the countryside. Zhou Yongfei said. Can it smelt qualified pig iron? Qin Yang suddenly frowned. Could this factory still be in production? What will they produce? The capital has large steel mills. Why would we need an ironworks like this? That's hard to say. Qin Yang said. Even if we produce furnaces for civilian use, the factory can still be maintained. What comes out of the blast furnace is pig iron, which can be further smelted into steel and can be directly cast into products. Civilian furnaces, radiators in factories and enterprises, etc., all use this cast iron. In recent years, the living standards of the people have improved, and there is a greater demand for heating. There is smoke coming out of a chimney in the distance at 11 o'clock. Lin Heping, who was sitting next to Qin Yang, spoke up. Smoke? Zhou Yongfei looked over, and his heart skipped a beat. Yes, there was smoke, which meant that the iron smelting plant there was in operation. If it is an abandoned iron and steel plant, the superiors can certainly coordinate and give the empty factory here to 960. However, if it is in production, then it will be difficult to deal with. Alas, this small blast furnace smelting iron is polluting the environment, especially in a place like this. When the northwest wind blows, it will blow all the pollutants to the capital. Master, stop the car. Since you're here, let's go over and take a look. Zhou Yongfei knew that Qin Yang was about to give up. No, it's boring. Director Zhou, you can just go over and take a look. Brother Lin and I will just wander around here. When you come back in the afternoon, you can just pick me up here. Okay. Zhou Yongfei knew that Lin Heping had a special identity, and it would be nice for Qin Yang to accompany him hunting. The two got out of the car and watched it go away. Lin Heping looked at Qin Yang indifferently. Do you have any ideas? Xiaoyang, I have to remind you that disrupting factory production is a serious crime. I will not play with you. Qin Yang was stunned. Brother Lin, who do you think I am? Can I do that kind of thing? We are just hunting. Lin Heping nodded. Okay, let's just wander around here. In less than half an hour, the two had already shot a pheasant. Looking at the sun above their heads, Qin Yang said, Brother Lin, it's still early. Why don't we make a fire here and roast this pheasant? Your troops should often conduct field survival training, right? Let me taste your cooking skills. Okay, of course, no problem. Lin Heping nodded. Get some water. Let's clean it up first. The fire was burning vigorously, and soon the aroma of meat filled the air. In the army, if you want to have a good meal, you have to find a way yourself. We often look forward to field training so that we can eat good food from time to time. Lin Heping turned the roast chicken while showing it off to Qin Yang, occasionally glancing into the distance but not taking it seriously. Well, Brother Lin, I really admire you. Before he could finish his words, an inopportune voice rang out. My chicken disappeared this morning. I searched for it for a whole day, but I didn't expect it to be roasted here. You too stole my chicken. Do you want to go to the police station with us? Or do you want to compensate me $5? Chapter 74. Three-edged military bayonet stuck in roast chicken. Hearing this, Qin Yang turned his head, and the first thing he saw was 3 pairs of leather shoes. The shoes were covered with dust and were covered by wide trouser legs. The trousers gradually shrank upwards, forming a trumpet shape. Just by looking at these pants, you can tell that they are not for good people. In the 1980s, wearing bell-bottom pants was considered a sign of bad youth, and in the early 1980s, only bad youths in big cities would follow this fashion. Now, in this place, 30 kilometers away from the center of the capital, in the middle of nowhere, I actually encountered such people. Qin Yang looked up and saw that the man who was talking was wearing a plaid shirt and his signature frog-eye glasses. The 2 people beside him were only wearing white shirts, and their collars were already dirty and greasy. The man in the flowered shirt should be the boss among the three. At this moment, he has his hands on his hips, looking very proud. Qin Yang glanced at a place farther away from the corner of his eye. There were three 28-inch bicycles parked under a big tree. It seemed that the three young men had discovered that he was roasting chicken here, so they parked their bicycles and slowly came over. Qin Yang didn't notice these people approaching because they were chatting and eating meat. As for Lin Heping, he might have known about it, but he didn't take it seriously. For a scout who had been on the battlefield and killed the enemy, these second-rate guys were nothing. This is a wild chicken. Lin Heping was still turning the roasted chicken and said simply, "We shot it ourselves with an air gun." It was shot with an air gun? Oh, you guys do have air guns, too at that. Ahem, how do you prove that this is a pheasant? I think it's the chicken that was lost from my house. Let's not pay for it. Just give us the air gun instead. Okay, Lin Heping said, picked up the gun with his left hand, pointed the gun at him without even aiming, and pulled the trigger. Bang. You want a gun? Sure, I'll give you one. The man in the flowered shirt, who was so aggressive just now, was stunned instantly. The other party raised the gun, fired, and put it down. The whole action was done in one go. It was too fast. He couldn't react at all. After a moment, he felt a chill in his crotch and secretly said in his heart, "Not good." Ah. The man in the flowered shirt covered his crotch and cried out in pain. "You shot me with a gun. This is a serious crime. You. Look at your lack of ability. Are you bleeding? Are there any parts missing?" The man in the flowered shirt calmed down. That's right. There didn't seem to be any pain in his crotch. He looked down again and saw that there was no red liquid, but his crotch was pierced by the lead bullet. His awesome bell-bottom pants turned into crotchless pants. There was a hissing sound from behind, and a man in a white shirt ran over and shouted angrily, "The lead bullet just hit the bicycle and blew our tire." Lin Heping's bullet passed through the crotch of the man in the floral shirt and hit the bicycle tire at the back, but did not damage the man in the floral shirt. After realizing the difficulty, the three people stood still. The man in the flowered shirt gritted his teeth after being hit in the crotch. Although the opponent's shooting was accurate, it took time to reload the air gun. Now he should take this opportunity to rush up and beat these two people, almost ready to eat. At this moment, Lin Heping had moved the hot roast chicken away from the fire. The space between him and Qin Yang was covered with a few clean large leaves. He placed the roast chicken on the leaves and then pulled out a stick with the roast chicken on it. The man in the flowered shirt and the man in the white shirt both opened their eyes wide. What was that? It is about 30 to 40 centimeters long. The white stick with chicken fat is triangular in shape, with a groove in the middle and a pointed front. Three-edged bayonet. My two elder brothers. I am a humble man who has failed to recognize a great man. The man in the flowered shirt was trembling all over and immediately knelt down. Go. Who dares? Seeing the other party using the three-edged thorn as a stick to roast the chicken, it is estimated that it is not poisoned, so I dare not. That thing will make a big hole with one poke. If you can't get to the hospital, you will bleed out. The legend of the triangular thorn being poisoned is just a legend. In fact, it was oiled to prevent rust. This thing was not sharpened and was not as useful as the multifunctional military knife, so it was later eliminated. However, in the hands of soldiers, the triangular thorn can still play many roles, such as being used to roast chicken. Qin Yang also felt amused. These three bad youths were in trouble today. Don't you know, Taishan? Someone just said that we stole this chicken and asked us to pay for it. I'm so scared. Qin Yang tore off a chicken leg. The taste of this roasted chicken in the wild is really unique. Brothers, this is all our fault. We are willing to compensate. The man in the flowered shirt said as he took money out of his pocket. After a long time, he still had less than $3. The two men in white shirts joined in and finally collected $5. Two brothers, we will compensate you for these $5. Lin Heping didn't say anything. He left this little matter to Qin Yang to handle. He also wanted to see what new things Qin Yang could come up with. You guys are such a failure. Qin Yang educated these people while eating chicken. You are just a donkey dung egg, but all you have is this outfit and a few dollars in your pocket. It's really shameful. Two big brothers, can you show us a way? Can we brothers follow you in the future? Qin Yang shook his head. No, we are good young people who are virtuous and kind, and we don't do such illegal things. However, since you want to get rich, I can show you a way. After saying that, Qin Yang pointed to the distance. Do you see the transformer over there? Everyone followed the direction of Qin Yang's finger and saw a transformer erected between several electric poles. There are at least 100 kilograms of copper in there. 1 kilogram of red copper can be sold for 2 yuan, so this 100 kilograms can be sold for 200 yuan. You come here to try to scam me, but you only ask for 5 yuan. You have no future at all. If you want to do something, do it on a big scale. The three hooligans looked at the transformer somewhat excited, but still afraid. This thing is electrified. We might die if we are not careful. Of course you can't move it during the day. After the power goes out at night, it's no longer a threat. Remove the row of screws on the top, take off the cover, and you can directly pull out the coil inside. Use a hammer to smash it firmly, tie it to the back of a bicycle, and take it away. In the 1980s, the power supply was tight and the suburbs of the capital were also blacked out at night. As for whether the iron and steel plant would be cut off from power, Qin Yang didn't know. And those transmission lines are all made of aluminum, and they can be sold for $1 per meter. A few second-rate guys finally got interested. Two big brothers. If we get it, where are we going to sell it to? Of course they sold it to me. I've been doing this business for 3 years. The red copper was sold to the percussion instrument factory, and the aluminum wire was melted to make aluminum pots. No one would know, Qin Yang said, and then looked at the money on the ground. Take your money back. I don't care about this 80 cents. After saying that, Qin Yang tore off the chicken butt again. Come, eat the chicken now. Good luck, and when you're done, send it to Hualongwen Scrap Collection Station to find me. My name is Wang Gang. The man in the flowered shirt took the chicken butt, still a little hesitant. These days, the bold die of overeating while the timid die of starvation. Qin Yang said, there are opportunities to make money everywhere. It depends on whether you can grasp them. To be honest, I am the first millionaire in our area. I only do business once or twice a month, and the rest of the time, I go hunting and travel. This is life. Chapter 75 Transformers and power lines were stolen. Watching the 3 second-rate guys leave, Lin Heping sighed helplessly. Xiaoyang, aren't you going too far? Brother Lin, we have northwest winds all year round here. The poisonous exhaust gas from the chimneys of the steel mills is blown to the capital. People who breathe it in are prone to respiratory diseases. This kind of smoking factory should not be built in this area. I am doing this so that the people of the capital can breathe fresh air. Besides, what did I do? I only said that the things inside can be sold for money. Did I say that they stole it from me? These days, no one has any awareness of environmental protection. Qin Yang's serious attitude and his good intentions for others made Lin Heping speechless. If our instructor was here, he would probably report your behavior and do some ideological work on you for half a month. Lin Heping finally shook his head helplessly. However, what you did has nothing to do with my work. I will just pretend that nothing happened. Faced with Qin Yang's nonsense, Lin Heping chose to ignore it. How does the saying go? If you eat someone's food, you should be grateful. If you take someone's food, you should be grateful. Lin Heping was really attracted by the sniper rifle developed by Factory 960, and Qin Yang even promised to give them 10 of them. Even for the sake of that batch of guns, he had to let Qin Yang do what he wanted. What's more, Qin Yang didn't do anything bad on purpose. He was just going with the flow. In the afternoon, bus 212 came back. The two got on the bus and saw Zhou Yongfei, who looked unhappy. In the past 2 years, many workers in the capital have had more money on hand and have started burning coal for heating in winter. This kind of pig iron furnace that is specially used to burn coal is in short supply. The capital steel plant has no extra production capacity, so last winter they simply used the steel plant in Shay. Anyway, it was idle here anyway. Alas, if only we had acted a year earlier. It's okay, Director Zhou. If things don't go well in one place, we can always find another place. Qin Yang said, let's just treat today as a trip. Zhou Yongfei turned his head and looked at Qin Yang meaningfully. Yes, Qin Yang really came out for fun. He hunted and had a meal on the spot. This young man really knows how to enjoy life. Lin Heping didn't say anything, but just looked out the window. When he saw the Hualongwen Scrap Collection Station on the side of the road, he couldn't help but open his eyes wide. Is the police station next to this scrap collection station? Yes, the chief of this police station is Wang Gang. Qin Yang said. Lin Heping felt a chill in his heart. Qin Yang did everything perfectly. Those 3 scoundrels would probably have to spend a few years in prison. When night fell, the car had already entered the deep mountains. Qin Yang looked back and saw that it was pitch black behind. It seemed that there was a power outage tonight. There is a power outage in the suburbs of this capital city at night. Qin Yang sighed. The ironworks has to reignite the blast furnace every day, which is very troublesome. The blast furnace used for iron smelting operates continuously, with materials added from the top and molten iron and slag discharged from the bottom, continuously. If the furnace was stopped every day and restarted the next day, it would be troublesome. The suburbs of the capital city experience power outages in rotation, usually every week or so. It should be this area's turn tonight. The driver has been running around and is very familiar with the situation here. He introduced the situation while driving. As the night grew darker, several figures appeared near the transformer. They looked around furtively and then looked at the transformer between several electric poles. What shall we do? Come on. We can make hundreds of dollars with this one ticket. The man in the flowered shirt said, these days, the brave ones will die of overeating while the timid ones will die of starvation. It just so happens that there is a power outage right now. This is a chance God has given us to make a fortune. 3 people climbed up and started working. According to Qin Yang's instructions, they skillfully removed the top cover of the transformer and lifted out the coil inside. Cut a few hundred more meters of wire. 2 hours later, 3 bicycles were speeding on the road, with a fertilizer bag tied on each side of the back seat. The contents would occasionally stick out, revealing multiple strands of red copper or aluminum wires. Brother Gang also asked us to bring a hammer, which really came in handy. It allowed us to flatten the copper and aluminum wires so that they were easier to put into the bag. A man in a white shirt said, otherwise, it would be really inconvenient for us to take them away. 100 kilograms of red copper and 200 kilograms of aluminum. We're rich this time. We can sell them for $500 or $600, said another man in a white shirt. Bicycles these days can be used as cars, each carrying 100 kilograms of stuff with ease. They are not afraid even when riding uphill, as they are filled with strength when they think of the money they can get. When the sky just began to turn light in the east, several people arrived at the Hualongwen scrap collection station. Hello, is anyone there? We don't start work until 8 o'clock. Why are you shouting? The old man who was guarding the door came out yawning, very dissatisfied. We want to find Brother Gang. He asked us to come. Which gang, brother? Wang Gang. Wang Gang, who specializes in collecting scrap copper and aluminum. The man in the flowered shirt whispered to the old man. Waste copper and aluminum? The old man looked at the things on the back of the bicycles of several people and reacted instantly. Okay, you go in and close the door. I will call Wang Gang for you. 3 bicycles entered the yard of the scrap collection station. The old man closed the door and trotted to the police station next to it. The sun slowly rose into the sky, and Fan Gue, the director of Sheh Iron and Steel Plant, came to work. A power outage once a week is just right for them to take a break and inspect equipment. This frequency is just right and has no impact on them. But today something was strange. The workers were sitting around in groups of 3 or 5 and hadn't started working. Director Fan, the electricity hasn't come yet, so we can't start work. What? Give it a call and ask. I just called, and they said the electricity has been delivered. In this era, power outages occur because every household turns on the lights at night, causing overload. The power usually comes back on after midnight, but now it's daybreak and the power has not been restored. This is something wrong. Not good. Quick, find someone to check along the transmission line. Less than half an hour later, the person who went out to check the circuit came back with an ugly look on his face. Director Fan, this is bad. Our transformers and transmission lines have been stolen. Stole it. Fan Gue was also dumbfounded. They originally used the existing equipment here to produce. This time the transformer and wires were stolen. How can they continue to produce? Repurchase? How much will it cost? Relying on the production of iron stoves, it will take 1 or 2 years to make back the investment. Moreover, it is summer now, and the demand is not high. A large number of stoves have been produced, but are still idle. It is estimated that they can already supply this winter. Ding-ling-ling. At this moment, the phone in the office rang. Fan Gue picked up the phone and was excited after hearing the words on the phone. Yes, we lost a transformer and several hundred meters of transmission lines here. Thank you to the police comrades in Hualongwen for helping us solve the case. Can you return the stolen goods to us? What? It's already become scrap metal and can't be used again. Chapter 76 I, Qin Yang. I've always been doing good things, but unfortunately others don't understand. The afternoon sun shines on the shooting range of Factory 960. Lin Heping holds a sniper rifle and listens to Qin Yang introducing the effects of wind speed and other factors on sniper rifles. Lin Heping also understands these, but lacks a systematic theory. Section Chief Qin. At this moment, a man ran over. Director Zhou, why are you here? What's the matter? We just received news that the iron and steel plant in Sheh was robbed last night. The transformers and transmission lines were stolen. The capital steel plant decided that it was not cost-effective to purchase new ones and decided to give up this small plant. We must hurry over to coordinate and try to get the plant back. A thief? How could it be such a coincidence? Was the thief caught? They were caught this morning when they were selling the stolen goods. Unfortunately, the copper wires of the transformer and the aluminum wires used for power transmission were all broken and cannot be used. Alas, the 3 thieves were blind to sell the stolen goods at the purchasing station next to the police station, which was the one we passed by yesterday. Zhou Yongfei said, the blast furnace in this ironworks is small and expensive, and it is only used temporarily. Now that the circuit is gone, it can only be abandoned. We just happen to be here. Director Zhou, is it appropriate to go now? Will they suspect us? What are you doubting? We didn't hire anyone to steal. We have to hurry up and not let others get there first. Zhou Yongfei said, come with me. Director Zhou, I won't get involved in this matter. I might have to make another wasted trip. Please take care of it. I'd better stay in the factory to work on the technology. The 5.8mm general purpose bullet is an important project related to the future development of our factory. Hearing Qin Yang say this, Zhou Yongfei could only nod helplessly. Okay. After Zhou Yongfei left, Lin Heping glanced at Qin Yang and asked, so you're sending him in like this? Yes, it's their luck to let them go to labor reform now. Those 3 people will get into trouble sooner or later. If they commit crimes in the future, they will be severely punished. Maybe they will just eat peanuts after stealing a few dollars. I am helping them. Lin Heping suddenly laughed. I think I understand your thinking. No matter what you do, it's all to help others. Of course, Brother Lin, you will understand later. Sooner or later, Factory 955 will close down. It is better to merge it into Factory 960. That small ironworks must be shut down. That area will be a higher education park and a gathering place for various universities. I just gave it a push and helped solve the air pollution problem for the people of the capital. What is the saying? The benefits of the present will last for generations. As for those second-rate guys, going in now is to protect them. Alas, I, Qin Yang, have always been doing good things, but it's a pity that people around me don't understand. Qin Yang looked up into the distance with a lonely feeling, as if those who know me would say that I am worried, while those who don't know me would say that I am looking for something. Achoo. Qin Yang just looked at the sun and sneezed loudly. Damn it, someone must be saying bad things about me behind my back. Who dares to say bad things about you? Probably those guys from Factory 296. A distant mountain city, Factory 296. Done. It worked. After several experiments, we finally made a qualified nickel-plated gun barrel. Su Jiqiang said excitedly. Engineer Yang's sacrifice was not in vain. Wang Lijun's face was full of smiles, but when he heard the last sentence, his smile froze. Su Jiqiang also realized that he had said the wrong thing. He believed that he should not speak carelessly about Yang Zhaojuan's affairs. After all, Wang Lijun played an ignominious role in this. Now that we have developed the technology, what project will we use it for? Su Jiqiang quickly changed the subject. The superiors have already completed the process, and we can't ask them for the production task of sniper rifles. The new technology for gun barrels is available, but we also need something to load the gun into. Ordinary gun barrels can be chrome-plated, and this process is very mature. If you want to change the process now, it is best to have a new project. Let's try installing it on the Type 81 rifle. Wang Lijun was full of confidence. The Type 81 automatic rifle needs to solve the problem of insufficient accuracy of the Type 56 rifle, and our new technology can meet that requirement. That's right. Su Jiqiang also became excited. Factory 296 is the largest firearms factory in the country, which means it has many departments. Like other factories, Factory 296 also has a technical department. However, in order to better study firearms technology, they also set up a special firearms research institute. The functions of the two seem to overlap to some extent, but in fact they have different focuses. The task of the technical department is to develop technology, that is, how to produce guns better and faster, while the Firearms Research Institute is responsible for design and focuses on the development of new guns. Everyone has ideals, and the technical department also wants to achieve more outstanding results, so they are very interested in imitating the SVD sniper rifle. Unfortunately, they suffered a big setback. The Firearms Research Institute, on the other hand, worked hard and focused on developing the Type 81 gun family. The battle in 1979 made the country realize the serious shortage of firepower in light weapons. On the one hand, the Type 56 submachine gun was mass-produced, and on the other hand, improvements and upgrades were required. The previous plan was to develop a small-caliber automatic rifle in one step, but the direction was immediately adjusted to develop a 7.62mm automatic rifle first. This project was originally planned to be transitional in nature and was to be carried out by the Firearms Research Institute affiliated with Factory 296. However, it turned out to be the backbone of the group and became the Type 81 rifle that countless people talked about. This is very similar to online novels. The character was originally born into a prominent family, but his family fell into decline. He was not a legitimate child, and his family was full of losers. In the end, he had to take on the main responsibility and ended up becoming the protagonist. Now, the Gun Research Institute has designed the Type 81 automatic rifle, and the design drawings have been sent to their factory for production. Their factory's technical department will help modify the production process and improve the accuracy, which is justified. Just do it. The next day, has the prototype gun been made? We need to complete the factory testing as soon as possible and then take it to the capital. Mr. Wong from the Firearms Research Institute was very anxious. Director Wong, we have already produced a trial product. Today we will officially conduct shooting. Let's go to the shooting range and take a look. Wang Lijun took Mr. Wong and others to the shooting range. At the shooting range, Huang Xin was very excited holding the newly produced Type 81 rifle. Old Huang, are you ready? If you are, start testing the gun. This morning, fire 10 magazines of bullets in a row. Yes. Huang Xin aimed and shot skillfully, and the sound of gunfire could be heard in the shooting range. Da-da-da. The first magazine was quickly emptied. Report. All bullets are on target. Not bad, really good. The accuracy of continuous shooting has been greatly improved compared to the 56 submachine gun. Everyone was very happy when the results of the gun test came out. Although the Type 56 can fire in bursts, the first bullet is more accurate, but the subsequent bullets are nowhere to be found, and certainly not on the target. The main goal of the Type 81 automatic rifle design is to solve the problem of burst accuracy. All the bullets hit the target, which is definitely the most satisfying result. The test firing continued, and the shooting results for the next few magazines were good. The accuracy has been greatly improved, which reflects the strength of our Firearms Research Institute. Of course, in order to improve the accuracy, our production plant has also improved the process. For example, we used nickel plating instead of chrome plating. Wang Lijun was very proud and began to take credit for it. What? How can you modify the process at will? Mr. Wang was anxious. Stop it now. Bang. At this moment, the sample gun that was testing the fifth magazine suddenly exploded. Chapter 77, 25 kilograms heavy machine gun. The Russian AK rifles and the domestically produced Type 56 submachine gun are both of very good quality. They can continue to shoot even if the barrel turns red, so Huang Xin didn't worry about anything at all. Who would have thought that after only 5 magazines and more than 100 rounds of bullets were fired, the barrel didn't even turn red yet, but suddenly it exploded. When the gun barrel vibrated abnormally, Huang Xin was startled. He turned his head subconsciously, hoping that he could protect his eyes. Almost at the same time, a hot flame burst out in the middle of the gun barrel, and the gunpowder gas pushed the broken gun barrel to splash around. A wave of air rushed towards Huang Xin with the fragments. Oh! Huang Xin let out a scream. Then his eyes went dark, his body tilted, and he knew nothing. Everyone nearby was dumbfounded. They watched Huang Xin fall down with blood all over his head and only reacted the next second. Quick, send to the hospital immediately. Several people hurriedly carried Huang Xin on their backs and headed towards the hospital. Wang Lijun stood there stupidly, staring blankly at the gun that had exploded. How could this happen? How could this happen? Gun bursting has always been a nightmare for military RD personnel. However, with the advancement of modern technology, gun bursting is becoming less and less common. Factory 296 has produced a large number of guns, with the main product being the 56 submachine gun, so there must be no problem with the production technology. The Type 81 rifle may have other problems, such as poor accuracy and bullet jams, but it should never explode. Who asked you to modify the process? Old Wang watched Huang Xin leave, then looked at the sample gun that had exploded with heartache, his tone extremely stern. Mr. Wang, we just used nickel plating instead of chrome plating, which can increase accuracy without changing the original design of the barrel. How could it be? Who told you that nickel plating the gun barrel can increase accuracy? Old Wang looked at Wang Lijun with a gloomy face. We developed it ourselves. Wang Lijun certainly knew Mr. Wang's temper. He was a very upright man. If he knew that the technology was stolen, he would definitely scold them and might even ask them to come to his house to apologize. You researched it yourself? Old Wang's eyes were serious. You can look at guns from various countries. Which guns are nickel-plated? Yes, there is only one, the Russian PPSH-41 submachine gun. Due to the lack of chromium, nickel plating was briefly used instead of chrome plating. As a result, there were many explosion accidents. After the United States provided sufficient chromium through the Lend-Lease Act, the chrome plating process was switched back. Later studies found that after multiple shootings, nickel would penetrate into the steel of the barrel, reducing the thermal hardness of the steel and eventually causing explosions. You are so crazy. What? Wang Lijun was dumbfounded. Although he was the head of the technical department, he came up from the bottom. Even if he went to university for further studies, he did not receive any systematic training in that special era. He had no idea that nickel plating was a forbidden area for gun barrels. What about the 960 factory? Did they use the nickel plating process for the barrel? Definitely not. That Qin Yang is the best at playing tricks. All of this must be a trap set by Qin Yang. Qin Yang, I'll fuck you. Wang Lijun couldn't help but curse in his heart. This accident was caused entirely by your technical department not following the design of our Firearms Research Institute and changing the design process without permission. You must bear full responsibility. Hearing this, Wang Lijun turned pale. Responsible? How? Because the modification of the process caused the barrel to explode, resulting in the injury of the gun tester Huang Xian. His position as the head of the technical department would definitely be lost. If Huang Xian had any accident, he would even have to go to jail. Wang Lijun's legs went limp and he sat down on the grass. It was over, all over. Mr. Wang, the superiors sent an urgent telegram. Please leave immediately for the meeting in the capital. We just had a serious accident with our Type 81 rifle. How can we go to the capital for a meeting? Old Wang sighed and asked, what happened? The relevant departments have received the latest news that the Soviet Union's 12.7mm NSV Rock heavy machine gun weighs only 25 kilograms, so the superiors also hope to gather all their strength to develop a light heavy machine gun. Watching the drama, Bright Sword, we can see that Li Yunlong often talks about Type 92 and Type 92 rifle. The Type 92 is the Japanese Type 92 heavy machine gun, a big thing that needs 4 people to carry together. Its caliber is only 7.7mm, but it is not light. The empty gun weighs 27.6 kilograms, the gun frame weighs 27.7 kilograms, and the total weight is 55.3 kilograms. After the founding of the People's Republic of China, China also began to mass-produce heavy machine guns. The 7.62mm caliber Type 53 heavy machine gun weighed more than 40 kilograms, while the 12.7mm caliber Type 54 heavy machine gun weighed 93 kilograms. The latter was also often used as an anti-aircraft machine gun. These guns were too heavy, and although they were stable in shooting, they were inconvenient to carry. Therefore, China began to reduce the weight, and the 25 kilograms 7.62mm Type 67 machine gun and the 50 kilograms 12.7mm Type 77 anti-aircraft machine gun appeared. However, these machine guns were still heavy and not suitable for use in mountains. The Soviets are far ahead in this regard. The NSV machine gun is not a new product. On May Day in the 1970s, a new type of heavy machine gun was installed on the turret of the T-64 tank that appeared on Moscow's Red Square. Western military intelligence agencies judged that it was a heavy machine gun designed by Kalashnikov based on its appearance, which resembled a large-scale PK machine gun. It was not until the 1980s that we learned that the standard name of the gun, NSV, was composed of the initials of the surnames of 3 designers, Nikitin, Sokolov, and Volkov. This is a newly developed heavy machine gun, and its biggest feature is its light weight. It weighs 25 kilograms and has a caliber of 12.7mm. The superiors were moved. Since the Russians could do it, we should be able to do it too. We are currently developing the Type 81 rifle, and now there has been an accident, so we can't go to the capital. Elder Wang said, call your superiors back and explain the situation. Director Wang. Wang Lijun barely supported himself and stood up. This machine gun is too powerful. There is only one military factory in our country that can complete this glorious and arduous task. Please include this suggestion when you call back. Military factory. Old Wang looked at Wang Lijun. Our 296th factory? No, Mr. Wang, it's Factory 960. Wang Lijun was filled with hatred. He had been cheated by Factory 960 repeatedly, and now he had to cheat Factory 960 again. At present, the lightest 12.7mm machine gun in China weighs 50 kilograms. It is impossible to reduce it to 25 kilograms. Let Factory 960 take care of this glorious and arduous task, and let Qin Yang and his team worry about it. Su Jiqiang on the side also reacted. That's right, Mr. Wang. The 960 factory has emerged as a new force and is now very strong. The sniper rifle they developed is more advanced than the Russians' SVD. Only they can complete this kind of mission. They have developed a sniper rifle that is more advanced than the SVD? Mr. Wang really didn't know. Yes, that's right. We went to the 960 factory to learn last time. Even though they are a third-tier factory, they are very strong. If Qin Yang were here, I don't know what to say. These people have been obstructing Factory 960 from returning to the military industry and have been making things difficult for Factory 960. Now, they are cheering for Factory 960. Do these people think Qin Yang can't do it? Mr. Wang thought for a moment and said, okay, Xiao Su, you go to the meeting on my behalf. After all, we are a large company. and the superiors should pay attention to the company we recommend. Chapter 78, Let's Join in the Fun. Factory 960, Conference Room. Bang. Zhou Yongfei threw the faux leather briefcase onto the table. I'm so pissed off. Director Zhou, what's wrong? Qin Baohua asked in surprise. What made you so angry? It's all for our overall relocation. Zhou Yongfei said. I heard that the Shay Iron Works had been abandoned, so I went to the capital to lobby for that place. I campaigned for several days, but what's wrong? Humph, those guys are just jealous. They are jealous of the money we made in the military-to-civilian project, and they are deliberately making things difficult for us, especially the leaders of the steel plant. They clearly don't want to spend money to purchase new voltage devices and lines, and they plan to abandon the steel plant. They are still occupying the toilet without doing anything. There is even a rumor in their factory that we instigated those 3 thieves. Speaking of this, Zhou Yongfei became very angry. How many third-tier factories are there in the country? Big third-tier factories, small third-tier factories. None of them are doing well. Only their 960 factory was the first to successfully transform and even earned foreign exchange for the country. Shouldn't such factories be supported? We are hiring thieves to sabotage? That is impossible. Humph, you are just throwing mud at us. You are just jealous. Is there someone behind the scenes manipulating this? Is there a bigger plot? Zhu Zizhong frowned. Why don't we ask Yangzi to come over? Maybe he has some good ideas. Qin Baohua said. That's right, Xiao Wang. Go find Section Chief Qin. Zhu Zizhong immediately gave the order. Come on, Lao Zhou, have some tea and take a rest first. When Section Chief Qin comes, there will definitely be a way. Zhu Zizhong was very calm. Dear leaders, we have just received instructions from our superiors. At this moment, the secretary of the factory office came in with a telegram. The superiors asked us to attend a meeting to participate in the discussion of a new type of heavy machine gun. Meeting? Discussion on a new heavy machine gun? Zhou Yongfei put down his teacup angrily. Why are you going? It has nothing to do with us. If our factory doesn't move, we can't handle the existing production. Even if we can develop a new type of heavy machine gun, we can't produce it. Zhu Zizhong glanced at Zhou Yongfei, who was still angry and wanted to say something. But before he opened his mouth, a young figure flashed in. Another meeting? Don't call me to a meeting for trivial matters. I'm very busy. The first batch of guns produced for the troops will be shipped soon, and we are conducting the final inspection. Qin Yang really has something to do. Chief Qin, we asked you to come here for an important mission. Our superiors asked us to go to a meeting, and the factory decided to send you. A meeting of the superiors? Qin Yang frowned. He was convinced. There was no end to this situation. It seems that you must go. The superiors have received accurate intelligence that the Russians' NSV heavy machine gun weighs only 25 kilograms. We must also have a heavy machine gun of the same weight. This gun is very important to the troops, especially in the current mountain warfare. If we develop a powerful and lightweight heavy machine gun, it can provide the greatest help to the troops. Qin Baohua had finished reading the telegram and was introducing the details to Qin Yang when he saw Qin Yang's eyes and mouth wide open. What? A 25 kilograms heavy machine gun? Hara. Yes, our domestic heavy machine guns of the same caliber weigh over 50 kilograms, so the superiors were shocked. What are you laughing at? A 25 kilograms heavy machine gun. The intelligence system must have made a mistake. How is that possible? Yeah, we didn't dare to believe it. But the Russians' technology is indeed advanced enough. They have first-class firearms masters, and they can definitely do it. Qin Baohua said. Advanced. Ha ha. What happened to Qin Yang? Qin Baohua was a little curious. Why should we go? You didn't even help us with the relocation that affects the development of our factory, so why should we attend this kind of meeting? We can live well even if we leave the system and specialize in producing air guns. Zhou Yongfei was still angry. Director Zhou, is our relocation coordination going smoothly? Yeah, you're all a bunch of jealous people. The ironworks in Shay has been abandoned, but they still won't give it to us. Then we have to go. Qin Yang said. There will definitely be a group of leaders on site. Let's find a chance to discuss the land use issue for the factory relocation with them. Yangzi, we can't act recklessly in a meeting of this level. Qin Baohua was a little worried. I know. Let's go join in the fun and see what happens. Qin Yang said, I know my limits. A 25 kilograms, 12.7 millimeters heavy machine gun? Haha. Qin Yang really wanted to go and watch the fun. When night fell, all the goods were loaded onto several old liberation trucks. Brother Lin, after these guns arrive at the troops, you need to teach them how to use them yourself. Many operating methods are different from previous guns. Qin Yang instructed, especially don't disassemble them easily, otherwise the accuracy will drop significantly. Well, I know. Over this period of time, I have mastered the operation of guns. Let Master Zhang accompany you to the troops first. When I finish my work, I will go to the troops in person to take a look and make improvements based on the feedback from the troops. According to the original statement, in order to make this batch of guns better suitable for use by the troops, Factory 960 will send specialized technicians to the troops to help with training and maintenance. This measure will enable the troops to become proficient in operating guns more quickly. Although this operation has no precedent, it has been tacitly approved by the troops. Qin Yang originally planned to go with them, but he had a lot of things to do recently and had to be busy for a while, and the guns would take a while to be used in the army before the problems were exposed. So, he didn't go with them directly. Well, I'll wait for you in the army. The old Jiefeng started up, and one car after another drove out of Factory 960. The factory leaders who saw them off also left one after another. Qin Yang watched the taillights of the car disappear at the bend at the foot of the mountain. He was about to go back, but he saw a figure running quickly under the light. Her figure was light and graceful, and her two pigtails swayed as she ran. Hey, Wang Fong, what are you doing here? Seeing the person coming, Qin Yang became excited again. I just got off work and wanted to come and see him off. Wang Fong ran to Qin Yang breathlessly, knowing that she was already late. You're late, Qin Yang said. Besides, Brother Lin has a wife, so don't worry about him. I want to go to the army, see the demeanor of other PLA soldiers, and listen to their battle stories. Qin Yang smiled. Girls of this era all worship heroes and like to date soldiers, especially those who have been on the battlefield. If you want to go, I have a way. What is the solution? Ouch, my shoulder hurts so much. It would be better if someone gave me a few pats. You, men and women should not touch each other. When a nurse in a hospital gives an injection, she has seen the buttocks. What's wrong with that? What era is this? It's futile thinking. Okay. Seeing that there was no one around, Wang Fong could only hit Qin Yang a few times. Can you tell me now? My head is a little dizzy. I need a massage. Bang. Chapter 79. Want to pick the fruits of Factory 960? In a conference room in a compound in the capital. The building is in the style of the 1950s and 1960s. The narrow windows are polished to a shine, and various slogans are written on the wall in the middle of the window frames. Prepare for war and famine for the people. Learn from Daqing in industry and from Dazai in agriculture. This slogan is outdated. Even if we use the slogan of liberating the mind and seeking truth from facts, it will be fine. Qin Yang was amazed. Is it difficult to keep up with the times? Or are many people used to reminiscing about the past? There was a row of tables on the rostrum, covered with red cloth, with a microphone and an enamel cup on them. The words "Serve the people" were placed on the cup, all facing downwards, neatly arranged. Probably because we arrived too early, the leaders hadn't entered yet, and the people below were greeting each other warmly and talking in low voices. Qin Yang only wanted to find a suitable seat to rest for a while. He had woken up very early for the meeting. However, when someone saw him, he immediately shouted excitedly, Qin Gong, Qin Gong. Qin Yang looked over and saw the military expert he met last time, Mr. Duo from the 208th Institute. Hello, Mr. Duo. Engineer Qin, I heard that the first batch of Type 80 sniper rifles have been sent to the troops. You are really quick. I hope this batch of sniper rifles can become the most powerful weapon in the hands of the soldiers and strike hard at the enemy. Yes, we are also looking forward to it. Qin Yang nodded. This is the first batch of military equipment that our factory has resumed production of. We hope to have a good start. By the way, I heard that your factory wants to move out of the mountains, but it seems that the progress is not smooth. If you encounter any difficulties, you can come to me. I can still use my reputation in the capital. Qin Yang was stunned for a moment. This kindness seemed a bit strange. Xiaosu, I heard that the Type 81 rifle produced by your factory 296 exploded. What happened? At this moment, a voice came from nearby. Xiaosu, Factory 296? Qin Yang turned his head and saw the man he had met several times before and looked at the man's side. It's strange. There should be a group of talented people in Factory 296, so why is he the only one here? At this time, Su Jiqiang also saw Qin Yang. The coldness in his eyes flashed away, and then he put on a smile and nodded to Qin Yang as a greeting. Say hello to yourself? They should have been able to guess that the explosion was a trap set by themselves, and they should hate themselves to the core, but now the other party's behavior is very unusual. Qin Yang became more alert. At this moment, someone started shouting hello into the microphone on the podium, and the sound of conversation below suddenly disappeared. Everyone is here. Now let's welcome the leader. The last time we copied the SVD task, we were quite urgent, so we carried it out directly in the military shooting range. This time, it was just a meeting, and it was in the compound, so more leaders came. Qin Yang saw some familiar faces, including Leader Dong, Leader Fong, and even Leader Han. Leader Han is the head of the department. He seldom shows up in public. It seems that his superiors attach great importance to this meeting. This meeting was held a bit hastily. Originally, the internal meeting was to be held at the end of the year. A lot of things have happened this year, and many advanced groups have emerged in our system that need to be commended. However, since the matter at hand is very important, we must arrange it immediately, so we have called everyone here today. Leader Fong spoke first, and he was responsible for presiding over this meeting. Back then, the appearance of the Maxim heavy machine gun put an end to cavalry charges. Since then, the heavy machine gun has occupied an unshakable position, with strong firepower, high accuracy, long range, and good sustainability. However, the disadvantages of the heavy machine gun also troubled our troops. Due to its heavy weight, it is simply not suitable for mountain warfare. So far, our heavy machine guns have played almost no role in the battlefield in the south. Leader Fong was somewhat regretful when he talked about this. Especially our 12.7mm caliber heavy machine guns, the lightest of which currently weighs 50 kilograms, which is too inconvenient to move in mountainous areas. We urgently need a 12.7mm caliber heavy machine gun that is easy to carry. After the gun body and the gun frame are disassembled, 2 soldiers can easily carry it to move. Our meeting today is to discuss the development plan of this 25-kilogram, 12.7mm caliber heavy machine gun. If you have any ideas, please express your opinions. This task is not easy. A 50 kilograms machine gun is already the limit. It is simply impossible to reduce it to 25 kilograms. It would be okay if you could copy a sample gun, but if you develop one yourself, then there is no solution. No one spoke for a moment. Su Jiqiang looked around and saw that no factory was willing to take the initiative to take over the task. He was secretly proud of himself. Just when he was about to recommend Factory 960, someone got there first. The leader of domestic firearms research and development is still the 208th Institute. Only the 208th Institute can undertake such a glorious and arduous task. The 208th Institute was established in 1960. It is a scientific research institution directly under the central government and the only professional light weapons research institute in China. It integrates demonstration, design, research, trial production, testing, and inspection. It can be said that the mission of the 208th Institute is to make guns. Now, if number 208 Institute doesn't take on such a glorious and arduous task, who will? Su Jiqiang frowned. Was this a sincere statement or a trap for Institute 208? However, since someone had raised this issue, we had to see how Institute 208 would react first. Old Duo, can your Institute 208 take on this task? Leader Fong looked at Old Duo. After all, he was a famous senior expert in the Institute 208, and he was the leader of the team of people from the Institute 208 who came to the meeting this time. This task is difficult. Duo Lao sighed. Our current Type 77 heavy machine gun weighs 21.3 kilograms, and the gun frame weighs 28.3 kilograms. We can see that the biggest factor restricting the weight of the heavy machine gun is the gun frame. However, even if we reduce the weight of the gun frame to 10 kilograms, the entire gun body is still more than 30 kilograms. In other words, you are also unable to undertake this task. The person who had just proposed it spoke again. In recent months, the 960 factory of the Third Front has emerged as a new force, and the guns they developed have opened our eyes. If the 208th Institute cannot complete the project independently, we can work together with the 960 factory. Qin Yang frowned inexplicably and glanced at the pretty boy who was speaking. His motive was obviously not pure. Factory 960 is actively operating recently and wants to move out of the mountainous area. It just so happens that Institute 208 is in Chongping, so we might as well move it near Institute 208. As a subsidiary factory of Institute 208, one is responsible for design and the other for production. With this combination, we will surely become the strongest light weapons R&D and production organization in our country. So that's what's happening. Qin Yang understood at once. No wonder his relocation plan was so difficult. It turned out that someone wanted to eat him up. What do you call this? The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind it. This is a great plan. The ability of 960 Factory to make money has made everyone in the system jealous. They are here to reap the benefits. Factory 960 has developed independently, so why should it be a subsidiary factory of Institute 208? That's just wishful thinking. No, this is absolutely not possible. Qin Yang hadn't even opened his mouth yet, and someone was actually more anxious than him. Chapter 80, Factory 296 Assisted. Su Jiqiang was really anxious. Factory 960 had bullied them several times, and they had to take revenge. Factory 960 was only a third-tier factory, and it was easy to control it. After all, Factory 296 was a big factory in the industry. If Factory 960 becomes a subordinate production factory of Institute 208, then Factory 960 will no longer be a small third-line factory that can be bullied by them, but will be on an equal footing with them. Seeing that Factory 960 was trying to curry favor with him, Su Jicheng couldn't help but speak up. "No, why not?" asked the pretty boy. Qin Yang didn't know this pretty boy, but he could probably guess that the pretty boy had nothing to do with the 208th Institute on the surface, so as to avoid making the 208th Institute look too ugly. Since ancient times, no one who usurped the throne took the initiative to take the throne. They all followed the will of heaven after the people around them died, admonishing them and shirking their responsibilities several times. Moreover, even if Institute 208 fails in the end, it will not damage its relationship with Factory 960. They will still be in the same system and will see each other every day. Because this does not conform to the common practice of factory separation, and it is not necessary. Su Jicheng's answer was straightforward. If you want to make weapons and equipment, you need a specialized research institute on the one hand and a production factory on the other. So, what should be the relationship between the research institute and the production factory? This issue has been explored in China for many years, and factories and research institutes have been separated and merged. The most critical one was on February 17, 1966, when the superiors made the decision on the merger of the 6th, 7th, and 10th Research Institutes of the National Defense Army with the Production Department, merging the 3 research institutes under the National Defense Army with the 3rd, 4th, and 6th ministries of the machine building industry respectively, which is known in history as the Ministry Academy merger. According to the saying at that time, doing so was good for production, good for scientific research, good for imitation, good for self-development, good for the present, and good for the long term. However, a special phenomenon soon emerged. The research institutes with independent research capabilities were dismantled and assigned to factories. Seeing that the scientific research institutions that had begun to take shape were about to be destroyed, the superiors promptly stopped the institute factory merger. After that, the research institute continued to do the design, and after the design was completed, it was handed over to the factory for production. Under the planned economic system at the time, there would not be any problems. After all, everyone was paid by the state. However, after the reform and opening up, when the planned economy was transformed into a market economy, the situation became different. Research institutes only conduct research, and their funding must be allocated by their superiors. If their superiors do not allocate funds, then the research institutes are just a waste of money. If the research institutes develop advanced equipment and directly hand it over to factories that have no interest in production, what benefits do the research institutes get? Why can factories produce and make money with the research institutes' results, but the research institutes are so poor? This situation frequently occurs in all walks of life. For example, in the aviation industry, the 132 factory, which produces the J-7 for export, is doing very well, while the 611 Institute, which designs the J-10, is struggling. There is even a story that Mr. Song sold noodles to make up for the expenses. In the late 1990s, the two parties were combined into a group, combining scientific research and production, and Chengfei began to take off. So far, we have no examples of integration between factories and institutes. Even if there is, it should be the same as in 1965, where the research institute is delegated to the production plant as a vassal of the production plant, rather than being dominated by the research institute. Su Jicheng continued to express his opinion. "Humph, your Factory 296 is a manufacturing plant, so of course you would think so. Are you trying to merge with Institute 208? The pretty boy was very smart. Although he didn't know why Qing Yaojin suddenly appeared, he immediately started to refute. Our 296th factory has its own firearms research institute, which is no worse than the 208th. Su Jicheng looked at him with disdain. We are just discussing the facts. In terms of scientific research capabilities, the factory is not necessarily worse than the research institute. The research and development capabilities of the 960th factory are quite good. This 25-kilogram machine gun is very difficult for the experts of the 208th Institute, but it can be easily developed by the 960th factory. Qin Yang sat there laughing in his heart. This Su Jicheng had been speaking well of Factory 960. If someone didn't know him well, they would think that Factory 296 and Factory 960 had a very good relationship. In fact, he was just trying to trip up Factory 960. On the one hand, they want to stop Factory 960 from currying favor with powerful people, And on the other hand, they want to throw the hot potato to Factory 960, waiting to see Factory 960 make a fool of itself. We'll talk about the merger of the factories later. The topic of this meeting is to discuss the development of a new type of heavy machine gun. Leader Fong quickly brought the meeting back to the point. Engineer Qin, does your 960 factory have the research and development capabilities? Not now, Qin Yang answered straightforwardly. How is that possible? The Type 80 sniper rifle developed by Factory 960 is even more powerful than the Russians' SVD. As long as you work on it, you can definitely make it better than the Russians' machine guns. Su Jiqiang was very happy and intoxicated by this feeling. Engineer Qin, your Factory 960 has the best technology in our system, so don't be modest. Excessive modesty is pride. Leader Han frowned and looked at Su Jiqiang. After the last incident, he had a very good impression of Factory 960. Now, Su Jiqiang's words seemed to have hidden meanings. Mr. Qin, you just said that you don't have any difficulties now. Are you having any difficulties now? As the highest leader on the scene, Leader Han had not spoken a word until he spoke for the first time, which gave people present a strange feeling. Leader Han seemed to value Factory 960 very much. Yes, Leader Han, our 960 factory has encountered a huge problem. Qin Yang said, our factory is located in the mountains, the transportation cost is high, and the employees are unstable and always want to go back to the big city. So our factory is actively looking for a suitable site to relocate our factory. Since we are the first agricultural tool factory in the capital, we need to find a suitable place near the capital to build a factory so that we can better develop and grow. Humph. The pretty boy just wanted to say something when he felt the situation was not good. He raised his head to look at the podium. Leader Han was giving him a serious look. When Leader Han glared at him, he immediately lowered his head and dared not say anything. Have you found a suitable venue? Yes, after our unremitting efforts, we finally found an obsolete iron and steel plant near Sheh. We hope that the superiors can give us the 300 acres of land there to build a factory. We only need the approval of the superiors, and we don't need a penny. Our factory will pay for the construction of the factory and complete the relocation work. Qin Yang said, only after completing these can we start new or D projects. Does this factory relocation have anything to do with our D? Leader Han continued to ask. Su Jiqiang had a strange feeling in his heart. He originally planned to cheat Factory 960, but why did it become like he was helping the other party? It does matter. Qin Yang nodded. If we want to make a 25-kilogram machine gun, we need special metal. Is it aluminum alloy? If it is this kind of metal, you can ask the relevant department to help with processing it. Mr. Duo spoke. If you want to make the machine gun lighter, it seems natural to use aluminum alloy instead of steel. Not only aluminum alloys, but also other special metals and composite materials. We now have two options. Qin Yang said. First, we can use titanium alloys to make our heavy machine guns a powerful weapon for mountain warfare. Titanium alloy. Everyone's expression changed. Chapter 81. If you are poor, simplify your design. If you are rich, use titanium alloy. Titanium alloy is an important structural metal developed in the 1950s. Titanium alloy has high strength, good corrosion resistance, and high heat resistance. Many properties are better than aluminum alloy. After its development, it was first used in aircraft engines and aircraft bodies, and then expanded to various projects. For example, the Russians once used titanium alloys to build submarines luxuriously. In the process of sprinting towards Mach 3, titanium alloy was considered to be the only material that could solve the thermal barrier. The Americans used titanium alloy to build the advanced Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft. The Soviet MiG-25 was also once considered to be a titanium alloy fighter. It was not until Belenko defected that the West was surprised to find that the Soviets actually used stainless steel. Titanium alloy is an aristocrat among materials with excellent performance, but it is expensive. If we use titanium alloy, it will be too expensive. Our army of millions of soldiers simply cannot afford it. Leader Fong said. That depends on what the troops need. Qin Yang said. If you want a 12.7mm heavy machine gun that one person can carry around, then titanium alloy is the best choice. With the support of titanium alloy, we are confident that we can make the weight of the 12.7mm heavy machine gun less than 20 kilograms. What's the big deal about the Russians' 25 kilograms heavy machine gun? We can reduce it to less than 20 kilograms. Qin Yang was certainly not talking nonsense. The later QJZ-171 machine gun luxuriously made the bolt carrier, receiver, buttstock, floating seat, and other parts all of titanium alloy, and added a tripod made of special high-strength composite materials, successfully reducing the weight of the 12.7mm heavy machine gun to 17 kilograms. What does this mean? A machine gunner can carry it with him at high speed. The weight of the light machine gun and the firepower of the heavy machine gun are definitely a nightmare for the enemy. If you want the horse to run, you have to let it eat grass. Leader Han sighed. If we want a light mountain heavy machine gun, we have to spend money. However, our country is poor, and the heavy machine guns manufactured with this plan cannot be equipped in large quantities to the troops. Engineer Chin, you just said there is a second plan. What is it? If we are poor, we should simplify the design. If we are rich, we should use titanium alloy. Qin Yang continued. If the country cannot support titanium alloy machine guns, we will have to simplify the design. We use aluminum alloy to make some machine gun parts, optimize various designs, and then use composite materials to make the gun frame. In this way, we are sure to reduce the weight of the machine gun to 26 kilograms. I hope the indicators set by our superiors can float up a bit. The Russians are 25 kilograms. Aren't you better than the Russians at Factory 960? Why do you still require a higher weight target? Su Jiqiang couldn't help but say, Engineer Qin, don't be so modest. So far, he has been able to judge. Qin Yang came prepared. Maybe he can really make this gun. They came from Factory 296 and originally planned to cheat Factory 960, but they didn't expect to help them. Thinking of this, he became angry, and when he heard Qin Yang asking for an increase in the target, he immediately spoke up. Really? The information we got is 25 kilograms. I don't know if this data is the total weight or just the weight of the gun body. Qin Yang didn't even look at Su Jiqiang. Of course it's the full weight. Su Jiqiang said confidently. How could the intelligence obtained by the relevant departments be wrong? When the MiG-25 appeared, everyone thought it was made of titanium alloy. Later, when Belenko defected, we learned that the aircraft was made of stainless steel. Seeing is believing. Without touching the gun, who can know the truth? Maybe the Russians deliberately released false information. Qin Yang said, of course, regardless of whether the information is true or false, since our troops need it, our military workers have to provide corresponding products. I think that even if the weight increases to 26 kilograms, the troops will welcome it. That's right. 1 kilogram heavier than the Russian machine gun is not much. It is completely acceptable. Leader Han immediately made the decision. If the Russian machine gun only weighs 25 kilograms, then our project can really become the lightest heavy machine gun in the world. Now, do other factories have any ideas? No one dared to stand up. They thought that reducing the weight of a heavy machine gun from 50 kilograms to 25 or 26 kilograms was simply nonsense. They thought they didn't have the ability to do it. Boss, you will be in charge of the relocation of Factory 960. Any department that dares to create resistance will hinder our war in the south. Leader Han began to arrange the work. After Factory 960 completes the relocation, immediately start the trial production of this machine gun. The old Dong he mentioned is Leader Dong, who is in charge of supervisory work. Leader Dong has a special identity, and he has been accused of hindering the war in the south. Who else would dare to make any moves secretly? Leader Dong nodded and accepted the task, and the pretty boy couldn't bear it any longer. Leaders, what if Factory 960 takes this opportunity to complete the relocation, but fails to produce machine guns? The pretty boy said with a worried attitude. What if they deliberately lied in order to relocate the factory? Can't make it? As long as no one makes trouble, there is no weapon that our 960 factory can't make. Qin Yang is a young man anyway, so he said boldly, as long as the factory is relocated as a whole and all the equipment we need is installed in place, we are confident that we can complete the trial production within 3 months and finalize it within half a year. If we are unable to deliver qualified machine guns to the troops half a year after our factory is relocated as a whole and the equipment is installed in place, then our factory will go back to where it came from. All the factory buildings we invested in building will be handed over. I am personally willing to accept any punishment. Okay, Leader Han nodded immediately. Boss, let all departments work closely together to complete the overall relocation and equipment installation of Factory 960 within 3 months. Engineer Qin, do you have any other requests? Qin Yang glanced at the pretty boy with a cold gaze and said, when our machine guns are developed and equipped to the troops, I want him to apologize to us in public. Why? The pretty boy was dissatisfied. Just because you question our ability. Just because you suggested that the 208th Institute should eat us up. Just because of your performance today. Qin Yang said aggressively. The overall relocation of our factory has not been going smoothly. You are the one behind it, right? If I wasn't in front of the leaders today, I would have beaten you up. The scene was silent. Where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. There are many factories in the system, and there are constant conflicts of interest among them. especially after the economic transformation. Everyone's relationship has become more tense. However, no matter what conflicts there are, they are all handled behind the scenes. No one has ever lost his temper in front of the leader or in front of so many people. This Qin Yang is such a fool. I didn't do anything behind my back. Don't slander me. Dear leaders, Qin Yang, have only one request. Qin Yang said, if we cannot produce the machine guns that the troops need by then, I will not say anything even if you kill me. However, if we do produce it, he must apologize to me. Although our 960 factory is a small third-tier factory and has also carried out military-to-civilian conversion, we must compete uprightly. If anyone dares to trip us up from behind, we will never let him go. Chapter 82, Getting Ready for a Big Fight. The meeting was over, but it was still early for lunch, so Qin Yang followed Leader Dong to the office. Leader Dong is in charge of the overall relocation of Factory 960, and we must discuss the next work in detail. 3 months is too tight. If it were in the past, it would take 2 or 3 years. Leader Dong personally poured a glass of water and placed it in front of Qin Yang. Xiaoqin, you are too young. Some people are indeed doing things behind your back, but the leaders will see it all. If you say that, it might make it difficult for the leaders. Now, Leader Dong's attitude is a bit like that of an elder rather than a superior, and Qin Yang feels warm in his heart. Leader Dong, I'm just a young man. If someone dares to slap me, I'll slap him back twice. Qin Yang said, by the way, what is the identity of that pretty boy? Qin Yang is not ignorant of the ways of the world. He did it on purpose. He must let everyone know that if anyone dares to trip up Factory 960, the consequences will be serious. Moreover, as a military expert who traveled through time, he knows all kinds of people. Since he knows Xiao Balian, this guy must be unknown. He is the grandson of a certain leader. He is usually a little frivolous. This time he should learn a lesson. Don't worry, besides me, Leader Fong and Leader Han will also protect you. Okay, tell me what you need. After the land use is approved, we will need various construction materials. It should not be a problem to build the factory building within 3 months. We also need to reconnect the power transmission line, which requires 2 500-kilowatt transformers. Wait. Although Leader Dong was not an expert in this area, he remembered clearly that the transformer that was stolen from the Sheh iron and steel plant was a 100-kilowatt transformer. Iron and steel making is a big consumer of electricity, and the military factory only operates a few machine tools and has lighting. Even if the area has been expanded, a 200-kilowatt transformer should be enough. Qin Yang actually wanted 2 500-kilowatt transformers. What did he want to do? Can you use so much electricity? If we were only producing the previous products, a 500-kilowatt transformer would be enough. But if we want to make light and heavy machine guns for the troops to use in the mountains, we need more electricity. Why? Because we need to use special steel, otherwise we can't achieve the goal of weight reduction. We don't need titanium alloy. We have to use special steel smelted by ourselves. For example, in the manufacture of gun barrels, we need to use electroslag remelting steel. Qin Yang said, the supporting equipment also needs to be imported from Europe. Aren't we doing the 37 project now? Just help us bring one. The gun doesn't need to be too big. A small device will do. Leader Dong was immediately overwhelmed. Qin Yang had made it clear at the meeting. The entire factory would be relocated and the equipment would be installed. At that time, everyone thought that the original equipment of Factory 960 would be installed. Who would have thought that they would have to purchase new equipment? And that, since it was not available in the country, it had to be imported from abroad. You are still working on the 37 project, and you are helping me buy one? You are so arrogant. After the country's doors were opened, the country realized the huge gap between itself and the world's advanced level and decided to quickly improve its level through introduction. There are many cooperative projects in the military industry. The Air Force has improved the J-7 and J-8. The Navy has the 051S, and the Army plans to introduce the NATO standard L7 tank gun. The L7 tank gun is a new type of rifled gun developed by the British Royal Arsenal to withstand the rolling, armored torrent of the Russians. It has great power, high accuracy, and long range, and has become the NATO standard tank gun. It uses a series of advanced processes, including electroslag remelting and barrel self-tightening. It weighs only 1.28 tons, which is much lighter than the domestic 59 tank gun of 1.95 tons, but is 2 or 3 times more powerful. On March 7, 1978, China began negotiations with the United Kingdom to introduce this advanced tank gun. After that, the L7 tank gun was reborn in the East and was even used until the 21st century. However, the introduction of the project took a long time. The British were also very smart. In order to avoid provoking the Soviets, They only exported the L7 technology. But production? You figure it out on your own. Therefore, the country found Stair Company to import equipment, which was already in the 1980s. Now Qin Yang proposed it, just in time for this opportunity. This kind of imported project requires a lot of foreign exchange. Leader Dong frowned. Even if your 960 factory earns millions of dollars for the country, that foreign exchange belongs to the country. You can't use it whenever you want. What if we could generate a few billion more dollars for the country? Leader Dong opened his eyes wide. What did you say? The country's total foreign exchange reserves are only a few billion, and Qin Yang actually said that he could earn tens of billions of foreign exchange? The last time I went abroad, I discussed a project with foreigners. After I came back, I started working on a new sniper rifle, so I didn't report it to my superiors. After listening to Qin Yang's report, Leader Dong was silent for a few minutes, and finally spoke. If this project is negotiated, you can buy whatever you want from Factory 960, and no one will have an excuse to stop us. In Qin Yang's plan, once Factory 960 completes its relocation, he will have to do a big job. Electroslag remelting is just one of the projects. There are also aluminum alloy processing, composite material production, etc. All kinds of projects require sufficient electricity and advanced machinery and equipment. Now that he has put forward a large project worth billions of dollars, how can his superiors not support him? While Qin Yang and Leader Dong were reporting on their work, others were discussing in groups of 3 or 5, waiting to finish their meal before leaving. Duo Lao had a dark face as he looked at the people he had brought with him. Factory 960 is going to relocate. Are you creating obstacles for them? Several people lowered their heads and didn't dare to say anything. Looking at their expressions, Mr. Duo understood. You guys are so confused. Even though it's no longer the era of a unified nation, military factories and research institutes must compete openly. If you use such crooked methods, will you still have the face to stay in the system in the future? Mr. Duo, our 208 Institute is the leader in the industry and has the strongest R&D capabilities. But what about now the development of the Type 81 rifle was snatched away by Factory 296, and the R&D tasks of sniper rifles and small caliber bullets were snatched away by Factory 960? They are slapping us in the face, said a technician. If you're afraid of being humiliated, then we should fight for our reputation and develop an advanced gun to let the people in the system know our strength. Instead of relying on crooked means, you guys are really capable of stealing good things from others when you see them have them. Mr. Duo, are you blaming me? At this moment, the pretty boy came over and said, times are changing. If the Institute does not have subordinate factories, it will suffer in the reform. If our 208th Institute can merge with Factory 960, we will be able to develop in great strides in the future. Now we must find a way to stop the relocation and development of Factory 960. Zhu Guohua, our 208th Institute has nothing to do with your capital steel plant. You should just do your own job well in the future, Duo Lao said with a dark face. Chapter 83, Turning Passive into Active. Humph, you don't know what's good for you. Zhu Guohua left a word and walked away without looking back. Mr. Duo, we can't afford to offend such a person. The subordinates were a little worried. Humph, relying on the merits of the older generation to bully others. What's so great about that? Duo Lao didn't care. Sooner or later, such a person will fall. You'd better not associate with him, or you will be implicated by him in the future. Mr. Duo, what Engineer Qin said is really weird. Can he really make a heavy machine gun weighing more than 20 kilograms? The technician quickly changed the subject. Our army needs this kind of heavy machine gun. I hope he can make it. Duo Lao said. This can be regarded as winning glory for the country. As we talked, time passed slowly and finally it was time for dinner. Mr. Duo originally planned to say a few words to Qin Yang. After all, Institute 208 also played an ignominious role in this matter. However, he did not see Qin Yang, nor did he see Leader Dong. Where is Engineer Qin going? Isn't he going to have dinner with us? This is a good opportunity for communication. Mr. Duo sighed. You don't know? The person sitting at the table turned his head and said, Leader Dong took Qin Yang to apply for foreign exchange from the superiors. I heard that they were planning to import equipment. Their 960 factory has seized the opportunity this time and is making a lot of money. That's right. It's just to make a gun, but they still need to import equipment from abroad. Even if their 960 factory earns $5 million, they can't spend it like this. The voices at the scene were still sour, but Duo Lao's heart was in turmoil. This Qin Yang was a capable man, and he wanted to import equipment. It seemed that he was planning to do something big. This light heavy machine gun might really be made by him. As everyone was jealous, Qin Yang, under the leadership of Leader Dong, had already arrived at the relevant superior unit. Please wait a moment. Leader Wang is talking to Leader Rao. Secretary Song brought the two to the reception room and poured them some water. These leaders are all very busy, and it is difficult to even meet without an appointment, so the two of them can only wait. Who would have thought that just as I sat down, someone in the office next door slammed the table? This is ridiculous. They have us in their sights. Do they think we must buy Mercedes-Benz heavy trucks? Leader Dong showed a helpless expression on his face. Alas, it seems that we are worried about the shortage of light and heavy items again. For a long time, the country only had one type of truck, the old Jiefeng, and there was a lack of light trucks and no qualified heavy trucks. The latter problem was the most serious. After all, some heavy equipment, such as 152mm howitzers, can only be towed by heavy trucks. Although a large number of Dongfeng 240s were used in the conflict on the southern border this time, they were still not enough. The existing heavy-duty trucks in the country all have problems. Dongfanghong, Yellow River, and Hongyan all have minor problems all the time. The country is in urgent need of advanced heavy-duty trucks. In the late 1970s, the country intended to set up Sanchi to specialize in the production of heavy-duty trucks. After some investigation, it identified the Mercedes-Benz NG80 heavy-duty truck. After all, Mercedes-Benz is a well-known car brand, and they are indeed very good in heavy-duty trucks. The NG80 heavy-duty truck, which cost billions of marks to build, represents the highest level of the heavy-duty truck industry. After we took a liking to it, we started to negotiate the issue of importing it. Unfortunately, Mercedes-Benz heavy trucks are too expensive. The motherland lacks foreign exchange and cannot keep importing trucks, so it hopes to introduce technology for production. However, Mercedes-Benz trucks are easily sold, so why should it export technology to the East? Maybe it will cultivate a competitor? Things just came to a standstill. You want us to import 50,000 trucks first before considering technology transfer. How much foreign exchange will this cost? Don't say we don't have that much foreign exchange. Even if we do, we can't waste it like this. A few minutes later, the sound of a door opening and footsteps were heard next door. A few minutes later, the secretary came and asked the two to come in. Leader Wang was sitting in a chair, still annoyed about what had just happened. When he saw Leader Dong bringing a young man in, he was curious. "Old Dong, why did you bring a guy who hasn't even grown all his hair here?" Leader Dong secretly groaned in his heart, thinking that the timing of this visit was not right. Qin Yang said carelessly, "Of course I'm here to give you money. Do you want hundreds of millions of dollars in foreign exchange?" Leader Wang was stunned for a moment. "Are you telling the truth?" "That's right, Leader Wang. Let me report this matter to you. This young comrade is named Qin Yang, from Factory 960, and they." Leader Dong was very excited and immediately gave a brief introduction. Leader Wang put aside his displeasure and listened to the report carefully, nodding as he listened. Okay, this is a good opportunity for us to earn foreign exchange, but this matter must be kept secret. Since it was Xiao Qin who contacted him, then Xiao Qin will continue to contact him and do the follow-up work. Do you have anything else to do? In fact, this matter is not the point at all. They came here mainly to apply for foreign exchange to purchase equipment. However, if they had asked for money just now, they would definitely have been kicked out by Leader Wang. Now the atmosphere is much more harmonious. Leader Dong was about to talk about buying equipment when Qin Yang interrupted again. "Leader Wang, when we were drinking tea next door, we heard the harsh conditions proposed by Mercedes-Benz. There are many manufacturers that can produce heavy trucks. Why should we hang on the tree of Mercedes-Benz heavy trucks?" Leader Dong frowned again. "Qin Yang, you young fool, don't say things that you shouldn't say and don't interfere in things that you shouldn't interfere. The introduction of heavy trucks is the business of the First Ministry of Machine Building and has nothing to do with our Fifth Ministry of Machine Building. Do you, a greenhorn like you, have the qualifications to butt in? Do you have any suggestions?" Leader Wang was not angry. Since Qin Yang had the ability to deal in foreign exchange, it meant that he was very familiar with the situation abroad. Perhaps he could provide a good solution? In fact, we were in a passive position when we rushed to investigate others. We also repeatedly asked Mercedes-Benz for cooperation, so of course they had us in their sights. Qin Yang said, "We need to find another way to introduce this kind of project." "Another way?" Leader Wang's eyes lit up. "Go on." "We use the bidding method. Any heavy truck that wants to enter our market must come here to bid." Qin Yang said, "No matter whether it is Mercedes-Benz, GM, Renault, or Steyr, they have to send us a batch of prototypes and test them here to see if these vehicles are suitable for our domestic market. If possible, we can also ask a group of units to try them out. When the test is satisfactory, we will continue to discuss conditions. When the conditions are suitable, we will proceed to the next step." "That's right, this is a great idea. In this way, we will have the initiative." Leader Dong reacted instantly and praised Qin Yang's idea. "Xiao Qin's idea is good, It's simple and turns passive into active. Your 960 factory can sell its equipment only because of smart young people like you. Leader Wang nodded. Since it was you who proposed it, then you can participate in this project. What? Leader Wang, we have something very important to do at Factory 960. I have already signed a military order at the meeting. If we delay, what could be more important than our heavy truck project? It's not like your 960 factory can't operate without you. We're introducing heavy trucks, that's a national project, and letting you participate is a sign of our respect for you. Why you don't want to? Qin Yang was speechless. What was this called? A higher-ranking official can crush a person to death. Now the higher-ranking official is not just one level higher. The status between him and the leader in front of him is the same as the world. He has to agree to his words and pretend to be happy. How is that possible? Qin Yang said, I feel very honored to be able to make my contribution to the industrial development of my country. That's pretty good. By the way, what do you want to talk to me about? Leader Wang, Factory 960 plans to import several pieces of equipment. Leaders Fong and Han in our system both believe that these imports are necessary. We hope that our superiors can approve them as soon as possible. We have to complete the process as soon as possible. The frontline troops urgently need these equipment to produce weapons. Leader Dong then took out the document signed by leaders Fong and Han. If we follow the formal procedures, there will definitely not be enough time. So Leader Dong came to ask for a meeting with Leader Wang to take a shortcut. Okay, put this file down. Leader Wang nodded. Chapter 84. Heavy trucks are a sideline business. Weapons are the main business of Stare. Factory 960. Didn't the meeting end a long time ago? Why hasn't Yangzi come back yet? Qin Baowu paced back and forth in the room anxiously. Lao Qin, just sit down. You're turning around like this, and I'm dizzy. Zhou Yongfei said. I finished the meeting the day before yesterday afternoon, so I should have been back yesterday. I waited for him for a whole day yesterday and for half a day today. How can I not be anxious? Could something have happened on the way? I was afraid that I would take bus 212 back in the middle of the night before yesterday. What if the driver fell asleep and the car fell into the ditch? Qin Baowu was very anxious. Dingling. Just at this moment, the phone rang. Qin Baowu picked it up and heard the doorman's anxious voice from inside. Hello, Director, Leader Dong is here. Leader Dong? His coming must be bad news. Several people were caught off guard. When they ran down to greet Leader Dong, Zhu Zizhong was the first to speak. Leader Dong, what instructions do you have for your visit to our factory this time? Qin Baowu was a little worried. Could it be that Yangzi had committed a crime and was detained directly in the capital? No instructions. I'm here to coordinate the work. The site for your factory's relocation has been agreed with the relevant departments. The next step is to carry out the construction work. Everyone was stunned. I don't know who was causing trouble, but we couldn't reach an agreement with the relevant departments, and the relocation work couldn't proceed. But now it's been reached? Who made it happen? My superiors ordered Engineer Qin and I to jointly advance this project, but Engineer Qin had other tasks, so I came here in person to coordinate, Leader Dong continued. Other tasks? Qin Baowu was even more surprised. Leader Dong, what task did Yangzi receive? This is a long story, and it involves confidential information, so you don't need to ask too many questions. Let's discuss the relocation issue first. Who is responsible for this in your factory? Me. Zhou Yongfei was very excited. First, transfer 500,000 yuan from your factory's account. I'll take you to the brick factory to buy bricks. First, build the factory wall and the ground. Then everything else will go smoothly. Yes. Leader Dong, you don't have to show up. I can go by myself. Our superiors have instructed us to complete the relocation within 3 months. Time is tight, and we don't have time to argue. Let's go now. Watching his leader leave, Qin Baowu still couldn't believe his ears. What mission did Qin Yang have? Was it confidential? With Yangzi, there is nothing he can't do. Zhu Zizhong was very happy. The factory has completed the overall relocation, and it will be able to develop and grow better in the future. Lao Qin, when I retire, the position of factory director will be his. There is no future for development in the mountains. I don't know how many people are clamoring to go back to the city. When Yang Zhaoxiang was here, he made a lot of benefits by arranging for people to return to the city. Now, those people should be regretting it. Factory 960 has been relocated to Sheh. Everyone has returned, and Factory 960 is thriving. Qin Yang has made great contributions to the development of the factory. At this time, Qin Yang, who was talked about by everyone, was standing on the apron of the capital airport, waiting boredly. Although he unexpectedly accepted such a crappy task, Qin Yang took it easy. He knew that Stare would be the winner in the end. Stare only manufactured heavy trucks as a side job, and later on they sold them because they were not profitable. Their main business is making weapons. If we have a good relationship with Steyr, it will be easier to purchase equipment, such as electroslag remelting steel. In the 1980s, the airport did not have a terminal building for direct flights. Planes were parked on the tarmac and passengers had to walk or take a shuttle bus to travel the distance. However, since there are not many people who can take planes in this day and age, the airport is not very busy and there will be no situation where you board the wrong plane. These foreigners are really rich. After hearing about our bidding, they actually chartered a transport plane and airlifted their cars here. Yu Changhong, the director of the Yellow River factory, exclaimed beside Qin Yang. No, Director Yu, this is because the Austrians value our project. If Mercedes-Benz is willing to spend money to ship the plane here, it must be shipped by sea. Wang Mangwei, the director of the Hongyan factory, said, but this Steyr is indeed not well known. Steyr is not well known because no one has heard of it. In fact, Steyr is also very famous in the industry. Hearing these people's discussions, Qin Yang couldn't help but speak up. A well-known person in the industry? Several people were stunned. Then we are really ignorant. It's not that you are ignorant, but because the industry I'm talking about is not the automotive industry, but the weapons industry. Qin Yang had nothing to do, so he chatted with everyone. Weapons industry? That's right. Steyr prospered because of weapons. In 1864, a company called Joseph Franz Warndell was established in Steyr, Austria. Its main business was to manufacture firearms. Since then, Steyr has been manufacturing firearms, and later began to get involved in automobile manufacturing. When it comes to gun manufacturing, Steyr has always been great. The bullpup rifle that is now popular all over the world was first invented by Steyr. The structure of an ordinary rifle has been finalized, with a buttstock at the back, a magazine in the middle, and a barrel at the front. This is considered the most mature layout, but it is often inconvenient to use, such as in cities, in armored vehicles, etc. The shorter the gun, the better. Some people started to think, can the gun box be placed at the position of the buttstock? This would greatly reduce the length of the entire gun. In fact, the British would definitely be unhappy if they were told that the layout of the bullpup rifle was not invented by Steyr. However, it was Steyr that really promoted the bullpup rifle. In 1978, they manufactured the famous STG-77 rifle, which was not only used by themselves, but also exported in large quantities under the name of August, which later triggered a revolution in bullpup rifles. Even in shooting games, its shadow often appears. Afterwards, countries such as Britain, South Africa, and Israel developed their own bullpup rifles. In China, there is also the famous 95 gun family, all of which have the structure of a bullpup rifle. Their August rifle is 790 millimeters long, and the barrel is 508 millimeters. Look at the M16, which also has a 508 millimeters barrel, but the total length is 986 millimeters. Qin Yang said, this is the advanced feature of the bullpup rifle. However, Steyr's famous product is not only this one. The sniper rifles they produce are also unique. Qin Yang talked nonstop here. Anyway, everyone present was a car maker and didn't know how to make weapons, so he could brag as much as he wanted. However, he did not notice that several people were approaching. One of them was an interpreter who translated Qin Yang's words to them. These people listened to his introduction with great interest. After Qin Yang finished his introduction, these people started applauding. I didn't expect that there are people in the East who know Steyr so well. One of the middle-aged men said, we are more confident about opening up the Eastern market. Chapter 85. Qin Yang kidnapped someone? Qin Yang looked at these foreigners curiously. They were dressed in suits, tall and strong, and looked very conspicuous. He was so busy bragging just now that he didn't even notice their arrival. Mr. Zaraficus? Yu Changhong recognized him first. When they went to Europe for inspection, they had also been to Steyr Company, but they just took a quick look and did not get to know it in detail. After all, everyone's mind was on Mercedes-Benz heavy trucks at that time. Yes, I am the person in charge sent by Steyr to bid, said Zaraficus. We were all very embarrassed. We came here to pick up the guests, but who could have thought that the guests would come to us on their own initiative? However, we said we were going to pick up a transport plane, but who could have thought that people from Steyr Company had just gotten off the passenger plane? But if you think about it, you will understand that to bid, you need a car and people. These people cannot come here by a transport plane. They have to take a passenger plane. This is a matter of urgency. At this time, Zalaficus said while looking at the young Qin Yang. Sir, are you so familiar with our Steyr Company? Yes, we are in the same industry. My name is Qin Yang, and I come from a domestic gun manufacturing factory. Qin Yang spoke fluent English. The factory managers who had just been chatting and laughing with him were all stunned. This young man can speak English? Zalaficus on the other side was also very happy. It's great to be able to communicate directly without a translator. No wonder you are so familiar with us. It turns out you are also a gun maker. In fact, the official language of Austria is German, but unless you come from a remote rural area in Austria, you can definitely speak English. When they are in school, they learn English as a basic foreign language. Yes, I can speak German, but not fluently. Qin Yang replied. How many sample cars did you bring this time? There are very few models of trucks produced domestically. For example, the old Jiefeng has only been produced for decades. However, foreign trucks are different. Take the Steyr 91 series that is currently up for bidding, for example. It has 15 basic models, with a total vehicle weight ranging from 16 tons to 40 tons. There are 19 engines and 44 cabs to choose from, and as many as 328 variants to meet a wide range of needs. We brought 4 prototypes, Zaraficus said. 3 of them are civilian vehicles, and 1 is a military vehicle. For the military vehicle, we use a 6x6 drive system and a V8 engine. As they were talking, the sound of an airplane whirring was heard, and the cargo plane began to land. Everyone opened their eyes wide and looked at the Steyr truck that came down from the cargo plane. The angular cab, the thick tires, the brand new paint. It looked really good. This heavy truck has a unique way of operating. I wonder if Mr. Zalaficus knows it. Qin Yang said with a smile as the customs officers were inspecting the equipment. Oh, what's the point? Except for starting with the clutch, you don't need to press the clutch during normal driving to complete the gear shifting operation. What? For experienced drivers, shifting gears without pressing the clutch is absolutely a routine operation. Especially the experienced domestic drivers driving Steyr have practiced this technique to perfection. Even Austrians would give them a thumbs up when they see it. Do you want to go up and see how I operate it? Qin Yang said, pointing at the 6x6 military vehicle. Okay. Zaraficus nodded. The customs inspection had been completed, and the car was fully fueled. Qin Yang jumped in, sat in the driver's seat, and looked at the familiar vehicle. In his previous life, he had driven this type of military vehicle many times, so he was naturally familiar with it now. The spacious cab can accommodate 3 people. Zalaficus and his assistant sat in it, and watched Qin Yang start the vehicle skillfully. After waiting for a few minutes for the vehicle to warm up, they started the vehicle. Press the clutch, wait 2 seconds, shift gears, release the brake, and step on the gas. Everything is as easy as pie. Qin Yang starts smoothly, just like an experienced driver driving the vehicle. Good. Your technique is very good. Zaraficus nodded and looked at Qin Yang's left leg, so Qin Yang lifted his left leg and stepped on the seat. After starting, you can rest your left leg. Step on the gas, speed up, and release the gas. At the moment of releasing the accelerator, Qin Yang's right hand flexibly pulled the gear lever to change the gear, then skillfully shifted to 3rd gear and continued to step on the accelerator. The V8 engine provides strong power, and the gear shifts can be easily made from 1 to 3 and 5 when the car is idling. Even though the clutch is not pressed, there is no sound from the gearbox, and the car does not shake. It is extremely stable. Amazing. Not bad. Good skills. Zalaficus was very impressed. You not only understand technology, but you are also a veteran driver. Qin Yang smiled helplessly. An old driver? Nowadays, there is no old driver who can eat peanuts. The Steyr military vehicle roared and drove away. Tang Changhong and others were a little stunned. Why did he drive the vehicle away? Where did he drive the car? Hurry and chase him. The other people hurriedly got into the car, but they had never driven before and were not very skilled. The car they were riding in was outside, and they could not contact each other in time. By the time the other cars drove out, the first car had disappeared without a trace. Somewhere in the capital, in a state banquet hall, Leader Rao looked at the on-site arrangement and said, yes, during the recent heavy truck bidding period, the heavy truck manufacturers who came to bid will eat and stay here. Steyr is the most enthusiastic, so we must also entertain them warmly. After the airport picked up the guests, they immediately called us. Although it was a bit rushed, the reception was arranged quickly. Report, Leader Rao. At this moment, the secretary rushed in. Something happened. What's up? Mr. Zaraficus, the leader of the bidding team sent by Steyr, and his assistant were kidnapped by Qin Gong from Factory 960. Kidnapped? Leader Rao was stunned. How is that possible? After listening to the secretary's introduction, Leader Rao was a little amused. This young man. I don't understand what's wrong with Lao Wang. He let this young man who hasn't even grown all his hair participate in our heavy truck import project. This is a joke. Send someone to contact Factory 960. He must have lured the person to Factory 960. Achoo. Qin Yang sneezed. At this moment, he was steering with one hand and on the gear lever with the other, stepping on the accelerator to change gears at any time, while chatting with Zaraficus. Unconsciously, his stomach began to growl. Qin Yang looked around and saw a small restaurant in the distance with a sign that sold the time-honored fried noodles. Mr. Zalaficus, how about I take you to taste some of the capital's specialties? Okay. Zaraficus nodded. When this heavy truck without any camera was parked next to a street shop, it attracted a lot of onlookers. When the foreigners got off the truck, they became even more curious. Qin Yang didn't care and took the two of them into the shop. Waiter, bring 3 bowls of authentic old capital noodles with soybean paste. 7 dishes and 8 bowls are all served. When entertaining foreigners, you can't be careless. Don't lose face for us Chinese. Diplomacy is no small matter. Qin Yang's words scared the waiter so much that he didn't even dare to mention anything like payment first or food coupons. He quickly came up with tea to serve. Soon, the noodles with soybean paste were served. It's a bit like pasta, but there are so many small dishes and sauces, which is very special. Looking at the noodles with soybean paste served in front of him, Zalaficus began to comment. The taste is completely different. You'll know after trying it. Don't be fooled by the small size of this restaurant. The smaller the place, the more authentic it is. Let's put these side dishes into the noodles first. While Qin Yang was eating noodles with soybean paste with foreigners, in the state banquet hall, Rao, the leader, listened to his subordinate's report with a grim expression. What? There is no one from Factory 960. Great. This young man is really capable. Where did he take him? Coordinate with the Public Security Department and dig deep to find him for me. Be careful not to alarm others. Chapter 86. To do business, you must first make friends. After adding the sauce and the side dishes and stirring them, the shiny and fragrant noodles appeared before his eyes. Zalaficus swallowed his saliva and said, I think it will taste good. After saying that, he held the chopsticks clumsily, but couldn't pick up the food, so he simply turned around a few times and put the noodles into his mouth. The rich sauce, chewy noodles, and the flavor of the cucumbers and carrots rolled in together made every one of his taste buds bloom. Delicious good. Waiter, do you have a knife and fork? Our foreign guests are not used to using chopsticks. After taking a few more bites, Zalaficus looked at Qin Yang and said, Qin, the food here is so delicious. If I hadn't come here to bid for your heavy truck project, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to eat Oriental delicacies. You can eat here every day from now on, and never repeat the same thing for half a year. Qin Yang said, the East has a long history and innumerable delicacies, and it is no exaggeration to say that they can eat here every day for half a year without repeating the same thing. That's great, but I don't know why you suddenly started bidding. Haven't you been in contact with Mercedes-Benz before? Yes, we have contacted Mercedes-Benz, but as the saying goes, you should shop around. Although stair-heavy trucks are not very famous in Europe, they will definitely shine in our eastern land. Qin Yang said, you are the first to come here. We are very touched, and we also look forward to a successful cooperation with you. So, how do we get this bid? Asked Zaraficus. Everyone, I'm not a big shot and I don't have the power to make decisions. I can only analyze. Qin Yang said, although we have opened our doors and developed the economy, our foreign exchange reserves are still limited. Therefore, one of our important conditions is to get a bargain. Please rest assured that our stair-heavy trucks are definitely not expensive. It would be even better if you could provide us with a loan. Loan. Hearing this, Zalaficus and his assistant were stunned. They were here to sell stair-heavy trucks to make money, but when they came here, the other party actually asked for a loan? How did they make money? If they knew the Eastern proverb, they would know that this is called getting something for nothing. We lack money and technology, but we have people. Qin Yang knew that the other party's patience was limited, so he had to explain quickly. We have hundreds of millions of people in the East, which is a huge consumer market and a huge human resource reserve. Stair's annual production in Europe is only a few thousand vehicles because you don't have the manpower to expand the scale. You know us well. Zaraficus nodded. Why are Mercedes-Benz heavy-duty trucks so awesome? It's because they can sell hundreds of thousands of heavy-duty trucks every year, making them the industry leader. Stair makes guns, and car manufacturing is just a sideline. Its annual output of heavy-duty trucks is only a few thousand units, which is nothing compared to Mercedes-Benz heavy-duty trucks and is not even a fraction of theirs. You have provided us with a loan, but the money will not go into our hands, but into your hands. You have to export technology and various equipment to us, which all cost money. The loan money will be directly deposited into the account of your stair company. Qin Yang continued. How do you make money? Put the bank's money into your own pocket. That's making money. Then how do you pay me back? We have the advantage of low labor costs, so after we acquire the technology, we can produce this type of truck domestically and sell it back to Europe. Even with the freight, it is cheaper than the cost of your stair company. This way you can make more profits and expand your scale to compete with other heavy truck manufacturers. Qin Yang said, both sides can make profits. Zarafakis' eyes lit up. Steyr heavy-duty trucks are not well known in Europe, perhaps because their scale has not increased. If they can use the East as a production base and continuously export cheap Steyr heavy-duty trucks back to Europe, then perhaps they can also grow into a giant like Mercedes-Benz heavy-duty trucks? In fact, the final repayment plan was just Qin Yang's nonsense. It is not so easy to re-export Steyr heavy trucks to Europe. Domestic heavy trucks have been developed for many years, but have not been re-exported to Europe. They are only sold well in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. But it's just talk. His purpose is not this. Qin, why are you telling us this? Zarafakis suddenly asked. This sentence has a deeper meaning. Qin Yang said so much to him when they met for the first time, and even gave them some advice. Was it the government that instructed him to do this? Qin Yang smiled and said, because we are all in the same industry, I hope to cooperate with you. I like making friends, especially with people in the same industry. Make friends. Zarafakis was very surprised. You just made the suggestion because you consider us as friends? Yes, I still have many ways to help you so that your heavy trucks can win the bid. Alas, it is not easy to find an opportunity to be alone with you. What I am doing is also risky. Since you are here, our relevant departments have to entertain you. I brought you here to chat, and I guess I will be punished when I go back. Hearing Qin Yang's words, Zarafakis was very moved. Qin, we are both engaged in military industry. We can have more opportunities for cooperation in the future. I am also very happy to meet a friend like you. Yes, there are many opportunities for cooperation. Qin Yang said. Our country started to investigate the L-7 tank gun 2 years ago. Did you know? I heard about it. Zarafakis was a little curious and didn't know why Qin Yang suddenly proposed this project. The British only exported the technology of the L-7 tank gun, but not the production equipment. If your Steyr company had the production equipment for electroslag remelting steel and barrel self-tightening. Of course, Zarafakis was very excited. Qin, can we sell the production equipment to you? I think there is hope. As long as you quote a reasonable price, we can use our foreign exchange reserves to purchase them directly. As you know, we have always been threatened by the rolling armored torrents in the north. Qin, you really are our good friend. Zarafakis was extremely excited. If you have anything we can help you with, just tell us. I do have a request. Qin Yang said. I also heard that Steyr Company has just eliminated a 2-ton small-scale electroslag remelting steel production equipment. Can you sell this equipment to our factory at the cheapest price? Qin Yang lured these foreigners out and treated them to noodles with soybean paste. Of course, he had a purpose. If everyone is together, this project will be difficult to discuss. Once the news leaks out, there will always be people who will make trouble. He has to negotiate with these people first, and then apply to his superiors to go through the process. Then everything will go much more smoothly. A small obsolete device. There is one, and the company's lowest price is $500,000. Okay, then let's sign the contract and go through the process as soon as possible. Qin Yang nodded with satisfaction and looked at the group of men in black caps at the door. The timing is just right. Chapter 87. The biggest feature is that it can be loaded, whether it is goods or... Xiao Qin, do you know what you are doing? Looking at the young man in front of him, Leader Rao was furious. It's the first time for foreigners to come here, and you actually took them to eat noodles with soybean paste. We have prepared a sumptuous reception banquet, but it was all wasted. Although there were a few foreigners at the scene, they were all Zarafakis's men, and the main person they wanted to entertain was not there. The noodles with soybean paste are not bad either. Foreigners enjoy eating them very much. Qin Yang said, how dare you talk back? Just shut up. Okay, I won't say anything more. I have something important to report. Seeing Qin Yang's unconvinced look, Leader Rao sat down on the chair and picked up the teacup to drink tea. Okay, you tell me. I'll listen to you. I want to see what important things you can say. If nothing unexpected happens, Steyr will offer us very favorable terms, including a loan of $500 million guaranteed by their government, so that we can complete the introduction of the entire project. What did you say? Leader Rao put down his teacup. The situation of the country lacking in important and minor resources must be changed, so how to change it? Of course, spend money to introduce projects. No one has ever thought that the funds introduced can also be provided by the other party as a loan. The introduction of projects was completed without spending money. This guy is really good at getting something for nothing. The noodles with soybean paste I just had were a bit salty, and my throat feels so uncomfortable. Qin Yang lowered his voice deliberately. Okay, drink my glass of water. Qin Yang didn't despise it either. He picked up Leader Rao's teacup and drank it all in one gulp. Yes, it should be the first batch of Longjing. Qin Yang commented. You know a lot. Okay, your throat doesn't hurt anymore, right? Go on. Yes. Qin Yang repeated his proposed plan, and Leader Rao's eyes slowly changed. At first, he didn't know why Wang recommended Qin Yang, but now he understood that this guy was very good. He successfully fooled the foreigners. In other words, you took foreigners out to eat noodles with soybean paste in order to trick them into providing us with the best conditions? Leader Rao summed up. I guess so. The main thing is to make friends with foreigners. It's easier to get things done with more friends. Qin Yang said. If it really works out, then Stairs' conditions are much more sincere than Mercedes-Benz heavy trucks. Leader Rao walked around the office excitedly. As long as their heavy trucks can suit our national conditions, then we can definitely cooperate with Stair. Leader Rao, I have done something great today, right? You made a mistake today, but you also made a contribution, so let's offset your mistakes. Leader Rao rolled his eyes at Qin Yang, then said, remember in the future, no matter what you do, you must report to your superiors first. Yes. Since you have become friends with them, it will be your responsibility to entertain them from now on. Can I arrange the testing content of the vehicle? How are you going to test it? Qin Yang smiled. Pull harder, work harder, strive to be the first, and realize the 4 modernizations as soon as possible. In later generations, speeding and overloading would result in fines, but that was after the 1990s. After the founding of the People's Republic of China, driving faster and faster was a way to better build the motherland. After the reform and opening up, the country proposed the goal of building the 4 modernizations of socialism. The slogan of pulling more, running faster, working hard, and striving to be the best was shouted loudly in the national transportation industry. These words are not derogatory, but a real honor. The next day, at a brick factory near the capital. Qin, isn't it too much? Zalaficus walked around the truck, very worried. The tire was flattened, the leaf spring was pressed into the wrong position, and the entire truck seemed like it would collapse at any time. Not much, not much, how much is this? Qin Yang watched the workers loading bricks onto the truck bed with a calm expression on his face. Everyone, load 2 more layers. The first vehicle being installed is an ordinary civilian truck with a single rear axle. According to Stair's official design, the total weight of this vehicle is 16 tons. This number is not low. The total design weight of the old Jiefeng truck currently on the road is 4 tons, and the new Jiefeng 141 is only 5 tons. Stair's level is definitely considered a heavy truck. But, looking at the bricks loaded on this truck, they have been stacked up to the height of the cab, and the weight is estimated to be over 40 tons. Qin, this kind of loading has far exceeded our design capabilities, and the safety risks have greatly increased. Zalaficus was still worried. Old friend, do you still believe in me? Zaraficus nodded. Of course, we are good friends. Then do as I say, Qin Yang said. However, with this loading, the braking distance will be greatly increased, and if we encounter a downhill section, a serious accident is likely to occur. That doesn't matter. We have a solution, Qin Yang said, waving to the people behind him. It's almost high enough. Put this empty bucket up there, fill it with water, and lay the pipe. Seeing the 4 water pipes extending to the wheels, Zalaficus was even more shocked. What is this for? In order to ensure braking ability, once we encounter a downhill section, we will turn on the tap and pour water on the brake drum to cool it down. The famous breakwater spraying, have you never seen this? Zaraficus shook his head. How can this be? Come, hang the slogan on the side. Qin Yang continued to direct. Slogan? Zalaficus looked at the red banners hung on both sides of the carriage. They looked very impressive, but he didn't know what the Chinese characters on them meant. Qin, what does this mean? Those on the left, run faster, and realize the 4 modernizations as soon as possible. The one on the right is Stair, the 100-ton king, the most worthwhile heavy truck for China to import. Crazy, this is absolutely crazy. After understanding the meaning of the slogan, Zalaficus shook his head repeatedly. In Europe, doing this will lead to jail. Here, doing this will be reported in the newspapers. Qin Yang smiled and glanced at the rear double-axle Stair waiting to be loaded and unloaded. That one can carry 60 tons. As for the tractor, after the trailer is welded, it can carry at least 100 tons. The title of 100-ton king is no joke. Stair is the train car on the road and the most beautiful scenery on many national highways. No one dares to drive a car like this. I dare to drive, Mr. Zalaficus. You'd better not sit down. It's dangerous. Qin Yang got on the truck and started the first transport. Although he was seconded here, he still had to seek benefits for Factory 960. Now these test trucks could be used to transport bricks to Factory 960's new factory. It was the best of both worlds. Zalaficus frowned, but still bravely opened the car door. If you dare to open it, I dare to sit in it. The stairs started slowly with a roar. Although the car was overloaded 2 or 3 times, its performance was still good. The car shook twice and started successfully. This was simply a miracle, and the scene was full of applause. Zarafika's heart was in his throat. When he arrived at the construction site of Factory 960, 2 reporters who were interviewing there were so surprised that their eyes dropped out and they grabbed their cameras to take pictures crazily. Have you ever seen a train car on the road? This car is amazing. Excuse me, what kind of car is this? Seeing Qin Yang getting off the car, the reporter immediately started interviewing him. This is the stair-heavy truck we are about to introduce. Its biggest feature is that it can be loaded. Qin Yang fully utilized his characteristics. If we talk about being able to be loaded, he is definitely the one who can be more loaded. Cool. Looking at Qin Yang's endless chatter, Zalafikis seemed to understand that this was publicity. Sure enough, the next day, the news was reported on the front page of the newspaper. Stair, the train car on the road. Stair, pulling and running fast, is the most worthwhile heavy truck to be introduced to China. Stair, the 100-ton king, works hard to build the 4 modernizations. In the photo, the stair truck loaded with bricks became popular all over the country. Chapter 88, Sherwin. Qin, your publicity is so successful. Zarafikis came out of the leader's office with a face full of excitement. Your superiors are very satisfied with the performance of our stair and are already discussing the introduction of it with us. I told you the plan you taught me, and your leader was very happy. I think this project is almost certain to win. Where's the bidding? The other bidders haven't come yet, but Stair has already won. Congratulations. Qin Yang had a smile on his face. Next, we will discuss with other departments about production equipment, such as electroslag remelting steel. Please rest assured that we will deliver the equipment you requested in good condition. Qin Yang shook his head. No, it can't be intact. Zarafikis looked confused and didn't know what the significance of Qin Yang's action was. Qin Yang hopes that everything goes well, but he must take various precautions to avoid any accidents. You should not have the intention to harm others, but you must be on guard against others. Qin Yang inexplicably thought of the pretty boy who appeared in the meeting that day. That guy had great power and might cause trouble for him. Humph. At the capital steel plant, Zhu Guohua was filled with indignation in the director's office. The land in Shay originally belonged to our steel plant, but it was allocated to Factory 960 by the superiors. Humph, giving the land is fine, but now Factory 960 actually wants to purchase equipment from abroad. Why would a gun-making factory like them need production equipment for electroslag remelting steel? He had just heard that Factory 960 was going to use foreign exchange to purchase equipment and that his superiors had approved it, so he immediately came over to express his indignation. Wang Jinlai, the director of the factory office, came in with a frown. Alas, this was the kind of person he feared the most. He was just a small clerk, but he wanted to interfere in everything. Due to his special background, it was difficult for him to give him face. Zhu Guohua originally worked in the railway department and was transferred to the steel plant this year. He really didn't know what methods they used over there. He had to learn from them and find a way to get rid of him. Xiao Zhu, you care about the interests of the factory, which is a good thing. The factory will value your opinions. I will report to you at the factory meeting when I have time. The factory will definitely study this issue. The factory leaders are away recently. By the time they come back, it will be too late. Zhu Guohua said, Director Wang, their gun-making factory doesn't need steel-making equipment at all. Our steel plant can provide any type of steel they need, but they insist on making it themselves. Isn't this looking down on us? Let's get that batch of equipment to our steel plant and use it ourselves. Wang Jinlai frowned. You brought it here? Do you know how much trouble this will cause? Why did you bring it here? It's because you were rejected last time when you went to the meeting and you want revenge. The research and development task of that light-heavy machine gun is something that our superiors attach great importance to. It is related to the war on the southern border. Do you know what the consequences will be if you make trouble here? Xiao Zhu, let's talk about this later. No, Director Wang, you have to give your approval today so that I can make the arrangements. Besides, that is the production equipment for electroslag remelting steel. The steel smelted with that equipment can be used to smelt special steels. For example, high-speed bearings must use this kind of steel. At present, the country only plans to introduce one tank gun to the 447 factory in the grassland. Why should their 960 factory buy one? If they have to queue up, it will not be their turn. Hearing this, Wang Jinlai was somewhat moved. He had come from the bottom of society, so he knew that electroslag remelting steel was an advanced smelting process. Unfortunately, there was no such equipment in China. If he could get one now? Director Wang, don't worry. I have already thought of the method and excuse. By then, it will be done and they will just have to stare blankly. Zhu Guohua was not a fool. He had already thought of the specific operation and excuse. After saying this, he continued to deceive. Director Wang, you have done this important thing while the factory leader is away. That means you have made a great contribution. Deputy Director Zhao is about to retire. You, Wang Jinlai finally nodded. Stair-heavy trucks are still transporting construction materials. With the trailers built, the transport capacity is even stronger. There is a trailer behind each of the two single vehicles, and the tractor directly tows a 4-axle trailer. Each vehicle can transport hundreds of tons. This spectacular transportation scene shocked everyone who saw it. Stair heavy-duty trucks demonstrate their powerful performance with their absolute strength. Those old Jiefeng and old Dongfeng vehicles became like toys next to it. How long does it take to build a factory? There is no single answer, but it is measured in years at the very least. However, in the tide of market economy, the strength of this infrastructure maniac has begun to show. In just half a month, the wall was built, and in another half a month, the main factory building was about to be topped off. It was at this time that other bidding teams finally arrived. Christian, the leader of the Mercedes-Benz heavy-duty truck team that came to bid, stood at the gate of the new site of Factory 960, looking at the stair tractor loaded with sand and gravel, with a very solemn expression on his face. Standing next to him was Yu Changhong, the director of the Yellow River plant. He said with emotion, "We are very satisfied with Stair's transportation capacity. The title of 100-ton king is well-deserved. Mercedes-Benz heavy-duty trucks are more advanced than Stair heavy-duty trucks. They can carry 100 tons, while Mercedes-Benz heavy-duty trucks can carry 200 tons. This kind of transportation is absolutely not allowed in Europe. It will seriously damage the roads and cause safety accidents." Christian was very disgusted. "Mr. Christian, we have an old saying, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. No, we absolutely do not allow our vehicles to be overloaded like this." Christian shook his head repeatedly. This mode of transportation is too backward. In Europe, trunk logistics is popular. We have begun to use lightweight methods to reduce the weight of the vehicle. The lighter the weight, the higher the transportation efficiency. The heavy trucks they had traveled across the ocean to bid for were their latest product concepts, with emphasis on lightweighting. The front axle had 3-piece steel plates, while the rear axle was 3+2. If used in this way, they would have been crushed on the spot. Behind, Mr. Christian, the current road conditions in our country are not good. They are not up to the level of European highways. Most of our roads are still dirt roads. The speed of the car cannot be increased. We have to rely on pulling more to reduce operating costs. No, this kind of overloading is backward and ignorant. Since the road conditions are bad, you should repair the road. It is extremely unreasonable for you to use this mode of transportation." A trace of disappointment flashed through Yu Changhong's mind. It seemed that Mercedes-Benz heavy trucks were destined to be out of the domestic market. Now, Stair had become famous and everyone in the system was optimistic about this car. He had originally hoped that Mercedes-Benz could pull 200 tons to turn the situation around, but it seemed that it was just a pipe dream. If this is the type of truck you need, then it won't be a pity for us to lose the selection. Christian's complaint quickly spread, and everyone shook their heads after hearing it. Zalaficus was even more delighted after hearing it. "Qin, we are one step closer to success." That evening, in a small restaurant, Zalaficus said to Qin Yang while peeling fennel beans, "Mercedes-Benz doesn't value our Eastern market at all. They will regret it one day." Qin Yang said, "We will become the largest automobile consumer market, and Stair heavy trucks will become our most reliable means of transportation." Zalaficus nodded. He thought of something. "The equipment you need was shipped half a month ago. It will arrive in about a month." So fast. Qin Yang was also very happy. Chapter 89, Interception. The leaves on the trees by the roadside had begun to turn yellow, and in the sky, wild geese were flying in neat formations toward the south. On the ground, people were still working diligently. A factory covering an area of 300 acres has gradually taken shape in the hands of diligent workers. The huge main factory building has been topped out. On this day, flags were flying around the factory building, and the banners hanging at the entrance of the factory were fluttering in the north wind. Warmly celebrate the completion of the topping out ceremony of the #1 production workshop of the Capital Agricultural Implements Factory. Time is money, efficiency is life. Build the motherland and revitalize China. A group of people gathered at the entrance of the factory, with a makeshift podium in front of them. The sound of firecrackers popped, and the air was filled with the smell of sulfur, as if it was Chinese New Year. "Comrades, today we have achieved a phased result. The #1 production workshop of the Capital Agricultural Implements Factory has been successfully topped off." Leader Dong, who was in charge of this matter, spoke in person, and Zhu Zizhong had to stand by and watch. Now, only 2 months have passed since the start of construction, and we have already achieved phased results. We still have 1 month left. I hope we can continue to work hard and strive to complete the construction of other workshops and family buildings in the remaining time, and complete the overall relocation of the capital farm implement factory before the freezing weather. Leader Dong looked into the distance, where other buildings were also under intensive construction. Hey, where is Engineer Qin? Why is Engineer Qin not here in such a grand occasion? Zhu Zizhong looked around. He was planning to let Qin Yang come up and say a few words. After all, Qin Yang had made an indispensable contribution to the overall relocation of Factory 960. Even though Qin Yang was the youngest, he had the best reputation in the factory. It is said that the imported equipment will arrive in the capital today. He and Chaozi went to the railway department to coordinate. Qin Bao was said, "It is inconvenient for our factory to not have a railway. Fortunately, we have those stairs, so there will be no problem in transporting the equipment. All first-tier large factories have direct access to railways, and trains can run directly to the factories. If Factory 960 is to grow and develop in the future, it is very important to have a railway line of its own. However, building a railway is not easy, and we cannot be in a hurry. The imported equipment has arrived? That's great." Zhu Zizhong also became happy. However, Qin Yang and Zhang Chao, who were at the train station, were not in such a good mood. Capital East Suburb Station. This station was built in 1938. It was originally just a small station in the eastern suburbs of the capital. The building of the station still retains traces of the times, and it is only painted with a layer of paint on the outside, making it look very shabby. There were no people coming and going at the station, in stark contrast to other stations in the capital. This is because the main business of Dongjiao Station is freight. After 57 years of reconstruction, its freight yard was expanded to 126,000 square meters, with 6 freight lines and a cargo storage capacity of 14,000 tons. In 1985, the station became one of the 8 major freight yards in the capital. In 1988, it was renamed Capital East Station. It is still mainly used for freight, but the passenger platform has been slightly renovated. Now, what Qin Yang saw was such a primitive second-class station. He stood in the small station building and listened to the station master, Zhao Ligua, talking on the phone. Hello, what? Not here yet. Okay, got it. After hanging up the phone, he looked embarrassed and said, "Engineer Qin, we just called the train maintenance department and found out that the train cars carrying your equipment have not arrived yet. How is that possible? The train was loaded from Haihe Port the day before yesterday. It should have arrived long ago after traveling 180 kilometers. Who knows? Maybe they are giving way to other vehicles at some small station. Mr. Qin, don't worry. We will notify you as soon as it arrives. We know that this is an important imported equipment and there will be no mistakes." "A small station?" Qin Yang said. "Okay, then we'll go along the railway line and ask at each station." Zhang Chao followed Qin Yang out in surprise, holding 2 boxes of Zhonghua cigarettes that he had originally intended to give to the station master. However, seeing that Qin Yang's attitude was a little strange, he did not spend any money. "Yangzi, what's going on?" Zhang Chao asked Qin Yang after returning to room 212 outside. "Something must have gone wrong." Qin Yang said, "It's not far from Haihe to the capital, but the train has been on the way there for 2 days and it still hasn't arrived. There must be something wrong. Someone wants to take our equipment?" Zhang Chao also reacted. "Who is so bold? Our equipment is used to smelt advanced steel. The one who took our equipment must be a steel mill. The steel mill near the capital is also in conflict with us. Is there any need to tell who did it? Did the people from the capital steel plant do this? Damn it, how dare they bully us?" During this period of time, Zhang Chao has also developed a domineering attitude. "Yangzi, let's go to their door and let them know how powerful we are. If you have the ability, go import the equipment yourself. Fighting among yourself is too much. It's useless for us to knock on the door. We can't get in at all. This is the capital, not the poor mountain village we were in before." Qin Yang said, "When there is no tiger in the mountains, monkeys will be king. What about the capital? There are hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Then what should we do? We can't afford to suffer this loss." "Of course not," Qin Yang said. "We have to find a helper." "Who?" "Foreign friends." Zhang Chao understood instantly that the heavy truck bidding was still going on. Although Stair had already won the bid, it still had to wait for the process to proceed. The foreigners Alaphicus had dinner with Qin Yang every day, so it was no big deal to ask him for help now. Anyway, the equipment was provided by Stair, so they had the qualifications to track the transportation of the equipment. Just as Qin Yang was busy looking for equipment, a train started into the capital steel plant. "Director Wang, The containers on the last few carriages of this train are the electroslag remelting steel equipment exported by Steyr. We also need to have world-class alloy steel smelting equipment, Zhu Guohua said with pride on his face. This task seemed difficult, but it was actually very simple. He had worked in the railway department before. This time he just had to give a greeting and ask the workers to hook the carriage onto the train of the capital steel plant. It's so easy. Even if it is investigated later, the worst that can happen is that a temporary railway worker will be fired. Transport the equipment to workshop number 18 and install it, Wang Jinlai said. Then put it into production as soon as possible. As long as qualified products can be trial produced, Factory 960 will not use this equipment. You guys get busy, I have things to do. They will certainly be criticized by their superiors for intercepting the equipment, but as long as they can produce qualified products, will their superiors let them dismantle the installed equipment? This was Zhu Guohua's plan. However, Wang Jinlai's eyelids were twitching at this moment. He had a bad feeling. Just after he stepped off the platform, he saw a car heading straight towards the platform. Hide quickly. If anything happens, let Zhu Guohua take care of it. Wang Jinlai immediately made up his mind and walked quickly. Chapter 90. Eating in an ugly way? Take out 5 million. The Hongqi sedan drove into the steel plant. In this era, cars are a symbol of status. If it is a 212, the gateman of the steel plant may dare to stop you and ask what you are doing at the factory. But if it is a red flag car, he will have to open the gate quickly and welcome the car in with a nod and a bow. The car drove directly to the platform of the steel plant, and Qin Yang walked down with a gloomy face. Great, our equipment is here. Qin Yang looked at the numbers painted on the train transport containers. The comrades in the railway department are so careless that they actually sent our goods to the steel plant. Sure enough, it was a mistake. Zhao Ligua's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Engineer Qin, don't worry, we will definitely send these equipment back to you intact. We will specially send a locomotive over. No, that's too much trouble. Let's just dispatch the Steyr and ask the steel plant's crane to unload the equipment from the train, load it onto our truck, and transport it directly to our factory. Zhu Guohua's face darkened. He glanced at the Hongqi car and said, Humph, a broken Hongqi. Who are you trying to scare? I've been riding in Hongqi cars since I was a child. Wait, now that it has entered our factory, it is not up to you to take it out again. Zhu Guohua said, our steel plant has its own rules. Even if it is a nail, you cannot take it out without the approval of the leader, otherwise it will be considered stealing. For a large steel plant, management is very difficult. If the employees are dishonest, they will take out a few pieces of scrap iron when they get off work every day, and they will have money for the day's drinking. The system at Capital Steel Plant is very strict. Workers may even be subject to body searches after get off work every day to prevent anyone from embezzling money. Now, Zhu Guohua brought out this factory rule. I say, pretty boy, you are being unreasonable, aren't you? Qin Yang looked at Zhu Guohua. The equipment on this train was purchased by our 960 factory. It was transported to your factory by Boss Tai, and you took it for yourself? This is really too greedy. You said it was your equipment. What evidence do you have? Zhu Guohua was much more assertive on the side of the steel plant. Since these equipment were transported here, they belong to our factory. Station Master Zhao, prove it to us. If you lose the equipment purchased with precious foreign exchange, your railway department can afford to pay for it, but we can't afford to waste our time. Engineer Zhu. Zhao Ligua began timidly. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Zhu Guohua. There is no place for you to speak here. Why did you bring him here? Station Master Zhao, I was originally planning to help you transfer from Dongjiao Station to Fengtai Station. I never thought you would be so disappointing. Zhao Ligua looked at the red flag car with fear on his face. Zhu Guohua looked disdainful. Humph, who's here? I wonder which uncle it is. I know all the elders in the compound. What are you afraid of? Zhu Guohua, are you so bold just because you rely on your uncles and aunts? Do you still have any regard for the country's rules and regulations? The people in the car got off and glared at him. Secretary Song, beside Leader Wang. Qin Yang also sighed. This time it was really smooth. When he and Zhang Chao went to find Zaraphicus, they told him what had happened. Zaraphicus immediately expressed his willingness to help protest. As a result, he was lucky enough that Leader Wang happened to be free and came to see the legendary Steyr heavy truck. Zaraphicus looked very angry at the time, which surprised Leader Wang. After finding out the whole story, he was very angry and immediately asked Secretary Song to investigate. When the young station master Zhao Ligua saw Secretary Song, he was so scared that he trembled all over. He immediately told him the whereabouts of those carriages, and then came over to help get them back. Qin Yang came in a Hongqi sedan to ask for the equipment, while Zhang Chao drove back in a 212. Secretary Song originally didn't plan to come out of the car, But when he heard Zhu Guohua's words becoming more and more inappropriate, he came out. Uncle Song, you are very busy with work. Why would you care about such a small matter? Zhu Guohua was also a little surprised. In public, call me Secretary Song. Secretary Song's face was filled with anger. During the last meeting, Leader Han made it clear that this light heavy machine gun development project is very important and is related to the war in the South. Anyone who dares to tamper with this project will hinder the war and become a sinner of the country. Mr. Zhu, you dared to tamper with this matter for your own selfish interests. Zhu Guohua rolled his eyes, suppressed the panic in his heart, and then began to argue. Of course not. Qinggong, don't spit blood. Uncle Song, the elders in my family have been through the war years and have made contributions to the motherland. Although I, Zhu Guohua, am not very old, I also know how to serve the country and the people. How could I be a drag? I did this to help our 960 factory complete the research and development of this machine gun as soon as possible. Help? Qin Yang was almost laughing out of anger. You stole our equipment and delayed our research progress. And this is how you help us? Factory 960 specifically requested to purchase electroslag remelting steel equipment in order to smelt advanced steel. When it comes to smelting steel, our capital steel plant is of course more professional. Therefore, we can definitely help with production, which will definitely be faster than Factory 960's own research and development. Factory 960 is first class in making guns, but I have never heard of it being involved in the metal smelting industry. Zhu Guohua said, Secretary Song, you should know that no factory can complete the entire process from mining to finished products. Modern industrial production is about everyone doing their own job. Mr. Zhu, thank you for your kindness. We don't need it. Qin Yang said, it was our 960 factory that signed the military order with the leader, not your steel plant, let alone you, Zhu Guohua. If the project development is not completed within the specified time, I, Qin Yang, will have to eat peanuts. You took our equipment away, and you shamelessly said you would produce steel for us. If you can't produce qualified steel and delay the development progress, who will be held responsible? Our professional capital steel plant can't produce it. So how can you, the 960 plant that has never been involved in metal smelting, produce it? That's right. I don't believe it. Zhu Guohua looked at Secretary Song. Secretary Song, please believe in the strength of our capital steel plant. There is no steel that we cannot smelt. These equipment can be put to the greatest use in our plant. It would be a serious waste to put them in their 960 plant. I can also issue a military order. How can you spit out what you have put into your mouth? Zhu Guohua would never watch this batch of imported equipment being shipped away. Zhu Guohua, you have to know that there is no joking in the army. If you issue a military order but fail to complete the mission, all your family connections will be useless. You will be punished accordingly. Secretary Song's expression eased a little. Uncle Song, do you agree? Qin Yang smiled. He had already guessed that this would be the result. Fortunately, he was prepared. Engineer Qin, the construction of the factory will take another month. Why don't we leave this batch of equipment here temporarily? Let's take a month. If the steel plant cannot produce the steel you need, we can move the equipment away. How about that? Secretary Song looked at Qin Yang. Since Secretary Song has spoken, I can't say anything else, but I have a request. Speaking. We paid for this batch of equipment. If the steel mill wants to keep the equipment we paid for, then the steel mill must return the money to us. Otherwise, this is robbery. Aren't these equipments purchased with foreign exchange? What do they have to do with your factory? Zhu Guohua was a little surprised. He really didn't know this process. We are not your capital steel plant, which is still following the planned economy. If you need any equipment, just apply directly. We spent money on it. If you are reluctant to spend money, just return the equipment to us. How much? 5 million. Chapter 91. The relationship between 500,000 US dollars and RMB 50. The price I negotiated with my old friend Zalaficus was 500,000 US dollars, which was a very cheap price. According to the exchange rate in 1980, 1 US dollar could be exchanged for 1 renminbi and 49 cents, which is only about 700,000 or 800,000 renminbi. It was a great deal to buy a second-hand electroslag remelting steel equipment at this price. However, this is only the official exchange rate and does not represent the actual exchange rate. Due to the country's foreign exchange control, it was impossible for ordinary people to exchange money at the official exchange rate. In the late 1980s, the exchange rate on the black market was the real exchange rate. As for the current real exchange rate, Qin Yang has to calculate it carefully. Secretary Song was a little unhappy. For this project, Leader Dong took Qin Yang and the documents approved by Leaders Fong and Han to Leader Wang for approval. As Leader Wang's secretary, Secretary Song certainly also knew the funds required for the purchase. 500,000 US dollars, plus the transportation cost, is only 1 million RMB. In this matter, he was indeed somewhat biased towards Zhu Guohua. In order to compensate Factory 960, even if Qin Yang proposed a compensation plan of 2 million, he would agree. But now, Qin Yang actually wanted 5 million? This is a bit too much. Secretary Song, I wonder if you have heard an interesting story. Qin Yang knew that Secretary Song was considering whether to fall out with him over the 5 million yuan, so he quickly explained. What's up? When our workers who went to Africa to provide support came back, each of them carried a Forever brand bicycle, and half of them were from Shanghai. Zhu Guohua was immersed in the shock brought by the 5 million and had not yet reacted. Why did Qin Yang say these irrelevant things? Secretary Song seemed to have guessed something. Exchange rate issue? In our country, it costs 150 yuan to buy a Forever bicycle, and you need a receipt. But in Africa, it is equivalent to 36 yuan in RMB. So, when the workers who returned by ship returned home, almost every one of them had one. This is equivalent to using a bicycle as an anchor. Divide 36 by 150, and you get the official exchange rate is 0.24 times the actual exchange rate. This is still not taking into account the shipping cost from China to Africa. If you take it into account, it will be lower, about 0.2 times. In this case, the real exchange rate will be around 7.5. The purchase of 500,000 US dollars, plus the transportation cost, would cost Qin Yang 5 million RMB, which was not too much. Although the 960 factory purchased this batch of goods at the official exchange rate, how much effort did the 960 factory put into this batch of equipment? It certainly can't be given to the Capital Steel plant for free. Even if the Capital Steel plant wants to import equipment, it still needs to spend effort to go through the process, and this benefit cannot be taken by the Capital Steel plant. It is only natural to ask for money according to the real exchange rate. Secretary Song felt relieved when he thought of this. Yes, Capital Steel plant should pay this money. Where is your plant director? Go, call your plant director. Wang Jinlai had been lurking nearby, and when he saw Secretary Song get out of the car, his heart was pounding so hard that it almost jumped out of his chest. Fortunately, Zhu Guohua was indeed capable and had actually convinced Secretary Song to leave the equipment behind. According to the original plan, as long as they can successfully manufacture the materials needed for the new heavy machine gun, they can occupy this equipment with a clear conscience. But now he is being asked for 5 million. This is clearly a scam. The factory leader went abroad for an inspection and has not been around for some time. Now, he is the only one who can come out. When he reports to the factory leader, he will say that it was arranged by Secretary Song, and the factory leader will have to do it. Having made up his mind, Wang came in jogging. Hello, Secretary Song. Welcome to our factory. Why didn't you say hello in advance? Our factory will welcome you with great ceremony. How about we go to the factory meeting room now? The factory leader is going abroad for inspection. Please have a cup of tea first. No, I'm still busy. Since the factory leader is not here, I'll leave it to you. Hurry up and deal with the mess here. Zhu Guohua, please tell me briefly what happened. Wang Jinlai listened carefully and nodded repeatedly. Well, this is the best solution. The equipment will stay with us. We can't let our brother company suffer losses. However, this 5 million is not a small amount for us. We can't get it together in a short time. How about we write an IOU to our brother factory first? Of course not. Qin Yang immediately denied it. Either you give us the money, or you let us take the equipment away. You write an IOU. When can you cash it? Director Wang, you have done such a great job on this matter. What if you get promoted someday? Will other leaders of the steel plant still recognize this IOU? Wang Jinlai frowned and said, Mr. Qin, it's too polite for you to say that. I promise. Secretary Song, you've seen it. We gave in, but they still wanted to play tricks. Let's just take the equipment away. Wait. Wang came in and quickly grabbed Qin Yang. Mr. Qin, let me tell you a plan. Do you think it will work? Although our factory has no money, we produce steel. How about we provide you with 5 million worth of steel? If it were a few years ago, Wang Jinlai would definitely be imprisoned for doing this, because the steel produced by the steel plant needs to be allocated by the state, and the steel plant has no power to dispose of it. But now, the state is gradually delegating power. Take the Capital Steel plant as an example. While ensuring the national quota, the extra steel produced can be freely disposed of. Otherwise, it would be too difficult for some collective enterprises to purchase steel. The current price is 550 yuan per ton. In 1984, the country implemented a dual-track system. The price was still set according to the state, while the market could set its own price. As a result, steel prices soared. That year, the market price of steel doubled to 1,100 yuan per ton. By 1988, It had risen to more than 2,000 yuan per ton. We can buy 10,000 tons of steel at this price. Our 960 factory makes guns, not ships, so we don't need so much steel. Qin Yang frowned and shook his head repeatedly. Mr. Qin, if you don't have enough, just use it slowly. It will be used up in 8 or 10 years. Wang Jinlai said, how about this? Our factory will pool together and try to get you 1 million in cash, plus 4 million in steel. How about that? While Secretary Song is here, I, Wang Jinlai, will also boldly make the decision. In fact, Wang Jinlai is now in a dilemma. Is it worth spending so much money? He is just an office director. He has not reported to other factory leaders before agreeing to the other party's conditions. Even if the capital steel plant produces millions of tons of steel per year, this amount of money is not a small amount. But now, he is fighting for his dignity. Engineer Qin, you just have to bear with the injustice. Your factory has a lot of open space. You can pile up the steel first. It won't be too late to use it when you need it in the future. Secretary Song tried to smooth things over. Okay, since Secretary Song has spoken, then we will accept it. The money must be deposited into the account as soon as possible, and the steel must be transported as soon as possible. We have settled the payment and the goods, and there will be no changes. Chapter 92. When have I ever been at a loss? She's back. Yangzi is back. Zhang Chao was waiting at the door of the new site of the Capital Agricultural Implements Factory. When he saw a convoy coming, he immediately became excited. The car in the front is still the familiar stare, and the person sitting in the passenger seat is Qin Yang. The car stopped at the door and issued an entry and exit certificate. Qin Yang jumped out of it and said, Chaozi, what are you doing here? Zhang Chao breathed a sigh of relief. Yangzi, as long as you take action, there is nothing that cannot be done. Qin Yang smiled and shook his head. No, I really didn't get anything done this time. No. Zhang Chao looked at the convoy in surprise. In the front was the Steyr, in the back was the Mercedes, and behind that was the Renault heavy truck. These trucks were all loaded with goods. Aren't they the equipment that were intercepted by the steel plant? These are all steel materials. Let's find a suitable open space and unload the steel. Steel? Zhang Chao was completely confused. Where's the equipment? The equipment is staying at the steel mill for now. Qin Yang walked inside while talking and just happened to meet Qin Baohua, who was walking out. Qin Baohua's face suddenly changed. Didn't you get the equipment back? The steel factory is too bullying. That's right. I thought Secretary Song could make the decision for us, but I didn't expect him to take sides. Zhang Chao's face was gloomy. I sold the equipment to them for 5 million. 1 million was put into our account, and 4 million was paid in steel. This fleet of vehicles will probably take a week to transport the steel. 5 million. Qin Baohua's eyes widened immediately. We are worried about the lack of follow-up funds for the construction of our factory. If you do this, the funding problem will be solved. Just sell it. Anyway, our factory only makes guns, not smelt steel. Qin Yang smiled and said, yes, considering the infrastructure gap of our factory, I agreed with reluctance. However, they can't use the equipment, so they have to return it to us. The expression on Zhang Chao's face finally turned from gloomy to bright. Building a factory does cost a lot of money, but they can get a loan from the bank. Lion brand air rifles are selling like hotcakes right now, so the bank doesn't have to worry that Factory 960 will not be able to repay the loan. However, the steel plant had intercepted the equipment, and this matter could not be let go. Only after hearing Qin Yang's last words did he relax. That's right, Yoko is not someone who can suffer losses. Since he agreed to leave the equipment in the steel plant, he must have other means. Since Yoko said that the other party must return the equipment obediently in the end, then it will definitely be done. Just wait and see. Then do we have to pay back the 5 million? Qin Baohua started to worry about this again. Now that they have entered our factory, there is no reason for them to go back. Qin Yang said, they have to come to me for help, and even spend money. It all depends on my mood at that time. The Capital Steel Plant has a glorious past. It was built in 1919 and has a long history. After the founding of New China, the workers in the plant showed great enthusiasm for work. By 1952, the output of pig iron soared from 26,000 tons in 1949 to more than 342,000 tons, which was more than the total output in the 30 years before the founding of New China. At that time, it was only producing pig iron, and later it began to introduce oxygen top-blown converters to smelt steel. As the number of equipment continues to increase, the number of workshops and steel mills is also increasing. Workshop number 18 was built later. Next to it is Shugong number 2 blast furnace, which is the most technologically advanced blast furnace in the country, built last year and reflects the strength of the Capital Steel Plant. Now, the advanced electroslag remelting steel equipment is installed in this workshop to smelt the most advanced steel in the country, which can better reflect the strength of Capital Steel Plant. The equipment was unloaded from the station, transported to workshop number 18 by a special trailer, and then installed. A large group of people gathered around to do this. Wang Jinlai felt a little nervous. Even with Secretary Song in charge, it was still too bold to spend 5 million. Now, his future depended on this electric slag remelting steel equipment. If it succeeded, he would make a contribution to the factory. If not, he would have to take the blame. Mr. Zhu, what if we smelt qualified steel, but the 960 factory doesn't approve it? They insist that our steel can't meet the requirements, and finally delay the time. Zhu Guohua shook his head. Whether it is qualified or not is not up to them to decide. I have already requested a copy of the steel standards they need, and then there will be special inspection data. If this fails, Zhu Guohua will also be in big trouble. After all, the light heavy machine gun project is what the army needs most. If he is accused of wasting time, Zhu Guohua will also be in big trouble. Engineer Zhu, do you know how to use these devices? Wang Jinlai suddenly thought of something. I don't know how, but there is someone in our factory who can. Zhu Guohua said, looking outside. A worker in his 40s was riding a number 28 bicycle and was coming quickly. Here it comes. Sun Xingli. Wang Jinlai recognized the man and was delighted. Yes, he has studied in Japan before. He must be able to operate this kind of equipment. As soon as the veteran master Sun Xingli put down his bicycle, he saw Wang Jinlai and Zhu Guohua walking towards him quickly. Director Wang, why are you calling me from the workshop? What's the emergency? Our factory has just acquired a set of electroslag remelting steel equipment. You have been abroad and have some foreign knowledge, so you must be able to operate it, right? Sun Xingli frowned. There is no problem with the operation. However, the key to the electroslag remelting furnace is the thermal commissioning after installation. If the commissioning is not good, the smelted iron will be scrap iron. Electroslag remelting belongs to refining, which further removes impurities inside the steel. Its principle is not complicated. It is just a simple resistance melting furnace. When AC current passes through the high-resistance slag pool, it generates a lot of heat, which melts the electrode ends immersed in the molten slag. The molten metal droplets produced by the melting pass through the slag pool and drip into the molten metal pool, and then are cooled by the water-cooled crystallizer and condensed into ingots. In this process, the molten metal droplets are fully in contact with the high-temperature and high-basicity slag, producing a strong metallurgical chemical reaction, which refines the metal. After debugging, production becomes easy. What Sun Xingli has learned is just how to operate it. Debugging is usually the responsibility of the equipment manufacturer. You don't know how to do it? The factory has trained you for so many years, and you don't know how to do it. Zhu Guohua said in a serious tone. Master Sun, you are the only master in our factory who has come into contact with this kind of device. You must give it a try. This is related to the future and reputation of our factory. Okay, I can try. Sun Xingli nodded. The 2-ton electric slag remelting furnace is not large. It can be divided into several parts and installed. Then there are various peripherals, high-voltage equipment, low-voltage equipment, and operating equipment. Everything is installed in 3 days. The installation took 3 days, and 3 days later, Sun Xingli officially started smelting. Chapter 93, Endless Disconnection. The low-voltage equipment switch has been closed. The crystallizer is intact, and the lifting equipment is intact. Cooling water is normal. High-voltage equipment is ready to start. Commands were constantly being issued, and everything seemed to have entered the normal production process. Zhu Guohua and Wang Jinlai stood by and watched, expecting the equipment to operate normally and smelt the steel required by Factory 960. The two men stared at the top of the workshop. A crane was lifting a huge steel column and slowly placing it into the furnace. The steel column was an electrode, and inside the furnace was another electrode. When the two electrodes came into contact, a lot of heat was generated, which could melt the steel column. At this time, the steel column waiting to be refined was slowly lowered. When the steel column was about to touch the slag pool below, Sun Xingli shouted loudly, "Start the high-voltage equipment. Prepare for arcing and slag making." A buzzing sound was heard and high-voltage electricity was transmitted. Bang! A flash of lightning appeared inside the electric slag remelting furnace, and Zhu Guohua was so scared that he squatted down and covered his ears. A peculiar smell filled the air, as if something was burnt. The lights in the room went out instantly, and the scene was deathly silent. A roaring voice came from the number 2 blast furnace workshop next door. Damn it! Why is there a power outage? Quick, repair it immediately. We can't waste the whole furnace of molten steel inside. No matter how power outages occur in various places, the capital steel plant must ensure sufficient power supply, especially the blast furnace. Once the furnace is started, it is rarely stopped unless there is an accident. Quick, disconnect the equipment. Sun Xingli responded. Go to the transformer outside and close the switch. While the people around were still in a daze, Sun Xingli quickly turned off the equipment in the workshop and ran outside without stopping. Then he stopped. Under the transformer, an experienced worker had already picked up a bamboo pole and poked the transformer, starting to close the circuit. Bang, bang, bang. In 3 strokes, the fallen part of the transformer was pushed up. There was another roar coming from the number 2 blast furnace, and cold sweat had already appeared on Sun Xingli's back. Master Sun, what's going on? Wang Jinlai also ran out and asked Sun Xingli. I don't know. Maybe the starting current is too large, causing the transformer to trip. Sun Xingli said. We can't affect the normal production of the blast furnace, so if we want to use this electric slag remelting furnace, we need to reconnect a line and install a special transformer. Installing new lines and transformers? This is another expense. Wang Jinlai frowned. Go ahead, we have no choice. If this equipment cannot be used properly, we will all be in big trouble. I know there is an idle transformer at the railway department. We can ask for it first. Zhu Guohua had no way out and had to keep going. Now it was just a matter of pulling a new line. It was no big deal. 2 days later, the new line was installed. Everyone get ready. This time we can only succeed, not fail. Zhu Guohua's voice was filled with irresistible majesty. Prepare the high-voltage equipment for startup. Sun Xingli issued this order again. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the sparks of the electric arc, the transformer tripped again. What's going on? Zhu Guohua's face darkened. I suspect there is something wrong with this device. Sun Xingli stared at the device. I don't understand the internal structure, and no one in China understands this. We still have to ask foreigners to take a look. Invite foreigners? Zhu Guohua rolled his eyes and said, Okay, I'll go find the person in charge of Stair Company. The equipment was sold by Stair, so of course they had to take care of after-sales service. If the equipment was not working after purchase, they had to repair it. It just so happened that Stair was still bidding for heavy trucks, and the people were still in China. They had originally been wary that Qin Yang would play tricks on the steel data and deliberately raise the standards so that they could not produce qualified steel. They had never imagined that now they were unable to start production at all. It's really annoying. Just when Zhu Guohua and his gang were having a headache, Qin Yang was drinking and chatting with Zalaficus in a small restaurant on the street of the capital. Why do they always go to small restaurants? According to Qin Yang, good wine needs no bush and all the delicious food is outside. In fact, of course, it is because it is cheaper. The two of them couldn't eat much, so they didn't need a translator and could communicate directly. Over this period of time, our stair-heavy trucks have been recognized by the East. This morning, your leaders came to talk to us again. Your leaders will invite our government officials to come for government-level consultations at an appropriate time. Zalaficus said, We are full of confidence in this transaction. In the future, the roads of our country will be full of stair-heavy trucks, and Stair's annual production capacity will reach 1 million vehicles. We have unlimited potential here. Come, cheers to Stair's bright future. The two raised their glasses. After a glass of wine, Zalaficus continued, I wonder what happened to those people at the Capital Steel plant. They must be having a headache with that unusable equipment. Of course, although they only made some minor changes, I am sure they don't have the courage to open it and check it. They won't find that the insulation performance of the high-voltage disconnector does not meet the standards. Why does it trip frequently? It is because the insulation capacity of the high-voltage part is insufficient, resulting in discharge, ignition, and short circuit. Tripping the circuit breaker is the least serious problem. If it doesn't happen, the entire transmission line may be burned. Qin, when you asked us to do something, I was a little curious. Now I understand that your system is different from ours. In the West, there is no such thing as equipment snatching. Who dares to steal other companies' equipment? You will be sued and lose your pants. However, the East is a planned economy with various interests intertwined. Such things as blatant robbery of equipment occurred openly, which shocked him. Yes, the same thing will happen again and again. Some people are very good at fighting for power and profit. For the sake of profit, they will do anything. When talking about this, Qin Yang felt a little emotional. This is also true even if the Stair project is introduced. Sanchi was abandoned, and a heavy-duty truck joint venture company was established in China. The three companies worked together to digest and absorb Stair technology. It looks good now, but in a few years, they will start fighting for interests. The three automobile factories eventually separated, and even the factories producing complete vehicles and engines had huge conflicts of interest. These problems will be encountered in the transition from a planned economy to a market economy. If they can't eliminate the technical failure, they will have to seek help from foreign experts, and they will come to you soon. Qin Yang continued. This is a good opportunity to blackmail you. It seems a bit unkind to join forces with foreigners to bully a brother factory. However, Qin Yang is not as selfless as people of this era. Anyone who offends him will have to leave miserably. He had gone through a lot of trouble to get that equipment, and if others wanted to take advantage of his products, he would make them pay. What he hated most was infighting. Hearing Qin Yang's introduction, Zalaficus opened his eyes wide. Qin, if you can blackmail us, we'll split it in half. Chapter 94. A good opportunity to blackmail. Friendship Hotel. After the country's doors opened, more and more foreigners came to China, but there were not many hotels qualified to receive foreign guests. The Friendship Hotel in the southern suburbs of the capital was one of them. It was built in the mid to late 1950s and had a noble origin. It was originally the South Suburb Hotel of the General Office of the Academy. It began to receive foreign guests who came to China for vacation and tourism in the 1970s. The Friendship Hotel covers a total area of more than 300,000 square meters, with nearly 2,000 hotel rooms. The Friendship Hotel has more than 20 restaurants and banquet halls, which can accommodate 3,000 people dining at the same time. It is considered to be a large-scale foreign-related hotel in the capital. At the main entrance of the hotel, at the red gate under the gray exterior wall, two people were standing, a young man in a suit and a middle-aged man in a mouse suit. They were looking at the road outside, waiting for something. We don't know when the foreigners will arrive. Xiaozhu, you'd better wait inside. The front desk manager of the hotel, who was wearing a Zhongshan suit, said to Zhu Guohua. No, I'll just wait at the door. This way it will appear more formal, said Zhu Guohua. At this time, a Hongqi car drove over and stopped directly at the gate, and several people came out. The one getting out of the back seat is Zaraficus. Zhu Guohua nodded and strode over. Hello, Mr. Zalaficus. I am Zhu Guohua, an engineer at Capital Steel Plant. Zhu Guohua tried his best to appear dignified. As he spoke, he pulled his suit. The translator who came down from the co-pilot seat glanced at Zhu Guohua and said, If you have nothing to do with me, please leave. Do not disturb the foreign guests at will. My father is A, and my grandfather is A who has passed away. Zhu Guohua is very proud. The translator's expression suddenly changed. He looked at the person in charge of the hotel front desk and nodded quickly in a Zhongshan suit. The translator immediately put on a smiling face. Okay, Mr. Zhu, I will translate for you right away. Mr. Zaraficus, this is... Zaraficus was delighted. He had just made a plan when he was having dinner with Qin Yang today. Now the other party had come to him. What did Qin say? Yang Hu, you have to kill him. Okay, come to the room. Zaraficus nodded. As soon as he entered the room, Zhu Guohua started to compliment him. Your stair company is a famous heavy truck company. The heavy trucks you produce are well known in Europe and are more popular than Mercedes-Benz. Sir, our stair is not well known in Europe, and it is even less famous than Mercedes-Benz. We came to the East with sincerity. If you have anything to say, please tell us as soon as possible. We are very busy and can only give you 5 minutes at most. Zalaficus said, checking his watch. In 5 minutes, we have a meeting and we have to call home. Okay, then I'll tell you directly. After we installed the electroslag remelting steel equipment you exported to us, we couldn't ignite it. We hope you can send a technician to help us. Your exported equipment must come with certain services, right? Wasn't the equipment exported to the Capital Farm Implement Factory? How did it end up in the hands of your steel plant? If it was transferred, it would have nothing to do with our stair company. Zaraficus said, Please go ahead. Zhu Guohua's expression suddenly changed. Mr. Zalaficus, the equipment is yours after all. There is a problem with the equipment now. You have to help solve it. We have signed an export contract with the Capital Farm Implement Factory. We can indeed help with maintenance, but the object of maintenance is the Capital Farm Implement Factory. In Europe, this kind of equipment is strictly prohibited from being transferred to a third party. We have to ask the Capital Farm Implement Factory how they can transfer our exported equipment at will. Zaraficus' face also darkened. Zhu Guohua's mind was racing. He had originally planned to ask foreigners to help in the name of after-sales service, and at most pay them overtime pay, but now it seems that it is impossible. Because the Capital Steel Plant has no cooperative relationship with Stair Company. Capital Steel Plant is not listed as Party A or Party B in the contract, so Stair Company certainly won't give a shit about them. Now, there are two solutions. One is to ask the Capital Agricultural Implements Factory for help, and have the Capital Agricultural Implements Factory ask Stair's after-sales department for help. However, Considering that the equipment was obtained in a dishonorable way, the Capital Agricultural Implements Factory will definitely not help. The second way is to spend money. This foreigner is so wicked. Secretary Song went to the steel plant in a rage because of the protest of Stair Company. Now he is pretending to be ignorant? Isn't he just planning to ask for money? Then, if we pay to hire your technicians as technical consultants, can you come and help? You pay? Zarafikis thought for a moment and said, that's fine. If we hire a professional technical consultant, the monthly salary must be $10,000. Even if he only comes for 5 minutes to help you solve the problem, he still has to be paid according to the monthly salary. $10,000. When Zhu Guohua heard this, he was dumbfounded. Isn't this too expensive? Are you foreigners so valuable? Even at the official exchange rate, the monthly income is 15,000 yuan, while in China, you only make a few dozen yuan a month. Isn't the gap too big? Including the round-trip airfare and travel allowance, you should first pay 30,000 US dollars. $30,000. Zhu Guohua was completely dumbfounded. Even if he had many connections, it would not be easy to get such a large amount of foreign exchange. The factory would pay for it. If the factory paid for it, it would have to go through formal procedures and the factory director would have to sign. After all, Secretary Song was not present. If the factory director knew about it, wouldn't he scold him? Okay, you can go. Mr. Translator, you can also go home. Zalafikis chased the guests away again. Zhu Guohua came out with the translator. Oh, now I'm in big trouble. I originally planned to do something big to let my family see it, but I didn't expect. Zhu Guohua also regretted it. If he had known earlier, he would not have bothered with these messy things. Now the mess is getting bigger and bigger. By the way, comrade translator, is there any way for your foreign affairs department to get foreign exchange? Zhu Guohua would never give up easily, and he started thinking again. The translator was assigned by the foreign affairs department and would accompany the foreign guests when they needed him. He was superior to ordinary people, but in front of Zhu Guohua, he had to be given some face. Well, there is a way, but the amount of foreign exchange we can get is very small. Then find a few more people. As long as you help me get through this difficult time, I will definitely repay you. Zhu Guohua said. Then you have to provide the corresponding amount of money. Even if we follow the official exchange rate, it will be 45,000. I'll give you 50,000. Zhu Guohua said. But you have to help me get the money as soon as possible. We can't wait. According to the original agreement, it would take 1 month. It took a week to install and debug the equipment. It will probably take another week to invite foreigners to come over from abroad. I hope the foreigners can fix the equipment, and they can use the remaining 10 days to produce qualified steel. Chapter 95. Send the equipment back and get the money back. When he was negotiating with Secretary Song, he had already agreed that before the Capital Farm Implement Factory was relocated, the Capital Steel Plant had to produce qualified steel. If there was a delay, Zhu Guohua would be in big trouble. At that time, the old and new accounts would be settled together. His behavior would be a typical case of sabotaging key military projects. No matter how strong his background was, he could not escape punishment. Zhu Guohua was very anxious. He tried every possible way to raise 50,000 yuan, gave it to the translator, and after exchanging it for foreign currency, he was finally able to invite the technical consultant of Stair Company. However, after all this trouble, another week had passed. There is only half a month left. Mr. Christian, welcome to the Capital Steel Plant. That day, Zhu Guohua and Wang Jinlai stood at the door of workshop number 18. When they saw the person getting off the red flag sedan, they immediately nodded and bowed to greet him. You hired me. Even if I only work for 1 day, I will be paid a month's salary. Christian's attitude was very arrogant. Now tell me, where is the equipment? It's right inside. Please check it out for us and find out what the problem is. Sun Xingli stood behind the two of them, very enthusiastic. He was also very confused. What exactly was the problem and how to fix it? Okay, I'll go in and take a look. You all are outside. No one is allowed to come in, and everyone inside must go out, said Christian. Not allowed in. Foreigners have so many rules. Why can't I go in? Sun Xingli was anxious. Of course I'm afraid you'll steal my skills. The translator said, this unique skill is worth 50,000 yuan. If you teach your apprentice, you'll starve to death. Everyone understood, and their faces were filled with anger and frustration, but there was no other way. The translator wanted to go in, but was stopped by Christian. You can't go in either. Stay outside. The translator could only stop and watch as all the technicians inside were driven out, and then the door was closed. After the door was closed, Christian sat down comfortably next to the machine, took out a piece of gum from his pocket, and started chewing it, occasionally hitting it with a hammer to make some noise. Will this work? The group of people outside were very anxious. It will definitely work. How can an expert from Austria not be able to do it? Zhu Guohua said with certainty. He was saying this to himself. He was comforting himself. That's right. The foreigners didn't let us see them. They must be quite capable. Let's wait. Someone took out a cigarette and distributed it to others. When one cigarette was finished, the door behind them finally opened. How about it? Mr. Christian, is it fixed? Amidst the barrage of questions, Christian walked towards the translator and said a lot of gibberish. Zhu Guohua and others watched eagerly. Everyone, Mr. Christian said that the machine has been repaired. After listening to it, the translator began to tell everyone. Very good. That's amazing. It was solved so quickly. Don't worry. I haven't finished what I'm saying yet. The translator continued to look at the crowd. But if you want this equipment to work properly, you have to purchase other equipment. Purchase additional equipment. When Zhu Guohua heard this, he felt his eyelids twitching. He had to spend money again. How much would it cost this time? What equipment do we need? Sun Shengli asked anxiously. Inverter. The translator is a professional and can translate this kind of words accurately. Our domestic circuit uses 50 Hz AC, and this machine uses 60 Hz AC, so it can't be used on the domestic power grid at all. If you want to use it, you have to use a professional inverter to complete the circuit transformation. Mr. Christian has said that before the inverter is connected, you must not continue to power it on, otherwise the equipment will be completely damaged. Sun Shengli reacted instantly. I understand. This is what is going on. When I was studying in Japan, they also used 60 Hz AC. I didn't expect that Europe also uses this kind of AC. In fact, most European countries use the same 50 Hz AC power as China, and the voltage is also 220 and 380, but ordinary people don't know this. In this era, too few people can contact the outside world. How much does this inverter cost? Zhu Guohua asked through gritting his teeth. $3 million. Snap. A bolt from the blue struck Zhu Guohua's mind. It would cost $30,000 to invite a German technical consultant, and he could still find a way to raise it, but $3 million. Even he couldn't get it. To use such a large amount of foreign exchange, it must be approved by the relevant national departments. Zhu Guohua does not have this ability. Even if he reports it and goes through the process, it will not be approved. This electroslag remelting steel was not a project approved by their superiors at all. They snatched it from Factory 960. Now they want the country to spend a large amount of money to import ancillary equipment. How is this possible? Factory 447 is planning to develop the L7 tank gun and also wants to introduce this type of equipment. The superiors will definitely abandon their capital steel plants project directly, as this would be a duplicate introduction. Wang Jinlai was also dumbfounded and even forgot to see the technical consultant off. It was not until everyone around him had dispersed that he looked at Zhu Guohua. Xiao Zhu, what should we do next? Can you use your connections to ask your superiors to approve this project? How is that possible? Zhu Guohua gritted his teeth and said, such a large project needs to be discussed in a formal meeting by the superiors. Do you think it can be approved? What should we do then? Alas, we can't use this equipment anymore. We have to go to Factory 960, give it to them, and get our 5 million back. Zhu Guohua felt like a clown. He had been struggling for so long, but in the end it was all in vain. But he had no choice. Send the machinery and equipment back, get the money back. This is a big pit waiting for Qin Yang to jump into. Humph, what do you mean by being good friends with foreigners? Foreigners are clearly trying to trick him. He spent 500,000 yuan to buy a piece of equipment and another 3 million yuan to get supporting equipment. Unfortunately, he didn't realize it and fell into this trap. It was Qin Yang who should have jumped. As for the fact that Factory 960 had already made the gun and had to apologize on the spot, it was no big deal. The process of applying for 3 million foreign exchange takes a long time. Factory 960 will definitely not be able to complete the research and development project within the stipulated time. As long as Qin Yang can tamper with the process of Factory 960 applying for foreign exchange and prevent Factory 960 from developing the light-heavy machine gun on time, then Qin Yang will be the one in trouble. Hearing Zhu Guohua's arrangement, Wang Jinlai nodded repeatedly. Okay, let's go together. No, Qin Yang and I have a grudge. He will definitely not agree if I go. You go, Zhu Guohua said. Me? Wang Jinlai rolled his eyes and said, okay, I'll go there. Their 960 factory has moved to the capital, so they will definitely need our place in the future. We can discuss this matter. Chapter 96, A Lonely Thing. Workshop number 2, Workshop number 3, The Family Compound. The construction of the Capital Agricultural Implements Factory was advancing with each passing day. In the last 10 days, one building after another was topped off, and a modern factory was actually built in this way. In this era, people don't pursue fine decoration. White plaster walls, cement floors, wooden frames, wooden doors, and wooden windows are enough as long as people can live in the house. Therefore, as long as the main structure is capped, it is almost equivalent to completion. When Wang Jinlai arrived at the capital agricultural implements factory, he saw a scene of bustling construction. Director Zhou, your construction progress is too fast. We never saw it so fast when we were doing the third front construction. After Wang Jinlai saw Zhou Yongfei, he couldn't help but start chatting with him. In the beginning, Zhou Yongfei went to the capital steel plant many times for this piece of land, and he got to know Wang Jinlai. At this time, Zhou Yongfei was also very proud. Of course, Director Wang. This is the charm of the market economy. Market economy? What does this have to do with the market economy? Wang came in a bit curious. Director Wang, you see these construction workers, most of them came from the surrounding rural areas. Each skilled worker gets $1 a day, and each unskilled worker gets 50 cents a day. They are paid after finishing their work every day. They are working really hard. Wang Jinlai understood instantly. Workers can earn dozens of yuan a month, but people in the countryside earn very little. Some even earn only a few dozen yuan a year. The capital's farm implement factory is being built so fast now. It's all about money incentives. Leader Dong will help coordinate the required construction materials, which is not a problem. The key is labor. There is strength in numbers. Now, we can use money to solve the labor problem. The factory was built in 3 months. It is indeed the market economy that plays a major role. By the way, Director Zhou, I came here this time to talk to you about electroslag remelting steel. Wang came in and explained his purpose. You have to ask Section Chief Qin for this. Zhou Yongfei said, I am only in charge of construction here, not research and development. Director Zhou, that Qin Yang, who hasn't even grown all his hair yet, has become the leader of your factory. Are you just letting a kid make his arrangements? Wang Jinlai couldn't help but say, how can you? Before he finished speaking, Zhou Yongfei's face darkened. Director Wang, if you have something important to do, go and do it. If you don't have anything important to do, don't talk nonsense here. If others hear you say this, you might get a beating. Isn't this sentence an obvious provocation? The capital farm implement factory is now of one mind. Everyone knows that the factory can be moved out, and the wages and benefits are first class, all thanks to Qin Yang. Anyone who dares to say bad things about Qin Yang here will ask for trouble. Zhou Yongfei and Wang Jinlai were not familiar with each other. Wang Jinlai had humiliated him many times in the past, and now he was just thinking about saving face. Wang Jinlai's words had touched his sore spot. Wang Jinlai smiled awkwardly. Okay, I said too much, Chief Qin. Section Chief Qin is not here because of something. Please come back another day. Zhang Chao happened to pass by and said to Wang Jinlai with a dark face. Some other day? It's urgent. Wang Jinlai asked sincerely. Excuse me, where did he go? Have no idea. At this time, Qin Yang was holding a farewell banquet for Zalaficus in a small restaurant. Congratulations, our friends. The bidding process went so smoothly. After you go back and report to the government, you should come back to formally sign the contract. Qin Yang smiled and raised his glass. You defeated Mercedes-Benz and won a brilliant victory. Zalaficus also raised his glass. Qin, you have done all this well. You are a good friend of our stair company. The two drank it all in one gulp. Zalaficus suddenly thought of something and continued. By the way, our company's security guard also asked me to thank you on his behalf. The technical consultant sent by Stair Company is actually the security guard of Stair Company. I am very happy to come to the East for a public trip. If I really invite technical personnel to come, there will not be much left of the $30,000. Qin Yang smiled and said, I have to thank you too for allowing me to have my first overseas deposit. When the money reached Zaraficus, it was divided 50-50 and deposited directly into a Swiss bank account, as requested by Qin Yang. Qin, if you have the chance to go to Europe in the future, I will treat you to a big meal again. I'm also looking forward to it. We will definitely visit Stair Company in the future. By the way, I heard some time ago that you like listening to music. I have something here. I hope you will like it. It has a rectangular shape, a silver shell, and buttons on the side. Through the transparent plastic, you can see the 2 wheels inside. TCM 100. Qin Yang recognized this antique musical equipment at a glance. It is generally believed that Sony's first Walkman was the TPS L2 launched in 1979. In fact, it is just a simplified version of the original TCM 100. The TPS 2 is not yet popular, and the more common one is the TCM 100. Thank you. Qin Yang took it. After dinner, Qin Yang sent Zalaficus to the car and saw Zhang Chao waiting outside. What's wrong? Qin Yang asked after seeing off Zalaficus. Zhang Chao was very excited. Yangzi, Just as you predicted, the people from Capital Steel Plant came to find us, and they looked very anxious. Let him hang out for a few days first, Qin Yang said calmly. By the way, Chaozi, don't you like listening to music? I have something good here. Oh, the next day, Wang came in to visit again, but Qin Yang was still not there. On the third day, Wang Jinlai finally became anxious and waited for people at the construction site all day, but no one came back until dark. On the fourth day, Wang Jinlai finally met Qin Yang. Engineer Qin. Chief Qin, it's nice to meet you. Director Wang, if you have anything to say, just say it. I'm very busy. Chief Qin, I'm here this time for the electroslag remelting steel equipment. Why? You have already smelted qualified steel. Qin Yang's face showed excitement. That's great. Our factory will be completely completed in 10 days. I signed a military order at the beginning, and the time for research and development is very urgent. Don't hold me back. Chief Qin, we don't want that device anymore. Let me give it back to you. What? How can that be? You took the equipment away in front of Secretary Song. Now if you return it, won't it make me, Qin Yang, look too stingy? No. Chief Qin, we are sincere. Our deal is cancelled. We will send the equipment back, and you will send us the money and steel back. Director Wang, are you kidding me? Qin Yang's expression became serious. We have already spent the money. We have used and sold the steel. There is nothing left. Now, you want us to send the money and steel back? What can I give you? Wang came in dumbfounded. The money is spent and the steel is used up. In front of Secretary Song, our agreement was very clear. The money and goods have been settled, and there will be no changes, Qin Yang said sternly. At the beginning, you wanted to intercept our equipment, and we accepted it. We were powerless. What about now? You want to return it? After all this trouble, it's all in vain? Director Wang, please go back. Chief Qin, we can discuss this. Wang Jinlai said sincerely. I know this makes you uncomfortable, but we are both factories in the capital and brother units, so we should take care of each other. You also know about our brother unit? Qin Yang rolled his eyes at him. When you stole our equipment, did you treat us as brothers? Brothers stick together. Do you stab them twice? Chief Qin, has this matter not been discussed yet? No, we have neither money nor steel. I don't want the equipment even if you return it to me. I don't want it even if you pay me. Humph, I will follow the original agreement now. If you fail to produce qualified steel and delay our light-heavy machine gun research and development project, I'll see how you will explain it. Chapter 97, The Rhythm of Driving People to Death. After hearing what happened to Wang Jinlai, Zhu Guohua clenched his fists and said, This Qin Yang is deliberately trying to harm us. Yes, Wang Jinlai said, he is a vindictive person. As long as someone targets him, he will never let them go. A few months ago, he was still an idle and bad youth, but he dared to provoke the then deputy director. Zhu Guohua felt his eyelids start to twitch. What's the result? The result? The then deputy director was caught and sentenced to more than 10 years in prison. This guy is not only vindictive, but also cruel and ruthless, and never shows mercy. In the past few days, Wang Jinlai went to the capital agricultural implements factory every day. When he had nothing to do, he chatted with the people there. Only then did he know about Qin Yang's brilliant achievements. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. This kind of young man is the most difficult to deal with. Xiao Zhu, we have to think of a solution quickly. The factory directors will be back in 3 days. If it's still a mess, how are we going to explain it? Wang Jinlai had a miserable look on his face. He wished he had not accompanied Zhu Guohua in making trouble. He originally thought it was a step up, but it turned out to be a trap. What to do? What to do now? That Qin Yang has already given up on any persuasion, but we can start with the people around him. People around him? Oh, he has a good relationship with Zhang Chao. Then go find Zhang Chao and explain the interests to him. If they don't properly resolve this matter, we have 100 ways to make Qin Yang disappear. As Zhu Guohua said this, his face was full of murderous intent. Wang Jinlai was also trembling. Cutting off someone's financial resources and killing their parents, Qin Yang was now so ignorant that he was almost forcing someone to death. How could Zhu Guohua be willing to be forced into a dead end by Qin Yang? He would definitely resist. Well, Xiao Zhu, I'm not good at this. Do you want to go there in person? Wang Jinlai was unwilling to be the messenger, as he might get into big trouble. It would be better to let Zhu Guohua go in person. Zhu Guohua rolled his eyes and said, Okay, let's go together. As night fell, the construction site of the capital agricultural implements factory was still busy. Wang Jinlai searched for Zhang Chao in the crowd for a long time before finding him. Chief Zhang, you've been very tired all day. Let's go out for a few drinks. If you don't go, you're not giving me face. Okay, Director Wang, but we have to make it clear. It will take at most an hour. I have to come back to arrange for the purchase of urgently needed construction materials. Don't worry, it won't take you too long. We can also help coordinate any building materials you need. No need. We just need to report to Leader Dong. Leader Dong. When Wang Jinlai heard this word, he felt a chill on his back. Zhu Guohua was taking it for granted. Would threats work? Leader Dong was standing behind him. The 212 drove to the entrance of the hotel. Wang came in with Zhang Chao into the private room. He just said hello to Zhu Guohua and then covered his stomach. Sorry, I suddenly feel uncomfortable in my stomach. You guys talk first. Zhu Guohua looked at Wang Jinlai and left with contempt, then put on a smile again. Brother Zhang is a leader among the young people. At such a young age, he has become the head of the sales department of Factory 960. This position is very lucrative. Mr. Zhu, you are joking. I, Zhang Chao, know the importance of things. The last deputy director was put in jail because of his dishonest behavior. I handle a lot of money every day now, but I never put it into my own pocket. As Zhang Chao spoke, he sat down on the chair and pressed 2 buttons in his pocket. Yes, Brother Zhang can stand the test. I have a can of the best Longjing tea here, which I will give to Brother Zhang as a gift. No, I can't accept it. It's against discipline. Besides, I can't accept rewards without merit. Brother Zhang, please accept it. I just need your help with something. Zhu Guohua acted very cordially. Recently, we had some unpleasantness because of the machine. In fact, we are all for the construction of the motherland and the development of the motherland's industry. We are all in a big family. Although my grandfather and father have made great contributions to the country, I personally keep a low profile. You go back and talk to Section Chief Qin. No matter how wrong 1,000 mistakes are, it's all my fault. I'll apologize to him, and he can stop while he's ahead. Take the machine back and send the money and steel back to us. We are all in the capital, and we'll meet each other sooner or later. I can persuade them to take the equipment back, but I really can't make the decision on the money and steel. They have already been spent. Then write us an IOU. As long as we have the IOU, it's fine even if we pay it back 8 or 10 years later. Mr. Zhu, with Section Chief Qin's personality, I don't think he will agree to it. Don't agree? Humph. Tell him that it's good for you, me and everyone else. Give him 2 days to think about it. If he doesn't agree, don't blame me for being rude. Zhu Guohua's tone was cold. He might get into a car accident when he goes out. He might be hit by something falling from a tower crane when he inspects the factory, and the product he is developing might suddenly explode. In short, I have 100 ways to make Qin Yang die without knowing how he died. Zhang Chao came back before the meal was over. After seeing Qin Yang, he took out the things in his pocket and said, "Thanks to the device you gave me a few days ago, now we have solid evidence. Yangzi, this matter is finally coming to an end, right? What should we do next? What's next? Let him get what he wants." 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, time passed very slowly. In the factory office, Wang came in and sat at his desk, worrying. Bang! The door opened, and Zhu Guohua walked in tiredly, throwing the key to the 212 car on the table. Although the car belonged to the factory's fleet, Wang Jinlai had to coordinate a special car for Zhu Guohua. In recent days, Zhu Guohua had been running back and forth for the electroslag remelting steel equipment, and for some reason it was inconvenient to let the driver know, so he had to drive himself. "Xiao Zhu, how's things going?" Wang Jinlai stood up and looked at Zhu Guohua expectantly. "What can I do? I've been turned away all day, and no uncle or aunt wants to see me. It's over now. I knew that Qin Yang has a stubborn temper. He will never give in after hearing a few harsh words. What should we do now? The factory leader will be back soon. How should we report it?" Wang Jinlai was like an ant on a hot pan, pacing back and forth nonstop. "Stop hanging around here," Zhu Guohua said angrily. "How should I know what to do? You can also think of a solution." Bang! At this moment, the door outside was pushed open again, and several men in caps walked in. "Hey, what are you doing here? Can you just come here casually? Are you Zhu Guohua?" The other party's tone was cold. "Yes, it's me, what's wrong? Take away." "Take away?" Before Zhu Guohua could react, 2 men in black hats held his arms. He became angry and said, "How dare you? Do you know who I am? Do you know who my father and grandfather are? I can make you take off your skin with just 1 word. Take away." Wang Jinlai was completely dumbfounded. In the past, any problems that occurred in the factory were handled by the factory's security department, and the big hat had never been involved. "Comrade, what happened?" Wang came in and asked in a low voice. "Who are you?" "I am the director of the Capital Steel Plant's director's office. My last name is Wang." "Comrade, what is your last name?" "Director Wang. Please come with us and assist in the investigation." The other party said, "Zhu Guohua is suspected of murdering Qin Yang, the head of the technical department of Factory 960. I hope you can provide some information." "What?" Wang Jinlai was completely stunned. Chapter 98 Zhu Guohua. I am wronged. Frame up. This is clearly a frame up. I, Zhu Guohua, am an upright person. When did I run over Qin Yang with my car? In the interrogation room, when Zhu Guohua heard the man in the police cap asking him to confess to running over someone with his car, he got furious on the spot. Qin Yang was hit by a car and is now in the hospital. He really deserved it. This is called retribution. Why didn't he get killed directly? This matter is indeed very satisfying. But what does it have to do with me? Don't you know who I am, Zhu Guohua? If I want someone to die, do I have to do it myself? Zhu Guohua, tell the truth. At 7 o'clock this morning, Wang Jinlai dispatched a 212 from the motorcade for you, and you didn't drive the car back until 7 o'clock in the evening. Where did you go all day? Where I go is none of your business. Zhu Guohua's answer was very firm. He couldn't say it. He had been running around for a whole day but hadn't accomplished anything. It would be embarrassing to tell others about it. Nothing to do with it? Zhu Guohua, you know our party's policy. Leniency to those who confess, severity to those who resist. Fuck you. Zhu Guohua was still very arrogant. None of you can escape. When I get out, I will peel off your skin. In another room, Wang came in crying bitterly. I confessed. Mr. Zhu did say some cruel words. I just thought he was just angry. I didn't know he could really do such a thing. I was not involved. I was wronged. Then tell me clearly what happened, and start from the beginning. In the hospital, Qin Yang was lying on the bed, with his best friend Zhang Chao next to him. While peeling an apple for him, he said, I've already handed the things over to Leader Dong. Now that bastard Zhu Guohua can't get away. He'll be skinned alive at least. Alas, I would think it's a pity if he goes to jail this time. Qin Yang said, in a few years, when the national campaign begins, people like Zhu Guohua will definitely be shot. Zhu Guohua seems to have a strong background, but Qin Yang is not afraid of him, because Qin Yang knows that this guy was arrested as a typical example in 1983 and then eaten peanuts. Why should he be afraid of such a person? If Zhu Guohua goes in now, it might turn out to be a blessing in disguise. What a pity. Zhang Chao didn't understand what he said, but he believed Qin Yang unconditionally and believed what he said. By the way, my parents don't know yet, right? Well, I reported directly to Leader Dong, bypassing the factory leader. That's good. If my mother knew, she would definitely cry. Qin Yang said, now we just have to wait for Secretary Song to show up, and everything will be settled. Even though he was agile and had no broken bones, he still had some scrapes. His entire body was bandaged in many places, and he looked miserable at least. Zhang Chao nodded. Well, before the factory construction is completed, the equipment should be able to be brought back to our factory without spending a penny. By the way, Yangzi, you can use it, right? Of course we can use it. Qin Yang said, we can use it not only to make gun barrels, but also can make cannon barrels. We can also make a standard L7 tank gun for the troops to test. Maybe we can even get involved in the cannon manufacturing business in the future. The Capital Farm Implement Factory has completed its relocation, and the next step is to develop in a big way. Although they started out as a gun manufacturer, Qin Yang did not plan to stay in the gun manufacturing field. After all, the gun manufacturing market is limited. With the introduction of equipment this time, they can make cannons and will be involved in more businesses in the future. For example, professional refurbishment of nuclear warheads, polishing of submarines, recycling of second-hand aircraft carrier tire repair, inflation, aircraft carrier submarine leak repair, overhaul of nuclear reactors, maintenance and refurbishment of space shuttles, high-altitude operations to scrub dust from satellite surfaces, repair of aircraft rearview mirrors. What happened this time was just a small stumbling block on the road to development of the Capital Farm Implement Factory. Their future development will leave all military enterprises far behind. As for Zhu Guohua, he was just a clown. At this time, Zhu Guohua was still aggressive. I'm telling you guys, I'll remember you all, and none of you can escape. Zhu Guohua's eyes were fierce, and at this moment, he didn't take the person in front of him seriously at all. Bang! The door was pushed open. Zhu Guohua glanced at the door. The leader was Secretary Song, followed by Leader Dong and several others. He immediately became happy. Uncle Song, you came to pick me up? These people dared to arrest me. They must be severely punished. Asshole, shut up. Secretary Song was furious. Zhu Guohua, I really misjudged you. I used to think you were smart, but later I thought you were frivolous and irritable. However, I never thought that you would actually kill someone for revenge because of work. Uncle Song, I didn't do that. Zhu Guohua shouted loudly. I didn't kill anyone. I was wrongly accused. Unfair, Secretary Song said angrily. Okay, then listen to this first. As he spoke, he took out a tape and asked the man in the big hat beside him to put it into the tape recorder. Soon, sound came out of it. He might get into a car accident when he goes out. He might be hit by something falling from a crane when he is inspecting a factory, and the product he is developing might suddenly explode. In short, I have 100 ways to make Qin Yang die without knowing how he died. Recording was actually recorded? I chose the venue myself, and Zhang Chao didn't even have a recorder in his hand. Where did this recording come from? This is clearly a frame-up, a deliberate fabrication of evidence. I said so, but those are just harsh words. This is indeed a suspicious point, but Zhang Chao made it clear when reporting to Leader Dong. A few days ago, Qin Yang invited foreigners to a farewell banquet, and the foreigners gave Qin Yang this Walkman as a gift. In this era, this kind of thing is nothing, and giving gifts to each other is also to enhance friendship. When Zhang Chao was called by Wang Jinlai to have dinner, he happened to be with Zhu Guohua. When he heard Zhu Guohua's unfriendly tone, he quietly pressed the recording button. At the same time, he also handed over the unopened can of tea, which was filled with brand new Great Unity. Where's my dad? Where's my dad? I've already called your father, and he's given me full authority to handle the matter. If anyone should be sentenced, he should be sentenced. If anyone should be shot, he should be shot. Now, you'd better tell the truth. Zhu Guohua's body softened, and he cried, Uncle Song, I'm telling the truth. I was wronged. I didn't drive my car into Qin Yang. Why don't any of you believe me? The matter is obvious. Qin Yang is just the descendant of an employee of a small third-line military factory. There is a big gap between him and Zhu Guohua, a child who grew up in a compound in the capital. How could Qin Yang frame Zhu Guohua? Moreover, the witnesses and evidence at the scene were found. In this era without cameras, a passerby saw 212 driving a car to hit someone and run away. The license plate number was the same as the one Zhu Guohua drove out, and the route was exactly the same as the route Zhu Guohua took. If Qin Yang hadn't been so agile, he would have been killed on the spot. Zhu Guohua had the motive and the opportunity, so if it wasn't him who did it, then who did it? Chapter 99. The dust settles. I heard that Secretary Song went there and scolded Zhu Guohua. Zhu Guohua insisted that it was not him, and as a result, Secretary Song was angry and left. Beside the bed, Zhang Chao fed Qin Yang canned oranges with a spoon while telling Qin Yang what he had heard in recent days. Alas, this Zhu Guohua, relying on his family's status, has been doing whatever he wants and is lawless. He should be taught a lesson. Qin Yang said with emotion. The country that the older generation sacrificed their lives to build cannot be destroyed in the hands of these people. Yes, well said. A voice came from outside. Qin Yang had heard footsteps outside a long time ago, so he said this deliberately. When he heard the sound, he looked towards the door in surprise. Leader Han, you are so busy. Why did you come to see me? I am unworthy of this. Chaozi, help me up quickly. No need. You're a patient. Just lie down. Leader Han walked in, and the secretary following him put some canned food on the bedside table. Actually, my illness is not serious at all. It's just some skin injuries. I can be discharged from the hospital on the same day. Qin Yang did not hide it. Although the medical conditions in this era were backward, there were still basic examination methods. There were no missing limbs, and the body parts were intact. The injuries were not serious. However, he also said something to add fuel to the fire. Leader Han, I don't have a big problem anyway, so let's just make a big deal out of it. Our 960 factory has just arrived in the capital, so we need to be harmonious. Some people have come to me in recent days to try to make peace, hoping to make this matter less serious. Humph, I made it very clear at the meeting. If someone still wants to play tricks, don't blame me for being rude. This time, we must handle it impartially. Don't worry, no matter what the other party's identity or background is, they are still not bigger than the country or the law. I support you. Thank you, Leader Han. Qin Yang's face showed gratitude. Putting this aside, I heard that there is a problem with the equipment we purchased. Leader Han said, will it delay the development of our light heavy machine gun project? Is there something wrong with the equipment? No wonder Zhu Guohua came to ask for a cancellation of the contract. He wanted to cheat me. But the people from Stair Company personally assured me that although it was secondhand, there was no problem with its use. Qin Yang was a little surprised. What's the problem? I heard that the power frequency used does not meet the standards and needs to be converted with a frequency converter. This will cost a lot of foreign exchange, said the secretary. Oh, our country is not rich, and we may have to spend foreign exchange again. I do have a way to solve this problem, Qin Yang said. However, the equipment is still in the capital steel plant. Zhu Guohua forcibly took the equipment away and ended up wasting so many days. Alas, we, the capital steel plant, are willing to deliver the equipment to your capital farm implements plant in good condition and guarantee that it will not delay your use. At this moment, another voice sounded at the door. A man in a Zhongshan suit and with a head full of white hair walked in. After seeing him, Han said, Lao Zhou, your factory leader has been away for a while, and as a result, there has been trouble in the factory. If there are similar inspections in the future, not everyone can be sent out. At least leave a deputy factory director to take charge of the overall situation. Yes, Leader Han, you are right. This time it was our negligence. We will definitely learn from our experience and never let something like this happen again. Are you the director of the capital steel plant? Qin Yang asked curiously. Yes, I'm the factory manager Zhou Wuguan. The other party said, I'm very sorry, this is all our fault. We will definitely learn from our mistakes in the future. The equipment was originally operated by you. We will send it to you as soon as possible. I hope it won't delay your use. This inspection was very fruitful. The plane we took back landed in Shanghai. Zhou Wuguan and others stopped by the Shanghai steel plant to take a look. But when they heard about the vicious incident at the plant, they hurried back by train. After finding out which hospital Qin Yang was staying in, Zhou Wuguan hurried over to visit the patient. But he didn't expect that Leader Han had arrived early. Leader Han attached so much importance to this matter that Zhou Wuguan hesitated outside for several times and did not dare to come in. When he heard Qin Yang sigh, he quickly took over the conversation and went in. However, we have used the 1 million RMB and 4 million worth of steel that you paid. Qin Yang hesitated. This is our fault. We don't want the money. Just think of it as supporting the construction of a sister factory. Zhou Wuguan certainly understood the principle of spending money to avoid disaster. Now they have no other choice. Thank you so much. If your factory needs any help in the future, please let me know. Qin Yang was also generous. Let the past be the past. By the way, are you going abroad to inspect some advanced machinery and equipment? No, we are studying the advanced systems in the West. Zhou Wuguan said. Our country needs to carry out reforms, and our capital steel plant must also be at the forefront. Let's go to the West to see how their modern steel companies operate. Director Zhou, you should go back and arrange the delivery of the machinery and equipment first. Leader Han spoke. Yes. Zhou Wuguan nodded and went out. Do you really know how to use those equipment? Leader Han continued to ask after seeing the people from the steel plant leave. He was not in charge of reforms and the like. He was currently focusing on the light heavy machine gun project. Well, it's not difficult. High-power inverters are very expensive and we can't afford them. But we can use other solutions. We will modify the internal circuit first to see if it can be used. If not, then we can use an electric generator solution and use our industrial electricity to drive the motor to run. The motor drives a special generator to generate the corresponding electricity. This will only cost a few 100,000 RMB. Leader Han's eyes lit up. Then I'm relieved. Don't forget your promise. This project is our top priority. I will never let anyone create obstacles for you. By the way, do you have anything else to say about this accident? Please rest assured, we will develop the gun within the stipulated time. Qin Yang said without hesitation. When the gun is finalized, I will make a self-criticism to Leader Han. Review? Hearing Qin Yang's words, Leader Han laughed and said, forget about the self-examination. Just keep some things to yourself. After Han left, Zhang Chao spoke up. Yangzi, what do you want to review? Of course they were involved in this incident. What? This secret is known only to heaven and earth, and only to you and me. Zhang Chao said. You took the initiative to report to the leader. Aren't you asking for trouble? Qin Yang smiled. Trouble, Chaozi. These leaders are all smart people. Do you think they can't see what we did? If we take the initiative to admit it, we can leave a good impression. Leaders hate it most when their subordinates hide things from them. Of course, ability is still the most important. If we don't have our D capabilities, will the leaders support us? Chapter 100. It only cost a few $100s to fix it instead of millions. The sound of firecrackers popped, and countless people gathered at the gate of the Capital Agricultural Implements Factory, watching the leader on the stage speak. Today, we are very happy that the first phase of the Capital Farm Implements Factory construction project has been successfully completed. Next, we will devote ourselves to the relocation work with even greater enthusiasm. We have finally walked out of the mountains. In the future, we will move towards a better tomorrow. The sound was carried by the autumn wind to every corner of the factory, and also to workshop number 4 next to the blast furnace. Yangzi, for such a grand occasion, should we go out and take a look? Many leaders are here. If you go out, you will definitely be able to give a speech on the stage, which will be very prestigious. Zhang Chao suggested to Qin Yang. Speak? What is speak? Anyone who wants to show off at a time like this is a fool. We have to leave a down-to-earth impression on our superiors. By the way, Master Zhang, are you ready? We are about to start work. Well, we're ready. Zhang Chao's father Zhang Guoqiang said excitedly. For this equipment, Qin Yang did not hesitate to offend the sons of officials and even made enemies with the capital steel plant. This shows how important this equipment is. Now, Qin Yang is going to teach Zhang Guoqiang how to operate the equipment, and he is very excited. Master Zhang, when operating the electric slag remelting furnace, you must be cautious and follow the operating instructions step by step. Now, I will take you through the process. Qin Yang was very careful. Well, let's follow the process. Zhang Guoqiang took the equipment operation manual written by Qin Yang and began to operate step by step. Close the low-voltage equipment switch. Check the crystallizer and lifting equipment. Check the cooling water. Start the high-voltage equipment. Originally, the Capital Steel plant had an accident at this step, but now, Zhang Guoqiang easily closed the high-voltage power switch without any accidents. Arcing and slag formation. Sparks from the electric arc burst forth, and heat spread rapidly in the electroslag remelting furnace. The contact surface of the steel column was melted, and molten metal droplets fell into the molten metal pool. A large amount of cooling water flowed, taking away the heat, and thus, condensed refined metal ingots appeared on the crystallizer. If you had a pair of X-ray eyes, you would be able to see through its shell and see the dazzling metallic luster, as shiny as chrome. The electric arc has disappeared, and the separated metal slag floats above the molten metal pool, above which is the steel column ready for refining. This slag pool has high resistance, and the current continues to generate heat and melt the metal continuously when it passes through it. The whole device has entered a stable state. As the smelting continues, just keep lowering the steel columns. It's done. The electroslag remelting furnace is working stably. If that bastard Zhu Guohua were here, I wonder how angry he would be. We only spent a few $100s to make this equipment run successfully, Zhang Chao said to Qin Yang excitedly. Qin Yang simply replaced some insulating materials inside the high-voltage circuit, and the electric slag remelting furnace worked normally. The materials are only worth a few $100s, but knowing what materials to buy and how to repair them can be worth millions, Qin Yang said proudly. This is absolutely the truth. However, Zhang Chao still couldn't understand it at this moment. He just wanted to say something in agreement when he heard a large group of footsteps outside. Chief Qin, are you in there? Is the equipment operational? Qin Yang turned his head and saw a group of people appearing at the door, led by Leader Dong, accompanied by Director Zhu and his father Qin Baoguo on both sides. They strode in. It has been successful. The first refined steel ingot is about to come out of the furnace. Qin Yang said, Leaders, has the celebration ceremony been held? If we want to make cannons in the future, we must continue to melt the steel column and eventually form a steel ingot about 6 or 7 meters long, so that it can meet the needs of tank guns. However, we are making gun barrels now, so a length of about 1 meter will be enough. After being cooled by cooling water, the steel ingot still emits heat. Looking at its shiny appearance, Leader Dong is very excited. Is this the refined steel? No one answered Qin Yang's question after the celebration ceremony. Everyone's eyes were focused on the refined steel ingot that came out of the furnace. That's right. During the smelting process, the impurities in the steel are turned into slag and float above the molten pool. The smelted steel has greatly reduced impurities and better performance. Using it to make gun barrels can reduce the thickness by 1/3. In the past, Factory 960 never had to consider what kind of steel to use to make gun barrels. They would use whatever steel their superiors allocated, usually medium carbon steel and alloy steel in a few cases. However, they all honestly studied according to the process. Now, Qin Yang actually said that he wanted to use this refined steel to make gun barrels and reduce the thickness of the barrels by 1/3. Qin Baoguo immediately frowned. Gun making must be scientific. If you rashly reduce the thickness of the barrel, what if it explodes? Of course this is scientific, and it is done on the premise of improving the quality of steel. The yield strength of our steel is 50% higher than that of existing gun barrel steel, and the thickness is only reduced by 1/3, which is already a sufficient margin. Next, we will use the barrel self-tightening process, which can reduce the barrel thickness to half of the current thickness, and the weight is reduced by half. Barrel self-tightening means applying a high pressure inside the barrel of a gun or cannon to cause the inner wall to undergo plastic deformation. In simple terms, the inner chamber is squeezed, and when the high pressure is removed, residual stress is formed on the inner wall of the barrel. These residual stresses can make the barrel withstand higher internal pressure, which increases the strength of the barrel. Western cannons are already equipped with electric slag remelting steel and barrel self-tightening technology as standard. This is still a new field in China. None of these cannons use this technology. Now Qin Yang is using it on the barrel, which is simply overkill. Of course, it can greatly reduce the weight of the barrel. Only in this way can the standard of a heavy machine gun of 25 or 26 kilograms be achieved. The tube is tightened automatically? Leader Dong also became curious. Does this process require special equipment? Yes, we need our superiors to get us some equipment, the most important of which is to coordinate a 2,500-ton hydraulic press from a domestic heavy machinery factory. In 1958, Shenyang Heavy Machinery Plant produced the first 2,500-ton hydraulic press in China. In 1961, Jiangnan Shipyard used a 10,000-ton hydraulic press, which has been used for 60 years and is still in good condition, which shows how good the quality of domestic products is. A large military enterprise must use a hydraulic press. The steel smelted from electroslag remelting steel can be forged a few times with this hydraulic press, and the quality of the material will be better. As for the self-tightening of the barrel, it can also be achieved with part of the function of this hydraulic press. The procurement cycle for this kind of machine is often more than half a year. Leader Dong frowned. If you need this kind of equipment, why didn't you tell me earlier? This will delay our research and development. Well, when there is no such equipment, we use other ways to achieve it. What method? Stuff explosives inside the barrel and use the explosion to make the inner wall self-tighten. What? Chapter 101. Explosives stuffed into gun barrels and gun racks made of plastic? The barrel self-tightening process was first used on cannons and then on a few professional firearms. This process has many advantages, improving barrel strength, reducing barrel weight, reducing barrel material grade, and increasing barrel fatigue life. However, it is not easy to use this process, and it requires special equipment. Common self-tightening processes include mechanical self-tightening and hydraulic self-tightening. The former mainly relies on a carbide self-tightening head to tighten the barrel. That is, a plug slightly larger than the mouth of the barrel is inserted from one end and comes out from the other end, and then all the squeezing is completed. The latter is to use hydraulic pressure to self-tighten the barrel. That is, to put liquid into the tube and pressurize the liquid. Generally, the cannon requires hydraulic self-tightening equipment of more than 10,000 bar. In order to reduce the amount of liquid filled inside, a thin steel rod can also be inserted inside to reduce the internal volume. This process is the most widely used. As for explosive self-tightening, it is rare, complicated to operate, and has poor controllability. This is just nonsense. Qin Baohua couldn't help himself. His son used to be an eye-catcher in design, but improving the manufacturing process of guns was beyond his ability. You're just kidding? Director Qin, do you have any ideas for reducing the weight of our 12.7mm heavy machine guns? Qin Yang looked at his father and said, I'm all ears. What can I do? You took the task. Qin Baohua was speechless. Old Qin, don't question Section Chief Qin. Zhu Zizhong quickly dissuaded him. As the section chief of our technical department, Qin Yang is very competent. Now, what we have to do is trust him and cooperate with him, not attack him. Mr. Qin, is there anything else you need cooperation with? Asked Leader Dong. We also need to buy some special equipment to produce high-strength carbon fiber composite materials. These equipment can be produced domestically and do not need to be imported. High-strength carbon fiber composite material? What is this? Everyone is staring at each other in amazement. Can it be produced domestically? Seeing the confused looks in everyone's eyes, Qin Yang could only explain it to everyone in the most common words. To put it simply, it's plastic. In fact, high-strength carbon fiber composite materials are not those resin plastics. The difference is huge. However, since everyone has not come into contact with high-end composite materials, it is easier to understand the term plastic. Plastic? You actually want to use plastic to make a gun? Qin Baohua felt that his three views were constantly being refreshed. Yes. Qin Yang nodded. Using plastic to make a tripod can greatly reduce the weight of the gun. How can that be possible? Rifles and light machine guns use stocks to offset recoil, and heavy machine guns use gun stands to keep them stable. How can you make a tripod out of plastic so that a heavy machine gun can shoot steadily? In the past, Qin Baohua had never cared about Qin Yang. After all, Qin Yang's designs were very creative and eye-catching. But this time, Qin Yang's design was too bold, and he could no longer bear it. If we want to reduce the weight of heavy machine guns, we have to change our traditional thinking, Qin Yang said. We use plastic to make a special elastic gun mount. The elastic shape of the gun mount itself can absorb the huge recoil energy generated by the continuous shooting of the heavy machine gun to reduce rigid collisions, thereby reducing the scattering distribution of the bullet exit trajectory and improving the shooting accuracy. The main structure of a heavy machine gun is divided into the gun body, gun mount, and aiming device. In order for the heavy machine gun to shoot stably and accurately, the gun mount must be heavy enough, but this design also makes the heavy machine gun bulky. How to reduce the weight of the gun frame? Gun designers are working tirelessly. Initially, the gun frame was a rigid gun frame, and later a buffer gun frame appeared. The buffer on the gun frame was used to reduce recoil and improve shooting accuracy. Now, if we want to further reduce the weight, we have to use an elastic gun frame. This design is not simple and must be matched to allow periodic elastic deformation during shooting, and the accuracy of shooting can be ensured by matching the deformation period with the firing rate. Qin Baohua opened his eyes wide, looked at Qin Yang for a few seconds, then shook his head. I don't understand. However, these high-sounding concepts finally convinced Qin Baohua. At this time, Qin Baohua no longer insisted on his doubts. Qin Yang could really make it, just like the air rifle before and the high-precision sniper rifle later. Leader Dong, I have written a document. You can show it to your superiors. After taking the document handed over by Qin Yang, Leader Dong saw the big words on it. Weight Reduction Analysis Report of Light Heavy Machine Gun. Inside, there is the design of the gun barrel, the design of the gun magazine, and the design of the gun frame. The content is very detailed, with more than 10 pages of content. Okay, Leader Han did not choose the wrong person. I believe that you will complete the research and development tasks on time. After seeing off a group of leaders, the Capital Agricultural Implements Factory entered into busy work again. Trucks shuttled back and forth, transporting equipment from the mountainous areas. After installation, the equipment was put into production. The workers who originally worked in the mountainous areas also moved to the plains. Standing on the land of the capital, they were filled with emotion. I'm back. I'm finally back. What else can I say? I'll work hard in the future. The equipment and workers of Factory 955 were the second batch to be relocated. After all, the transportation force was insufficient, so they had to be arranged in order. Tang Yuchen jumped off the old Jiefeng truck and looked at the brand new factory, his heart pounding with excitement. That's great. We finally left that damn place. Now that we are here, we are truly workers of the capital. Everyone, take your luggage and go to the dormitory first. Zhang Guangming shouted loudly. He was very happy at this time. The two factories were finally merged into one. Just after the merger, the first great gift was to bring them out of the poor mountain valley. Although this is also a suburb, it is very convenient for them to go to the city by bus. It is much better than the poor mountain village before. Everyone carried their luggage and walked towards the dormitory area. The workers of our factory are temporarily living in dormitory buildings number 8 and number 9. Each dormitory will temporarily house one family or 4 single employees. Everyone's name has been posted on the door, and you can find the corresponding room yourself. What? Tang Yuchen was stunned when he heard Zhang Guangming's arrangement. We moved to a new factory, but the accommodation situation has become even more tense. Even in the mountains, 2 people lived in a single dormitory, but here it became 4 people. There should be enough residential buildings in the new factory area. Tang Yuchen said, young employees like me will soon face the issue of marriage. I need a house. That's right. Our 955 factory only has 2 dormitory buildings, while their 960 factory has 7. This is not fair. Let's go talk to their factory manager. In this era, workers relied on factories to allocate housing, and welfare housing was their biggest pursuit. Seeing the unfairness in housing, they found it unacceptable, and immediately, a large group of people stood up. Chapter 102. Allocation based on need? Allocation based on noise? No, allocation based on contribution. Don't be anxious. Everyone, listen to me. On the steps at the entrance of the office building, facing a group of noisy employees, Zhou Yongfei could only raise his voice as much as possible and speak to these people. Our factory was established too recently, so we can only try to reduce its size. Our dormitories are all 2-story tube buildings, which can accommodate a limited number of employees. So, for now, we can only arrange for 4 people to live in a single dormitory. Only those with families can get a whole room. Humph. That sounds nice, but it's not fair. Tang Yuchen stood at the front of the crowd and said to Zhou Yongfei, you tricked us into merging our factories, but you didn't provide us with equal treatment. Why did you get 7 dormitory buildings, and we only got 2? An equal distribution is fair. Even if you only give us 4, you can at least give us single workers 1. That's right, we are brother factories, so the numbers should be the same. The people behind echoed. We have thousands of people in Factory 960, but you only have a few hundred in Factory 955. We have arranged them equally according to your needs, and we have taken good care of you. Zhou Yongfei said, please rest assured, when our factory recovers, we will be able to build more residential buildings in the spring of next year, and we will be able to meet your needs by then. Don't make empty promises for us. Since we've moved out, we can't live in a worse place than before. If the factory doesn't take our basic needs seriously, we will never agree to it, and we will stay here. Sweat dripped down Zhou Yongfei's forehead. This situation was too difficult to deal with. What should he do now? In the beginning, these people used the method of forcing the most stubborn deputy factory director Wang Jihe to surrender, and now they are attacking him again. At this moment, a voice sounded from behind. If you are not satisfied, then get out. Zhou Yongfei was shocked. These people were like a powder keg at this moment, which could be ignited at any time. If he said such words to provoke them now, what would happen if they did something more extreme? However, when he saw the person who was speaking clearly, he was immediately delighted. Qin Yang is here. Qin Yang was just passing by, but when he saw a group of people gathered outside the office building, his face turned ugly. When he heard what these people said, he became even more annoyed. Who? What the hell are you saying? You still have to smile at a bastard? I'm Qin Yang. Come here if you don't agree. Qin Yang? Everyone knows that in Factory 960, even if you offend the factory director Zhu Zizhong, you must never offend Qin Yang. Whoever offends him will be in trouble. Qin Yang had just made his debut when he sent the powerful deputy director of Factory 960 to jail. After that, he became more and more courageous. Qin Yang's latest achievement was sending a bully in the capital steel plant to jail. These minions are not even strong enough to fight Qin Yang for a round. They shuddered suddenly and quickly made way for Qin Yang. Qin Yang strode forward, walked to Zhou Yongfei's side, stood on the steps, and looked at the group of people below. Whoever just said that the housing area is small and not as good as that of the old factory, go back now. It's empty there now. You can go back and occupy one building each. If the rooms in Factory 955 are not enough, you can go to our Factory 960. If you want to continue staying here, then obey the factory's arrangements. Qin Yang stared at the people below with a cold look in his eyes. But, if we want to get married, we need a house. A staff dormitory with 4 people in one room. Wouldn't it delay our lifelong event? Tang Yuchen finally spoke, but not as aggressively as at first. Zhou Yongfei sighed. Now, the most powerful person in the factory is Qin Yang. Fortunately, Qin Yang came over, otherwise he would not know what to say. Delaying your lifelong event? Go to the capital and ask around. Which factory workers don't have housing difficulties? It's good enough to be able to live in a 4-person room. Those married workers who have nowhere to live rent houses outside. This is the capital. If you have seen The Happy Life of Poor Mouth Zhang Damon, you will know how difficult it is to live here. A family of 8 squeezed into a small house of 16 square meters. 2 brothers had to sleep on bunk beds when they got married. In the end, they had no choice but to build a room around a tree. This kind of thing is too common. Therefore, after the earthquake in 1976, there were a lot of earthquake-resistant materials in the urban area of the capital. In the following years, these materials were used by everyone to build small houses for living. It was inconvenient to push a bicycle through the residential areas of the capital. No one dared to speak. Qin Yang shocked them as soon as he arrived. What Qin Yang said was also true. It was inappropriate to compare the houses in the capital with those in the mountains. The factory is going to build a new residential building next year. Can we still get a house? Tang Yuchen didn't dare to act rashly. If he didn't want to work, he could just leave. After finally getting out of the mountain valley, who would want to go back? Over the years, the factory workers have paid a huge price to be transferred back to the capital. Now that the factory has been relocated, anyone who wants to go back is a fool. Whether you can get a house depends on your performance. Qin Yang said, we will come up with a detailed rule later to evaluate the employees' daily work performance and calculate a score. When the houses are distributed, whoever has the highest score will get a house. In the future, houses will not be distributed according to need, nor according to noise, but according to contribution to the factory. After saying that, Qin Yang glanced at the people below and said, to put it simply, whoever wants to get a house should work harder. If you want to lie in the hospital all day, then don't ask for a house. Just treat the hospital as your home. Welfare housing distribution is what many people yearn for. In order to get a house, they have to do everything they can. Treating guests, giving gifts, and building relationships are endless. If you don't have any connections, just make a scene. Crying, making a scene, and even hanging yourself can always make the person in charge of housing distribution feel fed up to the limit and then give in. Qin Yang must put an end to this phenomenon. You talk nicely, but how will we conduct the assessment? Your Factory 960 has a high score, and our Factory 955 has a low score. When the time comes, it will be the people from your factory who will get the houses, and we can only watch helplessly. Tang Yuchen shouted again. I hope everyone knows that after we move out, there will be no distinction between Factory 960 and Factory 955. We are one factory now. Qin Yang looked at Tang Yuchen, who was worried. Everything starts from scratch. Even if you are a veteran, everything in the past will be cleared and you will have to start over. The quantitative standard for the score assessment is based on the contribution to the factory. Specifically, it is the profit made by the factory. Anyone who thinks he can get a house by lying down is impossible. He wants to take advantage of the factory without bringing any benefits to the factory. Such a parasite must get out of our capital farm implement factory. The people below were shocked. These words were indeed fair and reasonable. The distribution should be based on the contribution to the factory. Now, hurry up and pack your place. You'll start work tomorrow. Now you're all on the same starting line. The lazy ones will be left behind soon. Chapter 103 National Shooting Range. Watching everyone leave, Zhou Yongfei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yangzi, thanks to your timely arrival. Otherwise, I don't know how to deal with these people. Zhou Yongfei was very emotional. You are really good. You sent them away with just a few words. This suggestion of calculating the score for each worker and finally allocating the rooms according to the score is really good. Factory 960 is a factory located deep in the mountains, and except for when it was first established, it has never had to worry about housing issues. However, he has also heard that units in the capital are arguing over the distribution of houses. Now, Qinyang has set this standard, and no one can complain. It is fair and reasonable. You said that we should distribute it according to our contribution to the factory. Yangzi, you have made the greatest contribution to the factory. When the first batch of 2-bedroom and 1-living-room family housing is built, we will allocate one to you for your wedding. Yangzi, don't leave. Qinyang is still busy developing heavy machine guns, so he has no time to stay here with Zhou Yongfei and build relationships with him. Besides, he really doesn't like this kind of 2-bedroom, 1-living-room house. He should find time to buy a courtyard house someday. How comfortable it would be to live there. In the 1980s, a courtyard house in the capital cost only 10,000 yuan, which was an astronomical figure for ordinary workers who earned a few dozen yuan a month. But it was a piece of cake for Qinyang, who could afford it at any time. Let's do some research. Houses are not a big deal. When it comes to guns, what's important is not the design, but the material. After the equipment arrived, Qinyang plunged into the research and development of composite materials. This material is extremely important. During this period, Qin Baohua has been helping and watching Qinyang build a new heavy machine gun. From the initial suspicion, to the amazement in the middle, to the final praise, Qin Baohua once again witnessed how strong his son is. That day, Qin Baohua was very happy to see that the elastic gun mount had completed trial production. I don't know the effectiveness of this gun rack yet, but it's quite lightweight. Qin Baohua picked up the gun rack with one hand. It only weighed a few kilograms, which was too light. Of course the effect will be fine. Dad, give Leader Dong a call. In a few days, we will go to the national shooting range to test the gun. In a few days? You are really arrogant. Qin Baohua widened his eyes. You went when I told you to. Why don't you trust your son? The National Day is coming soon. If you can finalize it before the National Day, it will be a perfect gift to the motherland. Qin Baohua walked out and saw a figure looking around outside. Although she was wearing autumn clothes, the figure was still very slim, and her 2 pigtails swayed back and forth as she walked. Hey Wang Fong, what's up? Well, let me see if Mr. Qin is here. Yes. Qin Baohua nodded repeatedly. Yangzi is inside, please go in. Now, the 2 factories have been merged, and Wang Fong has become the recognized beauty in the factory. Qin Baohua has seen Wang Fong several times and is very satisfied with her. It would be great if she could be his daughter-in-law. Dad, what's wrong with you? Qinyang came out and said, our research and development of light heavy machine guns needs to be kept strictly confidential. No one is allowed to get close. Do you have the authority to let others in? Wang Fong lowered her head. I don't plan to go in. I just want to ask you. I'm busy now, so I don't have time. I'll talk about it after the heavy machine gun is developed. Hey kid, what's wrong with you? Qin Baohua looked at his son's back helplessly. Xiaofeng is such a good girl. If you marry her home, it will be a great blessing for our Qin family's ancestors. How could you do this? Qinyang was helpless. His father had arranged a match for Wang Fong. Wang Fong didn't have him in her heart. Humph, she refused to give him a back massage, and she wanted him to take her to the front line to find heroes? Forget it. He would not do such a thankless job. September 21st, National Shooting Range. This shooting range was built in 1958 and has a history of more than 20 years. It has a desert on one side and a grassland on the other, with different geographical features, which is perfect for testing the performance of weapons under different conditions. However, the confidentiality work here is quite in place. No one outside knows the exact location of the National Shooting Range. Its level of mystery is comparable to Area 51 in the United States. The last time Qinyang experimented with a sniper rifle, it was only done at a military shooting range in the suburbs of the capital. After all, Those guns were for emergency use and were marketed as imitations of SVD. Today's light and heavy machine guns are different. If this type of gun is to be officially finalized, it must undergo scientific and rigorous experiments. Engineer Qin, welcome to the National Shooting Range. Yang Jinhua, the person in charge of the shooting range, stood outside 212 and said to Qin Yang, who got out of the car, "This is a burly man. Years of wind and sun have turned his skin into bronze." At this moment, his eyes are full of joy. They also got a sniper rifle produced by Factory 960 at the shooting range. After testing it here, they were all stunned. They didn't expect it to have such high accuracy. Now, this light heavy machine gun will also break their cognition. Is it possible for a 12.7mm heavy machine gun to weigh no more than 26 kilograms? It is a great honor to come to the National Shooting Range. Please test our guns according to the test requirements. We have confidence in our machine guns, Qin Yang said. Several soldiers behind Yang Jinhua came up and lifted the boxes off the car. After they opened the boxes, an advanced heavy machine gun appeared before their eyes. Its barrel is similar to that of a sniper rifle, with a single tube outside and no contact with the handguard. There are grooves on the side of the barrel, which seems to be designed to reduce weight. There is a handle on it, which makes it convenient for one person to carry it. At the back is the magazine and buttstock, and the bullet box is installed from the left. As for the gun rack, it was incredibly light. The body of the heavy machine gun weighs 17.5 kilograms, and the tripod weighs 6 kilograms. Fortunately, the weight of the entire machine gun did not exceed 24 kilograms. This indicator has been achieved, Qin Yang said. When the meeting started, the superior required 25 kilograms, but he asked for an extra kilogram of margin because he was afraid that in case the composite material could not be produced, he would have to use a steel tripod directly. Therefore, he first made the request based on the weight of the Type 89 heavy machine gun. However, the research and development progressed smoothly later. This composite tripod weighs only 6 kilograms, which is much lighter than the 8.5 kilogram steel tripod. This is more perfect. It's so light. This machine gun is definitely a powerful weapon for mountain warfare. Hearing these words of praise, Qin Yang smiled. Just as he was about to extinguish Shi Kongkai, a voice sounded behind him. How can a 6-kilogram tripod withstand the recoil of shooting? The bullets fired are almost the same as rockets. It can't be considered a qualified heavy machine gun at all. Qin Yang's smile froze. He turned his head and looked behind him and saw a once familiar face. Chapter 104. 81 is the most successful modification of AK? Meeting an old friend in a foreign land, Su Jiqiang. As soon as Su Jiqiang came up, he started to find fault with Qin Yang's weapons research and development. Qin Yang looked at this guy with a face that looked like he deserved a beating and said, "Engineer Su, do you know the specific value of the dispersion accuracy of our machine guns?" Su Jiqiang's body suddenly trembled. Based on his understanding of Qin Yang during this period, there was definitely a trap hidden in this sentence. The heavy machine gun developed by Factory 960 is a national key project and is highly confidential. How did the technicians from Factory 296 know about it? This is a serious leak. As long as he nodded, Qin Yang would send him in for investigation. But if he shook his head, Qin Yang would definitely say, "Since you don't know, why are you talking nonsense here? Should we make a bet?" No matter how you answer, it's wrong. Engineer Su, now is not the time to chat. You and them should go and test the new automatic rifle, Yang Jinhua said from the side. Su Jiqiang did not come alone. There were several soldiers behind him. Each of these soldiers was holding a beautiful rifle. The maroon handguard, buttstock, and grip looked so beautiful and majestic. Qin Yang immediately guessed the mission of Su Jiqiang and others coming here. According to the time, the Type 81 rifle has also completed its research and development. After passing the factory test at Factory 296, it has begun to undergo formal testing at the National Shooting Range. Talking about this gun, it really makes people feel emotional. In online novels, one can see a common routine scene in fantasy novels and urban novels. The protagonist comes from a prominent family, but by the time he is born, his family has fallen into poverty. He is not a legitimate son, but there are no talented people among the legitimate sons in the family, so he has to take on the main responsibility, and after countless tests, he finally becomes the brilliant protagonist. If we substitute it into firearms, there is also a gun with the same fate as it, and that gun is the Type 81 automatic rifle. After the war broke out in the South, the troops found that the Type 56.5 they had were not enough, and they were simply unable to fire back at the enemy, who were armed with AK rifles. Therefore, the rear stepped up the production of Type 56 submachine guns and sent them to the front line, which solved the urgent problem. At the same time, The superiors also decided to immediately develop an automatic rifle, which was also the first automatic rifle in the country. Within 2 years, a new automatic rifle was developed. It was officially finalized in 1981 and named Type 81 rifle. It was put on the battlefield in 1983 and became the best weapon in the hands of soldiers during the Two Mountains War. Originally, this rifle was just a transitional rifle. After all, China was still developing small-caliber bullets. According to domestic plans, a special small-caliber rifle would soon be developed. As a result, the Type 95 rifle was slowly distributed to troops in the late 1990s. The Type 81 rifle took nearly 20 years to produce, 4 million. According to the number of infantrymen at the time, this was the rhythm of one rifle per person. In the mouths of veterans, the Type 81 rifle is an eternal classic and the most user-friendly automatic rifle. At this moment, seeing this gun appear in front of him, Qin Yang was also filled with emotion. This new automatic rifle is more impressive than the 56 submachine gun. It is also more convenient to use than the 56 submachine gun. It is the most successful modified AK. Originally, this should have been a compliment, but when Su Jiqiang heard it, the meaning changed. Mr. Qin, what you said is wrong. This gun is a brand new gun developed by the Firearms Research Institute under our Factory 296. We made it independently. Only laymen would mistake our gun for an AK-47. Su Jiqiang was very dissatisfied. You are slandering our Factory 296 by saying that. Although your Factory 960 is awesome and the guns you make are very advanced, there is no need to slander us like this. You want to step on us to get to the top? No way. Qin Yang was somewhat speechless. The speaker was unintentional, but the listener was intentional. He had no intention of belittling the other party. This guy really knew how to find opportunities to escalate personal grudges into conflicts between factories. Mr. Su, it's time to test your guns. Yang Jinhua said, give me some face. Leader Yang, if it was something else, I wouldn't dare to act rashly here. But now, this Qin Gong slandered the reputation of our 296th factory. I, Su Jiqiang, can't swallow this breath. He actually said that our gun is a modified version of the AK-47. Qin Yang had a smile on his face. Mr. Su, don't misinterpret what I meant. Did I say this gun is an AK-47? Humph, you still want to quibble. Su Jiqiang said, Leader Yang is here, and you still refuse to admit it. You just said that this gun is the most successfully modified AK. Yeah, did I say AK-47? Nonsense, what else can we have besides AK-47? Are you here to ask me for advice? If so, I will teach you. Don't be misled by third-party media. Qin Yang still smiled confidently, but the words he said were enough to piss Su Jiqiang off to death. Su Jiqiang wanted to make a big deal out of this and humiliate Qin Yang, but he didn't want to make a fool of himself. Engineer Qin, can you introduce him to me? Yang Jinhua stood on Qin Yang's side. He knew that Qin Yang's words just now did not mean to belittle the automatic rifle. This engineer Su was deliberately creating a conflict, so of course he had to speak for Qin Yang. This engineer Su didn't know what was good for him. He didn't give him face, so did he expect him to give him face? Laymen don't understand the development law of AK rifles, so when they see a rifle that looks similar, they will shout out the name AK-47. In fact, AK-47 is just the beginning of Kalashnikov's development of rifles. The number of equipment in the Russian army is not large. In 1954, Kalashnikov improved the AK-47 to the third model, which was finalized as AKM and was mass-produced and equipped to the troops in 1959. Therefore, most of the rifles used by the Russians and those used internationally are AKMs. Only laymen will shout out the name AK-47. Engineer Su, you have to remember this, so as not to be laughed at if it gets out. Su Jiqiang's face turned red. He really didn't know this, and now he was humiliated. He gritted his teeth and said, I don't believe it. What's the difference between these two guns? Difference? Since you are so diligent and eager to learn, I will tell you more. Qin Yang continued to speak in an infuriating tone. It is very simple to distinguish between the two guns. First, look at the receivers of the two guns. The AKM uses a riveted receiver, and the AK-47 uses a milled receiver. Secondly, look at the shape of the front side of the two guns. The AKM is square, and the AK-47 is rectangular. Finally, above the magazine opening of the gun body and below the receiver, the AK-47 is square, and the AKM is round. I won't talk about the internal changes, because outsiders can't see them anyway. By the way, the AKM is also divided into many models, among which the AKM-3 model has the most innovative changes. It changes the muzzle cap to an oblique mouth type, with the oblique mouth facing upwards. A small amount of gunpowder gas will spray upwards at the muzzle to suppress the muzzle from jumping up. Remember it? When you popularize science to others in the future, you can appear to be knowledgeable. Humph. Don't say these useless things. In short, you are slandering us by saying that our new automatic rifle is similar to AK. You don't even know that AK-47. AK series rifles use long piston gas operation, while our automatic rifles use short piston gas operation. The gas operation method is the core feature of firearms. The core design has changed. Of course, our new automatic rifle has nothing to do with AK. Yes, this gun is very different from the AK, such as the automatic mode, automatic mechanism, receiver, etc., but it also uses some mechanisms, such as the bullet feeding path and the design of the locking teeth. If you say that it has nothing to do with the AK, it is also deceiving yourself. Just then, another voice spoke. Chapter 105. The older generation of military workers deserving respect. Looking in the direction of the voice, Qin Yang saw an old man. He was not tall, with gray hair and a kind smile on his face. His eyes, emitting a deep gaze, looked at Qin Yang. At this moment, Qin Yang's heart was filled with warmth. Mr. Wang, it's said that Factory 960 has produced a talented young man. I've wanted to see him for a long time. Today I saw that he is indeed talented. Engineer Qin, you recognized me when we first met. Yes, Mr. Wang, I have seen your photo. You are a veteran in the development of firearms in our country and the most outstanding firearms designer of the older generation. I admire you very much. Mr. Wang is a contemporary of Mr. Duo, and their skills are equally impressive. Qin Yang admires such people. Moreover, these people are definitely not as scheming as Su Jiqiang. Their minds are all on how to improve guns, not on how to create confrontation and struggle. Su Jiqiang opened his eyes wide in surprise. Doesn't Qin Yang usually look arrogant? There is actually someone he admires? This is unscientific. Mr. Wang, he is good at sweet-talking. Before you came, he has been slandering us, saying that our guns. Su Jiqiang couldn't help but start to instigate again. No, he's not wrong. Old Wang didn't look at Su Jiqiang, but continued to look at Qin Yang. Our automatic rifle does borrow a lot of structures from the AKM rifle. Without this gun, we wouldn't have been able to complete the research and development so quickly. Reputation and other things are secondary. Finalizing the design as soon as possible and providing the army with a good gun is what we military workers should do. Yes, Lao Wang is right. Yang Jinhua's serious expression disappeared, and he looked at Su Jiqiang. Why don't you go test it? Yes. Now Su Jiqiang had nothing to say and could only leave in embarrassment. Engineer Qin, I don't dare to take the title of the most outstanding firearms designer of the older generation. However, I am really old, and the younger generation is pushing the older generation forward. You, a young engineer, have made many good guns for our army. Now that you have met an opportunity, please give us some suggestions for this new automatic rifle of ours. Old Wang did not leave, but handed a sample gun to Qin Yang and spoke. Mr. Wang, then I really have something to say? That's right, go ahead. They can't hear it. Old Wang glanced at Su Jiqiang and others who were leaving and said seriously, don't bother with them. If you don't tell me the truth, I will be unhappy. Well, the biggest problem with this gun is the material. Qin Yang said. In this era, it has become popular abroad to use engineering plastics to reduce the weight of guns. Now, our gun is still at the technical level of the 1950s and 1960s, and it is too heavy. Using engineering plastics instead of wood is an inevitable development of guns. After all, for soldiers, the lighter the gun, the more bullets they can carry. In China, the Type 81 rifle was the last rifle made of wood. The Type 87 rifle that followed began to use a lot of engineering plastics. In the Type 95, wood was no longer seen. The carpenters who had been making rifles for a lifetime had to change their careers. Yes, this gun is for emergency use. When it comes to the next gun, we will definitely use engineering plastics. When it comes to weight reduction, you are still the best. By the way, do you have any other suggestions? Qin Yang smiled and shook his head. No, in front of the gun master, I am just a junior. You, don't be so modest. Don't flatter me. Let's get busy first. We can have dinner and chat together in the evening. In the distance, at the automatic rifle firing position, Su Jiqiang's face was unhappy. Humph, looking at Qin Yang's arrogant look, he felt unhappy. If only there was a way to play a trick on Qin Yang. Attention, prepare for test firing. Their testing began again. Da-da-da. Gunshots rang out, and several bullet casings flew out, hitting Su Jiqiang's head directly 2 meters away. Ouch! Su Jiqiang couldn't help but scream. It's not a pleasant feeling to have a hot bullet shell hit your head. Mr. Su, why aren't you wearing a helmet yet? This isn't a test firing of shells. Why should I wear a helmet? Su Jiqiang covered his head and said, It seems that there is still a problem with our shell ejector. Yes, let's wait until tonight and have dinner with Engineer Chin to see if he has any good ideas. Old Wang had already walked back and made a decision immediately after hearing what Su Jiqiang said. What good ideas can he have? Mr. Wang, you probably don't know that the whole system is saying that the guns developed by Qin Yang are all the credit of his father. He has only been in the industry for a few years. How could he have such ability? No one believed that a young man like Qin Yang could become a military master. It must be because of his father's influence. In later generations, elementary school students can publish papers in international journals, and it's all because of their fathers. I know his father Qin Baohua. He doesn't have this ability. Old Wang said, this young man is really capable. Let's wait and see. His machine gun. Having said this, Su Jiqiang shut up. He had already seen that Mr. Wang's face was unhappy. Over there, the first test of the light heavy machine gun is about to begin. Just fire the heavy machine gun the same way you normally would. Qin Yang looked at the soldier in charge of operating the machine gun and said, I believe in your aiming skills. This 100-meter target shooting shouldn't be a problem. The weight of this machine gun has met the standard. What remains is accuracy and reliability. You all need to give your best and make the machine gun fire with the highest accuracy. Yang Jinhua also gave the order. Yes. The machine gunner was under a lot of pressure. At this moment, he was operating the machine gun in a prone position, with the tripod retracted to the bottom, almost parallel to the ground. His shoulder was resting on the butt of the gun, his eyes were aimed at the crosshairs and the target, and he was breathing steadily. Ta-da-da! Flames appeared at the muzzle, not only in front of the muzzle, but also on both sides. That was the unique muzzle brake reducing the recoil. The gun body shook rhythmically as it fired, and the gun frame also shook with it. Yang Jinhua opened his eyes wide and watched the shooting of the heavy machine gun. Such a light gun mount didn't move at all. It was as if it was firmly nailed there. Just looking at this point, you can know that this machine gun is really weird. The rattling sound stopped, and the 50 rounds of bullets in the side magazine were used up at once. Count the targets immediately. Report, the target has been counted, 100 meters. The dispersion R50 value is 0.13 meters. The sound was so loud that it spread throughout the entire shooting range. In an instant, the people who were testing the automatic rifles were dumbfounded. Impossible. How is this possible? The accuracy of this heavy machine gun is comparable to the M2HB heavy machine gun currently in service with the US military. Isn't this too good to be true? It's even more accurate than our own Type 77 heavy machine gun. Chapter 106, Gun-Making Expert. The accuracy of pistols and rifles is generally expressed in MOA, but when it comes to machine guns, this method of comparison is inappropriate. After all, machine guns are not used for precision sniping. Machine guns are weapons for area killing, and one shot is a volley of bullets. However, the accuracy of a machine gun still needs to be described. Even if it is an area kill, the dispersion of the bullets must be measured. The R50 is used to measure it. R50 is a number of projectiles within a certain distance, and 50% of the impact points are used to measure the spread radius. Since there is R50, there is also R100. The former is half, and this one is of course all the impact points are used to measure the spread radius. For example, a machine gun fires 100 rounds of bullets continuously, and then the 50 bullets closest to the target are enclosed in a smallest circle, and the radius of the circle is measured, which is its R50 value. If all the bullets are enclosed in a smallest circle, the radius of the circle is its R100 value. Of course, some heavy machine guns cannot fire so many bullets at one time. Take the light heavy machine gun being tested now, for example. It uses an ammunition box of 50 rounds and can only fire 50 bullets at a time. Then, the radius of the circle in which 25 of the bullets are scattered is measured as the value of R50. At a range of 100 meters, the value of R50 is only 0.13 meters, which means that of the 50 bullets just fired, 25 of them fell into a circle with a radius of 13 centimeters. This accuracy is quite high. It has exceeded the domestic heavy machine guns and is the same as the US military's heavy machine guns. And what about the weight? This heavy machine gun weighs less than 25 kilograms. Continue measuring the value of 200 meters. Yang Jinhua was very excited. At sunset, the test reached a range of 600 meters, and the R50 value was magnified to 0.4 meters, which is also very good. According to this estimate, when the range reaches 1,000 meters, the R50 value is about 0.6 meters to 0.7 meters. The height of an ordinary person is about 1.7 meters, which means that if this heavy machine gun fires a volley from 1,000 meters away, the dispersion of the bullets can completely cover the person. If it was our previous heavy machine gun, It would be no problem to achieve this kind of accuracy after some improvements, but the weight would definitely not be light. This heavy machine gun, which weighs less than 25 kilograms, can actually achieve this kind of accuracy. It's really not easy. This gun is simply a powerful weapon tailor-made for our mountain combat troops. Yang Jinhua was very satisfied with the gun. When everyone put away their guns, he talked to Qin Yang excitedly. We are currently using Type 54 machine gun bullets. If we develop bullets specifically for it, the accuracy will be higher. Qin Yang said, of course, our testers are also very good at shooting. Thank you for your hard work. After all the tests are completed, we will treat everyone to a good drink. In fact, Factory 960 has made a lot of money from the military to civilian project. Even if it treats these people to food and drinks every day, it won't cost much. But it will be bad for the reputation if it gets out. Therefore, Qin Yang will not waste money. It will not be too late to treat them after the project is finalized. That's right. We will have some good wine then. I've heard that your Factory 960 is engaged in foreign trade and is very rich. Yang Jinhua said with a smile. Congratulations, Engineer Qin. The test results of your heavy machine gun are so shocking. Old Wang came over and said, how about we have a couple of drinks tonight? Since it's Mr. Wang who invited me, I'll obey your order. Qin Yang said, I'll pay for the wine. Also, since the others have worked hard, let's give them some to try. Leader Yang, this doesn't count as a violation of discipline, right? Okay, then Old Yang will make an exception and let everyone have a few drinks tonight. Also, I won't collect your food coupons for tonight. Yang Jinhua said. The conditions at the base were very simple. The food was not very good, and although it was provided free of charge, food coupons had to be handed in. Not collecting food coupons was more important than not collecting money. The three of them sat at a table with 4 dishes on it. A plate of peanuts, a plate of canned sliced meat, and 2 dishes, 1 meat and 1 vegetable. Seeing this, Qin Yang sighed. This dinner is too extravagant. I have to eat more. In this day and age, the standard for 4 dishes is really not low. Come on, let's start eating. Engineer Qin, today you mentioned the use of engineering plastics in rifles. I've thought about it. You use similar materials on your light and heavy machine guns, right? Can it be used on our automatic rifles? Old Wang spoke while picking up food with chopsticks. We can provide you with matching products. Qin Yang replied. Mr. Wang, this material was developed by us at great expense, so please understand. If you want Qin Yang to contribute his technology, that won't work. But if you provide supporting equipment, there will be no problem. In the future, they will have as many orders as the number of Type 81 rifles produced. Old Wang nodded. I understand. It's a market economy. Your 960 factory was the first to do military to civilian conversion and is at the forefront of the industry. After the prototype gun is tested, I will send you a set of design drawings. You make one for us and let us test it. Okay, then let's toast to our future happy cooperation. Qin Yang raised his glass. After 3 glasses of wine, the atmosphere became more or less the same. Mr. Wang continued. Mr. Qin, you are also an expert in making guns. You must have done some research on the problem of bullet ejection, right? Can you help us? Well, I checked today. There is a big problem with the bullet ejection of your gun. One bullet shell flew 2 meters away. If it were on the battlefield, it would expose itself. Qin Yang thought for a while and said, Mr. Wang, I have an immature idea. If the bullet shell is ejected from the right front, will it be easier to solve this problem? When the Type 81 rifle was being test-fired at the National Shooting Range, it was stumped by the problem of shell ejection. Its guide rail is relatively high, and the shell has to be ejected from under the receiver rail, which made it difficult to open the opening. After struggling for a long time, it was decided to eject it from the front right upwards, which successfully solved the problem. Now, since the opportunity had come, Qin Yang did not hide it and directly told the solution. He did not ask for a penny. For him, this was just a piece of cake. He could help Mr. Wang improve the 81 bar as soon as possible and let the frontline troops use the right rifle. This was the most important thing, and he would feel very proud. However, some people don't think so. Looking at the 4 dishes on the table, and then at Qin Yang, Wang Lao, and Yang Jinhua chatting and laughing, Su Jiqiang became more and more angry. Yang Zhaojun was imprisoned for stealing the gun. Wang Lijun was punished for the gun test accident, and Huang Xian was injured during the gun test and retired early. The people in the technical department of Factory 296 were badly harmed by Qin Yang. However, Su Jiqiang also knew that Qin Yang had risen and was not someone he could afford to offend. If he dared to use any tricks, he would definitely be the one who would suffer in the end. He has to wait for his chance. Hey, do you know that young man? I heard he's very powerful. Just when Su Jiqiang was thinking about how to start the conversation, other people at the same table spoke up. Chapter 107 Qin Yang. You don't understand the realm of genius. There is no way. Qin Yang is such an outstanding person that he will always be the focus of everyone's attention no matter where he goes. At this moment, Su Jiqiang was immediately shocked when he heard this. He picked up some food and said, "Of course, this Qin Gong is really amazing. Mr. Su, do you know Mr. Qin well?" "Of course. A few months ago, Chief Yang and I went to Factory 960 to inspect their gun-making technology. I lived in their factory for a while and heard about Qin Yang's past. I was so shocked that my jaw dropped." "Tell us about it. Tell us about it." Wu Hao, a staff member of the base who was eating at the table with him, was very interested. So Su Jiqiang recounted all the glorious deeds Qin Yang had done in the past few months. Before March, Qin Yang was still an uneducated young man in the factory. Flies, bedbugs, rats, and Qin Yang were the four pests of Factory 960. The turning point came when Qin Yang stole a gun and was hit on the head by Yang Wangcai's engineer shovel. After he woke up from the knockout, he was actually awesome. Qin Yang claimed that he stole the gun in order to study air guns. A man who had never touched a machine tool made an air gun overnight. He then sold the gun himself, and Lion brand air guns became a bestseller across the country. Qin Yang went abroad for inspection at his own expense and ended up bringing in $5 million in foreign exchange. The superior wanted to imitate a sniper rifle. Without even seeing a sample gun, Qin Yang designed an even more powerful sniper rifle. No, too. The superiors required us to build a light heavy machine gun, and no one in the industry dared to take it up. However, Qin Yang took it up. As a result, the weight was less than 25 kilograms, exceeding the task. Is this still a human? This is simply a god. Engineer Qin is so amazing. Wu Hao, who was sitting at the same table, was very impressed after listening to the introduction, and there were sparks of admiration in his eyes. Awesome. We don't even know who the really awesome one is yet. Su Jiqiang didn't say it explicitly, but it was enough. Everyone soon understood. What kind of ability could a young man who was uneducated and often took eggs at school have? It was obvious that someone was behind it. That person was his father. How could he do this? Wu Hao, who always had a clear distinction between love and hate, pondered for half a minute before reacting. His face suddenly became extremely ugly. "We are engaged in military industry. There can be no falsehood. We can't let such a liar fill the number." "Hey, Howsy, calm down and don't be impulsive. Engineer Qin is already very prestigious. He is drinking with Leader Yang and Mr. Wang. We can't afford to offend such a person." I'm not afraid of him," Wu Hao said and stood up. Su Jiqiang felt very happy. There were many honest people in the whole base, but not many as honest as Wu Hao. It was just right for him to be a gun. Wu Hao held the wine glass and walked towards Qin Yang and his friend's table. "Mr. Qin, it's thanks to you that we were able to have a drink tonight. On behalf of everyone at our table, I'd like to toast you to express my gratitude. Today we're just having a few drinks. When the time comes, we'll drink more." Qin Yang also raised his glass. "Come on, let's have one." After drinking a glass of wine, Su Jiqiang should have left, but he grabbed the bottle of wine on the table and poured it into his own glass. Yang Jinhua's face looked ugly. Wu Hao usually looked very honest and law-abiding, but now he was so shameless just to drink a few sips of wine. However, he was too embarrassed to get angry in front of Mr. Wang and Qin Yang. "Mr. Qin, this second glass of wine is for you alone. You may not be very old, but your research and development ability is really strong. I, Wu Hao, now know that there are always people who are better than you." Wu Hao said, "Even if I started learning knowledge in my mother's womb, I am afraid I can't compare with you." "Wu Hao, you're talking nonsense after drinking a few sips of cat urine." Yang Jinhua couldn't help but said, "What kind of nonsense are you talking about?" "Leader Yang, don't be angry. Brother Haozi, how do you know about my deeds?" Qin Yang asked with a smile. "Of course I heard it from Engineer Su." Su Jiqiang was sold out in just one sentence. Su Jiqiang was really stupid. He tricked an honest man into causing trouble for him, but ended up being cheated by the honest man. Old Wang's face also looked ugly. He looked towards the table where Wu Hao came from and looked at Su Jiqiang's back. Su Jiqiang also realized that something was wrong, so he lowered his head and ate his rice very quickly, intending to leave as soon as he finished eating. "Mr. Su, this is where you're wrong. My deeds are glorious enough, but I'm usually very low-key and don't like to talk about them. You insist on publicizing them for me. Then everyone will adore me to death. That's not good. Humility makes people progress. I'll be proud if I do that." Su Jiqiang couldn't pretend anymore. He turned around and forced a smile. "Mr. Qin, I know you don't seek fame or money, but I just can't control my mouth. After all, your deeds are so amazing. I always want to publicize them so that I can feel proud of it." Sorry. The words sounded high-sounding on the surface, But the dirty mentality could not be hidden from smart people. Yang Jinhua glanced at Su Jiqiang sharply and was very dissatisfied. This Su Jiqiang was too bad. He actually instigated his own men to serve as guns. However, it was not convenient for him to get angry at this time. Okay, let's not mention this matter again, so as not to affect our normal testing. Yang Jinhua said, suppressing his anger. Let me explain a few words to you guys. Qin Yang said. In fact, even I am curious about how I can have such outstanding achievements. I have been doing nothing in the past, but one day, I was hit on the head with a shovel, and I immediately became enlightened. I can do whatever I want. Perhaps, this is what is called a genius. Mr. Su, you will never understand the realm of a genius. I actually prefer to be an ordinary person. Qin Yang was pretending to be top-notch at this moment, with the loneliness of a genius who has no rivals, and the solitude of being invincible in the world. He was exactly like the lonely and defeated character in The Return of the Condor Heroes. Su Jiqiang was almost sickened to death. The world of genius, didn't he understand it? Su Jiqiang gnashed his teeth in hatred, but Wu Hao took it seriously. Mr. Qin, you are indeed a genius. Can you reveal some secrets to us? Get out. Yang Jinhua couldn't help it. Qin Gong's genius lies in the field of military research and development, not in being a charlatan or a prophet. Okay, let me think about it. By the way, last time I was on a business trip, I felt that things were not peaceful in the Middle East. I made a prediction that there might be a war there. Maybe. Yes, today is the 21st, and tomorrow is the 22nd. I will make another bold guess that the war will break out tomorrow. This will be good news for our military enterprises. We can make a lot of money by selling arms. Take your 296 factory, for example. It won't be a big problem to sell several million Type 50 SIXS. Chapter 108. Drunk, I don't know anything. Qin Yang, a military engineer, may not know much about other things, but he knows exactly when the Iran-Iraq war will break out. What a coincidence. It's tomorrow. Originally, he had not intended to say this, but since he had already acted like a genius, it was only natural for him to be a prophet and let these people worship him. After all, he was a young man who had not even grown all his hair, so he should have this kind of momentum. Engineer Qin, you said a war is going to break out over there? Or tomorrow? Now it was Yang Jinhua's turn to be surprised. Although the base that Yang Jinhua is currently in charge of is for testing military products, at heart, Yang Jinhua is still a soldier and is most sensitive to war. Engineer Qin, can we sell weapons over there? Old Wang also spoke up. Of course, what he was most concerned about was the development of the military factory. In recent years, the country has decided to transform and started to develop its economy. What is the future of military factories? If weapons can be exported, military factories will have new development opportunities. Don't worry about those things. Come, let's continue drinking. Qin Yang avoided these questions. I'll toast to you too. Su Jiqiang was secretly happy in his heart. Did you drink too much? Do you want to be a prophet? How can a war start so easily? There must be some signs, right? But I have never heard that there is unrest over there. Just saying that the war will break out is surprising enough, and now, they are actually saying that it will break out tomorrow. It would be fine if you were bragging in private, but you said it in front of so many people. If the fighting doesn't break out tomorrow, let's see if you still have the face to stay in the base. Su Jiqiang finally found happiness with the spirit of Akyu. He was so happy that he ate an extra bowl of rice. That night, lying in bed, Su Jiqiang tossed and turned because he was so excited that he couldn't sleep. Jiqiang, is Qin Yang just bragging today, or does he really have this ability? Wang Fugui, a technician in the same dormitory, couldn't sleep and couldn't help but speak up. Today he was drunk and talking nonsense. Su Jiqiang said, Haha, he is a genius tonight, but he will become a fool and a laughingstock tomorrow. Yeah, how could he have predicted that there would be a war in the Middle East? Let's wait and see tomorrow. He can't pretend anymore. Let's see how he can raise his head in the system in the future. This matter must be publicized to the whole system. The two chatted for an unknown amount of time before finally falling asleep. China People's Broadcasting Station, now playing an international news that has just been received. Just this morning, the peaceful Middle East region has undergone tremendous changes. Iraq has dispatched a large number of troops to attack its neighboring country Iraq. We call on the two countries to remain calm and restrained, resolve the dispute through negotiations, and not let the blood stain the land red. Su Jiqiang sat up suddenly, completely awakened from his beautiful dream. He looked at the chatterbox on the bedside desk in surprise. What did I hear just now? The chatterbox belongs to Wang Fugui. Life in the national shooting range is very boring, and the chatterbox is an essential means of communicating with the outside world. Usually, Su Jiqiang likes to listen to the voices in it very much, but today, It was as if he heard the voice of the devil. Wang Fugue also came in from outside with a wash basin in his hand. Jiqiang, did you hear that? What did you hear? In the Middle East, two countries are fighting. This is really weird. Qin Yang just said it yesterday, and the fight broke out today. By the time Wang Fugue went to the bathroom to wash his face, the news had already spread. When everyone heard the news, their first reaction was shock, and their second reaction was still shock. The first shock was that there was actually a war, and the second shock was that Qin Yang was actually right. Last night, Qin Yang got drunk and brazenly predicted a war. Yesterday, they all thought it was a joke, but today, it's not a joke anymore. It's real. The war actually broke out. Qin Yang is a genius. He's so awesome. Quick, slap me. What? Slap me. That's what you said. Bang. Feeling the burning pain on his face, Su Jiqiang finally realized. He was not dreaming. How is this possible? Is Qin Yang really a genius? Su Jiqiang murmured. Originally, he was thinking of watching Qin Yang's good show today, but who would have thought that Qin Yang would become a legend in everyone's eyes today? At this time, the genius in everyone's eyes was still sleeping. The base allocated 2 rooms to the technicians of Factory 960, and Qin Yang slept in 1 room alone. Anyway, there were only 3 people in total. They didn't make such a big fuss because Qin Yang was confident. There would be no problem. Just test it step by step and wait for it to end. There was no need to bring a large number of technicians or even special tools, ready to repair at any time. Boom boom. Hearing the knock on the door, Qin Yang rubbed his eyes and sat up. He put on his coat and walked out to open the door. Who is it? Mr. Qin, you are my idol. An excited voice came from outside. Mr. Qin, you are amazing. Qin Yang looked at Wu Hao, who was excited at the door. What's wrong? Mr. Qin, the war you predicted last night really happened today? 2 countries in the Middle East are fighting. Last night? Predicting war? Who predicted it? You. Me? How is that possible? I'm not a god. How would I know what's going to happen in the Middle East? Have you forgotten? Qin Yang had a confused look on his face. What did you forget? It's so weird. By the way, where is the bathroom? I should wash my face and brush my teeth, and then go to work. At the end of the corridor, Yang Jinhua, who was about to come up to find out what was going on, burst out laughing. Hearing that there was a real fight in the Middle East, Yang Jinhua was also very surprised. This Qin Yang was too powerful. He was eager to know how Qin Yang guessed it, but when he got here, he heard such a statement. This turned out to be a coincidence. Qin Yang drank too much last night and was a little indulgent, so he said those words casually. Unexpectedly, the blind cat met a dead mouse, and what he said really came true. Thinking of this, Yang Jinhua smiled and shook his head. What can I say? The nonsense he said actually came true. This is also the ability of a genius. Yang Jinhua did not continue investigating this matter, but Qin Yang's abilities spread throughout the base. Nothing big happens in the base, and it would be even more boring if there were no guns to fix the situation. Today's incident immediately became a hot topic for everyone to spread. No matter where Qin Yang went, he would be looked at with admiration. He was used to it, so he greeted everyone and continued testing. Su Jiqiang was in a bad mental state. He walked into the workshop tiredly and found that the sample gun was being modified. Mr. Wang, what are you doing? Let's change the location where the shells are ejected, and that might solve the problem completely. Change the ejection position? Mr. Wang, have you found a solution to the problem? After studying the plan proposed by Qin Yang, we found that this plan should be the best. What? Qin Yang again. While the prophet is just a guest appearance, Qin Yang's main job is making weapons. Chapter 109 Tank Gun Misses Target. Da-da-da. Gunshots continued to be heard at the shooting range, and automatic rifle shells kept flying out. Unlike yesterday when they flew 1 or 2 meters away, this time they were in an oblique projectile motion, so they began to fall after only flying a dozen centimeters, and they were flying forward and upward, posing no threat to the people around the shooter. It's solved, it's really solved. Mr. Wang was extremely moved. The problem that we have been struggling with for so many days and couldn't be solved was solved by Engineer Qin with just a few words. Engineer Qin is amazing. Yes, Engineer Qin is the most powerful person I have ever met. Wu Hao said with emotion, and then looked at the machine gun position in the distance. The R-50 value of the Type 89 heavy machine gun is still being determined. At a distance of 1,000 meters, the R-50 value is 0.63 meters. The tester said excitedly. The accuracy of this machine gun is too high. Our previous heavy machine guns should be completely eliminated. The weight is reduced by half and the accuracy is improved. This heavy machine gun can not only be equipped by mountain troops, but even ordinary troops can use it to great effect. There are still many tests to be done, and we have to pass them all. Qin Yang was very modest. Our heavy machine gun is still. Boom. At this moment, a roar was heard in the distance. Although it was far away, the eardrums still felt painful and buzzing. This is. Qin Yang paused for 3 seconds, then made a judgment. L7 tank gun? Engineer Qin, you are really amazing. You can tell it is the L7 tank gun just by listening. Our domestic 69-3 tanks are. Yang Jinhua stopped talking here. After all, if he continued, it might leak secrets. As the head of the national shooting range with the highest level of confidentiality, Yang Jinhua is also very aware. Qin Yang smiled and said nothing. These things are confidential to Yang Jinhua, but to me, they are nothing at all. When the country was just founded, the relationship between our motherland and the Russians was still very good. So the famous T-54A tank was introduced, and then the 617 factory was newly built on the grassland. The popular nursery rhyme, Little Swallow in a Flowery Dress, is actually about the construction of Factory 617. We built a big factory and installed new machines. In 1959, the new tank officially rolled off the production line and was named Type 59. At the time, this tank was at the world's advanced level. China produced tens of thousands of them at full capacity. Later, the relationship with the Russians broke down and tank technology stagnated. Although the Type 69 tank was improved in the 1970s, it did not make any difference. It was just a simple upgrade, and the most critical problem was still not solved. The power of the tank gun was limited. The Type 59 tank's D10T 100mm rifled gun only has a 140mm armor-piercing capability, while the frontal protection capability of the old Russian mainstream tanks has been improved to more than 200mm. The Type 69 tank was going to be equipped with a 100mm smoothbore gun, but the shells were too light, so it was changed back to a rifled gun after a short time. Faced with the rolling armored torrent from the north, the domestic tank soldiers can only rely on their fearless spirit to rush forward and go around the enemy's side or rear to destroy the enemy, and they may all fall on the road to charge. After the Type 69 tank was produced, it was only used for small-scale trials. Taking advantage of the opportunity in the 1980s, it was exported in large quantities. The main force in China was still the Type 59 tank. After contact with the West, China introduced the L7 tank gun and installed it on the Type 69 tank. The prototype was called Type 69-3. After it was officially finalized in the mid-1980s, it was named Type 79 tank. The L7 tank gun has unlimited potential. In the 1960s, the L-28 armor-piercing projectile initially used, which is the American M392 armor-piercing projectile, could hit a target placed at 60 degrees at a distance of 800 meters to a depth of 127 millimeters. If converted to a vertical target, it would exceed 250 millimeters. The M735 developed in the 1970s can penetrate 150 millimeters of armor placed at the same distance of 2,930 meters, which is equivalent to more than 300 millimeters. The M900 from the 1990s was able to penetrate 540 millimeters armor at a distance of 2 kilometers. Of course, after being modified in the hands of the Chinese, it has unlimited potential. Now is just the beginning of this great journey. Since Yang Jinhua didn't say it, Qin Yang didn't mention it either. After all, the prophets all had a bad end, and the unlucky ones would be tied to a pillar and burned to death. Leader Yang, the tank testing team is calling you over. At this moment, a soldier ran over to report. Okay, I'll be there right away. Engineer Qin, you guys continue the test. Yang Jinhua took a scooter from the base and came to the tank testing range. At this time, a large group of technicians were circling around the tank. Zhao Monsong, an engineer from Factory 617, jumped down from the tank with sweat all over his forehead and said to the people in the shadow of the tank below, Mr. Smith, we have made repeated adjustments, but we still cannot hit the target at a distance of 1,000 meters. What is going on? The Type 69-3 tank not only uses the L7 tank gun, but also uses the Marconi TSFCS simple fire control system with a digital ballistic computer with a system response time of no more than 10 seconds. According to the manufacturer, the first shot hit rate of this fire control system at a distance of 1,000 meters is more than 80%. But now, during the test, they never hit the target once, and almost every time they missed the target. If the artillery wants to hit the target accurately, it is not only a matter of the accuracy of the fire control system and the tank gun, but also has a lot to do with the tank chassis. Smith, a technical expert from the British Royal Arsenal, said calmly after listening to the translated words, I am not sure about the specific reason. If you want to confirm it, it is best to transport this tank to our side and let us debug it. Zhao Monsong frowned. They have been at the national shooting range for several months, and have been conducting modification tests. Who would have thought that they would miss the target every time? In fact, it is not easy for domestic tanks to hit targets within 500 meters. However, the country has spent a lot of money to introduce patented tank guns, and they must give full play to their strength. Obviously, European tanks can hit targets at a distance of 1,000 meters, so why can't they do this on our side? They conducted 3 consecutive days of debugging this time, and only practiced shooting again today, but they didn't expect that they still missed the target. How is it? How's the accuracy? At this time, Yang Jinhua walked up and asked everyone. No one answered, and you could tell by the discouraged looks on everyone's faces. We haven't conducted any dynamic to static shooting yet. We just used the shortstop method, but we still missed the target. Zhao Monsong finally spoke. The British expert's advice is to send the tanks to them for debugging. Send it to the British? How much would that cost? Yang Jinhua frowned. Besides, if it was sent there, what secrets would the tanks have? During this period, we have thought about all the possible reasons, but it still doesn't work. Alas, Zhao Monsong sighed. How about I ask someone to help? Yang Jinhua thought of something and suggested. Who are you looking for? Qin Gong from Factory 960. 69 to 3 Tank. Chapter 110. Is this the level of the top students at the British Royal Arsenal? Doesn't Factory 960 make guns? Zhao Monsong was stunned. Yes, he makes guns. However, Engineer Qin is still very capable. Yang Jinhua wanted to tell Zhao Monsong about Qin Yang's successful development of a light heavy machine gun to gain his trust, but this was also a secret and could not be told to Zhao Monsong. Is it the Qin Yang who successfully predicted the Middle East war? A technician asked at this moment. Qin Yang's news spread so quickly that in less than a day, it had spread throughout the entire base. Yang Jinhua nodded. Yes, it's him. He is very powerful. Maybe he can help you. Now we can only try our best. As long as we get him to sign a confidentiality agreement, he is welcome to come and show it to us. Zhao Monsong nodded. Zhao Monsong was not very familiar with Qin Yang, but now, they had tried their best and still could not complete the task. Sending it to the British for debugging would cost an unknown amount of foreign exchange. So, let's give it a try. What if it can be fixed? Everyone, you want to ask an unrelated person to help with debugging? Smith said, I have to warn you in advance that if he damages our equipment, we will no longer be responsible for after-sales service. The fire control system was introduced from Marconi Company. Their Royal Arsenal was the general contractor, providing prototypes of the gun and the fire control system. Now, he had to give some reminders. Zhao Monsong hesitated for a moment, but still waved his hand. It doesn't matter. As long as it is not taken apart, it won't break that easily. Tank guns are not that easy to break down. The fire control system will not break down if you just adjust the external knobs. Even if they are adjusted wrong, they will adjust them back. Everyone can calibrate the gun. 10 minutes later, a young man came over in a sedan chair. He is the technician you hired? When I was his age, I was still studying at Newcastle University. Smith had just finished speaking, and the translator beside him was still hesitating whether to translate his words, when Qin Yang had already spoken, speaking fluent English with an authentic London accent. Newcastle University is good, ranked among the top 5 in the UK. Moreover, as a private university, even if you can't get in, you can still go to school with donations. How much did it cost last year? £200,000. Smith was stunned at first, then his face was filled with anger. What are you talking about? Of course I was admitted to the university. People who donate money to go to university are looked down upon. When I graduated, I got full marks in all my courses. Really? Then I'm confused. How could a top student like you who got full marks in the exam and became an engineer at the Royal Arsenal after graduation fail to debug a tank gun? Is this the level of top students at the Royal Arsenal? Is there any problem with this? Whether a tank gun can fire accurately depends not only on the gun and the fire control system, but also on the chassis. For example, if the tank's suspension support is not strong enough, the body will vibrate at the moment of firing, which will inevitably affect the accuracy. Smith spoke with such confidence that everyone present was stunned. They usually have to rely on translation to communicate with the British technical consultants, but now this young man can speak fluent English directly. Moreover, the two of them are still arguing with each other. The big guys are always polite when talking to the British consultants. This guy is really fierce. Listening to the translated words, a question flashed through Zhao Monsong's mind. This young man seemed to be accusing the British of not working diligently or even intentionally misleading him. However, this doesn't make sense. This guy just came here and hasn't even touched a tank. How can he conclude that it is the British who are causing trouble? Your previous tank guns could only guarantee an accuracy of 500 meters at most, so don't worry about these. When the range increases, all kinds of tiny errors will be magnified. Therefore, we need to send the tanks to the UK and conduct specific tests to find the real cause. Smith said this with confidence. Really? Qin Yang looked at Smith seriously. Sir, are you sure the problem lies with the tank body, not the tank gun and fire control system? Young man, you are so arrogant. Do you know what the problem is? Smith looked at Qin Yang. I heard that you are just a gun maker, and you have never been exposed to our L7 tank gun and related fire control systems. What qualifications do you have to accuse me right away? Because you clearly knew where the problem was, but you refused to point it out, and you even tried to trick us into sending the tanks over to make more money. When these words came out, everyone was stunned. Since they have introduced European tank guns and fire control, of course they have to ask European experts to help with the debugging. Now, not only is this expert not working hard, he is actually misleading them? This is too much. Is it worth the money he paid? You are slandering me. We, the Royal Arsenal, exported tank gun technology to you at great risk because we had a common enemy. We became friends, and we are sincere to each other. How could you do something like what you said? Mr. Zhao, Leader Yang, I demand that he be driven away immediately. If he doesn't leave, then I will leave. Zhao Monsong also frowned, not knowing how to smooth things over. Qin Yang added fuel to the fire. Of course you have to leave, and you have to keep your salary, because your performance is too bad. You are going too far. This is an insult to my personality, our Royal Arsenal, and our Britain. This guy actually started to gain altitude. Qin Yang was full of contempt. When the L7 tank gun was introduced, many things happened. Qin Yang, a military expert, learned these inside stories when he was chatting with the old military expert. These inside stories have never been disclosed. Dealing with foreigners is full of pitfalls. So now, he only had to take a look to understand what was going on. Engineer Qin, what is going on? Yang Jinhua was also anxious. If Engineer Qin said this, it might cause a diplomatic incident. You have to ask the British about this. How could the top students in Newcastle not know that the thermal sheath was substandard? Qin Yang said this in Chinese. Smith, who had been furious just now, suddenly changed his expression after listening to the translation. Thermal sheath? This is an imported British thermal sheath. How come it fails to meet the standards? Zhao Monsong was also surprised. We have been debugging the fire control system for a long time, so there should be no problems. If it is still not accurate, the problem may really be with the thermal jacket, said another technician. How much effect can this thermal jacket have? It shouldn't, right? Our previous tank guns didn't have thermal jackets, but we still used them, didn't we? There were also questioning voices. Chapter 1:11 The real reason for missing the target. In the field of artillery, there are also many professional classifications. Some artillery is thick and short, while others are thin and long. The former has a curved trajectory and belongs to a howitzer, while the latter has a straight trajectory and can be aimed and fired directly, which belongs to a cannon. The 2nd Battalion Commander's Italian artillery belongs to field artillery, and if classified in this way, it can also be regarded as a kind of cannon. Howitzers are indirect fire weapons that can cover the entire enemy position by firing in clusters, while cannons are direct fire weapons that aim at the enemy's key targets and fire directly, so tank guns generally use cannons. The thin and long barrel is very difficult to manufacture, and there are many troubles when using it. For example, due to the weight factor, its barrel will bend downward. This bend is of course invisible to the naked eye, and can only be detected by professional instruments with high enough accuracy. This will cause the shells to be inaccurate, but modern advanced fire control systems can take this error into account and make adjustments directly in the fire control system to compensate for the error caused by its influence. However, the other impact is more difficult to adjust. This is thermal expansion and contraction. Aren't you a gun maker? And you know about the thermal shield of the gun barrel? Have you read some third-rate magazine? Those are not accurate. They are all nonsense. After a moment, Smith asked again angrily. Of course I know. Qin Yang continued. When the sun shines directly on the barrel, the temperature on the sunny side is higher than the side away from the sun. This causes uneven heating of the barrel, which can cause bending and deformation. By the same token, wind, frost, snow, ice, etc. can also cause this effect. Qin Yang glanced at Smith and continued. Specifically, take your NATO standard 105mm tank gun as an example. When the temperature difference between the upper and lower parts of the barrel is 5 degrees Celsius, the error caused by the barrel bending is 1.3 mils. In other words, if you shoot at a target 1,000 meters away, the point of impact will have an error of 1.3 meters from the aiming point. When Qin Yang said this, everyone present was stunned. What? An error of 1.3 mils? Isn't that too big? Especially since the range magnifies the error. If the target is only 500 meters away, the shell can still hit the target. If it is a target 1,000 meters away, it will definitely fly past the target. Since the temperature difference is uncontrollable, we are temporarily unable to make corrections in the fire control system. The main method currently used is to add a heat shield. If the heat shield is not up to standard, it will cause the target to be missed during long-range shooting. Mr. Smith, am I right? Smith was also shocked. They handed over the L7 tank gun technology to Dongfang, but for some reason, not all of the technology was handed over. The error caused by the temperature difference of the barrel was not given a specific value. How could this young man who made the gun know it so clearly? How do you know? He blurted out. By saying this, you are admitting the defects of the thermal sheath? Qin Yang asked. No, what you said about the error of the thermal jacket is correct, but there is no problem with our thermal jacket. The accuracy problem of the tank gun still lies in the vehicle body. Smith continued to insist. Okay, in that case, let's do an experiment to confirm whether it's the thermal sheath that's the problem. Engineer Qin, how should we do it? At this time, Zhao Monsong already had a premonition in his heart. They were about to find the real reason for the lack of precision. Drive the base's fire truck over here and aim the water gun at the barrel for 5 minutes to fully cool it down before conducting a test firing. No, you can't do this. If the barrel is damaged, you will be fully responsible. Smith immediately refused. Damaged barrel? This top student from the Royal Arsenal. Do you mean that this type of tank gun cannot be used in rainy or snowy weather? Otherwise, it will be damaged. War never chooses time and weather. At any time, once there is a war, tanks must rush forward. Smith fell silent. I think we can conduct an experiment. We must eliminate the error factor of the thermal jacket. Zhao Monsong said. Okay, our base will fully support us. Yang Jinhua also spoke. Humph, if anything goes wrong, don't blame it on our royal arsenal. Smith knew he couldn't stop this, so he angrily said this and turned away. I don't want to see you. The base's fire truck quickly arrived and aimed its water gun at the barrel of the 69-3 tank, spraying water to cool it down. The temperature of the upper and lower barrels was consistent. 5 minutes later, the gun test personnel got into the tank again. Boom. A fireball emerged from the muzzle, and an armor-piercing bullet flew out from the front end of the fireball and shot towards the opposite side. As the wind wave hit, Qin Yang stood tall and smelled the smoke in the air, with excitement on his face. This smell is really intoxicating. I was reborn in the 960 factory, and I have been making guns all the time. This is my first time to come into contact with artillery, and it is the tank gun with the highest chamber pressure. Hit the target. The target announcer's voice rang out. At a distance of 1,000 meters, the target was hit accurately. It's really the problem with the thermal shield. The British are so mean. No wonder every test launch is delayed until noon. A technician said. They also want to cheat us out of money. That's right. It turns out that all foreigners are bad. Where's the translator? Let's go and question the foreigner. Why is he so sinister? Everyone calm down. Zhao Monsong said. Now is not the time to hold Smith responsible. Since we have discovered that the problem is with the thermal sheath, we must now find a way to solve this problem. Once we have a conflict with Smith, it will only delay our equipment and will not have any positive significance. Yes, Engineer Zhao is right. Let's get to work quickly. The British lost people this time. They must learn a lesson and won't do anything to us again. Yang Jinhua said. Everyone put aside their anger and continued to think about what to do next. The problem with the thermal jacket. So, how to solve this problem? They were all completely confused. This kind of device had never been installed on domestic gun barrels, and they had no idea what it was. Everyone looked at each other, and finally, their eyes were focused on one person again. Qin Yang. Although they didn't know how Qin Yang, a gun maker, was so familiar with tank guns, they knew that today was all thanks to Qin Yang. Otherwise, they might have sent the tanks to the British, and they didn't know how much money they would have wasted. Mr. Qin, how should we solve this problem? There are 3 main types of materials for thermal sheaths. Qin Yang certainly would not let everyone down, and he immediately introduced them. One is thermal insulation material, such as various glass fibers, reinforced plastics, asbestos, etc. One is heat transfer material, such as metal aluminum, copper or its alloys, etc. And the third is to use the first 2 in layers, that is, to use thermal insulation material and heat transfer material in multiple layers alternately. There are also 3 installation processes for thermal sheaths. Qin Yang continued to explain to everyone. One is the integral type, which is directly wrapped around the barrel and cannot be disassembled. One is the assembly type, which is pre-processed first and then assembled. The other is the wrapping type, which wraps the insulation material directly on the barrel. Mr. Qin, what method should we use? As for us, of course, we are a combination of Chinese and foreign. Chapter 112. Who taught you to do this? Qin Gong. Night falls, and the day's work is over. The cafeteria became lively again. Where's Engineer Qin? Why didn't I see Engineer Qin today? I heard that he went to the artillery test site. In order to keep it confidential at the national shooting range, we don't eat together. Artillery testing ground. What is he doing there as a gun maker? That's not right. Although Qin Gong is a gun maker, he has mastered everything. He can do everything. He can do military to civilian conversion, foreign trade, and even predict a war. That's right. If other factories came here to test the guns, they would be very careful, fearing that something might go wrong. But Engineer Qin was different. Engineer Qin didn't take this test seriously at all, and even went there to do nothing. There was no expression on Su Jiqiang's face, but he felt mixed emotions. Every time they clashed with Qin Gong, they would be defeated and become clowns. This time, Qin Gong simply came up with an idea, which actually solved the bullet shell ejection problem that had troubled them for a long time. Will it end well if I continue to oppose such a person? Is it time for me to change my attitude? Engineer Qin is a rare talent in our military industry system. In the future, Engineer Qin will definitely become the backbone of our military industry system. At the dinner table, Mr. Wang sighed. This sentence completely awakened Su Jiqiang. So many people were dealt with by Qin Yang. How could a small technician like him end up well if he went against Qin Yang? In the future, Qin Yang would become an authority in the military industry system. Wouldn't it be too easy to deal with a small person like him? Can't take the wrong path again. Su Jiqiang made up his mind. After dinner, Su Jiqiang walked back and forth in the dormitory corridor. A strong wind blew outside, with flying sand and stones. It sounded like a whistling sound, which made people feel creepy. It was not until after 10 o'clock in the evening that Qin Yang finally came back. Qin Gong, Qin Gong. Qin Yang looked at Su Jiqiang curiously. Are you here waiting for me? Well, Mr. Qin, I was prejudiced against you in the past, and even deliberately contradicted you. I have realized my mistakes, and from now on, work hard in the future. We are all young people. The development of our country's military industry rests on the shoulders of our generation. Qin Yang patted Su Jiqiang on the shoulder. Come on, etc. Su Jiqiang was a little surprised. What did Qin Gong mean by this? Was it just a perfunctory gesture, or did he not take a small role like him seriously at all? Mr. Qin, are you not angry with me? Of course not. Don't think too much. Go to bed. I'm going to bed too. Qin Yang said as he pushed open his door. Qin Yang was quite satisfied that Su Jiqiang turned back in time. He felt more at ease knowing that this guy didn't cause trouble for him. However, he didn't take Su Jiqiang seriously at all. Many people are destined to suffer from insomnia this night. Smith couldn't figure out how the other party could see through the tampering on the thermal jacket. If the other party was an expert in the field of artillery, it would not be surprising for him to come to this conclusion after careful study. However, the other party obviously did nothing, and didn't even take a look or touch it, but he was sure that the problem was with the thermal jacket. Could it be that the other party is a god? Smith was puzzled and couldn't sleep anymore. At the same time, he was thinking about another thing. What should he do tomorrow? Since coming to the East, Smith has always been an expert and has always been worshipped by the Orientals. But what about now? The halo of worship has disappeared. Should he pretend to know nothing and continue to stay here as an expert, or should he leave in disgrace? Smith couldn't make up his mind and was very conflicted. He didn't sleep all night in this complicated mood. The next day, Smith had dark circles under his eyes. Before he decided whether to go or not, the interpreter came to him. Mr. Smith, what are your plans for today? What did they do after I left? So the interpreter began to speak. After listening for a few minutes, Smith was surprised. What did you say? They removed the thermal jacket on the gun barrel? Do they know the consequences of doing so? The East simply does not have the relevant processing capabilities. If our thermal jacket is removed, the tank gun will no longer be able to fire accurately. The sample guns they exported had thermal shields made of thin aluminum plates rolled and welded together, which were directly put on the outside of the gun barrel. They were prefabricated structures, and the part where the aluminum plate contacted the gun barrel had special fixed connection parts. Once the Orientals removed them, they could no longer be installed. Thinking of this, Smith no longer hesitated, and he hurried out. Quick, take me to the test site. By the time the 212 specially provided for Smith arrived at the shooting range, the 69-3 tank had been modified. Its gun barrel was standing proudly, and the circles of aluminum alloy clamps on it were so dazzling. Between the aluminum alloy clamps is a special heat-insulating material. Since it was made in a hurry, it looks a bit ugly, just like a man with a big belly tying a belt, which splits his belly into two parts. Each clamp is bloated on both sides, like sections of lotus root. What have you done to it? Smith said angrily. Our L7 tank gun is like wearing a beggar's clothes. Mr. Smith, you're here? Zhao Monsong greeted him with a smile. We tested it yesterday and proved that the problem was with the heat shield, so we used local materials to make a crude heat shield. Let's first meet the test requirements. We will use a better heat shield later. Although it looks a bit crude now, we are confident in it. What materials did you use? Smith asked. Asbestos, silicone rubber bands, and clamps are all materials found at the base. When we have time, we can use aluminum alloy to make a shell, and it won't be so ugly. Thermal shields cannot be put on casually. There is a lot of knowledge involved. If you use them casually, there will be problems. Who taught you to do this? Smith asked angrily. Qin Gong. Humph, it's him again. Let me make it clear that if you use this heat shield and something goes wrong, it's none of our business. Of course, we made the changes ourselves, so of course we are responsible for it. After Zhao Monsong finished speaking, the tank driver came running to report. Report, the preparations have been completed. Test firing. Boom. After a loud roar, the target reporter's voice came. A distance of 1,000 meters, an accurate hit. Mr. Smith, our modification has achieved phase success. We can finally hit the target using a static-to-static method. Next, we will continue testing other projects. I hope we can still cooperate happily as before. Looking at Zhao Monsong's sincere eyes, Smith could only nod. Okay. Chapter 113. Yes, you are right. At the gun testing range, at the back of the testing site, Qin Yang and Yang Jinhua sat together on a pile of dirt, listening to the gunshots and chatting. Engineer Qin, you are amazing. The Type 69-3 tank has been tested at our shooting range for several months, but the accuracy problem has not been solved. You solved the problem as soon as you came. Yang Jinhua said to Qin Yang excitedly. You are really a military genius. The gun you designed has no problems in the test. It is just a matter of going through the process, and it will be finalized soon. Qin Yang smiled and said, I'm just lucky. Good luck. Yes, I was trying to trick that foreigner. I saw him glance at the barrel from time to time, and I knew there was something wrong. The barrel is usually fine, but most likely the thermal sheath is not up to standard. Yang Jinhua stared at Qin Yang for a few seconds, but didn't see any sign of guilt, so he gave up asking him questions. It's strange. Since the British decided to sell tank guns to us, why did they do this? Their goal is to do everything they can to trick our tanks into going over and use them as targets. Qin Yang said, if our tanks go over for testing, they will definitely create an accidental attack to see if our tanks can withstand the attack. Yang Jinhua felt a chill in his heart. Don't the British know the data of the T-54 series tanks very well? Yes, they are very familiar with the performance of this tank. Although our Type 59 tank is similar in appearance to the T-54, it uses rare earth armor steel developed by us. They have never come into contact with it and do not know much about the protection of our tanks, so they want to take this opportunity to test it. At that time, when the 617 factory was just established and the tank industry was just starting, the Russians left and everything had to be done by themselves. The Grassland Steel plant was based in China and developed a special rare earth armor steel, which is unique in the world. As for its protective power, it is a mystery. In fact, the British don't need to be so anxious. The war between the two sides has already broken out. Next, their own tank factories will work at full capacity and sell a large number of Type 69 tanks to the other side. A large number of tanks will be destroyed when they run on the battlefield. By then, they will know how poor the defense of this type of tank is and that it can be penetrated by the L7 tank gun. Foreigners have bad intentions. Yang Jinhua sighed. I was originally grateful that they exported the L7 tank gun technology to us, which solved our urgent needs. Yes, this project is helpful to us, but for them, it is already outdated technology. They will not give us advanced technology. The L7 tank gun was a product launched by the British Royal Arsenal in 1959. Although it was widely used as a NATO standard tank gun, the British themselves did not use it much. Their Chieftain tanks had long been replaced with 120mm tank guns with larger caliber, longer range, and greater power. In actual combat, this type of tank gun once destroyed a tank 3,000 meters away, which shows how powerful it is. Germany also developed a 120mm smoothbore gun, which replaced the L7 and became NATO's standard tank gun. The tank guns in the Western world have begun to move towards a 120mm caliber. Yes, now we are far behind the West and can only improve our technology through procurement. But in the future, if we want to continue to improve our technology, we have to rely on independent research and development. We cannot import the most advanced weapons by importing them. Yang Jinhua was also very emotional. Yes, fortunately the L7 tank gun has a solid foundation and the barrel remains unchanged. As long as the shells are continuously improved, the armor-piercing capability will continue to increase. According to our habits, we can patch it up and use it for at least 30 to 40 years. If we only improve the ammunition, it will last for 30 or 40 years. Yang Jinhua widened his eyes. What Qin Gong said was too weird. However, thinking of Qin Yang's recent performance, he still accepted it. Since it was Qin Gong who said it, there was no problem. His eyes looked into the distance and were attracted by a 212. The car drove near the two of them, and a familiar person got out. The two men stood up suspiciously and went to greet him. Mr. Smith, Yang Jinhua asked curiously, why are you here? I have heard about Qin's deeds. He is a very powerful person. I admire him very much and want to make friends with him. Smith said, looking at Qin Yang. Please forgive my negligence on the barrel heat shield. Please rest assured that similar things will not happen again in the future. Qin Yang was extremely curious. What was going on recently? It was fine that Su Jiqiang changed his character quickly, but this foreigner actually found his conscience? This shouldn't be the case. Qin, what do you think about the war that just broke out? Smith continued to ask. I see. If it was just a technical matter, Smith might not have behaved this way, but now, Qin Yang suddenly became a great prophet. At the beginning of the war, Yilik will surely push into Elon's territory with overwhelming force. However, as long as Elon can survive the first wave, it will start a counterattack. After all, in the end, the war is still fought with people, and the country with a larger population has the main advantage. What do you think of my analysis? Yes, that's right. On the first day of the war, Yilik did not concentrate its forces to attack Elon's key departments and did not destroy Elon's military forces. This was the biggest mistake. What do you think? Yes, that's right. Qin Yang kept talking, and Smith nodded in praise. When he had begun to form a thinking inertia, Qin Yang suddenly changed the subject. Although you provided the L7 tank gun, you did not provide us with advanced armor-piercing shells, right? Yes, that's right. After he finished answering, Smith suddenly realized he had fallen into a trap. Mr. Qin, what I just said. Although we haven't established an alliance, your leaders have publicly said that we have a common enemy. Now this is how you treat us? You provide us with low-end tank guns, but you are unwilling to provide us with the most advanced armor-piercing shells. Yang Jinhua couldn't get a word in at all. He listened to the two people's chattering, and even the translator couldn't translate it accurately in time. Now, seeing that the atmosphere of the conversation between the two people suddenly changed, Yang Jinhua asked the translator, what were you talking about just now? The British did not provide us with the most advanced armor-piercing shells. Qin, I think you still have a misunderstanding about us. What we provide is the most advanced armor-piercing projectile, which is enough to penetrate the front armor of the T-72 tank. I can swear. But the threat we face is not just the T-72, but also the T-64. If we look at the model numbers, the T-64 is older and seems to have lower performance. But in fact, this is not the case. The T-72 tank was developed to make up for the shortage of high-end tanks like the T-64. Of course, in the end, Kartsev, a tank designer who was not well known at the time, started a new one, and everyone was happy with the ending. The T-64 is a high-end tank with thicker armor and requires more armor-piercing ammunition. After the T-64 tank is equipped with a gas turbine, it becomes the famous T-80. The specific value of the protection is still top secret. The West developed the 120mm tank gun to destroy this type of tank. Chapter 114, What kind of chicken is coconut roast chicken? Can it be exchanged for a CNC machine tool? The gun is still the same gun, but using different shells will make a huge difference in armor-piercing ability. The armor-piercing projectile provided by the British is, of course, the most common L-52 armor-piercing projectile. The American version of this armor-piercing projectile is called M728. It was finalized in 1965. Compared with the previous generation of armor-piercing projectiles, the only difference is that the projectile body has been changed to tungsten alloy. This hard metal can effectively increase the penetration depth, but the appearance has not changed much. It is a subcaliber armor-piercing projectile, which is compared with a full-caliber armor-piercing projectile. It is wrapped in a lightweight shell, which falls off after flying out of the muzzle, leaving only the core flying in the air. This greatly reduces air resistance, and the thinner projectile body also makes it easier to penetrate the target. The energy required for an armor-piercing projectile to create a hole with a diameter of 100 mm in the enemy's armor is definitely different from that required to create a hole with a diameter of 10 mm. However, this armor-piercing technology from the 1960s is already outdated. The Americans finalized the M735 armor-piercing projectile in 1976. Its most eye-catching innovation is the saddle-shaped buttstock, which is almost the standard configuration of modern fin-stabilized, discarding sabot armor-piercing projectiles. At the same time, it also uses a new tail wing, which reduces the tail wing area, thereby improving the speed retention performance, and the armor-piercing ability at a long distance is very good. After that, this armor-piercing projectile became the standard in the West. Chin, look, the armor-piercing shells we provide are the most advanced. Several people came to the ammunition depot of the base. Smith pointed to the shells from the UK and said, "The core of our shells is made of tungsten alloy. The power of this sub-caliber armor-piercing shell is more than twice that of your 100mm tank gun. I don't think advanced armor-piercing bullets look like this, right? There should be a saddle-shaped bullet holder on top of the bullet barrel, right? I, Qin Yang, have little experience, so I don't know if this is correct." Hearing Qin Yang's words, Smith's face looked a little embarrassed. Obviously, he couldn't fool the person in front of him. "Qin, are you referring to APFSDS, armor-piercing fin-stabilized discarding sabot? This type of shell is too difficult to manufacture. The long and thin core in the middle requires advanced materials, and the saddle-shaped shell on the outside also requires high-precision processing technology. Your industrial base is not yet capable of that. Moreover, this type of armor-piercing shell is only available in the United States. The most advanced armor-piercing shell in our British arsenal is indeed the L-52. Now Smith says this with confidence. The latest model of armor-piercing projectiles they matched with L-7 was L-52. Then, the British tank guns were upgraded to 120mm, so the subsequent models of armor-piercing projectiles were only American products, and there was no British standard. So, we need an advanced CNC machine tool. Qin Yang said. Now, on behalf of our 960 factory, I would like to apply to you to export a multi-axis linkage CNC machine tool specially used to process this kind of armor-piercing shell. The diameter of the bullet core is much smaller than the diameter of the barrel, so the bullet support must be used to seal the propellant gas behind it. The airtightness must be good, and the processing precision required is very high. This requires a professional multi-axis linkage CNC machine tool to process it. In the West, this kind of machine tool has long been widely used, but it has never been exported to the East. Smith opened his eyes wide. What? Did I hear it wrong? The person in front of me actually knew that the production of saddle-shaped bullet supports required a high-precision multi-axis CNC machine tool, and he even wanted to purchase it. How is this possible? Have you heard of Batumi? Do you know that we in the West never provide you with the most advanced technology? Smith was organizing his words quickly in his mind, trying to refuse tactfully without damaging their relationship, but Qin Yang spoke again without waiting for him to refuse. In exchange, we will provide you with our improved liquid phase sintering technology. The tungsten alloy cores sintered with this technology are very strong and no longer need to be wrapped in steel sleeves. What did you say? Smith opened his mouth in surprise. You actually have advanced liquid phase sintering technology, and you don't even need a steel sleeve? Yang Jinhua, who came with him, couldn't get a word in at all. He had never even heard of these statements. Just now, Qin Yang said that it was luck that he saw the defect of the heat shield. Now it's exposed, right? What luck? This is clearly strength. Looking at the foreigner's shocked expression, you can tell how delicious the roasted coconut chicken Qin Yang mentioned is. What kind of chicken is this that can be exchanged for a CNC machine tool? Looking at Smith's shocked expression, Qin Yang knew that he had achieved his goal. When it comes to armor-piercing bullets, the West always laughs at the Russians, saying that their armor-piercing bullets are two-piece bullets, steel-jacketed with tungsten. The Russians' metallurgical technology was not up to standard. Although the core of the armor-piercing projectile was made of tungsten alloy, it would break if it was too long, so they simply cut it into two parts and wrapped it in a steel sleeve in the middle. As a result, the power of the armor-piercing projectile was greatly reduced. In fact, the Americans have had this experience. The early M735 armor-piercing projectile had a piercing rod that was 305 millimeters long and 32 millimeters in diameter. However, because the early liquid phase sintering technology did not meet the standards, in order to prevent the piercing rod from breaking, the Americans also wrapped a layer of steel sleeve on the outside to increase the strength. Qin Yang is bragging here about the improved liquid phase sintering technology that does not require a steel sleeve. This technology is not available to Americans. That's right. Where is it? Why don't I see you using it? Mr. Smith, as you know, I make guns. Our factory has just invented this technology, and we haven't used it to make armor-piercing bullets yet. But I can guarantee that our technology is mature and reliable. How can you guarantee that? Of course it's a test firing, Qin Yang said. As long as you give me the materials I need, I can make a tungsten alloy penetrator without a steel sleeve within a week, and then test fire it at our shooting range. The armor-piercing ability will not be worse than that of the M735. Okay. Smith took a deep breath and agreed. After the test launch, you should know that we have mastered this technology. So the next step is to ship the CNC machine tools we need over here, and we will also hand over the relevant technology to you. Okay. Smith continued to nod. After the Americans developed the M735 armor-piercing projectile, they changed their route and developed more advanced depleted uranium projectiles. This made it difficult for European countries. They did not have the technology to develop depleted uranium projectiles, nor were they willing to use armor-piercing projectiles made from nuclear waste. They could only conduct their own research. Later, the Germans were the first to improve the technology and produced more advanced armor-piercing projectiles. That was in the mid-1980s. At this time, Xinjiang wanted to use this technology to exchange for multi-axis linkage CNC machine tools, which was also an equal exchange. The British had no reason to disagree. After all, their 120mm tank guns were also needed. At some point, an old man with white hair appeared in the ammunition depot. He looked at Xinjiang and Smith with admiration in his eyes. His right sleeve was drooping, and there was nothing inside. Xinjiang reached an agreement with Smith and was very proud. But when he saw the old man, he was shocked. Was you old? L-52 Armor-Piercing Projectile Internal Structure. Chapter 115. Respectable Old Military Engineer. Mr. Zhu is one of the most respected veteran experts in the military industry and a master in designing ground weapons. Mr. Zhu was born in 1918 and went through the war-torn years of the War of Resistance against Japanese aggression. He is one of the few experts in the domestic military industry system who has practical combat experience. During the war, he became a Lu Ban in the army. He once developed stone mines and the famous mortar flat-fire technology to hit the artillery tower. After the founding of New China, he continued to use his expertise in the military industry. He was once injured by a shell while troubleshooting a shell failure and lost his right arm. However, after recovering from his injury, he returned to work. Although he only had one arm, he still worked on the front line. He is the most respectable person. In the mid-1980s, the retired Mr. Zhu once again accepted an important task: to develop a domestic third-generation tank. At that time, Mr. Zhu was already 66 years old. An old expert like him should have received his pension and lived a comfortable life. However, he did not. He accepted the mission and began his difficult journey. Because of the imbalance of one arm, he fell many times when climbing on and off the tank. One time, he fell down while rushing to a meeting. He insisted on going to the hospital after the meeting, and it turned out that his ribs were broken. Hard work pays off. Finally, in 1999, the advanced domestic tanks marched through the square, showing the country's military technology to the world. What Xinjiang respected most was that by the time the tank was finalized, there was still more than 20 million yuan of research and development funds allocated by superiors left. These older generation military workers have always been dedicated, never asked for anything from the motherland, and never embezzled precious scientific research funds. At this time, Mr. Zhu was wearing a washed-out work suit, looking so simple that Xinjiang's heart was full of respect for him. Mr. Zhu was also looking at Xinjiang. Mr. Zhu has studied weapons all his life and has been working in the field of military research and development, especially artillery manufacturing. So when he heard that there were problems with the 69-3 tank experiment here and it could not be solved for several months, he was very anxious and volunteered to come and help. As a result, after arriving, he heard that the problem had been solved. It was Qin Gong from Factory 960 who solved it. He had heard about Xinjiang's deeds and admired this young man very much, so he ran to the shooting range to look for him. He also heard that Xinjiang and the foreigners went to the ammunition depot, so he ran to the ammunition depot again. Outside, he heard Xinjiang talking to foreigners in gibberish. Although he couldn't understand it all, he heard some key terms: CNC machine tools, liquid phase sintering, fin-stabilized armor-piercing, discarding sabot projectile. Qin, I will help you coordinate what you need immediately. Where do you plan to develop it? Smith was very anxious. Of course it's our 960 factory. Xinjiang said, it seems I need to go back. Okay, I'll wait for you here, and I'll coordinate the necessary parts such as the cartridge case, said Smith. The agreement with Smith was reached. After Smith left, Xinjiang quickly walked up to Mr. Zhu and asked, Mr. Zhu, what brings you here? It's said that Factory 960 has produced a talented young man. I can tell who he is the first time I meet him. Today I have seen him. Engineer Qin, what were you talking about with the foreigner just now? A deal. As Xinjiang repeated the transaction, Zhu Lao's expression kept changing: surprise, shock, excitement, emotion. Machine tools are the mother machines of industry. If we want to develop modern industry, we cannot do without advanced machine tools. However, foreign countries have been blockading us. If we can exchange a multi-axis linkage CNC machine tool this time, it will be a huge progress for us. Mr. Zhu said with emotion. Mr. Qin, you have made great contributions to our entire military industry. This is also for the development of our capital furniture factory. Qin Yang said. Next, I have to go back. Mr. Zhu, what about you? What are your plans next? Can I see with my own eyes that you use liquid phase sintering technology to manufacture the penetrator rod of the armor-piercing projectile? Mr. Zhu said excitedly. In terms of weapons research and development, you, Factory 960, are frequently making satellites. Certainly. Then I'll go back with you. Good. That night, the two boarded a train and returned to the capital. During the hundreds of kilometers of road, Qin Yang and Zhu Lao chatted all the way and had a very pleasant time. When they arrived at their destination, it was already late at night of the next day. It's late at night, and there aren't many cars. Your capital farm implement factory is outside the 5th Ring Road, which is very inconvenient. You should stay at my house for the night. Is this too much of a bother? Qin Yang felt a little embarrassed. In fact, he could just make a phone call and ask the factory to send a car to pick him up. It doesn't matter. I live alone at home now. Mr. Zhu said. My children are all grown up and working outside. My wife is taking care of our granddaughter. All right. Weishuling compound is only 2 kilometers away from the capital station. As they had missed the last train, Mr. Zhu walked back with Qin Yang. It was obvious that he had walked this route many times. The empty sleeves were swinging back and forth, and Mr. Zhu walked briskly. Xiao Qin, a week is not a long time. Are you sure? Mr. Zhu asked as they walked. As long as all the materials are prepared, 1 day will be enough. Hey, are there tanks over there? Qin Yang looked curiously at the row of tanks parked on the road ahead. Yes, the tanks we are researching in our compound. Mr. Zhu said. Go in from this side, turn left and walk a little further, and you will reach my home. Mr. Zhu, aren't there a few rows of dormitory buildings over there? Qin Yang said, pointing to the distance in the night. After the dormitory building is built, the company will allocate one to me. However, so many young people don't have a house yet. How can I ask for one? It's not easy for young people. I'd better give it to them. I'm used to living in the old house, said Mr. Zhu. Mr. Zhu took Qin Yang through several small paths and arrived at his residence. This is a brick house built in the 1960s. The exterior walls are modeled and full of the vicissitudes of history. There is no courtyard. The door is locked with an iron chain, and you can see that it has a layout of 2 rooms. After the sound of the door unlocking, Qin Yang walked in. The tattered wooden doors and windows were leaking air and making a humming sound. On the cement floor of the outer room, there was an old sofa. The leather on it had long since rotted away, revealing the sponge inside. The room inside is a bedroom and study, with a worn-out wooden bed, a worn-out desk and chair, and a worn-out bookcase. The conditions are a bit simple, but don't worry, this bed can still bear the weight of both of us. I'll get you a set of bedding, Mr. Zhu said as he opened the wardrobe with one hand, intending to take out new bedding. Qin Yang looked at the patched quilt on the bed again, feeling a little heavy-hearted. Mr. Zhu, where is your salary? Did you donate it all? Well, I'll donate the unused items to the party. I'm already pretty good at enjoying my life now. After saying that, he smiled again and said, but I guess people of your generation don't understand. You'll probably say I'm stupid, right? This is not stupidity, but infinite loyalty to the party, the motherland and the people, and the noble character of the older generation of military workers. Mr. Zhu, if we look at it from the perspective of today's people, you are indeed quite stupid. However, you are an old senior, and your thinking is higher than ours. Zhu Lao laughed and said, yes, I have a huge house, but only a 3-foot bed to sleep on. I am already very satisfied. Many of those who joined the revolution with me did not live to this day. M735 Warhead Structure. Chapter 116, want to see our technology? No way. The next day, Qin Yang followed Mr. Zhu to the cafeteria. After having a simple breakfast, Bus 212 from Factory 960 had already arrived at the entrance of the compound. Yangzi, why didn't you say hello? We drove to the station to pick you up last night. Zhang Chao started chattering as soon as he saw Qin Yang. What's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry? This is our old military engineer, Mr. Zhu. I slept at his house for one night. Hello, Mr. Zhu. Zhang Chao greeted Mr. Zhu and then looked at Qin Yang. Yangzi, you don't know? This morning, many leaders suddenly came to our factory, including a few foreigners. The factory directors were so busy that they were dizzy. Qin Yang smiled and said, in the future, our factory will often deal with foreigners. What's wrong with foreigners? What's so special about them? We must be neither humble nor overbearing. Since they are here, we must gain something. Chaozi, find a way to sell our products to them. Sell? Forget it. I'll find an opportunity. You have to learn foreign language as well. Mr. Zhu, let's go. The situation at the factory is urgent. Qin Yang called Mr. Zhu to get in the car. The 212 drove at lightning speed to the office building of the Capital Agricultural Implements Factory. Several cars with foreign affairs license plates were parked at the door, and they looked very luxurious. Qin Yang had just stepped out of the car and was about to go in and say hello to the people inside when all of a sudden, those people came out of the office building. Leader Dong walked in the front. During the relocation of the Capital Agricultural Implements Factory, Leader Dong provided the greatest help, so we still have to give him face. At this time, Dong greeted with a smile. Qin, you are really amazing. You went to the national shooting range to test the gun and solved the problem of the tank gun. It also attracted the attention of international friends. The people around me are the British military attaches to our country. They came here specifically for inspection. This is Mr. Robert. He was the one who promoted our introduction of the L7 tank gun project. After all, the national shooting range was confidential, so only a top student from the British Royal Arsenal went there. Most of the technical personnel and military attaches were still in the capital. After learning about Smith's news, they were very shocked. They not only coordinated various materials, but also went directly to the capital's agricultural implement factory to inspect it. They all wanted to see with their own eyes how this improved liquid phase sintering technology operates. Robert, who had a big hooked nose, came up and stretched out his right hand. Mr. Qin, we admire your skills very much. We hope we can witness the entire smelting process with our own eyes. We welcome everyone to come and inspect. You can visit everywhere except the confidential workshops in the factory. Qin Yang said, as for the liquid phase sintering technology, it is our latest top secret technology. Not to mention you, even our domestic counterparts do not have this qualification. The scene suddenly became silent. Mr. Qin, since your factory has invented new technology, it is the pride of our country. Now, let's let foreigners see it. It's a good opportunity to demonstrate our level. We Chinese are also creative. A leader who followed over spoke up. No, this won't do. Qin Yang shook his head, moved closer to the leader's ear, and lowered his voice a little. Leader, this won't do. If they want to see it, just install the machine tools we need to exchange in the workshop. I promise to let them see enough. If they want to not spend a penny, no way. We don't do business at a loss. Qin Yang is just a young man anyway, and he can use his youthful vigor to explain away whatever he says. His current behavior is already giving these people face. Qin Yang was speechless about the arrangements made by these leaders. Vanity kills people. Qin Yang inexplicably thought of the past events of the chip industry that made future generations sad. In March 1991, the third-generation automatic alignment step-by-step projection lithography machine developed by Tsinghua University participated in the first National Industrial Enterprise Technological Progress Achievement Exhibition at the Capitol Exhibition Hall. As a result, a large number of foreign experts came and not only looked at the lithography machine, but also raised a large number of questions. The experts in charge of the development answered every question and had no intention of keeping it secret at all. As a result, the technology was learned by the Japanese experts. These Japanese experts were inspired to improve their lithography machines and even sold their outdated models to China. In that era, when buying was better than making, every unit wanted to purchase imported equipment. As a result, the lithography machines that the country had spent huge amounts of money to develop had no orders and not a single one was sold. But after hearing what Qin Yang said, the leader still didn't buy it, and his face drooped. Leader Pan, Engineer Qin is right. Mr. Zhu at the side quickly said, liquid phase sintering technology is the latest technology in the field of tank armor-piercing projectiles. The research and development of Factory 960 has reached the world's highest level. We can't show it to foreigners casually. It is precisely because of this that we should show our advanced technology to foreigners, right? You guys at Factory 960 are really something. You always consider economic issues, but never consider politics or our international status. Leader Pan still didn't give up. Qin Yang's face also darkened. Something was wrong. Was this leader deliberately looking for trouble? This technology belongs to Factory 960, not a national project, and there is really no legal way to define the degree of confidentiality, so Leader Dong standing by couldn't get a word in. We show our technology to foreigners? Then can foreigners show us their advanced technology? Qin Yang glanced at Leader Pan. According to his memory of his previous life, he didn't know this person, which meant that he was not in the military field, nor was he an important leader. He just confronted him. Who hasn't Qin Yang confronted before? Saying these words in front of foreigners will also let them know how to write the word shy. The British did not give us the L7 tank gun technology for free. We bought it with money. Moreover, this tank gun is still European technology from the 1960s. Will the British be willing to show us the most advanced L11 tank gun for free? Don't talk about friendship. Their leaders have said that there are only interests between countries. If it weren't for the common enemy, would they be willing to give us the tank gun technology from 20 years ago? Even if they gave us the tank gun technology, they also changed their mind about the shells and only gave us the second-generation shells. They didn't even show us the new fin-stabilized armor-piercing shells. Why are we still stupid enough to show our most advanced technology to foreigners for free? Just for vanity. No one spoke. Qin Yang was right. The West's blockade of China has never stopped. Even the technology purchased from the West is outdated and backward. They will never give us the most advanced technology, so why should we show it to foreigners for free? However, it is not appropriate to say this in front of foreigners, right? You know, they brought their own translator with them. Leader Dong coughed and said, "Well, Engineer Qin, you should be more considerate of the occasion when you say this." Leader Dong, I've been very polite. Qin Yang said, "Now, please stay in the office building, drink tea and chat, and go home if you have nothing else to do. In 3 days, we will process the products and send them for testing. If foreigners want to learn this technology, then send us the machine tools. Otherwise, forget it." "Mr. Zhu, let's go." Mr. Zhu nodded. Okay. The two men left, leaving the crowd in a mess in the air. Chapter 117. The tank gun we are going to build has nothing to do with L7. Humph, this Qin Yang is really lawless. Even if he has made some small contributions to our army, he shouldn't be so arrogant, right? Leader Pan complained to Leader Dong as he walked. "Old Dong, don't be too nice to him. Let him suffer some setbacks. If you don't give him some training, how can he know the immensity of the world? He will never become a talent. Old Pan, stop complaining. You are from the Foreign Affairs Department, so you need to calm down and receive foreigners well. This is your responsibility and obligation." "Humph, Factory 960 won't cooperate. What can I do?" Leader Pan continued to mutter. "Diplomacy is no small matter. This Qin Yang really doesn't know his place." "Okay, let's go. Leader Dong said, looking at the group of foreigners. At this time, these people had different expressions and it was impossible to tell what they were thinking. At this time, Qin Yang, who had stirred up the situation, was heading to workshop number 4 with Mr. Zhu, and they were chatting as they walked. "Mr. Zhu, what is the origin of that, Leader Pan?" "I work in the Foreign Affairs Department." Mr. Zhu said, "The last time you had an incident with the Capital Steel plant, the Foreign Affairs Department was also involved. The superiors found out that someone in their department was illegally dealing in foreign exchange." Qin Yang understood immediately. Humph, he had dirty hands and feet, and after being investigated, he was blamed? This was really unfair for him. In workshop number 4, the electric slag remelting steel equipment was still working, smelting the most advanced steel in the country. The workers were busy, and when they saw Qin Yang coming in, they immediately became excited. "Mr. Qin, are you back?" "Chief Qin, has our machine gun been finalized?" Although they were shouting, they still did not put down their work. Zhang Guoqiang trotted over and said, "Chief Qin, our workshop number 4 is doing routine work. Please give us your instructions." "Nothing to instruct you on. How much electroslag remelting steel have you produced now?" "Not much, just about 10 tons. More than 10 tons of the most advanced steel in China were smelted. If these steels were used to make machine gun barrels, thousands of them could be made, right?" With excitement, Mr. Zhu looked at the finished product on the wooden shelf beside him. It was more than 6 meters long and about 130 to 140 millimeters in diameter. Mr. Zhu suddenly felt his eyelids twitching. "Engineer Qin, the blanks you have here are just right for making cannons. This electroslag remelting steel equipment is small and can only build one pillar at a time. The longest one is only about 6 meters long. It is placed here and is very similar to the blank used for gun barrels." Qin Yang smiled and said, "Yes, Mr. Zhu, we are going to build a 105 millimeters tank gun next." The large-scale electroslag remelting steel equipment project introduced from Austria has not been completed yet, so China is not yet able to manufacture its own L7 tank gun. The test gun barrel used on the National Shooting Range is imported directly from the UK. Now, who would have thought that a farm implement factory that made guns would actually make cannons? And the most advanced tank cannons. The small-scale electroslag remelting steel equipment introduced at the beginning could only smelt 2 tons of steel billets at a time, which was just enough for one L7 tank gun. Mr. Zhu suddenly became excited. "Mr. Qin, your factory's pioneering and enterprising spirit is really worth learning from for other factories." "Mr. Zhu, do you think we can do well?" Qin Yang asked. Yeah, I'm optimistic about you guys. Then can you do us a favor? What? We also need deep hole processing equipment, bore expansion equipment, rifling equipment, etc. Some of our domestic third-line military factories can sell them to us if they don't have any need for them. Please contact us, Qin Yang said. For this kind of thing, it would be best to let Mr. Zhu step in. Do you want to take away the jobs of Factory 447? Mr. Zhu said with a smile. In China, the one that makes tank guns is Factory 447 on the grassland. If Qin Yang wants to make the L7 tank gun, won't that leave Factory 447 without a job? Qin Yang smiled and shook his head. Of course not. We focus on foreign trade. Foreign trade? Mr. Zhu was stunned. Mr. Qin, the agreement we signed with the UK states that we can only use it for our own use, not export it. We don't make L7. Our 960 factory has never received any technical data of L7 tank guns. The tank guns we export are developed by ourselves and have nothing to do with the British L7. Qin Yang said, Mr. Zhu, I'll leave this matter to you. Mr. Zhu nodded and said, Okay, as long as we can produce advanced armor-piercing shell cores here, I will risk my reputation and let you use the back door once. For Mr. Zhu, who is very strict with himself, this is the first time he has done something relying on personal relationships. Well, let's start now. This process is not difficult. The key is that it wastes time, Qin Yang said, and came to a corner of the workshop. Move the materials provided by our foreign guests over here. 3 bags of tungsten powder, nickel powder, and iron powder were brought over. Qin Yang carefully read the test report, then nodded with satisfaction. Well, not bad, not bad. Now, let's mix them according to the proportion. Mr. Qin, should I step aside? Asked Mr. Zhu. This is the most advanced technology in the world. The first step is to mix the 3 raw materials. This formula is top secret. No, Mr. Zhu, our factory has no secrets in front of you, and I believe you will keep our secrets. The mixing mass ratio of these 3 powders is 95.5 to 3.15 to 1.35. Qin Yang said as he started measuring the mass. Iron is the cheapest, but the content is also small, followed by nickel, and tungsten is the most expensive. Armor-piercing bullets made of tungsten alloy are also quite expensive, costing tens of thousands of dollars each in this era. However, tungsten alloy is the best material for armor-piercing bullets. If we don't use tungsten alloy, we have to use depleted uranium. Fortunately, there are tungsten mines in China. After the 3 powders were weighed, Qin Yang poured them into the blender. In fact, the principle of liquid phase sintering technology is very simple. These powders are mixed in proportion, pressed into long rods, and then heated to high temperature. The melting points of iron and nickel are lower than tungsten, so they are melted first. These molten metals will fill in the gaps between tungsten particles. When tungsten reaches a semi-molten state, it will form a solid matrix structure with liquid iron, nickel, etc. After cooling, the formed tungsten alloy rod is repeatedly forged and rolled to finally be made into a tungsten-based alloy core. As Qin Yang spoke, he shook his hands gently and poured the 4th material in his sleeve. If only 3 materials are used, it will never be perfect. A 4th material must be used. No one knows this in this era. Therefore, Qin Yang has the capital to exchange this technology for CNC machine tools, and he will not help the British to improve their technology. Even if Qin Yang does not provide technology, by 1982, the Europeans will be able to find the correct formula. Yes, the technical principle is not difficult to explain, but the proportion of these metals and the heating process are top secret. We can only do it through repeated experiments. Tungsten is too expensive, and we can't afford to waste it. The Americans have been developing for so long and have only come up with armor-piercing bullets with steel jackets. Although they are hard enough, they become brittle and break easily. Well, we also found the right formula by accident, Qin Yang said, waving his hand. Okay, Mr. Zhu, today's work is over. It's over? Mr. Zhu looked at Qin Yang in surprise. So fast. Yeah, we're going to blend it in the blender for 24 hours and come back tomorrow. Chapter 118, Standards for Receiving Foreigners. It was already noon, and the cafeteria of the Capital Agricultural Implements Factory was bustling with activity. There are 4 big pots at the canteen's meal window, with 4 dishes on them. Pork stewed with vermicelli, stir-fried pork with beans, tomato and egg, and roasted eggplant. 2 meat and 2 vegetable dishes, a reasonable combination. The employees who come to get meals line up with their lunchboxes to get their meals, and only food coupons are accepted, no cash. The food in the canteen of your Capital Farm Implement Factory is getting better and better. Looking at all this, Leader Dong said with a smile, "Is this how you usually eat?" Everyone is working hard. so we have to keep up with the nutrition in our factory. Zhu Zizhong said, Leader Dong, isn't it a bit neglectful to bring foreigners to our cafeteria? Our factory has special funds for hospitality, so we can go out to eat. This is also what the foreigners asked for. Director Zhu, I think you have to be prepared. It looks like these foreigners are not planning to go back. Leader Dong said, glancing back. Leader Pan was greeting the foreigners and coming in from the cafeteria door. Director Zhu, you can't neglect our foreign friends. If you don't go out to eat, you have to cook a few side dishes and serve them to our guests. Leader Pan shouted. Also, clean the table. How come you don't even have a private room in your cafeteria? If you think our conditions are not good, you can just leave. At this moment, the people eating at the next table said, we didn't invite you here. Leader Pan's face suddenly darkened. He looked over and saw a familiar face. Qin Yang. Mr. Qin, is this how you treat your guests? Leader Pan said with a sullen face. Do you still have any sense of hierarchy? High and low? What high and low? Qin Yang glanced at Leader Pan with dissatisfaction. Do I have to kneel down and greet you when I see you? You? What are you talking about? Look at Mr. Zhu. He is a veteran of our military industry, and he doesn't mind that our food is poor. Just now, when we were getting our meals, Mr. Zhu insisted on giving us meal tickets and food expenses. Leader Pan, you can eat in our factory. Forget about the food expenses, but don't save on the meal tickets. Beside Qin Yang, Mr. Zhu, who was eating with his head down, raised his head, smiled at Leader Pan, and then continued to eat with his head down. Zhu Zizhong is in a big trouble. Qin Gong, you have the final say in our factory now, but at least give me some face. You are making it very difficult for me by doing this. At this time, after seeing Qin Yang, several foreigners were very surprised, and they all sat opposite Qin Yang. Robert spoke first. Qin, how is the progress? Progress? We've mixed the materials, and tomorrow we'll press them into long rods and heat them up. Qin Yang said as he ate, without any respect for his guests. Leader Pan's face turned pale. Leader Dong wanted to say something, but the British and Qin Yang were already talking in a babble, so they couldn't get a word in. Stirring for a whole day? Isn't that a bit long? Of course not. Good things come late. If you don't stir them thoroughly, how can you mix the powders thoroughly? Didn't you stir them for enough time? Yes, it seems that we need to improve the process and stir it for a longer time. Robert said. After stirring, is there any particular requirement for the heating temperature? Of course I have, but I can't tell you now. Qin Yang glanced at Robert and said, when you send the machine tool over, I will tell you the detailed process. If you are still worried, I can also teach you step by step to make qualified products. Okay. Robert nodded repeatedly. Now that we're seated, do you want to eat together? Pork stewed with vermicelli is delicious. Okay. Leader Pan's face was extremely ugly, but he couldn't say anything. What was wrong with these foreigners? They didn't realize that this kind of reception was an insult to them. There was only a bowl of mixed dishes in front of them, and they even had to hold the steamed buns with their hands. How could they eat like this? Look at the way he uses chopsticks. It's so clumsy. Why doesn't the cafeteria waiter bring some knives and forks to this distinguished guest? Let's find a place to sit down and eat nearby. Leader Dong said. So, a group of people surrounded Qin Yang and his friends, sat next to them and ate together, listening to Qin Yang and the foreigner chatting while eating. In fact, when it comes to armor-piercing bullets, depleted uranium material is better than tungsten alloy. Qin Yang continued to brag. You are also researching depleted uranium materials? Robert was stunned. Yes, the biggest feature of depleted uranium material is that it is self-sharpening, and it can also burn while penetrating armor. However, this material has radiation, so it cannot be used in our country. We pursue a defensive policy, so we are only researching it and have no plans to equip it. Armor-piercing bullets rely on their sharp tips to tear through the enemy's armor. The rods made of tungsten alloy or other alloy materials become duller and duller during the armor-piercing process. But depleted uranium materials are not like that. The more they are sharpened, the sharper they become. Moreover, after being sharpened, they can burn to help penetrate the armor. Too bad, it's radioactive. Depleted uranium materials can not only be used to make armor-piercing bullets, but also armor materials. Qin Yang talked about this incessantly. I can bet with you that depleted uranium armor is better than your Chabam armor. Do you believe it? After the meal, Robert and the others finally had a better understanding of Qin Yang's knowledge. Smith was right. This was a very powerful person. No wonder he could see the problem with the thermal jacket at a glance. It seems that we cannot do anything tricky on exported CNC machine tools, as the other party will definitely be able to see through it. The meal lasted for more than an hour. After finishing the meal, Qin Yang wiped his mouth and said, Everyone, I have to go to work. You can go back. Don't worry, we will definitely give you qualified armor-piercing shells. Qin, You said that the mixture can only be mixed tomorrow. So can you take us around this afternoon? Okay, no problem. Qin Yang said. I'll take you to experience our air guns. Mr. Zhu, will you come too? So, that night, several foreigners came back happily, each carrying an air gun and carrying a bunch of trophies. How about this gun of ours? Isn't it good? That's right. The air rifles you produce are the best air rifles we have ever used. Everyone, would you like to contact your domestic airgun dealers and purchase a batch of our Lion brand airguns? They are highly accurate, inexpensive, and of first-rate quality. I guarantee they will be very popular in your country. Okay, no problem. I think we can sell at least 100,000 a year. Robert said. But, Engineer Qin, can you let us see how you make armor-piercing bullets tomorrow? Qin Yang thought about it carefully. If we can sign the foreign trade contract tonight and pay us the down payment. Of course, no problem. We will first transfer some funds as a deposit for you. Robert made the decision immediately. What? Qin Gong fooled foreigners and opened up a new market for airgun sales? Everyone was stunned when they heard the news. Leader Pan felt very unhappy. Qin Yang's performance today made him very angry. He had to report to his superiors after returning. Look, you have been pampering Qin Yang, and now what has happened? Chapter 119. Our Eastern culture has a long history. It was already late at night, but the office building in a certain compound was still brightly lit. Leader Pan, I'm very sorry that Leader Han doesn't have time to see you. The secretary said to Leader Pan apologetically. Leader Han doesn't have time. So what about Leader Fong? Leader Pan was so angry that he planned to report Qin Yang to all the leaders. However, none of the leaders had time to see him. Leader Fong is still in a meeting. It will probably be after 10 o'clock, said the secretary. Okay, I'll wait. After the meeting, Leader Fong may have a discussion with some people. It will be very late. You should go back. It's too late and Leader Fong is very tired. The secretary continued. You can wait, but our Leader Fong can't. Humph, this is not giving me a chance to report my work. Leader Pan's face was very ugly, but he couldn't say anything. Okay, then I'll go back first and come back tomorrow. He stood up, walked out of the room, and walked to the corridor outside. He saw a man hurriedly coming and was immediately delighted. Mr. Zhang, long time no see. Zhang Wanha, an engineer from the 201st Institute, stopped and looked at Leader Pan carefully before recognizing him. Old Pan? How did you come to our system? Hey, recently our Foreign Affairs Department received an invitation to help foreigners contact and cooperate with your military industry system. I am here to report my work. Who would have thought that the leaders are all very busy? Let's do it another day. Old Pan, I see your expression. Why do you look so unhappy? Alas, I met a fool. Who? Have you heard of Qin Yang from Factory 960? Mr. Qin? I heard he's very capable. How did he offend you? He's quite good at talking and quite courageous. By the way, he's been working on some advanced armor-piercing projectile lately, and he's fooled the British. Armor-piercing bullets? What armor-piercing bullets? Isn't there 960 Factory developing a light heavy machine gun? Seeing Zhang Wanha's puzzled look, Leader Pan suddenly had an idea. Don't you know? Your 201 Institute specializes in the development of armored vehicles and supporting weapons. I thought he was conducting research under your guidance. I don't know. I'm in charge of armor-piercing bullets. I don't know anything about this project. That Qin Yang is really ambitious. Not satisfied with his development in the field of light weapons, he even wants to steal your job at the 201st Institute. Leader Pan said, they are a gun manufacturer, but they actually come to interfere with the artillery manufacturer. Humph, they don't know any rules. They shout about market economy and competition to make progress, but they actually want to squeeze out other brother units so that they can be the boss. Humph, Zhang Wanha was irritated. They don't have that ability yet. I'll go to Factory 960 tomorrow to take a look. They're a gun manufacturer. What armor-piercing bullets can they make? It's fine if they're making a great leap forward in our country, but they actually want to show off in front of foreigners. Yes, I am also afraid that he will cause us adverse international impact. Leader Pan finally got what he wanted. Robert and others did not leave, but stayed in the guest house of Factory 960 for one night. Early the next morning, they came to find Qin Yang. Qin, does the next suppression require special rubber covers? We have already prepared them. Robert said. Indeed, this is necessary. Thank you. Qin Yang thanked them and said, come on, I'll take you to our factory cafeteria for dinner. Qin Yang, along with a group of foreigners and Mr. Zhu, had breakfast and then wandered to workshop number 5 next to workshop number 4. Actually, this process is not very difficult. It's almost the same as making tiles. Qin Yang smiled and directed several workers to put the thoroughly mixed powder into a rubber bag, seal it, and then place it under the static press. Ceramic tiles? Indeed, they are ground into powder, mixed, pressed into shape, and then fired. However, the temperature is different. Qin, how high a temperature do you use to fire the core of this armor-piercing projectile? As for temperature, it depends on experience. Qin Yang said with a smile. Look at experience. When they arrived in front of the high-frequency induction furnace, everyone understood. This furnace was too simple, and there was no thermocouple at all, so it could not accurately indicate the temperature. After the power was turned on, Qin Yang took a pair of pliers and picked up a suppressed armor-piercing rod and put it in. The rod turned red within a few seconds, smoke started coming out of the outside, then the inside started to turn red, and finally, it even turned red with white. How high is the temperature? No one knows, but judging by the red color, it must be over 1,500 degrees. In liquid phase sintering technology, if the temperature is slightly wrong, the final product will be waste. Therefore, even if they open their eyes and watch the smelting carefully, it is meaningless. Well, it's almost done. Qin Yang casually pulled out the piercing rod, put it aside and waited for it to cool down, then went to clamp the second one. When asking for the raw materials, Qin Yang naturally had to ask for a high price. The raw materials he asked for were enough to make 5 piercing rods. In addition to showing them to the British, he could also have a few left for himself to show off. Is that all? Forging and rolling? Robert asked. Of course, but it also depends on the temperature. If you forge it directly at high temperature, it will only have the opposite effect. Is there something wrong with your craftsmanship here? Robert's men hurriedly took notes. Yes, there was indeed a problem when they were forging. They originally thought that forging at high temperature would make the matrix structure stronger, but they didn't expect that they used it wrong. They had to forge it after the temperature dropped. Qin Yang put the second one into the high-frequency induction furnace, and when the second one was finished heating and wrinkling, he looked at the first one and said, well, it's almost done. The forging hydraulic press started up. Qin Yang inserted the rod into it and hammered it repeatedly. When the first one was almost hammered, he moved on to the second one. The whole process was done manually and based on experience. Robert and the others stared at each other in amazement. Although they got what they wanted and saw the operation process, it was no different from not seeing it at all. Qin, how do you tell the right temperature? Robert couldn't help but ask. Well, that depends on experience. Don't look at my young age. I have studied the skills of ancient swordsmiths for several years. Speaking of our Eastern culture, it has a long history. Engineer Qin, someone is outside. He says he is Zhang Wanhe from Institute 201 and wants to see you. Zhang Wanhe. Qin Yang was stunned. Well, Lao Zhang is also researching armor-piercing bullets. Engineer Qin, Mr. Zhu wanted to say something, but Qin Yang shook his head. He is not free today. Let him come another day. Mr. Qin, do you want me to go and say hello? Mr. Zhu asked Qin Yang. No, Mr. Zhu, this material is rare. You have to watch our processing process carefully. Zhu Lao nodded. Qin Yang muttered. People in the same industry are enemies. Chapter 120. Factory 960 does not follow the rules. I protest. Zhang Wanhe was actually turned away outside. Isn't Qin Yang too arrogant? It's fine that he didn't meet with the people from our foreign affairs department today, but why didn't he even meet with you, old Zhang? You, old Zhang, are an old expert in our military industry, but he was turned away by Qin Yang. Humph, who does he think he is? Leader Pan, who came with Zhang Wanhe, began to fan the flames. In fact, leaders Dong and Pan brought foreigners here yesterday. Since the foreigners stayed here, they could be directly entertained by Factory 960, and there was no need for them at all, so no work was arranged for them today. However, in the mouth of Leader Pan at this time, it became that Qin Yang was keeping people away. Humph, there is no order without rules. Their Factory 960 originally made guns. It's fine that they are now competing with their brother units in the light weapons market, but they want to snatch meat from our mouths? No way. Zhang Wanhe was also angry. That's right. Didn't Qin Yang rely on his father's guidance to make a few broken guns? They are all laymen in the field of artillery. Leader Pan said. Now, they are fooling foreigners like this. When they make a fool of themselves, it will be a disgrace to us Chinese. I have to report to Leader Fong. Zhang Wanhe made up his mind. Lao Zhang, Leader Fong is very busy and probably doesn't have time to see us. Do you want to call a few more people? Leader Pan said. Who? I heard that introducing British tank guns is a systematic project. It's not just you, right? That's right. Factory 447 is also responsible for introducing tank guns. By the way, Factory 447's gunmaking expert Zhuang Shuren has recently been reporting on his work in the capital. I'll go find him. Leader Pan nodded and said, That's right. You all go together to protest against the bad behavior of Factory 960. That afternoon, Leader Fong finally made time to meet with his indignant subordinates. Leader Fong, Their 960 factory is just a third-tier factory that makes guns. How can they break the rules and get involved in the manufacture of our artillery? That's right. They even showed it to foreigners. This is embarrassing. They are a gun maker. When did they know how to make armor-piercing bullets? Leader Fong also frowned. Don't be anxious. Tell me slowly. What's going on? Isn't Factory 960 developing light heavy machine guns? When did they start making cannons? This was the first time Leader Fong had heard of this. After everyone finished speaking, Leader Fong's expression became serious. This Qin Yang, he didn't take the development of the light heavy machine gun seriously at all. He was testing it at the national shooting range, but he actually came back to make armor-piercing bullets. This attitude made Leader Fong a little annoyed. Don't worry, we will handle this matter and give you an explanation. Okay, now let's talk about business. Is your 447 factory ready to manufacture L7 tank guns? Report to the leader. We are all ready, just waiting to purchase equipment from Stair Company, and then we will get to work. We will mobilize the most skilled people in the factory to complete the manufacture of the tank gun. Leader Fong nodded and looked at Zhang Wanha. What about you? Have you finished the research and development of armor-piercing bullets? Report to the leader. We have been researching and we are confident that this cannon can achieve deeper armor penetration. We can use the successful experience we have gained in developing 100mm rounds. Well, then you guys prepare the materials. We will hold a special meeting in a few days to discuss the trial production of the L7 tank gun. After seeing the two off, Leader Fong thought for a moment and then picked up the phone. Hello, Leader Han. Do you have time? I have something to report to him. In Leader Han's office, Leader Fong talked about the matter incessantly, and Leader Han's eyes became wider and wider. What did you say? Qin Yang didn't work hard to develop a light heavy machine gun for us, and he actually came back. What? They want to make armor-piercing bullets? And they fooled the British? Even if they want to sell air guns, they can't do this. What? People from Institute 201 and Factory 447 are complaining. After hearing all this, Leader Han stood up and stared at the scene outside the window in a daze. Leader Han, their 960 factory has indeed crossed the line. After all, they only make guns. If they become more and more powerful, what will the other factories in the system do? Crossing the line? The better. Leader Han sighed. People in the system are used to waiting to be fed, and they think they are the boss in a certain industry, so the project should be given to them directly. We have begun to move towards a market economy, but many military factories are still waiting, and they will cry if we don't give them money. After all, the crying child gets the milk. Humph, they are getting more and more hopeless. On the contrary, military factories like Factory 960, which almost went bankrupt, know that only by working hard and making continuous innovations can they have a meal. Leader Fong was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Yes, you are right. Then should we suppress this matter? Why suppress it? Just let it ferment. Let those people complain first, and then get slapped in the face by Factory 960. Let them wake up completely. If they don't work hard, they won't be able to compete with even a third-tier military factory. Those who make guns can make cannons better than them. By the way, after they make it, won't they test the cannon? Don't put it in the national shooting range, but practice shooting in the tank unit near our capital. Then, let everyone go and see it. Near the capital? Leader Fong frowned and said, Leader Dong, the Type 69-3 tank modified with the L7 tank gun is being tested at the national shooting range. We only have one bare gun in the capital. That's easy. We have a tank unit near the capital. We can just modify a Type 59 tank. Leader Han said, you can also hand it over to the 201st Institute. Modification? Is it that easy? Modifying a tank gun is not like playing with building blocks. How can it be that simple? Even if it is the 201st Institute that specializes in armored equipment, it is impossible to complete it in a short time. Before Leader Fong could say anything else, Leader Han's phone rang. After answering the call, Leader Fong left him alone and said, Secretary Song called me. I have to go over there. Old Fong, I'll leave this matter to you. Get it done as soon as possible. We'll go and join in the fun. It would be even better if we can get it done before the National Day. Before National Day? Doesn't that mean there are only 4 or 5 days left? Leader Fong couldn't help but frown. However, as a leader, one must learn to transfer pressure. After returning to his office, Leader Fong called Zhang Wanha and Zhuang Shuren over. Lao Zhang, I have a glorious and arduous task for you. Install an imported L7 naked gun on a Type 59 tank in the shortest possible time. Lao Zhuang, you will stay at the 201 Institute to help them in the next few days. Zhang Wanha straightened his chest and said, Yes, I promise to complete the task. After he walked out, he was blown by the north wind and slowly figured it out. It seemed that something was wrong. Lao Zhuang, how is it? Did Leader Fong tell you how he supports you? Leader Pan came over. Support? The two shook their heads and repeated the task assigned by Leader Fong. Leader Fong and his colleagues are too biased. Why do they favor Factory 960 in everything? Doesn't Factory 960 have the ability? Then let Factory 960 complete the task. Leader Pan immediately started giving advice. Isn't this a bad idea? After all, it's a task assigned to us. What's wrong with that? We can just provoke them and let Factory 960 take on the task themselves, right? Chapter 121. I've seen arrogant people, but I've never seen someone so arrogant. 5 slender piercing rods were made. Looking at the armor-piercing bullets with a dark green metallic luster, Robert couldn't help but ask, "Can you give us one so that we can do a detailed test?" The most intuitive way to test is to directly insert it into the barrel and fire it out, but there are other methods, such as using various professional equipment to detect yield values, and so on. Qin Yang shook his head. Of course not. It's not the right time yet. Hurry up and send the cartridges over. We will install them, and then conduct live ammunition shooting, and everything will be clear. Okay, the cartridge case has been loaded onto the plane and will probably arrive tomorrow. Although Robert was envious, he could only wait. Let's go, it's time for dinner. Qin Yang led everyone out of workshop number 5. At this moment, a man ran over in a hurry. Chief Qin, Engineer Zhang from Institute 201 is here again. What? Coming again? Qin Yang frowned. What was he doing here? Yes, in addition to Engineer Zhang, there is also an Engineer Zhuang who said he came from Factory 447. People from Factory 447 are here? This is going to be a lively place. Qin Yang immediately understood. Okay, invite them in and wait for me in the conference room of the office building. Mr. Qin, I will go with you. They may have some misunderstandings about you. Mr. Zhu said with a frown. It's okay, Mr. Zhu. I can handle this kind of small matter. You can take Robert and the others to have dinner. Mr. Zhu, you've been tired all day, so don't worry about this kind of thing. Mr. Zhu was stunned for a few seconds. Okay, if there is any situation, send someone to inform me immediately. Although this batch of armor-piercing shells has not been tested yet, I have confidence in them. Engineer Qin, I stand behind you. Thanks. Watching Mr. Zhu leading his men away, Qin Yang walked briskly towards the office building. In the Eastern society where personal relationships are important, it is not easy to do something. If you have no ability, others will look down on you. If you have ability, others will be jealous of you. The only way is to step on these people and make them obey you. Qin Yang pushed open the door of the conference room, and the two people inside turned their heads. What do you two want from me? Are you Engineer Qin? When Zhuang Shuren saw Qin Yang for the first time, he was a little surprised. Why are you so young? Yes, he is so young, but he has created so many miracles. This is what it means to be young and promising. Zhang Wana said, capable young people are arrogant. Thank you for the compliment. I'm very busy. Let's talk about what you want to say. Qin Yang was too lazy to waste his breath talking to these people. The superiors instructed that the advanced armor-piercing projectiles manufactured by your 960 factory no longer need to be tested at the national shooting range, but can be tested directly at the military shooting range in our capital. Zhang Wana said. So, we came over to contact you. Okay, this is to facilitate the observation of the superiors, right? Please rest assured, superiors, we will not let them down. Qin Yang said. Thank you for running errands. In fact, there is no need to be so troublesome. Just make a phone call. Humph, who is running errands for you? Zhang Wanha had long been dissatisfied with Qin Yang. Now every word Qin Yang said seemed to be deliberately provoking him to get angry, making his pent-up anger grow. Lao Zhang, don't be anxious, arrange the task first. Zhuang Shuren quickly dissuaded him. Yes. Zhang Wanha took 2 deep breaths and calmed down. Since the Type 69-3 tank modified with the L7 tank gun is being tested at the National Shooting Range, we now need to install an L7 gun on the Type 59 tank. Since it is for your 960 factory to test, then you can modify it. 960 factory modified? What a joke. Qin Yang immediately realized that there was something fishy going on. Institute 201 was specialized in armored vehicles, and Factory 447 was specialized in making artillery. So installing the L7 tank gun on the 59 tank must be the task of these 2 units. These 2 people came all the way here just to hand over this task to Factory 960 and then make Factory 960 look ridiculous. In fact, installing a tank gun is of course very easy. It only takes a few steps, but Qin Yang can't let the people in front of him think that he is easy to fool. Is this a task assigned by our superiors? Qin Yang asked. Zhang Wanha and Zhuang Shuren looked at each other and nodded. That's right. Then please bring the written assignment signed by your superior. Mission statement? There is none at all. The two shook their heads. This mission was verbally arranged by Leader Fong. Oh, then I'll call Leader Fong. Please wait a moment. No. The two of them became anxious all of a sudden. What a joke. They handed the task given to them by Leader Fong to Factory 960. If this gets to Leader Fong's ears, the two of them will no longer be able to work in the system. To put it mildly and nicely, they are unable to do the job, so they come to the sister factory for help. To put it bluntly and severely, they are being picky, lip service, and even defying military orders. What's wrong? Qin Yang pretended to be puzzled. Since it is a task assigned by Leader Fong, can I call to verify it? Leader Fong is very busy, so there's no need to bother him with such a small matter. Don't bother him. I'm just checking with his secretary. Engineer Qin, are you afraid? Seeing that Qin Yang was not falling for it, Zhang Wanhe decided to change his tactics and use provocation. That's right, your Factory 960 has been very powerful recently and can do everything. It seems that there are things you can't do. Zhuang Shuren echoed him. Afraid? No. Are you kidding? It's just a matter of changing a gun barrel. We can complete the task in 2 days with 1 day of dismantling and half a day of installation, plus debugging. Qin Yang said, we can do nothing but create miracles. However, we have to be clear and not let others calculate us. Some people have no ability to do their work, but they are very good at having red eyes. What? Pink eye? Engineer Qin, let's have a good talk today. Who is the dishonest one? Zhang Wanhe couldn't hold it in any longer. You are a gun maker. Why are you here to interfere with us cannon makers? The armor-piercing shells you make are better than those made by foreign countries. So what are we in the 201st Institute? Aren't we even worthy of carrying your shoes? Qin Yang helplessly put his hand on his forehead and said, yeah, you really are not even worthy of carrying our shoes, Mr. Zhang. You can just keep these words in your heart. Why do you have to say them out loud? Damn it. The veins on Zhang Wanhe's forehead popped up, and he couldn't help but roll up his sleeves. This was really an insult. Zhuang Shuren standing by was also dumbfounded. He had seen arrogant people before, but he had never seen such an arrogant person. Every word he said was like a knife stabbing into people's hearts. For a moment, he didn't know whether to dissuade Zhang Wanhe or go up and beat him up with Zhang Wanhe to vent his anger. Lao Zhang, stop. What are you doing? Just then, a voice came from the door. Qin Yang was somewhat helpless. Alas, the good show has not even begun, and it is about to end. If Zhang Wanhe dares to make a move, he will make him walk out of this door on his stomach, then wipe his nosebleed, and run to Leader Fong to cry and complain. He will screw Zhang Wanhe to death. Falsifying an imperial decree and beating people. Is there any reason in this world? But Mr. Zhu is here. Chapter 122, How to Stuff Something Hard and Long in. Old Zhu, why are you here? Zhang Wanhe was stunned. I've been here these past few days. Zhu Lao said, I've been with Qin Gong the whole time. But you, why don't you focus on your research and Weishuling instead of coming here? Zhang Wanhe's anger disappeared all of a sudden. Old Zhu, it turns out that you are the one leading this armor-piercing project. If I had known that you were in charge, I would not have said anything. I would have listened to that Leader Pan. No, this project is not led by me, but by Engineer Qin. He has really opened my eyes these past few days and made me realize how powerful he is. Mr. Zhu said, Old Zhang, what's wrong with you? That Leader Pan has seen me here, didn't he tell you? Zhang Wanhe seemed to understand something. Leader Pan had ulterior motives. Factory 960 has developed advanced armor-piercing shells to solve the pressing problems of our tank troops. Shouldn't we support them? In your eyes, is there only our 201st Institute, not the army or the country? Of course not, Zhang Wanhe was speechless after being asked by Mr. Zhu and lowered his head in shame. Mr. Zhu, they didn't mean it. They were just provoked by others. Qin Yang said, they came here for business. The superiors gave them a task to install L7 guns on the 59 tanks. They were afraid that they couldn't complete it, so they wanted me to help. For your sake, I have to help. Engineer Zhuang, am I right? Help. Qin Gong said this, which made the two of them feel ashamed. The two were instigated by Leader Pan and originally wanted to come here to embarrass Qin Yang. Now, Qin Yang found a way out for them. The two couldn't help but feel grateful to Qin Yang. Humph, next time I see that Leader Pan, I'm going to make him pay. This work really needs Engineer Qin's help. The technicians who were responsible for researching how to install the L7 tank gun on the 69-3 tank have all gone to participate in the test. At the beginning, they and the British took a month to complete the installation. Engineer Qin, you said that the installation can be completed in 2 days. I, Zhu, must also broaden my horizons. When Mr. Zhu saw the expressions of the two people, he knew that the conflict had been resolved, and he was very happy, so he continued to talk about work. Yes, It did take a long time to install. Engineer Qin, do you have a way to finish it in 2 days? Zhuang Shuren also turned his thoughts back to work. Today is the 26th, and there are still 4 or 5 days before National Day. If the installation is completed in 2 days, can't we present it to the leaders as a gift before National Day? Of course, the L7 tank gun is very adaptable. As for why the original one took so long, you might as well ask the British. When they come here on business trips, do we give them subsidies based on the number of days they are on duty? Several people felt a chill in their hearts, so that's how it is. Since Engineer Qin is so confident, let's not delay. Let's coordinate tonight and have the tanks and guns delivered here. We'll install the tanks in 2 days tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. When the British ammunition trays arrive, we can test them. Mr. Zhu made arrangements. Good. The 2 men accepted the task and left. Qin Yang smiled and sent them out the door, then looked at Mr. Zhu beside him. Mr. Zhu, thank you for showing up in time. Why thank me? They should thank me. If I hadn't shown up in time, they would have been in trouble now. After Mr. Zhu finished talking about this, he thought of something else. Engineer Qin, 2 days is very tight. How do you plan to change it? Just change it. It's very simple. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Mr. Zhu, let's go eat. Early the next morning, a Type 59 tank drove down from the trailer amid a rumbling sound. Report, the 1st Squad of the 2nd Platoon of the 3rd Company of the Tank Regiment of the Capital Military Region has been ordered to bring tanks and receive modifications. Tank Squad Leader Zhang Yong. The short tank soldier raised his right arm and saluted to Zhu Lao and others to report. Thank you for your hard work, Squad Leader Zhang. Now everyone, help us dismantle the tank gun. Zhuang Shuren and Zhang Wanha also came over, looked at the people around them, and asked in surprise, Mr. Qin, aren't you going to call the workers from the factory? The workers are busy at work, so they don't have time to take care of such trivial matters. Anyway, we have to dismantle the gun first. I have called a crane to lift up the turret. Qin Yang said, and then looked at the 2 people. Since you 2 have nothing to do, you can stay here to command and help. Mr. Zhu, let's go. Zhu Lao nodded. Well, you guys are busy, let's go. The bullet baskets sent from the UK have arrived, so we can stockpile the armor-piercing shells today. Robert and the others were in workshop number 5, and there were a few more boxes around them. After opening them, they found the shiny bullet butts inside. A saddle-shaped cartridge case. Looking at the contents inside, Mr. Zhu was very impressed. This thing is so sophisticated. When China was developing the 100mm smoothbore gun, it also developed a fin-stabilized discarding sabot armor-piercing projectile. However, the domestic armor-piercing projectile was the most primitive. The cartridge case used was a disc fixed in the center of the piercing rod, which served to seal the gunpowder gas. The piercing rod was also made of ordinary tungsten carbide, which could not be compared with the armor-piercing projectile made by Qin Yang. Yes, it is not easy, Qin Yang said. However, this type of cartridge has good sealing performance, can be added with nylon sliding belt, and is easy to separate after it comes out. It is the best choice for rifled cannons. Come, let's install it next. Qin, do you want to install it manually? Robert asked curiously. In the UK, the production of ammunition has been fully automated. Only the most skilled masters dare to load ammunition manually, and the accuracy cannot be guaranteed. Qin Yang actually wants to install it manually. Is it okay? Not to mention cannonballs. We can also make mushroom bullets with our hands. Qin Yang picked up a piercing rod generously. Everyone, please see carefully. This piercing rod does not have a steel sleeve. Robert nodded. Yes, these bullet butts of ours are also produced according to the size, without steel sleeves. These bullet stocks are also specially made, specifically for use with piercing rods without steel sleeves. Even if Qin Yang wanted to cheat, it would be impossible. But how do we get it in? Mr. Zhu looked at the cartridge case and then at the piercing rod. He thought that a hydraulic press would be needed, right? Yeah, how do I put it in? Qin Yang muttered, then aimed the piercing rod at the tail of the bullet stock with his left hand and swung the sledgehammer with his right hand. Qin, you actually want to use a sledgehammer? No, it will damage the delicate cartridge case. Seeing Qin Yang's actions, several people's faces changed, and Robert tried to dissuade him. Bang! Qin Yang had already smashed it down with a big hammer, and the bullet was broken into 2 pieces. Qin Yang simply used the piercing rod as a chisel and hit the gap in the center of the cartridge case, breaking the cartridge case into 2 halves. Robert, don't you know that this thing has 2 pedals? Qin Yang asked with a smile. Of course they knew it, but they didn't know whether Qin Yang knew it, so they wanted to use this method to make Qin Yang look ridiculous. When the bullet support is manufactured, it is made into 2 or 3 parts, so the piercing rod can be placed directly inside, and then a bullet belt or bullet hoop is used to make them a whole. Some bullet supports have threads in the center that fit perfectly with the threads of the rod, while others are directly fixed with screws. In this way, inside the barrel, the piercing rod and the buttstock are always a hole. After they fly out, under the huge air resistance, the buttstock will separate, leaving only the piercing rod to continue flying. The British processing technology is not to be underestimated. The direct contact surface of the two halves of the bullet support was made very smooth, so that during the transportation process, the molecular forces between them were attracted to each other. Now Qin Yang had to use a hammer to break it open. Okay, it's done. Let's move on to the installation. Qin Yang skillfully fixed the piercing rod to the cartridge case, then assembled the cartridge case and stuffed the whole thing into the cartridge case. The piercing rod is nearly half a meter long. After installation, only the tip is exposed. The sabot pokes in front of the cartridge, and most of the piercing rod is buried in the propellant. This is also the advantage of the armor-piercing projectile. If you want to further improve the armor-piercing performance in the future, you have to increase the length of the piercing rod, and the longest can poke all the way to the back of the cartridge. Everything was installed manually, and the efficiency was very slow. Qin Yang didn't put too much effort into it, and he almost worked while chatting. The 5 armor-piercing shells were assembled, and the day had passed. Chapter 123, a large number of people came to watch. Qin, are we going to your national shooting range for experiments next? Robert said with some regret. It's a pity that we can't go there and see the wonderful performance of this artillery shell. The national shooting range is a confidential unit, and the number of foreigners allowed to visit is strictly limited. Except for Smith, no one else can go there to observe casually. No, in order to let our foreign friends see it clearly, we specially modified a tank here. After the modification, we will conduct tests at the nearby military shooting range. You can all come. Refit? Here. Yes. Qin, can we go over and see how to modify it? Robert asked. Over the past few days, Qin Yang's wonderful performance has shocked Robert again and again. Qin Yang is not performing in a mysterious way, but has the most professional technology. Qin Yang is an expert in the field of tank guns. Robert had no intention of going back, so he stayed at the 960 factory for the next few days. First, he watched the shells being made, then the guns being modified. His schedule was packed. Of course, Qin Yang said, after the modification is completed tomorrow, we can shoot the target the day after tomorrow. Fix it tomorrow? Engineer Qin, can you fix it in just 1 or 2 days? How long will it take? A month? Or a year? We don't have that much time to waste. Qin Yang said with a smile. If it takes too long, you can't get more overtime pay. Several people blushed. At around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, Zhuang Shuren and Zhang Wanhe completed the task of directing the tank drivers to dismantle and run away. They left the capital agricultural implements factory and planned to return to their residences. But just as I walked out of the gate of the farm tool factory, and before I reached the bus stop, I saw a 212 parked on the side of the road. A man got out and quickly came towards me. Lao Zhuang, did Qin Yang get fooled? Is he worried about how to modify the tank now? Old Pan, you are so sinister. Zhang Wanhe was furious. You have a conflict with Qin Yang. Why are you instigating me to pick a fight? Lao Zhang, you are wrongly accusing me. Leader Pan said with a face full of grievance. I told you this out of kindness because I saw that their 960 factory was stealing your business. How could I have any bad intentions? I am from the Foreign Affairs Department and have nothing to do with your military industry department. My kindness has been taken for granted. Lao Pan, don't be so stubborn. You clearly knew that Lao Zhu was next to Qin Yang. Why didn't you tell me? Old Zhu. Leader Pan rolled his eyes and thought of an excuse. Old Zhang. Of course I know that old Zhu is next to Qin Yang. But Qin Yang used sweet words to fool old Zhu. I didn't expect that you were fooled too. There is no point in saying anything else now. I just want to ask you. Are they, Factory 960, trying to steal your limelight? Zhang Wanhe thought back to today's conversation, and it seemed that what Leader Pan said made some sense. Come on, Lao Zhuang. Let's eat and talk at the same time. You must be hungry. Factory 960 doesn't even take care of your meals. Lao Pan, will take care of them. I'll show you who the good guys are. At the table, after a few drinks, Zhang Wanhe gave up his principles again and told everything that happened during the day. What? Installing a tank gun in half a day? Is this possible? Leader Pan found the key point. Of course it's impossible. It took a whole month to modify the 69-3 tank, said Zhuang Shuren. Qin Yang is such a fool. How dare he say such a thing? I say, why don't you just go back and spread the word so that more people can see their embarrassment tomorrow? Zhuang Shuren frowned. He was not drunk yet, and still remembered what happened today. It would not be a good idea to cause trouble for Qin Yang again. Institute 201 and Factory 447 are both big names in the industry. You don't even dare to guarantee this. What does Qin have? Your colleagues must want to broaden their horizons. I'll invite a few more leaders to come over, and we'll go together tomorrow to support Qin. Leader Pan was very happy and drank a few more glasses. It seemed that the air was filled with a happy atmosphere. On the 28th, the tank gun installation site. The turret was placed aside, with parts scattered everywhere. The tank without the turret looked miserable. Some people were busy around it. Old Zhu, I was wondering why you weren't at work in the office these days. Turns out you came here, a voice rang out. Mr. Zhu raised his head and looked at the man who was about his age. Director Zhang, why are you here? Yesterday, I heard from Engineer Zhang that a talented person has appeared here and can install the L7 tank gun into the Type 59 tank in half a day. We were all shocked, and we must come and take a look today. Zhang Wenshu, director of the 201 Institute, said with a smile. What old Zhang said. You really have no control over your words. How can you just talk about such things casually? Old Zhu frowned and looked at Zhang Wanhe, who was following behind Zhang Wenshu. Zhang Wanhe lowered his head and said nothing. He drank too much yesterday and didn't know what he said when he came back. Today, Institute 201 specially organized a group of people to come for inspection. He had a bad feeling, and it seemed that he was being used as a gun again. It took half a day to install the L7 tank gun. If it were someone else, it would definitely not be possible. However, this Qin Gong is a capable person. We came here to broaden our horizons. By the way, where is Qin Gong? The Type 59 tank was dismantled yesterday, the turret was hoisted aside, and the 100mm rifled gun was also thrown aside. The new gun can be installed soon, and there is only half a day left. Isn't Engineer Qin anxious? He said he wanted to modify the breech block, so he took it to the workshop for processing. Zhu Lao said. The British also went with him. British? This Mr. Qin is really amazing. He can get along well with foreigners. A visitor from Institute 201 spoke up. That's right. It's strange. How did Engineer Qin fool foreigners? Another person spoke up. Mr. Zhu's face became increasingly gloomy. Where is Engineer Qin? Where is Engineer Qin? Just as Mr. Zhu was about to criticize the visitors, several cars drove over and parked nearby. The people in the cars got out and said with a smile, let's open our eyes today and see how Engineer Qin installed the L7 tank gun in half a day. Leader Fong? Leader Fong, who is usually very busy with work, is here too? Yes, Leader Fong. Engineer Qin is really amazing. Leader Pan also got out of the car behind. After dinner yesterday, he went to see Leader Fong again. Who would have thought that he would be received by Leader Fong? He exaggerated the matter, and Leader Fong immediately became interested and decided to put down his work and come to observe. Zhang Wanhe and Zhuang Shuren came forward awkwardly. Leader Fong, this mission was originally ours, but I'm afraid that Qin might be too busy with work, so I gave it to you. However, gold will shine wherever it goes. Engineer Qin is a capable man, so he will naturally dislike your slowness. It would be best if he did it himself. Leader Fong said cheerfully. This sentence came from the heart, but it was very unpleasant to the ears of the people present. What does the 201st Institute do? They specialize in armored vehicles, but they are not as good as Qin. Leader Pan felt excited. He was finally relieved. Leader Fong came and saw that Qin couldn't install it within half a day. All his hopes turned into disappointment. Humph, Qin will completely fall out of favor from now on. In order to replace the gun barrel of the Type 59 tank, we applied for 1 million in modification funds. Since it was done by the Capital Agricultural Implements Factory, the money was directly transferred to their factory account. Leader Fong continued. What? The country's economic transformation has reduced the funding for scientific research. Now, after finally getting some funding, it has become someone else's? Zhang Wanhe and Zhuang Shuren were both dumbfounded. Thank you, Mr. Fong. At this moment, a voice came from afar. However, Engineer Zhuang and Engineer Zhang also helped a lot yesterday. We can't take all the money. Let's give 10,000 yuan each to Institute 201 and Factory 447. Chapter 124 Qin modified the most mature tank gun in Europe. Speaking of the 201 Institute, people in later generations may not be very familiar with it, but when it comes to its other name, it is well known. It is the famous Fongbei Vehicle Research Institute, a giant in the weapons industry. The famous 99 tank was developed by the 201 Institute. Ordinary military workers have to look up to such units, and Qin certainly respects them, so he is very generous and shares some of the benefits with them. However, this sentence has a different meaning when heard by others. Engineer Qin, you are so generous. Both the 201 Institute and the 447 Factory are large military industrial units. How could they be interested in a mere 10,000 yuan from you? Leader Pan would of course seize the opportunity to stir up trouble. Qin Yang smiled. Leader Pan's dirty mind was revealed. Everyone present was very smart, but they couldn't hear the provocation in his words. Now Leader Fong should understand why this project fell to him, right? In the distance, Director Zhu and other factory leaders were running over. When they heard that Leader Fong was coming, of course they had to rush to receive him. But when they heard Qin Yang say this from afar, Director Zhu became nervous. Qin Yang, do you really not understand, or are you pretending to understand? On the surface, giving him 10,000 yuan is considered generous enough, but in fact, aren't you embarrassing yourself? Now, you have been caught by this Leader Pan, right? How are you going to smooth things over? It's okay. Brothers have to settle accounts. 10,000 yuan isn't much, but it's still necessary to give it. Qin Yang continued. Don't let it get out that our 960 factory eats alone and doesn't take care of our brother units. Leader Pan, what do you think? Humph, he is indeed a fool. Leader Pan was happy and was about to make a few more sarcastic remarks, but Leader Fong had already spoken in a cold tone. Okay, let's not talk about these trivial matters. Engineer Qin, hurry up and get started. Foreign friends are still waiting to see our modification. It's fine to quarrel behind closed doors, but foreigners are watching. It's not good to embarrass yourself in front of foreigners. Qin Yang was not alone. There were several foreigners following him, and these people had very complicated expressions. That's right. Let's see how Engineer Qin modified it. The L7 tank gun is not easy to install, especially the gun shield. We spent a lot of effort to put the L7 tank gun in. Yes, the position of the gun ears is also different. Everyone tacitly forgot about the $10,000 and changed the subject to discuss technical issues. It is not easy to modify a tank gun, especially since the installation methods of tank guns in the East and the West are different. If you look at Eastern and Western tanks, you can find a big difference. The base of the Eastern tank gun barrel is covered with a piece of canvas, while the base of the Western tank gun barrel is covered with a piece of complex-shaped armor that rotates with the gun barrel. This is of course because the design ideas are different. The gun barrel needs to be raised and lowered, and it cannot be directly stuffed into the turret and fixed, otherwise the gun barrel cannot be rotated up and down. In order for the gun barrel to rotate, the turret needs to have a vertical opening. It is crucial to protect this opening. If the protection is not tight, machine gun bullets and artillery shell fragments can enter the turret through the opening and injure the tank crew inside. The Western solution is the gun shield, which is to add an extra piece of armor to the base of the gun barrel. This armor can move with the gun barrel, always protecting the opening inside, and even coaxial machine guns and auxiliary sights can be placed on it. This is an external gun shield, which is very large and prone to bullet nesting areas if not designed well. The Eastern tank uses an internal gun shield design, which means that the gun shield is built inside the turret. In fact, it is more appropriate to call it a gun plug. Only an opening for the gun barrel is left on the turret, and the protection depends entirely on the plug inside. The gun ears are also moved in position, and a dust-proof canvas is covered on the outside to prevent dust from entering the gaps inside. The gun barrel installation methods in the East and the West are different, so it will be difficult for domestic tanks to convert to L7 tank guns. You think it's difficult, but it's very easy here with Qin. Qin is the best engineer. If a talent like Qin came to the UK, his annual salary could reach £100,000. Robert spoke after hearing these people's discussions. Qin Yang turned his head and looked at Robert. Mr. Robert, please don't say that. Otherwise I will be investigated by the Domestic Intelligence Department. There are a few big mouths here, and your words will spread quickly. Of course not. As a military attaché, I just admire technicians like you. Robert looked at Leader Fong, knowing that he was the most senior official on the scene. Leader Fong, please understand what I mean. Leader Fong nodded. Of course I understand. If Qin Gong wanted to leave, he would have gone to Austria long ago. If anyone dares to spread rumors, I will seek justice for you. Leader Pan's heart skipped a beat. He knew, of course, that this was a warning to him. However, he was even more shocked by another thing. Everyone was not optimistic about Qin Yang, and thought that he was bragging when he said that he could complete the transformation in such a short time. But the British admired Qin Yang so much, they even invited him to work abroad. Could Qin Yang really change for the better? Then why did he prepare such a big event? Not only did he not cheat Qin Yang, but he also promoted him. Zhuang Shuren and Zhang Wanhe were also very surprised and didn't know where the foreigners' admiration came from. Sure enough, this trip here can really broaden our horizons. Zhang Wenshu said, Engineer Qin, what did you do? Don't keep us in suspense. Let us see. Mr. Zhu looked behind Qin Yang and the others, where they heard the roar of an old liberation truck. It was the same truck that had driven away in the morning to deliver the L7's tail. When the old Jiefeng stopped, Zhu Lao had already run over. He looked at the modified parts in the carriage and was stunned. The length of the tail of this gun is obviously shortened. That's right, Qin is amazing. He cleverly integrated the return mechanism and the recoil mechanism into a cylindrical breech block, which greatly simplified the structure of the breech block. I want to bring this design back and show it to people in China. Robert continued to sigh. He witnessed the transformation process with his own eyes and was extremely shocked. Hard to install? Then change the gun. The gun barrel cannot be modified, but the breech block mechanism inside the turret can be further integrated. Qin Yang personally modified a few parts in the workshop and cleverly made the breech block more compact. Modify the gun. Zhuang Shuren, an expert in gun manufacturing, opened his eyes wide. When he saw the L7 tank gun, he was impressed by the exquisite design of this gun. Stuffing the L7 tank gun into the turret of the 69-3 tank saved a lot of space compared to the original 100mm rifled gun, and the tank crew had more room to move around inside. In his eyes, the L7 tank gun was already very sophisticated, and there was no room for modification. Unexpectedly, Engineer Qin actually modified it? How did he modify it? You know, the L7 prototype was delivered yesterday morning, and Engineer Qin had no chance to touch it before. Now, I didn't expect that he actually modified it. Sure enough, genius doesn't need time. Just by taking a few glances, he can know how to make changes. Zhuang Shuren was completely convinced. Qin Yang had a smile on his face. How about this? Who dares to say that he relied on his father's guidance? My father didn't have this skill either. Gun shield diagram. Chapter 125. Complete a month's work in half a day. The L7 tank gun has been constantly evolving over the long years. After entering the 21st century, Americans modified the Stryker armored vehicle into a fire strike vehicle and installed a fully automatic improved M68 tank gun. This tank gun is almost the ultimate evolutionary model. Qin Yang just took this modification plan. This M68 tank gun was removed from the M1 tank and was recycled. At that time, it was integrated with the recoil mechanism and the return mechanism, which effectively reduced the space at the tail of the gun and facilitated the arrangement of the automatic loader. The automatic loader is not used now, but the improved plan can be used. As early as when Zhang Wanhe and others asked Qin Yang to modify the Type 59 tank, Qin Yang had thought of this method, so he dared to guarantee that it could be modified in half a day. The space occupied by the breech block is smaller, so the lifting lug and gun shield can naturally use the original design and can be installed with a simple modification. Every pair of eyes at the scene was filled with shock. This Qin engineer was able to transform Britain's mature tank gun and even received praise from the British. He was truly extraordinary. Many of them had indeed come here to watch the fun, but now they had become supporters of Qin Yang. Leader Pan, who had personally pushed this matter forward, had a very dark expression on his face. An hour later, the integrated turret was finally installed. Qin Yang shouted, "Drive the crane over here and prepare to lift the turret." "Wait, the gun barrel hasn't been installed yet." Zhang Wanhe shouted. "The L7 tank gun has an advanced design. The barrel can be installed outside without any operation inside. This is much more scientific than our tank gun design. Installing the barrel now is like farting and taking off pants." Qin Yang suddenly thought of something. Last time when the 69-3 was modified, was it installed before lifting it? Everyone was embarrassed. In the past, the disassembly of domestically produced tank guns was very complicated, and the turret was a necessary step. After all, the Russians never considered ergonomics. When it came to the battlefield, the tanks only survived for a few dozen hours, and the gun barrels did not need to be replaced. They were prepared for a war of attrition. The West is different. They attach great importance to the concept of maintainability. To replace the engine on the battlefield, they can lift it as a whole, and it can be done in 1 or 2 hours, not to mention changing the gun barrel. There is no need to dismantle the turret at all, just pull it out from the outside. But everyone didn't know that the damn British were happy to delay the installation, so they didn't remind everyone, so that everyone didn't even know there was such a simple way. Maybe the heat shield of the barrel was damaged during the overall installation. Robert and others pretended to know nothing and continued to appreciate Qin Yang's operations. Qin Yang directed the crane to lift the turret back onto the tank, and then directed the crane to install the gun barrel. The entire installation process went smoothly, showing that Qin Yang knew this tank gun very well. Was this person really in contact with the L7 tank gun for the first time? He is just like the designer of the L7 tank gun. Although the L7 tank gun is still a new thing in this era, but in the time and space where Qin Yang came from, the L7 tank gun was absolutely everywhere. The world's best modified L7 is in the East, so Qin Yang is of course very familiar with this kind of gun. By noon, the entire cannon was installed. The long barrel was installed with earthen heat-insulating sleeves, and the exhaust device in the middle was bulging, which looked majestic and spectacular. Sure enough, the installation only took half a day. Chin, your operation is flawless. It's amazing, Robert said with emotion. Now it's time to adjust the artillery, right? It's time to adjust the artillery, but don't worry, let's go eat first. Leader Fong, can you stay and eat with us in the cafeteria? Zhu Zizhong was a little anxious. You want to invite Leader Fong to have a meal in our cafeteria? If you want to go, you have to go to a big hotel in the capital. Isn't this embarrassing? Okay. Leader Fong nodded happily. I heard that the food in your cafeteria is good. Since we are here today, let's go and taste it. The secretary at the side was a little anxious. Leader Fong, you still have a lot of work to deal with. Now we see that the L7 tank gun has been installed. It's time to go. Leader Pan was also a little embarrassed. What about himself? He had been a clown for half a day. Should he leave quietly or stay? Just as he was hesitating, there were fewer and fewer people around him, and the voices of two technicians talking reached his ears. The next task is not easy. New guns, new shells. This gun calibration is definitely going to be a headache. That's right. We only modified the gun, but didn't install the matching fire control system imported from Britain. If we only rely on our gun scope, there is a high probability that the shells will be shot away. There is something else going on here. Leader Pan followed up and said, Comrades, I just heard you say that after the gun barrel is installed, the next step of calibrating the gun is still a challenge. Both of them came from the 201 Institute and didn't know Leader Pan well. When they heard Leader Pan's question, they immediately planned to introduce him to Leader Pan. However, at this moment, Zhang Wanhe turned around with a serious face. Xiao Wang, Xiao Zhao, pay attention to the confidentiality discipline. Leader Pan glanced at Zhang Wanhe awkwardly. Old Zhang, don't you still believe me? Old Pan, you should also know the confidentiality discipline. What's happening here has nothing to do with your foreign affairs department. You should just go do what you need to do and don't waste your precious time here. He was actually ordered to leave by Zhang Wanhe. Why? Zhang Wanhe was not the owner of this place. However, he hesitated for a few seconds and still did not follow. He could only watch a large group of people leave. He had instigated these people to come here, originally wanting to watch the fun. Now, these people surrounded Qin Yang, and the intimacy made him so angry that he stamped his feet and turned around to leave. But he saw Qin Bao was still standing there. He rolled his eyes and went up to him. Director Qin, would you like to have dinner with us? Someone has to watch over here, so I'll just stay here. Director Qin, this is not good. You are the leader of the factory. How can you not accompany your leader for a drink? Wouldn't that be disrespectful to Leader Fong? Drink wine. Yes, this is a good opportunity to get close to Leader Fong. I have a few boxes of Matai in my car. Our foreign affairs department uses them to entertain foreign guests. You can use them first. This isn't good. Why not? Leader Fong is here, and there are foreign friends here too. We can't lose face. The cafeteria of Factory 960 became lively. Yangzi, is it appropriate to drink in the middle of the day? Qin Baohua asked someone to bring in the wine, but he felt that it was a bit inappropriate. If he drank too much at noon, what would he do with his work in the afternoon? So he found Qin Yang and discussed it with him in a low voice. Matai? Where is it from? Moved from Leader Pan. Qin Yang glanced at Leader Pan, who was hiding stealthily in the corner, and an idea came to his mind. It's not easy for Leader Fong to come here for an inspection. Since Leader Pan is sponsoring our Matai, of course we have to drink it. After Qin Yang finished speaking, he picked up a bottle of wine and gulped it down into the glass in front of him. Leader Fong is very busy, and all of you comrades are also very busy. We finally got together at noon today, and Leader Pan from the Foreign Affairs Department provided us with Matai for free. Let's drink to our heart's content today. If everyone doesn't have enough to drink, we can get more from Leader Pan's car. Now, with this first glass of wine, I wish our great motherland prosperity. Leader Pan almost vomited blood. 8 yuan a bottle of Matai. A box costs 70 or 80 yuan. The 2 boxes of wine were just lent to the 960 factory, but now Qin Yang actually gave them as gifts. Moreover, in this situation, he couldn't refute it. Otherwise, he would be called a stingy person. Moreover, if there is not enough to drink, then go and move. Is this going to eat the rich? Chapter 126 Come, drink free Matai. Leader Fong frowned. It was noontime now, so drinking was not a good idea. However, Qin Yang had performed well this morning, so it was reasonable to celebrate with a drink, especially since it was given by Leader Pan. Of course, he knew what role Leader Pan played in this matter. Now that he was willing to contribute Matai liquor to celebrate Qin Yang's success, the matter would be over. After all, they would still have contact in the future. Robert and others have worked hard these days. This lunch today is a good way to entertain them. Qin Yang pulled the foreigners out. Qin Yang didn't treat Robert and his friends any differently. They usually ate together in the cafeteria, and they didn't cook for themselves or drink. Are foreigners so great? They are just two shoulders carrying one head. However, other people did not have such a normal attitude, not to mention that these foreigners were actually of high status. It was completely enough for Leader Fong to personally entertain them. So, Leader Fong took a look at the 8 yuan bottle of Matai and finally nodded. Okay, then drink in moderation. For many people, drinking Matai once is enough to brag about for a year, and when people raise their glasses, they drink more than 3 cups. As for those who raised their glasses to toast their leaders, there were even more of them, and smiling faces holding glasses would appear in front of Qin Yang from time to time. Engineer Qin, you are a genius in our military industry. Zhang Wenshu raised his glass and looked at Qin Yang. The skills you showed today have convinced all of us at the 201st Institute. If we want to copy a foreign gun, we will do it, but if we want to improve it, we will never be able to do it in such a short time. You are simply a genius in our system. Come on, let's go. Director Zhang, thank you for your compliment, but I am not the protagonist in an occasion like today. Qin Yang said, you should interact more with foreigners. Foreigner? Zhang Wenshu looked at Robert and others on the side, wondering what Qin Yang meant to say. These foreigners were reserved. Or did Qin Yang expose many of the foreigners' tricks? Director Zhang, we are now introducing the L7 tank gun, which is only the first step. Next, we have to continue to introduce more. Our tank technology has long been outdated. The problem of tank guns has been solved. The next step is the engine. The British Perkins CV-12 tank engine has a compact structure and strong power. It is very suitable for our next generation of tanks. Take this opportunity to exchange more with us. Zhang Wenshu suddenly understood. The Type 59 tank used a 520 horsepower diesel engine, which was upgraded to 580 horsepower on the Type 69 tank, and then to 730 horsepower on the Type 80 tank. Each improvement was difficult, and the potential was almost exhausted. Is this power enough? Of course not. Look at the West. The power of mainstream tank engines has long exceeded 1,000 horsepower, and the German Leopard 2 tank is the first with a power output of 1,500 horsepower. The British CV-12 engine can output 1,200 horsepower, which is also very outstanding, and the overall power package structure is even more amazing. It would be good to take this opportunity to learn more about it. Zhang Wenshu held a glass of wine and went to find Robert and others. Mr. Zhu didn't like the hustle and bustle, so he sat at the table next to him, looking at the scene here, with a lot of emotions in his heart. The 3 major elements of a tank are mobility, protection, and firepower. Among them, the problem of firepower has been solved by our side. We have to rely on ourselves for the problem of protection, which cannot be imported. The only thing left is mobility. If we can import advanced tank engine technology from abroad, it will be of great benefit to the development of the domestic tank industry. This Qin Gong is very capable. Even though their 960 factory only makes guns, Qin Gong has his sights set on the entire military industry. As for that Leader Pan, seeing him constantly encouraging others to toast Qin Yang, Mr. Zhu felt very disdainful. Such a person would never amount to anything. Engineer Qin, I have to offer you a glass of wine. You are a genius in our military industry. Leader Pan hesitated for a long time, but finally came up with the glass of wine. I admit that I had a bad attitude when I came here a few days ago. Please don't take it to heart. Of course, Leader Pan, you are the one who bought all this wine. After drinking your wine, how can I still be upset about those little things? Qin Yang was also very generous. By the way, this wine is almost finished. Shall we move 2 more boxes over? Leader Pan felt so painful that he looked out the window and said, of course there's no problem with the wine, but Engineer Qin, can you finish the gun calibration today? Tomorrow is the 29th. Can you guys shoot tomorrow? Of course, we will be able to shoot tomorrow. We have to present a gift to our motherland before National Day. Then we have to inform the leaders of this news in advance and ask them to come for inspection tomorrow. That's right, we need to notify them in advance. Leader Fong said. Leader Han has been thinking about it. Okay, then everyone continue drinking here. I'll go report to the leaders. Leader Pan stood up excitedly and said, I'm out of wine in my car. I'll have someone send 2 boxes over. As time passed, Qin Baoguo became more and more anxious. Finally, he came to Qin Yang in front of everyone and whispered, Yangzi, it's getting late. Should we go to calibrate the artillery? Tomorrow is the 29th, and the day after tomorrow is the 30th. We can't delay any longer. Otherwise, how can we pay tribute to the motherland before National Day? It's still early, let's drink some more. Qin Yang looked up at the sky outside and said, Robert, please pack and send us a few sets of your CV-12 engines and the matching transmission systems. If we pass the tests, we might buy a large number of them. You can see that our tank forces cannot rely solely on those Type 59 tanks to conquer the world. What they were talking about now was the important project of introducing tanks. Even Leader Fong was very interested in it, so Qin Baowu didn't want to disturb him any further. By the time they had almost finished talking about it, it was already dark outside. Okay, it's almost done. Let's go calibrate the artillery. Qin Yang said, Dad, get a flashlight, the kind with 3 number 1 batteries. Flashlight. The factory street lights have been installed. Qin Baowu was a little curious. Hey, we've been talking for too long. Engineer Qin, is it still convenient to calibrate the artillery today? Leader Fong also realized that it was getting late. Of course it's convenient. No problem. It'll only take a few minutes. Qin Yang said with a smile. A few minutes? It's not easy to calibrate the artillery. After a rifle is used for a long time, the sight and front sight will wear out and errors will occur, requiring calibration. This is even more true for tank guns, which need to be calibrated before each training session to ensure a super high first shot hit rate. This calibration is very complicated and has been matured in the West. The main method is to insert a special calibration scope at the muzzle of the gun. The gunner personally stands on the side to observe, and he cannot touch the mirror. The tank inside and outside work together to complete this task. In order for the mirror to work, it must be best during the day. Qin Yang actually wants to calibrate it at night? Robert and others were also curious. When they got to the front of the tank, Qin Yang picked up the flashlight and said, Squad Leader Zhang, come in for a moment and put the flashlight into the barrel of the tank. Everyone was stunned. Could artillery calibration be done like this? Chapter 127 Calibrate the artillery with a flashlight? The work of artillery calibration is very important. The British L-11 tank gun can hit the target at a distance of 4 kilometers, relying not only on the advantages of the 120mm rifled gun, but also on precise calibration. If the one installed now is also that kind of 120mm rifled cannon, and the requirement is to hit the target at a distance of 3,000 meters, Qin Yang would definitely not dare to do so, as the shell may miss the target by more than 10 meters. Even the Type 69-3 tank at the National Shooting Range, which was modified with the British TSFCS simple fire control system with a digital ballistic computer, had an 80% first shot hit rate at a distance of 1,000 meters, which was inseparable from the credit of the artillery calibration. Now there is no need to shoot that far. The Type 59 tanks at hand have only been replaced with L7 tank guns, and the sighting equipment has not changed. They still use the 1959 style gunner's sight, which is a copy of the old Russian TS-2-22 sight. It is a thorough optical sighting system that can guarantee accuracy within 500 meters. Beyond 500 meters, luck is more important than technique. What was the performance for the superiors this time? Not the accuracy, but the performance of the armor-piercing projectile. So, at most, we could shoot at a target 500 meters away and simply calibrate the gun. When Squad Leader Zhang inserted the flashlight into the gun barrel, his face was full of excitement. Engineer Qin, you still know this way of calibrating the gun. When I was just a tank soldier, an old tank soldier who had participated in the war once taught us to do this. I thought it was outdated, but I didn't expect you were still using it. Light school artillery is an old tactic from the past. Now that it is used again, Squad Leader Zhang has a familiar feeling. Of course, no matter whether it's old news or not, it's still useful. If we have a gun whose trajectory is consistent with that of our shells, it would be more intuitive to shoot directly in the barrel. Qin Yang said, That's right. That's what the old tank soldier said. Everyone stood outside, watching all this in amazement. The light from the flashlight passed through the barrel of the gun and shot towards the wall 100 meters away, leaving a spot of light on it. Engineer Qin actually wanted to calibrate the gun in this way. We drank a lot of matai today, and everyone's brains were a little confused. What else could they guess in their hearts? Leader Pan was planning to get Qin Yang drunk, delaying the calibration of the gun, and there would be no test firing tomorrow. Qin Yang would become a joke in the military industry system if he made a fool of himself in front of so many leaders. But looking at this situation, just like the installation in the morning, Qin Yang had already had it all planned out, so the matai provided by Leader Pan was wasted. Qin Yang sat inside the tank, skillfully turning the gunner's sight, aiming the sharp-angled mark inside at the center of the light spot. He fine-tuned a few knobs and quickly calibrated the gun. No, this kind of gun calibration is too crude. Cannon expert Zhuang Shuren said, directly aiming the scope at the spot means that the default trajectory is straight. This armor-piercing projectile was just produced by Factory 960, and its ballistic characteristics are unknown. Is it okay to adjust it this way? Anyone with a little common sense knows that due to the pull of the Earth's gravity, whether it is a bullet or a shell, it will fly in an arc and gradually fall downward. When adjusting the sight of a rifle, the muzzle will rise. The farther the distance, the more it will rise. The same is true for a tank gun. When hitting a target on the same horizontal line, the muzzle must also be raised, allowing the shell to fly upward first and then fall down so that it can hit the target. Now, the default trajectory is straight. How can this be possible? Yeah, if it flies away, it will be a waste. One bullet costs tens of thousands. As everyone was discussing, Qin Yang climbed out and said, "Okay, it's done. We'll go to the tank range to test the gun tomorrow. Leader Fong, you're welcome to come and inspect tomorrow." That afternoon, news that the Type 59 modified tank was about to be tested spread quickly. Leader Han was in the office. After hearing the secretary's report, he thought for a moment and said, "So fast? Is this news true?" "Yes, I have called Factory 960 to verify. Leader Fong is over there." "Okay, let's arrange a trip tomorrow and go take a look." Leader Han was very excited. "By the way, call the superior to see if our old leader has time to take a look. He is also very concerned about the development of our tank unit." In Institute 208, a group of people were also discussing the matter. This 960 factory is really weird. It took them half a day to assemble the L7 tank gun. If you tell anyone about this, no one will believe it. Yes, this 960 factory is really awesome. The light heavy machine gun they recently developed is said to be lighter than the weight required by the superiors and has a very high accuracy. We thought that their 960 factory focused all its energy on the research and development of light heavy machine guns, but we didn't expect that they just did it by the way and started playing with cannons again. How on earth did they do that? So, they are going to enter the heavy weapons industry? If they keep focusing on the light weapons industry, we will be out of work. Yeah, let those cannon builders worry about it. How about we go and take a look tomorrow? That's right, we must go and join in the fun. In an office on the third floor, Mr. Duo was listening to Leader Pan's narration of the incident with spit flying all over his face. Is Qin Yang the Monkey King? Ammunition expert Wang Lekun couldn't help but said, "He has this ability? We are all in the military industry, and it's good enough to do one thing well in our lifetime. But Qin Yang actually does one thing after another? I don't believe it. The artillery test will be held tomorrow. Why not go and take a look?" Leader Pan continued to fool people. He has gradually come to believe that technically, Qin Yang is a truly capable man, but time still needs to be spent. He has already inquired about it, and he knows that calibrating the artillery is the most time-consuming, and it has to be done during the day. Qin Yang simply does not have enough time to calibrate the artillery, so he will just have to make a fool of himself tomorrow. He must make Qin Yang look bad, because their Foreign Affairs Department cannot tolerate any sand in their eyes. September 29th. The north wind was blowing, and the shooting range of a tank unit located at the foot of Yinshan Mountain was bustling with activity. Flags fluttered in the wind, and a row of Type 59 tanks were neatly arranged. They are the most famous ace troops of the capital military region. They guard the western gate of the motherland. They are the proud tank troops. Cars drove in one after another. The ranks of the people getting off were getting higher and higher, and the tank soldiers became more and more excited. Finally, another Hongqi car drove over. Secretary Song got off and looked at Leader Han, who had just arrived. The old leader had something to do, so he couldn't come. He asked me to come and see that we have to practice with our self-developed armor-piercing shells. This is the most exciting thing. I heard that this armor-piercing shell is very powerful, twice as powerful as our Type 59 tank armor-piercing shells. Leader Han nodded. Yes, if today's test launch is successful, then we can be tough in front of foreigners. We don't need their armor-piercing technology, and they still have to ask us for help. By the way, I heard it was made by the gun-making Factory 960? Yes, recently, Factory 960 has been creating miracles one after another. Everyone says that Factory 960 has produced a military genius. Genius? What's his name? Qin Yang. Hey, where's Qin Yang? I haven't seen him for a long time. Leader Pan was also present, but his status was too low, so he could only be at the very outside of the crowd. At this moment, he was listening to the conversation among the senior leaders, feeling very happy. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. He inquired again and confirmed that Qin Yang and his friends had been drinking until dark yesterday. So Qin Yang definitely did not have time to calibrate the artillery. Rumble. Just at this moment, the roar of the tank trailer was heard. Chapter 128. The target is too bad. Change it for me. Tank squad leader Zhang Yong and others got up early. They cleaned the tank and wiped the exterior spotlessly. The August 1st logo was shining brightly. Everything was ready. The Type 59 tank modified with a tank gun was loaded onto a tank transporter and carried all the way back to the base. As soon as the tank transporter stopped, a large group of leaders surrounded it. This tank gun looks longer than ours. What's that bulge in the middle? Why didn't our previous tanks have it? Qin Yang jumped down from the cab of the tank transporter and looked at the people at the scene. He was moved. Leader Pan was really working hard to trick so many people into coming here. These people were all here to cheer him up. I drank so much Matai from Pan yesterday, and today I met someone that Pan had tricked me into coming. How should I thank him? I should thank him by giving him a slap in the face. Reporting to all leaders, Factory 960 has completed the modification of the 59 tank gun and is preparing to conduct target shooting tests. Qin Yang ran to a group of leaders and answered loudly. In fact, this kind of reporting was originally the job of Director Zhu, but seeing so many leaders on the scene, Director Zhu felt a little weak in the knees. He kept following Leader Dong and even stuttered when he spoke. Qin Yang, this boy, although he is young, is not afraid of anything. He can remain calm in such a situation. It's not easy. Qin Yang, you are so awesome. Secretary Song looked at Qin Yang. He remembered that the first time he met Qin Yang was at the Capital Steel plant. At that time, he felt that Qin Yang was extraordinary. Now, hearing that this project was done by Qin Yang, the emotion in his heart became stronger and stronger. It's okay, this is just the beginning. Qin Yang said, I will continue to work hard to enable our military technology to better catch up with and surpass the world's advanced level. He is indeed a fool. Most people would be humble when praised by their leaders, but Qin Yang was so happy that he accepted it right away. That's right. Let's catch up and surpass the world's advanced level today. Let's see how to catch up and surpass in the field of tank guns. Secretary Song nodded. He thought there was nothing wrong with Qin Yang's words. This was the vigor that young people should have. This kind of momentum of a newborn calf not afraid of a tiger is rarely seen in those older people. Sergeant Zhang, please drive the tank down. Yes. Zhang Yong immediately stood under the trailer, directed the tank to get off the trailer, then jumped onto the tank and rumbled towards the shooting range. A huge steel ingot appeared in the shooting range. We have specially prepared a 300 millimeters thick steel plate for this target shooting. The tank regiment commander said, the cutting machine is also ready. After the shooting, we will cut open the cross-section and see the armor penetration process. Steel plate? Is it a steel ingot? Qin Yang shook his head. No, the quality of this target is too poor and cannot reflect the performance of our armor-piercing projectiles. Qin Yang actually disliked the poor quality of the target? Everyone was surprised. That's right. The density of the steel ingot is too poor. It should be a discarded steel ingot cast by the steel plant. There are scars and heavy skin on the surface, and there may even be sand holes inside. Zhuang Shuren said, its penetration data may be exaggerated. Cold-rolled steel plates should be used to better reflect the true level of armor-piercing projectiles. The penetration data of armor-piercing projectiles of various countries are kept confidential. Until actual combat, we have no idea how strong their performance is. At the same time, this data is also closely related to the target. During World War II, the Russian tankers experienced this kind of pain. They drove a tank with sufficient penetration into the battlefield, but found that they could not penetrate the enemy's tanks whose thickness was within the penetration range. Later, they learned that the armored steel used by Germany was very hard, and their penetration data had to be greatly reduced. Find us a dozen 30 millimeters thick plates, spaced half a meter apart. Qin Yang continued to make requests. More than a dozen 30 millimeters thick steel plates can be found. So what's the matter with the half-meter interval? Robert, who came along to inspect, gave a thumbs up and said, Qin, placing the target like this is equivalent to spaced armor. This shooting data is more real than ours. On behalf of the British Armored Forces, I admit that your shooting data this time is real and valid. 10 steel plates stacked together would have a thickness of 300 millimeters. However, it would be different if a half-meter air layer was added in the middle. This is the principle of modern spaced armor, which improves the protective power of armor by stacking different materials together. The only difference is that what is filled inside is air, not rubber or ceramic. In short, this increases the difficulty. Qin Yang had a proud look on his face. Of course, we will never cheat. Qin Yang didn't consider what spaced armor was. The only reason he did this was because it looked good. With so many laymen coming here, it can't be considered a formal test at all, but a performance. Since it's a performance, of course it has to be good-looking. Leader Pan was confused. What was going on? Was Qin Yang trying to show off his wealth? Was he deliberately making things more difficult for himself? The troops immediately started to prepare, and everyone gathered around to look at the tank with the modified gun barrel. Qin Yang was introducing it non-stop on the side, and Leader Pan was on the periphery of the crowd, with a lot on his mind. Time passed quickly, and soon the target was set up. Report to the leaders, the target is ready. The commander of the tank regiment ran over to report. Okay, let's start the test. Secretary Song said, and looked at Qin Yang. Engineer Qin, you guys start. Yes. Qin Yang turned his head and looked at Zhang Yong. Squad leader Zhang, please move to the target. The first test item is zero distance penetration. Leader Pan, who was outside the crowd, didn't hear it clearly, but he had a bad feeling. Puffs of black smoke came out of the tail of the Type 59 tank. The tank rumbled forward and soon arrived in front of the target. The muzzle of the gun was poked in front of the first target, less than 2 or 3 meters away. What? What are you doing? Leader Pan opened his eyes wide and watched all this in disbelief. A surge of anger rose up from deep in his heart. Cheating, isn't this cheating? Is there anyone who fires like this? Whose tank would let people shoot at their heads? Aren't tanks supposed to fire from a distance of several hundred meters? However, with so many leaders present, he, a small leader, couldn't lose his temper. He swallowed his saliva and looked at the person beside him. Lao Zhuang, this test is very interesting. If we are on the battlefield, we can only fight when we get close to the enemy tanks, right? What we are testing this time is the penetration of armor-piercing projectiles. This penetration data is related to the range, so when we test fire, we start from zero distance. Zhuang Shuren explained to him. This test was not about accuracy, but penetration. The penetration data is a table. In this table, there must be penetration data when the range is 0, and this data is also the largest. Leader Pan was an outsider after all, and didn't know so much. After hearing Zhuang Shuren's introduction, he realized, all this time, it was in vain. Even if they didn't calibrate the gun, they could still hit the target. Did all that Matai liquor go to waste? Chapter 129, A Shocking Bomb. Everyone at the scene had different moods. Mr. Zhu remained silent, watching the tank drive towards the shooting range in silence. His heart was full of anticipation. He hoped that this shot would show the power of the Chinese people and let foreigners know that China's military technology was not bad. Zhang Wenshu was also full of expectations. Although the armor-piercing bullet was not developed by their 201 Institute, it also brought glory to the Chinese people. Of course, other people in the 201 Institute did not have this attitude. They were looking forward to winning a standing ovation, but they also felt a sense of loss. A gun maker from Factory 960 was actually stealing the limelight from them, who were making cannons. As for the 208th Institute and the others, they were just watching the fun. If a shot went well, they would applaud. If a shot went badly, they would certainly sneer at it. Look, how can a gun maker play with cannons? This is not an area you can get involved in. Robert and others were full of expectations. If the piercing rod did not break, it would mean a huge leap in liquid phase sintering technology. Even if they could provide Factory 960 with a CNC machine tool that specialized in cutting bullet butts, it would be worth it. Under the complicated gaze of the crowd, the tank stopped in front of the first target and began to prepare for shooting. Armor-piercing ammunition loaded. Break close. Adjust the ammunition selector knob to armor-piercing rounds. Attention, ready, fire. As Zhang Yong gave the order to fire, the gunner next to him pressed the button hard. Boom. The tank's body shook backwards and a fireball came out from the muzzle. Cannon is the god of war. What a spectacular sight. At this moment, everyone was excited as they watched the blazing fireball gradually expand and the airflow stirred up around the muzzle. This L7 tank gun could withstand a higher chamber pressure, so the amount of propellant was also larger, and the noise coming out of the muzzle was so loud. Then, 2 objects rolled down from in front of the fireball. Everyone knew that they were the cartridge cases that had completed the task of sealing the gas in the barrel. At the same time the cartridge cases fell to the ground, the tungsten alloy piercing rod in the center had already hit the first steel plate hard. Although it is zero distance, but taking into account that the fin-stabilized armor-piercing discarding sabot projectile has to throw away the sabot when flying out, and the blast from the muzzle cannot affect the target. The muzzle is 2 or 3 meters away from the target. But now, this 2 or 3 meters distance is equivalent to nothing, and the penetration rod arrives almost instantly. The sharp bullet pierced into the steel plate at a speed of more than 1,500 meters per second. The bullet and the steel plate rubbed violently, and the heat generated quickly melted the steel plate. The molten steel splashed in all directions, and then the bullet pierced the first steel plate. Just like eating a soup dumpling, the molten steel also splashed forward. From the side, it looked like a fireball had burst out in the center of the steel plate. The fireball quickly expanded on both sides of the steel plate, and then enveloped the entire steel plate. The piercing rod penetrated the first steel plate and continued to pierce into the second steel plate, and then the second fireball burst out. The distance between the 2 steel plates is just enough to release the fireballs. At this time, One fireball after another keeps blooming and connecting with the initial fireball that came out of the muzzle, just like a bubble dragon or a snake game, getting longer and longer. If it was a whole piece of steel ingot, it would not be such an eye-catching sight. Now, this scene made everyone stunned. This bubble dragon made up of fireballs extended to 11 and finally stopped moving forward. The fireballs gradually disappeared and black smoke rose upwards, but everyone's eyes were still looking there, as if the spectacular scene just now was still lingering on their retinas. It penetrated at least 10 layers of steel plates. Secretary Song said, "One layer is 30 millimeters, which means it is definitely 300 millimeters. According to my British friends, this is more difficult than directly penetrating a 300-millimeter steel ingot." As the highest leader on the scene, Secretary Song's words immediately aroused a wave of echoes. Yes, that's right, we launched another big satellite. Factory 960 has never let us down. Our future military industry development will depend on Factory 960. Amazing. Qin Gong is indeed a genius. Secretary Song is a great leader. Thanks to Secretary Song's presence today, we were able to achieve this result. Leader Pan was dumbfounded. Now, the result came out. Just like yesterday, he was a clown again. He was a free laborer for Qin Yang again. He originally planned to laugh at Qin Yang, but now he helped Qin Yang expand his reputation. Secretary Song is here today. When he returns to report, even the old leader will probably know about Qin Yang's existence. Who else in the country will dare to make things difficult for Qin Yang? Amidst the flattery, Robert ran up. In fact, since it can penetrate 10 steel plates, it is enough to prove that the piercing rod did not break in the middle. However, Robert was still worried and wanted to check it out himself. The tungsten alloy penetrator fell between the 10th and 11th steel plates, leaving a shallow mark on the 11th steel plate. It was caused by the penetrator's speed gradually decreasing during the flight, using up its last bit of kinetic energy to hit the target. The piercing rod fell on the grass below, turning black and slowly cooling down with droplets of molten metal. The surrounding weeds were burning. It was unclear whether it was the flames or the hot piercing rod that ignited the fire. It's amazing. The armor penetration depth at zero distance should be more than 310 millimeters. Robert said with emotion. This hand-polished piercing rod did not break. The technology of Factory 960 is fully mature. This type of penetration rod not only has mature technology, but also has a high retention rate due to the removal of the steel sleeve. Now, let's test the penetration depth at a distance of 100 meters. I think it will not be worse than it is now. Qin Yang spoke. During the flight, the shells will be affected by air resistance, and their speed will become lower and lower. This does not matter for grenades that rely on internal explosives to kill the enemy, but it will have a great impact on armor-piercing shells that rely on kinetic energy to kill. The lower the speed, the smaller the depth of armor penetration. Therefore, there is another very important indicator for armor-piercing bullets, which is the speed. For armor-piercing shells with high speed retention, even if they fly 1,000 meters away, the speed reduction is still very small, and the reduction in penetration is small. For armor-piercing shells with low speed retention, the penetration may be reduced by half at 1,000 meters away. At this point, the penetration at zero distance has been determined, and the next step is to test the penetration at 100 meters so that the table can be filled in. There's no need to measure the 100-meter run. Let's just measure the 500-meter run, said Robert. When Leader Pan heard the foreigners make this request, a little spark of hope rose in his heart again. If the target is measured at 500 meters, will the shell miss the target? Even if it missed the target, it was still a good thing. After all, it wasn't because the armor-piercing bullet was not powerful, but because the aiming was not good. 500 meters? Of course, but are you sure? Qin Yang looked at Robert. Our fire control system can guarantee a maximum accuracy of 500 meters. We can just fire one more, and we'll be done. Robert swallowed and said, Qin, can you give us the remaining 3 shells? The materials for the piercing rod, the cartridge case, and so on were all provided by the British. It was only natural for them to want these, but Qin Yang immediately refused. Of course not. We will send the remaining 3 to the National Shooting Range for testing on the Type 69-3 tanks there. If you want the technology, send us the machine tool as soon as possible. The armor-piercing bullet is ejected after it flies out. Multilayer target. Chapter 130 Double Happiness. Director Zhu, your Factory 960 is too powerful. You are leaving no way for our other military factories to survive. At this time, a large group of people gathered around Zhu Zizhong, and everyone's words were sour. That's right, your Factory 960 has done all the work of other factories, so our other factories are just waiting to go bankrupt. How is this possible? We are all brother units, and we are all working to build the motherland. Zhu Zizhong already felt that the atmosphere of the conversation was not right. Water flows to the lowest place, and the factory moves to the highest place. We understand that. However, Director Zhu, you just started making cannons. I don't know how your light and heavy machine guns are developing. Yes, you must not forget your old business. Engineer Qin even made a promise to the leaders at the meeting that if you cannot develop light and heavy machine guns, you must go back to where you came from. Your current factory is so well built, you can't let others take advantage of it. This kind reminder really annoyed Zhu Zizhong, but he couldn't lose his temper right away. He could only continue to smile and said, "Don't worry, everyone. We will definitely not disappoint the leader's expectations." After saying that, he looked at Qin Yang, who was talking to the foreigner. Qin Yang was really something. His research results kept coming out. His colleagues were obviously jealous. Leader Pan in the crowd was happy again. Humph, it's better looking than the ones in Factory 960. This is called a tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. He looked around again and was even more delighted. Secretary Song was walking over with leaders Han, Fong, and others. Director Zhu, your factory has done a great job and has made great contributions to the country and the army. Hey, it's so lively, what are you talking about? Everyone said. Zhu Zizhong's mind was confused and he didn't know how to organize his words. Director Zhu, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. This is your pride. Leader Pan said. Everyone just said that Factory 960 is amazing. You accepted the task of developing heavy machine guns from your superiors, and you still have the energy to develop artillery shells. Your ability is envied by the whole industry. Yes, the light heavy machine gun is an item that our troops urgently need. I don't know how the testing is going. Leader Han was most concerned about this matter and spoke immediately. Zhu Zizhong's face flushed red. A capable person had emerged in the factory, and he was happy to have some free time. He just needed to receive commendation from his superiors at the end of the year. The specific matters would be taken care of by the Qin father and son. With these merits, he would be able to be promoted soon, and the factory would belong to Qin Yang sooner or later. Now, he is not very clear about any of this. How can he report it? Leader Pan was so happy in his heart. Aren't you capable? Why are you stuttering now? Report. I just received a telegram from the National Shooting Range. The light heavy machine gun developed by Factory 960 has officially passed the shooting range test. At this moment, a man hurried over and ran to Leader Fong with a telegram in his hand. Originally, this kind of work was done within the government agency, but today a large group of leaders came to inspect the work, and the telegram message could not be reported to the leaders for the time being. However, this subordinate remembered clearly that this project was very important, and the leaders must be notified as soon as possible, so he came here. Before everyone could comprehend the situation, Leader Han had already grabbed the telegram that was originally given to Leader Fong and said, "It's a double blessing today. We have finally succeeded in developing this light heavy machine gun. Come, let me have a look." That's not the case. It has only passed the test at the National Shooting Range. Our country has a vast territory, and firearms must be adaptable. Next, this gun will need to be tested in cold and plateau areas. However, there should be no problem using it on the battlefield in the south. Before Leader Fong had finished his words, Leader Han had already shouted excitedly. The gun weighs 17.5 kilograms and the tripod weighs 6 kilograms, so the total weight is less than 24 kilograms, which is lighter than the target we gave. A strong soldier can easily carry it and maneuver on the battlefield. Can the shooting accuracy of such a light heavy machine gun be guaranteed? After hearing these data, someone finally couldn't help but speak up. It was really inappropriate to interrupt in such an occasion, but they were helpless because they were too shocked. Yes, accuracy is a big problem. Let me continue to look. Leader Han didn't care who said this. He continued to scan the telegram. Accuracy. Accuracy is here. At a distance of 1,000 meters, the R50 value is 0.63 meters. The shooting accuracy is far better than our existing heavy machine guns. Everyone present was an expert, and when they heard this number, they all stared in surprise. Impossible. This is impossible. Such a heavy machine gun is simply the most advanced in the world. Do we have such ability? Good, not bad. Leader Han said. No wonder Qin Gong came back to get armor-piercing bullets. It turns out that he has enough confidence in this heavy machine gun. We originally said that the trial production would be completed by the end of the year, but we didn't expect it to be completed so soon. We need to place an order as soon as possible, produce a batch quickly, and send it to the troops in the south. Those who just criticized Qin Yang for missing the point have now shut up. Qin Yang is not indecisive, fishing for 3 days and drying the net for 2 days. He is confident. Secretary Song was also very happy. This Qin engineer is really amazing. Factory 960 has done a good job. It is a model for all our military enterprises to learn from. Qin Yang, who was walking from a distance, felt a little helpless. Secretary Song, you are making us hate you. After discussing with the foreigners, the second shooting was about to begin. Everyone had to move back. Qin Yang came over to inform them, but heard everyone talking about a new topic. Originally, everyone wanted to use this topic to attack Factory 960, but they didn't expect that it would make Factory 960 even more famous. Secretary Song's praise is equivalent to praise from the old leader. That's right, Factory 960 is the pride of our military industry. Director Zhu, you didn't say it just now because you were too embarrassed to brag about yourself. What is there to be embarrassed about? We need to learn more in the future. There was another round of compliments from the crowd, and among the voices, someone spoke again. If we talk about launching satellites in our military industry, we have to look at Factory 960, just like the Sky Rocket. By the way, when we were testing the sniper rifle, Engineer Qin said that he would standardize small caliber ammunition for us. I wonder when this work will start. Trial production of small caliber ammunition? Hasn't the relevant departments been researching this for a long time? I remember that a special meeting was held for this project 10 years ago. Secretary Song was busy with many things, and it was impossible for him to know the details of this research and development project. He just knew that someone was researching the project. Yes, we are researching, but it is difficult to develop a completely new ammunition. We have conducted a lot of research, but there is no way to unify the ammunition. The only solution at present is to separate the bullets into ordinary bullets and heavy bullets, and use them separately for automatic rifles and machine guns. Ammunition expert Wang Lekun spoke. I'm afraid this will greatly increase the difficulty of logistical supply, right? Even if Secretary Song didn't understand the specific technology, he knew about logistics management. Yes, so Engineer Qin originally proposed to develop a universal bullet. In order to help them, the 955 factory was also allocated to the 960 factory. Now they are in the same factory area. What about Engineer Qin? Can this project be completed for us in a month or so like other projects? Qin Yang had already walked into the crowd. He shook his head helplessly. It's because of the lack of funds. If our superiors allocate 50 million yuan to us, we guarantee that we can test produce it within a month. Chapter 131 never disappoints. Is he asking for money again? Why does this scene look so familiar? Secretary Song found it a little funny. As a secretary under an old leader, he had met many people and all of them were very respectful to him. Even the children of powerful families did not dare to speak loudly in front of him. Qin Yang was the first person to be as thick-skinned as him. Look at Director Zhu. He has a bad psychological quality and can't even speak what he is holding back. Then look at Qin Yang. He is justified in asking for money. This kid doesn't even know how to write the word afraid. However, such young people are vigorous, energetic, and capable. The future of our motherland depends on this new generation. Engineer Qin, this 50 million is too much. Leader Han said, this project is indeed difficult for others, but it shouldn't be too difficult for you. I think you should stop asking for too much. How about giving you 5 million? No, absolutely not. Qin Yang shook his head like a rattle. This concerns the replacement of ammunition for the entire army. We must be cautious. What can we do with 5 million? It's not even enough for us to make sample bullets and guns for testing. With a budget of 10 million and subsequent production, if you want to do it, do it. If you don't want to do it, forget it. Okay, deal. Everyone around was dumbfounded. This was a rigorous scientific research task, a major event related to the replacement of bullets for the entire army. Now it sounded like bargaining with a vendor. Who dares to do this? No one but Qin Yang dared to do this, which fully demonstrated how much his superiors doted on him. Thinking of this, little flames of jealousy appeared in everyone's eyes again. By the way, leaders, let's watch the second shooting. This time the range will be 500 meters. Qin Yang then remembered his purpose. 500 meters? Leader Pan, who had been silent the whole time, was startled. Really? This tank gun is not calibrated at all. How can it hit the target from 500 meters away? Besides, isn't it said that the ballistic characteristics of this new armor-piercing projectile are unknown? After it is fired, who knows where it will float to? The armor-piercing projectiles we developed in the past would always feel light. I don't know how this 105mm armor-piercing projectile will perform. Zhuang Shuren spoke. In that special era, weapons and equipment could not be purchased from abroad, but our military workers did not give up. If foreign countries did not give them, then they would make them themselves. Military experts developed the 100mm long and special fin-stabilized armor-piercing projectiles, which were equipped on the 69 tanks, but they were replaced soon after. The bullet flew out and fluttered. When a gust of wind came, I didn't know where it went. The army had a very low evaluation and didn't dare to use it at all. It was better to use the original gun, honestly. Zhuang Shuren is an artillery expert at Factory 447. He questioned this, and it seemed that this cannon would most likely fail. However, before Leader Pan's excitement took over his mind, he was replaced by worry. This Qin Yang is very strange. Since he dares to do this, he must be sure of it. Zhuang Shuren's words sounded more like a favor to Qin Yang. Practice is the only criterion for testing truth. Since Mr. Zhuang is worried, he should open his eyes wide. Qin Yang continued, "Please rest assured, leaders, our shells will not disappoint you. Our 960 factory has never disappointed the leaders." These words are full of confidence. The tank retreated 500 meters and was ready to open fire again. Mr. Zhu stood quietly in the safe area and watched. He was very calm in his heart because he had completely trusted Qin Yang. This shooting would definitely be successful. It seems a bit unfair for a military expert like Qin Yang to only work in Factory 960. Should he be transferred to a higher-level department? Boom. Just as Mr. Zhu was thinking, the tank gun opened fire. A blazing fireball burst out of the muzzle, shook off the rod of the cartridge case, and flew forward. After 0.3 seconds, it hit the first steel plate hard, and then the beautiful scene of the fireball snake appeared again. The trajectory is straight. It's no different from shooting at zero range. Its initial velocity must be very high. Zhuang Shuren has been staring at it with wide eyes. Although he didn't use a mechanical stopwatch to measure it, he could roughly calculate. I guess its initial velocity can reach 1,500 meters per second. The higher the initial velocity of the shell, the flatter the trajectory. The domestically produced 59 tank uses a copy of the old Russian D-10T tank gun. The initial velocity of the armor-piercing shell is only 895 meters per second, and the initial velocity of the armor-piercing shell is only 850 meters per second. Therefore, after flying out, the curvature of the trajectory becomes larger and larger. The armor-piercing shell in front of us has an initial velocity of 1,500 meters per second, and the trajectory is flat until it is within 500 meters. The trajectory is very stable. This armor-piercing bullet did not disappoint us. Robert also said, "We must introduce its technology, even if we have to exchange it for CNC machine tools." He knew that the L7 tank gun could fire at such a high initial velocity, but whether the penetrator was floating or not also depended on whether the shape was reasonable. Now, this armor-piercing projectile has proved with facts that it is mature and qualified. "Everyone, don't you want to take a look at the armor-piercing ability?" Qin Yang asked with a smile. This time, everyone paid attention to the trajectory, but not the armor penetration. How deep is the penetration? Just like last time, just count the fireballs on the steel plate. I just counted, it penetrated 10 pieces of armor. At a distance of 500 meters, its penetration was almost unaffected. Zhang Wanha, who had been studying armor-piercing shells, said, "This is simply unbelievable. Its speed retention ability is amazing." The target was still the same target, but the position where the second shell hit was about half a meter away from the first. Everyone walked up to it and looked at the molten holes left on it, feeling emotional. The piercing rod has been inserted into the 10th steel plate. Zhang Wanha ran straight to the 10th steel plate, looked at the slender piercing rod stuck in the steel plate, and fixed it in the middle, and said, "The armor-piercing ability of 500 meters is 300 millimeters, which is amazing." There are many different opinions on the standard of armor-piercing bullets. The Russian standard is low, and it is enough if 3 out of 4 armor-piercing bullets can penetrate the target. The Western standard requires that all of them must penetrate the target. In terms of actual effect, although the piercing rod is now embedded, it can be considered as a penetration. From the killing mechanism, it can achieve the goal of destroying the enemy. An armor-piercing bullet is just a thin rod without any explosives. How does it kill the enemy? The answer is that as long as the armor is penetrated, even if the rod does not penetrate, the molten metal droplets will splash onto the tank crew and the ammunition inside, causing a secondary explosion. If the rod penetrates, it will be even more terrible. The hot rod will reflect back and forth inside the tank, mashing everyone inside into a pulp, and then with the secondary explosion of the ammunition, everyone will turn into ash. Even though it's only embedded now, it's still considered a penetration. Just now, a fireball flashed on the steel plate, and a large amount of metal droplets were splashed out. Yes, the performance of this armor-piercing projectile is too strong, Robert said with emotion. If we use this technology to make 120 millimeters armor-piercing projectiles, the performance will be even stronger. They want to introduce this technology, definitely not to improve the L7 tank gun. They have already upgraded to the L11 tank gun. They just want to transplant this technology to their own armor-piercing shells. Now, no need to doubt or hesitate. Hurry up and trade. This technology is the key to curbing the Russians' surging armored torrent. A target cut open after being penetrated by an armor-piercing bullet. Chapter 132 Celebration Party. A hotel in the capital. Secretary Song is very busy and has no time to attend our dinner. But before leaving, he specifically told us to entertain the heroes today. The light heavy machine gun developed by Factory 960 has passed the acceptance of the national shooting range, and the armor-piercing shells developed by Factory 960 have achieved the best results in the world. Leader Han raised his glass. Come on, our first glass of wine today is to celebrate the success of Factory 960. Everyone raised their glasses and said, yes, this is a huge step forward for our military industry. Thank you very much for the support from all the leaders. Our Factory 960 will continue to work hard and strive to reach a higher level. Zhu Zizhong raised his glass and saluted the leaders, his words stuttering a little. This is the first time. Factory 960 was originally just a small third-tier factory that manufactured guns. Zhu Zizhong was also an unknown passerby in the system. It was good enough for him to see Leader Fong on the rostrum from afar during occasional meetings. Now, he could even ask Leader Han to hold a celebration banquet for them. This was too big a scene, and Zhu Zizhong was a little overwhelmed. Everyone raised their glasses and drank them all. Here, this second glass of wine is for encouragement. Since you, Factory 960, are so capable, you must quickly produce small-caliber universal bullets for us. Now, mainstream countries in the world have already achieved small-caliber rifles. In this regard, we have long fallen behind. We can't continue to fall behind. The Soviet Union came up with a 5.45 mm caliber, and the mainstream in the West is 5.56 mm. Only China has not caught up. China has chosen 5.8 mm as its caliber, but the research and development of bullets has always been difficult. Please, leaders, please rest assured. Zhu Zizhong began to express his determination. We will definitely not let the leaders down and complete the task on time. Qin Yang smiled in his heart. This was the scene that Director Zhu was looking forward to the most. Why was he trembling? His psychological endurance was a bit poor. In the future, he would be praised by the leaders every now and then, and he would probably get used to it. This third glass of wine is for Qin Gong, the military genius. Hearing this, Qin Yang quickly raised his glass and said, Leader Han, please don't say that. I can't accept it. Let me toast you. What are you interrupting me about? Shut up, I haven't finished yet. Leader Han said sternly, you are a genius in our military industry, but you can't just focus on your work. You should have a woman to take care of your life. If you can give birth to a group of little military geniuses for us, our military industry will have more hope. Everyone present, drink this glass of wine, and then go back and pay attention to see if there is anyone suitable around you. Qin Yang's face was full of embarrassment. Although the soul that came here is very experienced, this body is only 18 years old. Now, you old men are making fun of me. Do you have the nerve? Besides, the family planning policy was introduced in 1971 and officially written into the basic national policy in 1982. Do you want me to violate the national call? With Leader Han's arrangement, we must ensure that the mission is completed. Lao Zhang, what are you promising? It should be Qin Yang who promises to complete the task. Everyone started to joke. After the third glass of wine, the atmosphere became lively. Many people raised their glasses to toast each other. People who complimented Qin Yang kept appearing in front of him. He raised his glass and accepted all the compliments. In the midst of the excitement, Leader Han's secretary quietly walked in and said something in his ear. Leader Han's expression suddenly changed. What? Really? Yes. Then we need to hold an emergency meeting right away. Where's Qin Yang? Stop drinking and come with me. Lao Fong, you come too. The scene was filled with envious, jealous, and hateful looks. This young man, Qin Yang, actually followed Leaders Han and Fong. At this time, in Secretary Song's office, Leader Pan was excitedly expressing his loyalty. Please rest assured, this is a big deal for our Foreign Affairs Department, and we will definitely handle this matter properly. Well, it's different from previous receptions. This time it needs to be kept confidential. Although your Foreign Affairs Department will participate in the reception, the number of people should not be too large. 2 or 3 people will be enough. Secretary Song continued to instruct. Yes, please rest assured that we will select the most reliable people to do this and will never bring shame to our country. Even if we have not established diplomatic relations with them, we must use high-standard etiquette to receive them. Secretary Song, Leader Han, and others are here. Just at this moment, there were knocks on the door outside and a voice was heard. Let them in. Well, Lao Han, Lao Fong, and Xiao Qin, please come in and sit down. Secretary Song said with a smile. I called you here because I just received a piece of news. Leader Pan opened his eyes wide in surprise. He could accept leaders Han and Fong coming here. After all, this was an arms trade. But what was Qin Yang doing here? What qualifications does Qin Yang have to participate in such a secret operation? If it weren't for the recent events, Leader Pan would not have lost his composure. However, the successive blows made Leader Pan feel dissatisfied. He couldn't help but say, Leader Han, Leader Fong, the matter we are going to discuss this time is very important. Qin Yang is still too young and not steady at all. Don't let him lose face in front of foreigners. Should he not participate? He works in the Foreign Affairs Department, in charge of reception work, so it makes sense for him to say this. Hearing his words, Leader Han frowned, and Leader Fong said with a smile, Old Pan, anyone can be missing this time, except Engineer Qin. Why? Because this time the client came just for Qin Gong. How is that possible? Leader Pan said in surprise. Qin Yang knows a few British people at most. When did he know anyone in the Middle East? Leader, I have a suggestion. At this moment, Qin Yang spoke up. He looked at Secretary Song with a serious face and said, the visit of foreign friends this time is very secretive, so it is better for the Foreign Affairs Department not to participate. This guy has never been willing to suffer a loss, and now he is fighting back. Leader Pan's face immediately turned red. Mr. Qin, what do you know? Our Foreign Affairs Department is responsible for receiving foreign guests. If this task is not given to us, how can it be given to you? That's right. Qin Yang nodded. It is precisely because the Foreign Affairs Department is responsible for receiving foreign guests that their every move is watched. At this time, if their Foreign Affairs Department personnel are involved, it is likely to be noticed by some interested parties. For the safety of foreign guests and the confidentiality of this transaction, I suggest not to let the Foreign Affairs Department personnel get involved. If you leave it to them, they might beat the gong and drum and let every ant in the world know about it. Secretary Song thought for a moment and finally nodded. Yes. That's right. But can you guarantee that you can receive foreign guests well? I am friends with them. I will treat them as I would treat good friends, which is much more appropriate than a formal foreign affairs reception. It will not be too late to take them to the relevant units after we have discussed our intentions. Okay, that's it. Pan, you can go out now. Remember, the confidentiality level of this matter is the highest, so don't reveal any secrets. Was he driven away just like that? A cold light flashed in Leader Pan's eyes, and then it disappeared. He agreed, lowered his head and left. Chapter 133, Range 300, Error 2500. Engineer Qin, you are so young, but you always do things that are beyond our expectations. Secretary Song said with a smile. I originally thought you were just a genius in military industry, but I didn't expect you to be so good at foreign trade. Reporting to the leader, I was just planning to sell air rifles, and then I got to know a few friends I met while hunting. I didn't expect their identities and backgrounds to be so strong. This time, we can export and earn foreign exchange, which is also a pleasant surprise. I dare not take credit for it. When did you learn to be modest? It seems that the sun has risen from the west today, Secretary Song said with a smile. The old leader has heard about what happened today. He is very satisfied with you and praised you a lot. We have to handle this matter well. Come on, tell me how you plan to receive me. First, you should go to our factory to inspect our products. After recounting the entire process, Secretary Song made a few small suggestions, and it was basically ready. In that case, the reception standards on our side don't need to be too high for now. The old director has done a lot of work during the relocation of your factory. Now, let the old director accompany you. Secretary Song made the decision. On October 1st, National Day, people all over the country are celebrating, but a few people are also busy. On October 2nd, at the Capital International Airport, several bearded men got off the plane. Qin Yang, like other reception staff, stood in the reception area waiting, holding a large sign in his hand. Seeing the tall and thin man coming up, Qin Yang smiled. Al-Walid, my friend, thank you for your hospitality last time. This time I will do my best to be a good host. Of course, Al-Walid said with a smile. Qin, my friend, let me introduce you. This is my father, Lida. Mr. Lida, welcome to the East. We have a new model of Lion brand air rifles. I hope you like them. Let's get in the car first. Qin Yang led everyone to the 212 bus outside. Leader Dong waited directly in the car. Two 212 buses drove out of the airport. Everything seemed relatively low-key. Qin, where are we going now? Al-Walid asked. Of course, I'll go to the Capital Farm Implement Factory and inspect the air rifles there. Okay. Al-Walid nodded. Lida looked out the window and said with emotion, people say that the East is poor and backward, But what I see here is not as desolate as the legend says. Yes, this is because the outside world doesn't understand us, Qin Yang said. However, our country is also becoming gradually open, and the outside world will become more and more familiar with us. It is said that you are not a true man if you have not climbed the Great Wall. When we have time, I will take you to climb the Great Wall. The visitor was obviously nonchalant and just echoed a few of Qin Yang's words. A convoy of 212 vehicles drove into the Capital Agricultural Implements Factory and stopped in front of the office building. The Capital Farm Implements Factory was a bit quiet on this day because the entire factory was shut down and the workers were on vacation. Everyone sat down in the spacious and comfortable conference room. Everyone, let me introduce our Lion brand air gun to you. This is our air gun model. Qin Yang smiled and took out a slender cylinder from the briefcase. It had a pointed cone in front and 4 triangular objects in the back. When they saw what Qin Yang was holding, everyone held their breath. They came here just for this. What is its range? Al-Walid asked. 300. Hearing Qin Yang's answer, Al-Walid frowned. Qin, when you introduced it to us, you said that the range of this thing was 2,800. What's the point of 300? Isn't 300 the same as Scud? Lita was also a little unhappy. He was of noble status and busy with affairs. He came here because he heard that there were good things with a range of 2,800 kilometers. The war has already begun, and they have deeply felt a sense of crisis. They need good things to protect themselves at critical moments. But now, why are there only 300? Isn't this fooling people? My friend, don't be anxious. Listen to my introduction. The accuracy of our things is very poor. Qin Yang said. Shouldn't the higher the precision of this kind of thing, the better? Al-Walid was a little anxious. Yours is so bad? How bad is it? With a range of 300, the error may be 2,500. When they heard this, everyone present was petrified. What did you say? The range is 300, but the error is 2,500? The error is 8 times the range. Isn't this thing too bad? Wait. Lita suddenly reacted. The range is 300, and the error is 2,500. Good, this error is good. Al-Walid also became excited. Wouldn't the sum of these two be exactly 2,080? In order to limit each other's development, the Russians and the Americans signed the Treaty on the Limitation of Ballistic Missile Proliferation and the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons. Under this system, the sale and acquisition of ballistic missiles with a range of more than 300 kilometers and a warhead of more than 150 kilograms, as well as related technologies and components, are prohibited. Later, the restriction indicators were further tightened to restrict all ballistic missiles and cruise missiles with a range of more than 300 kilometers and a warhead of 100 kilometers. The superpowers strictly abide by the restrictions of this treaty. The range of the mainstream Scud missile in the world is 300 kilometers. However, for countries that have not signed these treaties, it doesn't matter. But Qin Yang is still very cautious. He said this to avoid trouble. Leader Dong has been following Qin Yang, but now he is happy to be free, so he can just leave these matters to Qin Yang to discuss. After all, they are private friends, and they are talking about the Lion brand air rifle. If the talks fail, it's not too late to find someone else. I wonder how much this air rifle costs. Lita continued to ask. If the price is right, we are willing to purchase 35. Qin Yang stretched out a finger. 10 million? That's a little too little. 100 million is about right. Leader Dong thought that 35 Dongfeng 3s would be worth 100 million yuan, which would be good. Now the aerospace department would have money. $100 million apiece. Ladiha nodded. Sure, that's fine. 35 pieces is $3.5 billion, which is within our budget. What? $100 million a coin? 35 coins. That's $3.5 billion? Leader Dong and others who were present were all stunned. I'm rich, I'm rich. In 1980, the country's foreign exchange reserves were only 1.2 billion US dollars. Now, 35 Lion brand air rifles with a range of 300 and an error of 2,500 can be sold for 3.5 billion US dollars, which is 3 times the country's foreign exchange reserves. What an incredible number this is. Leader Dong couldn't wait to run back and report the good news to other leaders. No wonder Secretary Song asked Qin Yang to receive us. Apart from Qin Yang, no one else would dare to ask for such a price. Moreover, the other party did not bargain. The country with black gold buried under the land is rich. Chapter 134, Climbing the Great Wall. Leader Han and Leader Fong were both in Secretary Song's office. On the surface, they were sitting there chatting, but they were both absent-minded. Finally, it was Leader Fong who spoke first. Is Qin Yang really capable? Even though he got a big order of $5 million last time, it was just an ordinary civilian air gun after all. This time he's going to sell a big one. and the price is expensive. Actually, a total price of 100 million is already quite a lot. Our relevant departments have already calculated that the total production cost is only 50 million, and there is still half of the profit. Leader Han was also worried. However, this thing is something that money can't buy. If the other party really wants it, they should be able to afford this price. Even if you can afford the price, you can't be taken advantage of, right? At this moment, the phone rang. Secretary Song grabbed the phone and heard an excited voice. Report to the leader. We are rich. We are rich. Did you make the deal? After hanging up the phone, Secretary Song nodded with satisfaction. This Qin Yang has done us a great service again. What do you think? How should we reward him? Old Zhu once mentioned to me that he wanted to transfer Qin Yang to the 208th Institute to work on tanks. Although we now have the 69-3, it is just a modification of the 59 tank, which is far behind the world's advanced technology. If Qin Yang goes there, he will probably be able to quickly promote our tank technology. This guy is very capable and is a genius in military engineering. Leader Fong said, do you want to promote him to an engineer at the 208th Institute? There is still a gap between the third-tier military factory and the first-tier research institute. In the eyes of Leader Fong, this is a cultivation of Qin Yang. It cannot be adjusted for the time being, as there is still the issue of small-caliber bullets. Leader Han immediately shook his head. Let's talk about this later. Let's see what Qin Yang wants. Satisfy him within our capabilities. What does he want? Leader Fong smiled bitterly and shook his head. He might ask for 1/10 of the reward for this business deal so that his factory can buy equipment from abroad. This guy doesn't know anything else, but he will definitely not hesitate to ask for a huge sum. Achu. Qin Yang sneezed. Who is scolding me? Qin, what's wrong with you? Al-Walid looked at Qin Yang with concern. At this time, the sun was setting and the two were walking on the corridor outside the guest house. It's okay. You can stay in our guest house for the time being. Tomorrow, I will take you to climb the Great Wall. Qin, where do you sleep tonight? Of course, I'm going home. Looking at Al-Walid's enthusiastic eyes, Qin Yang said, of course, we can also chat before going to bed. Okay, go to my room. As soon as he entered the room and sat down, Al-Walid spoke. Qin, what do you think of this war? Well, I think with your financial support and the bravery of the Iraq army, victory will definitely belong to you. However, you also have to be prepared, such as helping Iraq purchase some fighter planes and tanks. Qin Yang said, after all, you are all brothers. The war has begun. Next, domestic military-industrial enterprises will have to work around the clock to produce large quantities of supplies and send them to the battlefield in a steady stream. Yes, my father will leave after discussing the missile issue. I will stay here for a while to investigate. Qin, can you show me around? Of course. Qin Yang said, let's start with our factory. The Type 56 assault rifle produced by our factory, which is a replica of the AK rifle, will definitely satisfy you. In fact, the 56 Chong is the flagship product of Factory 296, and their Factory 960 mainly produces the 56.5. But since they have established this line, Qin Yang will of course have to eat the meat for himself. After the relocation, the factory can develop further. In the future, if the production capacity is insufficient, Qin Yang can only be a middleman, purchasing 56 Chong from Factory 296 and then selling it, and he can never directly give the order to Factory 296. A little bit of kindness is a reward for a lot of kindness. AK rifles. Great. Al-Walid nodded. It's interesting that your capital farm implement factory actually produces rifles. Of course, we have to operate in many aspects in order to develop and progress. Let's continue to talk about fighter jets. Didn't we talk about the J-7 fighter last time? The next day, the cool and refreshing weather in autumn is a good opportunity to travel. Two 212s puffed along the mountain road and finally stopped in front of a building that had an ancient feel. Do you see it? That's our Great Wall, a miracle built by manpower more than 2,000 years ago. It's a building that can be seen even from space. Qin Yang said, pointing to the building made of bricks and stones in front. Yes, it is indeed a great miracle. Lita nodded. How do we get up there? Of course we have to go up there. Qin Yang said, everyone follow me. The group climbed up the Great Wall. Ladiha looked at the rolling mountains in the distance and was overwhelmed with emotion. Where we are, we can't see such a scene. The scenery here is so beautiful. Yes, this place is really beautiful. Al-Walid said, I wonder what kind of wild animals there are in this forest. Al-Walid thought of hunting. After all, he met Qin Yang because of his love for hunting. We can continue to move forward. There is an exit in front. We can go down and see if there is any wild beast touching us. Qin Yang said. The crowd continued to climb forward for a while, and then walked down to a beacon tower. Several green military vehicles were waiting there. Everyone, please get in the car. We will see what we want soon. Qin Yang waved his hand with a smile. Coming here to see the Great Wall was of course just a side trip, not to mention that everyone was climbing the wild Great Wall. It's just that going down from here, they can go directly to the Dongfeng 3 missile position. The 212th unit of the troop continued to shuttle between the mountains, and after more than 10 minutes, it entered the cave. Lito walked down 212, and at this moment, the huge missile was right in front of him. It is grass green in color overall, probably for maneuvering in the mountains, but the warhead is milky white, and the 4 nozzles at the tail are red. On the body of the projectile, there were a few large white characters DZ-3 written on it. Hello everyone, my last name is Zhang. I am the person in charge of the base. I have worked here for more than 10 years, and you are the first group of foreigners to arrive at our base. Zhang Lijun, the person in charge of the base, said to everyone. Before this, our base has never received any guests. Yes, I know, and I'm honored, Lita said. Can I touch it? Certainly. Lita stepped on the frame-like vehicle body below, stood on it, and touched the projectile body welded with thin steel plates with his own hands. The texture of the cold metal passed through his hands, as if indicating its identity, a cold and powerful weapon. Excuse me, what kind of warhead does it use? Lita continued to ask. If it is exported to you, it will definitely be a conventional warhead. Its warhead weighs 1.5 tons, so please rest assured about its power. Qin Yang said, if you want a special warhead, we need to continue negotiations. Chapter 135, can burn, produce black smoke, and black smoke can also turn into a mushroom-shaped weapon. Zhang Lijun frowned immediately. What did you say? You want to sell these bearded men special warheads? Do you know the international rules? Mushroom bombs are something that cannot be sold no matter how much money is offered. This is the awareness and cultivation of a great country, and it must take into account the balance of power in the world. The superiors said that they should fully cooperate with Mr. Qin, but Mr. Qin can't just talk nonsense. However, when they heard Qin Yang's words, the eyes of several bearded men lit up. They wanted special warheads and continued to negotiate. That meant they had to pay more. They didn't mind paying more, as long as they could buy it. Qin, my friend, do you have any special killer weapons? Of course, it's the kind that produces dazzling fireballs accompanied by a lot of black smoke, and even the black smoke can condense into a mushroom shape. Qin, if we have that kind of warhead, we are willing to pay more. Tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions for one warhead. Lidia spoke. It doesn't have to be that expensive, 10 million per piece will be fine. Zhang Lijun looked at Leader Dong who was following Qin Yang, and shook his head repeatedly. Mr. Qin, there are some weapons that we cannot sell. Leader Dong finally spoke. Yes, I know. Don't worry. We will never sell weapons that shouldn't be sold. Qin Yang said. Isn't it me who makes the decision on this transaction? Now in front of our foreign friends, you just have to listen to me. Leader Dong moved his lips a few times, but ultimately said nothing. Anyway, when the agreement is finally signed, it will still be reviewed by higher-level leaders. What Qin Yang said may not be effective. Now that the foreigners are very happy, let them be happy first. Brother Zhang, let's take our guests to see the launch vehicle. We are exporting a complete set of equipment, and now we have to experience the various auxiliary vehicles. Brother Zhang? Who is your brother? I don't have a brother as bold as you. Zhang Lijun was a little reluctant, but it was not convenient to refute Qin Yang in front of foreigners, so he could only nod. Okay, I'll take you to see. In order to launch a missile, we need more than a dozen related vehicles. The country currently only has liquid missiles, which need to be refueled before launch, so there are special fuel vehicles. Various data need to be calculated before the missile is launched. There are launch control vehicles, maintenance and support vehicles specifically for emergency repairs, and some other ancillary vehicles. Zhang Lijun introduced them one by one, and Ladiha's face looked a little ugly. Aren't these cars too old? Can they adapt to the climate in the desert? As if he knew the concerns of everyone present, Qin Yang introduced. As you have just heard, our base here has been in operation for more than 10 years, so all the vehicles are old-fashioned. When we supply you with goods, we will replace them with the latest and most advanced stair-heavy trucks, which are first class in Europe and will be specially improved for desert areas, so there will be absolutely no problems. Do you have stair-heavy trucks? Yes, we are discussing with Stair about introducing the project, and it will probably be finalized soon. Qin Yang gave an affirmative answer. The base here is so big. I didn't expect that you could hollow out the entire mountain. Al-Walid exclaimed. Of course. Did you see the slogan on the wall? Qin Yang pointed his finger over there. Prepare for war, prepare for famine, serve the people. Do you know what that means? The bearded men shook their heads. Although the world is stable, Forgetting war will lead to danger. No matter what time it is, we must be prepared. Qin Yang continued to talk. Hey, what are you worried about? Your country is all desert? There are no caves? When we get to your place, of course we don't need caves. The desert has its own method of building a base. We can discuss it then. Leader Dong was very moved. Qin Yang was so young, but he could accurately know what the other person was thinking. His ability to see through people's minds was so strong. However, he promised to sell the customer a killer weapon, which is still inappropriate. How should I report to my superiors when I go back today? The day's trip finally ended, and they returned to the guest house of Factory 960. The bearded men were very tired but also excited. After chatting for a while, they went to rest. Leader Dong finally had the opportunity to have a private talk with Qin Yang. Mr. Qin, how could you just promise the customer today? We can't sell mushroom bombs to customers. If we sell them, once the news leaks out, do you know how big the impact will be? Leader Dong said angrily. The whole world will unite to denounce us. Mushroom bombs. When did I say I was selling mushroom bombs? Didn't you tell the bearded man at the base today that you wanted to sell them a weapon that could produce dazzling fireballs and a lot of thick smoke, and even smoke that could condense into a mushroom cloud? Was it a mushroom bomb or something else? Qin Yang laughed secretly in his heart. This leader must be very anxious. He has been holding it in for most of the day, and it's lucky that he didn't explode. It's better not to tease him and just tell the truth. I'm talking about thermobaric bombs. Qin Yang said, Leader Dong, your comprehension ability is too poor, right? Do you know about thermobaric bombs? Leader Dong shook his head. I haven't heard of it. That's right. Thermobaric bombs are not popular yet. A few years ago, when the monkeys fought the Americans often used a type of fuel-air explosive bomb called Blue 82. When it exploded, it could turn an area of more than 500 meters into charcoal. Have you heard of it? Leader Dong nodded. Of course I have heard of it. Is the thermobaric bomb you mentioned also this kind of weapon? Yes, it is similar to this one, but more advanced than it. When used, the temperature at the center of the explosion is 2,000 to 3,000 degrees, and it can also consume all the oxygen around it. Small mass thermobaric bombs are most effective against enemies in closed spaces, and large mass weapons can also be used directly in exposed spaces. For example, the air guns we sell to customers have a 1.5-ton warhead. If it is replaced with a thermobaric bomb, that one bomb can almost destroy a military base. In fact, last year, the Russians developed the Pro-Ashmal Shmika rocket, which is a true thermobaric bomb specifically used to deal with guerrillas in caves in Afghanistan. That's just child's play. A large thermobaric bomb has an absolutely lethal effect. After the explosion, black smoke rises into a mushroom shape. The scene is extremely spectacular. The thermobaric bomb is not called a subnuclear weapon for no reason. The world has not yet started developing large-yield thermobaric bombs, so it is no wonder that people in China don't understand them. However, they will understand them soon. We don't have what you said in our country. Just because we don't have it in our country now doesn't mean we won't have it in the future. This is the first time the customer came here, and he was just exploring the way. He still has to go back and forth many times to complete the transaction. With this period of time, we have figured it out. Find it out. You guys. Yes, it's us. So if the customer wants to pay extra to order this special warhead, we ask for half of the funds. Qin Yang said, after working so hard for so long, of course I have to get some benefits. Leader Dong was still frowning. Mr. Qin, aren't you deceiving your customers? Chapter 136, it's just a scare tactic. It doesn't matter if it's true or not. Cheating customers? How did I cheat? I have always been talking about thermobaric bombs. Qin Yang said, when did I mention mushroom bombs? If it is a mushroom bomb, can it be sold for only 10 million US dollars? This thing must be worth at least hundreds of millions, right? That's right. Qin Yang never said what he was selling. Even if he was selling Dongfeng 3, Qin Yang did not say it directly. Instead, he cleverly used hints and only said it was a Lion brand air gun. He said the range was 300, but the error was 2,500. He had been hinting at the customers until he took the customers to see this supergiant air gun, and the fantasy and reality in the customers' minds were accurately connected. Now, Qin Yang said that he could produce a mushroom-like weapon, and the customer would definitely imagine a mushroom bomb. Who would have thought that it was a thermobaric bomb? However, Qin Yang still knows how to do business in moderation. This kind of special warhead only costs 10 million each. Even if the other party buys 10, it is only 100 million. This is not considered as overcharging, but a genuine product at a fair price. As for asking for half of the funds, there is no way around it. After all, it is impossible to take all of it. How can the superiors support it? Even if it is half, the superiors may not agree. Okay, I will report your words to my superiors verbatim. If anything goes wrong in the future, you will have to bear the consequences. Qin Yang smiled and said, "Don't worry, nothing will happen. This kind of powerful weapon is only used to show off muscles at critical moments, and it will not be used for real." How many mushroom bombs are there in the world? Apart from the 2 bombs dropped on the Japanese when they were first developed, have they been used since then? Of course not. During the most intense period of the Cold War, nuclear bombs were not actually dropped on the enemy's territory. At most, one was tested. This thing was used to scare people. Since it is meant to scare people, there is no difference whether it is filled with mushroom bombs or something very similar to mushroom bombs. With this plan, Leader Dong went to report to his superior. After hearing about this unexpected episode, his superior was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. This Qin Yang is too ridiculous. Yes, if this gets out, our military industry's reputation will be ruined. Secretary Song, can we agree to this request? Secretary Song had been thinking about it. When everyone finished complaining and started asking him questions, he finally spoke. Qin Yang has a big appetite. We can't agree to it. Everyone knew that Secretary Song would definitely not accompany Qin Yang to make trouble. However, Secretary Song took a sip of water and continued to speak. Boss, tell Qin Yang tomorrow that we can do this deal, but we have to take 90% and leave 10% to the Capital Farm Implement Factory. This deal has nothing to do with us. We will go with the Capital Farm Implement Factory's contract. What? Leader Dong opened his eyes wide. Leader Fong and Leader Han looked at each other and understood what Secretary Song meant. Or is there no money in my pocket? If I sell 10 more coins, I can get an extra 100 million US dollars in foreign exchange. The country is so short of foreign exchange. Anyway, Qin Yang will be blamed. When the contract is signed, this batch of special warheads will be supplied by the Capital Farm Implement Factory. Let them settle the bill with the Capital Farm Implement Factory, and the money will be given to the Capital Farm Implement Factory for 10%. In this way, they can get the money and take less responsibility. Why not agree to such a good thing? Moreover, the 10 million given to the Capital Farm Implements Factory had to be converted into domestic currency, and the foreign exchange was directly withheld. Okay, I'll go back and convey Qin Yang's instructions. Leader Dong nodded. This is also for his own good. Today he wants to sell this special warhead, and didn't you express your dissatisfaction? They also saw this attitude, and this creates an opportunity for Qin Yang. Secretary Song added. Everyone felt emotional in their hearts that to deal with someone like Qin Yang, they had to use Secretary Song's method. On October 4th, when Qin Yang was having breakfast with his guests at the Capital Farm Implements Factory, he said leisurely, "Everyone, the superiors disagree with what I discussed yesterday." Disagree? Well, we can understand. Ladiha put down the fried dough sticks in his hand, his face a little gloomy. Yes, this kind of powerful weapon is difficult to obtain. It will be great if we can reach an agreement on the Lion brand air rifle. Al-Walid also nodded. When they wanted to buy ballistic missiles, they first went to the United States, but the other party refused to sell them. Looking around the world, only the East was willing to sell them, which was already rare. Looking at everyone's disappointed eyes, Qin Yang continued. However, we are friends. I know your needs, so of course I will try my best. After my repeated requests, the superior leader agreed to a new plan. Everyone's eyes lit up. Qin, what's the plan? Tell me now. These 2 sales were signed separately. This special warhead was signed directly with our Capital Farm Implement Factory. The price remains the same, and you can decide the quantity. Sign with you? What's the difference? Al-Walid was a little curious. Our Capital Agricultural Implements Factory is independently operated. The products we export are the responsibility of our factory itself and have nothing to do with our country. Qin Yang explained briefly. The 2 nodded. Okay, in that case, then it's fine for us to sign the agreement separately. We want 10. The deal was done. Qin, I need to go back and report to China. During this period of time, I will leave my son here to walk around and have a look. After finishing his meal, Ladiha finally made up his mind. He couldn't wait any longer. Now we have talked about what we should talk about and seen what we should see. The next step is of course to go back. Okay, I look forward to your good news. Qin Yang said. Next, I will take Al-Walid to walk around and have a look. Everyone parted ways at the airport. Lida took an international flight back home, while Qin Yang took Al-Walid and several followers to Chengdu. The last time Qin Yang went to Chengdu, he took a green train and traveled for dozens of hours. This time he took a plane and arrived in just a few hours. When they got off the plane, Mr. Tu was already waiting at the airport. Last time, they just parted in a hurry, and Tu Lao did not expect to see Qin Yang again so soon. During this period of time, he heard a lot of legends about Qin Yang and admired Qin Yang very much. Now, Qin Yang brought customers again, and Tu Lao was even happier. Welcome, everyone. Tu Lao looked at the tall and thin Al-Walid who was coming down. Knowing that he had met him last time in the desert, he extended his hand enthusiastically. I was warmly received by you last time I traveled there. This time, I can finally show my hospitality as a good host. Yes, I am happy to, Al-Walid said. Can we go and see the fighter planes you have produced? Have you made any improvements according to what we talked about last time? Some of them are already being improved. Ladies and gentlemen, please follow me to take a look at the avionics equipment imported from Marconi. Mr. Tu was also ready. Something went wrong during the last negotiation, so Mr. Tu went on a trip with Qin Yang and stood up the British. After he came back, the other party finally compromised and followed the Chinese side's demands. The contract was signed in June this year, and the first batch of £6 million has been transferred to Marconi's account. Now, they have delivered the prototype. This is also the most advanced equipment on the J7, and it has never been equipped by the domestic Air Force. What a high-end head-up display. Chapter 137. How about 10 inexpensive and high-quality J7s first? In the ever-changing air combat, pilots rarely have time to look down at the instruments. Everything depends on their own feelings. Once distracted, they may be shot down by others. It would be fine if the landmarks were obvious, but if they were fighting at sea, they might not be able to distinguish between the sky and the sea. So the pilots began to give the engineers suggestions. Can the glass gun sight in front of the cockpit be improved so that it can display some basic information during the flight? After the unremitting efforts of the technical personnel, the world's first head-up display was finally installed on the A-5 carrier-based aircraft. Previously, this piece of glass could only display a circle to cover the enemy aircraft as a sight. Now, in addition to the function of the sight, it can also display some flight parameters, weapons and ammunition, radar aiming, and other information. This glass is transparent and will not hinder the pilot from observing the scenery outside the cabin. It not only does not block the pilot's line of sight, but can also display important flight parameters, greatly facilitating the pilot's air combat. The pilot only needs to concentrate on tracking the target without having to look down at the flight instruments. After the emergence of head-up displays, various developed countries began to popularize them, but China still lacked the relevant technical reserves. It was only until now that the cooperation with Marconi Company was able to introduce relevant equipment for the first time. In the fighter production workshop, a large group of technicians were walking around AJ-72. The cockpit had been disassembled, the cover in front of the nose had been opened, and the first head-up display prototype was being installed. We are currently installing the head-up display, and the ejection seat and the pylon are also being discussed. Mr. Tu introduced to the customer. Since we want to go to the market and sell the J7 fighter, we must listen carefully to the customer's requirements. Yes, my friend, the last time we met, you put forward a lot of suggestions for improvement. After you came back, we made the changes according to your opinions. Here, the customer is God. The customer is the real asterisk, Qin Yang said on the side. In fact, this head-up display was not developed for them at all, but for the needs of the Air Force. The contract was signed for 124 sets. If they were to engage in military trade now, they could order more from Marconi, and Marconi would definitely not refuse. Moreover, customers would also feel valued. Al-Walid nodded. The heads-up display is very helpful for air combat. It's great that you can make this improvement. You must hurry up with other projects as well. Of course, we will definitely work on it, but you should also know that improvements cost money. For this kind of foreign trade project, the factory raises funds for research and development. Without strong financial support, the progress of the modification will not be too fast, Qin Yang said. Now, the war has begun. This is a bottomless pit. A large number of cheap fighter jets will definitely be needed on the battlefield. We are afraid that the research and development progress will be too slow and delay our customers. Al-Walid frowned. Qin, you mean to ask us to invest money in modification? Isn't this against the regulations? No, of course not. How can we let you spend money on our modification? What I mean is, can you first purchase our existing models? Qin Yang said. You don't need too many, 10 will be enough. We will also give you the lowest price, 10 million per unit. So 10 units will be 100 million. With this money, our factory will definitely be able to complete the full set of improvement plans. Old Tu opened his eyes wide and looked at Qin Yang with gratitude. He knew that Qin Yang was very capable. When they met for the first time, Qin Yang acted as an interpreter and pointed out many pitfalls of Marconi Company. Later, they went on a trip together and even fooled a big client. Now, the relationship between Qin Yang and Al-Walid seemed to be getting better, and he had already begun to trick the other party into placing an order for purchases. Al-Walid frowned. Qin, isn't this price a bit high? It is only the 1980s, and the price for the U.S. Air Force to purchase F-16s is only 8.5 million US dollars, and it is only more than 10 million US dollars sold to its allies. Isn't it a bit expensive to charge 10 million for a replica of this old MiG-21? Oh, my friend, I didn't make it clear. The price I just mentioned was 10 million renminbi, which is only over 6 million US dollars per aircraft. Qin Yang quickly corrected himself. It's less than half the price of an F-16. Al-Walid nodded. Well, the price is quite affordable. What kind of missiles does this fighter mainly use? Al-Walid asked in detail. The domestic J-7, of course, uses the PL-2 missile, which is a copy of the Russian K-13 air-to-air missile, and its technology is at the level of the 1960s. There is also the PL-5. Although this missile was developed in the 1960s, it has not yet been finalized. This question was a little difficult for Tu Lao to answer. Just as he was thinking about how to answer, Qin Yang at the side helped again. We have advanced air-to-air missiles produced by ourselves that can be mounted. However, considering that the target customers use too many missiles, it will lead to complicated logistics supply. We are willing to match the fire control system so that this fighter can launch the French R-550 air-to-air missiles. Use foreign products directly. The domestic air-to-air missiles are really not good enough, so we might as well equip them with foreign missiles. Qin Yang's arrangement is still very appropriate. Old Tu felt grateful and curious at the same time. Doesn't Engineer Qin know too much? Everyone was hanging around the fighter plane, talking about various details, and no one noticed that several foreigners with European faces were slowly walking towards them. Yes, French missiles are pretty good. It's great to be able to mount this kind of missiles. Al-Walid nodded. Excuse me, are there any foreign customers inspecting here? At this moment, a voice in English came from the outside of the crowd. Qin Yang was stunned. Damn, there is a third party? How did you keep Factory 132 confidential? This is trouble. Qin Yang slowly turned his head and saw the figures of Marina and others. Mr. Tu was also stunned. Why are you all here? Didn't you say you don't work on weekends? Foreigners are very observant of labor laws and will definitely not work overtime on weekends. So Mr. Tu felt confident and bold to bring Qin Yang and the client to see this fighter jet that was being improved, and he did not give his subordinates any additional instructions. After all, the more instructions he gave, the easier it would be to show that this client had a special identity. Who would have thought that engineers from Marconi would come here? They are the equipment supplier and are qualified to come and go here at will. We were also inspired by your enthusiasm for work, so we wanted to work overtime. Marina continued to look at the people with Middle Eastern faces. Where are they from? Can you introduce them to us? We are from the Kingdom of Jordan. Al-Walid said, My name is Abdullah. I am here to inspect the J-7 fighter jets from the East. We are very interested in the fighter jets that use Marconi avionics. I hope you can complete the modification as soon as possible. Kingdom of Jordan? Malina nodded. We will try our best. It is a blessing to meet you here. Shall we chat together? The J-7 cockpit, with the HUD on top. Chapter 138. Am I Qin Yang doing this for money? I am doing this for the development of the country's military industry. According to the original plan, this batch of fighter jets was going to be purchased in the name of Jordan. Now Al-Walid remained calm and used a new identity, and he must not reveal that he was from Saudi Arabia. Malina had no doubts. After all, Jordan had diplomatic relations with the East. The situation in the Middle East was complicated, so it was possible that they came to purchase fighter jets. But he thought of another point. Since they wanted to purchase fighter jets, they could also sell fighter jets to Western Europe. Wouldn't it be better to take the orders from the East? So he suggested that everyone sit down and have a chat. No need. I'm not too familiar with specific avionics technology. Al-Walid said. We only look at the final improvement results of Factory 132. Al-Walid certainly didn't want to have too much contact with the other party. The more he talked, the more the other party would know about him. What if he discovered his true identity? After saying that, Al-Walid looked at Qin Yang beside him and said, Qin, I'm a little tired today. Let's arrange for us to rest. Okay, I'll take you to the guest house. Mr. Tu said quickly. The room prepared for the customer had been cleaned up long ago. When they entered the guest house, Mr. Tu finally breathed a sigh of relief. I am very sorry to disturb our distinguished customers. It was our negligence. It doesn't matter. Sooner or later, the outside world will know about this arms sale. Al-Walid said. It will also be equipped with Marconi's avionics. They will definitely ask about it. When I go back this time, if the country agrees, the next batch of people will be from Jordan. Yes, our transaction is completely legal. There is no need to be afraid of anything. Qin Yang said. Al-Walid, you have seen our production line today. What do you think of this fighter? Do you have any comments? This fighter still has an old nose air intake, which cannot be equipped with a high-power radar or guide medium-range missiles, Al-Walid said. This is really a pity. He just expressed regret and did not complain. As a pilot, he certainly knew what the MiG-21 was like. These are temporary. Qin Yang said, we are constantly improving the J-7. Using Marconi's avionics to improve the fighter is only the first step. Next, we have many improvement plans. For example, we will replace its delta wing with a double delta wing to greatly increase its hovering ability and enable it to fight with the F-16. We will also change its air intake method from the nose to the belly to free up space in the nose to install radar equipment. Old 2 was left to listen at the side, unable to get a word in. He had only one thought in his mind. No wonder Mr. Qin was able to do foreign trade business. He is really good at bragging. Although they are also modifying the J-7, they have not thought about double delta wings or belly air intakes for the time being. They just need to replace the avionics. In fact, the use of new avionics will reduce weight and cause the center of gravity to move backwards, so they have to add counterweights to the nose to bring the center of gravity back to its original position. A major change in the aerodynamic layout? We'll talk about it later. We don't have the strength to do so now. Qin, how do you know so much? Aren't you just a gun and cannon maker? Or an airplane maker? Qin Yang was stunned for a moment. That's right, he had over-exaggerated. Well, since you found out, I won't pretend anymore. Qin Yang said, actually, apart from not knowing how to give birth to a child, nothing else can stump me. Al-Walid laughed. Qin, you are so humorous. Since it is impossible to answer directly, just skip it by talking nonsense. This is also a method Qin Yang often uses, even when dealing with foreigners. Please give us a copy of the detailed information of the aircraft, Mr. Tuesday. Then we will discuss the specific technology of the aircraft so that I can report back when I return. Next time I come, there will be a large-scale inspection team, and we should be able to sign the contract after the inspection. Al-Walid said. Tu Lao was overjoyed. Great. The next time, Tu Lao introduced the technical information. At night, they had dinner in the room. After dinner, Al-Walid spoke again. Qin, where are we going next? Don't you plan to stay here for a few more days to investigate? Qin Yang asked curiously. No, with those people here, we'd better not show up too much. Al-Walid said. This is just the first time anyway, and there will be more inspection teams coming next time. Then let's go to the tank factory. Qin Yang said. After all, for the war that is breaking out, ground combat is the most important. Okay, let's go take a look at the tanks. Are the ones you produce here replicas of the T-54? Al-Walid, my old friend, have you heard about a conflict we had on the northern border? Qin Yang pondered for a moment and asked Al-Walid. Al-Walid nodded. Of course I know. You obtained a T-62 tank during this conflict. Are you saying that your current tanks use the technology of the T-62 tank? That's right. We use the technology of the T-62 tank to upgrade our tanks. The imitation of the T-54 is called the Type 59 tank. Now we are producing the Type 69 tank. Now, we have surpassed the original. Qin Yang said, you will be surprised tomorrow. Finally, the work was done. Tu Lao and Qin Yang walked out of the foreign guest room and went downstairs. They sighed. A few years ago, we sold the first batch of J-7 fighter jets to Egypt. It was really difficult at that time. We talked so hard and finally made the deal after several disappointments and hopes. This time it was much smoother. Mr. Qin, I have to thank you very much. No, I just did these. Qin Yang said, this is also for the development of our military industry. Also, don't use your name. It gives me goosebumps. Mr. Qin, we at Factory 132 can't let you work for nothing. If this sale goes through, we'll give you a commission of 2 million. How about that? Mr. Tu continued. Qin Yang stopped. If you think it's too little, how about 5 million? Old Tu gritted his teeth and said, this is the greatest sincerity we can offer. Mr. Tu, I'm not happy with what you said. Qin Yang was a little annoyed. Did I say I wanted money? I helped you attract customers so that Factory 132 could survive the difficulties during the national economic transformation and then grow stronger. I didn't do it for any kickbacks. Qin Yang felt a little aggrieved. Is my reputation in our military industry system so bad? Mr. Tu reacted instantly. Mr. Qin, that's not what I meant. I just think it's not easy for our 132nd factory to get foreign trade orders. You played a big role, so I wanted to thank you. I didn't expect to cause your misunderstanding. Mr. Qin, you are our military genius. How could you have a bad reputation? Really? I stole the job of a brother company, and I thought they would call me Granddad and Joe Paopi. Of course not, Engineer Qin. If this military trade deal can be completed, you will be the savior of our 132 factory and the savior of our aviation company. If anyone dares to say a bad word about you, I, old 2, will definitely scold him. No, I will rush up and give him 2 big slaps in the face. What if our capital farm implement factory grows bigger and starts producing fighter jets, squeezing you out? Qin Yang asked. We have already started to develop a market economy, which means we need competition. If we are squeezed out, it only means that we are incompetent, and we cannot blame others. Tu Lao said, if you, a gunmaker, can really make a first-class fighter, it will be a leap forward for our aviation industry and our military industry. I really look forward to such a day. Chapter 139 Qin Gong is our factory's benefactor. The country's economy is undergoing transformation and investment in the military industry is decreasing. Whether it is making guns, cannons, or airplanes, they all face the same problem. Some old established enterprises can survive on orders from their superiors and gradually develop the habit of crying out for milk, waiting for feeding from their superiors. The third-line military factories abandoned by their superiors can only be reborn and grow and develop in the market economy through their own unremitting efforts and the pain of transformation. Factory 132 is actually a third-line enterprise. In that special era, Factory 112 in the north was not safe and could be destroyed or occupied by the Soviet Union at any time. Therefore, the aviation industry moved southward to develop and establish the 011 base in your province, and Factory 132 and Institute 611 in Chengdu. After the economic reform, Factory 132 actively joined the tide of market economy, changed its mindset, stopped waiting and relying on others, and diversified its operations. However, their main business is still manufacturing aircraft, and they can only breathe a sigh of relief when they can sell aircraft abroad. Now, I finally see new hope. Mr. Tu was grateful to Qin Yang from the bottom of his heart. As for the bad reputation of Qin Yang circulating in the military industry, it was nothing more than slander from jealous people, and Mr. Tu would not take it to heart. At this time, after hearing Qin Yang's ambitious goal, Mr. Tu no longer felt that he was bragging. If he could accomplish it, it would truly be a miracle in the aviation industry. But, Engineer Qin, do you really understand the aviation industry? By the way, when you were fooling foreigners, what did you say about double delta wings and belly air intakes? Mr. Tu, do you know the Russian Su-15 interceptor? Qin Yang began to introduce. Of course I know. This is an interceptor from the Sukhoi Design Bureau, codenamed the Flask by NATO. Tu Lao said. It has air intakes on both sides and is equipped with 2 high-thrust engines. When performing interception missions, it is said to be able to fly at Mach 2.5. It is comparable to our domestic. It is similar to the J-82 fighter jet that is being modified in China, but Mr. Tu is not in a position to say it. Qin Yang smiled and said, do you know the specific model of this aircraft? Old Tu shook his head. He really didn't know this. The early Su-15, like the Su-9 and Su-11 interceptors, all used delta wings. But later, when developing the improved model Su-15TM, Sukhoi engineers changed the wings to double delta wings, reduced the sweep angle of the outer wing section, and lengthened the wingspan, which improved the aircraft's hovering and landing performance and increased the range. Qin Yang said, I think our J-7 can also be modified in this way. The inner section of the wing remains unchanged, and the sweep angle of the outer section is reduced from 57 degrees to 42 degrees. After such optimization, the air combat performance can be improved by about 20%, and the range can also be increased by 20%. How did you know? Mr. Tu was very surprised. I guessed. Qin Yang said, our J-7 fighter uses nose air intake and has no beyond visual range air combat capability at all. We will talk about belly air intake later. Now our improvement direction is mainly to optimize its combat performance. We must not give in to the F-16. I have read the improvement plan of Su-15, and I think we can optimize the performance of our fighter in this way. Of course, this is just my immature idea, and I don't know whether it will succeed or not. The inner section remains unchanged, which means that the inner section can be retained, and only the outer section can be changed. The amount of work should not be large. However, such a change is a change in the aerodynamic layout, which must be confirmed by blowing in the wind tunnel. With the current strength of our 132 factory, I am afraid we cannot do this. Since our 132 factory can't do it, then we can find other brother units to cooperate with. Qin Yang said, Institute 611 doesn't have much to do yet. With the money that Factory 132 earns from foreign trade, we can hire Institute 611 to do the design. Seeing the complicated expression on Tu Lao's face, Qin Yang continued, of course, we can also cooperate with universities. There are many famous old professors in Zhejiang University, such as Professor Shah, who has been studying wing structures. Maybe he can help you. In short, if you make money from foreign trade, you have to invest it in research and development. Only in this way can you make progress. Tu Lao, am I right? Yes, our J-7 fighter jet is too backward. If it is not improved, there will be no big market for it. I will listen to you and go to see Professor Shah another day. Old Tu nodded. Let's first modify the double delta wing, which is the killer feature of the J-7E. As for the others, let's put them aside for now. Anyway, Factory 132 is already very busy working on Marconi's avionics. Qin Yang came to Factory 132 and promoted the modification of the J-7, which was considered a great achievement. The next day, he took Al-Walid and others to Factory 617. That afternoon, Factory 617. Factory 617 is located at the southern foot of the rolling Daqing Mountain, adjacent to the Yellow River in the south, which is a feng shui treasure land. At this time, at the factory gate, a large group of people were waiting with great interest. Old Wang, have you heard? Engineer Qin took a client to Factory 132, and as a result, they showed the intention to export 10 fighter jets. If they can make this deal, they will open up the export market for the second time. Nie Yufeng, the designer of the 69 tank, said to Wang Lin, the director of Factory 617. Yes, since the J-7 can be exported to the Middle East, our Type 69 tank can also be exported. Now, whether our factory can eat meat or drink soup depends on whether foreigners can take a liking to our tanks this time. Wang Lin was very excited. Speaking of which, Engineer Qin is really capable. He was able to trick foreigners into coming here. Why did I hear that Engineer Qin has a bad reputation? It's because Factory 960 has become prosperous that others are jealous. We don't care about them. Anyway, Engineer Qin can help us get the tank export order this time. Engineer Qin is the benefactor of Factory 617. Those factories that Qin Yang had competed with all held a hostile attitude and wished to hang Qin Yang up and beat him. However, with Qin Yang's activities this time, he brought customers to contact business with various factories. Qin Yang became the savior of these factories, and they were very grateful to Qin Yang. The proportion of firearms manufacturing in the military industry is too small, and their aversion to Qin Yang is simply no match for the tank and aircraft industry's good impression of Qin Yang. As everyone was excited, they saw two 212s coming over. The client's itinerary had to be kept confidential, so they didn't dare to go to the airport to greet him in a high-profile manner. Now, seeing two cars coming, a group of people went to greet them. The car stopped, and half of Qin Yang's head appeared on the sliding window of 212. Hey, what are you doing here? Go to the workshop, directly to the production workshop of 69 tanks. Who is that young man? If we greet him at the door, doesn't it show that we value our customers? Someone said angrily. Don't talk nonsense. That man is Engineer Qin. He is right. The foreign client doesn't want to make a big fuss, so we don't need to set up a formation here. Let's go inside. Suddenly, a large group of people followed bus 212 inside. Factory 617 is very large. It is more appropriate to call it a military-industrial city than a factory. There are tens of thousands of workers here, and there are schools, hospitals, canteens, cinemas, etc. Of course, most of the buildings are production workshops, and the longest building among them is the tank assembly plant. Chapter 140, 100 tanks at bargain prices. Abdullah, this is the tank assembly plant. The Type 69 tanks it produces have reached the level of second-generation tanks. After getting off the car, Qin Yang took Al-Walid into the workshop and began to introduce. In order to better hide his identity, Qin Yang simply called him Abdullah. Although there were no foreigners here, he had to prevent leaks as much as possible. At this time, the factory leaders had not yet rushed over from the door, and there were still workers working in the workshop. They did not dare to stop the foreigners from coming in and allowed them to wander around inside. The workshop was 3 stories high. When the two men walked in, they heard a rumbling sound overhead. An overhead crane with a turret attached to it moved past them, then descended and landed on the chassis of a tank. Your turret doesn't have a basket? Al-Walid said in surprise. After all, he was from the Air Force and didn't have a deep understanding of army weapons. He only knew that there was a basket hanging under the turret of the tank equipped by his own army. Without the basket, how could the tank crew rotate with the turret? Except for the Russians' tanks with automatic loaders, the world's mainstream tanks are still 4-person tanks, with the driver in the front and the commander, gunner and loader in the turret at the back. The turret needs to rotate at any time. So how can the 3 people inside rotate with the turret? The Western solution is to build a hanging basket under the turret and put the 3 people in the hanging basket. In this way, when the turret rotates, the 3 people will rotate with it. Without a basket, how are they supposed to follow the turret's movements? The hanging basket will increase the height of the tank, so our tanks never use the turret hanging basket. We just need to install a rotating floor underneath. Qin Yang said, our tanks have the lowest appearance, which will significantly reduce the probability of us being hit on the battlefield. Is this possible? Al-Walid was a little curious. What's wrong with that? Old tanks didn't even have a revolving floor. The gunner and commander sat on hanging chairs, and the loader just ran along. Qin Yang said, mainstream Soviet tanks are all like this. What's so strange about this? Al-Walid nodded. Sure enough, the design concepts of the East and the West are different. However, for the real users you are going to sell them to, it won't be difficult to adapt. After all, they have been operating Soviet tanks all along. Qin Yang continued to deceive. Our tanks are strong and durable, easy to maintain, and they don't need any training. They will feel familiar when they get in. Al-Walid nodded. Qin, you are right. Moreover, the most important thing is that our tanks are cheap. If you don't make any modifications, and just buy our current version, one tank will only cost $500,000. If you modify it according to your requirements, it will only cost $600,000 or $700,000. $500,000. This is absolutely a bargain. When Al-Walid heard Qin Yang's words, he nodded immediately. If it is this price, I can make the decision. We will buy 100 cars first and give them to the brothers in need. War machines cost millions or tens of millions, and Al-Walid could not make the final decision. But now, a tank of 500,000, he could do whatever he wanted, buy 100 of them. That's only $50 million US. If the country disagrees, he can pay with his own pocket money for a year. At this time, Wang Lin, Nie Yufeng, and others ran in breathlessly. Seeing Qin Yang talking and laughing with foreigners, they had complaints in their hearts. Watching the two people talking in a gibberish, Wang Lin asked the translator Xiao Chun, who ran over behind him, "What are they talking about?" "Director, the foreigners said that we should buy 100 tanks at a price of 500,000 each." The voice of the translator, Xiao Chun, was trembling. 500,000, 100 cars, that's 50 million. This is a 50 million business in one fell swoop. Everyone's heart was filled with excitement, and when they looked at Qin Yang, there was not a single complaint, only gratitude. The main product of Factory 617 is the Type 59 tank, and its production reached its peak in 1979, with thousands of vehicles produced. But the production quickly declined afterwards. This year, the army only ordered 500 vehicles, and the price to the army was only 200,000 yuan per vehicle. Now, it costs 500,000 yuan per vehicle, and if 100 vehicles are sold to foreigners, they will definitely make a fortune. Then we can earn 200,000 yuan, right? Wang Lin muttered. 100 cars can earn 20 million yuan. In an era when the basic monthly salary was only a few dozen yuan, a profit of 20 million was also a huge sum of money for Factory 617. Director, they are talking about US dollars. If we convert it into RMB, we can make an extra 250,000 yuan per vehicle. Every word of Xiao Chen stimulated everyone's brain. The profit of 20 million turned into 45 million, close to 50 million. Mr. Qin has really become a great benefactor of Factory 617. Can delivery be made by the end of this year? Al-Walid continued to ask. It's already October, and there are still more than 2 months until the end of the year. Can it be produced? Qin Yang looked at Wang Lin. Director Wang. Yes, we guarantee to complete the task. Even if all the employees in the factory work day and night, we will produce 100 Type 69 tanks. Wang Lin was almost about to write a letter of guarantee on the spot. In his excitement, Wang Lin overlooked one thing. How did Qin Yang know him? They knew Qin Yang because there was only one young man accompanying the foreigner. How could Qin Yang call him Director Wang casually? He knew his name and position. My friend, please rest assured that the production task of 100 tanks will be completed without any problems. Qin Yang turned his head and looked at Al-Walid. These are just small matters. When you send another inspection team over and we discuss improvements, you can place large orders. 100 tanks are just an appetizer before the big meal. Saudi Arabia can buy them and give them directly to Iraq, but after that, a large number of purchases will definitely require Iraq to come and inspect and determine the improvement plan so that it will be more suitable for their use. This is just a piece of cake. Why do you need to order in large quantities? Wang Lin was even more excited. That's right. The tank is the king of land warfare. We need a huge number of them. We will have to order thousands, or even 2,000 or 3,000 in the future to have enough, said Al-Walid. Thousands. How much money can be made from 2,000 or 3,000 cars? Hundreds of millions, billions? Wang Lin no longer knows how to calculate. He just knows that it is a lot of money. By the way, you just said that these tanks need to be improved? Al-Walid continued to ask. Improve? How to improve? Now it was Nie Yufeng's turn to be confused. Qin Yang immediately answered. Of course, we need to make improvements for the desert climate. For example, the engine air filter needs to be larger and easier to clean. For example, an air conditioning system needs to be installed inside the tank. Of course, combat effectiveness must also be improved. If you feel that our 100mm rifled gun is not powerful enough on the battlefield, we can always help you replace it with a 105mm tank gun, which is more powerful than the NATO standard tank gun. Chapter 141, Facing the Challenge. The Capital Agricultural Implements Factory has no way to get involved in the fighter jet field for the time being, so all the benefits are given to Factory 132. Qin Yang gains a good reputation, and in the field of tanks, Qin Yang will gain both fame and fortune. The big customer he introduced placed such a large order. When the time came, he asked to replace the 105mm tank gun. Would Factory 617 have the nerve to look for other factories to match it? They must have come directly to Capital Farm Implement Factory to place the order. Even though tanks may not be valuable, their shells are expensive. The modified tank adapted to the desert environment is planned to sell for $600,000, but the armor-piercing shells used on it cost at least $20,000 to $30,000. If equipped with a base number, the shells will be more expensive than the tank. We have to thank this war. Although the domestic economic transformation has caused military factories to lose orders, the orders from the Middle East are like a timely rain. I don't know how many companies can be supported by it, and it will make a lot of money. Since Qin Yang has come to this era, of course he has to get a piece of the pie. At this moment, Nie Yufeng was feeling very nervous. None of the modification projects that Engineer Qin mentioned were easy. Improved for desert climate? Domestic tanks have considered the severe cold in the north, the mud in the south, the humidity in the east, and the plateau in the west, but they have never considered the desert climate. How can we improve for desert climate? Why install an air conditioning system? Is there any domestic manufacturer that can provide an air conditioning system for tanks? Only tanks in tropical desert areas need air conditioning. The 59 tank originated from the T-54. The Russians only considered how to start it at low temperatures and did not need to consider what to do when it gets hot. Their own 69 tank was not designed with this function. We also have to replace our weapons with 105mm guns. Mr. Qin probably doesn't know that the British added restrictions when exporting them. We can only use them ourselves and cannot export them. Although Nie Yufeng had a lot of complaints, he couldn't say anything now. After all, this order was hard-earned. They had to nod to whatever Qin Yang boasted about. They would discuss these issues when they met with Mr. Qin alone. We are installing the tank engine in the front. Qin Yang and Al-Walid introduced as they walked. We learned from the experience of the T-62 tank and modified our engine, increasing it from 520 horsepower to 580 horsepower. When this engine drives the tank, it has more power and better performance. When the T-54 technology was introduced, the matching diesel engine was also introduced at the same time. The origin of this diesel engine is extraordinary. During World War II, the famous T-34 tank used this engine, which was called B-2-34 at the time. Later, there was B-2-44, and then the 2 at the end was gone, but it is still a series, all of which are V-type 12-cylinder engines, and there is no change in the cylinder diameter, cylinder center distance, and cylinder angle. The B-54 was the main engine of the T-54 series tanks. Later, it became the B-55, with a power increase to 580 horsepower. Even the T-72 still uses the B-46 engine upgraded to 780 horsepower. It is definitely a miracle that one machine has been passed down through 3 generations, from the 1930s to the 2020s. Isn't this Qin Gong a gun maker? How come he is so familiar with tanks? Thinking of the recent rumors in the system that Qin Gong would be promoted to the 201st Institute as an engineer, everyone present was a little moved. Anyone who can be favored by Mr. Zhu must be quite capable. This engine is completely compatible with the T-55 tanks in the hands of customers. Qin Yang continued. This will greatly facilitate logistics supply, and the matching transmission system is also very reliable. Even if you hit the operating lever with a hammer, the system will not be damaged. Hitting the operating lever with a hammer is a tradition left over from the T-34 tank, because sometimes the hands are unable to move the operating lever. After driving the tank for a day, both arms of the tank driver will become weak. Over time, the driver develops strong arms. The radio installed here is a tank radio. The radio we produce can communicate directly with the T-55 tank radio in the hands of customers. It is obviously the oldest tube radio station with only a few frequency bands and is often interfered with. However, in Qin Yang's mouth, it becomes the most suitable equipment for customers. Everyone had strange expressions on their faces. They followed Qin Yang and the foreigners, silently acting as supporting roles. By the time I finished inspecting the production line, it was already dark outside. Mr. Qin, do you want to take our guests to dinner? Our cafeteria has already prepared dinner for the guests. Wang Lin asked Qin Yang. This big client will listen to Qin Yang. Of course, the next arrangements will also depend on Qin Yang's opinion. Of course, we should go to dinner. What have you prepared? Qin Yang was afraid that the people here were careless and prepared the wrong food, so he had to ask. We went to the ranch downstairs and bought a few sheep. We plan to prepare a whole sheep banquet for our guests. Okay, good. Have you done it? If not, I can help. Qin Yang said and looked at Al-Walid. Abdullah, my friend, how about we eat roasted whole lamb? Under the bonfire, the sheep was roasted. Qin Yang used a fine Mongolian curved knife to divide the meat among the people. Everyone's expression became more and more strange. Mr. Qin, isn't it a bit too shabby for us to treat guests like this? A roasted whole sheep is enough? However, Al-Walid enjoyed the meal very much. Qin, it reminds me of the last time we went hunting. We also ate barbecue like this. Now it still tastes the same. After dinner and arranging for the customers to rest, several factory leaders of Factory 617 finally had the opportunity to talk to Qin Yang alone. Mr. Qin, thank you for bringing vitality to our Factory 617. You are our benefactor. Wang Lin spoke first. We are lucky. Qin Yang said. Director Wang, we have to be prepared. There will be an order for 2,000 to 3,000 tanks next time, which will keep us busy for a long time. Do you have anything else to do? If not, I will go back to sleep. Qin Yang was yawning. He was really sleepy. Engineer Qin, the improvements you proposed are very difficult for us. Nie Yufeng said. Everyone, you should know that this will be the largest tank export contract since our country's transformation. Risks and benefits always go hand in hand. Do you want to continue to wait for the allocation from the superiors and eat coarse food, or eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks? It's up to you to choose. If you feel it's difficult, I can also take the customers to other places, such as Waitio. The main tank base in China is Factory 617, but this does not mean that Factory 617 is the only one. Waitio also produces tanks, but in small quantities. Now, if the order is given to Waitio, then Waitio will be able to quickly turn around and become the overlord of tank production. What's so difficult about this? For the sake of national honor, national defense construction, and the development of the weapons industry itself, we must face difficulties and put all our efforts into winning this big contract. Wang Lin said, they don't have the power to choose it all. Well, let's sign a contract for 100 vehicles first and produce them quickly. Later, when the customer comes to discuss the specific modification plan, I will come with him. If there are any technical problems, we can solve them together. Hearing Qin Yang's words, Wang Lin nodded vigorously. Yes, Mr. Qin, thank you. By the way, prepare a tank tomorrow so I can take my clients to have some fun. Chapter 142 HSBC Check. Factory 617 is huge in area. It not only has various workshops and buildings, but also a special tank test field. When the tanks come off the production line, they must first undergo various tests in the test field. Only after passing the tests will they be delivered to the troops. After years of test driving, the ground here has long been crushed by the tracks and is full of potholes, with no grass growing on it. At this moment, a biting north wind blows, and the entire test field is filled with flying dust. In the dust, there was a roar of engines. A grass-green tank appeared at the test track. The engine at the rear was emitting black smoke, and the tracks were clattering, occasionally hitting the road wheels. On the round turret, half of the bodies of 2 people were exposed. They were wearing tank caps and goggles, experiencing the feeling of the hurricane. In fact, the maximum speed of this tank is only 50 kilometers per hour, but the roaring engine, the bumpy body, and the oncoming wind and sand will make people feel a kind of wildness, a kind of free and unrestrained and uninhibited, and even the soul will float along. My friend, how do you feel? Qin Yang shouted loudly to Al-Walid beside him. Great. I'm impressed by the off-road capability of this tank. Much better than the T-54 tank. By the way, there's an anti-aircraft machine gun in front of you. Do you want to experience it? Is it okay? That's great. Al-Walid pushed the machine gun with his hand and turned it towards the target in the distance. As he pressed the shooting button, the ammunition belt began to rattle, and the yellow bullets entered the barrel. With the sound of boom, 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 a ball of flame emerged from the muzzle, and the bullets shot towards the distant target like heavy rain. It was impossible to hit the target, but the feeling of firing a 12.7mm anti-aircraft machine gun at a speeding tank was simply awesome. Al-Walid was completely satisfied with the tank. Qin, After we go down, we will sign the agreement immediately. I hope the military factory will start producing tanks right away. At $500,000, which is the price of a sports car, it is certainly a good deal to buy a tank. For a big dog owner, if he likes something, he will buy it immediately. After getting off the tank and returning to the conference room, Al-Walid immediately signed the order agreement on behalf of Abdullah. According to international practice, I will first pay a 20% advance payment, which is $10 million. Al-Walid said, "How do you plan to collect this money?" Everyone present was staring blankly. They had never done international trade before. How could they trade with foreign customers who came to buy things? Wang Lin looked at Qin Yang for help. "My friend, do you have a check? Just write one." Qin Yang said it simply. "Of course, I have a check from HSBC with more than 20 million in it." Al-Walid said, taking out a long checkbook, writing in fluent and beautiful English on it, and then signing and stamping it in one go. Everyone around was stunned. They had seen checks. In this era, large cash transactions were inconvenient, and banks also had check services. However, they had never seen such colorful checks written entirely in foreign languages. When Al-Walid finished writing, Qin Yang took a look at it, nodded and said, "The check is fine. You can exchange it at HSBC Bank in Hong Kong within a week." "What? We have to go to Hong Kong?" Wang Lin took the check and said hesitantly, "Mr. Qin, since you are here, why don't you stay on the grassland for a few more days? Play? If it's summer, riding horses and hunting would be nice. There's nothing fun here now. We still have a lot of places to go. Let's go see our H-6 and then the Type 63 armored vehicles. There are still many places to go." Wang Lin glanced at Al-Walid. His throat moved a few times, and he continued, "Mr. Qin, we have to cash the check. None of us has seen it before, so I don't know if it is. Who knows if it is a bad check? What if it cannot be cashed?" Qin Yang smiled and said, "You are too cautious. You actually don't believe in my friend's ability. His annual pocket money is more than this batch of tanks. However, I can't blame you. After all, you don't have much experience. You can go to the capital, hand the check to the higher authorities, and ask them to arrange for bank personnel and foreign affairs personnel to go to Hong Kong to remit the money." "Well, this is a good idea. I will send someone to do it immediately." "Forget it. I'd better go there myself," Wang Lin said. Of course, Wang Lin was worried. This kind of thing had to be done in person. So he boarded a train to the capital that day to report his work to his superiors and coordinate the check issue. "What? A customer placed an order for 100 tanks from your factory? Great. Your factory will finally make some money." After hearing Wang Lin's report, Leader Fong immediately became excited. Thanks to Mr. Qin, if it weren't for his strong salesmanship, it would be impossible to get the customer to pay the deposit immediately. These 100 vehicles are just the initial orders. Later, when they make a formal inspection, they will place more orders. Conservative estimates are that there will be thousands of vehicles. Wang Lin said, "Okay, if you can export thousands of vehicles, then we don't have to worry about it anymore. And you have also embarked on a path of market economy." Leader Fong was very happy. "Don't send me reports on funding in the future. Leader Fong, we need to go to Hong Kong to pick up this check. We don't have this experience, so we need to ask our superiors to coordinate with us." "That's no problem." Leader Fong thought for a moment and said, "Old Pan from the Foreign Affairs Department doesn't have much work to do recently, so let him go with the bank staff. What about you? Will you go with them?" "I can't do that. Next I have to organize production and think about improvements. It's a lot of work." Half an hour later, Leader Pan came running over happily. Leader Pan had been very depressed ever since he was rejected by Qin Yang last time. This time, when he saw the director of Factory 617 standing nearby and heard Leader Fong introduce the work, Leader Pan's mood finally turned from gloomy to cheerful. "Of course I have to take charge of this important task. Comrades from Factory 617, please rest assured that I will do a good job." Leader Pan immediately straightened his chest and said, "I have been there once last year. I have experience." "Old Pan, this job was also won by Mr. Qin, so don't worry about the previous unpleasantness," said Leader Fong. Leader Pan's face changed. "Old Fong, what do you mean by that? Am I that kind of person? It's all for the country and for the development of the military industry. How could I bear a grudge? I have already forgotten what happened last time." Leader Fong smiled. In fact, this job could be assigned to anyone. He gave it to Leader Pan just to smooth things over and resolve the conflict between him and Qin Yang. Now that Leader Pan can travel to Hong Kong, it should help him feel mentally balanced, right? Leader Pan took the check and set off on the journey south. Chapter 143: Hong Kong Purchasing. In this era, the colorful world outside will still make many people lose themselves. After all, the outside world is indeed better than the domestic world. Take the 1980s for example. Hong Kong's GDP had reached 28.8 billion US dollars, while the best city in China was only 20.8 billion US dollars, and other places were far below this figure. As for per capita, it is even higher. Hong Kong has a large population density, but its per capita GDP still reached an astonishing $5,700, while the mainland only had $194 and Shanghai only had $1,819. Therefore, Shanghai, which has the best economic development, cannot compare with Hong Kong. This is not just a simple chicken fart indicator, but also a difference in economic structure and production structure. Hong Kong rose up due to the financial industry and also has tourism, trade logistics, etc. Even the film industry is much higher than that of the mainland. When you first come to Hong Kong, it's easy to be dazzled by the hustle and bustle of the world, the high-rise buildings, the bright lights and nightlife, the right-hand drive cars on the streets, the boldly dressed women, and the men in suits. Leader Pan looked at Zhang Feng, a bank employee beside him, with a smile. Xiao Zhang, this is your first time here. How do you feel? Leader Pan, this place is more prosperous than Shanghai, said Zhang Feng. Of course, this is an international metropolis. Look, a double-decker bus. A double-decker truck passed by them. Zhang Feng opened his eyes wide and looked at the two-story bus. He would probably brag about it when he got back. Have you ever seen a two-story bus? I have. It was not until 1991 that Shanghai introduced double-decker buses. In the 1980s, this was absolutely unthinkable. Leader Pan, shall we go up and sit down? No, we are here on business. Just take a taxi, and after we finish dealing with the check, I will take you out for some fun. Play? Zhang Feng was a little nervous. Leader Pan, we are here to work. Would it be bad if we play around? What's wrong with that? Leader Pan said, it's so hard to get out here, so we should relax and treat it as a trip. Oh, and there's shopping too. We're going to buy a lot of things to take back. This mission was jointly undertaken by the Foreign Affairs Department and the Banking Department. Leader Feng entrusted the matter to Leader Pan, who went to the bank to look for someone. He did not look for old acquaintances who had been to Hong Kong, but a young man. Why? Isn't it because Zhang Feng is young and strong, and he can bring more things back? This trip will definitely be fruitful. We can't buy the things that can be bought in Zhongying Street. We have to buy some new foreign things. Leader Feng said, Xiao Zhang, just follow me. I won't let you suffer any loss. The earliest batch of Hong Kong purchasing agents appeared on the Sino-British Street. In the spring of 1979, the old man drew a circle in the south. In this circle, there was a small street 250 meters long and 3 or 4 meters wide, divided into two sides by the monument. This is Zhongying Street. Not just anyone can come here. Various certificates are required. Only people from public institutions and organizations can easily obtain the certificates. However, there is one exception, and that is the local native residents. Each household was allocated 1 or 2 yellow certificates, and they could go as far as Sha Tao Kok. They became the earliest purchasing agents, and all kinds of new things were obtained through them. Cloth, instant noodles, umbrellas, MSG, soap, skirts, stockings, etc. continuously flow to the mainland through the Zhongying Street, especially cloth, with a daily turnover of hundreds of thousands. This group of people also became the first group to become wealthy. In the mainland, most people don't have such a mind. However, leaders like Pan in the Foreign Affairs Department are different. They have seen the world. Every time they go on a business trip, don't they have to bring some things back? The foreign goods they bring back are very profitable. The work was done in half an hour, and Leader Feng took Zhang Feng straight to the mall. Tape recorder. Sharp GF 777. This is a high-end product. It costs more than 2,000 yuan in a shopping mall in the capital. Zhang Feng couldn't help but say when he saw the things on the shelf. If you buy it here with Hong Kong dollars, it's only a few hundred yuan in RMB. Leader Feng said, if you take this thing back, you can make more than 1,000 yuan by reselling it. For someone who earns a few dozen yuan a month, making more than 1,000 yuan by reselling the product is absolutely unthinkable. Leader Feng, this is too unbelievable. Zhang Feng said while swallowing. This is heaven. Leader Feng said, since you like it, let's buy this tape recorder first. Soon, Zhang Feng was carrying a lot of stuff. In his left hand was a Sharp GF 777. In his right hand were 3 Sanyo single-card machines tied together, and on his back was a Toshiba TV. Frog eye glasses are very popular. We have to buy some. Leader Pan said as he reached into his pocket, only to find that all the foreign currency he brought with him had been spent. Alas, these are all we can buy. As foreign films are introduced into our country, frog eye glasses will become popular. It's a pity that we can't take them back. Leader Pan shook his head repeatedly. Not enough money? I'll pay for it. Boss, Give me 20 pairs of Lewis sunglasses. At this moment, a clear voice rang out. The first half of the sentence was in Mandarin, and the second half was in Cantonese, and it was spoken very fluently. Leader Pan looked over curiously and saw a woman who was speaking. She was fashionably dressed and had big wavy hair. She looked extremely sexy and attractive. You are? Xiao Chao, Leader Pan asked. Chao Xuemei? When Leader Pan came to Hong Kong on a business trip for the first time, he met Chao Xuemei by chance. At that time, Chao Xuemei's high heels were stuck on the manhole cover. Leader Pan happened to pass by and helped her. At that time, Chao Xuemei just handed him a business card, and they had no contact after that. Unexpectedly, we met here. Yeah, why didn't you contact me? Xiao Chao, you can see that I'm from the mainland and I seldom come here. Since you're here, I have to repay you. I'll treat you to a meal. No thanks. I'm grateful for lending me the money to buy sunglasses. I'll pay you back next time I come over. Don't be polite. There's a cart noodle shop near the mall. I'll take you there. Zhang Feng was tired and hungry. After sitting down, he ate 2 large bowls of food. Leader Pan and Chao Xuemei ate and chatted at the same time. My father is from the mainland and my mother is from Hong Kong, so I can speak Mandarin, Cantonese, and English. Chao Xuemei introduced herself enthusiastically. By the way, Mr. Pan, are you an official in the mainland? He's not a high-ranking official. He just receives foreigners in the Foreign Affairs Department. Really? No wonder he's different from the other bumpkins from the interior. He's actually a diplomat. Who have you met recently? Recently? The people I've been responsible for receiving recently are wealthy people from the Middle East. They are really rich. They bought our tanks, 100 of them at once, just like buying cabbages. Yes, there is abundant oil there, and there are rich people everywhere. However, since they have gone there, they will definitely not just buy a few tanks. That's true. Sharp GF 777, very collectible. Chapter 144 Panhan Falls. It was a great trip. Pan returned to the capital happily, followed by Zhang Feng, a coolie. He was very happy. Although every time I fight with Qin Yang, I end up at a disadvantage. But this time I can also be regarded as benefiting from Qin Yang. So, for this matter, I can temporarily not bother with Qin Yang. After all, there is still Leader Feng to smooth things over. But after a while, I still have to find a way to trick Qin Yang once. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. Xiaozhang, leave the things at my house first. When all these things are delivered, I will give you some benefits. I will call you when I have the opportunity to go on a business trip in the future. Well, Leader Pan, money doesn't matter. The main thing is that going out with you broadens my horizons and gives me more experience. This is very important for my future development. Before Zhang Feng finished his words, he saw a 212 car driving towards them quickly and stopped next to them with a sharp brake sound. Then, several men in uniform got out and surrounded them. What's going on? Leader Pan looked gloomy as he looked at the man getting off the passenger seat. Boss, what are you talking about? Old Pan, I'm sorry, please come with us. Go for a trip? What? Leader Pan said, looking at Zhang Feng who brought a lot of goods. These things we brought were all asked by our relatives and friends to bring back. You don't need to make such a big fuss, right? Subconsciously, Leader Pan figured out that he had brought back these good things, and someone was jealous and was trying to trip him up behind his back. However, he had already thought of an excuse. What's wrong with bringing some goodies back from a business trip to Hong Kong? People on the Chongqing Street were dealing in these things every day. Boss, I have a batch of genuine frog eye glasses here. I heard that your son likes them the most. How about giving one to your family? Leader Pan continued. Young people nowadays like this. Old Pan, these are all small matters. We all know what people from your Foreign Affairs Department do when they are on business trips, and we have never asked about it. This time I am looking for you for something else. Anything else? What else could it be? I've already withdrawn the check and transferred it to our bank account in China. It's not that. Let's go. You'll know when you get there. Secretary Song wants to see you. Secretary Song. There are very few things that can alarm Secretary Song. If Secretary Song knows, it means that the old leader also knows. He didn't do anything when he went out. If you have done nothing wrong during the day, you won't be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door at night. If you act upright, what else do you have to be afraid of? With this thought in mind, Leader Pan got into Leader Dong's car. When they arrived at the destination, Zhang Feng, who was completely confused, was isolated and interrogated. Leader Pan walked into Secretary Song's room with suspicion. Reporting to the leader, I have successfully completed the mission and returned. I wonder what happened. If it is a malicious rumor or slander by an outsider, please help me. As soon as he came in, Leader Pan began to complain about his grievance. At the same time, he glanced at the people present. In addition to Secretary Song, Leader Fong was also there. Pan Han, take a look at the contents of this newspaper. Leader Fong handed over a newspaper. Calling him by his name? So rude? What kind of evidence could this tattered newspaper have against him? Leader Pan took it with dissatisfaction. It was filled with traditional Chinese characters, and the name of the newspaper, Industrial and Commercial Daily, was written in the upper right corner. This was from Hong Kong, and had nothing to do with him. If they were slandering him, then he would be a hero. This kind of content had to be read in reverse. With this thought in mind, Leader Pan continued reading. When he took a closer look at the front page headline, his expression suddenly changed. Such arms sales are outrageous. According to reliable sources, the mainland is about to export a large number of weapons to the Middle East, where war is raging, including 100 Type 69 tanks. After reading a few lines, sweat began to drip from Leader Pan's forehead, water stains appeared on the newspaper, and his hands began to tremble. Seeing this, Secretary Song sighed. Pan Han, do you have anything else to say? Secretary Song, Leader Fong, I definitely did not leak it on purpose. At that time let me explain what happened at that time. Leader Pan said, leniency will be given to those who confess. Severity will be given to those who resist. He must speak up quickly. Even if he doesn't, Zhang Feng will. After listening to Leader Pan's narration, everyone sighed. Leader Fong spoke first. You. Think carefully. Why would a beautiful lady suddenly approach you? Is she really just trying to repay you for your help? How many cadres have been corrupted by the sugar-coated bullets of capitalism? You just saw the beauty and forgot the confidentiality discipline and said all these things that should not be said. Is Chao Xuemei a spy? Leader Pan regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. She must be a spy, otherwise she would have played the long game. She's just a newspaper reporter. She saw that you were a cadre from the mainland, so she approached you on purpose, hoping to get some explosive news from you. Now she's in trouble. What about you? I know nothing. Leaders, please forgive me. Leader Pan's legs went weak, and he fell to his knees with a thud. You have brought great trouble to the country and have had a huge impact on our military exports. As for how to deal with you, let the relevant departments handle it. Secretary Song sighed. But one thing is certain, your case must be used as a negative example and reported to all departments, especially your Foreign Affairs Department. I am innocent, leaders, I am innocent. When Leader Pan was dragged out, he was still mumbling something. Unjust. He saw a beautiful woman. His hormones were aroused. He wanted to show off his abilities, and in the end he was cheated by her. What was wrong? He could still go find that newspaper reporter and label her a spy. No one will have sympathy for Leader Pan. However, for some reason, they had another feeling in their hearts. Was the fall of Pan related to Qin Yang? Was it a trap set up by Qin Yang on purpose? However, these arrangements were made by superiors, and Qin Yang was completely unaware of them and had no way of interfering. So it shouldn't be him, right? Boss, where is Qin Yang now? Asked Leader Fong. The Yongding Machinery Factory should be the last stop for accompanying foreigners, said Leader Dong. Everyone was completely confident in Qin Yang, so they simply let Qin Yang take Al-Walid around without any leader following him. They were friends, and it would be easier to talk business between friends than with officials. Yongding Machinery Factory? Secretary Song couldn't remember it at once. It's Factory 618. Their main product is the Type 63 armored vehicle. Leader Fong explained quickly. Oh, Secretary Song finally understood. Since the customer wants the Type 69 tank, he must also need an accompanying armored vehicle. This type of armored vehicle may be able to sell thousands of units. Chapter 145. Drink the water and remember the well digger. The Yongding Machinery Factory is located in Mintugu, a suburb of the capital, on the banks of the Yongding River. It was originally a tank and artillery repair shop. At that time, their mechanical processing capabilities were very limited, the factory buildings were simple, the equipment was insufficient, and there was no technical information. However, when they received the task from their superiors to develop an armored personnel carrier, they immediately began a new journey with high passion, enthusiasm, and endless energy. After several years of hard work, they finally developed the Type 63 armored vehicle, which has also become the most reliable companion of the tank troops. Currently, the warring parties on the battlefield in the Middle East need a large number of tanks as the spearhead of the ground forces, and also need a large number of armored vehicles as the backbone of the ground forces. Therefore, the Type 63 armored vehicle will become the product they need most. Our vehicle is made of high-strength armored steel plates welded together and can withstand 12.7 mm machine gun bullets. You can see that its body is like a boat, so it can sail on water. It is low overall with smooth lines. It is a world-class armored vehicle. Qin Yang introduced it to Al-Walid while standing in front of a Type 63 armored vehicle. Qin, this car is good, but it's too small. Al-Walid frowned. The Saudi army also has armored vehicles, All of them are M113, with a spacious body and comfortable ride. However, he was somewhat dissatisfied with the vehicle in front of him. It must be very cramped inside. That's why you don't understand. Qin Yang said, we designed the car to be small. This way, once we face the enemy's firepower attack, the casualties will be much smaller. This kind of car can only defend against machine gun bullets, not RPGs. You understand. Tanks cannot defend against RPGs, let alone armored vehicles with thin skin and large fillings. Once faced with a sneak attack, at most one person in the vehicle will die, and the others can quickly get off the vehicle to fight. They cannot bring the dead back to life, but they can avenge their fallen companions. The small size of the vehicle is definitely not because our engine is not powerful or our transmission system is unreliable, but because we have learned from the experience of the battlefield. The battlefield is cruel. Al-Walid nodded. Well, what you said is indeed a benefit, but it is impossible to carry an infantry squad like this. Wouldn't it be better to take half an infantry squad? An infantry squad is equipped with 2 armored personnel carriers, and the squad leader and the deputy squad leader each command one. Factory Director Cui Yuqing followed by with a smile on his face. Now that Engineer Qin had arrived, Factory 618 was about to usher in the glorious moment of exporting. He had already inquired about it, so he didn't need to ask for it himself. Qin Gong could satisfy the customer with just a little deception. If they asked for the introduction, it would be easy to expose their true intentions. Well, that sounds good. Al-Walid nodded. When the 100 tanks are transported, send us 10 of these armored vehicles. As for the down payment, forget about the down payment, just pay it when the final payment is due. If our 618 factory doesn't have the money to purchase, our factory can help advance the payment. Qin Yang said, we are good friends. Of course we have to help guarantee it. Al-Walid nodded with satisfaction. Qin, I am so lucky to have you as my friend. Well, do you want to go inside and take a look? If you feel uncomfortable, we can replace the seats with leather ones. Al-Walid went in through the back door. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Cui Yuqing finally found the opportunity and said to Qin Yang in a low voice. Director Cui, the armored vehicles will not be delivered until the end of the year. You have to work harder in the next few months and make improvements where necessary. Try to deliver the best products to customers. If customers are satisfied, they may order thousands of vehicles. Yes, we definitely will. Cui Yuqing nodded repeatedly. I heard that the engine of this type of armored vehicle is difficult to start. Didn't our country import the BF-8L 413F engine from Germany? Match this engine to the Type 63 armored vehicle and guarantee customer satisfaction. Mr. Qin, how did you know that? Now it was Cui Yuqing's turn to be surprised. Why can't I know? Our 2 factories are close to each other. If you have any technical problems in the future, you can come to Factory 960 to find me. Yes, Engineer Qin. Cui Yuqing nodded repeatedly. Our Type 63 armored vehicles are equipped with 12.7mm anti-aircraft machine guns. Your 960 factory manufactures guns. For this batch of foreign trade orders, the matching firearms will be given to you to produce. You can name the price. Director Cui, you are very sensible. Qin Yang nodded with satisfaction. Of course, Mr. Qin, when we drink water, we should remember the well diggers, who said that Factory 960 has taken away other people's business and will not be able to get involved in the military industry in the future. Which factory will have to bow and scrape to Factory 960 in the future? Qin Yang was also very happy. The last time I went abroad, I made some good friends, which was definitely a higher investment than Lu Buwei saving Yingzheng. Even without Qin Yang, during the Iran-Iraq War, domestic military factories would have sold their products and made a lot of money. They did not become a burden during the national economic transformation, but became a helper. But now, these military factories have to remember Qin Yang's contribution. The orders were fooled by Qin Yang. Without Qin Yang, they would have nothing to lose. What are you talking about? You look so happy. At this moment, a voice came from outside. Leader Dong, what brings you here? Qin Yang was very curious. The superiors are very happy to hear that you are back and are planning to host a banquet for you. This is not a good idea, right? This matter must be kept secret. Qin Yang glanced at Al-Walid, who was experiencing the interior of the armored vehicle, and said with some concern, what's the point of keeping it secret? It's already known to the outside world. It's better to make it public. Leader Dong said, you don't know about this? How should I know? Alas, this matter is all Pan Han's fault. After hearing Leader Dong's brief account of the incident, Qin Yang felt excited. He had casually dug a hole and actually buried Leader Pan in it. Without revealing anything, he had solved a hidden danger. In fact, there are many ways to trade, and the flow of funds is not difficult. However, Qin Yang used the method of writing checks for advance payment. just wanting his superiors to find someone to do it. Who was the best fit? Leader Pan had been involved in this matter before, so it would be best to let him do it now, and this would also resolve the conflict between him and himself. Of course, Qin Yang was not sure whether something would happen after he went there. He just knew that there were many intelligence personnel lurking in Hong Kong, keeping an eye on the cadres from the mainland. If one's stance is not firm, it is easy to be lured and bribed. Leader Pan is one of them. Therefore, Qin Yang cannot be blamed for this matter. Even if it was a sting operation, it was because Leader Pan could not withstand the temptation. If he had slept with a beautiful woman and sold out the information, it would be fine. But it was not worth it to leak the information just by having a meal with her. Alas, our weapons industry system has to involve the Foreign Affairs Department and foreign trade. Qin Yang said, now there is a mess. Fortunately, nothing else has been leaked. We will have more and more foreign trade orders in the future, and we can't always let people from the Foreign Affairs Department interfere. Yeah, but there's nothing we can do about it. Why not? Qin Yang said, I have a solution. What? I'll report to my superiors after we send the client off. You kid, why are you still keeping me in suspense? Chapter 146 Establishment of a Specialized Import and Export Company. In mid-October, Qin Yang went to the airport to see an old friend off. After returning, he came to a conference room in a certain compound. Mr. Qin, you have worked hard during this period. Although we already know your achievements, we would like to hear you speak for yourself now. Leader Fong, who was presiding over the meeting, said, after you finish your report, we need to send it to the old leader for review. Well, leaders, I am really exhausted during this period. Qin Yang was not modest. If the system selects some kind of annual advanced individual this year, you have to give me the honor. And it can't be just the honor, there must be a real reward. Don't belittle yourself, kid. Leader Han, who was attending the meeting, interrupted him and said, hurry up. This is the first time that so many of us have listened to a report from a young boy like you. Don't waste everyone's time. Okay, then I'll introduce it to you. Qin Yang said, let's talk about different industries. In the aviation industry, the customer has the intention to order 10 J7s and may increase to hundreds later. The customer also likes the combination of our H-6 and anti-ship missiles and may place an order for 20 to 50. In the armored industry, the customer has ordered 100 Type 69 tanks and will increase to more than 2,000 later. The customer has also ordered 10 Type 63 armored vehicles and may sell more than 1,000 later. Although everyone knew that Qin Yang had brought foreigners around this time and had a lot of orders, they were still very shocked to hear Qin Yang say this. In the past, this was unthinkable. Qin Yang finished introducing the group with spit flying all over the place. Leader Fong on the rostrum spoke up. Where are the light weapons? The profit margin of light weapons is too low, so there is no need to mention it. Speak. Leader Han's voice was stern. As for light weapons, the customer has already ordered 50,000 Type 56 submachine guns, 5,000 light and heavy machine guns, and 10 million rounds of ammunition from our Capital Farm Implements factory. Okay, no wonder you didn't say anything. It turns out that all the orders for light weapons came from your factory. Leader Han said, are you afraid of offending others by saying it? What are you afraid of? I've already offended you anyway. Qin Yang has always had this carefree personality, making people think that he has no ulterior motives. However, only those who know him best know that they must never underestimate him. When the subsequent deals are concluded, the conservative estimate is around $5 billion. Qin Yang changed the subject. The country's economic development still depends on our military exports. $5 billion? Is that really that much? Leader Fong questioned. We roughly calculated that all these potential orders added up to only $2 or $3 billion. You've doubled it. That's because we didn't count the other half. Think about it. A war is a two-way battle. If one side buys a lot of weapons, the other side will suffer. In order to defeat the opponent, they also have to buy weapons. The other party? Only Engineer Qin could come up with such an idea. Everyone felt mixed emotions. Wasn't this a bit too much? However, the thought of earning billions of dollars made people feel happy. Thanks to this war, the domestic military industry was saved. Qin Yang had no idea how much it could sell for exactly, but according to his memory, it sold for $3.75 billion at the time. The biggest winner was Factory 617, which made $1 billion by selling only 69 tanks. Since Qin Yang is here, more weapons will be sold, so the export value will be higher, about 10 billion, but it is not convenient to say this number now. These people have not seen the world yet. In this world, the people who make the most money are arms dealers. Even if there is no war in many places, they will deliberately provoke war just to sell arms. Well, these data will make the old leader very happy. He will finally not have to worry about our military industry anymore. Engineer Chin, I heard from the old boss that you have any ideas? You refused to say it at that time, but now tell us in front of everyone. You are the smartest one. Leader Fong continued. Everyone, with the war between the two countries, we will export a large amount of arms, and many people will be jealous. We work hard to produce arms, so we can't let outsiders get away with it. Now this vigorous military trade is our military industry and has nothing to do with other departments. They can't get involved and save us trouble. Qin Yang said, withdrawing the funds of a check can leak our secrets. If we continue to cooperate with them in the future, I don't know how many times we will be cheated by them. Mr. Qin, what you said makes sense. However, we are all engaged in military industry and are not familiar with foreign trade. Without the cooperation of people from the Foreign Affairs Department, I am afraid we will not be able to accomplish anything. Leader Han spoke. Qin Yang didn't say to be wary of the Foreign Affairs Department. That was what Leader Han said. Yes, none of our subordinate factories have such professionals. Only the people in the Foreign Affairs Department often deal with foreign countries. The director of Factory 617 said, if we had this ability, why would we need to look for them? Leader Pan went out for a trip and ended up selling their military industry system. Everyone was very angry about this, but it would not be appropriate to say that they would not deal with people from the Foreign Affairs Department in the future. After all, everyone was in the dark and had no idea how to do foreign trade. Qin Yang smiled and said, what's so difficult about this? We can set up a special import and export company in our military industry system, recruit some people who understand international trade, and let them take charge of foreign trade. Isn't that enough? The Foreign Affairs Department and the Weapons Industry Department are two independent departments and do not have the same leader, which makes management very inconvenient. Moreover, there will be too many opportunities for them to take advantage in the future. This incident involving Leader Pan is definitely not an exception. If we don't find a solution, there will definitely be many more troubles in the future. That's right. Without Butcher Zheng, we will have to eat hairy pigs. Can't we slaughter them ourselves? We can set up this company. In the future, we will do foreign trade ourselves and not rely on their Foreign Affairs Department. Leader Han made the decision. Is this company superior to our other factories? Someone asked the key question. It is enough for the big guys to have a leader above them. After all, they are formal state institutions. Now, if a random company is set up and rides on the head of the big guys, I guess no one is willing to do that. Of course not. The purpose of establishing this company is to help us complete transactions with foreigners. It belongs to the emerging tertiary industry, a service company. Qin Yang said, it is similar to the role I have played recently, responsible for communicating with foreigners and taking them around our factories. If foreigners like something, we will sit down together to negotiate the order. Just a runner? That's good. It solves our problem. Everyone was finally satisfied. But who will be in charge of this company? It's not easy to find such a candidate. He needs to be very familiar with our domestic military industry, and he needs to deal with foreigners. More importantly, he needs to gain our trust. Qin Yang's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Oh no, I forgot something. Dig someone who knows foreign trade? In this era, how many people know foreign trade? The people of the 8 major professional foreign trade companies that monopolize import and export power don't know much either. Even if they know foreign trade, it won't work if they don't know military industry. Sure enough, everyone looked at Qin Yang in unison. Engineer Qin, Mr. Zhu originally wanted to transfer you to the 201 Institute to work on tanks. But now, the first task of our military industry is to survive. You are most familiar with this aspect. So, you will be in charge of this company that runs errands for everyone. How about it? Leader Han spoke. Chapter 147 Fongbei Industrial Company. You are just tying yourself up in knots. Why didn't I think of this? There is a shortage of talent in China right now, and there are no such qualified candidates. What is this called? I made an appointment myself, and I have to finish it even if I cry? Qin Yang didn't want to be the person in charge of this company because he was a technician. He just took his good friends around the country, and then he changed his career after returning. As an ideal military worker, he would never change his career to sales. But Leader Han spoke. Although Leader Han spoke in a kindly manner, it was very inappropriate to reject him openly here. Qin Yang's mind was working rapidly, and he soon thought of something. Leader Han, of course I am willing to help you guys, but I can't leave. Can't leave? Yes, there are still many research and development projects waiting for me in our country. For example, I promised to develop a 5.8 mm caliber universal bullet last time, but it has not officially started yet. Think about it. Isn't it a bit of a waste to let an excellent technical talent like me run errands? The 5.8 mm universal bullet is related to the replacement of the ammunition of the entire army, which is an important task. Domestic ammunition experts have been researching for many years, but they can only make two kinds of ammunition and cannot coordinate them. Qin Yang promised that one bullet can solve the problem. Miracles are happening again and again, and everyone is full of expectations for Qin Yang. The research and development task of 5.8mm universal bullets is definitely much more important than running foreign trade. Therefore, Leader Han had to consider, if Qin Yang went into sales, what would happen to the ammunition? There's no rush for ammunition. Today's military trade is related to the survival of our military industry. Someone said, "Engineer Qin, don't refuse. Get us the order first. We can talk about other things later." No, the ammunition can't be delayed any longer. It has to be as soon as possible. It's a waste for an expert like Qin Gong to run errands for us. Every weapon he develops is epic-making. He can play a better role in research and development. Well, the scene started to get noisy. Qin Yang was very satisfied. "Everyone, I know I can't be missing anywhere, but I'm not Monkey King. I can't be everywhere. I have an idea." At this moment, Leader Han spoke. The quarrel in the conference room stopped instantly. Engineer Qin is right. The task of developing the 5.8mm bullet can no longer be delayed. Therefore, Engineer Qin must actively devote himself to the research and development work. I hope that Engineer Qin can develop this bullet before the end of this year. But Qin Yang began to smile bitterly. What Leader Han said first was not important. What came later was the key. However, foreign trade cannot be delayed. Therefore, we must quickly select a group of elite personnel to set up this specialized foreign trade company. Leader Han said, "The company has just started and needs capable people to run it. Qin Gong is capable and should work harder. He should also come to this company to help and strive to achieve the export intentions he promised." Qin Yang shook his head helplessly. "Leader Han, my energy is limited. I must be exhausted from running around here and there. In order to reduce your fatigue from running back and forth, this company will be temporarily set up next to your Capital Farm Implements factory. You will work at the Capital Farm Implements factory during the day and go to the foreign trade company at night. As a young person, since you have the ability, you should make more contributions." Make more contributions? This is even more brutal than 996. This is to make yourself 007. Qin Yang was somewhat helpless. "By the way, what should we call this company?" "Qin Yang, you are the founder of this company. Do you have any good name?" Leader Han's arrangement could not be violated. At this time, Qin Yang felt the same pain as Li Yunlong. A higher-ranking official can crush a person. How many levels higher is this Leader Han than himself? Once it is arranged, it cannot be violated. What's the name? Is there any need to say it? Just use the existing name. How about Fongbei Industrial Company? Well, the name is somewhat subtle, somewhat ostentatious, somewhat brief, and yet rich in connotation. Not bad. Let's call it Fongbei Industrial Company. Now, everyone applaud, and let the founder of Fongbei Company speak. This company concerns the vital interests of everyone present, so the applause was particularly enthusiastic. After the thunderous applause died down, Qin Yang rolled his eyes and spoke. "It is said that a new official has 3 fires to start with. Since I have taken on this task, I have to take this opportunity to make a few requests." "Okay, as long as you can build this company up, we can agree to any request you make." Leader Han nodded. "First, for every task assigned to a factory, the company will retain 1/10,000th of the funds as company expenses. As you all know, the company will have to travel around the world and make various business trips, which will definitely cost money. Since it's just errands, we have to pay for it. It's only 1 in 10,000. We can accept it." The first condition was quickly passed. "Secondly, I am the one who selects the company's employees. Without my permission, no one can place their relatives in the company. That's right. This company is lucrative, and many people will be jealous. If we randomly assign people to it, then the company will be full of useless people. How can it run normally? That's right. No one should think of becoming a parasite in our Fongbei Industrial Company." Leader Fong nodded. Both of these suggestions were good. It can be seen that Qin Yang has already started to consider the company and has entered the working state so quickly. It turned out that he did not make a mistake in choosing him. Third, this company is a product of the market economy, so we must operate according to the laws of the market economy. The company's employees will have a hard time, and I will pay them high wages. That's fine, you deserve it. I also have the right to give myself a high salary. Even if I earn $1 million a year, that's what I deserve. Mr. Qin, you are defaming yourself again. What do you want so much money for? This request surprised Leader Han. Qin Yang can make money and spend money, but he does it not for himself, but for the factory and the country. The first time Qin Yang went abroad, he spent his own salary, met good friends, and paved the way for this flourishing business. Qin Yang is not a greedy person. Why does he want so much salary? Is this self-pollution? I get 1 million a year, so my people can get 100,000 a year, so they can work better. Qin Yang sighed. Everyone, think about it. Fangbei Industrial Company has to run business all over the world. They will handle a lot of money every day, and they will also be exposed to a lot of secrets. How can we guarantee their loyalty? Everyone became serious, and the expressions of Leader Han, Leader Fang, and others also became serious. They knew that Qin Yang was talking about something more important. Every time Pan Han goes out, he has to purchase so many things to bring back to make money. The employees of Fangbei Industrial Company travel all over the world, and they face more temptations. How to eliminate hidden dangers. Ideological education is a must to continuously improve their ideological awareness, but at the same time, they must also be paid sufficiently high so that they cherish this job and can better serve the military industry system. Qin Yang gave a high-sounding reason for his high salary, which his leader could not help but take seriously. We need to report this condition to our superiors and ask them to make the decision. Leader Han said, but, Engineer Qin, if this condition is not agreed to, you will not give up, right? Of course not. However, if there are traitors among my subordinates, please do not hold me responsible for leadership. Chapter 148. Knowledge is power, wealth, and a good life. It was already late at night, but the old leader's office was still brightly lit. This Qin Yang is really a stubborn donkey. He can only be rubbed in the right direction. The old leader sighed. This last one is clearly a check on our army. Leader Han looked embarrassed. He had of course thought that Qin Yang was forced to be the head of this import and export company, but he was unwilling to do so, so he proposed a condition that gave the leader a headache. The older generation is willing to sacrifice without asking for anything in return, but the younger generation is different. Qin Yang kept saying, I am a brick of the revolution, and I will be moved wherever I am needed. However, he offered such incredible conditions. I'm wondering if Qin Yang knows that this position is not a good place to sit. He doesn't know how many eyes will be watching him, so he might as well retreat like this. Secretary Song spoke. Humph, who made him so capable? The old leader said. We need people like him to carry out reforms. 1 million a year salary is 1 million a year salary. I approve it. Everyone else was very surprised. Isn't the old leader too bold? The highest paid people in the country only make tens of thousands of yuan a year. Qin Yang wants 1 million yuan a year. Wouldn't that make everyone jealous? Old leader, many people will be dissatisfied with this, right? Not satisfied? Then show them what they can do. Qin Yang has brought us military orders worth tens of billions of dollars. If anyone can do this, I will give him an annual salary of 1 million. If you don't have this ability, then don't be jealous. The old leader said, since we have said that we should encourage some people to get rich first, why not let Qin Yang be the role model? Whoever can develop the economy and exchange foreign currency will eat meat. Old leader, Qin Yang is still too young. Should we send an experienced person to Fangbei Industrial Company? Leader Han suggested. Are you going to share some of the firepower with Qin Yang? It seems that you really value this kid. Then send Lao Dong over, since he is familiar with the capital farm implement factory anyway. Good. H.U. Qin Yang, who had just returned to the capital agricultural implements factory, sneezed loudly. Yangzi, what's wrong? Zhang Chao, his best friend, asked with concern. Are you catching a cold? What's wrong with catching a cold? Someone must be saying bad things about me behind my back. Qin Yang said, and then thought of something. Chaozi, how is your sales work going these days? Our Lion brand air rifles are already famous all over the country. Zhang Chao said, all our salesmen are very rich. They all say that it was thanks to you, Yangzi, who showed them the way. Qin Yang nodded. Okay, gather them together tomorrow, and I will hold a meeting for them. Meeting? Zhang Chao was a little puzzled, but he was used to obeying. Okay, I'll contact them now. Some of the people outside may not be able to arrive in time. I will convey the content of your meeting to them. The next day, Qin Yang slept until about 10 o'clock and finally made up for the sleep he had missed recently. When he was washing his face and brushing his teeth, he felt something was wrong at the door, so he pushed open the door while brushing his teeth and was suddenly startled. There are so many people outside. Hey, what are you doing at my door? Chief Qin, aren't you going to hold a meeting for us? Yes, Chief Qin, Brother Chao asked us to come. Oh, then why are you coming to my door instead of going to the meeting room? We waited in the conference room for hours. Got it. You guys go back first. I'll be there soon. Qin Yang said unclearly, went back to get the toothbrush cup, and started rinsing his mouth. After washing up, Qin Yang came to the conference room refreshed. As soon as he stood on the podium, he was surprised to see the figure of Leader Dong. Leader Dong, what brings you here? Are you here to convey any instructions? No, I have something to tell you about work, but I don't want to waste everyone's time now. You go to the meeting first, and I'll listen here. Okay. Qin Yang nodded, looked at the people below, and said, everyone has worked hard this year, running around to promote Lion brand air rifles for the factory. It's not hard. We all have to thank Section Chief Qin. We can have 4 dishes for every meal. Qin Yang smiled. So, are you satisfied? Satisfied? Are you satisfied after eating 4 dishes? Do you want to live in a big house? Each person has a separate room and a big living room. Think, when you go out to do business, do you want to replace the one-leg kick with a 4-wheeled one? Think, Mr. Qin, we all listen to you. Just give us the task. The people below have been encouraged by Qin Yang, and they also know Qin Yang's intention to make them more wealthy and live a better life. Now we have a new mission, which is to sell our military products to the whole world. Worldwide, everyone was stunned. Lao Wang took the lead and said, Chief Qin, we are enterprising and courageous, but we don't have the ability. To do business with foreigners, we have to learn their language. Why are you afraid? Knowledge is power. Knowledge is wealth. Knowledge is a better life. Qin Yang said, if you want to be a better salesman, you have to learn. You not only have to learn foreign bird languages, but also international finance and trade. Leader Dong's eyes suddenly lit up. The superior assigned the task of setting up Fongbei Industrial Company to Qin Yang. Leader Dong was assigned here and felt somewhat nervous because this task was not an easy one. First of all, it was difficult to find people. Nowadays, everyone wants to work in a factory and have a stable job. Who wants to run around? If you force someone to come here, you can transfer them, but a forced melon is not sweet. But now, looking at the atmosphere on the scene, he knew that he was worrying too much. After the reform, the Capital Agricultural Implements Factory had trained a group of salesmen. Now, it is entirely possible to train these domestic salesmen into international salesmen. Russian is okay? I learned Russian before. No, Qin Yang said, I want English, French, German, Japanese, Arabic, and other languages. You must be proficient in them, especially the professional vocabulary in our military industry. You must learn them all. Leader Dong frowned again. It must not be easy to let these people learn a new foreign language. I will invite a special teacher to teach you. Anyone who can learn international finance and a foreign language can join our new company. The monthly salary is 2,000 yuan. For each additional foreign language you learn, you will get an additional 1,000 yuan. There is no upper limit. The basic salary is only 2,000. Leader Dong suddenly realized the old leader may not know Qin Yang well enough. Qin Yang is not giving the leader a problem. Qin Yang really wants to earn 1,000,000 yuan a year. The salesman under him can get a base salary of 2,000 yuan without doing anything. As long as they can learn foreign languages and international finance, ordinary workers only make a few hundred yuan a year. This kid is so lawless. Okay, let's learn. That's right, we're not doing this for money. We're doing this for Yoko. When did these people learn Qin Yang's shamelessness? I originally thought it would be difficult to transfer people, but now, these people are clamoring to join. Okay, let's start studying from this afternoon. Only after Qin Yang arranged this matter did he have the opportunity to talk to Leader Dong alone. You kid, you have offended the Foreign Affairs Department badly. The first thing Dong said was to intimidate Qin Yang. If you were in their department now, they would probably eat you alive. Chapter 149, Losing Face and Begging Qin Yang. Have you guys figured it out? Qin Yang said calmly. It should have been changed a long time ago. Why should they get all the benefits? Let them profit by monopolizing imports and exports? They can make money without doing anything. How can they be enterprising? You know everything? Leader Dong was extremely surprised. This was something that happened just before he arrived. How could Qin Yang know about it? Qin Yang smiled and said, in 1963, American meteorologist Edward Lorenz proposed a famous butterfly effect. A butterfly in the tropical rainforest of the Amazon River Basin in South America occasionally flaps its wings, which can cause a tornado in Texas, USA, 2 weeks later. Now, I am the butterfly that fans that storm. Yes, Leader Dong said with emotion. Originally, we planned to set up this Fongbei Industrial Company to take over all the weapons export business. However, the Third Aircraft Corporation was the first to be dissatisfied. Although the export of the J-7 was also promoted by you, it belonged to their system, so they decided to let their own Aviacy Technology Corporation be responsible for it. The 7th Aircraft Corporation decided to set up a China Great Wall Industry Corporation. The General Staff decided to set up Poly Corporation. The General Political Department wanted to set up Kelly Corporation, and the National Defense Science and Technology Commission set up the New Era Corporation. A single stone stirs up 1,000 waves. When everyone sees that Fongbei Industrial Company is going to have a good life, how can they be willing to join the ranks of opening foreign trade companies? The 8 professional foreign trade companies that were originally monopolized by the Foreign Affairs Department were stunned instantly. Who will rely on them in the future? They have done it themselves. This time, Qin Yang has badly offended the Foreign Affairs Department. Aren't you afraid? Leader Dong was very moved. He said that someone like Qin Yang was fearless. Qin Yang smiled in his heart. What am I afraid of? I am a time traveler. When I come here, of course I have to do something big and exciting. What's so scary? Besides, have I offended many people along the way? In a distant mountain city, in the conference room of the 296th factory office building. Why? Our 296th factory is the manufacturer of Type 56 rifles. And now, our foreign trade order of 50,000 Type 56 rifles has been snatched away by their 960th factory. Wang Minghai, the head of the propaganda section, said angrily, they are too much of a bully. That's right. Qin Yang took the foreigners around the country. All the factories he transferred to received benefits. It would be fine if Qin Yang didn't bring customers to our factory, but on what basis did he intercept the foreign trade orders that our factory deserved? Zhu Yongli, the head of the sales department, was even more annoyed. Factory 296 is the leading enterprise in the research and development of domestic light weapons. The Type 81 rifle currently produced by the factory is an advanced automatic rifle that is urgently needed by the entire army. They absolutely cannot tolerate such an insult. Yes, that's an insult. Factory 960 has risen and started to shit on the head of Factory 296. We have to go to the capital to file a complaint. Wang Minghai continued, as long as the factory director says a word, I will go to the capital right now. Even if Qin Yang is very famous, he can't bully people like this. In fact, honor and so on are secondary. The key is money. Even if it is only sold for $300, how much is 50,000? 15 million US dollars. This is foreign exchange. Their 296 factory can also earn foreign exchange for the country. Now, if you want to develop the economy, you have to go out. Their 296 factory was eager to show their capabilities and make a fortune in the two-clothing war, but their jobs were taken away by others. Their anger is imaginable. Director Luo, please say something. Everyone talked for a long time, but Director Luo Jianxi didn't say anything, so they couldn't help themselves. How did you get the news? Luo Jianxi asked. In that era, information was blocked, long-distance calls were difficult to make, telegrams had very short words, and letters were written very slowly. At this time, Luo Jianxi was wondering how his men could know the news in such a short time. No one spoke. We can't sell out the person who told us the news. Do you know that the information you received is only part of it, and the person who disclosed the information to you deliberately concealed more important content? Any more news? The superiors decided to set up a special Fongbei industrial company. This company will be responsible for the export of our weapons. From the Type 69 tank to the Type 56 assault rifle, all are handled by this company. Great. This way, Qin Yang won't be able to cover up everything. Let's go to the company and file a complaint. This will also save the relevant departments from passing the buck. Go to the company to file a complaint? Do you know who is the person in charge of this company? It must be an old leader, right? Could it be Qin Yang? The hair in his crotch hasn't grown out yet, right? That's right. The person in charge of this company is Qin Yang. Luo Jianxi looked miserable. What? Crack. A thunderbolt from the clear sky exploded in their brains. It's over now. How can we continue playing? Qin Yang was just the technical section chief of a small third-tier military factory, and he had only been in office for a few months. How did he suddenly become so powerful that he rose above them so quickly? Since they had a grudge against Qin Yang, would they still be able to get foreign trade orders in the future? There must be an inside story. Wang Minghai clenched his fists. Insider information? The old leader agreed to this appointment, and he also accepted the conditions proposed by Qin Yang. Even if Qin Yang offered him $1 million annual salary, it would not be considered as embezzlement of state property. $1 million annual salary. Everyone was so shocked by the news that they were speechless. This is a document issued by our superiors half an hour ago. Please take a look. Luo Jianxi placed the document he had been holding in his hand on the table. Mr. Wang, who was beside Luo Jianxi, picked up the document, took a quick look at it, passed it to the next person, and then spoke. I have a good relationship with Qin Yang. I will swallow my pride and go to Qin Yang to ask if he can give us some orders. All the factories are relying on exporting weapons to the two clothing companies to make money, and we can't be left behind. Well, Lao Wang, I will go with you. Even if I have to kneel in front of Qin Yang, I have to get part of the order. Luo Jianxi said this in a very aggrieved manner. He knew about all the bad things his subordinates had done. It was his subordinates who first did something wrong to Qin Yang. Qin Yang had a clear distinction between love and hate. He would definitely beat up those who bullied him, but when it came to his friends, he was very generous. Director Luo, we. Everyone exclaimed in unison. If Director Luo knelt down, who among them would be able to hold their heads up in the future? I'll go too. If you want me to kneel, I'll kneel. Zhu Yongli said. Don't worry, I know Qin Yang. He won't make things difficult for us. Old Wang said. Let's take this opportunity to make peace with Factory 960. Maybe we can even sell arms together in the future. Chapter 150. We are all brother units, and you actually want to make money from us? After intensive construction, the Capital Agricultural Implements Factory has begun to take shape, with factory buildings, workshops, family quarters, and so on. The originally desolate Shay area has become prosperous. About 1 kilometer away from the gate of the Capital Agricultural Implements Factory is Shaowang Village. At the entrance of Shaowang Village stands a large courtyard with 3 entrances. Before liberation, a wealthy landlord of Shaowang Village once lived here. Afterwards, things have changed and the courtyard has experienced countless upheavals. The bullet holes on the wall and the old locust tree with a burnt trunk in the courtyard all show its complicated past. Due to their age, the houses here were idle for a long time, and only recently have they become bustling again. The first thing to be repaired was the courtyard outside. A layer of plastic sheeting was nailed on the roof, and a round chimney made of thin iron sheets protruded from the window. Thick smoke came out of it, and drops of black smoke oil flowed down the chimney mouth and fell to the ground, forming a coal tar icicle. The chimney led to the iron stove in the room, where the coals were burning vigorously, and the whole room no longer looked like an ice cellar as it did in the past. There were desks and benches in the room, and dozens of people were sitting there, resting their chins on their hands, looking at the blackboard in front of them. A young girl stood on the podium. She was wearing a goose yellow tweed coat, revealing the collar of her red turtleneck sweater. She had short hair, bright eyes, and white teeth. The breath of youth was overflowing from her body. At this moment, she held a piece of chalk in her right hand and wrote letters on the blackboard quickly. Soon, she wrote a whole line. Now, I have read it with you. The girl spoke fluent English. I am Chinese. I love my country. The same voice was heard below, but the tone was a little strange. This sentence means that I am Chinese and I love my motherland. Now, let me explain the grammatical structure. Here, it is a commonly used subject-predicate table structure. Qin Yang stood at the door and listened for a while. When he heard these words, he nodded with satisfaction. He turned around and walked back, saying to the people around him, Uncle Dong, this teacher we invited is great. The two officially became partners, one the general manager and the other the chairman, and when there was no one around, Qin Yang would just call him politely. Leader Dong smiled and said, Of course. Our salesmen will often deal with foreigners in the future, so we must not relax our patriotism education for them. Well, this foreign language teacher also serves as a teacher of ideology and politics. Not bad, not bad. Our class has been open for 3 days, and you haven't formally met the teacher yet. Do you want to talk to her? No need. I'm just here to take a look, and I have to hurry back to the factory. Uncle Dong, I'll leave this to you. Leader Dong smiled and said, You are not afraid of anything except dealing with women. Are women tigers? Can they eat you? I don't want to spend my time on women. As the two talked, they had already walked to the door. Here, the sign of Fongbei Industrial Company had just been hung up and the paint had not yet dried. Engineer Qin. At this time, there were several people standing next to the sign and watching. They happened to see Qin Yang coming out and immediately started shouting. Qin Yang looked over in surprise. Mr. Wang, why are you here? Well, Engineer Qin, we are shameless enough to come to you. Old Wang said with a smile. Let me introduce you. This is Director Luo from our 296 factory. This is Director Zhu from our sales department. The three of them came from a distant mountain city, and after a long journey, they finally found the location of the company. They just took a look at the sign outside and happened to run into Qin Yang. It can be said that it is better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. Lao Luo, Lao Wang, we haven't seen each other for a long time. And Xiao Zhu, let's go in and talk. Mr. Qin, you can come too. Leader Dong said. Qin Yang has many names. Some elderly people who are close to him call him Engineer Qin. Other people in the factory call him Section Chief Qin. And in the newly established Fongbei Industrial Company, he is President Qin in formal occasions. That's right, you are already Mr. Qin. We called you the wrong name. Mr. Qin, can you give me, Old Wang, a favor? Old Wang said with a smile. Mr. Wang, you are too polite. Qin Yang said, You are a veteran in our gun manufacturing industry. How dare I disobey your orders? Let's go in and talk. The courtyard is very large, but most of it has not been cleaned up yet. Only the outer courtyard is clean. The main house is used as a classroom, the east house is used as an office, and the west house is used as a warehouse. Several people entered the east room, and Qin Yang naturally sat on a desk chair with English books on it. Everyone, what do you want me to do? I'm very busy, so let's not exchange pleasantries. Let's talk business. That's not even an order, Old Wang said. Boss Qin, we heard that we got an export order of 50,000 Type 56 rifles from a foreign country. Can we give it to our 296 factory to produce? Yes, now that our Fongbei Industrial Company has been established, we must provide benefits for our military factories. Zhu Yongli said. Seeking benefits? No, you are wrong. Qin Yang said. The order for these guns has nothing to do with Fongbei Industrial Company. It is an agreement signed directly between our capital farm implement factory and the customer. But your factory doesn't have any excess production capacity. Although you have moved out and the scale of the factory has expanded a lot, you also have more production tasks, including civilian air guns, military sniper rifles, and the latest heavy machine guns. I heard there are also artillery shells. I'm afraid you don't have any excess production capacity to produce this batch of Type 56 submachine guns for export. Zhu Yongli continued. 50,000 blades, with a 1-year delivery deadline. Can the Capital Agricultural Implements Factory produce all of them? Well, this is indeed a problem. Mr. Qin, if our Capital Farm Implement Factory cannot produce enough, we can distribute some to our sister companies. Leader Dong spoke. Chairman, what era is this? You still keep referring to our brother companies. Now, our superiors have said that we must compete. Only competition can lead to development. Mr. Qin, our Factory 296 is the largest firearms manufacturer in China. How can we be afraid of competition? Tell us how we compete. Luo Jianxi spoke for the first time. Well, with Mr. Wang here, I can't help but give you face. How about this? Tell me, how much is the price of the 56 stroke you produce? A price? Yes, you can calculate the production cost and profit, and tell me how much is appropriate for each piece. If we think it is acceptable, we can give this batch of orders to you for OEM. OEM? A few people understood. They originally wanted the Capital Farm Implement Factory to transfer the order directly to them so that they could produce the products directly. But now, the Capital Farm Implement Factory actually wanted to act as a middleman. If you don't want to give it to me, then don't give it to me. We at Factory 296 have plenty of military orders and don't care about these 50,000 rifles. Zhu Yongli stood up first. This is clearly bullying. Everyone, take care. Qin Yang had no intention of trying to keep them. In fact, when it comes to producing 56-stroke engines, Factory 626 is more professional. They have already given us a quote. When Qin Yang said this, he felt a little thirsty, so he grabbed the water cup beside him and took a big gulp. This tea tastes good. Chapter 151. Getting something for nothing and still feeling justified? For a long time, the country did not pay much attention to the Type 56 submachine gun. After all, it was a waste of bullets. For an army that had come through hard times and hoped to destroy an enemy with one shot, it would not be a luxury to equip itself with a large number of Type 56 submachine guns. As can be seen from the name, this thing was originally called a submachine gun, and later it was called an automatic rifle when it came to the Type 81. Therefore, the Type 56 was first produced at the little-known Factory 626, which was located on the northern border, almost under the noses of the Russians. Therefore, the superiors also wanted to change the production site. After the war in the south broke out, when the country needed a large number of Type 50 SIXS, the superiors finally decided to transform a Type 56 semi-production line at Factory 296 and switch to producing Type 50 SIXS. In other words, Factory 296 did not have a long history of producing Type 56 rifles. Of course, the advantages of large factories were still very obvious. They produced 20,000 Type 56 rifles that year, which strongly supported the war in the south. The people from Factory 296 came here with the biggest confidence that they were the largest production unit of Type 56 assault rifles in the country. But now, Qin Yang's words exposed their true colors. It was not only them that could produce Type 56 assault rifles, there were other factories as well. In addition to Factory 626, Factory 386 also produced 56 punches. If Qin Yang takes the order over, will they, like Factory 296, demand that they take as much as the foreign businessmen pay? Considering our factory's production costs and profits, each knife is about 300 yuan. Luo Jianxi made a simple calculation and said, Boss Qin, how about transferring the 50,000 orders to our factory at 300 yuan a knife? 300? I have something to do at the Capital Agricultural Implements Factory, so I'll leave first. Chairman, please take these guests out for lunch and we'll pay for our company's bill. Qin Yang said as he stood up. Mr. Qin, Don't be so anxious. How about 209? Mr. Wang understood it at a glance and quickly reduced the price by 10 yuan. Well, I really have something to do. Boss Qin, I, Old Wang, am risking my reputation today. Please give me a bottom price. Okay, then I won't joke about it. The price quoted by Factory 626 is 260 yuan. Qin Yang said, your price is too high. I'm in a dilemma. 260 yuan, how is that possible? Can they make money? This is the advantage of a small factory. The scale of their 626 factory is not as large as yours, and their expenses are also less. In addition, the workers are skilled. Qin Yang said, anyway, you mainly take on domestic military trade, so you don't care about these trifles. Then let's set it at 280 yuan. Luo Jianxi said, Boss Qin, our 296th factory is a large factory, and the quality of our products is definitely better than that of the 626th factory. It's normal for the price to be a little higher than theirs. Alas, this makes it difficult for me. However, since you have come all the way here, I will give in. For 270 yuan, I will give you an order for 30,000 pieces, and I will give the remaining 20,000 pieces to other factories. 270 yuan? This. Luo Jianxi began to frown. Is there still a profit at this price? Since our brother factory can accept the order for 260 yuan and still make a profit, then we can do it too. This is a good opportunity. After we go back, we can start reforms in our factory to reduce costs and increase efficiency. Old Wang said. But, Mr. Qin, can you give us all the orders for 50,000 knives? Mr. Wang, we went through thick and thin together at the National Shooting Range. Now that you are here, what else can I say? I will give you the order of 50,000 rifles. However, I have to be frank. You must ensure the quality. If it is unqualified, we have the right to refuse to accept it. This is an export product. If the unqualified Type 56 is released into the international market, it will be a disgrace to us Chinese military workers. Of course. Mr. Wang nodded. The entire production cycle is 10 months. We, the Capital Farm Implement Factory, will give you a 20% advance payment. For the specific contract details, you can go to the Capital Farm Implement Factory next door to negotiate with Chief Zhang of the sales department, and then have our factory director Zhu sign it. I won't get involved, as I still have a lot of work to do. Okay, I'll see you off. Leader Dong knew that Qin Yang was going to call Zhang Chao to make arrangements, so he stood up and escorted the few people out the door. When he came back, Qin Yang had just finished his phone call. Leader Dong looked at Qin Yang with a complicated look. Have you contacted Factory 626? Is this important? Qin Yang showed a sly smile on his face. I am also helping Factory 296. Next, we will unswervingly follow the path of market economy. Their factory is too big and will eventually be eliminated by the market. From now on, they have to consider how to reduce costs and increase efficiency in order to adapt to future competition. In fact, when Qin Yang signed the order for 50,000 Type 56 rifles, he had no plan to produce them in his own factory. After all, this type of gun had long been outdated, and if they were going to produce any, they would be producing new rifles with a caliber of 5.8 millimeters. This order will have to be subcontracted to someone else sooner or later, so the Capital Agricultural Implements Factory can just make some money from the subcontracting fee. Mr. Qin, you are really amazing. You made half of the profit by just reselling it. You are doing a great job. Aren't you afraid of being reported? Qin Yang continued to drink a few sips of tea. Uncle Dong, in your impression, only hard work can be called creating value? Then our Fongbei Industrial Company is just helping to attract business, and we want to take a commission. Will we also be reported? Since we want to develop a market economy, we should know that information is also wealth. Our factory has the ability to receive orders. If we cannot complete them and then subcontract them to other factories, we must earn this information fee, right? Besides, this money will not go into my pocket, but will continue to be invested in the construction of our Capital Farm Implements Factory. I, Qin Yang, have an annual salary of 1 million, and I still care about this little money. Leader Dong was speechless after hearing Qin Yang's unreasonable arguments. However, after thinking about it carefully, Qin Yang's rash words made some sense. If this money that was earned out of nothing was invested in the subsequent construction of the Capital Agricultural Implements Factory, there would be nothing wrong with it. By the way, your tea is really delicious. What kind of tea is it? Give me some. Qin Yang took another big sip of tea and then said to Leader Dong, "This is not mine. You are sitting in Teacher Nie's seat." What? Qin Yang stood up immediately. Uncle Dong, why didn't you tell me earlier? Then the tea I drank. There is no way. Teacups of this era are all the same. Iron enamel cups, with red art words on the outside, either for souvenirs or from what factory. and sometimes they may even be sprayed with numbers to avoid confusion. Just then, footsteps were heard outside. Teacher Nya, I haven't memorized what you just said. Can you please repeat it to me? Oh, these are all on the tapes. Haven't you already received them? Go back and read them more and practice more. Creak. Qin Yang pushed open the window and fled. Women in this era were certainly not as delicate as those in later generations. There was nothing wrong with two people drinking a glass of water, but Qin Yang still felt a little embarrassed. Chapter 152, Request for Help from Factory 618. Capital Agricultural Implements Factory, Production Workshop. Uncle Lu, how is the production status of the Type 80 heavy machine gun? Lu Yong, the workshop director, was all smiles. Our production is going smoothly at the moment. The first batch of 100 heavy machine guns have been packed and can be sent to the troops at any time. Not long after the design was finalized, they were able to produce hundreds of them, which was unthinkable before. After all, it was a brand new process. Sent to the troops? Which troops? Is it the 136th Division? Qin Yang thought of his good brother Lin Heping, whom he met a few months ago. Now, while he was delivering equipment to the troops, he might go over and take a look. If he encountered any emergency, he might be able to kill a few monkeys himself. I'm not sure about that. Lu Yong said. We're just responsible for production. If you want to know, you can ask the military representative. Gao Mianren, the military representative of Factory 960, should be the most frustrated one, as he was not allowed to see many secret processes and he was only responsible for the final testing. This used to make Gao Mianren very helpless, but now he has gotten used to it. After all, Factory 960 is indeed very strong in research and development, and various problems that other factories cannot handle can be easily solved by Factory 960, and various indicators are even higher than the requirements. The military representative has both power and responsibility. If the product is unqualified, the first one to suffer is the military representative. Therefore, the military representatives of Factory 960 are relatively comfortable. After all, they don't have to worry about quality issues. Well, since we produce military products, we cannot avoid greeting the military representatives. We must maintain good relations with them. Qin Yang's words made Lu Yong feel helpless. You, a big cannon, fired at the military representatives at the beginning, and now you are talking about maintaining good relations? Okay, then I'll call him out, and we can have dinner and drinks together tonight. The military representative of our factory has been complaining that you are always away from the factory and rarely seen. Lu Yong suggested. Qin Yang was about to nod his head in agreement when someone rushed in. Chief Qin, there's someone outside looking for you. They say they're from Factory 618. Factory 618? Okay, I'll go take a look. Qin Yang was confused. Could it be that there was a problem with the production of the Type 63 armored vehicle? Boss Qin, there's an emergency in our factory, and we have no choice but to come to you for help. In our system, you're the only one with the most ideas, so you have to help us solve the problem. After the meeting, Cui Yuqing, the director of Factory 618, said anxiously. Director Cui, don't worry. Even if the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. What serious matter can happen? Qin Yang said. This is related to the armored vehicles we produce for our customers. We can't delay it. Cui Yuqing was very anxious. The most important 1,200-ton hydraulic press on our armor plate assembly line is broken. In theory, an armored vehicle manufacturer only needs to purchase armored steel plates from outside. However, the grassland steel plant that produces armored steel domestically mainly provides armored steel for the tanks of Factory 617 and has no excess production capacity for them. Moreover, the grassland is not safe. Once a war breaks out, the rolling torrent of armored vehicles will directly push across the grassland. Therefore, Factory 618 decided to make armor plates on its own. After repeated efforts, they finally developed an armor plate production line. The most important part is the final pressure quenching process, and its core equipment is a 1,200-ton hydraulic press. Now, this hydraulic press has been used for 20 years. Don't worry, I'll take a look with you. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Since becoming the head of Fongbei Industrial Company, Qin Yang has had more work to do. He is no longer as free as before. Sitting in the 212 Jeep, looking out the window, for some reason, Qin Yang suddenly missed the good old days when he was a thief in the factory. At Factory 618, the armor plate production line came to a complete halt, and everyone was looking at the large hydraulic press. The crack is too big. I don't know if it can be used after welding. How is that possible? The thickness of this oil cylinder is at least 100 millimeters. The electric welder can't burn through it. Even if it is welded well, it will break apart during the next test run, and it might even hurt someone. Yes, this oil cylinder is broken and needs to be replaced with a new one. A new oil cylinder? We'll have to go to First Heavy Machinery to buy it. but it's too far away. Besides, it's almost the end of the year and First Heavy Machinery has a lot of orders. They may not be able to produce it for us. This is troublesome. Just as everyone was talking, Qin Yang and others walked in. In later generations, a 1,000-ton hydraulic press only needs a cylinder with a diameter of 700 millimeters. The internal pressure can reach 25 MPa. It can be produced by an ordinary machine factory, and you can even buy parts and assemble them yourself. But now, this kind of hydraulic press is still rare in China, and only one heavy machine can be mass-produced, and its size is not small. Looking at the hydraulic press in front of him with a main cylinder body diameter of more than 1 meter, Qin Yang also sighed in his heart that the technology of this era is too backward. There's a crack more than 1 meter long on the main cylinder body. It can't be repaired, so let's replace it with a new one. Qin Yang only took a glance and knew that this thing was no longer worth repairing. We have contacted First Heavy Machinery, and their production orders have been scheduled until March next year. It is too late for us to ask them to produce a brand new cylinder body. Cui Yuqing said, if we cannot deliver to foreigners on time, we will lose face as military workers. This is the first time I do business with foreigners. What will they think if I delay the delivery? Will we continue to do business in the future? Thinking of the huge order for thousands of Type 63 tanks, Cui Yuqing became extremely anxious. The current steelmaking furnace of our capital farm tool factory is very small, and we don't have a large hydraulic press, so we can't produce this kind of forging blank at all. Qin Yang said, I'm afraid we can't help you this time. Mr. Qin, can you negotiate with First Heavy Machinery in the name of Fangbei Industrial Company and ask them to help us produce this forging blank first? Cui Yuqing asked. This was also his idea. Negotiate. Do you think Yichongchan will bother us? Qin Yang said, we are not from the same system. We are doing foreign trade recently. How many people are jealous? It's good enough that they don't make things difficult for us. What should we do then? Cui Yuqing was completely at a loss. What should I do? Book a flight to Qi City, the sooner the better. Book a flight? Go to Qi City? First Heavy Machinery? Boss Qin, didn't you say that First Heavy Machinery doesn't care about us at all? Yes, but if you don't give us the raw materials for the main cylinder body, you have to let us pick up scraps, right? Picking up junks. Cui Yuqing couldn't understand it even more. There are a lot of good things in the scrap factory of First Heavy Machinery. If we are lucky, we might be able to find suitable scraps and come back to process them ourselves. Qin Yang was fully confident because he had recalled some things in his memory. He had visited the 618 factory, and an old worker had told him about this history. The scraps of the First Heavy Machinery were also good things for them. Hydraulic press structure diagram. The main cylinder is in the middle and the return cylinders are around. Chapter 153 CNC Rifling Machine? Mr. Qin, are you serious? It was already November, and the weather in the north was freezing cold. Qi City, where the First Heavy Machinery Corporation was located, was covered in ice and snow. When he got off the plane, Qin Yang wrapped his military coat tightly, and the white breath from his mouth soon made a layer of white frost on his eyebrows. Mr. Qin, it's still early. We can take a taxi. There is a taxi station near the airport. Qin Yang was followed by Zhang Kuei, the head of the purchasing department of Factory 618. It was not his first time to come to Qi City, and he was very familiar with the place. So he came with Qin Yang to purchase and was also responsible for Qin Yang's food, clothing, housing, and transportation. In this era, taxis have been available, but they operate in a similar way to buses, with stations set up in the city. Taxis pick up passengers at the stations and take them to the destination. Then, the taxis return to the original starting point and wait for the next passenger. Fortunately, there are stops between the airport and First Heavy Machinery, so taking a taxi is the most convenient. As for money, of course you can't be afraid of spending money when you go out to do business. Qin Yang nodded and followed Zhang Kuei for a few steps before someone came to the airport reception area. Excuse me, are you Mr. Qin? I'm Xiao Lu, a driver from the First Heavy Machinery team. I heard that Mr. Qin was coming, so I came here to pick you up. Mr. Qin is the only one who can take a plane at such a young age. Others are not like him. How did you know we were coming? Now it was Qin Yang's turn to be curious. We received a telegram from Fangbei Industrial Company. Xiao Lu said, Boss Qin, please follow me. The car is outside. Uncle Dong arranged this. Was this to make me feel more identified with Fangbei Industrial Company? To make me willing to stay there? His method of winning people's hearts was too simple. First Heavy Machinery welcomed me not because of Fangbei Industrial Company, but because they thought I could bring them orders. What a pity. IJU Machinery has to be disappointed. First Heavy Machinery, conference room. It was freezing cold outside, but warm as spring inside. Qin Yang still felt hot after taking off his military coat, so he simply took off the sweater underneath. Now, Let's give a warm round of applause to welcome Mr. Chin from Fongbei Industrial Company to our first heavy machinery for inspection. Factory Director Chong Mingyuan said, Mr. Chin's arrival is a new beginning for our first heavy machinery. Everyone, don't be in a hurry to applaud. Qin Yang stopped everyone present. I didn't bring any foreigners or orders this time. I just want to ask you to help solve the hydraulic cylinder problem of our brother unit, Factory 618. Everyone's expressions became awkward. Sure enough, Qin Yang was right. These people welcomed him so grandly because they guessed wrong. Qin Yang took the foreigners around the military factories across the country and signed one foreign trade order after another. This matter had spread. Fongbei Industrial Company was established to continue coordinating arms sales, so when they heard that Qin Yang was coming, they became excited, thinking that Qin Yang was bringing them large orders. Who would have thought that Qin Yang came here for the matter of Factory 618? Why? Are you disappointed? Of course not, Mr. Qin. As the general manager of Fongbei Industrial Company, you are so considerate of our brother units and come personally to coordinate for them. We are very touched. However, our factory really does not have time to produce this part for Factory 618. Our production tasks are fully scheduled, said Wu Hao, director of the cooperation office who knew about this matter. This is foreign trade. If production is delayed and delivery is delayed, it will be a disgrace to our country. Can't you think of a solution? Zhang Kuei followed behind Qin Yang, without saying a word, feeling very happy. Although Mr. Qin is young, his aura is no less than those big leaders. Boss Qin, we know this is of great importance, but right now, we are producing the blanks of an 8,000-ton hydraulic press, which is also a key national project. We cannot afford to delay it. Chong Mingyuan said, Boss Qin, I hope you can understand. Well, since we have a national key project at First Heavy Machinery, we can't force it. Since we can't make new parts, can we go to the scrap yard to have a look? Of course, Mr. Qin. If there is anything usable in the scrap yard, you can just pick it. We will coordinate a train car to send it to you. Chong Mingyuan nodded repeatedly. Qin Yang looked behind him and said, Chief Zhang, please go to the scrap yard and take a look. If there is anything usable, we will take it away. If there is no new one, the old ones can be used, and they are new. We can't make things difficult for First Heavy Machinery. Yes. Zhang Kuei nodded and walked out. Wu Hao and several other middle-level leaders of First Heavy Machinery also stood up and said, Let's go and help pick it up. Boss Qin, your Fongbei Industrial Company has become famous recently. If there are any export tasks, don't forget our First Heavy Machinery. After the arrangements were made, Chong Mingyuan continued to bring the topic back. It would be great if we could also export and earn foreign exchange. That's impossible. Qin Yang rejected it immediately. Your First Heavy Machinery's products are too backward. Everyone's expression changed again. It is said that Mr. Qin is a young man who often speaks without leaving room for maneuver. Now it is indeed true. How did this person become the general manager of an import and export company? Can't he be more tactful? Now, the times are changing and technology is advancing. Take your main product, machine tools, for example. They have long entered the era of CNC. Why are you still producing those old hand-crank machine tools that are outdated even for your own use? How can you still want to export them? First Heavy Machinery is a heavy-duty factory, mainly providing major complete sets of technical equipment for industries such as steel, electricity, energy, automobiles, mining, petrochemicals, transportation, and national defense. Their products cover several major areas. Energy equipment represented by nuclear power, hydropower, wind power, coal chemical equipment, and oil extraction and processing equipment. Industrial equipment represented by metallurgical equipment, automotive equipment, hot forging equipment, seawater desalination equipment, and heavy machine tools. Equipment represented by nuclear power castings and forgings, thermal power castings and forgings, hydropower castings and forgings, heavy container castings and forgings, marine castings and forgings, and metallurgical spare parts. Although they are not a professional machine tool factory, they also produce specialized heavy machine tools. Yes, CNC machine tools are advanced processing equipment, but we don't have the relevant technology in our country. We can only cooperate with foreign countries. However, foreigners are unwilling to open up their technology. We can only produce machine tools and match them with the CNC equipment they provide. Chong Mingyuan said, the real core technology is impossible to sell to us. Core technologies can only be developed independently. If your factory wants to develop further, you must pay attention to these research and development. By the way, I suddenly remembered one thing. Can you produce gun barrel rifling equipment? Chong Mingyuan nodded. Of course. Mr. Qin, what do you want? It needs to be modified. You guys produce the machine body, and we'll install CNC equipment and build a professional CNC rifling machine. At present, The Capital Agricultural Implements Factory already has electroslag remelting steel equipment, but it is still unable to produce tank guns because the manufacture of guns requires too many processes and requires many experienced craftsmen, especially deep hole processing and rifling processing. These processes rely entirely on accumulated experience, and the conditions inside cannot be seen from the outside. Senior technicians can only judge whether the internal cutting is normal by observing the vibration of the tool rod and the temperature of the cutting cooling oil. Especially the rifling processing, the requirements are more stringent. Every year, tens of thousands of tons of gun barrels are scrapped due to rifling processing failures. This requires accumulation. For example, Factory 447 has a famous boring king. But if you go to Factory 447 to poach people, you will definitely be scolded. It is better to develop a CNC equipment to make rifling manufacturing simpler. Mr. Chin, does your Capital Agricultural Implements Factory have CNC technology? Everyone was surprised. Qin Yang smiled and changed the subject. Let's talk about the 10,000-ton hydraulic press project. While Qin Yang was chatting with the leaders of First Heavy Machinery, Zhang Kuei, and several middle-level cadres of First Heavy Machinery were searching in the factory where the waste was piled up like mountains. Due to the cold weather, Zhang Kuei's eyebrows, beard, and hair all turned white, and he looked like Santa Claus. However, he still worked hard. Finally, when he saw a huge forging, he became excited. This forging can meet our needs. We just need to saw off the cracked part at the end. Mr. Chin is right. We don't need a brand new one. A junk one will be enough. There are 2 scrap gun barrels over there. We can use them as our return cylinders. Chapter 154. If you don't take the road to heaven, you will find hell yourself. This weather is so cold. After getting off the train, Qin Yang couldn't help but sigh as he felt the biting north wind and breathed out white air. Although it is not as cold here as Chi City, it is still freezing cold. It would be great if we could go to the south at this time of year. Boss Qin, thank you for solving the problem for our 618 factory. Chui Yuqing said excitedly on the platform. Now, it is spreading in our system that there is no problem that you, Boss Qin, cannot solve. No matter what the problem is, whether it is technical, work, or life, it can be easily solved in your hands. Don't praise me like that. Qin Yang shook his head. What we got back are just rough pieces. You still have to process them yourself. No problem. We have many experienced masters in our factory. We can process the raw materials properly. Chui Yuqing said. Boss Qin, do you want to come to our factory and have a few drinks to warm yourself up? No need. Qin Yang shook his head. I have to go back now that I have finished my work. There is still a lot to do in the factory. You guys unload the things on the train and start working quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Chao appeared in the distance. Yangzi, Mr. Qin, I'm here to pick you up, Zhang Chao said with a smile. Everyone was busy learning knowledge. I came here right after class, but I didn't expect to be late. It's not too late. Qin Yang said goodbye to the people from Factory 618 and got on the 212 driven by Zhang Chao. How are you doing? Tell me a few words. Okay, hello, my name is. Zhang Chao spoke fluent English, mumbling a long paragraph. How is it? Yeah, not bad. It's all thanks to teacher Xiaonya. This teacher is really amazing. She is from the Capital University of Foreign Languages and is the youngest among the 3 new classes. It is said that she took the college entrance examination in 1977 when she was 15 years old and passed it on her first try. 15? In 1977? Doesn't that mean she's only 18 this year? And she hasn't graduated from college yet. That's right. We are seniors this year. If we had graduated, we would have been snatched up long ago. It would not have been our turn. Now that the country has opened its doors, what the country lacks most is foreign language talents. Qin Yang smiled and said, I didn't expect that he is the same age as us. Yes, she is very beautiful, Yangzi. I feel that only someone like Teacher Nia is worthy of you. Don't talk nonsense. We are only 18 years old. We must respond to the country's call to marry and have children later, and have fewer and better births. Now we have to focus on work. Finding a woman can be discussed later. Zhang Chao turned his head and looked at Qin Yang in surprise. Is this what a close friend said? When we were all listening to the wall together, we were all very excited and often discussed how to have sex with women in the future. Now we are empty-handed? Don't look at me. Watch the road carefully. Qin Yang reminded. There was a brief silence in the car. Has the negotiation been completed with Factory 296? Well, it's settled. Yangzi, you're amazing. We made millions just by reselling the order. Zhang Chao spitted as he spoke. However, the factory leaders were a little worried. When Director Zhu signed, he hesitated again and again before finally signing his name. Qin Yang knew that the older generation was timid and fearful of things. He didn't even look at how his superiors encouraged him to take bigger steps. Whoever was unwilling to move forward would be left behind. Anything else? Those 100 machine guns will soon be loaded onto a train and shipped away. Is it going to be transported away? Qin Yang's eyes lit up. Okay, let's get ready when we get back. I'll also go south as our factory's after-sales staff to take a look. Yoko, I don't think you can go. Will your superiors agree? You still have so much work to do. I have an idea. A few days later, the convoy of Dongfeng 240 off-road vehicles roared forward, with black smoke coming out of the exhaust pipes. The wheels sometimes fell into a crater and sometimes stood up, and the vehicle bodies swayed from side to side. The cargo box was made of high railings. Perhaps due to some experience, it was changed from wood to iron. At this time, there were 2 more people wearing military factory work clothes in the cargo box of one of the vehicles, and their bodies were shaking with the vehicle. Qin Yang lay on the wooden box helplessly, looking up at the sky, muttering, Wang Fong, you are a girl. Why do you have to come with me? Don't you know how dangerous it is? Well, this is what you promised me. In exchange, I made a batch of clothes for you and worked on the sewing machine for several days. Besides, I won't go to the front line. I will only be in the rear camp, helping the soldiers repair guns, check ammunition, wash clothes, etc. Wang Fong was very excited. She has admired soldiers since she was a child. Ever since Lin Heping passed away last time, she could never forget this man. Now, she is very excited to go to the front line to see the most lovely people of our time. The rear, do you think it's safe? Monkey is an old hand at guerrilla warfare. Qin Yang sat up and said to Wang Fong, Look, there may be an ambush on the hillside over there. As Qin Yang spoke, he pointed his finger at the hillside over there, and just in time, he saw something reflecting the sunlight. At that moment, every hair on his body stood up, and he immediately fell backwards again. Chirp! The bullet whizzed past. Qin Yang's hat flew off, and he felt a burning pain on his scalp. Be careful, there are monkeys nearby. The driver in front shouted loudly and stepped on the accelerator hard, wanting to leave this dangerous place. In the co-pilot's seat, the soldier in charge of escorting picked up the 56 semi-automatic rifle, aimed in the direction of the attacker, and quickly pulled the trigger. The frontline troops have already replaced their equipment with Type 56 assault rifles, but the second-line escort troops are still using Type 56 semi-automatic rifles. In the bumpy car, they don't think about hitting the target, as long as they can suppress the opponent. This should be a narrow road encounter, and I hope the opponent has not buried mines on the road in advance. It should be safe here, but who would have thought that monkeys would actually come here? The sound of gunfire rang out, and the peaceful atmosphere was instantly destroyed. Qin Yang lay back on the carriage, quickly groping to open the wooden box, while looking at Wang Fong nervously. Wang Fong did not scream or get scared. She just lay down calmly in the car and behaved quite calmly. Lie there and don't move. Do you want to shoot? I'll be your assistant shooter, Wang Fong said, and went to open the ammunition box next to her. In this emergency, Qin Yang didn't care about so many things. He quickly installed the machine gun and placed it on the railing of the cargo box. Wang Fong handed him the ammunition belt. If you don't take the road to heaven, you will end up in hell, Qin Yang said fiercely, and with a click, he pulled the bolt and loaded the bullet. The monkeys have escaped, the co-pilot shouted. Out of range. You can't escape, Qin Yang said as he pulled the trigger. Da-da-da. A tongue of fire burst out from the muzzle of the gun, and the soldier in the co-pilot's seat was immediately surprised. This flame is a heavy machine gun bullet? How is it possible? This small machine gun should be a light machine gun. How can it fire heavy machine gun bullets? This is unbelievable. Although they are responsible for transportation, many times they just count the number of boxes and do not open them to see what is inside. On the distant hillside, several monkeys were running. Their number was small, so it was easier for the small team to infiltrate. They only intended to harass the logistics transportation. Now that they had failed, the distance between the two sides had exceeded 500 meters, and they were safe. Chirp chirp. The bullet landed outside the woods in front of the monkeys. The monkeys watched in surprise as the bullet's impact point changed. It initially landed dozens of meters away from them, then gradually got closer, smashing everything in its path into pieces. They were all a little frightened. What kind of gun was behind it that could shoot so far and so powerfully? A monkey just wanted to turn his head to look back. Bang! A bullet hit his back and came out from his chest, leaving a small hole when it went in and a big hole when it came out. The bullet and other red things flew away and landed on the ground in front of him, forming a beautiful red plum blossom. Bang bang bang. Bullets continued to hit the monkeys, the second one, the third one. All the monkeys in the sneak attack fell down. One of them had his head blown up, and the sound was even louder, just like smashing a watermelon with bare hands. Qin Yang had just used up all the ammunition in the chain and calmly packed up his machine gun. A pair of surprised eyes looked over at him. Is this a heavy machine gun? That's right. This is the Type 80 light heavy machine gun newly developed by our 960 factory. It's a powerful weapon for mountain terrain, said Qin Yang. Dongfeng 240 of that year. Chapter 155. Brother Lin, you don't keep your word. In a camp located between lush mountains and forests, Lin Heping, who had just come down from the battlefield, strode in. This was really thrilling. Zhang Chao, you are Yangzi's good friend. If something happened to you here, how would I explain it to Yangzi? Yangzi, why is it you? Lin Heping reacted instantly. According to the Capital Agricultural Implements Factory, it was Zhang Chao who came. Now that Qin Yang appeared here, it must be Qin Yang who impersonated Zhang Chao's identity. Thinking of this, Lin Heping's face darkened. Yangzi, you are a valuable military research and development personnel of the country. How can you risk your life to come here? And you, a little girl, what are you doing here? Wait until the transport convoy has unloaded the ammunition and go back immediately. Of course, Qin Yang came here under Zhang Chao's name. He submitted a report, but his superiors didn't approve it. Zhang Chao could delay the capital for as many days as he could. Anyway, Qin Yang wanted to have fun here before going back. Wang Fong was very calm all the way here, but when she saw Lin Heping, her face instantly turned red. The person in front of her was completely different from the last time she met him. He was wearing military green clothes, a bullet bag hanging on his chest, and a large caliber sniper rifle on his back. His face was painted with black pot ash, heroic and domineering. After just one look, Wang Fong lowered her head. However, after hearing what Lin Heping said, Wang Fong raised her head and looked at Lin Heping. Brother Lin, you can't chase me away. You don't have the power to do so. I am the maintainer of this batch of light and heavy machine guns. I am here to work. It's already chaotic enough with Yangzi here, and it's even more chaotic with you coming here. Lin Heping said, especially it's a girl. What's wrong with a girl? We women hold up half the sky. Brother Lin, you can't look down on female comrades like that. When we were attacked just now, I didn't panic at all. I even handed a bullet to Yangzi. Lin Heping looked at Qin Yang in surprise. Is what she said true? Well, Brother Lin, we didn't plan to go to the front line. We were just providing technical support to the troops in the back. Who would have thought that we would encounter monkeys approaching us before we even got here? I shot them all. By the way, does this count as merit? What level of merit? As the CEO of Fongbei Industrial Company, do you still care about this small achievement? Brother Lin, you are at the front line. How can you know so much about what is happening in the rear? The last time I went to the division headquarters, I heard the division commander talking about you. Lin Heping said, you are quite amazing. You are the #1 person in our country who is engaged in military industry. Brother Lin, please don't flatter me. Qin Yang smiled bitterly. By the way, come and have a look at our latest heavy machine gun, with a caliber of 12.7 millimeters and a weight of less than 25 kilograms. You scouts have good physical strength, so you can carry it and run around in the mountains by yourself. Lin Heping nodded, stroking the heavy machine gun that Qin Yang had used. We are now fighting an infiltration war, using light weapons. Sometimes we need fire suppression, but we don't have the right weapons. This light heavy machine gun will definitely be the best equipment we have. 1,000 meters away, standing on the top of the mountain, shooting at the monkeys on the opposite side. The monkeys' AK rifles, bazookas, and SVDs are all unable to hit them. Just thinking about this scene is enough to satisfy your curiosity. Okay, then let's make some plans and deal with the monkey. You want to get involved in the war? Lin Heping became alert. You don't know the technical performance of this gun. Qin Yang said, wouldn't it be better if I could give you some advice? Besides, I was attacked by monkeys on the way here, and I have to fight back. Qin Yang's personality is such that if someone attacks him, he will fight back immediately. In the past, Qin Yang had slapped many people in the face. Recently, Qin Yang has been in high spirits as the general manager of Fongbei Industrial Company. No one dared to challenge Qin Yang in person, so he did not confront anyone. This time, since the monkey welcomed him with bullets, Qin Yang would of course respond with bullets. Okay, Lin Heping nodded. At present, we have already targeted a regiment headquarters on the opposite side. We originally planned to use sniper rifles to target them, but this time, we can just use heavy machine guns to surround them from a distance. Our 12.7 millimeters bullets can completely penetrate the earthen wall of their headquarters. Okay, Brother Lin, take me with you? Lin Heping's face immediately changed. No, absolutely not. If something happens to you here, won't the superiors kill me? Brother Lin, if you take me with you, I'll get you some good stuff. What is that? Let me see it first. Look what's in my handbag. Qin Yang said as he unzipped the bag and pulled something out. Lin Heping looked at the colorful clothes and said excitedly, Camouflage uniform? That's right, Brother Lin. It seems that you know your stuff. However, this is not an ordinary camouflage uniform. Its camouflage pattern is specially designed for the vegetation and terrain characteristics of the two mountains. It is highly targeted and has a good camouflage effect. There are two different patterns on the front and back. The front is for summer use and belongs to the British DPM camouflage. The back is for autumn and winter use and is similar to the American duck hunting camouflage. Wang Fong opened her eyes wide and listened to Qin Yang's introduction. When she was working as a tailor for Qin Yang painted on this special waterproof cloth. She was very curious at that time, but now she knows that there are so many details involved. Let's look at its style. It's not just clothes, but also a hood and a mask. When you're walking through the jungle, the other party won't be able to see you, and it can also prevent you from being scratched by branches in the bushes. Of course, in the summer, when it's hot and you don't want to wear a mask, you can also apply special camouflage oil, but don't apply it with a black bottom, which is too ugly. The cuffs of this dress are elastic. The buttons are all concealed. There are arm pockets on the arms, and the dress pants have back pockets. Qin Yang introduced it in a torrent of words. In fact, this was the famous Type 81 large 5-leaf double-sided camouflage uniform, which was distributed to all scouts. Of course, from the model number, you could tell that it was only available in 1981. Now, Qin Yang is its inventor. Okay, Yoko, this is exactly the kind of clothing I've been thinking about recently. I didn't expect you to have already figured it out. You can also open a clothing factory at the Capital Farm Implement Factory to specialize in producing this kind of clothing. Our scouts need one each. Yes, I just had this idea recently. I'll take it here for testing. If it's suitable, I'll go back and produce it. Qin Yang said, Brother Lin, since I provided you with professional clothing, can you take me with you? No. You just promised me. When did I promise you? Qin Yang was extremely annoyed. How can you go back on your word? Hey, no, you can't take my clothes, you soldier. If you do this, I will never teach you how to operate a machine gun. Wang Fong looked at all this, and a bright smile appeared on her face again. Brother Lin is so handsome, even when he is robbing things. Type 81 large 5-leaf camouflage uniform. Chapter 156, Zimberlin Radar. 136th Division Maintenance Station. It's too much, really too much. Qin Yang said angrily while using professional tools to repair a Type 80 light heavy machine gun that was damaged during transportation. Yangzi, you are now the most important person in our military industry. Brother Lin promised you not to expose your impersonation of Zhang Chao and let you stay here for a few more days. This is already very good. If he reports your true identity to his superiors, he will probably have to send you back immediately. Of course, I didn't come here to stay behind to do logistics. Listen, I can hear the rumbling of artillery outside. The battlefield is right in front of me, but I can't get up. What a pity, what a pity. Qin Yang was a little helpless. It's like there is a beautiful woman standing naked in front of you, but your penis can't get hard. What a distressing thing that is. Also, this Wang Fong forgot to be grateful to her guide and actually started talking to Brother Lin. Yangzi, it's not easy for you to come here. You also have to think about what kind of punishment you will receive when you return. As for going to the front line, don't even think about it, unless... Wang Fong was still talking to Brother Lin. Hello, is there anyone in the repair shop who knows about electronic equipment? At this moment, a voice was heard outside. Qin Yang opened the curtain of the tent, looked outside, and saw an open-top 212 towing a trailer. This trailer is two-wheeled and covered with a camouflage net. It can be seen that it is roughly square at the bottom and curved at the top. When Qin Yang saw this thing, he immediately thought of something. Is this an artillery radar? Hey, it seems you are an expert. Zhang Xin, the radar platoon leader, jumped down from the co-pilot seat of 212 and said, We just received this radar and planned to test it on the battlefield first, but it broke down just after it was towed over. There are foreign codes on it, and we can't understand them. There is no detailed circuit diagram, so we dare not disassemble it and repair it. We can only try our luck here. If it doesn't work, we can only send it back. Broken? What's broken? Qin Yang asked. It doesn't work after it's powered on, and we don't know what the problem is. Then it should be the power supply. Qin Yang said, Let's take it apart and have a look. Platoon leader, if this is broken, our superiors won't let us off easily. Squad leader Zhao Yibao, who got off the back seat of 212, was a little worried. The person in front of him was too young. Could he really do it? Dismantled? What are you talking about? The technicians in our division's maintenance center are all sent by various military factories in the country. How can we break it for you? Qin Yang rolled his eyes at him and said, Forget it. This is not our job. We won't repair it. You can just drag it back. It will take several months to go back and forth, and we have to wait for the maintenance personnel to fly over. Humph, It's just a Zimberlin radar imported from the UK. Do you think others can't repair it? Little brother, don't be angry. How about you show it to us first? Zhang Xian was very surprised when he heard Qin Yang talking about the origin of this radar. It seems that this young man has some skills. Artillery reconnaissance radar calculates target coordinates by measuring the trajectory of artillery shells. It has the highest measurement accuracy for mortar shells with curved trajectories. After the outbreak of the conflict, domestically produced 370 and 372 artillery reconnaissance radars were already deployed on the battlefield, but their accuracy was not high enough. So this year, the superiors imported 4 FA number 15-2 Malawian Quachas Cymbeline artillery reconnaissance radars from the UK, one of which was copied. One was in the Artillery Academy, and the remaining 2 were sent to the south. The Zimberlin radar is very powerful. In addition to guiding its own artillery counterattacks, it can also serve a variety of purposes: artillery calibration, coastal surveillance, search and tracking of low-altitude targets, such as helicopters and small aircraft, and terrain surveying. It is a true all-rounder. The one you see in front of you should have just been towed over. Okay, I'll show you then. The camouflage net was peeled off, revealing the device inside. There was an arc-shaped antenna on top and a square equipment compartment below. A series of foreign words were sprayed on the side. Qin Yang squatted down, looked at a certain part of the shell, and reached out. "Give me a screwdriver." Zhao Bao still frowned. Zhang Xian gritted his teeth and handed over the screwdriver. Qin Yang took the screwdriver and quickly opened the outer shell. Then he took a look inside and reached in to dig something out. No big problem, just a fuse burned out. Fuse? Is it the British standard? We don't have the spare parts. Generally speaking, there will be at least 5 fuse accessories on this cover. Qin Yang skillfully reached out and grabbed the cover, pulled out a fuse like a magic trick, and installed it. Okay, let's try it. If it continues to burn, it means there's something wrong with the power supply circuit. However, I guess the fuse in the fuse tube was broken on the way here. Is it just a blown fuse? Zhao Bao connected the circuit half-believingly, and the light on the indicator panel lit up, which meant it was fixed. "Thank you very much, comrade," Zhang Xian said excitedly. "We can finally put it into trial use on the battlefield." "Are you planning to leave like this?" Qin Yang asked back. "Oh right." Zhang Xian quickly took out 2 big Unity notes from his pocket. "Here's the money. Buy some delicious food." No. Qin Yang shook his head. "That's not what I'm talking about. With an annual salary of 1 million, would he be interested in these 2 great Unity photos?" Qin Yang pointed at the 212 and asked, "Are you planning to use a vehicle to tow this radar to the front line? Is there any other way? I can take it apart, and after it's disassembled, the radar platoon can carry it and put it back together when they get to the right position." Take it apart, disassemble it, and reassemble it? Everyone in the radar platoon was stunned. They had never heard of it. The symbol radar is a slimmed-down version of the Green Arrow. The latter requires 2 off-road trucks to tow it, while the former, together with its supporting power system, weighs only 390 kilograms. Moreover, the British took into account the needs of mountain warfare when designing it. After being disassembled, it can be carried to the position by people. But it was obvious that the British had a trick up their sleeve. If we can disassemble it, we can move it to Hill 502 and have a clear view of the other side. Even if the monkeys have dozens of artillery positions, we can detect them all. No, what if it breaks? We are at war now, so we should first consider how to win the battle. I will report to my superiors. Zhang Xian made up his mind. Turn on our radio station. Looking at the radio with foreign codes, Qin Yang was filled with emotion. The superiors really attached great importance to the Zimbabwean radar unit. Yes, don't worry. If something goes wrong, you can shoot me. Zhang Xian finished his report and looked at Qin Yang. Comrade, if you can open it, then do it. So, Qin Yang disassembled the radar quickly. His skill level definitely didn't seem like that of a novice. Okay, next, carry these things to the position. I'll go with you. At this time, Wang Fong, who had been watching the fun, became nervous. Yang, Chaozi, Brother Lin said that we should stay here. You stay here. I have to go, they need me. Qin Yang felt happy. Brother Lin didn't let him go. So is there no other way? No, it's dangerous. It is a bit dangerous. How about I bring a Type 80 heavy machine gun with me? Qin Yang pressed on. Zimberg Radar Principle. Chapter 157, Superman? The north is already covered with ice and snow, but the place in front of us seems to have just entered autumn, and even has a feeling of late summer. The temperature was around 10 degrees, which was the most suitable time of the year. The group of people, carrying their equipment, finally arrived at Hill 502. In an open space in the middle of the forest, Zhang Xian said, "We're here. Now we need to install the radar. Xiaogong, thank you for your hard work." Qin Yang didn't introduce himself. Zhang Xian heard Wang Feng call Qin Yang Chaozi, so he enthusiastically called him Chao Gong. Qin Yang was also happy that the other party called him casually to avoid trouble for himself. We have no choice but to install it immediately. In order to avoid any accidents with the machine, I will stay here for a few more days. I will leave only when the machine is okay. Thank you so much. I'm sorry to overwork you, but I don't know if it will affect your normal work. Zhang Xian was very happy. Of course not. My assistant will be there. I think I'm more needed here. Qin Yang said as he installed the machine. In just half an hour, he reassembled the disassembled machine. Then, press the power switch. The power light flashes, and the machine starts to preheat. Chew. At this moment, the whistling of artillery shells was heard in the distance. Oh no, the other side is firing. Zhang Xian said nervously. Chirp, chirp. The whistling of artillery shells continued to sound, flying towards the positions in the north, and everyone clenched their fists. There is at least an artillery battalion on the other side. It would be great if we could quickly locate the target and report it to our artillery. Zhao Yibao's tone was urgent. At this moment, Qin Yang's voice came. Give me the map. Map? What does this person who helps dismantle and repair the radar need a map for? Quick. These words were like an order, making it impossible to resist. Zhang Xian quickly handed the map to Qin Yang. Qin Yang continued to shout while doing standard ruler work on the map. Quick, give me the radio. A map isn't enough. You also need a radio. Peace Dove calling 63rd Artillery Battalion. Peace Dove calling 63rd Artillery Battalion. On Hill 308. The specific coordinates of the monkey artillery position that is firing at us are 602,384. The firing parameters of the artillery battalion are distance 6,830 meters, direction 32 mils east of due south. Please test fire one shot. Zhang Xian stood there in a daze. Is it that fast? The enemy had just fired, but Chao Gong had already accurately calculated the position of the enemy's artillery. The infantry radar of this era was not that smart, and there was no digital map inside it. It could only calculate the distance and direction between the enemy's artillery unit and its own. Next, it had to combine these data and maps to manually calculate the position of the target artillery. This technician is even more familiar with map work than the best scout. This is not the most jaw-dropping thing. Chao Gong actually calculated all the shooting elements needed for the artillery battalion to open fire. Finding out where the target is only the first step. Next, you need to find the location of your own artillery, and, based on the location of your own artillery and the location of the target artillery, calculate the firing parameters needed for your own artillery to open fire. Even the best artillery scout would need 1 or 2 minutes to calculate with a special firing table in hand. But this super worker figured it out in just a dozen seconds. He is simply a Superman. Wait, this is against the rules, right? According to the pre-planned plan, their radar platoon was only responsible for monitoring the opposing artillery fire. After calculating the position, they would mark it on the map and then report it to the superior command, which would then issue a firing order to the artillery unit. How could their radar platoon command an artillery battalion? What happened to the Peace Doves? 63rd Artillery Battalion has arrived. Please wait while we calculate the firing parameters. Once the shooting parameters are miscalculated, it is likely to bring terrible consequences. For example, the shell that should have landed on the enemy's head landed on the head of one's own soldiers. That would lead to the military court and execution. Boom, boom. The monkey's artillery is still firing at their own positions. The 63rd Artillery Battalion has completed its calculations and is about to conduct a test fire. This time, the shells flew towards the monkey's position with a whistle. I don't know how many people are waiting. They are very angry but helpless as they see the monkeys on the opposite side fighting guerrilla warfare with mortars. After the monkeys finish this round, they will definitely run away. At this moment, the artillery shells broke through the dark sky and flew towards the monkey's position on the opposite side. Well fought, well fought. Everyone sighed, because before the monkey had finished firing his shells, their own shells had already flown over. Boom. The shell exploded and blew up on the side of the monkey's artillery position. At this moment, the monkey was probably dumbfounded. The bullet hits the left, one position to the right, 3 shots in a row. Qin Yang continued to shout. 63rd Artillery Battalion has arrived. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of artillery fire came one after another. In the setting sun, brilliant fireworks burst out from the monkey's artillery position. Although it did not go over, it was clear that the enemy's artillery position was already under the coverage of its own artillery fire. Boom, boom, boom. A louder explosion was heard, and the enemy's artillery shells exploded. This time, the enemy was completely finished. Good, well done. Zhao Bao was excited. Our Zimbalin radar has made a great contribution in his first battle. That's right. If the monkey dares to act recklessly again, we will fight back like this. That's not right. Why would the artillery battalion listen to us? Zhang Xian was still wondering. Qin Yang had a bright smile on his face as he looked at the imported frequency-hopping radio in his hand. Need I say more? Of course, the artillery battalion had made a mistake. On the battlefield, radio calls are very direct, but they are also easy for the enemy to hear. Take the present for example. The radios used by both the enemy and us are almost identical. Both are silicon 2-watt and 884 radios. Therefore, in the beginning, monkeys often impersonated and eavesdropped to disrupt their own command system. However, it is easy to crack. The first trick is to memorize the accent. There are only so many telegraph operators nearby. If the accent doesn't match, then use the second trick, which is the secret code, which is to discuss it in advance and you ask and I answer. Although this can prevent being impersonated, it cannot stop the monkeys from eavesdropping. Therefore, the country urgently imported frequency-hopping radios from Europe. The frequency changes according to a certain rule. As long as the other party does not know how it changes, they will not be able to receive it and will not be able to eavesdrop. The Zimbalin radar unit is very important and is also allocated this imported frequency-hopping radio. The artillery also has it. In this way, first of all, the artillery gains trust from the radio. Add in the accent, and this becomes even simpler. Qin Yang imitates Lin Heping's accent and uses Lin Heping's call code. A scout like Lin Heping must have indicated targets to the artillery more than once. As for the consequences, how angry would the superiors be? That was a matter for the future. Anyway, we won the battle, proving a new quick response tactic. Once the monkey artillery opened fire, we could quickly counterattack and completely stun the monkey artillery. Chapter 158 Lin Heping. I am willing to be punished on behalf of Qin Yang. It's a pity that we can't drink now. Otherwise, we really want to toast Chao Gong with a few glasses. Zhang Xian said excitedly. There's no rush. After we finish this stage of the mission and go back, we can drink to our heart's content. Qin Yang said. Now, we have to guard this radar position well. Not only do we need sentries, but we also need to bury mines around the outer circle. From now on, the Zimbalin radar will be a thorn in the monkey's eyes and flesh. They will definitely try every possible means to destroy our precious radar. Don't worry, Chao Gong. We have already protected the position. Not even a fly can fly in without our permission. Yeah. How could that be false? Alas, it seems all good things must come to an end. I'm leaving now. Leaving? So soon? Yes, the person who came to pick me up is here. Brother Lin, you are so annoying. Why are you in such a hurry? Qin Yang looked at a bunch of bushes close at hand under the moonlight with emotion. He was sure that the bushes were not there during the day, so these bushes should be Lin Heping. Brother Lin, there is no one with the last name Lin in our radar unit. Zhang Xian was very curious, and then he heard a voice. Yangzi, you really have the talent of a sniper, and your shooting and hiding skills are very high. Since you have been discovered by the hidden, then follow me. Zhang Xian opened his eyes wide and looked over, and saw that the bushes grew taller and turned into a person. Suddenly, sweat began to ooze out from his back. There was a person sneaking in beside me, and I didn't even know it. If it was a monkey, then all of my people would probably die here. It didn't matter if my people died, but if the precious Zimbalin radar was destroyed by the monkey, the loss would be too great. This Chao Gong is amazing. How did he find out? Wait, the scout called Chao Gong Yangzi? What is Chao Gong called? Could it be Chao Yang? Zhang Xian looked at Qin Yang's back as he left, and at the edge of the trees covered by the night. People stood up one by one, and their hands began to tremble. Fortunately, it was one of our own who came. Qin Yang didn't know that he had become a member of the Chaoyang crowd. He followed Lin Heping and his soldiers and walked back, talking as they walked. Brother Lin, how did you sneak up here so quietly? Are you planning to take me away quietly while I'm asleep? You are such a fool. It's easy to ask me to leave. Can't you just call me on the radio? Lin Heping didn't say anything, just walked silently. Hey, brother, what's your name? Are you married? Do you want me to introduce you to a partner? Qin Yang turned his head and looked at the soldier beside him. The soldier seemed to be protecting him and was clearly watching over him, fearing that he would run away halfway. The soldier who was approached by Qin Yang shook his head and said nothing. It's a pity that Brother Lin is married, otherwise. He didn't. The soldier just said 2 words in a low voice, and Lin Heping's stern voice came over. If you don't want to die, shut up. At night like this, I don't know how many monkeys will be shuttling between the mountains. If I speak and expose my target, I might really die. Qin Yang didn't dare to speak anymore, and even his footsteps became lighter. Everyone walked forward. Qin Yang admired these people very much. They had memorized this place by heart. As an outsider, it was easy to get lost if I jumped back and forth. Even if Brother Lin had someone staring at him, he didn't dare to run. After walking for half the night, Qin Yang didn't know where he was. He heard a command in front of him, and then he continued to move forward and came to a camp consisting of several tents. Yangzi, you wait here. You go in too. The others rest outside. Lin Heping pointed at a tent and gave the order. He continued to walk inside. Qin Yang went in and lay comfortably on a folding bed. Brother Lin is really good to me. He knows that I am tired and specially prepared a place for me to rest. By the way, brother, what's your name? Qin Yang asked the man sitting next to him. This soldier was protecting him closely. My name is. The soldier just opened his mouth and then remembered Lin Heping's instruction. If he didn't want to die, he should shut up. Come, have a cigarette. Qin Yang took out a cigarette and handed it over. After finishing a cigarette, the two sides became closer. Qin Yang said, let's not talk about Brother Lin's family. Can we talk about what happened on the battlefield? In fact, only people in the rear like to talk about the battlefield. People on the front line want to talk about their families. But at this time, when Qin Yang said this, the soldier became excited. You pretended to be our leader and contacted the artillery to fire. The leader was very angry. We were hiding nearby at the time. We were very happy to see the artillery fire back so quickly. When the artillery covered the monkeys on the opposite side, the leader was also happy and said that only you, Yangzi, could do it. At this time, in another tent, Lin Heping stood straight and said to the person on the chair, report to the leader. This time Comrade Qin Yang pretended to be me to command the artillery battalion. The nature of this is extremely bad, but this matter is still my fault. I did not report to the superiors immediately that Qin Yang came here impersonating Zhang Chao. So, if there is to be a punishment, please punish me. Shaolin, don't think that you can be a hero and take the blame for others just because you have the support of Leader Han. On the battlefield, such behavior will result in execution. The leader in front of him said sternly, are you willing to be executed in his place? Report to the leader, I am willing. Please shoot me. As he said that, Lin Heping pulled out his spare 54 pistol and placed it on the table in front of the leader. Do you think I really don't dare to shoot? Leader, Qin Yang is a famous military expert in our country. The Type 80 sniper rifle, heavy sniper rifle, and the Type 80 heavy machine gun he developed have all played a huge role in our hands. This time, we relied on 10 Type 80 heavy machine guns to wipe out a command post of Monkey 800 meters away. He is a talent. Moreover, although he was an imposter this time, he has made contributions after all and saved the lives of dozens of our soldiers. Lin Heping said, people like him must not be shot, but military law must be enforced, so let me replace him. Lin Heping, you are full of tricks. Forget it. Let's talk about the good things first. The leader said, we have made great contributions with the Simblin radar this time and have developed a new combat method. The superiors are very interested. Tomorrow they will send a special team here to learn. Let Qin Yang stay here and talk about his tactics. After he finishes talking, there will be a transport convoy the day after tomorrow. Let him go back with the transport convoy. Yes. Lin Heping saluted. Then I'll leave. Leave? You haven't received your punishment yet. Yes. Lin Heping, you knew that the military expert came to the army under a false name, but you didn't report it. You will be punished with a serious offense. Yes. Put aside all combat missions and escort Qin Gong back to the capital the day after tomorrow. What? Chapter 159, tell me your unhappiness and make me happy. Qin Yang originally thought that he could enjoy his trip for half a month, such as mowing down a large number of monkeys with a Type 80 heavy machine gun, or using the Zimbal radar to guide his own artillery to bombard the monkeys' artillery. Who would have thought that he would be on his way back after only 5 days? This is like the kind of guy who ejaculates quickly. It's over just when he starts feeling the sensation, and he will spend the rest of the time in pain, depression, annoyance, and unwillingness. Lying on the back of the DF-240, Qin Yang looked up at the sky, feeling very unwilling. Brother Lin, I heard that the clothes I made are very effective. I never thought that I could make such a great contribution to the army. After I go back, I will work hard to produce a large number of camouflage uniforms for the frontline troops. Compared to Qin Yang's distress, Wang Fong was very happy. As expected, happiness can only be achieved through one's own efforts. Qin Yang was leaving and couldn't leave Wang Fong here, so he took her back with him. The reason was simple. The army needed advanced field camouflage uniforms, and since Wang Fong had already made some of them by hand, he could just hand them all over to her. When Qin Yang was reporting to a room full of leaders, he made this request, and the leaders agreed on the spot. When Wang Fong returns, the Capital Agricultural Implements Factory will open a special clothing branch to produce camouflage uniforms for the troops, and Wang Fong will also become the factory director. Qin Yang is impeccable in treating his own people. When Wang Fong was called away, she was still a little unwilling, but when she saw Lin Heping also went back with Qin Yang, she became excited. However, Lin Heping was obviously unhappy. Yeah. Lin Heping nodded, nothing to say. He was depressed. He had to leave the battlefield again. Although he was willing to take the blame on behalf of Qin Yang, he still felt angry when he thought about returning to the rear. Xiaofeng, don't worry. This time, Brother Lin will stay for a long time. He will not leave until our clothing factory starts production and produces 10,000 camouflage uniforms. Really? Wang Fong looked excitedly at Lin Heping, who was leaning against the truck bed smoking. Hey, Qin Yang, when did I say I wanted to stay? The mission I accepted is to escort you back to the capital. Lin Heping was really anxious, and even the name he called changed. That was the previous assignment. Now, your superior has signed a new assignment, and the order is with me. Qin Yang sat up lazily and took out a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket. Lin Heping took it, looked at it for a few seconds, and angrily wanted to tear the paper into pieces, but his soldier's consciousness made him put the paper back into his pocket. Qin Yang, you are the one behind this, right? Why didn't you give me this order before you got in the car? Nonsense. If it was given to you in advance, wouldn't you run to your leader to complain? How is it possible, Brother Lin? Am I that kind of person? I was also very depressed at the time and forgot about it. Now that Wang Fong said this, I remembered it. Qin Yang shook his head. Since we are all going back, let's just accept it. Brother Lin, I feel worse than you, okay? How long have you been there? And I've only been there for a few days. Oh, Lin Heping sighed and became even more depressed. Qin Yang felt happy, and yesterday's conversation came to his mind again. Qin Yang, you are a rare military talent in our country. People like you should cherish your life and not put yourself in danger. Yes, thank you, leader. I remember your teachings. However, it is difficult for me to control myself. I might come here again next time. You have to send someone to supervise me every day. Didn't you send Lin Heping to escort me? You might as well not come back and stay with me forever. How is that possible? With his temper, how could he possibly stay? Then find another reason, leader. You know that this concerns Lin Heping's lifelong happiness. You don't want to see your soldiers who have fought bravely and risked their lives never taste a woman. Bah, they haven't even married yet, right? And just like that, the order was signed. As for going back, it was time for everyone to take turns, and Lin Heping's troops would be sent down as a whole. What reason did he have to go up? Wouldn't it be good to stay in the capital and live a peaceful life? Qin Yang was not plotting against Lin Heping, but was doing it for Lin Heping's own good. Since the leader also knew Lin Heping's character, Qin Yang was asked to pass on the order to prevent Lin Heping from going to the leader to cause trouble. Now, thinking that he couldn't go up and Lin Heping would have to come back with him, Qin Yang's mood finally felt much better. As expected, when others are unhappy, it is very happy to tell them about their unhappiness and make yourself happy. I took the Dongfeng 240 bus to the station and then took a military train, slowly heading north. When I arrived in the capital, the sky was full of snow. Yangzi, you're finally back. Zhang Chao ran over excitedly on the platform of the small train station where the truck stopped. You don't know, I've been miserable these past few days. Leaders, big and small, have criticized me one by one. If you don't come back, I'm afraid I'll be skinned alive. Chaozi, why are you only looking at me? Don't you see Brother Lin and Xiaofeng? Well, hello, Brother Lin. Xiaofeng, your father is very generous. He said it would be a good idea for you to go out and experience the baptism of war. Zhang Chao greeted. Chaozi, send Brother Lin and Xiaofeng back and arrange a place for Brother Lin to live. Yoko, what about you? I have some personal matters. Yoko, you can't leave. If you leave, I won't be able to explain myself when I get back. You should at least tell me where you are going, right? You kid, how can you not see it? Of course I will hide for a few days. You have been scolded for several days. I am going back. Even if I am not scolded, I will be nagging for many days. I will hide for a few days to let them calm down. Isn't that good? However, I couldn't say such words, especially in front of Lin Heping and Wang Fong. At this moment, a special sound was heard in the wind. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound is very crisp and is made when a high-power engine is started. Qin Yang looked up. The snow had just stopped, and everything around was white. On the other side of the railroad track, there was a flatbed truck that had been taken down, and a tank on it was emitting black smoke. Unlike the 5 pairs of road wheels in China, it has a structure of 6 pairs of road wheels. The engine compartment at the rear is slightly raised, and the turret on it is a special welded structure. If it were not for the 2 arc-shaped additional structures installed in the front, it would be simply a smaller Leopard 2 tank. WZ-224 tank? Qin Yang could recognize it at a glance. It was an attempt by relevant domestic departments to develop a second-generation tank, and it was the best one. Many materials called it a quasi-third-generation tank. If it weren't for the problem of the engine, perhaps this type of tank would really become mainstream. Buzz. There were another series of roars, and the tank engine emitted puffs of black smoke, but it still couldn't start. The technicians were busy there. Chowzi, go back and tell them that I'm going to help a brother unit repair the tank. I'll be back once it's done. Oh, I'll go with you. Obviously, Lin Heping was unwilling to stay in a garment factory that was about to be staffed by female comrades, so he decided to go with Qin Yang to take a look. 1224 Prototype. This tank is pretty cool. Chapter 160, just a few glances and a few listens, and you'll know the engine is malfunctioning. Hey, no one, stay away. A technician who was busy on the flatbed took off his fur hat and wiped the sweat off his face with his hands. He saw Qin Yang and others coming and immediately shouted, "Our tank is confidential equipment. Pay attention to the confidentiality discipline." Their tank was also going to get off here and then drive off on the tank trailer. So after arriving at the station, they took off the camouflage net. Since this was a small station where the military train stopped, the sentries were only distributed outside, and there were no extra sentries on the platform. Unexpectedly, there were nosy people getting off another military train. Even if they were all military, they had to pay attention to the discipline of confidentiality. Unrelated people? How do you know we are unrelated people? Qin Yang continued to walk forward with big strides and said, "Do you believe me? I have a way to start the tank engine. I remind you that you have started it 3 times. If you still can't start it again, you have to remove the battery. There are 2 ways to start a tank engine: compressed air and electric start. Each has its own advantages and disadvantages. Compressed air is suitable for daily use, so that the gas cylinder always has high-pressure air. If it is parked for a period of time, the air inside will leak out, and this starting method will not work. Electric start uses the power of the battery to drive the starter motor, which is also a common starting method for various vehicles. The tank engine has high horsepower and high demand for batteries. A fully charged tank can only meet the needs of 4 starts. If it fails, the battery will be exhausted. Next, you need to remove the battery inside, move it out to a warm room to charge it, and then move out the spare battery. For every tank soldier, this is a tough job. Take the old Type 59 tank for example. It has 4 batteries, each weighing 40 kilograms. In addition, the space inside the tank is narrow, so only one person can get in and do it. Therefore, it is customary in the tank unit that the crew of 4 members should each have 1 battery, and no one should be lazy. Qin Yang was walking in a direction with the wind blowing in his favor, so he didn't need to shout, and the other party could hear him clearly. At this time, hearing Qin Yang's words, the other busy people looked up and looked at the young Qin Yang and the people behind him. The person who had just spoken to stop Qin Yang was unmoved. "Yes, if it still can't start, we have to remove the battery, but what can you do? The engine installed inside our tank is not the 12150L diesel engine we usually use. I know, it's the 8V331, Qin Yang said, MTU's flagship civilian diesel engine. The technician's mouth opened wide, and the cold wind blew into his mouth, making it difficult for him to speak clearly. How did you know? I can tell by listening to the sound, and I also know where the fault is, Qin Yang said, and then looked at the tank. But, since you don't welcome it, forget it, Brother Lin, let's go. Wait. An engineer jumped off the tank and strode towards Qin Yang. Comrade, please stay. My name is Lu Jingye, and I am the designer of this tank. I would like to ask you, can you tell what is wrong with the engine of this tank? How can we repair it? Mr. Lu, don't listen to him. This tank engine is imported from Germany. How could it break down? At most, the engine has become a little cold after the journey. We just need to warm it up, and it will definitely start. At this moment, the technician who had been negotiating with Qin Yang took off his dirty and torn gloves, wrapped them around a stick, and then planned to go around to the front of the tank. From his actions, you can tell that this guy plans to put this thing into the front opening of the engine fuel tank, dip it in some diesel, and make a simple torch to roast the engine. Qin Yang was amused by this guy. Are you really determined to use the traditional method? Wang Jigang, don't be reckless. Lu Jingye stopped the impatient technician and continued to look at Qin Yang. Please don't argue with him. Since you can tell that it is an 8V331 diesel engine, you must be familiar with this engine. Did you hear the cause of the failure? Humph. He hasn't even grown all his hair yet. What can he know? Wang Jigang said angrily. Even if he knows the model of the engine, he is just guessing. Besides, he only took a few glances and listened a few times, and he knew the engine was faulty? It's possible if the German experts come, but him? Humph. Qin Yang was not angry. He could understand the people present. The youngest was in his 30s or 40s. What about himself? He was only 18 years old and a few months old. He was too young. If he said he was an expert, others would definitely not believe him. I can see that if you do this, this engine will be ruined. You mean, this imported German engine cannot be heated with open flames? This is indeed a problem. Lu Jingye thought about it, but before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Qin Yang. Of course not. If there is no other way, the Germans will also use fire to burn the engine. At worst, they can go back and change the lubricant. What I mean is that he poked the fuel tank like this, and dirt entered the tank. For the delicate German engine, the damage caused is irreversible. Qin Yang pointed at Wang Jigang. The homemade torch in his hand was dropping dust, and there might even be iron filings inside. At this time, he had come to the front right of the tank, and the fuel tank port was right in front of him. Yes, you are right. Wang Jigang, put your stuff down. Lu Jingye looked at the thing, and felt a chill in his heart. He quickly stopped Wang Jigang's behavior, and looked at Qin Yang. Excuse me, what is the reason why it can't start? This was the third time, and Qin Yang couldn't delay any longer. He continued to point at the front of the tank, and said, it's the fuel problem. How could it be a fuel problem? Wang Jigang continued to be unconvinced. We filled it with diesel at minus 30 degrees Celsius. It will definitely not wax in this kind of weather. The engine cannot start. It's not a fuel problem. If it doesn't wax, what's the point of roasting it with fire? Qin Yang asked back. The purpose of roasting with fire is to roast the oil pipe and melt the diesel inside. Gasoline engines will not encounter this problem. Regardless of winter or summer, just add the corresponding label. However, this is not the case with diesel engines. Diesel will wax at low temperatures, and even water mixed in the diesel will cause the oil pipe and filter to freeze. When the engine is burned in winter, one thing that will burn is the oil pan, and the other is the oil pipe. Please continue. Lu Jingye listened very carefully. This imported engine has been using low-quality fuel for a long time, which has caused the fuel injectors to become clogged and the atomization to be poor. The fuel injectors need to be disassembled and cleaned before it can be used properly. What nonsense, what low-quality fuel? Wang Jigang said dissatisfiedly. We use the best diesel. Besides, this tank engine has never had any problems. How could the injector be clogged, and we have to dismantle the engine? Our domestic oil industry follows Soviet standards. The sulfur content of diesel is too high. It is fine to use it on our domestic tanks because our engines are not that sophisticated. If used here, the fuel injectors will be clogged after 200 motoring hours and about 1,500 kilometers. Even though it was fine when you came, it is already broken now. How did you know that? Wang Jigang was completely surprised. Our tank has indeed run 200 motorized hours and 1,507 kilometers. Who are you? Wang Jigang is the technician in charge of tank engines and knows these data clearly. How could the person in front of him guess so accurately? Me? I'm Qin Yang from Factory 960. What? Are you the military genius? Wang Jigang immediately changed his attitude. He jumped off the flatbed truck and walked up to Qin Yang. Engineer Qin, I'm sorry, I just offended you. If I knew it was you, I would never raise any objections. So what are you still standing there for? That's right, let's dismantle the engine immediately. 873 engine, the power of Leopard 2. Chapter 161. Let's go, drive the tank. The 1224 tank is the most similar to the Leopard 2. Its tail engine is also similar to the Leopard 2's 8V331. The 8V331 is actually the civilian version of the MB873 engine used by the Leopard 2. The MB873 can output 1,500 horsepower, while the power of the 8V331 is reduced to 919 horsepower. This is because the speed is reduced. Although the civilian version improved in this way has reduced power, its lifespan has been greatly improved. The structures of the two are exactly the same. Both are V-shaped 12-cylinder engines with a 90-degree angle. The volume of the entire engine is very large, which causes a large bulge at the back of the 1224 tank. Now, the engine cover was removed, revealing the plate-fin annular water radiator inside. Wang Jigang started to remove the radiator, but was stopped by Qin Yang. You don't have to remove the radiator, just reach in from both sides, and you can reach the injectors. Removing the radiator is a big project, but it is easier to do it now. Wang Jigang nodded, reached in to feel around, and deftly took one apart. When he took the burnt fuel injector to his face, he saw that the injector was almost clogged. Qin Gong is amazing, just like the legend says. When Wang Jigang learned that the person who came to help was Qin Yang, his attitude changed 180 degrees. When he took the engine apart and determined that the cause of the failure was exactly the same as Qin Yang's analysis, Wang Jigang admired him even more. Lin Heping didn't say anything. He had been watching the whole process. At this moment, he just sighed in his heart that Qin Yang was too amazing. He was simply a genius. He was first-rate in making guns and cannons. Even repairing tank engines was a piece of cake for him. How did Qin Yang know this? Was he born with this ability? Lin Heping guessed correctly. Qin Yang was born with this talent. Coming from that era, he naturally knew a lot of things. He knows guns, cannons, and tanks. The 1224 tank project originated from the 784 meeting, but the prototype was discontinued in 1981. The engine was civilian and could not be copied by ourselves, the transmission system was backward, the tank gun performance was too poor, etc. The 1224 became a failure in the development of the domestic tank industry. However, it was precisely because of countless attempts that the final glory of the Type 99 was achieved. Now, if we count the time, the 1224 tank should have arrived in the capital from the 617 factory, waiting for its fate. As for this failure, it was also something that the designers of the 1224 tank could not forget. They spent a week to find the real cause of the failure. Qin Yang from another world had heard of it before, so he guessed it almost as soon as he saw the scene. Qin Yang can tell the cause of the problem by just listening to a few sounds. He does not rely on experience, but on plug-ins. Tanks are the king of land warfare, and our country is a major land power, so we have always attached great importance to the development of tanks. However, we have encountered many setbacks along the way. Wait, there seems to be a stumbling figure over there. Qin Yang raised his head and looked at the man. After seeing him clearly, he immediately ran over. Mr. Zhu, why are you here? It's snowing, and you can't maintain your balance with one arm. Qin Yang looked at Mr. Zhu, who had traces of snow on his body, and knew that he had fallen on the way here. He felt sorry for this old military engineer. Engineer Qin, why are you here? If I had known you were here, I wouldn't have come. Mr. Zhu smiled and said, I heard that the tank had a problem, so I came to see if I could help. Mr. Zhu never thinks about himself. His heart is always filled with the military industry of his motherland. Mr. Zhu, don't worry. The cause of the fault has been found out, and it is being repaired. It is estimated that the fault will be eliminated before dark. Lu Jingye came over and said, thanks to Engineer Qin. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't be able to eliminate the fault in such a short time. Well, that's good. By the way, what's the reason? Let's go and talk inside the platform. It's too cold outside. By the way, Mr. Lu, do you have any canned food? Give me some. I'm hungry, Qin Yang said. In the room on the platform, after hearing the cause of the failure, Mr. Zhu fell silent. He looked out the window, staring at the tank, with a lot of thoughts in his mind. Qin Yang and Lin Heping wolfed down the canned food. They were so busy showing off that they forgot they were still hungry. They originally planned to go back to the factory cafeteria to eat, but decided to stay and missed a proper meal. Engineer Qin, do you think we can successfully imitate this German engine? After a long time, Mr. Zhu turned his head and looked at Qin Yang. Of course not. Qin Yang answered straightforwardly. What a pity, there is no wine. It's so cold, it would be nice to have a few sips of wine. Why? Because our industrial base is not good enough. Qin Yang said. You can see now that our fuels are not up to standard. This is a reflection of the difference in our industrial base. Even if we order parts from Germany and assemble them ourselves, we cannot reach the level of the original goods. Yes. Mr. Zhu sighed again and was about to say something when the roar of an engine was heard outside. Buzz, buzz. Green smoke came out of the exhaust pipe, and then the engine began to shake rhythmically. Troubleshooting, successful startup. Let's go back together. Mr. Zhu also got rid of the unpleasantness just now, and his tone was full of excitement. If the Russians were more aggressive, they would have driven the tank directly off the trailer. However, the technicians at this time were not so wild. They built a slope on the side of the flatbed truck and had someone directing in front to drive the tank down steadily. Get on the trailer. After getting off the railway flatbed, they got on a road trailer, but the old Hanyin tractor trailer waiting on the side also broke down. Mr. Qin, can you take a look at this trailer? Lu Jingye said to Qin Yang. I don't know how to drive this car either. Let's just drive back. Qin Yang said. If you are not familiar with the road, I will drive back. Haven't you been waiting for this opportunity? The 1224 tank is designed in line with Western models. It uses double-pin rubber tracks, so it can be driven directly on the ground. Moreover, in the snow, a trailer is not as efficient as a tank driving directly. As he spoke, Qin Yang jumped into the tank cockpit. Is this appropriate? Lu Jingye frowned. What's wrong with that? Tanks often come out of Weishuling, and no police dare to intervene. Besides, I can drive over there and feel it to see if there are any other problems. Engineer Qin is right. Let's go. Wang Jigang jumped up. The others looked at Qin Yang's actions and had nothing to say, so they could only jump onto the tank. Lin Heping supported Mr. Zhu and sat on the right side of the tank's cockpit, so that his left arm could hold the gun barrel, which was safer. Qin Yang stepped on the accelerator pedal. With the roar of its engines, the tanks drove out of the station and onto the road. Due to the heavy snow, there were few pedestrians on the road, But when they saw the tank appear, they stopped and looked over with surprise. This is exactly the feeling Qin Yang wanted. It felt so good. It was so good. He drove in a sitting position with his head exposed outside, wearing a large fur hat and a scarf to prevent his exposed skin from coming into contact with the steel. If it did come into contact, it would definitely stick to the steel. Only those who have spent the winter in the north would have a personal experience of this. Since you can't fight monkeys in the warm south, just drive a tank in the cold north. The tanks roared towards Weishiling. Chapter 162, Zhu Lao's Protection. The next day, Weishiling became lively. Hongqi, Shanghai, Volga, all kinds of vehicles drove into the 201 compound from outside and stopped outside a large warehouse. One by one, the leaders came down, walked into the warehouse, boarded the majestic 1224 tanks, and talked a lot. Leaders, our tank uses a 1,000 horsepower diesel engine, a 120 mm tank gun, and an advanced welded turret. Overall, this tank has reached the standard of a third-generation tank. Lu Jingye introduced the tank to the leaders next to it. We have conducted a 1,500-kilometer test, and the performance is very good. Qin Yang and Lin Heping sat on an ammunition box in a corner, eating melon seeds, and watching the lively scene here. Yangzi, judging from the appearance, this tank is quite good. Lin Heping said, "Why do I feel that you don't think highly of it? I have no interest in a tank that cannot be mass-produced. If nothing unexpected happens, this tank will soon be abandoned." "Boss Qin, why are you hiding here?" At this moment, a voice came from below. "You are already the general manager of our Fongbei Industrial Company. Can you be more mature?" Hearing this, Qin Yang frowned, but still couldn't hide away. Here came the person who criticized him. He turned around helplessly and looked at the person who came in from the side door. "Leader Fong, what brings you here?" "Of course it's the 1224 tank. You, don't disappear for no reason next time. Do you know how much noise you made?" The old leader knows it. Leader Fong was in charge of the weapons industry, so of course he had to come and see this 1224 tank. As the main entrance was crowded with people, he took a detour. As a result, he happened to see Qin Yang and stopped his hurried steps. He didn't pay any attention to the tank at all, but was more concerned about criticizing Qin Yang. "What is the superior's attitude towards this tank?" Qin Yang asked. He had to change the subject to avoid the leader in front of him from holding on to him. "Attitude? Let's take a closer look this morning and decide in the afternoon." "Boss Qin, what can I say about you? You actually went to the front line." It starts again. Qin Yang wanted to cover his ears. He thought of Tang Sanzang in A Chinese Odyssey, where even Sister Guanyin couldn't stand his nagging. "Then you should take a look at the tank. This tank is a quasi-third-generation tank in our country and has the strongest performance." Qin Yang continued to change the subject. "Boss Qin, do you think so too?" "No, I just heard you were not optimistic about this tank. By the way, you can also come to the meeting this afternoon." "Well, okay, no problem. Ouch, my stomach hurts." Qin Yang ran straight to the side door. Looking at Qin Yang's leaving back, Leader Fong shook his head and smiled bitterly. Qin Yang is a talented person, and his loyalty to the country and the people is unquestionable. Therefore, when the old leader learned that Qin Yang had gone to the front line, he just smiled. Young people are not stable, but they are enterprising. He did not encourage or criticize him. However, he must be watched carefully in the future and must not be allowed to take risks. The country does not lack soldiers, but scientific researchers. Afternoon, conference room 201. Today, we have seen the WZ-1224 tank prototype and learned about its specific performance. Now, let's talk about whether we should make it our standard tank. Leader Fong spoke. "It took a long time to develop our second-generation tanks, from WZ-1221 to the current WZ-1224. Tank technology has been constantly improving. The current tank has become a small Leopard 2. I think we can make it the standard equipment of the Army and solve the imminent problem of our tank performance lagging behind. Yes, with a 1,000 horsepower engine, a 120 mm tank gun, and an advanced bulletproof exterior, this tank is already at the highest level of development in our tank industry. I suggest that after all the test items are completed, we finalize the model and put it into mass production." Several leaders have expressed their opinions and have decided to support this project. Lu Jingye was secretly delighted. They transported this tank thousands of miles to the capital to show it to leaders at all levels in the capital, hoping that they would support this tank. Although this tank has many problems, they will be solved slowly in the future. After several leaders expressed their opinions, the conference room fell silent for a while. Leader Fong made a round of inspection and finally set his sights on Qin Yang. "Engineer Qin, you are the youngest and most capable person in our system. Please tell us your opinions. We value democracy. If you have any different opinions, you can speak them out for everyone to hear. Qin Yang secretly sighed in his heart, thinking that his superiors were trying to suppress him, who made him so popular recently. Leader Fong certainly knew that Qin Yang was against this project, but since so many leaders had already expressed their support, if Qin Yang continued to oppose it, he would be going against these leaders. However, Qin Yang is not afraid of anything. He has always shown the image of a young and energetic man who is not afraid of offending others. If he were to become a veteran like other people in the system, his superiors would not be optimistic about him. Qin Yang coughed twice and was about to speak, but at this moment, Mr. Zhu spoke. Xiao Qin is not very familiar with our tank industry, so I'll take advantage of my seniority and tell you my opinion. Zhu Lao said, this tank has many problems that we can't solve for the time being, so I think the prospects of this project are not optimistic. Our best choice is to start from scratch. Mr. Zhu, who was born in 1918, reached retirement age the year before last, but he has always refused to retire and has been working diligently at his post. No leader will feel offended if he stands up now. Besides, he is about to retire anyway, so he is not afraid of offending anyone. Qin Yang felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Mr. Zhu was a man of few words. Last night, he stayed at Mr. Zhu's house. Qin Yang talked to Mr. Zhu about many things. Mr. Zhu knew that he didn't like this 1224 tank, but he was afraid that he would be embarrassed, so he quickly stood up to protect himself. However, this is nothing. As a military genius, why should I be afraid of offending a few leaders? Mr. Zhu, I have an opinion, Qin Yang said with a smile. In such an important occasion, with so many leaders and colleagues, how can I refuse to show off in front of everyone? How about I speak first, and you can add to it after I finish speaking? Zhu Lao smiled. It was obvious that he had anticipated Qin Yang's actions. Okay, then you speak first. Chapter 163. If we want to do it, we must become the best in the world. Let's start with the engine. Since Qin Yang wanted to be in the limelight, he had to do it in a big way. He simply left his seat and walked towards the rostrum, saying as he walked, this engine is the 8V331 engine imported from Germany. It is the same mother as the MB873 engine used in the Leopard 2 tank. Civilian engines pursue longevity, so it has reduced its speed and output power to 919 horsepower. We will slightly increase its speed and use it as a 1,000 horsepower engine. However, what I want to say is that this power is not net power. It does not reduce the power used by other systems, especially the cooling system. I think the design team of this tank has realized this. When it comes to engine power, there is a saying of false labeling. Some cars claim that their engines have 180 horsepower when they are promoted. However, in actual use, the power is not even as good as the 150 horsepower of some cars. What's going on? The dynamometer showed that the 180 was marked, but when it was measured on the tire, it was only 130. The 150 was marked 152. The measured value was even higher than the marked value. What's going on? This is a word game. The one with 180 is the value measured without the engine and other accessories. The ideal is to use this horsepower value to show how powerful your car is. The one with 150 has already regarded horsepower as nothing. It has removed the power consumed by the generator, air conditioning compressor, cooling water pump, transmission system, etc., and calculated the power transmitted to the wheels. The power comparison between the two is meaningless, and it depends on the state of measurement. The same is true for tank engines. The German Leopard 2 tank engine is said to have 1,500 horsepower, which seems very impressive, but the Germans also exaggerated in this regard. They deliberately ignored certain accessories, especially the power consumed by the radiator. How much power can a small heat sink consume? It depends on the situation. The Germans increased the engine power by increasing the speed, which is easy to do, but there are side effects. The engine temperature will be too high, and the radiator will have to work harder. When it runs continuously at 2,600 RPM, the radiator will consume more than 200 horsepower, and the engine will have less than 1,300 horsepower left. Other tank engines also have cooling systems that consume power, but not as much as the Leopard 2 engine. That's right. When testing in the hottest summer, the output power of this engine would drop below 900 horsepower. We thought there was a problem with our cooling system, but it turned out that there was a problem with the engine. Wang Jigang, who was sitting in the seat below, spoke up. Can you think of a way to improve it? A leader asked. This cannot be improved. It is something that we were born with. Moreover, this engine has another big problem. It is too big. You can see it when you visited it this morning. It has a big bulge at the back. This design will waste a lot of structural weight. Tanks are used for charging into battle, and they rely mainly on the front part of the vehicle to block enemy attacks. The lighter the weight of the rear part, the better. The engine must be large, and the length, width, and height must also be large. As a result, the vehicle body becomes heavy. After it becomes heavy, the engine must have high power so that the tank can have sufficient maneuverability. So, if there is too much water, add flour, and if there is too much flour, add water. Eastern tanks have always been small and flexible, so it is not suitable to use such a large engine. Qin Yang didn't say anything else, such as the lack of industrial foundation and the problem of being unable to imitate. Everyone knew these problems, and he didn't need to remind them. If he wanted to show off in front of everyone, he had to find a different perspective. Let's talk about tank guns. Qin Yang continued. Although our 1224 tank is also equipped with a 120mm tank gun, it is probably still a long way from Western tank guns, right? Now, China has just introduced Steyer's electroslag remelting steel equipment, and the NATO standard L7 tank gun has not yet been produced, let alone using this advanced technology to produce 120mm tank guns. The 1224 tanks at that time were still produced with old technology, with heavy barrels and low internal chamber pressure. So the initial velocity of the shells fired was much lower than that of Western ones, and the power was limited. Yes, there is still a gap for the time being. However, once we digest and absorb the production technology of the L7 tank gun and use it on the 120mm tank gun, the performance will be greatly improved. By then, it will be no problem for President Qin to help develop several advanced armor-piercing shells to reach the same level as the West. Lu Jingye spoke. Qin Yang shook his head. I can't do it. How could you not do it? The armor-piercing bullet technology you developed is something even the British envy. That's only because the West no longer values the L7 tank gun. They have started to flock to 120mm tank guns, so my shells are so powerful. Moreover, even if we produce the same 120mm caliber barrel as theirs, even if I develop better armor-piercing shells, the power of our tank guns is still not as good as that of the West. Qin Yang stood on the rostrum and looked at the people below, because our propellant technology is still backward. Speaking of these, that is Qin Yang's expertise, and no one will deny his analysis. Everything in the country is bad. The gun barrel is not good. The propellant is not good. Then what should we do? Leader Fong spoke. Caliber is justice. Caliber is truth. Qin Yang said. If we want to reach or even exceed the 120mm tank guns of the West, we need to increase the caliber. It doesn't need to be much, just 125mm will do. The choice of caliber is very important. 120mm and 125mm are the mainstream calibers in the world today, which are the NATO standard and the Warsaw Pact standard respectively. No, the Russians' 125mm tank gun is not as good as the Western 120mm gun. Someone immediately expressed his objection. That's because the Russians don't have electroslag remelting steel. They still use the old casing self-tightening process. The tank guns we produce with the new process will withstand higher chamber pressures, far exceeding the Russians' 125mm guns. Qin Yang said, since we are going to do it, we must be the best in the world. Our tank guns will be the most powerful in the world. That's right, well said. Mr. Zhu below got excited. He forgot his previous promise and started to cheer for Qin Yang. The chamber capacity of the two guns is very different. Taking the existing standards as an example, the chamber of 125mm smoothbore gun is 13.4 liters, while the chamber of 120mm guns in Western countries is only 9.8 liters. If the performance of our propellant is not good enough, then we can rely on loading more gunpowder. The two cylinders at the back are the huge radiators of the Leopard 2 tank. Chapter 164. Get AT-72. Mr. Zhu's major was artillery, and his arm was blown off while clearing a dud. With his strong support, the people below him began to consider the idea seriously. Tank, the king of land warfare, the first in firepower. The shells are too heavy. They need to be packaged separately and require an automatic loader. We don't have the technical reserves. Someone began to raise questions. The larger the caliber of the artillery, the larger and heavier the shell. The Western standard 120mm tank gun shell weighs nearly 20 kilograms, which is heavier than a barrel of water. It is very strenuous to hold such a shell and stuff it into the barrel of a bumpy tank. The American solution is for the black uncle to load the bullets by himself, but the Orientals can't do that. The Orientals are small and don't have that much strength. Moreover, if you want to make a 125mm tank gun, the shells will be heavier, so you can only separate the barrel and the warhead. In this way, you have to reload twice for each firing, and the firing rate is too slow, so you have to use an automatic loader. There is no relevant technical reserve in China. We don't have it, but the Russians do. We can get AT-72 and directly map and copy the automatic loader on it, right? Qin Yang said easily. Although the Russians were physically strong, their tanks were short, and the tank soldiers they recruited were all short people from East Asia. They also could not carry the heavy shells, so after the T-64 tank appeared, they carried a 125mm tank gun and installed an automatic loader. However, the reliability of the T-64's automatic loader was too poor, and the Russians were miserable. Later, they asked the tank factory in Nizhny Tagil to make a simplified version of the T-64. The daring designer Kartsev actually started over and made a brand new T-72 tank. Fortunately, the final result was a happy ending for everyone. If we are to imitate, of course we have to imitate the mature and reliable automatic loader on the T-72 tank. What did you say? T-72? How is that possible? Boss Qin, are you planning to get one back from Iraq? That won't be easy, right? They are at war. How could they be willing to give us a first-class tank? Even if we use 10 Type 69 tanks, we won't be able to exchange it for one, right? Qin Yang is not only a military expert, but also the general manager of Fangbei Industrial Company. He is a first-class foreign trade expert. However, everyone is still skeptical. T-72, the main tank of the Russians, is only exported to its most reliable brothers. Our brothers also regard this tank as a treasure. How can we get it? Qin Yang smiled and said, no, we got it from Mulmania. Mulmania? Everyone present was stunned. They have T-72 tanks? If Iraq has it, why can't Mulmania have it? Qin Yang said, you guys are too out of touch with the news, aren't you? In 1978, Mulmania purchased 30 T-72s from the Russians and equipped the troops in 1979. Those were all brand new T-72 M1S. Even if they have it, can we get it? Asked Leader Fong. Yes, this is also their ace tank, right? Lu Jingye said. It's useless for them to have such good tanks. Qin Yang said, Mulmania is located in the rear of the Warsaw Pact and has no national defense pressure, so they don't pay much attention to the development of armored forces. In addition, their country has a good industrial base, so they prefer to produce in their own factories. The T-72 tanks they bought back are only for mapping and imitation, not for large-scale equipment. Qin Yang certainly knew the story of Mulmania's batch of T-72 tanks. He also knew that when the third-generation tanks were being developed, the reference was Mulmania's T-72. So, he was 100% sure. This is the advantage of a time traveler. Mr. Qin, can you really get the T-72 tank back? Mr. Zhu said with excitement. Since my superiors have appointed me as the head of Fangbei Industrial Company, I have to play my role. Qin Yang said, if you think this plan is feasible, then I will go there and use my persuasion to get Mulmania to sell one of them to us, or exchange it with our domestic equipment. I am not allowed to go to the south anymore. If I go abroad again, I can experience the charm of foreign countries, travel on public funds, and live a happy life. Just as Mr. Zhu was about to nod, Leader Fong suddenly thought of something. Engineer Qin, getting a T-72 tank is important for us, but other tasks are also important, such as the research and development of small-caliber bullets, which is related to the major event of our Army's replacement of equipment. You always want to run around, and you owe too much debt. Make up for it first. Didn't I just go to the south to fight monkeys? Is it necessary to make things difficult for myself? Qin Yang glanced at Leader Fong, who was sitting above, and said, okay, please ask the superiors to make a decision and go through the procedures. Before the overseas project is finalized, I will produce small-caliber bullets for the troops. Is that okay? If we follow the process, it will only take a few days, or at most a week. Can you develop small-caliber bullets so quickly? Leader Fong rolled his eyes at him. Qin Yang scratched his head. Well, I am a little nervous, but for the country and the army, I will fight hard and ensure that the task is completed on time. Everyone present had an indescribable feeling when listening to Qin Yang's words. Domestic ammunition experts have been working on this problem for years, but have not been able to solve it. But Qin Gong was able to solve it in just a few days? Who would believe it if I told them? However, this Qin Gong is very strange, and he often creates miracles. Leader Fong glanced at Qin Yang and said, Engineer Qin, you have launched quite a few satellites for us. Just continue launching them this time. I will give you a week. We want to see what you can make of the small-caliber bullets. After the meeting and dinner, Qin Yang and Lin Heping returned to the Capital Agricultural Implements factory together. Brother Lin, can you show me? Are they waiting for me at the door? When Qin Yang was about to reach the factory gate, he stopped and asked worriedly. I'm afraid everyone who meets him will scold him. What he hates most is these people's nagging. Good. A few minutes later, Lin Heping came back. Yes, there are a lot of people at the factory gate. Hey, Brother Lin, Tell them that I still have work to do at Fongbei Industrial Company, and I won't be going back. Tell them not to wait for me, Qin Yang said, and don't come to the company to find me. Remember to keep it confidential. Qin Yang is not only the section chief of the Capital Farm Implements Factory, but also the person in charge of the Foreign Trade Company. Moreover, the Foreign Trade Company is of a higher level, so he simply found this excuse. Yangzi, it's so cold, and they are all waiting for you at the factory gate. They are worried about you. Even if they say a few words to you, can't you just listen? Lin Heping felt that Qin Yang was a little unkind. Brother Lin, I get it. I really have something to do, Qin Yang said, then turned and went towards the landlord's compound in Shaowang village. Although he was only 18 years old in this world, his soul was an old military worker. How could he tolerate those people nagging endlessly? Qin Yang wanted to stand them up. Qin Yang quickly arrived at the courtyard. The gate had been locked from the inside. Qin Yang pushed it, but it didn't budge, so he skillfully climbed over the wall. This 3-entry courtyard was very large. Qin Yang directly climbed into the middle courtyard and then walked outside. He remembered very clearly that the main house in the outer courtyard was the classroom, the east room was the office, and the west room was a temporary resting place. Mr. Dong is a workaholic and often forgets the time. If he works too late, he will stay in the company and sleep. Let's just spend the night with Leader Dong and go straight to the bullet production workshop tomorrow. Qin Yang was thinking this and came to the front yard. The light in the west room was on, but the 15-watt bulb was a little dim. The door was ajar, and he could hear a rustling sound coming from the coal bin in the corner. It seemed that Leader Dong had gone to get some coal. Qin Yang pushed open the door, strode in, and then got into bed. This quilt is really warm. Just to show off, this T-72 model was given to me by a book friend. Ignore the 2 auxiliary fuel tanks, which were broken during transportation. Chapter 165, Small Animals with Human Nature. The place where Qin Yang was lying was not a bed, but an old wooden tennis table, which was quite large, almost the same size as a double bed. The bed was covered with warm bedding, and Qin Yang also placed a book on it. He looked at the pillow beside him and decided to leave it to Leader Dong. He could just lie down in his cotton clothes. He was so sleepy that after he got into the comfortable bed, his eyelids began to droop. After a dozen seconds, he fell into a deep sleep. Crunch. The door rang, and a person walked in with brisk steps. She was wearing a pair of cotton gloves and holding a dustpan filled with black coal. She picked up the stove hook, opened the stove lid, and poured the coal in. The flames illuminated her pretty face, making her look youthful and beautiful. All the coal was put in, leaving some coal flour. She continued to pour the coal flour into the stove to cover it. Then the flames in the stove disappeared and turned into wisps of black smoke, which flowed out along the chimney made of thin iron sheets. This is called sealing the stove. After sealing it, the stove will maintain a certain temperature all night. If you are lucky, there will still be a small flame when you wake up the next day, and you can continue to put wood and coal in. In this era, only government departments and public institutions could afford to burn coal. Ordinary people in rural areas could only heat their kangs to sleep. After doing all this and covering the stove lid, she put everything down with satisfaction, turned back to close the door, inserted the bolt, and then turned off the light. Another beautiful day has passed. She was familiar with everything in the room. She walked back to the old bed made of a ping-pong table in the dark, took the pillow to the other side of the bed, got on the bed, and put her legs under the quilt. Before going to bed, she likes to read a book against the wall, so the pillow is placed against the wall, but when she sleeps, she has to turn over with her feet facing the wall to prevent her head from getting cold. Hey, her feet seemed to touch something, so she continued to rub it with her feet. It was soft and seemed furry, like a small animal. Her body froze. It was freezing cold, but the house was warm, so small animals would occasionally break in. She didn't dare move for fear of being bitten by the animals, but this little animal came closer and rubbed its furry thing against the soles of her feet. This should be a small animal with human nature, right? Her body slowly relaxed, and she curiously wanted to lift the quilt to see what kind of animal it was. But at this moment, the little animal turned over, the furry thing disappeared, and turned into a smooth bulge. She could feel the breath spraying towards her feet, and then some liquid flowed onto her feet. No, something is wrong. What is this? The raised part seems to be a nose, the exhaled air seems to be a mouth, and the liquid that flows out is saliva? As if to confirm her inference, a snoring sound was heard. Whoosh whoosh. A man actually crawled into my bed. He was lying backwards, so my foot just stepped on his head. It started with the back of his head, and when he turned over, it was his face. Because the other person's body was tilted and she had just put her legs in, she could only feel the man's head. If she continued to get deeper into the quilt, she would probably be able to feel other parts of the body. Her heart began to beat violently. If she were an ordinary woman, she would definitely shout for help, but she didn't, because she knew it was useless. This place was on the edge of Shaowang village, and the nearby villagers were a bit far away. If she shouted, she probably wouldn't be able to wait for the villagers to come to rescue her, and the guy in the quilt would have already jumped up and hurt someone. Sweat oozed from her forehead, and her chest heaved violently. She thought of something and reached out her hand and felt around quietly under the quilt a few times, finally finding a pair of scissors. Holding the scissors in her right hand, she took a few deep breaths, then slowly moved her hands. Her left hand was on the quilt, and she was going to suddenly lift the quilt so that she could stab it hard with her right hand. She had to aim at the most fatal part of the man. Just this one move would make the man lose his fighting power. Creak. Just at this moment, the old ping-pong table made a loud noise. "Boss, you're back." The man in the bed made an unclear voice. "Boss, is that Leader Dong? Did this man walk into the wrong room?" "Boss, don't take all the quilts away. Let me stay here with you for one night so that those people won't nag me." After saying that, the man turned over again and grabbed most of the quilt. The snoring was like thunder. She got off the cot quietly and put on her shoes quietly. The door creaked open. She turned her head to look in the direction of the bed, then gently closed the door. Qin Yang slept soundly until he heard a noise outside. Teacher Xiaonya, are you there?" Boom, boom, boom. Qin Yang shouted in a daze. "What are you arguing about? Are you going to let me sleep?" The people outside were petrified instantly. Zhang Chao's face looked a little ugly. He recognized that the voice inside was Yangzi's. How could Yangzi be in Teacher Nye's room? "Yoko, are you in there?" "Nonsense, who else could it be if not me?" Qin Yang said unhappily. "I will get up and go back to the factory after I have slept until the sun is high in the sky. You guys can do whatever you need to do and don't disturb me." Zhang Chao suddenly regretted it. He should not have asked if he had known earlier. Now that he asked, it was confirmed. Isn't Yangzi too bold? He looked at the people around him fiercely. These salesmen who came to learn foreign languages were all shocked and shook their heads quickly, wanting to say that they knew nothing and swear to the heavens. Crunch. At this moment, the door of the east office opposite opened, and Nye Xiaoqian walked out. "You are all here? Then let's go to class." "Teacher Nye, you last night." When Zhang Chao said this, he wanted to slap himself in the face. How could he ask such a question? Why was he so rude? "I was grading homework in the office last night. Because it was too late, I lay on the table in the office and dozed off until dawn. Your homework is too bad. Today I have to criticize you seriously." Mr. Qin was tired last night, so he rested for a while in the west room. In the room, Qin Yang couldn't sleep because of the noise. When these words reached his ears, he suddenly realized something was wrong and sat up. The sunlight shines in through the window. The room is clean and tidy. It is obviously not a place where a rough man like Leader Dong lives. In particular, there is a comb on the wash basin rack near the door and a small bottle on the table next to it. Is that vanishing cream? This house. Qin Yang quickly sat up and put on his clothes. When he opened the door and walked out, he just saw Leader Dong coming in from outside, pushing a number 28 bicycle. "Boss Qin, how did you get?" "Boss, what did you see?" "Really?" Qin Yang rolled his eyes at him and said, "I'm going back to the factory. By the way, you guys get ready. We're going on a business trip to Mulmania next week. Find someone who can speak Romanian to be our translator. It's all Leader Dong's fault." Qin Yang felt a little complicated. When he walked to the door, he looked back and saw a pretty figure standing on the podium in the main room, giving a lecture to the people below. "Oh, I hope nothing happened last night." "No, nothing must have happened." Chapter 166 Arrangements for the Next Development of the Capital Farm Implement Factory. Walking out of the company gate, Qin Yang saw Lin Heping waiting there. "How did you sleep last night?" Lin Heping asked. "Very good," Qin Yang said, and took a few steps forward. Suddenly, he thought of something and was shocked. Lin Heping's task was to keep an eye on him. What did this scout hear and see yesterday? He glanced at Lin Heping and found that there was a special smile on Lin Heping's face. "Humph, you dare to laugh at me. I will definitely make you and Wang Fan's relationship come true, and then I will make a scene in the bridal chamber. Brother Lin, our mission today is to build the garment factory as soon as possible. Aren't you developing bullets?" "There's no rush for that." "No rush? You said you're not in a rush after only 1 week." Lin Heping's gaze was even more special this time. "Yangzi, have you already developed it?" "Anyway, it will definitely not delay." "Dad, where did you come from?" Qin Yang looked in surprise at his father Qin Baohua, who walked out from behind a big tree on the roadside. His face looked a little haggard, and there were a lot of white hair on his head. It was so cold, didn't he know to wear a fur hat? "Now that you've grown up and your wings are strong enough, you want to fly, right?" "That's not the case." "Dad, I'm busy at work, okay?" "You don't recognize me as your father because you're busy with work? You don't tell your father anything? Do you know how important you are now?" If anything happens to you, our factory will be in ruins again. Qin Yang felt guilty when he saw his father's white hair caused by his anxiety. However, when he heard what his father said, he had a strange feeling again. Dad, are you worried about me or the factory? He didn't ask this question. If his father got anxious, he would pull out his belt and beat him. But he couldn't act like the general manager of Fongbei Industrial Company. Dad, I know I was wrong. Is this okay? That's more like it. Let me tell you, no matter how high your position is, you are still my son. Let's go back to the factory. They are waiting for you to attend the factory meeting. Qin Yang had no choice but to follow his father back and into the meeting room. Everyone else had a smile on their face. Chief Qin, please stop running around. Do you know how worried we have been these past few days? Zhu Zizhong said. We couldn't even sleep well at night. Yangzi, look at your father. He has been worrying about your safety these days, and his hair has turned white. You should make your father worry less. Lu Yong complained. Ahem. Qin Yang coughed a few times. Everyone, our time is precious, so let's just get to the point. The first important thing is that we need to open a special clothing factory to produce the camouflage uniforms that the army needs most. The time is short, and the task is heavy. My temporary plan is to let Comrade Wang Fong take the lead. The second thing is to develop a special 5.8mm caliber general-purpose bullet for the army. I will be responsible for this. Please ask our ammunition production workshop to cooperate with me and complete it within a week. What? Everyone was shocked. This task fell on everyone's shoulders, making them very worried. So many ammunition experts couldn't figure it out, but Qin Yang boasted at the conference that he would develop universal ammunition and asked his superiors for a large sum of funding. Everyone thought Qin Yang would focus on scientific research, but who would have thought that after the money arrived, Qin Yang seemed to have forgotten this task. Everyone was anxious. Now, Qin Yang was going to do this personally, and they were all very happy, but they didn't know that Qin Yang had promised his superiors that he would complete the research and development within a week. The third thing is to mobilize elite troops to develop a special CNC rifling machine, which will be led by Comrade Qin Baohua. I have to find something for my dad to do so he doesn't have to stare at me all day. CNC rifling machine? Qin Baohua was stunned. That's right. I have already contacted Nihyu. They will make the machine body, and we will make the CNC equipment. Once it is completed, an ordinary worker will be able to draw the rifling of a 105mm rifled cannon. In the future, we will not only make guns, but also cannons. All the 105mm cannons for export tanks will be produced by our factory. But I can't. You can learn if you don't know how to do it. The future of processing will definitely be the era of CNC machine tools. Dad, you can learn as long as you live. Come on, I believe in you. The fourth thing is to manufacture 125mm smoothbore guns to support the third-generation tanks that our country is about to develop. What? One research and development task after another made it impossible for everyone to react. However, when they heard Qin Yang say this, the only thing left in their blank minds was disbelief. The 105mm rifled gun has not been manufactured yet. The factory only has the barrel blanks, but Qin Yang is already aiming at the 125mm tank gun, and he wants to make it for the third-generation tanks? You haven't even learned to walk yet, and now you want to learn to run? The fifth thing. Yoko, let's talk about the 125mm smoothbore cannon first. Can we manufacture it? Of course, smoothbore cannons don't need rifling, so the process is much simpler than rifled cannons. Qin Yang said, when I come back from my business trip, we can make the smoothbore cannon. Dingling. Just at this moment, the phone on the office desk rang. Zhu Zizhong turned around and picked up the phone directly. Hey, what? Master Duo is here. Zhu Zizhong was very surprised. Qin Yang frowned. What were these people doing here? To be his punching bag? Let's go down and welcome them. Zhu Zizhong said. As soon as everyone arrived at the entrance of the office building, they saw a large group of people walking over. The leader was the smiling Mr. Duo, followed by some other technicians, including the ammunition expert Wang Likun. We came here uninvited when we heard that Qin Gong was back. Elder Duo said with a smile. Your capital farm implement factory has to complete the research and development of 5.8mm caliber general-purpose bullets within a week. It's not easy. Let's come and witness the miracle. Everyone, the research and development of this ammunition is a major matter related to the confidentiality of our factory. It's not appropriate for you to come here directly to observe, right? Qin Yang immediately started to drive people away. Zhu Zizhong and other factory leaders all frowned. All the people present were experts in light weapons. In the past, when they were in meetings, Zhu Zizhong and his team had to bow and nod to these old experts. Now, Qin Yang, a young man, wanted to be turned away. Isn't this too presumptuous? Engineer Chin, we promise to only watch, not ask questions, and not steal. Besides, our superiors have agreed to your request. When the research and development is completed, the production of bullets will also be carried out here. You will eat the meat, so we just watch, isn't that okay? Mr. Duo has a very humble attitude. There's nothing to see in the research and development of ammunition. Qin Yang said, since you're all here, why don't we discuss the design of a rifle that uses this kind of bullet? Mr. Qin, you are a master of firearms. The advanced weapons you made have impressed us. Now, let's receive some education. As Mr. Duo spoke, he walked inside with a smile. Although the factory leaders have long known that Qin Yang is very powerful, most of them have never seen Qin Yang dealing with outsiders. Today they finally saw it, and were so shocked that they were speechless for a long time. This Qin Yang is really arrogant. He has no awareness of a junior at all. He is so disrespectful. Alas, all I can do is sigh. Now even Qin Baohua doesn't dare to criticize his son too much. His son has grown up and has become more independent. Chapter 167 Qin Yang. Tell me what you think, and I will give you some advice. The automatic rifle developed by Factory 296 is just a transition before the birth of our small caliber rifles. Entering the conference room, there were suddenly more people, and it became more lively. Qin Yang sat directly in the main seat and started the meeting for everyone. When our 5.8 mm general-purpose bullet is developed, the country will definitely need brand new guns. So, since we are all gathered here today, let's discuss what kind of guns the army needs. Mr. Duo, you go first. Qin Baohua felt mixed emotions as he watched his son serving as the host. However, his attention quickly turned to technology. What kind of guns did the army need? Engineer Qin, we are here to listen to your guidance. Why are you asking us? Elder Duo said with a smile. Are you testing me? Of course not. Qin Yang shook his head. You are a veteran in our field of light weapons. You must have many opinions on the research and development of the next generation of guns. I'm here to learn today. Duo Lao continued to shake his head. Qin Gong, you teach us. Mr. Duo, I have to say a few words. Your 208th Institute is responsible for guns. If you don't have an outstanding product in the development of light weapons, then it's better to disband it. From now on, the development of light weapons should be handed over to our capital farm implement factory. The lively atmosphere in the conference room immediately became dull. Qin Baohua was really helpless. His son had always had a sharp personality, criticizing this and that. He thought he would be more mature after returning from the south this time. But he didn't expect that his original restraint was all pretended and he could become aggressive at any time. In fact, Qin Yang really didn't want these people to look at this and that and wander around in the capital agricultural implements factory. With these people around, Qin Yang felt uneasy, so now he really wanted to drive these people away so that he could have some peace and quiet. Moreover, what he said was true. It is already the 1980s and the country has begun its transformation. The military industry can no longer survive by asking superiors for things. It must rely on real ability. Competition must also be present in the military industry. As a professional light weapons research institute, if Institute 208 cannot develop better weapons than the Capital Agricultural Implements Factory, then what qualifications does it have to continue to occupy the toilet without doing anything? A technician was about to stand up and slam the table, but was stopped by Duo Lao's look. Xiao Wang, what are you doing? Is it wrong for President Qin to criticize us? The titles of Engineer Qin and President Qin are different. Everyone is a technician, so they have always called him Engineer Qin. Now Duo Lao calls him President Qin to remind everyone that Qin Yang is not only an engineer of the 960 factory and an excellent domestic weapons designer, but also the general manager of Fongbei Industrial Company, doing business with foreigners. If you offend Mr. Qin, will there be any good consequences in the future? Wang Lianjia, a technician from the 208th Institute, could only hold it in. Engineer Qin, you have such a strong character. I don't know how many people in the system have been taught a lesson by you. Your words today are a stimulus and a spur to our 208th Institute. We must also show our true abilities. If we don't have any outstanding products, our 208th Institute really has no meaning to exist. Elder Duo said, Engineer Qin, our 208th Institute has not been idle. We have been developing a new rifle that uses 5.8 mm caliber bullets, hoping that it will be used as the standard firearm of the Army in the future. Today, I will show off my ugliness here and introduce it to you. The rise of the Capital Farm Implements Factory is a stimulus to other units. The 208th Institute, which specializes in light weapons, certainly cannot give in. They are determined to achieve results. Otherwise, how can they still have the face to stay in the system? Master Duo, you can't tell me. Wang Lianjia said, what if they learn it? That's right. We can't talk about it. It would be fine if it was a friendly exchange, but now that they are like this, we might as well. Everyone, you all said you came here to seek advice. Show me your designs. Maybe I can give you some pointers. It's just a bullpup rifle. What's the big deal? Our Capital Farm Implement Factory won't take it seriously. Qin Yang said. If you are not sincere, please go back. I still have to develop 5.8mm caliber general purpose bullets, and I don't have time to waste with you. Engineer Qin, how did you know that we want to develop a bullpup rifle? Now it was Duo Lao's turn to be surprised. How do I know that? You are the designer of the Type 95 rifle. Do I need to tell you? Qin Yang laughed inwardly. However, after his stirring, although he did not drive these people away, the direction of the meeting finally became rifles, and it was a research and development project of the 208th Institute. Inspired by Qin Yang, the Type 95 rifle was able to be released ahead of schedule, which was beneficial to the troops. However, after the Type 95 rifle was first equipped to the troops, many problems arose, which caused great dissatisfaction among the troops. Only after improvements were made did the troops feel satisfied. Now that things have come to this, Qin Yang can provide some suggestions to make the rifle developed by Duo Lao more mature. Now, looking at the unconvinced eyes on the opposite side, Qin Yang became interested in teasing people again. He pointed his finger at Wang Lianjie, who was the most unconvinced. He told me that. Wang Lianjie's face suddenly turned red. No, I didn't. How could I leak the secret? You are slandering me, Mr. Duo. You have to believe me. This guy is about to cry. Working in a military research institution and being paid by the government is good, but it also comes with a lot of responsibilities and burdens. If anyone leaks the information, they will go to jail. Duo Lao was somewhat helpless. Mr. Qin, you are naughty again. Just now, Wang Lianjie objected and stopped Mr. Duo from talking about the RD project, fearing that Factory 960 would learn from it. So it was definitely not him who leaked the information. Qin Yang smiled and said, Okay, I was naughty just now. Brother, don't cry. Is it necessary to cry over such a small matter? Do you want to go to the toilet? I didn't cry, and I didn't wet my pants. I didn't say you peed your pants. I said you should go to the toilet and wash your face. Oh, forget it. Don't waste time. Let's talk business. Qin Yang teased Wang Lianjie for a while, and then he was in a good mood and began to introduce. Now, the trend of world weapons is bullpup rifles. Compared with the existing rifles, it is shorter in length and convenient to use in small spaces, such as indoors, in armored vehicles, etc., so it has attracted the favor of the military of many countries. If the 208th Institute wants to catch up with the world trend, it must plan to develop bullpup rifles. Mr. Qin, do you think that the bullpup rifle is suitable for our army? Mr. Duo started to get serious. That depends on whether the design of the gun is scientific enough. Qin Yang said, moreover, after the design is completed, it is necessary to track the use of the troops, conduct repeated research, and make repeated improvements to have a mature and qualified rifle. Otherwise, the troops will scold you. At this moment, a poem emerged in Qin Yang's mind. The title of the poem, The Supreme Lord. The high baseline is easy to hit the face, and the plastic magazine is flattened by a pinch. The ejection port is noisy, and the smoke oil makes me cry. The front sight is loose and will be crooked when touched, and the plastic handle will break when lifted. The magazine is low and will fall to the ground, and the copper bullet hanging on the barrel will hit the ground. This was how the troops felt about the Type 95 rifle back then. However, after it was improved to the Type 95-1, these defects were eliminated. The newly enlisted soldiers had never used the Type 81 rifle, so they were able to accept this type of rifle with satisfaction. Well, Engineer Qin is right. Now, let me tell you the general plan for this rifle. Everyone present is welcome to give us valuable suggestions, said Mr. Duo. Chapter 168, pointing out the problem of bullpup rifles. On the small blackboard in the conference room, Mr. Duo quickly drew a structural diagram. Overall, this gun is very similar to other bullpup rifles, but there are some differences. The biggest feature of the bullpup rifle is that it can significantly reduce the length of the gun. We plan to reduce the overall length of the gun to about 750 millimeters and the length of the barrel to about 460 millimeters. This data is very outstanding. Mr. Duo started from the best part. The bullpup rifle does not have a buttstock, but the magazine part is designed as the buttstock, and the magazine is placed at the back. The magazine of an ordinary rifle is at the front. This greatly reduces the length of the entire gun. You can compare it with the Type 81 rifle. The total length of the Type 81 rifle is 950 millimeters, and the barrel is 440 millimeters. The gun is long, and the barrel is short. At the same time, when designing, We tried to use advanced materials and processes as much as possible to reduce the total weight to the weight of an empty gun at the 296 factory, which greatly facilitates the use of soldiers. Historically, the Type 95 rifle weighed 3.25 kilograms, while the Type 81 rifle weighed 3.4 kilograms when empty and 4 kilograms with the magazine. Therefore, the new rifle has a good weight reduction effect. With less weight, it is easier for soldiers to carry, and they can carry more bullets, which is good for improving combat effectiveness. These advantages are all possessed by bullpup rifles, and Qin Yang nodded. Now, let's look at the most complex receiver. Similar to other bullpup rifles, we designed a special upper cover on it. This is the same as the handle of the M16 rifle. Qin Yang said, "Can the soldiers hold this handle when using it?" Duo Lao thought for a moment and said, "This should be possible." "Really? Are you sure? If the soldiers carry it by hand, it will be a big problem." Qin Yang began to give suggestions. The Type 95 rifle has many problems, and the most serious complaint from soldiers is the lack of an empty chamber lock. Empty magazine hang-up means that the last bullet is fired and the magazine is in the open state, so that the officers and soldiers in combat will find that the bullets are exhausted and change the magazine in time. The kind of soldier who counts the number of bullets while firing rarely exists in reality. The Type 95 automatic rifle, which does not have the function of hanging up the empty chamber, has been criticized in actual use. Not knowing that one's own bullets are exhausted can be fatal on the battlefield. However, it was not that we didn't want to do it at the beginning, but the plastic magazine at that time was not strong enough to withstand the impact of an empty chamber. This was discovered during the experiment, so I won't talk about it now. The only thing that can be seen as useless from the design drawings is the upper protective cover. The plastic handle breaks when you lift it, but if you open the manual of the 95 rifle, there is no handle in the disassembled parts, but it is called upper protective cover or bolt handle guard because there is a bolt handle under it, and adding a protective cover can protect it. The operating manual clearly stipulates that it is forbidden to carry it by hand. It clearly looks like it can be carried with a handle, so why doesn't it allow people to carry it? There are many reasons for this. First of all, this thing is made of plastic and is not very strong. Moreover, there is a rear sight on it, which is used as a carrying handle. If you lift it crookedly, you will not be able to shoot accurately. However, this is not the most important thing. What is important is the bloody lesson. "What's the big problem?" asked Mr. Duo. "The bolt handle inside is movable. If the soldiers are holding it to perform tactical actions and the gun suddenly goes off, the 4 fingers of the soldiers holding the gun will be repeatedly crushed by the bolt handle, and they will probably be disabled." The technician from Institute 208's face suddenly changed. They are just designers, and they do whatever they think is reasonable according to the designer's vision. They have never been to the battlefield, so it is impossible for them to take all the specific situations into consideration. It seems that it can't be used as a handle. Duo Lao said, "It's easy to get dangerous." Qin Gong is indeed the most outstanding gun designer. He saw the problem at a glance. Wang Lianjie, who had just been dissatisfied with Qin Yang, now nodded in agreement. If they were not convinced when Qin Yang said he would give them some pointers just now, they were really convinced now. Come to think of it, a designer who could invent advanced sniper rifles and excellent light and heavy machine guns must have a sharp eye and be able to see their design flaws at a glance. There's still a problem with this upper cover. "Mr. Qin, please speak. This thing is a bit high. It will cause the aiming baseline to be too high." "Yes, we have noticed this problem. Our gun case is used directly as the buttstock, without the downward movement of the previous rifle buttstock. This way the aiming baseline will definitely be higher, but it should be within an acceptable range." "Yes, it's no problem now. What about optical sights in the future?" "Mr. Duo, the equipment of the army is developing very fast. In the future, maybe everyone will have a sight. Especially at night, we need to install night vision goggles. In this way, the aiming baseline will be higher, right? If it is just a bare gun, the aiming baseline is only slightly higher, which is acceptable. In specific data, the distance between the aiming baseline and the barrel of the Type 95 is 90 mm, which means that when the bullet is fired, regardless of the trajectory curvature, the impact point is 90 millimeters below the aiming point. That is, aim at the eyes and hit the mouth. However, if the sight is installed, the data increases to 123 millimeters, and at this time, it means aiming at the eyes and hitting the neck. The Type 95 rifle with the sight looks awkward no matter how you look at it, and it is even more awkward to use. "Yes, that's a problem." Mr. Duo nodded. "However, these are not big problems. The design of your gun is also anti-human." "Anti-humanity? What is this word? It must be bad." "Mr. Qin, please speak." At this time, Mr. Duo accepted it humbly. Your safety is too far from the trigger. If you suddenly run into an enemy on the battlefield, you can't operate the safety with one hand. You have to hold the gun with your right hand and turn on the safety with your left hand. If you suddenly run into an enemy, you won't be able to fire immediately and you'll probably be beaten by the enemy. Is this important? Wang Lianjie questioned again. Important, very important, extremely important. Lin Heping, who had been silent, spoke up. Based on my experience in the jungle battlefield, being able to shoot with one hand is extremely important. 1 second late means the difference between life and death. Lin Heping didn't understand the research and development of firearms. He was just carrying out the mission and keeping a close eye on Qin Yang, so they came to the meeting together. When he heard about the design of new firearms, he was very interested. When he heard Qin Yang pointing out the design flaws bit by bit, Lin Heping admired him from the bottom of his heart. What Qin Yang said was all from the perspective of the troops and the users, which was the most valuable. As for the one proposed now, it is even more urgently needed by the troops. I'm afraid this will be difficult to change. Duo Lao said. After all, the location of our gun box determines that the safety can only be designed there. By adding a connecting rod, the safety can be adjusted near the trigger. What's so difficult about that? Qin Yang curled his lips. Comparison of the aiming baselines of Type 95, FAMAS, and G36. Comparison between 95 to 1 and 95. Chapter 169 Design Drawing on Cigarette Pack Paper. Before I knew it, the meeting had lasted a whole day. After seeing off the guests from the 208th Institute and looking at the taillights of the 212th, Zhu Zizhong sighed. Chief Qin, after your suggestion, I'm afraid that the 208th Institute will produce an advanced automatic rifle. What's wrong? Is it bad? Our troops need advanced automatic rifles. Qin Yang looked at Zhu Zizhong with a smile. Director Zhu, what are you worried about? I have nothing to worry about. As long as you are here, our capital farm implement factory will thrive. However, this automatic rifle is related to the replacement of our army's weapons, and the orders are often millions. If we only make bullets and not guns. Oh, I've wasted the whole day. I was originally going to discuss 5 things in today's meeting. Now I'm tired, so let's talk about the 5th thing tomorrow. Qin Yang yawned. Okay, I'm leaving, Brother Lin. Let's go eat something good. Yoko, don't say half a sentence, finish the rest. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Everyone looked at Qin Yang's leaving back, feeling helpless. Director Zhu, you don't have to worry. I guess this guy already has an idea in mind. He will help improve the design of the 208th Institute. He also has a better design. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Qin Bao said, let's go back first. Alas, I won't be able to sleep again tonight, Lao Qin. I think I'll retire early after the system meeting at the end of this year and give you the position of factory director. Zhu Zizhong said, thanks to Yangzi, the factory was moved out of the mountainous area under my leadership and is thriving. I'm already very satisfied. Director Zhu, please stop shirking your responsibility. If I become the director, Yangzi will become even more lawless. Over there, Lin Heping and Qin Yang walked and said, Yangzi, do you also have a design for a small caliber rifle? Brother Lin, do you think you can get used to using that kind of rifle with the magazine at the back? Qin Yang asked back. Lin Heping shook his head. This kind of gun is not pleasing to the eye. It's hard to change after being used to rifles with stocks. It will definitely not be easy for veterans like you to use. Qin Yang said, don't worry, Brother Lin. I promise to let you use the guns you like. Yoko, where are we going now? Of course I'm going to find Wang Fang. Lin Heping's footsteps suddenly stopped. Her father, Qin Yang, said the second half of the sentence. Aren't we going to invent new bullets? Of course we have to go find him. There is no room for 2 tigers in one mountain. After the 2 factories merged, Tang Wenlong was transferred to another unit to be the head. However, the deputy factory director did not receive this treatment and still remained in the factory. Now, Wang Jihe is still the deputy factory director. Normally, he should attend today's factory meeting. However, Wang Fang received the task of producing clothing. It is not easy to support this stall, so Wang Jihe ran to help. Now, Qin Yang said that he was going to find Wang Jihe, and his reasons were sufficient. But looking at the direction Qin Yang was walking, it was towards the factory cafeteria. Her father is in the cafeteria? No, they must be too busy to eat. Let's bring some food over. Bring 2 bottles of erguo too, so we can drink a few sips with him. Oh, Lin Heping did not suspect anything. The 2 of them got their meals from the cafeteria, packed them in several aluminum alloy lunchboxes, and packed them into a bag. Qin Yang picked up 2 bottles of wine and looked at Lin Heping. Brother Lin, this meal will get cold if you bring it over. Put it inside your military coat. Lin Heping nodded, and the 2 of them took their things and went deeper into the factory together. Several military tents appeared in front. Even if the capital agricultural implements factory had strong infrastructure capabilities, it would be impossible to build the entire factory area in a few months, not to mention that the garment factory was a temporary decision. Therefore, they could only set up a row of tents first and wait until next spring to build a special garment factory. There was no heating in the tent, and they used a coal-burning stove, just like the one at Fongbei Industrial Company. Okay, let's stop here for today. We will officially start work tomorrow. Wang Feng's voice came from one of the tents. Then the female comrades came out of the tent. Wang Feng escorted them out. When she saw Qin Yang, she was stunned for a moment. When she saw Lin Heping beside Qin Yang, she was delighted again. Brother Lin, you are here? Yes, let's come and see how it's going. This is a key project. Haven't you eaten yet? Brother Lin specially made it for you. He was afraid that the food would get cold, so he put it in his arms. By the way, is your father here? Brother Lin, thank you. Wang Feng's eyes were full of joy. Lin Heping was somewhat helpless. He knew what Qin Yang was thinking. Chief Qin, what brings you here? Wang Jia heard the voice and came out. Come in, warm up by the stove. Are these sewing machines all from the nearby villagers? Qin Yang said as he looked at the sewing machines filled in the tent. Yes, we don't have time to purchase, so we can only mobilize nearby villagers to send their sewing machines here. Moreover, if there are people willing to come here to work, we will pay them. Now we are waiting for the first batch of cloth to be printed according to those special patterns, and then we can start work. Wang Jia said, since this is an urgent task for the army, we can't delay it. Chief Qin, are you here to inspect? Uncle Wang, you always call me Section Chief Qin. It's too formal. You are the elder, so just call me Yangzi. This is my brother Lin, so just call him Xiaolin. We are not strangers. We may even be relatives in the future. Come, let's eat and talk. I have to arrange the task of 5.8 millimeters general-purpose ammunition. Good. Wang Feng's face turned a little red. She was extremely excited. She moved a table next to the stove to use as a dining table. The four of them sat there, opened their lunchboxes, and ate while chatting. Our ammunition factory has been waiting for a long time, Yangzi. These 5.8 millimeters caliber bullets need to be trial produced in large quantities before we can get results. Don't worry, we are mentally prepared. Even if we have to work day and night, we will make different bullets. No need to go through so much trouble. I have the specific data here. You can just produce according to my data. Oh, and we need to find a batch of scrap gun barrels. If the higher-ups ask, just say that we scrapped a lot of gun barrels before we found the most suitable bullets. Okay, Qin, Yangzi, where are the design drawings and various data? Well, I'll hand it over to you now. Qin Yang looked around and then picked up a yellow paper box on the windowsill. There was a dam of a reservoir painted on it. Wang Jia looked at the Guantang cigarette box paper that Qin Yang brought over in surprise. He watched Qin Yang tear it open, turn it over, revealing the white side, and then pick up a pencil tip and start drawing on it. Qin Yang is too careless, isn't he? This is the most lacking ammunition in the country. There is no large amount of experimental data, only this one design plan. Yoko, is this okay? Of course, this alone is not enough. This is just a bullet. We also need propellant. I have a new formula here. You can give it to our propellant production workshop. Qin Yang continued to write on the blank part of the cigarette box paper. After finishing writing, Qin Yang took back the pen with satisfaction. Okay, put the paper away. This matter is settled, and then we will drink. What does it mean to get it done? Is it done? Wang Jia opened his eyes wide in surprise. When he heard about the merger before, he was reluctant, but later he had to agree. However, after the move, one thing after another made him change his attitude. This Qin Yang is very powerful, with superb skills, and the equipment he designed is the best. However, he did not expect that Qin Yang could design a universal ammunition directly with his brain. There were so many ammunition experts that after the meeting in March 1971, there was even a competition among 7 battle groups led by the 6 major military regions. So many people could not figure it out, but Qin Yang came up with a solution on a piece of cigarette box paper, and even propellant. Although it has not yet been trial produced, he believes that there will be no problems with this thing. Qin Yang is so awesome. Yangzi, have these things been in your mind for a long time? Lin Heping was also surprised. Yeah, what's the big deal? I have a lot of things on my mind. Come on, let's drink. Xiaofeng, do you want to have a drink too? Let's toast to the completion and production of the garment factory. Chapter 170, The Master of Automatic Rifles. Lin Heping felt a headache. How much alcohol did you drink yesterday? It's just 2 bottles of Erguo 2. In the army, he often drinks from the bottle, so even a whole bottle is no problem. But what about now? How did you get drunk? What happened after you got drunk? He remembered that he was carried into a room. He tried to open his eyes, but the surroundings were still a little shaky. He could vaguely hear voices outside. Xiaofeng, this is a good opportunity. As long as you get under that quilt, when Brother Lin wakes up and sees that the matter has been settled, he will definitely marry you. Yangzi, Wang Fong, like Brother Lin so much that I want to be with him all the time, but I can't do this. Why? Are you afraid of ruining your reputation? My reputation doesn't matter, but Brother Lin is a hero who came back from the battlefield, and I can't discredit him. I'll be satisfied if I can just see him every day. It's up to you. Happiness is something you have to fight for. If you meet someone you like, you should be bolder. If he doesn't obey, just sleep with him. Never mind. This is the last time. I won't care about it anymore. The people in the factory must be waiting anxiously. I'm going to hold a factory meeting. There was a creaking sound of door hinges turning outside. Lin Hepping tried hard to sit up and looked around to make sure he was in the guest house or in the best suite. At this moment, the door to the inner room opened and Wang Fong walked in. Seeing him like this, she was startled and said, "Brother Lin, are you awake? Let me get you a basin of water so you can wash your face and wake up." Wait. Lin Hepping looked at Wang Fong and said hesitantly, "Xiaofeng, I'm a soldier. Although I'm back now, I may go back to the battlefield at any time, or even, my life is no longer mine. From the moment I put on the military uniform, it belongs to the country. I haven't married because I'm afraid of delaying others." Thinking of what Wang Fong had just said, Lin Hepping was very moved. He knew that he had to make it clear. "Brother Lin, I know what you were worried about. That's it. You should get married. You have to leave a descendant for your Lin family," Wang Fong said. "If anything really happens, when our children grow up, they will continue to go to the battlefield and avenge you. Brother Lin, I just want to ask you, do you like me?" At this moment, Wang Fong's heart was pounding and her face was getting redder and redder. After all, girls of this age are very shy. At this moment, what supported her will to move forward was Qin Yang's encouragement. Even if Qin Yang asked Wang Fong to make it a done deal, Wang Fong would still refuse. Of course, what Qin Yang said to Wang Fong outside was arranged in advance. He estimated that Lin Hepping had already woken up, so he said that on purpose so that Lin Hepping would be moved. She pushed open the door to see if Lin Hepping was still asleep, otherwise she would have to repeat the conversation later. Now, the atmosphere has been set. As long as we continue to do what Qin Yang said and force Lin Hepping will surrender. Aye. Brother Lin, you are a hero, I like you. Wang Fong bravely said the most powerful words. When a man pursues a woman, there is a mountain between them. When a woman pursues a man, there is only a layer of gauze between them. Qin Yang hummed a little tune and came to the office building, which was already full of people. "Chief Qin, you are finally here. Please tell us what the fifth thing is." Zhu Zizhong said. "We just discussed that you are going to develop a new small caliber automatic rifle for us, right?" "That's right. Since we have developed a small caliber bullet, we must have a gun to test it. Otherwise, how can we confirm that the bullet is qualified? When we report the performance to our superiors, we will use this gun to demonstrate the performance of the bullet." Everyone was stunned. How many days are left? 6 days or 5 days? How can we make a gun in such a short time? It seems impossible in the eyes of others, but to Qin Yang, everything is possible. "So let's start now?" "Yes, then what are you waiting for? Bring the drawings and drawing tools," Qin Yang said. "It's ready." Qin Baoguo was well prepared. He set up a drawing board in the conference room and assisted Qin Yang. At the beginning, Qin Yang was slandered for stealing a gun, but he turned the situation around on the spot and designed an advanced air gun. Now, Qin Yang is going to demonstrate his ability again. Various drawing tools were waved in Qin Yang's hands, and soon, an advanced automatic rifle appeared on the drawing. However, when looking at this drawing, everyone's expression was very strange. "How about this gun?" Qin Yang looked at everyone. "Well, this looks beautiful, but only what? This gun is very similar to the AK rifle. Yangzi, didn't you say yesterday that bullpup rifles are the trend?" Qin Baoguo spoke. "Judging from the design drawing, this gun is the same as the world-famous AK. There is no innovation in the appearance, which is completely different from Qin Yang's usual performance. In the past, every time Qin Yang designed something, it would make people's eyes light up. But now, this gun is not even as good as the one made by Factory 296. At least it is longer than the AK. Did I say this yesterday? Didn't I say yesterday that bullpup rifles are a trend? Trend and tendency, isn't that the same thing? No one can understand it. Trends are when everyone follows the latest fashion, but trends don't necessarily last forever. Maybe after a few years, the trend will change again." Qin Yang said, "Trends are different. Trends are inevitable and a necessary path for development." "You mean, even though the whole world is now rushing to research bullpup rifles, in the future, maybe people will feel that the old guns are more useful, so they will go back to rifles with buttstocks? Zhu Zizhong asked. Congratulations, you got it right. Qin Yang's way of speaking is always unique, but people don't care about the way he speaks, but pay attention to the content of his speech. Nowadays, all countries are keeping up with the fashion. In the 1980s and 1990s, bullpup rifles were almost the trend. However, the two superpowers, the United States and the Soviet Union, remained unmoved and firmly followed their own paths. As a result, in the 21st century, countries gradually discovered that the bullpup rifles in their hands were no longer effective. In the end, among the 5 major gangsters, only Britain still persisted, while the others withdrew. That's right. China has also abandoned the bullpup Type 95 and chose a buttstock structure for the next generation of rifles. In fact, when the Type 95 was being developed, the troops were dissatisfied with the design, so they temporarily developed the Type 03 rifle with a buttstock. However, the number of equipment was not large, and the Type 95 was still being replaced in large quantities. At the military parade in 2019, a brand new automatic rifle appeared in everyone's sight. It was named Type 19 in China and was given the number QBZ-191 in the West. Now, what Qin Yang drew is the design drawing of this automatic rifle. Yangzi, what's the difference between this and our Type 56 submachine gun? Qin Baobo asked. The difference is huge. First of all, its gun body, buttstock, grip and other parts are made of a lot of composite materials, which greatly reduces the weight. Its buttstock is adjustable, and it uses a short-stroke piston gas-guided automatic principle. These are secondary. The most important thing is that it can be equipped with various tactical kits through the Picatinny rail. This gun was designed in 2016. At that time, it referred to many mature designs, such as M16, 46 Hong Kong dollars, AKM, etc. It is a culmination of all designs. It has another advantage, which is modular design. The universal bullet we developed is to allow ordinary automatic rifles, machine guns, and precision shooting rifles to all use the same bullet. Our gun is also a series and can be converted into different guns by replacing different parts. After listening for a long time, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Qin Yang had been prepared. This series of guns had an immeasurable future. A very handsome gun. Chapter 171. I can't do anything else but launch a satellite. Qin Yang was very busy in the next few days. Now that the design has been completed, the next step is to manufacture it. The matter of bullets has been handed over to Wang Jia. Next, he will have to keep a close eye on the research and development of guns. After all, this gun uses a lot of advanced technology, and the proportion of composite materials used is also very high. Thanks to the development of a qualified material when working on the light-heavy machine gun some time ago, we can now use it directly. Time passed quickly at work, and Qin Yang seemed to have returned to his previous life. What made him curious was that he had not seen Lin Heping in the past few days. It seemed that Wang Feng did as she said and successfully entangled Lin Heping. Humph. Wait and see how I will make trouble for Brother Lin in his bridal chamber later. November 22nd, light snow. The lunar calendar's solar terms are so accurate. Snowflakes fluttered down from the sky, covering the entire earth in silver. The northwest wind was blowing, and there were few people walking on the streets outside, as if the world was frozen. However, in front of the office building of the Capital Agricultural Implements Factory, it was bustling with activity. Cars kept driving in, and the people getting out of them wrapped themselves tightly in military coats, speaking with white breath coming out of their mouths. I heard that the 5.8mm general-purpose ammunition has been successfully developed. We must come to participate in such an important moment. This auspicious snow indicates a good harvest. It looks like it will be a good harvest. Yes, Factory 960 has launched a number of large satellites this year. We look forward to launching a few more, so that our military industry can catch up with Britain and the United States and reach the highest level in the world. Many people have an optimistic attitude, but some people have a different mood. Ammunition expert Wang Lekun walked down, followed by another ammunition expert Wei Man. Lao Wang, I heard that Factory 960 is really amazing. We have been working on small caliber bullets for more than 10 years, but we still haven't come up with a universal bullet. Factory 960 came up with one in just 1 week. This satellite is really big. Wei Man had a loud voice, and when he shouted, almost everyone could hear him. Zhu Zizhong frowned, knowing what Wei Man meant. Just as he was about to say something, he heard Qin Yang's voice. Yes, our 960 factory doesn't know anything else but launching satellites. It's just researching small caliber bullets. What's so difficult about that? Why waste so much time and come up with 2 different bullets? If this gets out, people will laugh at us. There is only one person who can fight back so hard. Everyone felt a little emotional. In the past, Many people had argued with Qin Yang, but they all suffered setbacks in the end. Since Qin Yang became the head of Fongbei Industrial Company, no one has bothered him anymore. Today, Wei Man started complaining as soon as he got off the car. There was a reason for this. Besides being an ammunition expert, he was also the deputy director of a domestic ammunition factory. If the ammunition of the Capital Farm Implement Factory is approved, then according to Qin Yang's requirements, this 5.8mm ammunition must be produced in the Capital Farm Implement Factory in the future. This is a piece of fat meat. In the 1980s, when the military industry was undergoing transformation, which factory did not want to receive orders from the army? At this time, his words were pushed back by Qin Yang. He was very annoyed and wanted to say something, but Wang LeCun pulled him hard. It's cold outside. Let's go in. According to the arrangement, they first had to go into the conference room and listen to the Capital Agricultural Implements Factory's introduction for a whole morning. They had lunch here at noon, and then went to the shooting range to check out the situation while it was warmest in the afternoon. If this general-purpose bullet can demonstrate good performance, it will be transferred to the National Shooting Range for formal testing to ultimately determine whether it meets the needs of the military and whether it should be put into service. In the conference room, everyone sat down, and Qin Yang walked in with a swagger. "Chaozi, what are you still doing there? Give each leader and colleague a bullet. Let everyone see it." Yeah. Zhang Chao hurried in, holding a wooden box full of yellow bullets. As he walked, he picked up the bullets and distributed them to everyone. Guns and bullets are big problems, but in comparison, small bullets test design capabilities more. The ammunition of any country has gone through thousands of trials and tribulations before it finally matures. The country has been researching small caliber ammunition for many years, but has not been able to solve the problem of ammunition use for ordinary rifles, machine guns, and sniper rifles. How did the young people in front of us solve it? Wang LeCun and Wei Man picked up the bullets and first looked at the shiny bullets. The outline of the bullet is almost the same as their previous ordinary bullets and heavy bullets, a double-spline arc curve shape, nothing special, and when you hold it in your hand, you can't tell any difference. There's nothing special about this bullet. Wei Man started to find fault again. I think the appearance is no different from the 5.8mm bullet we studied. Only laymen would look at the appearance. Aren't all bullets the same in appearance? It's just a matter of size. Qin Yang glanced at Wei Man and said, different propellants, different bullet weights, different rifling in the barrel, and different trajectories of the bullets. Old comrade, do you know? If you don't know, I can tell you. Don't worry, I don't charge you. Qin Yang started to speak in his old, infuriating tone again. As expected, Wei Man was so angry that his face turned pale. Why don't I know? Do I need you to teach me? If you know, why are you still talking nonsense? Don't just look at the appearance. Do you think the inside of its warhead is the same as the bullet warhead you developed? Old Wei, please say less. Wang LeCun spoke up. He already knew what Qin Yang was like. Anyone who provokes him will end up in a miserable state. Now, Wei Man has suffered losses in succession. If he continues to maintain this attitude, he will definitely become a joke in the audience today. Engineer Qin, the bullets we developed before had a warhead weight of 4.15 grams for ordinary bullets and 4.8 grams for machine gun bullets. How heavy is the warhead of your general-purpose bullet? Wang LeCun asked. 4.55 grams. Qin Yang certainly couldn't keep arguing with Wei Man. He also had to introduce it to the leaders. We chose a compromise parameter. Its design concept is that the internal ballistics are like ordinary bullets, and the external ballistics are like machine gun bullets, so that the two types of ammunition can be combined. The heavier the bullet, the more stable it is, and the more accurate it will be at long distances. However, for automatic rifles that do not need such a long range, this power is excessive, so various factors must be considered comprehensively. At this time, hearing about the weight of the warhead, Wang LeCun nodded. It was indeed a compromise option. However, it was not enough to just change the weight of the warhead. There were many factors that had to be taken into consideration. Humph. Wei Man was about to say something when he was interrupted by Wang LeCun. Boss Qin, please tell us so we can learn from it. Wang LeCun said, how can we make its internal ballistics like that of an ordinary bullet? We designed a new fast-burning propellant. What? Warhead internal structure. Chapter 172, what is nano? Everyone was shocked. The propellant of a bullet is very important and is directly related to the power of a gun. All countries keep their bullet propellant formula secret and work tirelessly on researching more advanced propellants. However, hard work does not necessarily lead to rewards. What about Qin Yang? This young military genius actually invented a special propellant? Impossible. With just your 960 factory and 955 factory, how could you possibly develop a completely new type of propellant? I don't believe it. Weiman couldn't hold it in any longer. After he finished speaking, he looked at the people around him, and at Leader Fong, who was the most senior leader in the main seat. Leader Fong, we have been working on propellant technology for half our lives, but there is no breakthrough. They must be bragging. But he was very curious. No one agreed with him, and everyone was looking at him with special eyes, as if they were looking at an idiot. Ahem. Leader Fong coughed twice, then said, Director Wei, nothing is impossible at the Capital Farm Implement Factory. It is possible for a factory that can invent a brand new sniper rifle and a light and heavy machine gun to develop a brand new propellant. Mr. Qin, how did you develop this? Wang Lekun's voice trembled. A new propellant meant a technological revolution. He was very excited. Sorry, the specific method is confidential, but I can briefly introduce that we used the precipitation method to produce some nanomaterials to improve the combustion performance of the propellant. What kind of rice is nano? Weiman continued to look contemptuous. Qin Yang smiled and said, Nano, it's a kind of rice that tastes much better than millet. Uft. Someone laughed. Weiman was not from a professional background. He was a typical example of a read and expert person who grew up by learning through practice. He had never learned any systematic knowledge, so he made a big joke. I'm sorry, I asked too many questions. Engineer Qin, how do you make your external ballistics similar to machine gun bullets? Wang Lekun quickly changed the subject. He was originally not convinced by Qin Yang, but when he saw Qin Yang's advanced weapons appearing one after another, he accepted it. Qin Yang was a very arrogant person, always criticizing this and that, but he had the capital to do so. If you don't look at him with an antagonistic attitude, Mr. Qin is still worthy of admiration. No, it is admiration. We modified the warhead so that the steel core penetrator inside is longer and thicker. Small bullets have complex structures. Generally speaking, pistols use ordinary lead cores, while rifle bullets generally use steel lead composite cores, with the steel core in the front and the lead in the back, and copper jackets on the outside. They can roll over soft targets and have good penetration power against hard targets. As for large caliber bullets, there are many things that can be loaded inside, just like artillery shells, incendiary agents, carbide cores, steel balls, explosives, etc. Qin Yang not only chose the appropriate warhead weight, but also optimized the internal structure of the warhead. In fact, a better choice is to use the Russians' 7N24 bullet solution, which uses a mushroom-shaped tungsten carbide penetrator core. However, the cost is too high and we probably can't afford it, so I didn't use it. Qin Yang said. The layman watches the excitement, while the expert watches the details. Qin Yang mentioned the Russians' 5.45mm bullet, which showed that he had really done a lot of research. At this time, after hearing his words, everyone agreed in their hearts. Weiman sneered there. Mr. Qin, your design plan has been studied by us for several years and has also been. Wang Lekun was interrupted by Weiman before he could finish his words. Old Wang, stop talking too much. He's so talented. The design he came up with must be the most perfect. In the afternoon, let's test fire a few hundred rounds of bullets to see if there are any problems with the barrel. Young people, you can't expect everything to go smoothly. You have to go through a few setbacks before you know your own worth. Weiman's words really attracted some people's sighs. This Qin Gong is so amazing. Everything has been smooth sailing for him. He really needs to suffer a few losses before he can grow, right? Moreover, from what Weiman said, it seemed that they had designed it this way before, but for some unknown reason, they gave up in the end. Wang Lekun smiled bitterly and didn't say anything else. At this time, Qin Yang looked at Weiman with contempt and continued to speak. What's wrong with the barrel? It's just copper. How do you know? Have you tried it? Since you knew there would be problems, why are you still using it here to fool people? Weiman spoke quickly. During the development process of the 5.8mm bullet, there has always been the problem of copper hanging on the barrel. How could Qin Yang not know this? In fact, copper hanging is not exclusive to 5.8mm bullets and Type 95 rifles. Many weapons have copper hanging on the rifling. After all, copper or copper zinc alloy will experience this phenomenon under high temperature and high pressure. It's just that the strength of the copper hanging is different. If I use this solution, the copper jacket will become very thin, and the bullet will be squeezed and deformed by the rifling, resulting in serious copper sticking. Engineer Wang, you encountered this problem when you were developing it, and were forced to give up in the end, right? Wang Lekun nodded with admiration. Yes, Engineer Qin, your analysis is absolutely correct. If this problem could be solved, why would we have to make two different types of bullets, light and heavy? Humph, this kind of bullet is immature. It's just a waste of everyone's time to bring it out. Weiman looked at Qin Yang with contempt. I think we should just adjourn this meeting. I heard that the food at Factory 960 is good. Let's go to the cafeteria to have a meal, and then leave. No one agreed with Wei Man's words. Everyone could see that Qin Gong looked very confident. Alas, some people are just stupid. They stick to one path and don't know how to change another way to solve the problem. Qin Yang said, Engineer Qin, has your bullet solved the copper hanging problem? Wang Lekun asked excitedly. Yes, if it's not mature, can I show it to you leaders? Your time is precious. If you want to eat the food in our 960 factory cafeteria, I can just send someone to deliver it. Is there any need to invite you to come over? Impossible. There is no solution at all. Wei Man became nervous. No solution? Director Wei, since you are an expert, have you ever heard of mixing some special things into propellant? If we give this thing a name, it's called copper remover. This path was taken by the Americans. When they were developing the 5.56mm caliber M855A1 bullet, they encountered serious copper sticking to the rifling. Finally, they decided to add copper remover to the propellant to slow down the speed of copper sticking to the barrel and solve the problem. The bullet Qin Yang took out now was, of course, the DBP-10 of later generations, that is, the 10-type general-purpose bullet. The warhead and propellant were all borrowed. This is what we call, the predecessors planted trees and the descendants enjoyed the shade. The propellant made of nanomaterials cannot be mass-produced at present, but small-batch trial production is still no problem. As for the special copper remover added in it, it is something Qin Yang specially added to completely solve the copper adhesion problem. Engineer Qin's words make us itchy. We can't wait to go out and test it now. Leader Fong asked, Engineer Qin, are you ready to test the gun? In order to test small caliber bullets, China used ready-made firearms and simply made changes to the chamber and barrel. Later, there was a special Type 87 family of guns, which were just a temporary addition. It was not until the Type 95 that it was standardized. Of course we are ready. In order to test the bullets, our factory has urgently developed a family of guns. Leaders, please enjoy our new firearms. This bullet is just the appetizer. The new family of guns is the highlight. Chapter 173 Small Caliber Rifle Family. When he said this, Qin Yang had already walked to the podium in front of the conference room, where Leader Fong and others were watching his performance. Chaos, bring us our newly developed guns. Yes. Zhang Chao quickly picked up a box from the corner, put it on the table in front of Qin Yang, and took out the newly developed rifle from it. This is about the same size as an AK rifle, but it's not made of wood. It looks like plastic. Yes, the buttstock is hollow. This kind of design seems to be rare. While everyone was discussing, Zhang Chao handed the automatic rifle to Qin Yang. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our latest automatic rifle developed. Since everyone is so interested in its buttstock, I will start by introducing it to you. This buttstock is retractable. As Qin Yang introduced, a clicking sound was heard, and the buttstock in Qin Yang's hand began to extend. Everyone was stunned. For those who had only seen wooden stocks, the retractable stock was a miracle. It has a total of 4 different lengths for soldiers to adjust, and the total adjustable length is about 7 to 8 centimeters. Different lengths allow soldiers of different heights and arm spans to find a suitable state for using the gun. Qin Yang introduced to everyone while demonstrating. In this case, the buttstock can't be folded, right? Someone asked. That's right. The cylinder you see inside is not only a telescopic mechanism, but we also have a recoil spring and a buffer cylinder inside it. This statement shocked everyone. How could the recoil spring and buffer tube fit into the buttstock? Is this a rifle with a buttstock or a rifle without a buttstock? During the recoil process of shooting, the bolt carrier can extend into the inner tube of the buttstock, so the recoil travel is much longer, and the final impact point is closer to the shooter's shoulder. In addition, the barrel axis, bolt carrier, recoil spring, buffer tube, and buttstock are all in a straight line below the shoulder, which can not only greatly offset the recoil, but also suppress the muzzle jump. Our gun will have less recoil and higher accuracy. When the AK rifle was being developed, muzzle jump troubled Kalashnikov for a long time. In the end, an upward hole was opened in the muzzle to reduce the muzzle jump. Even so, when firing continuously, the bullets at the back would be shot away. Now, Qin Yang's gun has solved this problem perfectly. Our previous equipment required people to adapt to the guns, but now this design allows the guns to adapt to different people. Great, Leader Fong said. Our military industry must have this advanced concept. The old system has been used for decades, and it's time to change it. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Fong. I will continue to introduce it to you. Qin Yang continued with a smile. It looks similar to the AK rifle, except that a lot of plastic is used to replace it. In fact, this gun and the AK rifle are completely products of 2 different eras. For example, in terms of the automatic principle, We use a short-stroke piston gas guide method, which is more similar to the M16 rifle. As for the plastic parts on the outside, they are mainly used to reduce weight, so that our soldiers can free up their energy and carry more ammunition. Even our magazines are made of plastic. These people don't understand what you say about high-sounding composite materials, so they just say plastic is suitable. Wang Lekun opened his eyes wide and watched all this. As an ammunition expert, he also used guns frequently. He had a hunch. This gun was very advanced and might become the next generation of standard firearms. Wayman also shut up. The current field of firearms was no longer something he could get involved in. Moreover, there were still many things circling in his mind at this moment. Advanced nanopropellant and a special copper removal agent formula. Could these things be true? I have studied ammunition for half my life, but my knowledge is not as good as that of the young man in front of me. At present, this gun is in the form of an automatic rifle with a special Picatinny rail on it, which can be equipped with some standard accessories, such as a sight with 3 times magnification, a special night vision goggles, and dozens of other equipment. Of course, the biggest feature of this gun is its modularity. Modular, what does that mean? Yeah, what's up with this automatic rifle? Can it transform into other guns? Yes, it's like a transformer. It can transform at any time according to the needs. Now, this is a standard assault rifle with a barrel length of 368.3 millimeters. We can just change its barrel and turn it into a carbine suitable for use in narrow spaces. Now, let me demonstrate it to you guys. The advantage of a bullpup rifle is that it reduces the length of the entire rifle and is suitable for narrow spaces, such as infantry fighting vehicles, indoors, etc. Now, although this type of rifle has a buttstock, it can reduce the length of the barrel. Under everyone's surprised gaze, Qin Yang quickly disassembled the gun barrel's handguard, or what could be called the plastic handguard, then removed the gun barrel, took the gun barrel handed to him by Zhang Chao, installed it, put the handguard back on, and then installed a grip underneath. The cylindrical grip makes this gun look very special. Everyone is accustomed to the shooting method of holding the trigger grip with the right hand and the barrel guard with the left hand. However, this is the case when the gun is relatively long. If the length of the gun is shortened, it would be inconvenient to hold it in that way. Now, put the grip below so that you can hold it with both hands, which is convenient no matter how you look at it. To make it easier to use, I added a handle to the front of it. This is almost the same as a submachine gun, someone said. That's right. The short-barreled carbine is used as a submachine gun. It can be used to the best effect in special terrain. Now, I will show you the precision rifle type. Isn't a precision rifle a sniper rifle? Someone asked. For sniper rifles, the 7.62 mm caliber bullet is already the bottom line. Our 5.8 mm bullet cannot leave enough safety distance for snipers. However, the Army needs a lot of precision shooting missions. At this time, we can use this type of precision rifle. We don't call it a sniper rifle because it is an insult to sniper rifles. As Qin Yang spoke, he disassembled and replaced the third barrel. This time, he also replaced the receiver. The length of this barrel is 551.2 millimeters, which is longer than the previous two. The length of the gun barrel is reflected by the distance between the muzzle and the handguard. For that kind of carbine, the barrel almost just sticks out from the handguard, while for this kind of precision rifle, the barrel sticks out about 30 to 40 centimeters outside. Looking at the handguard and grip installed by Qin Yang, someone couldn't help but ask, this kind of gun shouldn't need a front grip, right? Yes, the grip is no longer needed, but a bipod is needed. As Qin Yang spoke, he pulled the bottom of the front grip, and two halves came out, extending to both sides, and right in front of everyone. It turned into a bipod. Qin Yang has used the method of not connecting the gun frame to the barrel on the 12.7 mm sniper rifle. The floating barrel is more convenient for accurate sniping and avoids the barrel from bending due to stress, etc. Now, this front grip can actually be used for two purposes. It's really a transformer. Now, all the audience felt that their brains could not keep up with their eyes. They had no idea that a rifle could be designed like this. When it comes to innovation, we still have to look to you young people, Engineer Qin. You've opened my eyes again today. Leader Fong said, your gun is not only the best in the country, it's probably the best in the world. Thank you for the compliment. It is indeed the first in the world. From now on, gun designs from all over the world will have to imitate ours. Qin Yang has the capital to brag. The gun he took out now is the QBZ-191 of later generations. This gun is already a culmination of all the best. It imitates FN SCAR, and this gun has been selected as the next generation of standard firearms of the US military. Their own design has also integrated their own ideas, making it better than the original. Qin Yang is standing on the shoulders of giants. Although the synthetic materials he has on hand are still a little far from being usable in the future, it is enough for him to be used now. They are so powerful that they can scare people to death. What's the use of this? No matter how it changes, there's still no machine gun that we need most. A voice spoke up. This is it. Chapter 174. Is it difficult to admit that Qin Yang is excellent? Is it difficult to admit that others are excellent? Qin Yang glanced at Wei Man and said, as a person, you can't be complacent or arrogant. You have to recognize the excellence of others. If you brag without self-knowledge, you will only end up being laughed at. I said I am a gun family. How can I be missing a machine gun? After so much introduction, Wei Man's mind finally became clearer. He immediately thought of something. All these fancy things are unnecessary. What they want is to unify the ordinary bullets used in automatic rifles and the heavy bullets used in machine guns. Now, after talking for so long, where are the machine guns? Of course the machine gun is in Qin Yang's hands. This long barrel is thickened and is suitable for use as both a precision shooting rifle and a light machine gun. Zhang Chao handed over a drum-shaped object, and Qin Yang quickly installed it in the magazine position. Okay, the machine gun is ready. Just by changing a few kits, you can transform different guns. This is the benefit of modular design. At this time, a new gun family has completed all the demonstrations. Looking at the guns equipped with drum magazines, others finally reacted. The Russians' PPK light machine gun is just an AKM with a different ammunition feeder. This is a very good idea. Now, if we want to develop a universal gun family, we must do the same. Yes, when used as a single shot, it becomes a precision shooting rifle, and when replaced with a large drum magazine, it becomes a light machine gun. This ability to transform is really great. Everyone was moved. Many times, people failed to think of it because of their own limitations. The country used the Type 56.5 for a long time, but when it arrived at the front line, it was found that the firepower was not enough, so it was replaced with the Type 56 assault rifle. The infantry squad used the Type 56 7.62mm light machine gun, which was an imitation of the Soviet RPD light machine gun and had nothing to do with the PPK light machine gun. Later, when the Type 81 rifle family came, there was a light machine gun modified from the Type 81 rifle, but it has not started yet. Therefore, the way to use an automatic rifle as a light machine gun is not well understood by everyone. Qin Yang simply replaced the drum magazine and matched it with a heavy barrel to turn it into a machine gun. This is already a common method used in firearms research and development. In fact, the 75-round drum magazine is not easy to use. After the country had the 95 gun family, it also had machine guns, but the curved magazine at the back was replaced with a drum magazine. However, when it came into the hands of the troops, it looked awkward no matter how you looked at it. After all, the ammunition feeder is at the back. If it is in the same position as the magazine, the machine gunner's arm will have to go around to hold the grip. Therefore, the drum magazine is designed to be positioned slightly to the left, just blocking the machine gunner's chest. This design causes the center of gravity of the gun to shift to the left. After the troops were equipped, it was not only these problems that the soldiers found it troublesome to carry. Such a big thing, they had to carry it on their backs and slap their buttocks all the way. When they arrived at the destination, their buttocks were all red. Later, the 95 type machine gun canceled the drum magazine and only used the magazine. At most, they could replace it when it ran out of magazines. At that time, the checkmate light machine gun only had 20 rounds of bullets, but it was still a first-class light machine gun. As for the current design, the drum magazine is in the front, which should not be a big problem. You have to join the troops to know the specific experience. Anyway, they are universal. If you don't want to use the drum magazine, just use a magazine. Engineer Qin, you have developed a family of guns for us. Leader Fong said with emotion. Now, we can't wait to see its performance on the shooting range. Yes, let's fire a few hundred rounds to see if there is copper on the barrel. Wei Man was still thinking about this matter. Well, let's talk about this in the afternoon. It's getting late. Let's go eat first. Qin Yang said, the food at our capital farm implement factory is definitely the best among all the factories. If you want to have a good meal in the future, come to our capital farm implement factory. That's right, we not only have to get free lunch, but also free dinner. Yes, there must be wine in the evening. A group of people went to the cafeteria in a lively manner. The factory leaders had already made arrangements. Today the workers would either eat early or late, so there were not many people in the cafeteria at this time. However, when Qin Yang accompanied Leader Fong and walked in first, he saw a strange yet familiar figure at the cafeteria window. The goose yellow woolen coat wrapped around the slender body exudes youthful vitality, and a pair of high boots on the feet make the whole person look so modern. Even in 20 years, this outfit will not be out of date. At this moment, She heard footsteps behind her, turned around, and was stunned for a moment. Hey, isn't this Xiaoqian? Leader Fong said. Qin Yang frowned. This Nia Xiaoqian's identity was not simple. Leader Fong actually called her by her nickname. Did she grow up in a compound? Nia Xiaoqian smiled and said, Yes, Uncle Fong. I just finished my class and came here to get food. I didn't expect you to come. It seems that I came at the wrong time. I will leave after getting food and will not disturb you. Since we've met, don't leave. Let's sit down and eat together, Leader Fong said, and then looked at Qin Yang. Yangzi, do you have any objections? Teacher Nia has been working diligently since she came to our Fongbei Industrial Company. I have long wanted to treat her to a meal on behalf of the company. Teacher Nia, I will take this opportunity to treat you as well. Okay. Nia Xiaoqian nodded. Leader Fong actually changed his words and called himself Yangzi. This is the attitude of an elder towards a younger person, and it is not a good intention. Qin Yang had already guessed something in his heart. Sure enough, when arranging the seats, Leader Fong asked the two to sit together. Although Qin Yang had met Nia Xiaoqian several times, they were never pleasant, and they had not met formally yet. At this moment, while sitting together for dinner, the fragrance emanating from Nia Xiaoqian penetrated into Qin Yang's nostrils and even overwhelmed the fragrance on the dining table, making Qin Yang feel a little uncomfortable. However, Qin Yang has never been a person who likes to be passive. Leader Fong, Teacher Nia calls you uncle. How come you are so close? Qin Yang asked. His father and I were colleagues and lived in the same compound. Leader Fong said with a smile. I watched Xiaoqian grow up. She is a good child. By the way, Xiaoqian, after the Chinese New Year, you will graduate in a few months, right? Do you have any ideas about work? Uncle Fong, I feel very accomplished in Fongbei Industrial Company. After graduation, I want to officially join Fongbei Industrial Company. I just don't know if President Qin wants me. Teacher Nia, you are a college student, and you are majoring in the most popular foreign language. Our company is engaged in foreign trade, so of course we welcome you. Qin Yang said, our company is not a big pot of rice. If you have the ability, you can make a lot of money. If you work hard in the company, your future will be limitless. That's right. How could Yangzi not want you? Just work hard at Fongbei Industrial Company, and later, when you two get married. Uncle Fong, please don't talk nonsense. What are you talking about? Didn't Yoko just say she wanted you? Men should get married when they are old enough, and women should get married when they are old enough. I think you two are a good match. Don't you agree? Qin Yang was speechless. Leader Fong, you are so high-ranking. How come you are so vulgar now? Is there anyone who forces marriage like this? I said I want her. I want her to join the company, not her body. Uncle Fong, free love is popular now, but arranged marriages are not. You should not be a leader for too long and interfere in other people's lives. Nia Xiaoqian pouted. Leader Fong, I'm only 18 years old. I have to respond to the country's call to marry and have children later. I can't openly undermine the country's policies. Qin Yang also quickly expressed his position. I want to dedicate my youth to the military industry of my motherland. Leader Fong glanced at the two of them and said, if everything goes well this afternoon, we will send an inspection team to Mulemania in a few days. Yangzi, you lead the team. Xiaoqian, you know Mulemanian, so you can be the translator. Leader Fong said, when you go out this time, you must complete the mission well. Make a contribution to the country. The older you get, the wiser you get. If Leader Fong wants to force the two of them to work together, he has to tie them together. Chapter 175, Pork or Mutton for Dinner. Afternoon, shooting range. Dear leaders, should we test the accuracy first or the power first? Qin Yang asked, looking at the leaders who were well-fed and well-drunk. Let's first see how powerful this universal bullet is. Leader Fong said, glancing at the ammunition experts present. In the morning, everyone had concerns about this bullet. That is, they were afraid that it would be good for everything, but also poor in every aspect. The close-range power cannot be lower than our ordinary bullets, and the long-range lethality cannot be lower than our machine gun bullets. If this requirement can be met, then this small-caliber bullet can be considered to have been developed to maturity. Weiman said in the tone of an ammunition expert. This kind of compromised product is likely to have mediocre performance. At this time, Weiman still has hope. After all, seeing is believing, and he can't be fooled by Qin Yang's words in the morning. Yes, the power cannot be lower than the ammunition we have now, and certainly not lower than our 7.62mm bullets. A leader spoke up. Leaders who had experienced the anti-Japanese war had a deep understanding of the power of the Japanese Type 38 rifle. When the bullet entered the human body, it would just make a small hole, or even penetrate it directly, without even having to dig out the bullet head. Many people continued to fight even after being shot. Therefore, they are skeptical about the power of small-caliber bullets. Okay, Let's test the power first. Let's test the automatic rifle first. Leaders, do you want to eat pork or mutton tonight? Now it was everyone's turn to be curious. Engineer Qin, you always come up with something new. Leader Fong said, what does our testing now have to do with dinner tonight? Leader Fong, please don't be embarrassed. Tell me, pork or mutton? Then let's have mutton. Leader Fong agreed shyly. Chaozi, bring our sheep target over here. Qin Yang picked up a loudspeaker and shouted to the back. Now everyone finally realized that in order to test the power of bullets, Factory 960 was actually going to conduct experiments on animals. Animals and humans have similar bodies, so it is more appropriate to use animals to test the power, but it costs money. In China, when testing the power, soap is usually used. After all, soap can also simulate fat. The important thing is to save money. After the test, it can be distributed to the workers for use, without any waste. The engine roared, and the old Jiefeng drove to the shooting range. Zhang Chao led people to open the door of the old Jiefeng, then picked up the sheep and carried it down. The sheep was frightened and lay down directly. It was indeed a docile little sheep. Zhang Chao waved the whip, and the sheep finally got up and walked forward reluctantly. Seeing this scene, Qin Yang felt helpless and continued to raise the loudspeaker. Chaozi, why are you so stupid? If you scatter some grass around, the sheep will run away by themselves. Zhang Chao patted his head and said, okay, Chief Zhang, I'll do it right away. Forget it, no need. I'll fire one shot and the sheep will scatter. Everyone evacuate. 1, 2, 3. Someone started counting and counted to 5. 5 sheep, enough for them to eat in the evening. Factory 960 is really generous. Just when Qin Yang was about to raise his gun, Lin Heping arrived late. Yoko, I'm here, leave it to me. Well, Brother Lin, you don't have to come. A man in love. Yangzi, don't talk nonsense. I am supervising the production of camouflage uniforms and providing some suggestions for improvement. Lin Heping's face was a little hot, and he spoke quickly. There was a gleam in Leader Fong's eyes. It was not as if Qin Yang was unfamiliar with matters between men and women, so why wasn't he in a hurry? Brother Lin, shoot 2 with automatic rifles, switch 1 to precision marksman rifle mode, and the other 2 with machine guns. Okay, got it. Lin Heping nodded, picked up the gun, and shot in a standing position. As soon as he held the gun steady, he pulled the trigger. Bang! A sheep fell down, and blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the snow on the ground into a large red area in the shape of a trumpet. The other sheep were scared. One of them collapsed and urinated and shit all over. The other 3 sheep still had the courage and started running hard. Bang! The limp sheep was also freed. Lin Heping began to disassemble the gun skillfully. He had been running back and forth these past few days. When he saw the new rifle developed by Qin Yang, he couldn't let it go. However, he still set aside a certain amount of time every day to stay at the garment factory. Lin Heping's movements were very quick, including changing the barrel, installing the receiver, and adding the grip and bipod. However, others were shocked. No need to recalibrate the gun, someone asked. I changed the barrel and even moved the magazine, but there is no need to recalibrate? In the morning, I just had a quick look and didn't see it in detail. Besides, it was just a demonstration and there was no shooting involved. But it was different in the afternoon. Yes, of course there is no need to recalibrate the gun. We use an upper and lower receiver structure. In this way, even if the gun's state is not changed, and it is only maintained or disassembled for troubleshooting, there is no need to recalibrate the sights. Changing the gun's state is more convenient. We all know that each soldier has his own trigger force and trigger travel. They have their own guns and can adjust the trigger assembly of the lower receiver. When different functions of the gun are needed, they can directly replace the upper receiver in the barrel, and they can easily switch between different types. While Qin Yang was introducing, Lin Heping had already started shooting in a prone position, first a burst of fire, then continuous fire, and then he stood up with the gun in hand. The test is over, clean up the scene, Qin Yang shouted. Several sidecar trucks drove into the shooting range, stopped next to the collapsed sheep, threw the sheep into the sidecar, and drove back. Soon, 5 sheep were placed in front of everyone. Some were shot in the head, half of their heads flew off, some were shot in the stomach, a big hole was torn open, the blood had frozen, retaining the appearance of being shot. Those shot by machine guns were even more miserable, only half of a lamb was left. This is much more powerful than our 7.62 mm bullet. Yes, the 5.8 mm machine gun bullets we tested before didn't have this kind of power. That's the result of our careful adjustment of the bullet. Although the bullet has a high speed, it will tumble violently after entering the soft tissue, forming a large cavity, and the killing effect is quite good. The 6.5 mm bullet of the Devil has low power, not because of its small caliber, but because it will not roll after entering the flesh. This involves factors such as appearance, internal weight distribution, etc. Now, the bullet in Qin Yang's hand is designed quite well. This is just the soft kill capability. What about the hard kill capability? Wei Man continued to ask. Bullets are not only meant to hit people, but also walls and even cars. Can they penetrate the steel plates of a car and get into the interior? If we were to switch to specialized armor-piercing bullets, you would definitely think we were cheating, so we just use our general-purpose bullets. Director Wei, I can tell you in advance that with this machine gun barrel, we can fire bullets at an initial velocity of 980 meters per second. You can calculate the hard kill capability of this bullet. Chapter 176 How can I go against Qin Yang? The soft kill capability mainly depends on the degree of bullet tumbling, while the hard kill capability depends on the kinetic energy carried by the bullet. This indicator is similar to that of a tank's armor-piercing projectile. When everyone heard Qin Yang say this data, they were shocked again. In the morning, everyone was only concerned with eating melons, and such an important parameter was not even introduced. Qin Yang was obviously prepared for it, and suddenly dropped a big bomb at this time. There are many factors that affect the speed of a bullet leaving the barrel, such as the amount of propellant, the length of the barrel, etc. These factors lead to great differences in the speed of different bullets leaving the muzzle. Take the Type 56 submachine gun, for example. This most common intermediate power firearm fires bullets at a speed of about 700 meters per second. When the mass of the bullet is smaller, the speed will be faster. The AK-74 commonly used by the Russians uses a 5.45 millimeters caliber, and the bullet speed soars to 900 meters per second. The NATO standard SS-109 bullet has an initial velocity of 946 meters per second. The 5.8 millimeters ordinary bullet originally developed in China has a muzzle velocity of 940 meters per second. What about now? This bullet, combined with this gun, has reached an initial velocity of 980 meters per second. This is simply too amazing. According to the calculation formula of kinetic energy, the kinetic energy of this bullet when it leaves the muzzle is over 2,000 joules. It ranks first among all automatic rifle bullets in the world. Director Wei, you have to watch out. This is a leap forward in our military industry. Qin Yang smiled and said to Wei Man, then looked at Lin Heping. Brother Lin, 100 meters away, 10 millimeter steel plate target. Bang! As soon as Qin Yang finished speaking, Lin Heping fired. With a bang, the steel target that had been prepared 100 meters away was hit. It trembled in the wind and continued to buzz. Chaozi, bring the target back so that everyone can see it. Yes. There was no trace of the bullet on the 10 millimeter thick target. Only a brand new small hole could be seen. Steam was still coming out of the edge of the hole, which was the energy of the impact converted into heat. Our 56 millimeter submachine gun can only hit a thickness of 8 millimeters at most, and a 5.8 millimeters machine gun bullet cannot penetrate a 10 millimeters thick steel plate. This kind of bullet has the strongest power, whether it is soft kill or hard kill. Leader Fong nodded with satisfaction. It seems that Factory 960 has given us another satellite. The performance of this general-purpose bullet is better than the previous ordinary bullets and machine gun bullets. Our army needs such bullets. The accuracy test has not been carried out yet. What if we only pursue power and ignore accuracy? When Wei Man said this, even he himself was not confident. Is the accuracy high? When Lin Heping used the machine gun mode to shoot sheep, the distance was more than 800 meters. At such a long distance, he knocked down the sheep with one burst of bullets. Even looking at the condition of the sheep, all the bullets hit the sheep's body, and none of them missed the target. Therefore, the accuracy must be high. Wang Lekun smiled bitterly and shook his head behind him. He was familiar with Wei Man's character. To put it nicely, he was stubborn. To put it bluntly, he would not cry until he saw the coffin. Okay, let's proceed with the accuracy test. Actually, this has nothing to do with bullets. The main test is on our rifles. We are the best at this. Brother Lin, next, measure the R50 value at 300 meters. Let's change the drum magazine. Lin Heping nodded. Okay. The 75-round drum magazine was replaced on the gun, and it had become an advanced light machine gun. Lin Heping took a deep breath, then put his eyes on the sight and pulled the trigger. The sound of gunfire rang out, echoing over the entire shooting range and lasting for a long time. Yellow bullet casings flew out from the ejection hole and soon formed a small hill nearby. He kept shooting without stopping and emptied the entire magazine. The shooting is over. Bring the target back. Zhang Chao went over happily again. R50 value, 6.4 millimeters. After the measurement, this data immediately amazed everyone. It has the same accuracy as the NATO standard 5.56 millimeters bullet. However, NATO uses a 30-round magazine with a pause in the middle, while our side directly empties the magazine without a pause, so it will be more difficult. 6.4 millimeters, what does that mean? When a drum is empty, half of the bullets will fall on a circle with a radius of 6.4 millimeters. From 300 meters away, you can just shoot at the head with a machine gun. Then there are the 500-meter and 800-meter tests. We also need to replace the barrel and upper receiver of the automatic rifle and test the accuracy of the automatic rifle. Qin Yang said. However, professional tests must be conducted at the National Shooting Range. Now, do you want to experience it? If it were an ordinary person, the accuracy would be hard to say. Now, Qin Yang just wanted them to have fun. Okay, I'll go first. Someone immediately became eager to try. Mr. Qin, bring out a few more. I'm sorry, you are all amateurs. In the shooting range, one gun is enough. Any more would be dangerous. Qin Yang politely refused. After saying that, Qin Yang looked at Leader Fong and said, Leader Fong, how are you going to eat mutton tonight? Shabu-shabu or barbecue? I heard that you are good at roasting whole lamb. Okay, then we'll roast the whole lamb. The two that were shot by the machine gun can only be stewed. It's too cold outside. Let's go to the office. Leader Fong was no longer interested in the test firing and called Qin Yang to go back together. Watching Qin Yang and Leader Fong leave, Wei Man felt a sense of loss. Alas, he let out a long sigh. Our factory is finished now. If it was just for himself, he certainly wouldn't openly oppose Qin Yang here. But what about their factory? If there was no production order for 5.8 millimeters bullets, what would their factory do next? Old Wei, Mr. Qin is a capable man. Why are you going against him? Listen to me, apologize to him. The title of Mr. Qin had another meaning. Wei Man certainly knew what Wang Lekun meant, but asking him to apologize to that greenhorn, he couldn't bring himself to do this. He looked at the backs of the two people leaving. They seemed to be talking and laughing, and they seemed to be very close. You guys made this gun, right? Leader Fong, I can't hide anything from you. It's costly. Well, for now, it can only be equipped to our elite troops such as scouts. Ordinary field divisions are not fit for it, and local garrison forces certainly cannot afford it. Qin Yang said, Are you doing this to leave a way out for Institute 208? Leader Fong, it turns out that I can't hide anything from you. Qin Yang sighed again. This old man is really the most experienced. Everyone says you are a young and inexperienced person who is fearless. But now, I feel that you are quite smart. Being a young and inexperienced person is just a mask on the outside. Your planning is no less than that of many old guys. Thank you for the compliment. The news of Factory 960's test firing of bullets quickly spread within the system. The people in Institute 208 were immediately furious. Humph, Qin Yang is such a jerk. Last time he pointed out the shortcomings of our guns, we thought he was a good guy. Who would have thought that he would come and steal our jobs? That's right. You can't judge a person by his appearance. Qin Yang wants to crush all other units in our military industry system. Humph, let's go and settle the score with him. Duo Lao stood at the door. No one is allowed to go. Everyone stay still. Our rifles are bullpup, which is an inherent advantage over their 960 factories rifles with stocks. Since you are not convinced, you must redouble your efforts and make a better gun than their 960 factories rifles. Various bullet data. Chapter 177. Forget about the medal. How much is the bonus? It was late at night, and everyone had left when a voice was heard from the office of Fongbei Industrial Company. This business trip is the first major mission after the establishment of our Fongbei Industrial Company. We must succeed and not fail. Leader Dong said in a serious tone. Mr. Huang from the Army Armored Forces will lead the team. He will bring 2 tank commanders, Mr. Zhu from the 208th Institute, and Mr. Fong from the 617th Factory as the factory representatives. Our Fongbei Industrial Company will also send 3 people, including Mr. Qin, Nie Xiaoqian, and Comrade Lin Heping. Uncle Dong, there are only a few of us in this room. Why are you so serious? Qin Yang glanced at Leader Dong and said, It's just a trip abroad. What's the big deal? We've been abroad before. Why don't you come with us? This opportunity is too rare. By the way, among Mr. Huang's entourage, is there anyone who can speak Persian? Boss Qin, going abroad is a serious matter. The country is spending precious foreign exchange to send us abroad. How can we not take it seriously? Although I came to our Fongbei Industrial Company, I don't know much about tanks, so I won't waste the country's foreign exchange. 3 people from our company are already a lot. By the way, we are going to Mulemania, and knowing Mulemanian is enough. Why do you need to know Persian? Uncle Dong, you also said that it's not easy to go abroad, so we certainly can't waste this precious opportunity. I plan to go to Ilong when I come back. Leader Dong's face turned serious. Boss Qin, it's very chaotic there right now. It's no joke. We don't have much contact with them at all. After the regime change in Along, they have even less contact with us. Why should we go there? Besides, there's a war going on there. It's very dangerous. Uncle Dong, what is the mission of our Fongbei Industrial Company? Qin Yang asked. Of course, it is to help our military industry system sell a large number of weapons and equipment and realize the transformation of our military industry enterprises, said Leader Dong. Yes, you also said that our role is arms dealers. Wherever there is a war, there is our market. Even if there is no war, we have to give. No, we just can't bear to see weak countries being bullied by their neighbors, so we decided to help them. Boss Qin, last time your friends came here, they signed a large arms deal. If you sell the arms to Persia, wouldn't that be unfair to your friends? Why are you sorry? Friends are friends, and business is business. If we sell a large amount of arms to Yailak and Elon fails soon after, then wouldn't our business be just a one-time deal? We need to make steady progress, so we can't let Elon fail too quickly. We also have to help Elon, so that they can meet their worthy opponents and the battle can last for 8 to 10 years at best. Leader Dong's expression became even more serious. This Qin Yang, on the surface, seemed like a young and foolish boy, but in fact, he was a sinister person. Leader Dong, I think what President Qin said makes sense. Nie Xiaoqian spoke. Makes sense. Yes, our economy is in transition and the military industry is struggling. What we need to do now is to sell weapons so that our military factories can survive. By the way, I can speak Persian. If you are afraid that Elon is in danger, I will accompany President Qin to Elon. Leader Dong didn't know what to say. At this moment, a voice came from outside. What are you talking about? It's so lively. Mr. Huang. Born in 2013, Mr. Huang is now nearly 70 years old, but he is still very strong. Wearing a woolen gray Type 78 armored officer uniform, he looks mighty and domineering. I'm about to leave. I'm coming to visit our Fongbei Industrial Company, Mr. Huang said with a smile. It's said that there's a talented person in our military industry system. I've never had the chance to meet him. Today I saw him. It's true that heroes emerge from youth. His skills, vision, and courage are all top-notch. Mr. Huang, please stop praising me. Other leaders are eager to criticize me to prevent me from being too proud. Qin Yang rarely said a few humble words. As long as you have made a contribution, you should be commended, Huang Lao said. If we can really get a T-72 tank this time, I will personally present you with a medal at the year-end commendation meeting of the entire armored forces. Forget about the medal. How much is the prize money? Leader Dong had a face full of black lines. He said, Kid, you really shine when there is a little sunshine. The spirit of selfless dedication of our older generation does not exist in you. How much do you want? Don't ask for anything else. If it works, when I come back, you let me go our separate ways. I have to go to Elon. What are you going there for? Of course it's what you do when you make love. Qin Yang said. Okay. Mr. Huang nodded in agreement. Mr. Huang talked with a few people for half an hour and finally left. After seeing Mr. Huang off and returning to the office, Dong continued with a gloomy face. Boss Qin, why did you want to go to such a dangerous place? And Mr. Nya, what can I say to you? Your father called me and told me to take good care of you. If you have any. A canary in a cage will never grow up. I want to be an eagle that spreads its wings and flies. I want to grow up against the wind and rain, Nya Xiaoqian said, and glanced at Qin Yang. Anyway, I will go with President Qin. President Qin is so smart, nothing will happen to him. Leader Dong, I will protect them. Lin Heping, who had been silently playing the role of passerby, spoke. Oh, I really can't say anything to you. Leader Dong sat down on the chair. It's too dangerous. Even though Mr. Huang agreed, if I don't agree, you still can't go. How is that possible? My legs are growing on my body. If you don't agree, I will sneak away by myself, build a raft, float across the Black Sea, and get there through Tuji. Qin Yang rolled his eyes at him. Brother Lin, let's go back and prepare. The next day, a plane flew to Mulmania. After getting off the plane, the group was received by local officials. The atmosphere at the welcoming banquet that night was harmonious. On the morning of the third day, the group came to the troops equipped with T-72 tanks. The dark green tanks appeared in rows in front of everyone, with a strong visual impact. It has a low profile, a high 125mm gun barrel, a unique V-shaped wave-breaking plate with reinforced ribs on the front of the vehicle body, and a blue, yellow, and red concentric circle logo sprayed on the left side of the turret, which looks like a big eye. This early model, without additional explosive reactive armor, looks full of primitive beauty. This is the most powerful tank in the world, said Christian, the commander of the Mulamanian armored forces who was in charge of the reception. You are the first foreigner to see them. Yes, this type of tank is very good. Unfortunately, You only have 30 of them. I think that is not enough for you, right? Qin Yang said. Chapter 178, A Surprise. Nie Xiaoqian, who was responsible for the translation, was a little surprised. She knew that the purpose of this trip was to trick them into taking a T-72 tank from Mulmania. But now, Qin Yang's opening remarks were not right. If he wanted to trick them, shouldn't he have said that they simply didn't need so many? Qin Yang gave her a look, and Nie Xiaoqian finally came to her senses and translated it literally. Hearing the translation, Christian nodded and said, yes, only 30 of the most advanced T-72 tanks are not enough for us. We are currently planning to introduce a production line from the Soviet Union to produce this advanced tank. Qin Yang shook his head. I'm sorry, with all due respect, the Soviet Union will not authorize the production of tanks like yours. At this time, Mr. Huang and others had already gone up to visit the tanks with great interest. Even if Qin Yang was unable to trick the tanks back, at least they could see with their own eyes the Soviet Union's most advanced export tanks, which was a rare opportunity. That's right. No matter how others praise the T-72, everyone knows that it is a low-end tank in the Russian tank force's high-low combination. The Russians will not export their high-end tanks for fear of leaks. Even the low-end T-72 has to be modified when it is exported. For example, the armor protection of the turret and the cast ceramic balls used by the Russians become quartz balls for export, which is sand to put it bluntly. However, this is already the most advanced Russian tank that everyone can get their hands on. Qin Yang also took advantage of everyone going up to watch so that he had the opportunity to fool the Mulmanians. Otherwise, with everyone together, they would be so shocked that their jaws would drop. Christian's expression changed, and the man in a suit next to him also looked unhappy. Sir, how can you be so sure? Because you, Mulmania, have the strongest industrial capacity in Eastern Europe except for the Soviet Union. Your TR-77 is already the best among medium tanks. It is sure to win against tanks like the Leopard 1 head-on. The Soviets dare not give you more advanced tank technology. After World War II, Mulmania had no military industry. It was not until the 1960s that they began to study tanks, and the object of imitation was of course the T-55. However, the Mulmanians were very good at it, and their imitation TR-77 no longer had any trace of the T-55. It is well known around the world that whether it is the T-54/55 series or the Chinese-made Type 59 tank, a basic feature is the 5 pairs of road wheels. The turret looks scary from a distance, and the 5 pairs of road wheels are a classic scene that has been circulated for a long time. However, the Mulmanians changed the 5 pairs of road wheels into 6 pairs. They lengthened the body of the vehicle and added an extra pair at the back. Why did they change this? The reason is simple: to accommodate a bigger engine. They have been mapping out a copy of the German Leopard 1 tank engine. They plan to use this engine on their TR-77. After all, it could output 700 to 800 horsepower, which was much better than the original. However, it was not so easy to copy the engine. Therefore, the TR-77 produced in the early stage still used the Russian engine, with nothing in the back, which looked very funny. In imitating the T-72, they also made persistent efforts and changed the original 6 pairs of road wheels of the T-72 tank into 7 pairs, also in order to cram in a larger engine. However, this tank, codenamed TR-125, has not yet been approved. Nie Xiaoqian felt like she was riding a roller coaster. This Qin Yang was praising these people in disguise. But please don't be so surprised, okay? Moreover, he didn't tell her in advance. Sure enough, after hearing this, the other party's expression immediately improved. Yes, we do have the strongest industrial production capabilities in Eastern Europe. Think about it. If you get the production license, how can you sell Soviet tanks? The quality of your products is higher than that of the Soviet Union's exports. Those guys in Moscow will definitely take a special plane to come here and curse you. But since you already have it, how can you be at their mercy? That clown Kartsev can curse you if he wants, but you can still produce as you should. By then, the whole world will be full of T-72s produced by your Mulmania. Your output is more than that of Nizhny Tagil. Yes, you are right. We have already made a request to Moscow, but it was ruthlessly rejected by Moscow. The man in the suit continued. However, we will not give up. Our FMGS factory will definitely be able to complete the project research and development. The man in the suit was none other than Makari, a tank engineer at the professional FMGS factory, Special Heavy Machinery Factory, in Bucharest, the capital of Muscat. The development of TR-77 was completed in 1977. In December 1978, the government issued Decree No. 514 to build a tank factory at the FMGS factory. The factory was completed and put into production just this year. What Qin Yang said about having the best industrial base in Eastern Europe were all compliments. However, flattery never wears out, and no matter who they are, they all like to hear flattery. If the Soviet Union won't sell you, you can develop it yourself. You will definitely succeed. After all, your industrial strength is the strongest. Moreover, the engine of the T-72 tank is too backward. The B-2 diesel engine has been used for decades and has not changed. You must have a more advanced diesel engine to equip this tank. Yes, we have the most advanced 8VS engine. Speaking of this engine that imitates the German Leopard 1, Macquarie is very proud. At present, we have completed the research and development of an 830 horsepower engine, and the power will be increased to 900 horsepower in the future. If we want to develop a tank similar to the T-72 tank, we will use this 900 horsepower engine. Because this engine was too large, the TR-125 they copied became a monster with 7 pairs of road wheels. It's really enviable that you can independently develop a new tank engine. Qin Yang continued to flatter. The so-called independent research and development is nothing more than a copy of the German engine. Moreover, the imitation skills are not mature yet, resulting in frequent engine failures such as oil leaks. The reliability of the TR-77 tank is very poor, and even the army is unwilling to accept it. The engineers of Mulmania have no choice but to buy a large number of spare parts from Western Europe to improve reliability. The life of this engine is at least several thousand motor hours, right? The diesel engines of Soviet tanks have a very low lifespan, only 500 motoring hours, after which they need to be overhauled. Western European technology is much more advanced, with a lifespan of several thousand or even tens of thousands of hours. The engine copied by Mulmania has no guarantee of reliability, let alone lifespan. Macquarie was speechless. Qin Yang continued to talk non-stop. Soviet tanks have always been shoddy and have a short lifespan. We can't stand it. Fortunately, we have plasma spraying technology. Just spraying on the inner wall of the cylinder increases the life of the engine from 500 hours to 2,000 hours. Your technology in Mulmania must be better than ours, right? What? You have plasma spraying technology. Macquarie's voice was full of surprise. The brother of the T-72 with 7 pairs of road wheels. Chapter 179 2 T-72 tanks replaced with plasma spraying technology. The plasma spraying process was invented in the 1940s. The basic principle of this process is very simple, which is to heat powder particles and spray molten or semi-molten droplets onto the surface of the substrate to form a metal coating on the surface. However, it takes many years to transform theory into industrialization. This process was not mature in the past, and material experts continued to improve the relevant technology. By the late 1970s, Western developed countries had improved this technology to low-pressure plasma spraying or vacuum plasma spraying process, which greatly improved the quality of plasma spraying metal coatings, and it was considered truly mature. This technology was soon widely used, including engines. The principle of a piston engine is very simple. The piston reciprocates in the cylinder, and the crankshaft and connecting rod are converted into rotation. In this process, the cylinder wall and the piston will constantly rub against each other. The harder the engine power is squeezed, the more severe the friction will be. The life of a tank engine is 500 hours. After that time, it needs to be overhauled, which mainly involves replacing the piston and cylinder liner and replacing them with new ones and continuing to grind them. The plasma spraying process can spray the molten powder of wear-resistant materials onto the piston and cylinder liner at high speed to form a dense plasma coating with high bonding strength. This will improve the wear resistance. The original wear-resistant performance of 500 hours can now be enhanced to 2,000 hours, or even tens of thousands of hours. In fact, the industry of Mulmania is not that good, and basic research is even more lacking. It is impossible to develop such advanced spraying technology. In the East, basic research has not been left behind. Mr. Ding, Mr. Wang, and others have been studying this technology. By the 1980s, these technologies had matured. Yes, it has been used extensively in our country. Why? You haven't used it yet? Qin Yang asked back. Now, the other party was silent. This tank is really great. At this time, Mr. Huang had already climbed out of the tank turret and was full of praise for the tank. With a 3-person driving system, the interior of the turret was much more spacious. It would be great if we could get one back home and copy the automatic loader above. Zhu Lao squatted beside the turret, looking at the scene inside, his heart full of anticipation. The 3rd-generation tank he was about to develop had to reach this level. As the sun sets, the day's inspection finally comes to an end. Inside the hotel, the atmosphere is friendly. Come, let's drink to our friendship. Mr. Huang raised his glass. We will never forget that after our motherland was founded, Myanmar was the third country to establish diplomatic relations with us. We will also never forget that at the United Nations Conference, it was Myanmar that proposed the resolution and demanded the restoration of our legitimate rights and interests. Everyone raised their glasses. Cheers to our friendship. The relationship between the two countries is really good. Even after falling out with the Soviet Union, China still maintained good relations with Russia until now. Otherwise, they would not have agreed when China proposed to observe their T-72 tanks. Mr. Huang, we heard that you have an advanced plasma spraying technology. I wonder if you can export it to us? After 3 rounds of drinks, Macari spoke. Huh. A crisp sound rang out, and everyone looked over in the direction of the sound and saw Qin Yang's hands on his face, mumbling. Alas, I said something I shouldn't have said. Nie Xiaoqian held back her laughter. The sound was very loud because Qin Yang was hitting her face with his right hand while his left hand was hitting her, but the sound came from below. Mr. Qin, what's wrong? Myanmar is our good friend. Since they need it, why don't we? According to the original plan, Mr. Huang began to perform a duet with Qin Yang. Mr. Huang, you don't know that this technology was just developed by us and is at the world's leading level. This technology is blocked from us by the West. It is our top secret technology and cannot be exported. I thought they also have it. Qin Yang said, I'm sorry, it's all my fault for talking too much. I made the leaders and my friends in Myanmar embarrassed. I will drink 3 cups as punishment. After saying that, Qin Yang picked up a glass of wine and gulped it down into his mouth. This is the best wine produced by the Royal Winery of Myanmar. It is not easy to drink it once. Of course, I have to drink a few glasses. Speaking of wine, people always think of France. In fact, Myanmar, which is at the same latitude as France, is also rich in wine. It uses special oak and ancient craftsmanship, and this wine is absolutely fine. However, good wine needs to be savored. Drinking it like water now is a bit of a waste of food. Qin, don't be embarrassed. We know you didn't mean it. Macari said, can we negotiate what conditions you want in order to hand over this technology to us? Oh, it's difficult. Unless you use your T-72 tanks to exchange 5 T-72 tanks for this technology, it's almost equivalent. But how is this possible? Let's forget it. Qin Yang finished speaking, raised the second glass of wine, and shook his head. Besides, this kind of tank was purchased from the Russians. If Myanmar gives the tank to us, Moscow will be unhappy. After saying that, Qin Yang raised his head and gulped down the second cup, and another voice sounded. Now that these T-72 tanks are in our hands, we have the final say. We are not Moscow's puppets. We can use the T-72 tanks to exchange for your plasma spraying technology. The person who was speaking was Christian, the commander of the Myanmarian armored forces. All the tanks belonged to him, and he had the final say. Mr. Zhu's arm almost dropped his glass. Mr. Huang was delighted and continued. Boss Qin, we are friends with Myanmar. They only purchased 30 vehicles in total. Even if this technology is very important to us, we can't take 5. I think we should just exchange 2. What do you think, Mr. Christian? The fluent translation language came out of Nie Xiaoqian's mouth, and at this moment, her heart was also shocked. Qin Yang is really amazing. He has figured out the Romanians' intentions. He uses this plasma spraying technology as an exchange and takes 2 cars away from here directly. For us, even if it's just 1 car, it's still a great bargain. Mr. Huang, you are indeed our best friend. Please rest assured that we will select the 2 tanks in the best condition and send them to you. We also hope that you can hand over this technology to us as soon as possible. No problem. When we return, you can send someone to go to the east with us. Mr. Huang said, come, let's raise our glasses again and wish our transaction a complete success. Chapter 180, wine is good, but don't drink too much. It's done, that's it. Mr. Zhu was filled with mixed feelings. He already had an idea of how to design domestic tanks. The tall and mighty Western tanks were not suitable for China because Chinese people were short and did not need such large tanks. Moreover, tanks were too large and heavy, and the engine power was too high, which was not supported by the domestic basic industry. Mr. Zhu prefers the Soviet tanks, especially the T-72, which is the most suitable for his reference. Of course, he also needs to make improvements. By increasing the combat weight to 50 tons and matching it with a 1,200 horsepower diesel engine, he can achieve a balance of firepower, mobility, and protection. Taking the T-72 tank back for research, especially the automatic loader on it, will be of great inspiration to our side. Qin Yang is young, but very capable. He has made great contributions to the country's tank industry. Qin Yang had completed his task, and he continued to get the wine. Come on, cheers. The night gradually deepened. Come on, Yangzi. We're here. Lie down on the bed. Lin Heping supported Qin Yang and returned to the hotel room, still complaining. You are such a fool. You drink so much even though you can't drink. Brother Lin, what you said is not right. Qin Yang said unclearly. Brother Lin, there is no good wine in our country right now, and the imported ones. We are reluctant to import wine at all. It's not easy for us to come out, and this is a rare opportunity to drink it. What's so good about this wine? It's not as good as our Erguo too. After saying that, Lin Heping helped Qin Yang to the bed. I remember you drank Erguo too, but you never got drunk. How could I be drunk? I just haven't had wine for a long time, so I was greedy. Qin Yang wanted to stand up. Do you believe me? I can still walk in a straight line? Okay, I believe it, I believe it. Lin Heping nodded. Just lie down and have a good sleep. Tomorrow, we have a new mission. Brother Lin, how is Mr. Qin? A girl's voice came from outside. Yangzi is fine. He usually drinks a lot. It seems he is not used to this foreign wine. Lin Heping said, Teacher Nya, don't worry. I will take care of him. He will be fine. Let me take care of him. No, you've been tired all day. Mr. Huang wants you to come over and instruct you on your next actions. Oh, Lin Heping stood up. Yangzi should be fine for the time being. You just stay here for a while. I'll be back soon. Lin Heping stood up and said as he looked at Qin Yang lying there who seemed to have fallen asleep. Lin Heping came to Mr. Huang's room, looked at Mr. Huang who had set up the chess set, and waved to him. Mr. Huang, what do you want me to do? Come, play chess with me. Lin Heping looked puzzled. Playing chess? Mr. Huang, isn't it for the next action? Why? You don't want to play chess with an old man like me. Of course not. Playing chess with the leader was the most troublesome thing. You must not win, and you must not show your face when you lose. Lin Heping was on pins and needles. After finishing one game, he played the second and the third. Mr. Huang, if you don't have any instructions, I should go back. Why go back? Just sleep in my room. Lin Heping was even more shocked. Mr. Lin Yangzi, let Xiao Nye take care of her. Why are you worried? A little girl can take care of people much better than a grown man like you. But, it's nothing, go to sleep. Lin Heping seemed to have realized something and stopped talking. Here, Nye Xiaoqian looked at Qin Yang who was sleeping soundly, then looked at the door. Why hasn't he come back yet? She smelled her body. She had been very busy that day and had sweated a lot. It was time to take a shower. The bath water here was supplied on a timed basis. If she didn't take a shower, there would be no hot water. So she slowly stood up, locked the door first, and then went into the bathroom. However, she looked at the bolt of the bathroom with some annoyance. This is the most luxurious hotel in the capital of Mulmania. How could the bolt be broken? Nye Xiaoqian stuck her head out and looked at Qin Yang who was sleeping outside and smelled his body. She gritted her teeth, moved a stool into the bathroom, blocked the door, then took off her clothes and put them on the stool, stepped barefoot into the bathtub, and turned on the shower. This bathroom can be used for both showering and bathing. As time is tight, she only wants to rinse off. The warm water sprayed on her body, and every pore of her body relaxed. She picked up the soap and splashed it on herself, enjoying the moment of pleasure. Just when she was about to rinse off the foam on her body, she heard movement in the room. Boom, boom, boom. There were footsteps coming towards her. Nye Xiaoqian's heart suddenly rose to her throat. There was no one else in the room except herself and Qin Yang. Qin Yang woke up? Why did he wake up at this time? Did he do it on purpose? Thinking that it was intentional, she recalled the last time this guy actually crawled into her bed. Her mood was extremely complicated, but now, she had no time to think. The bathroom door was pushed open. Squeak, squeak, squeak. As it turned out, Nye Xiaoqian was not good at this. Although there was a stool blocking the door behind, it was useless. The stool was pushed and moved. Fortunately, it did not fall over, otherwise her clothes would have fallen off. A figure walked in, swaying. Qin Yang didn't know why he was drunk. It was probably because the owner of this body had never drunk wine before. Today he drank the most authentic Mulmania royal wine. Qin Yang drank too much and ended up making a fool of himself. He was also helpless. After returning, he slept soundly, and then he was awakened by the urge to pee. At this time, he staggered over and unexpectedly found that the bathroom was filled with steam. In the bathtub, there was a graceful figure wrapped in soap bubbles. Nye Xiaoqian was completely stunned there, without any movement. She ignored the fact that she could have completely hidden in the bathtub. She opened her eyes as wide as copper bells, watching Qin Yang push the door open and come in, watching Qin Yang stand still unsteadily, watching Qin Yang's eyes sweep over her, taking in everything. Then, Qin Yang turned to the toilet expressionlessly, unzipped his pants, and a stream of yellow water flowed into the toilet. Then, after shaking himself, Qin Yang pulled up his pants and turned around to walk back. During the whole process, Nia Xiaoqian's mind was blank. She even forgot to scream, and her heart even stopped beating, until she heard the sound of a body hitting the bed, followed by thunderous snoring. Fell asleep again. Nia Xiaoqian turned on the shower again and quickly washed her body. She felt her face and body were burning. Her movements were blind. She didn't know how to dry her body and put on her clothes. She walked to the door, turned her head to look at the enemy, bit her lip, opened the door, and then returned to her room. Chapter 181: A big customer who buys carpets. There is a scorching sun overhead, making it hard to believe that it is still winter. A pickup truck is moving forward. Since there is only a single row of seats, only the local driver sits in the cab. In the back bed, the bodies of 3 people are swaying with the bumps of the pickup truck. Mr. Chin, according to the arrangement of our superiors, we came to Elon this time as carpet merchants. In fact, we only need to go to a coastal city. Why did you choose Isfahan, which is located in the inland? Lin Heping asked Qin Yang curiously. Guess. Just tell me straight. There is the 8th Tactical Fighter Base in Isfahan, which is equipped with F-14 Tomcat fighter jets imported from the United States. President Qin is probably going there for those fighter jets. Nia Xiaoqian spoke. When she set foot on Elon land, Nia Xiaoqian put on long sleeves, long pants, and wrapped her head with a headscarf. Although she was not a native, she had to follow the local customs to avoid a lot of trouble. In such a hot environment, these clothes can protect you from direct exposure to the sun, but you will still sweat, so you still have to take a shower at night. Thinking of taking a bath, Nia Xiaoqian thought of her experience with Qin Yang, and her heart began to beat uncontrollably again. Hearing Nia Xiaoqian's words, Qin Yang was a little curious. Xiaoqian, how did you know? Since the day after something happened, Qin Yang started calling her Xiaoqian. Nia Xiaoqian was a little dissatisfied with this change of address and asked Qin Yang to call her teacher Nia or translator Nia. However, Qin Yang insisted on calling her that, and she had no choice but to accept it, and now she is used to it. You didn't want to tell everyone about your plan, so I could only make some preparations in advance. When you said you were coming to Isfahan, I already guessed something. Alas, I'm just afraid that if I tell you, you will all say that I'm daydreaming. As Qin Yang was speaking, he heard the roar of an airplane overhead. Several people raised their heads and looked toward the sky. A beautiful fighter plane appeared in their sight. The appearance of domestic fighter jets is very simple, just like a pencil with wings made of rulers inserted on both sides. You can see the different structures such as the fuselage, wings, and tail at a glance. However, the shape of this plane in the sky is much more complicated. The entire fuselage is very wide, like an eagle spreading its wings in flight. Although it does not use wing-body fusion, its appearance is very smooth, with a pointed tapered nose, rectangular air intakes on both sides, wing boxes extending to both sides, wings spread out, and twin engines and twin vertical tails at the back, which is a typical heavy fighter configuration. The distance between the 2 engines is large to avoid a fire in one engine affecting the other. Just as it flew over everyone's heads, suddenly, the flames from the tail turned red. It had opened the afterburner. The fighter began to accelerate, and the wings began to turn backwards, just like a transformer. This scene made everyone who saw it feel excited. Beautiful, so beautiful. Its wings can actually move? Lin Heping was also surprised. That's right, variable sweep wings, the most popular aircraft design in the 1960s and 1970s. Qin Yang was also very emotional. If you have seen the movie Top Gun, you will become a fan of the Tomcat fighter, and Qin Yang is no exception. Coming to this world, he must see it with his own eyes. Of course, there are many more things waiting for him to do. The pickup truck continued to run in the desert and finally arrived in Isfahan that afternoon. This is it. The best carpets in Persia are produced here. The driver took the money and introduced enthusiastically. This is the person in charge of the carpet factory, Rostampel. Hello. Qin Yang stretched out his hand and shook it with the other party. We are from the East and want to purchase the best carpets in the world. Of course, please follow me. Rostampel glanced at Nia Xiaoqian, who was helping to translate, and nodded. You are doing a good job. Some foreigners come here and want to bring their exposed behaviors with them. Last week, a person was taken away by the moral police and whipped 50 times. Of course we will respect your traditions. Qin Yang said. Various beautiful carpets appeared in front of everyone. Qin Yang talked incessantly about the advantages and disadvantages of various carpets. Nia Xiaoqian was a little surprised. How could he know everything? Before I knew it, it had darkened. You purchased 100 carpets from us at one time. You are really a good big customer. Would you like to stay at my house tonight? We will load these carpets and send them to you tomorrow. Rostampel made a warm invitation. Of course, but my wife has to live with me. Wife? Who is your wife? Nia Xiaoqian rolled her eyes at Qin Yang and Qin Yang's eyes were filled with an unquestionable look. I do this to protect your safety. So, Nie Xiaoqian could only translate it. Certainly. By the time the group arrived at the welcoming home of Rostample, dinner had already been placed on the table and a burly man had just returned. He looked so conspicuous in his one-piece flight suit. When she saw this person, Nie Xiaoqian finally understood that Qin Yang had other intentions. In the past, if they wanted to sell arms, they could just go through official channels. After all, China and Iran established diplomatic relations in 1971. Because they had a common enemy to defend against, they came together. They even visited each other in 1978. As a result, the new government regarded China as a country that supported the old government. We could only come in through civilian channels, but Qin Yang obviously knew something. Under the pretext of buying carpets, he easily established a relationship with the Ilan Air Force. How did he know? Nie Xiaoqian was full of curiosity. She only heard that there was an Air Force base here, but Qin Yang actually knew that the son of the director of a carpet factory here was serving in the Air Force. Now was wartime, and this pilot should not have the opportunity to go home normally. Why did he come back at such a good time today? Hashim, today is your birthday, and we have guests at home. You two should have dinner together. We are all young people, so we will definitely have something to talk about. Birthday. Qin Yang chose this time for a reason. Hashim Alaga, the top ace pilot of Ilan Air Combat, is currently training students in Isfahan, so he has to spend his birthday at home. Hashim Alaga glanced at a few people and asked, "Are you from the East?" "Yes, we." "You plan to resell the arms to Alak through a third party, right?" As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere on the scene immediately became tense. Lin Heping has made preparations. Although they are deep in the interior of Ilan, it will be difficult for them to escape if a conflict occurs. However, Lin Heping will never let anyone hurt Qin Yang and Nie Xiaoqian. This is his mission. I heard that you are just a soldier, a controllable person who doesn't talk nonsense. Why do you suddenly become more aware now? Nie Xiaoqian was a little nervous. Does this need to be translated? Wait, no, this sentence is said in English. Qin Yang no longer embarrassed Nie Xiaoqian and switched to English. The person in front of him had been trained in the United States and his English was also first class. How did you know? Hashim Alaga's face became even uglier. Because those who can continue to stay are all controllable people, and they don't talk nonsense. Qin Yang said, "Don't be hostile, sit down, let's have a meal together and talk about some business. I am the general manager of a foreign trade company. I am responsible for a lot of import and export business. If you need anything, I can help you. We need fighter jets, can you get them? It's difficult to get spare parts for Tomcat fighters at the moment, but we have as many complete MiG-21 fighters as you want." Tomcat. Chapter 182. J-7 fighter replaced with AWG-9 radar. During the honeymoon period between Iran and the United States, Iran purchased a large number of Tomcat fighter jets. When the relationship between the two sides deteriorated, they hated the fighter jets and pilots and wanted to get rid of the planes as soon as possible. However, the war came before they found buyers. Therefore, this batch of fighter planes were used again, and now they have become the trump cards in their hands. All kinds of fighter planes in Iraq's hands could not gain any advantage in front of the Tomcat fighter planes. It was not until the arrival of the Mirage F-1 aircraft that they had the ability to fight the Tomcat fighter planes head-on. However, it was not easy to find spare parts for these American-made fighter planes. After all, the U.S. Navy was the only one in the world using them. Ilan bought a batch of spare parts from international arms dealers through special channels, and by robbing Peter to pay Paul, he donated some of the fighter planes that could not fly, and was able to barely maintain a certain fleet. Now, following the other party's words, Qin Yang has continued, "Although we don't have Tomcat fighters, we have MiG-21. Your J-7? The performance of that aircraft is too poor, and it has no air intake. It is of no use to us." The ace pilot, who was used to flying Tomcat fighters and accustomed to detecting large bomber targets at a distance of 300 kilometers, certainly had no interest in an aircraft that had no radar and could only rely on visual observation of the enemy. Yes, it is indeed not comparable to the Tomcat fighter, but it has a reliable logistical supply, so there is no need to worry about spare part shortages or lack of missiles. If I am not mistaken, you have already used up more than half of the Phoenix missiles you have, right? In the entire history of fighter development, the Tomcat is the most eye-catching existence. It is not only beautiful in appearance, but also powerful in combat. It has an AWG-9 radar with a maximum detection distance of 315 kilometers. At the same time, it also has Phoenix missiles with a range of more than 100 kilometers. The combination of the two allows it to have the possibility of sniping the enemy at a distance of 100 kilometers. You must know that in the 1980s, China could only fire a few tail-chasing combat missiles with a range of several kilometers, and France only had missiles with a range of 20 to 30 kilometers, which were claimed to be medium-range missiles. The performance of Tomcat is the most powerful in this era. However, no matter how strong you are, you cannot withstand a war of attrition. There are different records. The most reliable one is that as of 1979, Elon had received a total of 79 Tomcat fighters and 284 Phoenix missiles. These numbers are very small. You know, under extreme conditions, the Tomcat can carry 6 Phoenix missiles and attack 6 targets at the same time. These missiles are not enough for all the Tomcat fighters to take off and carry at once. Without the Phoenix, you can only rely on the Sparrow. When the Sparrow is used up, you can only rely on the Sidewinder. In the end, a war will turn into close combat, or even machine gun dogfights. Although our J-7 is not as powerful as the Tomcat, it can still carry close combat missiles. The Iraq on the other side is also at this level. You are evenly matched. Moreover, our fighters are very cheap and can withstand consumption. Qin Yang continued. It only costs $2 million apiece. We are currently introducing Western avionics for improvement. This fighter equipped with Western avionics costs only $3 million apiece. Compared with Western fighters that cost tens of millions, this fighter is very affordable. Qin Yang said this while looking at the other party's face. At this time, the other party had gradually calmed down. From the initial hostility, he has gradually turned into trust. Aren't you afraid of provoking reactions from other countries? Of course we are not afraid. We have an obligation to maintain regional peace. Of course, we also hope to get something good from you. If the purpose of visiting is just to sell goods, then it is not worth coming. Qin Yang came here for another important matter. What? We want a good AWG-9 radar. Qin Yang said, we are willing to exchange a fighter for a radar. That's impossible. We don't have enough radar on our precious Tomcats. However, the number of fighter planes you can take off is reduced. Some fighter planes have crashed and are damaged, but their radars are intact. We only need these. Qin Yang said, we both get what we need. No, that's absolutely impossible. Hashim Alaga shook his head. Mr. Alaga, I don't know if you have heard that we have been seeking to purchase fighter jets from the West. Qin Yang said, Grumman is planning to sell their Tomcat fighter jets to us. If so, then the source of parts for your fleet will be guaranteed in the future. If you can purchase this kind of fighter, why do you need to come to us to find a second-hand radar? This kind of international negotiation is destined to be a long process, which may take 3 to 5 years. We want to get a radar now and study the technology on it, so that we can have an advantage in the negotiation. Qin Yang continued to deceive. When that time comes, we may be able to help you improve it, such as hanging Hawk missiles on the Tomcat to use it as a Phoenix. The Hawk missile is a surface-to-air missile, and the Phoenix missile is an air-to-air missile. Originally, the two were completely unrelated. However, in the later stages of the war, the Elon ground crew, who had no Phoenix to use, actually figured out a way to use it, and the Tomcat fighters flew into combat carrying Hawk missiles. Since they were able to do it, it means that the technology they used is similar. Qin Yang still has this information, so at least he can brag about it first. Did you know that you could use Hawk instead of Phoenix? Now it was Hashim Alaga's turn to be surprised. Yes, of course I do. How do you know? Who are you? I said it at the beginning. I am the head of a company specializing in import and export trade. The two of them communicated in English, which Lin Heping could not understand. Nie Xiaoqian was becoming more and more surprised. Qin Yang knew so much. Different fields have different worlds. Qin Yang is just a technician at a light weapons manufacturing factory. How could he know so much about fighter planes? Moreover, it was obvious that the other party was persuaded. Father, I'm leaving. Hashim Alaga had not sat down to eat and was now in an anxious mood. He turned to Rostample and said, Where are you going? It's rare that you come home for dinner today. Rostample didn't understand English, so he didn't know what they were saying, and then his son left. He went to do something important. Let's continue eating. Qin Yang smiled. After all, this was a good start. The nose radar, the flat piece in front, is the antenna, and the open back is the equipment compartment. Chapter 183 Living in the Same Room. As the night gradually deepened, Nie Xiaoqian said goodbye to Lin Heping, who lived next door with mixed feelings, and reluctantly entered a room with Qin Yang. Bang! The door closed. Boss Qin, I'm your assistant, your translator, and your secretary. Nie Xiaoqian tried to lower her voice. I'm not your wife. Then you can sleep next door and let Brother Lin sleep with me. Qin Yang said, if in the middle of the night, someone. But there's only one bed here. How can I sleep? How else can we sleep? You sleep on top and I sleep on the bottom. Qin Yang said, We can't both sleep on the bed and then play out a story of beasts and worse than beasts, right? What are you talking about? I can't understand you. Nie Xiaoqian pouted. Don't understand? Then let me explain it to you. Qin Yang teased as he moved a set of bedding on the bed to the ground. One day, a man and a woman went on a business trip. Unfortunately, there was only one room left in the hotel, so they had to sleep in one room. Before going to bed, the woman drew a 38th parallel in the middle of the bed. Qin Yang lay down on the carpet, so it was very comfortable to sleep on the ground. Do these two have a marriage certificate? No. Do you have a letter of introduction? No. How can I possibly sleep in a room? The hotel won't give me a room. If I do, I'll be caught by the police in the middle of the night. Xiao Qian, you are the secretary of our Fongbei Industrial Group. Can't you have a longer-term vision? Well, they are on a business trip abroad, and they don't check anything abroad. Overseas? How many people would be willing to go on a business trip abroad if the company sends them? How come it's the turn of a man and a woman to go on a business trip abroad? Qin Yang was helpless. Okay, let's stop talking and go to sleep. After saying that, Qin Yang turned his head to the side. Are you angry? No, go to sleep. I'm tired. Then let me add something, Nie Xiaoqian said. Before going to bed, the woman said to the man, if you dare to cross the line at night, you are a beast. Qin Yang didn't say anything. But when she woke up the next day, she found out that the man had not crossed the line at all. She was very angry. You are worse than an animal, aren't you? Xiao Qian, you are absolutely crazy. Zhuozhuizi, what does that mean? It's YYDS. What does YYDS mean? Qin Yang was finally relieved. This little girl was definitely not a time traveler. He was enough to be the only one in this world. However, it was not easy for people in the 1980s to think that this beast was worse than a beast. Her thinking was quite advanced. It doesn't mean anything. It just describes you as smart. Boss Qin, you usually act so high and mighty. I thought you only knew how to scold people, but I didn't expect that you could actually praise people. I only praise those who I think are worthy of praise, and I only criticize those who I think are worthy of criticism. Qin Yang said, okay, go to sleep. Boss Qin, there's still one thing I don't understand. You can call me Brother Qin, Brother Yang, or Yangzi. We are all in the same room now. Will you still call me President Qin? Brother Yang, the import and export of our domestic fighter jets is the responsibility of Aviac. Our Fongbei Industrial Company has no control over the aviation sector. Yeah, we can't control it, but we act as a matchmaker for them, so they should be grateful to us. Besides, if the deal goes well, our Capital Farm Implement Factory will buy AJ-7 and then exchange it with Elon. The things we get in return will also belong to our Capital Farm Implement Factory. However, it's still uncertain. The Elon people may not be interested in the J-7. But we have a lot of good things, so there will always be something they need. The radar of the Tomcat fighter must be very powerful, right? You guys make guns, and at most you make cannons on the side. Are you going to make radars? Why, is it not possible? Qin Yang said, our Capital Farm Implement Factory will have diversified business in the future, polishing aircraft carriers and waxing spacecraft. By the way, there is a bathroom in our room. Do you want to take a shower? Don't worry, I won't peek. Nie Xiaoqian was originally very relaxed chatting with Qin Yang. But now, she suddenly became nervous when she heard Qin Yang say this. Have you peeked at me taking a bath? How is that possible? Qin Yang refused. How could I do that? I saw it openly. I wasn't peeking. Although he was a person from the future, Qin Yang was still loyal. Even though he could pretend not to know about the previous misunderstandings, after what happened that night, Qin Yang knew that he could not let this girl down. Besides, she has a pretty good figure, which is the type I like. Next door, Lin Heping was paying attention to the movements around him. He knew in his heart that Qin Yang was protecting Nie Xiaoqian. After all, in such an occasion, it was safest for a couple to live together. However, he always felt that there was something extra between Qin Yang and Nie Xiaoqian. The next morning, when Qin Yang opened his eyes, he saw Nie Xiaoqian had already washed up. She was still so beautiful without makeup. When she saw Qin Yang open his eyes, she smiled and said, Boss Qin, are you awake? Are you a beast? Or worse than a beast? Didn't you call Brother Yang yesterday? Knock knock. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Yoko, it's me. Come in, Brother Lin, what's going on? Just now, a jeep drove in, and the officer who got out seemed to be of a high rank. Qin Yang nodded. Yeah, the fish is hooked. Soon, footsteps were heard outside. Qin Yang pushed open the door and saw several people in military uniforms. Hashim Alaga had to follow behind these people. Are you Mr. Qin from Fongbei Industrial Company? The man said, I'm Javid. I want to discuss the proposal you proposed with you in detail. Of course, let's chat here. If I go to your place, I always feel a little restrained. Qin Yang said, and looked outside. He saw the reflection of the sniper rifle scope on the roof nearby. Obviously, this place has been under martial law. You want an AWG-9 radar system? We can satisfy you, but fighter jets are not the most urgent thing for us. Javid said, do you know what is the most urgent thing for us? This is a test of teaching. In fact, Elon lacked everything, both in the air and on the ground. Since they had no tools for mine clearing, they even sent people directly to step on the minefield to explode it. To them, any problem that could be solved by people was not a problem. So what do they need most? Of course, Qin Yang knew it. Because the person he was talking about yesterday was an Air Force pilot, so he mentioned Air Force equipment. Today, since more important people have come, he can talk about a wider range of things. You have a long coastline, which transports huge amounts of crude oil every day, supporting the energy of the Western world. Those countries are unfriendly to you. Qin Yang said, they almost all support Iraq, which is unfair to you. So, when necessary, you need to blockade the entire Persian Gulf and completely deprive those countries of energy supply. That's right. Javid became excited. Do you have such a weapon? Of course. Qin Yang nodded. We have advanced anti-ship missiles in our country, just like the Styx missiles that Egypt used to destroy the Israeli Navy missile boat. Chapter 184 Favorite Seahawk 2 Missile. The Styx missile is an anti-ship missile developed by the Russians in the 1950s. It uses a liquid fuel engine. The entire missile looks like a small airplane, and its round shape looks somewhat cute. But don't be fooled by its appearance. Such an inconspicuous equipment made a big splash in the Third Middle East War. The Egyptian Navy's Mosquito-class missile boat sank the Israeli Navy's Eilat destroyer with the Styx missile on the boat, creating a glorious record of a small boat eating a large ship and shocking the world. This was the first missile battle at sea in the history of naval warfare, which demonstrated the power of anti-ship missiles. Small boats attacked large ships, and ants ate elephants. So far, military experts still talk about this naval battle with great relish. In a year or two, when the Exocet missile destroyed the Sheffield, it would shock the whole world. The East also has similar weapons and equipment. In the 1960s, China lengthened the fuel tank and increased the range of the Sea Eagle-I missile, which was improved to the Sea Eagle-II missile. Because the missile body was longer and looked like a fat silkworm, it was nicknamed the Silkworm missile. Later, when it was exported, the names were unified, and the Sea Eagle-II was called C-201, and the improved version of the Sea Eagle-II was called C-601. At this time, hearing Qin Yang say this, Javid immediately became excited. Can you export this kind of weapon to us? No. Qin Yang was always so startled. Nie Xiaoqian had gotten used to Qin Yang's way of talking, but the people on the other side were still not used to it, and their faces suddenly changed. However, if it is exported by a third party, it has nothing to do with us. Qin Yang said, for example, Chaosian in the east of our country. If they resell this kind of missile to you, we can only verbally condemn it. Javid's eyes lit up. The proposal you provided is very good. We can accept it. How about 20 anti-ship missiles, together with the supporting launchers and a radar? This exchange ratio is a disadvantage for our side, no matter how you look at it. Nie Xiaoqian translated it, feeling a little nervous. She never expected that Qin Yang would not hesitate at all and nodded directly. Deal. The other party was immediately overjoyed. Okay, then how do we trade? We are here to buy carpets this time. The quantity we need is very large. It will take some time for production here. Qin Yang said, in a month, the carpets we need, together with the AWG-9 radar, will be packed into containers and shipped to Hong Kong. We will send people there to receive them. In the meantime, how about your ship loading the cargo at Chaoxian's dock? Okay, Javid nodded. Then it's settled. Javid took his men away, but Hashim Alaga stayed and had dinner with Qin Yang, and then sent Qin Yang and others on their way back. After getting on the pickup truck and continuing the bumpy journey, Nie Xiaoqian couldn't help but ask, Boss Qin, is the deal done just like that? Yes. But we haven't made contact with Chaosian yet. How can Chaosian help us? What do you think? Could it be that they have been in contact before? Qin Yang smiled and said, Xiaoqian, you are really smart. Lin Heping didn't say anything, but kept paying attention to the situation around him. He felt as if there were more people around him, as if they were supervising them or protecting them secretly. There were no accidents along the way. After returning to the capital and getting off the plane, I was surrounded by the northern scenery with thousands of miles of ice, and it was like winter again from summer. What day is today? Qin Yang asked. Today is the 31st, and tomorrow is New Year's Day. Nie Xiaoqian said, Boss Qin, our next task is very heavy. We need to report to our superiors and contact the aerospace department. These tasks. I'll leave these tasks to you. Qin Yang acted like a hands-off boss. Me? How can I? Nie Xiaoqian looked at Qin Yang with some worry and found that Qin Yang had already strode to the other side. A domestic flight had just landed there, and a group of people got off. Mr. Tu, why are you in the capital? Alas, I received a call from my superior the day before yesterday, and he called me over from Factory 132 in a hurry, asking me to rush to the capital today to attend an emergency meeting. I don't know what happened. Mr. Tu said hurriedly. Engineer Qin, I don't have time to greet you. I have to go to the meeting first. Mr. Tu, if you have any difficulties, remember to come to me. Qin Yang said. Mr. Tu had already boarded the 212 bus that was waiting for him. He stretched out one arm and waved it twice as a farewell. What happened? Lin Heping asked curiously. Alas, you used to call me sweetie, but now you're Mrs. Niu. What does that mean? Lin Heping doesn't understand. Is it because he has fallen out of favor? Nie Xiaoqian looked at Mr. Tu's back as he left. Could it be that the Air Force's key project was going to be abandoned? Mr. Tu arrived at his destination, went to the reception room, and met several acquaintances. Leader Duan is still in the meeting. Let me give you the details first. Leader Chen said. On the 23rd, Leader Zhang held a meeting and made a decision. In order to support economic construction, it was decided to stop the project introduced from Marconi and cancel the contract. What? How can this be possible? Old Tu was anxious all of a sudden. The decision to introduce the product was made after rounds of inspections by multiple departments. We have been negotiating with the British for 3 years. Now we have finally reached an agreement and have paid a down payment of £6 million. Now you don't want it anymore. Well, we have to consider the overall situation of the national economy, said Leader Chen. If we don't want it, we will have to pay a high amount of compensation to Britain. Tu Lao said, who will pay for this? The country is out of money at the moment. You guys figure out a solution. No money? A few months ago, he kept urging us to quickly negotiate the contract and start cooperation. Because we were too slow in negotiating, Mr. Tu was criticized countless times. Now he just said no. This project is not just about money. It's also about our international reputation. If we cancel the contract and don't even pay compensation, our diplomatic situation will be complicated in the future. Yes, so I asked you to come here so that you can think of a solution. Leader Chen continued. Be mentally prepared first, and wait until Leader Duan finishes the meeting, then you can report to him. Mr. Tu resisted the urge to curse. He sat down and felt his head buzzing. All his efforts over the years were in vain. Wait, it seems like we're not at the end of our rope yet. Suddenly, Mr. Tu thought of something. Boss Qin, call Boss Qin over. Which President Qin? It's President Qin of Fongbei Industrial Company, Qin Yang. He has found a way out for us. At the beginning, Qin Yang took the foreigners to visit various domestic military factories and got a lot of export intentions. However, those were just intentions. Except for those who paid the deposit directly, the others were not even started. For the J-7 modified with Marconi avionics, it is mainly equipped for the Air Force. Everyone has long forgotten about the intentions of foreign customers. Now, the only way to break this deadlock is to sell the aircraft. Fine, Mr. Qin. Chapter 185. It's just selling a few planes. What's the big deal? Everyone, it's time to eat now. Didn't you come here to call me to eat? When Qin Yang entered the meeting room, he saw a pair of concerned eyes and touched his stomach. I just came back from abroad, and I'm hungry. When people are hungry, their blood sugar will be low and their brains will stop thinking. I heard from Old Han that Qin Yang is an amazing person. He will not be afraid no matter what occasion he is in. I met him today, and it is true. All right, come on, bring the canned food. Leader Duan, who had finished the meeting and talked with Old Tu for a while, said with emotion, I'm choking on only canned food, so I need another bottle, and a bowl of egg soup. Qin Yang was really rude. Soon, the food was brought, and Qin Yang ate the canned food and drank egg soup in front of everyone. The aroma wafted through the conference room, and everyone else's stomachs began to growl. Okay, I'm full. Now tell me, what do you want from me? Qin Yang wiped his mouth. He was not pretending to be so, he was really hungry. Moreover, the meeting would last for several hours, so he had to eat something. Boss Qin, it's about the issue of promoting our J-7 fighter jets equipped with Marconi's avionics to the international market. Old Tu said, Boss Qin, should we go and contact our big customers in the Middle East? Isn't this matter under the responsibility of AVIC? Qin Yang said, our Fongbei Industrial Company mainly sells army weapons and equipment. Don't you have any contacts? AVIC has just been established and has not yet started foreign trade. Everyone has no experience in foreign trade. At this time, everyone's faces were embarrassed when they heard Qin Yang say this. However, we are all brother units. We can't just sit there and watch you have difficulties. If you want our Fongbei Industrial Company to take over this business, then we have no choice but to do it. Qin Yang said. Everybody understood. Qin Yang came here and left everybody sitting on the bench. He ate here just to give everyone a warning. Qin Yang actually came to steal their AVIC business. The faces of several leaders immediately turned ugly. Just then, footsteps were heard outside. I have 3 more meetings today, but I'm worried about your situation, so I took some time to come and see you. Qin Yang looked over and saw a thin old leader coming in. He was wearing a washed-out military uniform, but the 2 red collar badges on his collar were brand new. When he walked, his left leg was a little unsteady. Qin Yang immediately stood in awe. Leader Zhang? Born in 1910, Leader Zhang had a rough life. He was born into a peasant family and joined the revolution when he was in middle school. He was arrested and imprisoned twice, but he remained firm in his beliefs. After the founding of New China, he engaged in leadership work in national defense science and technology and national defense industry for a long time. Hey, there's a young person in our meeting room? Young people are great, Leader Zhang said with a smile. The future of our country depends on you young people. Yes, we will definitely work hard to build our motherland into a prosperous and strong country and make our military technology the best in the world. Leader Zhang, you are amazing. As soon as you came, President Qin was completely obedient. Leader Duan said with a smile. Just now, he was proposing conditions to us. Oh, what's going on? Leader Zhang became interested. After hearing Duan's introduction, Zhang nodded and said, since Xiao Qin has the ability, let him do it. Leave it to him. What does AVIC do? This is the first military aircraft export contract since the establishment of AVIC. Leader Zhang, I, Qin Yang, am so young, and yet I have to take on such a heavy responsibility. I feel a little embarrassed. I would like to invite my comrades from AVIC to come and help us complete this project together. The commission we will get from Fongbei Industrial Company can be reduced by half. Qin Yang was humble for once. Of course, the comrades from AVIC will be responsible, but their main task is to learn how to do foreign trade, so let them learn from us this time. Leader Zhang said, you Fongbei Industrial Company should charge whatever fees you want. The more military aircraft you sell, the more money we will make. Okay, that's it. I have to go to the next meeting. Leader Zhang stayed for 10 minutes and then left, and everyone present was stunned. How could Leader Zhang trust Qin Yang so much? This is unscientific. A few months later, when the T-72 tanks crossed the ocean and arrived in the east, they finally became convinced after learning of Qin Yang's role in the project. No wonder Leader Zhang made the decision on the spot. He must have known the process of the secret introduction of the T-72 tanks. At this time, after seeing off Leader Zhang, Old Two finally breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, now that it's settled, then Mr. Qin, when are we going to visit customers to sell aircraft? No hurry. No hurry. Everyone is in a hurry, and you say you are not in a hurry? Mr. Tu, do you still remember the conditions we discussed at the beginning? Qin Yang said. The J-7 is the basis of the MiG-21, which is not favored by customers. It must be improved. As for how to improve it, Qin Yang had talked about it with Mr. Tu before, but he was a gun maker after all, not an airplane maker, so he only talked about the ideas and did not involve the follow-up. It is unknown how Mr. Tu is doing. Boss Qin, are you talking about looking for Professor Xia to jointly design the double delta wing layout? Asked Old Tuesday. This project has been tested in the wind tunnel, and the performance is pretty good. The subsonic maneuverability has increased by 20%, but when the MiG-21 was born, the pursuit was high altitude and high speed. The small MiG-21 could fly at Mach 2, but its subsonic maneuverability was not high. Mr. Tu was determined to modify the design of the J-7, so he followed Qin Yang's suggestion and found Professor Xia from Northwestern Polytechnical University. It actually worked, but it was just a wind tunnel model. It's nothing special. We only changed the outer half of the wing. We can use a plane that is being assembled to modify it. Since our plane is to be exported, we must open up the market with outstanding performance. Qin Yang said, there must be 3 sets of pylons on the wing. After the auxiliary fuel tank is hung on the inside, there are also 4 pylons for missiles. In particular, it can also launch the French R-550 missiles. Tu Lao nodded. We are all working on these supporting facilities, it just takes time. Also, we have to use advanced ejection seats. If our own ones don't meet the standards, we have to import them. And the life of the engine also needs to be improved. Qin Yang interrupted Tu Lao. After all these improvements are made, we will take the aircraft to sell door to door. I guarantee that customers will place orders on the spot. Boss Qin, our most urgent concern right now is Marconi's avionics. We can't be impatient about this. Marconi is still developing it, and test flights will take several years. Qin Yang said, we just need to demonstrate the maneuverability of the aircraft. When the time comes, Customers can first order a batch of our aircraft without avionics modification, and then order a second batch after the modification is completed. But this means we have to continue investing. What if we can't sell it? Mr. 2, if you can't sell them, our Fongbei Industrial Company will compensate you for your losses. Qin Yang glanced at Mr. 2 and said, "It's just selling a few planes, it's not a big deal. Once you have modified them, you can sell them in minutes." Okay, this is well said. Fongbei Industrial Company is worthy of being a new star in our military industry's foreign trade. President Qin is worthy of being an elite in our military industry. At this moment, another person walked in from outside. "Hello, this is an important meeting. It is highly confidential, okay? Why do irrelevant people always come to visit?" Qin Yang turned his head, and then he was stunned again. "Mr. Lin?" Double Delta Wing. Chapter 186. The Capital Farm Implement Factory that makes guns and artillery shells wants to make radar? This old man has a unique appearance and seems to be half Russian, so he can be recognized at a glance. Qin Yang was stunned at first, then he reacted. "I came to the meeting, while Nie Xiaoqian and Lin Heping went to report on their work. After Mr. Lin knew about my gains this time, he couldn't wait to come to find me." "Young man, you are Mr. Qin from Fongbei Industrial Company, right?" Mr. Lin's sharp eyes quickly fell on Qin Yang. Qin Yang was the youngest person in the entire conference room. "It's me? Hey, don't pull me." Before Qin Yang could finish his words, he felt his arm being grabbed by a big hand like a pair of pliers, pulling him outside. Qin Yang's small body has never been well trained since childhood. Now, in the hands of a fierce general like old Lin, he is like a little chicken. "You guys continue with the meeting. I have something to talk to Mr. Qin about." Mr. Lin left with Qin Yang after saying this. Everyone in the conference room was stunned. What did Qin Yang do? Why was he dragged out by Elder Lin? Is this a good thing or a bad thing? However, considering what Mr. Lin shouted at the door, he should be very satisfied with Qin Yang. "Mr. Lin, it hurts, let go. I'll go with you." "That's just a small effort, can't you bear it?" Old Lin said as he let go of his hand. "Your hand is for stroking the joystick in the sky. That's a unicorn arm. How can I bear it?" Qin Yang said while touching his aching arm. "There's nothing to stroking with my hand. There's no time to go to Gongshufen. I can't wait any longer. Let's find an empty office here." "Yes, here," Mr. Lin said, raising his foot. Bang! The door was pushed open, and Qin Yang saw the people inside. Nie Xiaoqian was sitting and Lin Heping was standing. Both of them were looking at the door, and they had obviously heard the noise outside. The two of them went to Gongshufen to report on their work. When Mr. Lin heard about it, he became excited and immediately asked about Qin Yang's whereabouts. When he heard that Qin Yang came here for a meeting, he immediately brought the two of them here, occupied the magpie's nest, and discussed important matters with Qin Yang here. "Quick, close the door." Elder Lin asked his men to close the door, and then said excitedly, "Boss Qin, you are amazing. You actually brought back a set of AWG-9 radar from abroad. It hasn't been brought back yet. There are still many things to do next. Coordinate with our brother units on the Sea Eagle 2. These are all small matters." Boss Lin waved his hand and said, "I can help you coordinate and give you whatever you want. However, what are your plans for this radar that you brought back?" "Of course it is surveying and mapping imitation," Qin Yang said. "At present, our Air Force only has a single Pulse 204 radar rangefinder, and its performance is too poor. Foreign countries have already entered the era of pulse Doppler radar. In this regard, we are far behind." "That's right, Mr. Qin. You really know our Air Force equipment," Elder Lin said. "We have been looking forward to having an advanced airborne radar. Your Capital Farm Implement Factory mainly manufactures guns and has expanded to manufacture a few shells at most." Elder Lin said, "You don't have much experience, so let's hand it over to our relevant agencies." "Related institutions?" "Domestic related institutions don't have this technology either," Qin Yang said. "The radars they make are all analog circuits. The radar I brought back uses digital technology. Everyone has to start from scratch. Even if they have experience, they have to learn from scratch." Speaking of radar, it is easy for people to think of the 14th Institute. This research institute is very powerful. Whether it is the KJ-2000 or the Aegis warship, they are all equipped with radars developed by them. This design institute started out by developing ground-based air defense radars, and finally developed in an all-round way, which is really admirable. However, nowadays, if we talk about professional airborne radar research institutions, the 607 Institute is still the best. In the autumn of 1965, the 10th Institute of the 10th Academy in Chengdu accepted a national task to develop the first airborne radar. Afterwards, the entire design team was separated and moved into the mountainous area to become the 607th Institute, specializing in the development of airborne radars. The corresponding production plant was the 780th factory. It is said that it takes 10 years to sharpen a sword. The 204 radar developed by the 607 Institute did not complete all the final test flight projects until 1984, which means it took 20 years to sharpen a sword. When the product was just being developed, the indicators were ahead of the times, but by the time it was completed, it was completely out of date. Institute 607 does not have much presence, but its supporting Factory 780 is very famous in later generations. That is Changhong Electronics, and Qin Yang knows all of this. Boss Qin, you are crossing industries. You make guns and cannons, and now you want to make radars. Mr. Lin's attitude became serious. Your capital farm implement factory has no technical reserves. You are entering a completely new field. Everything is starting from scratch. Do you know how many difficulties there will be? I know, so we have to adopt the factory school cooperation approach. Qin Yang said, we will divide the entire radar imitation into multiple parts and give it to the university to imitate. Mr. Lin, don't worry, we will definitely imitate this radar within 5 years. We have no experience, but you can't say that our domestic universities also have no research and development capabilities, right? In the 1970s, the United States launched the Apollo moon landing program, in which hundreds of universities participated and conducted a lot of research and development. Mr. Lin, I think Mr. Qin's plan is feasible. Nie Xiaoqian spoke up. Our university also happens to lack research funds and projects, and the Capital Agricultural Implements Factory has sufficient funds. This is a perfect complement to each other. Old Lin glared at Nie Xiaoqian, so she had to stop. Boss Qin. Elder Lin put on a smile and said, our Air Force attaches great importance to this project. Your Fongbei Industrial Company has made great contributions this time, and the Air Force will award you medals. This radar prototype is of great importance, and I am worried about handing it over to you. Can you? No, Qin Yang said firmly. The atmosphere in the room suddenly turned cold. Mr. Lin had a dark face and stared at Qin Yang with sharp eyes. Boss Qin, is there no room for negotiation on this matter? The words were full of murderous intent. Qin Yang laughed in his heart. This was a combination of soft and hard tactics. If he didn't take the soft tactics, how could he take the hard tactics? Mr. Lin, you are an old senior who has made great contributions to the birth and development of our new China. I, Qin Yang, admire you from the bottom of my heart. However, this project that I have worked so hard to get back is intended to promote the development of our domestic airborne radar and solve the problem of the J-8 fighter jet without airborne radar as soon as possible. Qin Yang said, can't you trust us once? Although we have never dealt with the Air Force, you can go and ask around. Which of my promises, Qin Yang, have not been fulfilled? If this radar is handed over to our domestic research institute, I dare say that it may not be developed in 10 years. Why? The system is backward, the thinking is backward, and the vision is backward. Nie Xiaoqian was worried about Qin Yang. This Qin Yang was really a young man who was not afraid of tigers. He was probably the only young man in the whole country who dared to confront Lin Lao head-on. Okay, why don't you tell me about it? Now, the domestic practice is still the traditional way of superiors assigning tasks to a certain research institute. The research institute does not think that it relies on superiors for food. They are superiors. If there is not enough money, they will ask the superiors for it. If the task is not completed on time, there will be no punishment measures. Qin Yang said, therefore, the research institute relies entirely on personal thinking and attitude to work. This method has long been outdated. Mr. Lin,